In the Hidden Leaf Village, the sunlight cascaded upon the bustling streets, where ninjas were busily attending to their tasks. Uzumaki Naruto was preparing to embark on a mission when, all of a sudden, a peculiar beam of light appeared in the sky, swiftly expanding into a colossal vortex. Before Naruto could comprehend the situation, he was forcefully drawn into it by an overwhelming suction. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in an utterly unfamiliar place. Surrounding him were towering skyscrapers, bustling streets filled with vehicles, and throngs of people that Naruto's expression was one of bewilderment. He had never encountered such a sight before. Where am I? Is this an enemy's illusion? He mused aloud as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing the strange glances cast upon him by the passers-by. Clad in his Hokage attire and carrying a ninja tool pouch, he felt starkly out of place in this environment. At that moment, a police officer approached him and remarked, "Young man, what are you doing here dressed in such peculiar attire?" Naruto looked at the officer and declared, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village." The officer frowned, suspecting Naruto was jesting, and replied, "What ninja? Stop causing a ruckus and go home." Naruto, feeling a surge of indignation, retorted, "I am not causing trouble, I truly am a ninja." The officer, exasperated, shook his head and prepared to escort Naruto away. Naturally, Naruto was unwilling, nimbly evading him and beginning to sprint down the street. As he ran, he exclaimed, "What in the world is this place?" In his frantic dash, he arrived at a park where he observed a group of children playing. One curious child spotted Naruto and asked, "Are you playing dress-up?" Naruto responded, "What is dress-up? I am a real ninja." The children erupted in laughter, finding Naruto amusing. Just then, the sky suddenly opened up, and rain began to fall. The children hurriedly retreated to their homes, leaving Naruto alone in the downpour. Feeling a twinge of despondency, he was uncertain of where to go next. Suddenly, a car halted in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a young woman who regarded Naruto and said, "You seem to need assistance, hop in." After a moment's hesitation, Naruto climbed into the vehicle. The woman inquired, "What is your name? Why are you out here alone?" Naruto replied, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I have no idea how I ended up in this place." The woman smiled and said, "Don't worry, let's go to my home for now." Following her, Naruto arrived at her residence. The woman, named Sakura, was a solitary office worker. Sakura provided Naruto with a clean set of clothes to change into. Donning the modern attire, Naruto felt quite out of sorts. Sakura asked, "You say you are a ninja, what skills do you possess?" With excitement, Naruto proclaimed, "I can perform the shadow clone technique, the Rasengan, and many other formidable jutsu." As he readied to demonstrate the shadow clone technique, Sakura quickly intervened, saying, "Don't perform that here, it might frighten others." Reluctantly, Naruto relented. That evening, as he lay on the sofa, sleep eluded him. He pondered how he might return to the Hidden Leaf Village. The following day, Sakura took Naruto to the library, hoping to uncover some clues regarding Naruto's time travel. Within the library, Naruto encountered numerous volumes on history, science, and magic. Curiously, he picked up one, only to find it utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, a bespectacled boy approached and said, "These books are quite complex, I can assist you." The boy, named Xiaoming, was a passionate student of science and fantasy. Upon hearing Naruto's tale, he remarked, "Perhaps you have traversed time and arrived in our world." Naruto's eyes brightened as he inquired, "How can I return?" Xiaoming shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain, but we can devise a plan together." After leaving the library, Sakura took Naruto to enjoy hamburgers. It was Naruto's first experience with such cuisine, and he found it delightful. "This is even tastier than ramen," he exclaimed. While they dined, a news broadcast played on the television, announcing that a museum was set to exhibit a mysterious artifact reputed to possess tremendous power. Upon seeing the report, Naruto felt a stirring in his heart. He believed this artifact might be linked to his time travel. Thus, he resolved to investigate the museum. Though Sakura and Xiaoming considered it somewhat perilous, they ultimately decided to accompany him. Upon their arrival at the museum, they discovered it heavily guarded. Naruto employed his ninja techniques to stealthily infiltrate the exhibition hall. Inside, they beheld the enigmatic artifact, which radiated a peculiar glow, and Naruto sensed an overwhelming power emanating from it. Just as he prepared to approach, a group of men in black appeared. "Don't move. That artifact belongs to us," the leader of the black-clad figures declared. Undaunted, Naruto retorted, You won't succeed in stealing the artifact. A fierce battle ensued, with Naruto unleashing his ninja skills to engage in a desperate fight against the men in black. Sakura and Xiaoming watched anxiously from the sidelines. Gradually, Naruto gained the upper hand with his exceptional techniques, prompting the black-clad men to attempt an escape. However, Naruto was relentless in his pursuit. During the chase, he inadvertently triggered the museum's alarm system, plunging the entire establishment into chaos. The police soon arrived, surrounding Naruto and his companions. "Drop your weapons and raise your hands," the officers commanded. Naruto, at a loss for what to do, glanced at Sakura and Xiaoming. At that moment, the mysterious artifact suddenly burst forth with radiant light, enveloping Naruto and the others. Within the brilliance, Naruto seemed to glimpse scenes from the Hidden Leaf Village. Could it be that we can return? He pondered, filled with anticipation. When the light dissipated, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming found themselves not in the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather in an unfamiliar wilderness. Surrounding them were undulating mountains and dense forests, starkly contrasting with the modern city they knew. "Where are we now?" Sakura asked, somewhat panicked. Xiaoming scanned the surroundings and replied, "It appears we have arrived in yet another new place." Naruto appeared to be quite exhilarated. "No matter where we are, we shall undoubtedly discover a way to return." They commenced their exploration of the desolate wilderness, hoping to uncover some clues. As they journeyed, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance stood firmly closed, yet Naruto sensed an inexplicable calling from within. "Let us venture inside," Naruto proposed. As they pushed open the heavy doors and stepped into the temple, an aura of mystery enveloped them. The walls were adorned with peculiar symbols and intricate patterns. Naruto gazed curiously at these carvings, and suddenly, a series of images flashed through his mind. "It seems I have grasped something," Naruto remarked. At that moment, a deep, menacing growl reverberated through the temple. "Be cautious," Naruto warned. The colossal beast sprang forth from the shadows, its claws poised to strike. Undeterred, Naruto unleashed his Rasengan and charged at the creature. Sakura and Xiaoming fervently cheered him on from the sidelines. After an intense battle, Naruto ultimately vanquished the beast. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, the temple underwent an astonishing transformation. A radiant light ascended from the ground, manifesting into a portal. "This may be our passage back," Xiaoming exclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped into the portal, closely followed by Sakura and Xiaoming. Where would they be transported? Would they return to the present, or find themselves back in Konohagakure? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 1. Through time and space in the bustling streets of Konohagakure, sunlight poured down, illuminating the activities of the busy ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto was preparing to embark on a mission when, suddenly, a peculiar light appeared in the sky. The light rapidly expanded, forming a colossal vortex. Before Naruto could comprehend the situation, a powerful force drew him into its depths. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and throngs of people, Naruto stood bewildered, having never encountered such a scene before. "Where am I? Is this an enemy's illusion?" He pondered aloud. As he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the onlookers regarded him with strange expressions. Dressed in his Hokage attire and carrying a ninja tool pouch, he felt utterly out of place in this environment. At that moment, a police officer approached him and inquired, "Young man, what are you doing here in such peculiar clothing?" Naruto, looking up at the officer, replied, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja from Konohagakure." The officer furrowed his brow, assuming Naruto was jesting. "What ninja? Stop causing a ruckus and head home." Irritated, Naruto retorted, "I'm not causing any trouble. I truly am a ninja." The officer, exasperated, shook his head and prepared to escort Naruto away. Naturally, Naruto resisted, skillfully evading the officer and dashing down the street. As he ran, he shouted, "What on earth is this place?" In his frantic sprint, Naruto stumbled upon a park where he observed a group of children playing. One curious child noticed him and asked, "Are you playing dress up?" "What is dress up?" "I'm a real ninja," Naruto exclaimed. The children erupted in laughter, finding Naruto's enthusiasm amusing. Just then, rain began to pour from the sky, prompting the children to scurry home, leaving Naruto standing alone in the downpour. Feeling a wave of despondency wash over him, he realized he had no idea where to go next. Suddenly, a car came to a halt in front of him. The window rolled down, and a young woman looked at Naruto, saying, "You appear to be in need of assistance. Get in." After a moment of hesitation, Naruto climbed into the car. The woman inquired, "What is your name? Why are you out here alone?" "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I don't know how I ended up in this place," he replied. The woman smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, let us head to my home." Naruto followed her to her residence. The woman, named Sakura, was a solitary office worker. She provided Naruto with a clean set of clothes to change into. As he donned the modern attire, he felt quite out of sorts. Sakura asked, "You say you are a ninja. What can you do?" Excitedly, Naruto responded, "I can perform the shadow clone technique, the Rasengan, and many other impressive jutsu." As he prepared to demonstrate the shadow clone technique, Sakura quickly intervened, cautioning, "Don't use it here. You might frighten others." Reluctantly, Naruto acquiesced. That evening, as he reclined on the sofa, sleep eluded him. He pondered how he might return to Konohagakure. The following day, Sakura took Naruto to the library, hoping to uncover some clues regarding Naruto's mysterious journey through time. Within the library's vast collection, Naruto encountered numerous tomes on history, science, and magic. Curiously, he picked up one book, only to discover its contents utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, a bespectacled boy approached them, stating, "These books are quite intricate. I can assist you." The boy, named Xiaoming, was a passionate student with an affinity for science and fantasy. After listening to Naruto's tale, he suggested, "Perhaps you have traversed through time and space to arrive in our world." Naruto's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, "How can I return?" Xiaoming shook his head, responding, "I do not know, but we can devise a plan together." Once they exited the library, Sakura took Naruto to savor hamburgers. It was Naruto's first experience with such food, and he found it quite novel. "This is even more delectable than ramen," he exclaimed, while they were dining. A news segment on the television announced that a museum was about to unveil a mysterious artifact, rumored to possess immense power. Upon seeing the report, Naruto felt a stirring within. He believed this artifact might be connected to his journey. Thus, he resolved to investigate the museum. Although Sakura and Xiaoming felt it was somewhat perilous, they decided to accompany him. Upon their arrival at the museum, they found it heavily guarded. Naruto employed his ninja skills to stealthily infiltrate the exhibition hall. Inside, they beheld the enigmatic artifact, which radiated an extraordinary glow, and Naruto sensed a formidable power emanating from it. Just as he prepared to approach the artifact, a group of men in black appeared. "Don't move. That artifact belongs to us," the leader of the black-clad men declared. Undeterred, Naruto retorted, "You scoundrels shall not seize the artifact." A fierce battle ensued. Naruto unleashed his ninja techniques, engaging in a desperate struggle against the intruders, while Sakura and Xiaoming anxiously observed. With his exceptional skills, Naruto gradually gained the upper hand. Sensing defeat, the black-clad men attempted to flee, but Naruto would not let them escape. He pursued them relentlessly. In the midst of the chase, Naruto accidentally triggered the museum's alarm system, plunging the entire establishment into chaos. The police swiftly arrived and surrounded Naruto and his companions. "Drop your weapons and raise your hands," the officers commanded. Confused and uncertain, Naruto looked to Sakura and Xiaoming for guidance. At that moment, the mysterious artifact suddenly blazed with light, enveloping Naruto and his friends. Within the brilliance, Naruto seemed to catch a glimpse of Konoha village. Could we be returning? Hope surged within him. However, when the light dissipated, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming discovered they had not returned to Konoha, but rather found themselves in an unfamiliar wilderness. Surrounding them were rolling mountains and dense forests, a stark contrast to the modern cityscape. "Where are we?" Sakura exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. Xiaoming surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "It appears we have arrived in yet another new place." Yet Naruto exuded excitement, declaring, "No matter where we are, we shall surely find a way back." They commenced their exploration of the desolate wilderness, hoping to uncover some clues. As they wandered, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The grand entrance was firmly shut. Yet Naruto sensed an enigmatic force beckoning him from within. "Let us venture inside," Naruto proposed. They pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the temple. A mysterious aura enveloped the interior, with the walls adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. Naruto gazed at these inscriptions with curiosity, and suddenly, fleeting images flashed through his mind. "I believe I am beginning to comprehend something," he remarked. Just then, a deep, resonant growl echoed throughout the temple. "Be cautious," Naruto exclaimed. A colossal beast surged forth from the shadows, lunging menacingly towards them. Undeterred, Naruto unleashed his Rasengan and charged at the creature. Sakura and Xiaoming rallied behind him, cheering him on. After an intense battle, Naruto ultimately triumphed over the monster. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, the temple underwent a peculiar transformation. A radiant beam of light erupted from the ground, manifesting into a portal. "This could be our pathway back," Xiaoming declared. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped into the portal, followed closely by Sakura and Xiaoming. Where would they be transported? Would it be back to the present day or to Konoha village? All remained uncertain. Chapter 2. The mysterious wilderness. Upon stepping through the portal, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming felt a dizzying sensation. When they regained their footing, they discovered themselves in a mysterious wilderness. The scenery was starkly different from their previous surroundings, enveloped in thick fog that obscured the distance. "What is this place?" Sakura inquired, a hint of fear in her voice. Naruto furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "I do not know, but it feels perilous. We must tread carefully." Xiaoming retrieved a compass from his backpack, only to find the needle spinning wildly, unable to indicate any direction. "It seems conventional methods are futile here," Xiaoming lamented. Naruto took a deep breath. "No worries. Let us forge ahead together. We shall find a way out." They proceeded cautiously through the wilderness, the ground beneath them damp and yielding, with strange sounds emanating from the obscured surroundings. Suddenly, a gigantic spider descended from a tree, lunging towards Sakura. "Watch out!" Naruto dashed forward, conjuring a Rasengan to repel the spider. "Thank you, Naruto," Sakura exclaimed, still shaken. They continued onward, the fog thickening, as if ensnaring them in a labyrinth. "This cannot continue. We must devise a means to dispel this fog," Xiaoming suggested. Naruto conceived a plan. "I shall attempt a wind release." He formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful gust, temporarily dispersing the fog, though it soon reassembled. Just as despair began to creep in, they spotted a dilapidated hut ahead. "Perhaps someone there can assist us," Sakura proposed. They approached the small dwelling, and Naruto gently pushed the door open, a musty scent greeting them as they stepped inside. The room was desolate, furnished only with a solitary table and a single chair. "Is anyone there?" Naruto called out, but received no reply. They searched the room for clues, and Xiaoming discovered a weathered map on the table. "This appears to be a map of the wilderness," he remarked. As they scrutinized the map, they noted a marked location indicating an exit. "Wonderful. If we follow this map, we can escape," Sakura exclaimed. However, just as they prepared to leave the cabin, the door slammed shut, and a sinister laughter echoed around them. "Who is there? Show yourself," Naruto shouted. A shadow emerged from the corner, revealing itself to be an evil sorcerer. "You have trespassed into my domain. Do not think you can leave so easily," the sorcerer declared. Unfazed, Naruto retorted, "We are merely lost. Let us go." The sorcerer scoffed. "That depends on whether you have the capability to do so." With that, he unleashed dark magic, launching an assault upon them. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming swiftly dodged, and Naruto retaliated with his Rasengan, engaging the sorcerer in a fierce battle. The sorcerer's magic was formidable, and Naruto began to feel the strain. Sakura and Xiaoming assisted by searching for the sorcerer's vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the weakness in the sorcerer's magic. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto delivered a decisive blow, defeating the sorcerer. "Phew, it's finally over," Naruto gasped. They followed the map's guidance and continued onward through the wilderness. Along the way, they encountered various perilous traps and monsters. But under Naruto's protection and through their collective efforts, they overcame each challenge. At last, they spotted the exit ahead. "We are finally getting out," Sakura exclaimed with excitement. Upon emerging from the wilderness, they found themselves in a bustling town. "This place seems much more normal," Xiaoming noted. As they entered the town, the locals observed them with curiosity, particularly drawn to Naruto's peculiar attire. "Let us find a place to rest and inquire about our surroundings," Naruto suggested. They discovered an inn, where the proprietor warmly welcomed them. Through their conversation with the owner, they learned that the town frequently experienced strange occurrences, and recently, people had gone missing. "Perhaps this is connected to our journey," Xiaoming speculated, determined to assist the town in investigating these peculiar happenings. Naruto and his friends began to gather clues. During their inquiry, they uncovered a suspicious organization that seemed to be conducting secret experiments, and the missing individuals were likely its victims. Cautiously, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming infiltrated the organization's base. The facility was heavily guarded, with patrolling sentries everywhere. Utilizing his shadow clone technique to create chaos, Naruto diverted the guards' attention while Sakura and Xiaoming slipped inside. There, they discovered a vast laboratory filled with bizarre instruments and experimental subjects. How terrifying! What on earth are they doing? Sakura exclaimed. Just then, they were discovered by members of the organization. Seize them! A fierce chase ensued. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming darted through the base, evading the relentless pursuit of their enemies. In the midst of their escape, they stumbled upon a passage leading to the basement. Perhaps we shall find what we need below, Xiaoming suggested. Without hesitation, they descended into the depths. The basement was permeated by a noxious odor, and the walls were adorned with peculiar portraits. This place feels so eerie, Sakura murmured, closely trailing behind Naruto. Suddenly, a hidden door creaked open, revealing a colossal robot. What in the world is that? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. The robot wasted no time and launched an immediate assault on them. A fierce battle erupted between Naruto, Sakura, Xiaoming, and the mechanical behemoth. The robot's attacks were formidable. Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu, while Sakura and Xiaoming sought out its vulnerabilities. After a strenuous struggle, they finally identified the robot's energy core. With a spiraling sphere of chakra, Naruto obliterated it, causing the robot to cease its onslaught. Fantastic! We did it! Xiaoming exclaimed with exuberance. However, their commotion had attracted the attention of the organization's leader, who appeared before them with a sinister smirk. Do you truly believe you can thwart my plans this easily? How naive. Naruto stood resolute, replying, whatever your plans may be, we will not allow you to succeed. The leader let out a booming laugh. Then let us see you try. With that, he cast a powerful spell, ensnaring Naruto and his friends within a magical circle. The energies within the circle constricted around them, rendering them immobile. What do? We're going to be crushed. Sakura exclaimed in panic. Naruto strained against the magical bindings, desperate to break free. At that moment, Xiaoming discerned a flaw in the enchantment. Naruto, focus your power and strike that point. Xiaoming shouted. Heeding Xiaoming's call, Naruto concentrated all his strength into his spiraling sphere and attacked the weak spot. With a resounding explosion, the magical circle shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming charged towards the leader. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over him, liberating the captives. The townsfolk expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we shudder to think of the suffering we would have endured, an elder remarked. Naruto smiled warmly. It was our duty. Following this incident, Naruto and his companions gained renown in the town. Yet, they were acutely aware that they had not yet discovered the path home. Just as they prepared to move forward, a mysterious elder appeared before them. The elder gazed at Naruto and said, Child, I know you come from different worlds. To return, you must find the time-space stone. The time-space stone? Where can we find it? Naruto inquired eagerly. The elder shook his head. The location of the time-space stone is a secret you must uncover on your own. However, I can offer you a hint. It lies in a realm fraught with dangers and challenges. Grateful for the elder's guidance, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming embarked on their quest for the time-space stone. They traversed numerous mountains and rivers, encountering a myriad of individuals and events along their journey. Within the confines of an ancient castle, they stumbled upon a princess who found herself ensnared. The princess revealed that the castle had been cursed by a malevolent witch, and only by discovering the means to lift the curse could they hope to escape. Naruto resolved to assist the princess in breaking the enchantment. In their quest, they scoured the castle for clues and unearthed an ancient tome of magic. Within its pages lay the method to dispel the curse, yet it required the gathering of 4 mystical herbs. Thus, Naruto and his companions embarked on a quest to locate these herbs. During their search, they encountered numerous challenges and perils, from ferocious beasts to intricate labyrinths. Nevertheless, they persevered and ultimately succeeded in finding all the herbs, thereby lifting the castle's curse. In gratitude, the princess bestowed upon them a precious artifact, said to aid them in times of critical need. Continuing their journey, guided by the hints of an elder, they arrived at a mysterious peak. Towering into the clouds, the summit was shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of enigma. Could the stone of time and space be here? Sakura inquired. Regardless, we must ascend to find out, Naruto replied. They began their ascent, navigating treacherous paths fraught with traps and obstacles. During the climb, Xiaoming inadvertently fell into a pitfall. Xiaoming, Naruto and Sakura exclaimed, hastily devising a plan to rescue him. After considerable effort, they managed to hoist Xiaoming to safety. Just as they neared the mountain summit, a horde of monsters appeared. "This path is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll." The creatures bellowed. "Do not obstruct our way," Naruto declared. A fierce battle erupted as they fought valiantly against the monsters. Despite the formidable strength of their adversaries, Naruto and his friends, fueled by unwavering determination and synchronized teamwork, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they vanquished the monsters and successfully reached the peak. Yet, to their dismay, the stone of time and space was not there. "Have we come to the wrong place?" Xiaoming lamented. At that moment, a peculiar beam of light pierced the sky. A voice resonated from the brilliance. "Your courage and perseverance have moved me. The stone of time and space lies beneath your feet." As they looked down, they beheld a stone glowing brightly, the very artifact they had sought. "At last, we have found it," Sakura exclaimed with elation. They grasped the stone of time and space, preparing to return to their world. However, a surge of dark energy suddenly emerged, intent on seizing the stone. "Not on my watch," Naruto declared, gripping the stone tightly as he faced the encroaching darkness in a final showdown. Chapter 3. The Endless Journey. After successfully repelling the dark force attempting to claim the stone of time and space, Naruto and his companions had scarcely caught their breath when they found themselves in a mysterious forest. "Where are we now?" Sakura questioned, her senses heightened by the aura of lurking danger. Naruto furrowed his brow. "I do not know, but regardless, we must find a way to navigate our escape." Xiaoming extracted a compass, only to find its needle spinning uncontrollably, devoid of direction. They tread cautiously through the forest, the fallen leaves beneath their feet rustling softly. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious beasts with sharp fangs burst from the underbrush, encircling them menacingly. "Be careful." Naruto swiftly positioned himself in front of Sakura and Xiaoming. The beasts lunged at them with claws bared, prompting Naruto to employ his shadow clone jutsu, conjuring multiple duplicates to engage in combat with the creatures. Sakura, undeterred, drew her trusty dagger, seizing the opportune moment to strike at the beast's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Xiaoming scoured the area for tools and environmental advantages to aid their fight. After a fierce struggle, the beasts were finally repelled, though Naruto and his companions were left breathless and fatigued. "We cannot afford to rest. We must hasten our departure," Naruto urged. They pressed onward, the mist in the forest thickening, obscuring their vision. It was then that a chilling laughter echoed around them. "Who is there? Show yourself," Sakura called out. A mysterious figure clad in a black cloak slowly emerged from the fog, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Welcome to the Forest of Lost Souls. You shall be forever trapped here," the enigmatic man proclaimed. Naruto glared at him defiantly. "Stop trying to scare us. We will find a way out." The stranger let out a cold laugh, waving his hand to cast a spell that caused the surrounding trees to shift, forming a labyrinth. "Let us see how you unravel this maze," he taunted before vanishing from sight. Left with no choice, Naruto and his friends entered the labyrinth in search of an exit, which was rife with traps and illusions. "Everyone, be cautious. This may be an illusion," Xiaoming warned. Suddenly, countless terrifying faces appeared on the walls, lunging toward them. Naruto concentrated and unleashed his wind release, spiraling shuriken, dispelling the phantoms one by one. After what felt like an eternity, they finally discovered the labyrinth's exit, only to be met with a tumultuous river. "The current is so swift. How shall we cross?" Sakura expressed her concern. Naruto pondered for a moment. "I will create footholds on the water's surface with my chakra. Stay close to me." He stepped into the river first, using his chakra to glide swiftly across the surface. Sakura and Xiaoming followed closely behind. However, a massive whirlpool suddenly emerged, threatening to pull them beneath the water. With all his strength, Naruto led them to break free from the whirlpool's grasp, ultimately reaching the opposite shore. Upon landing, they found themselves before an ancient castle. The castle's grand door stood shut, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. "This castle appears formidable. We must be cautious," Naruto remarked. They pushed open the door and entered. Inside, the castle was dark and damp, adorned with peculiar portraits that seemed to tell a story. Xiaoming observed intently. Suddenly, the figures in the paintings sprang to life, launching an attack against them. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous entities depicted in the artwork. In the heat of battle, Naruto discerned the monsters' vulnerability lay in their eyes. prompting him to instruct the group to focus their attacks on this critical point. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished all the creatures. Continuing their exploration of the castle, they arrived at an immense library, teeming with a myriad of books, most of which were in a state of decay. Perhaps we might uncover clues for our escape here, Sakura suggested. They commenced their search for valuable information within the library's confines. Xiaoming stumbled upon an ancient tome that contained a record of the castle's secrets. The book revealed that the castle's master possessed a key capable of unlocking the door to time and space, yet the key was hidden in the castle's highest chamber, Xiaoming reported. Thus, Naruto and his companions resolved to ascend to the castle's apex in pursuit of the key. The staircase leading to the upper levels was fraught with mechanisms and traps, but through cooperation and caution, they skillfully evaded one peril after another. At long last, they reached the castle's summit, where an enormous treasure chest awaited them. The key must be within, Naruto declared. Upon opening the chest, a surge of formidable energy burst forth, knocking them to the ground. A colossal demon emerged from the chest, bellowing, "You insignificant humans dare covet my key." Undeterred, Naruto rose defiantly, stating, "Whoever you are, we will seize the key and escape this place." A fierce battle ensued. The demon's power was overwhelming, and Naruto and his friends gradually found themselves in dire straits. Nevertheless, they persevered, relying on their indomitable will and seamless teamwork to search for the demon's vulnerabilities. At long last, Naruto identified the demon's fatal weakness. Collaborating with Sakura and Xiaoming, he unleashed a final, decisive strike that successfully defeated the demon, securing the coveted key. Clutching the key, they sought the location of the time and space door. In the castle's basement, they discovered a door emanating a mysterious glow. "This must be the door to time and space," Xiaoming remarked. Naruto inserted the key into the lock, and the door slowly creaked open. However, beyond the threshold lay a realm of darkness, intimidating in its obscurity. "Regardless, we must venture forth," Naruto declared, taking a deep breath as he stepped into the unknown. Sakura and Xiaoming followed closely behind, plunging into the eerie void. Within the darkness, they felt disoriented, groping forward without direction. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared ahead. "What is that?" Sakura inquired. They approached the light, discovering it to be a vast cavern. Shimmering with peculiar luminosity, its walls adorned with various gemstones that seemed to possess extraordinary power. "These gems appear to hold special abilities," Xiaoming noted. Just as they marveled at the gemstones, a deep, rumbling growl resonated throughout the cavern. A massive beast emerged from the shadows, radiating an aura of immense strength. "Prepare for battle," Naruto shouted. The beast lunged at them, and Naruto unleashed his Rasengan, engaging in a fierce struggle with the creature. Meanwhile, Sakura and Xiaoming assisted from the sidelines, diligently searching for the beast's weaknesses. After an exhilarating confrontation, they finally uncovered the creature's vulnerability and succeeded in defeating it. However, before they could celebrate, the cave began to tremble violently, and rocks fell incessantly from above. "This is bad. It's going to collapse," Naruto shouted. They hurriedly dashed towards the exit, narrowly escaping just before the cave entirely caved in. Upon emerging, they found themselves in an unfamiliar valley, shrouded in thick mist that obscured their path ahead. "Where do we go next?" Sakura inquired. Naruto gazed into the distance. "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we must press on." They cautiously navigated through the valley when suddenly, a melodious flute sound reached their ears. "Where's that music coming from?" Xiaoming wondered. As the flute's resonance drew nearer, a mysterious figure appeared before them. "Why have you come to this place?" the enigmatic person asked. Naruto recounted their experiences and their purpose. The mysterious figure smiled slightly. "Follow me. Perhaps I can assist you." Hesitant, yet curious, Naruto and the others followed the stranger, unaware of what awaited them. The figure led them to the base of a mountain, pointing to the summit. Atop that peak lies a magical crystal, possessing the power to manipulate time and space. It may help you find your way home. However, ascending the mountain will not be an easy feat. The path is fraught with dangers and challenges. Without hesitation, Naruto declared, "No matter how difficult it may be, we must give it a try." Thus, they embarked on the arduous journey up the mountain. The trail was steep and rugged, with falling rocks and fierce winds assaulting them. Sakura accidentally stepped on a loose stone, losing her balance and nearly tumbling down. Quick as lightning, Naruto grasped Sakura's hand and pulled her back to safety. "Thank you, Naruto," Sakura said, her heart still racing. Xiaoming panted. This mountain is too difficult. I can barely hold on. Naruto encouraged them. Come on, everyone. We will succeed. Just as they were nearing the summit, a flock of enormous birds swooped down upon them. With razor-sharp claws and beaks like hooks, the birds posed a formidable threat. Naruto unleashed his jutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with the avian assailants. After a grueling struggle, they finally managed to drive the birds away. At last, they reached the mountain's peak. There, the magical crystal radiated a dazzling light. Just as Naruto reached out to touch the crystal, it suddenly unleashed a powerful force, knocking them back. What is happening? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, a voice emanated from the crystal. To gain my power, you must pass my trial. Instantly, magical runes appeared around the crystal, forming a complex puzzle. Naruto and his friends began to rack their brains to solve the enigma. Throughout their endeavor, they faced numerous challenges but never gave up. After much perseverance, they finally unraveled the puzzle. The crystal's power merged with the time-space stone, shining brilliantly. Wonderful. We can go home now, Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to use the time-space stone, a dark figure materialized before them. Hand over the stone of time and space. The shadow declared. Naruto, vigilant, eyed the figure and asked, Who are you? The shadow responded with a cold smirk. I am the harbinger of darkness. The stone of time and space must not fall into your hands. A new battle was about to unfold. Chapter 4. Perilous encounters confronted by the sudden appearance of the Dark Envoy. Naruto and his companions stood ready for a fight. No matter who you are, taking the stone of time and space from us will not be an easy task. Naruto shouted defiantly. The Dark Envoy laughed scornfully. You think you can thwart me? With a sweeping motion of his hands, a surge of dark energy surged toward Naruto and his friends. Swiftly, Naruto utilized his ninja technique to create a protective barrier, successfully intercepting the attack. Be cautious, this foe is formidable, Sakura cautioned. The Dark Envoy then launched a relentless barrage of assaults, forcing Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming to continuously evade and defend. This is not a sustainable strategy. We must find an opportunity to counterattack, Xiaoming declared. Naruto nodded, his gaze fixed on the Dark Envoy's movements, searching for an opening. At the moment the Dark Envoy prepared to strike again, Naruto detected a slight miscalculation. Now, he exclaimed, charging forward while conjuring a Rasengan in his hand. The Dark Envoy, taken aback, attempted to defend himself but was still pushed back several steps by Naruto's force. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura and Xiaoming launched their own attacks. Sakura showcased her combat prowess while Xiaoming manipulated the surrounding environment to create diversions. The Dark Envoy found himself caught off guard by their synchronized efforts, gradually succumbing to their onslaught. Damn it, do not celebrate too soon, the Dark Envoy bellowed, as the dark energy surrounding him surged dramatically. He retaliated with an even fiercer assault, and the tide of battle quickly turned against Naruto and his friends. Amidst the fierce confrontation, they found themselves cornered at the edge of a cliff. We cannot retreat any further. Naruto gritted his teeth, resolute. In that critical moment, an idea struck Naruto. Sakura, Xiaoming, follow my lead, he instructed. He directed Sakura and Xiaoming to divert the Dark Envoy's attention from both flanks while he prepared for his most powerful strike. Without hesitation, Sakura and Xiaoming executed Naruto's plan. The Dark Envoy, indeed distracted, allowed Naruto to gather all his chakra, readying his ultimate technique, the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. Take this, Naruto shouted as he hurled the massive spiraling shuriken towards the Dark Envoy. The envoy, sensing the overwhelming force of the attack, realized it was too late to evade. With a thunderous crash, the Dark Envoy was struck and fell to the ground. Did we succeed? Xiaoming asked cautiously, just as they believed the Dark Envoy had been vanquished. He slowly rose to his feet. You will not defeat me so easily, he snarled. However, he appeared significantly weakened, his power considerably diminished. Seizing the moment, Naruto and his companions broke free from the Dark Envoy and pressed onward. They entered a deep canyon, shrouded in thick mist that obscured the path ahead. Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk here, Naruto warned. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble violently, and colossal centipedes emerged from the depths below. These monstrous creatures, brandishing their formidable pincers, lunged towards them. Naruto and his companions swiftly engaged in battle, confronting the gargantuan centipedes in a fierce struggle. After a grueling fight, they finally vanquished all of the creatures. What an exhausting ordeal, Sakura gasped, panting heavily. We cannot afford to relax. We must hasten our exit from this canyon, Xiaoming urged. They pressed on through the canyon, only to be met with the sudden roar of rushing water. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a tumultuous underground river. With such a swift current, how shall we cross? Sakura expressed her concern. Naruto surveyed their surroundings and spotted some vines. We can utilize these vines to swing across, he suggested. Thus, they skillfully employed the vines and successfully traversed the river. However, just after crossing, they encountered a vast and intricate labyrinth. This maze appears quite complex. We must tread carefully to avoid losing our way, Xiaoming cautioned. They ventured cautiously within the maze, endlessly searching for an exit. Along the way, they encountered various traps and mechanisms, yet they adeptly navigated each challenge with their wit and bravery. After an arduous journey, they finally emerged from the labyrinth. At last, we are free. But what is this place? Sakura inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. They found themselves in a grand cavern, illuminated by an otherworldly glow. Something seems amiss here, Naruto remarked. Just then, a deep, rumbling growl echoed throughout the cavern. A colossal beast emerged from the shadows, its form resembling a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. What manner of creature is this? Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. Naruto furrowed his brow, declaring, regardless of what it is, we must defeat it. The beast charged towards them, prompting Naruto and his companions to scatter in a bid to evade its assault. Naruto unleashed a barrage of ninja techniques against the creature, but its skin was as tough as iron, rendering his attacks nearly ineffective. Observing the beast's movements, Sakura discerned a vulnerability in its abdomen. Naruto, strike its underbelly, she cried out. Heeding Sakura's advice, Naruto launched himself towards the creature's abdomen, delivering a powerful blow. The beast howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Splendid. We have finally defeated it, Xiaoming exclaimed. They continued onward, emerging from the cavern to find themselves in a mysterious forest. The trees towered majestically, their branches intertwining to form a natural barrier. The atmosphere here is rather eerie, Sakura noted. Suddenly, a swarm of toxic insects burst forth from the thicket. Naruto and his friends quickly shielded themselves with their garments to avoid the stings. We must leave this place at once, Naruto urged. They sprinted through the forest, seeking an escape. Just as fatigue began to weigh them down, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. Perhaps within the temple lies what we seek, Xiaoming suggested. They entered the temple, which was suffused with an aura of mystery. At the very center of the temple stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an ancient scroll. Just as Naruto reached out to seize the scroll, several guardians leapt forth from the shadows. Halt! This is a sacred scroll, forbidden to outsiders, the guardians proclaimed. Naruto explained, we harbor no ill intent. We are merely in search of a path home. The guardians remained unconvinced, stating, regardless of your reasons, the scroll cannot be taken. Faced with no other option, Naruto and his companions engaged in combat with the guardians. After an intense struggle, they ultimately persuaded the guardians to permit them to examine the scroll. The scroll contained secrets and clues pertaining to time and space. It seems we are one step closer to finding our way home, Naruto remarked. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from the scroll, they continued on their journey. Upon exiting the temple, they encountered a treacherous swamp. The air was thick with a foul stench, concealing numerous unknown dangers. Everyone, be cautious. Do not get caught in the mire, Naruto warned. They carefully navigated the edges of the swamp in search of a forward path. Suddenly, a massive crocodile lunged from the depths, its gaping maw aimed directly at them. Naruto reacted swiftly, using his ninja techniques to repel the beast. However, more crocodiles emerged from the swamp, encircling them. We are in trouble, Sakura lamented. Fear not. We shall devise a way to break free, Naruto assured. They engaged in a fierce battle with the crocodiles, ultimately managing to escape their onslaught. After traversing the swamp, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. The path ahead was steep and fraught with peril. No matter how difficult it may be, we must ascend, Naruto declared. They began their climb, overcoming various obstacles along the way. Just as they were nearing the summit, a sudden blizzard struck. Hold on tight. Do not let the storm cast you down, Naruto shouted. They clung to the rocks, struggling to progress through the tempest. Once the blizzard subsided, they finally reached the mountain's peak. However, a vast pit awaited them at the summit. Be careful, Xiaoming cried. But it was too late. Naruto and his companions fell into the trap. The pit was lined with sharp spikes, but fortunately, Naruto quickly enveloped them in a protective chakra. We must find a way out, Sakura urged. They searched for an escape, discovering a concealed passage. The passage was shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. Let us proceed and see where it leads, Naruto decided. As they ventured into the passage, they were enveloped by a cacophony of strange sounds and flickering shadows. Eventually, they arrived at a vast cavern. The cave glimmered with mysterious light, hinting at the presence of something significant. Just as they prepared to delve deeper, a series of footsteps echoed through the chamber. Who goes there? Naruto inquired, his voice laced with caution. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, revealing an elderly man clad in peculiar attire. The old man gazed intently at them and inquired, "Do you intruders comprehend the perils that lie within this place?" Naruto stepped forward and replied, "We mean no offense. We are merely seeking a path home." The old man scoffed, "A path home? This is not a realm you may traverse at will." Sakura hastily interjected, "Please, assist us. We genuinely yearn to return." The old man fell silent for a moment and then declared, "It is not impossible for me to assist you, but you must first pass my trial." Naruto inquired, "What trial?" The old man gestured towards the depths of the cave, saying, "There resides a guardian beast. Only by defeating it can you earn my aid." Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto and his companions ventured deeper into the cave. Before long, they encountered the guardian beast, a colossal creature radiating immense power. Naruto initiated the assault, engaging the guardian in a fierce battle, while Sakura and Sasuke flanked it, continuously searching for vulnerabilities. The guardian's strikes were ferocious, and on several occasions, Naruto and his friends narrowly escaped injury. "Everyone be cautious," Naruto shouted. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the guardian's weakness and successfully vanquished it. As they returned, weary, to the old man, he nodded slightly. "Well done, you have passed the trial." The old man produced a mysterious compass and stated, "This compass will guide you to the nexus of time and space, yet the journey remains fraught with peril." Naruto accepted the compass, expressed his gratitude, and set off once more with Sakura and Sasuke. Following the compass's direction, they arrived at a mystical valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their sense of direction. "Be careful. There may be traps here," Sasuke cautioned. Suddenly, the ground erupted with colossal spikes, lunging towards them from all directions. Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu, shattering the spikes one by one. "Hurry," Sakura urged. They sprinted through the valley, evading the incessant dangers. Just as they believed they had escaped, a massive python emerged before them, its maw agape, spewing forth a torrent of venom. Naruto swiftly conjured a chakra shield to block the toxic spray. "We cannot allow it to impede our path," Sasuke exclaimed. They launched a coordinated assault, engaging the python in a desperate struggle. After an intense battle, they finally triumphed over the serpent. Pressing onward, they arrived at the banks of a raging river. "The current is so swift. How can we cross?" Sakura remarked anxiously as she gazed at the tumultuous waters. Naruto scanned the surroundings and spotted a fallen tree. "We can use that tree to cross the river," he proposed. They pushed the tree into the water and cautiously climbed atop it, drifting along with the current. Throughout the crossing, the river relentlessly battered the tree, threatening to topple them into the churning depths. "Hold on tight," Naruto shouted. At last, they successfully navigated the river. The compass now pointed towards an ancient castle. "It seems our destination lies there," Sasuke noted. As they approached the castle, they discovered its grand entrance firmly shut, surrounded by an aura of enigmatic power. "This force was formidable, and caution was imperative," declared Naruto. They attempted to push the door open, yet it remained immovable. While pondering how to gain entry, a multitude of ghostly figures manifested around them. "What are these entities?" Sakura inquired warily. The phantoms launched an assault, and Naruto and his companions fought back valiantly. During the skirmish, Naruto discerned that the specters were vulnerable to light. "Everyone, utilize bright light against them," he shouted. They unleashed their abilities that generated brilliant luminescence, causing the apparitions to gradually dissipate under the radiance. With the specters vanquished, the castle's entrance creaked open slowly. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a musty atmosphere. "This place feels eerie," remarked Xiaoming. Suddenly, a low, ominous laughter echoed through the castle. "Who is there? Show yourself," Naruto called out. A dark sorcerer emerged from the shadows. "You have managed to reach this point. However, your journey concludes here," the sorcerer proclaimed. Unfazed, Naruto retorted, "Do not even think of stopping us." An intense confrontation of magic and ninjutsu was imminent. Chapter 5. A difficult choice. The standoff between Naruto and the Dark Sorcerer was poised to ignite. The sorcerer initiated the conflict, wielding his staff as tendrils of black light shot forth like arrows toward Naruto and his allies. Swiftly, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, dispersing numerous clones to evade the sorcerer's onslaught. Sakura and Xiaoming were equally determined. Sakura nimbly maneuvered between the rays of light, while Xiaoming sought objects in the surroundings to shield against the magical onslaught. "We cannot allow him to maintain the upper hand," Naruto declared. Forming hand seals, he intoned. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful whirlwind erupted from his mouth, surging towards the Dark Sorcerer. In response, the sorcerer scoffed, casually waving his staff to conjure a black shield that absorbed Naruto's wind attack. "Such trivial tricks are ineffective against me," the sorcerer mocked. Seizing the moment, Sakura charged from the side, her dagger gleaming ominously. However, the Dark Sorcerer anticipated her move, sidestepping while unleashing a surge of formidable magic that repelled Sakura. Xiaoming observed the unfolding situation keenly and noted the subtle tremors in the ground beneath the sorcerer as he cast spells. "Naruto, target the ground beneath him," Xiaoming shouted. Understanding Xiaoming's intent, Naruto leaped high, bringing his hands down forcefully onto the ground. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Instantly, earthen walls erupted, surging towards the Dark Sorcerer. The sudden assault disrupted the sorcerer's rhythm, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura launched another strike, soaring through the air as her dagger aimed directly at the Dark Sorcerer. The sorcerer's eyes widened in terror, realizing too late that evasion was no longer an option. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the Dark Sorcerer, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. "Damn it, he got away!" Sakura exclaimed in frustration. Naruto surveyed the empty castle hall and declared, "He must still be within this castle. Let us search carefully." They proceeded cautiously through the castle, each room steeped in mystery and peril. Some chambers were shrouded in poisonous mists, while others were adorned with intricate magical traps. In a room filled with mirrors, Naruto and his companions encountered a new dilemma. The reflections within the mirrors morphed incessantly, revealing terrifying monsters one moment and their own distorted visages the next. "What kind of place is this?" Xiaoming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Naruto, ever vigilant, cautioned, "Be careful, these mirrors may be problematic." No sooner had he spoken than the figures within the mirrors surged forth, launching an assault on them. Quick to respond, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle with these phantoms in the confined space. After a grueling struggle, they finally shattered all the mirrors, freeing themselves from the specter's grasp. "This castle is truly fraught with danger," Sakura panted. They pressed onward and arrived at a vast library. Books towered like mountains, exuding an ancient aura. "Perhaps we can uncover some useful clues here," Xiaoming suggested. They began to search the shelves for tomes related to the Stone of Time and ways to return home. Just as Naruto pulled out a yellowed ancient volume, a swirl of green flames suddenly erupted from within the book, lunging toward him. Naruto swiftly dodged, but the flames relentlessly pursued. Sakura quickly tossed a bottle of water, attempting to extinguish the fire, but it was unaffected. Xiaoming had a sudden inspiration. He seized a hefty book from the shelf and struck it against the flames. Upon impact, the flames quivered momentarily before vanishing completely. "That was close," Naruto exclaimed. They continued their search within the library and ultimately discovered a forgotten book tucked away in a corner, containing secrets about the castle. The book revealed that the castle was shrouded in a powerful curse, and only by uncovering the method to break it could they hope to escape. "What is the method to lift the curse?" Sakura inquired. Xiaoming flipped through the pages, his expression growing grave as he discovered that breaking the curse required locating 3 mysterious gemstones, each guarded by formidable protectors in different corners of the castle. Without hesitation, Naruto declared, "Then we shall seek these 3 gemstones." Following the clues from the book, they first ventured into the castle's basement. The basement was dark and damp, filled with a foul stench. Deep within, they stumbled upon a massive treasure chest, surrounded by an eerie glow. "The gemstones must be within this chest," Naruto stated. As they cautiously approached, a gigantic spider descended from the ceiling, blocking their path. The spider was adorned with sharp spines, its eyes glinting with malevolence. Naruto unleashed a spiral sphere, and charged toward the spider. The spider nimbly evaded Naruto's attacks while expelling silk in an attempt to ensnare him. Sakura and Xiaoming assisted Naruto from the sidelines, relentlessly targeting the spider's vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature. Upon opening the treasure chest, Naruto discovered it contained merely a gem, indicating that they must venture elsewhere to locate the remaining stones, as Xiaoming remarked. They exited the basement and ascended to the pinnacle of the castle. Atop the tower, the wind howled fiercely, and a colossal stone statue loomed before them. As they approached, the statue suddenly sprang to life, swinging its massive fists in aggression. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce struggle against the statue, and after a grueling confrontation, they succeeded in vanquishing it, acquiring the second gem. With only one gem remaining, they followed the clues to the castle's garden. Though the garden appeared serene and beautiful, it concealed numerous dangers. At its center stood a fountain, with the gem embedded at its summit. As they neared the fountain, the surrounding flowers morphed into ferocious plant monsters that launched an assault on them. Naruto and his friends valiantly resisted the onslaught while devising a strategy to approach the fountain. Just as they were on the verge of seizing the gem, the dark sorcerer re-emerged. Did you think it would be so simple to obtain the gem? The dark sorcerer sneered. Naruto glared defiantly, declaring, "You shall not thwart us." The sorcerer unleashed powerful magic, initiating a fierce confrontation with Naruto and his allies. During the battle, Naruto discerned that the sorcerer's magical energy seemed to be waning. "He may not last much longer. Let us intensify our efforts," Naruto urged, inspired by his resolve. Sakura and Xiaoming fought with renewed vigor. Ultimately, the dark sorcerer, unable to withstand their combined strength, fled in disgrace. Naruto successfully retrieved the final gem, breaking the castle's curse. However, as they prepared to exit, a massive vortex appeared outside the castle, ensnaring them within its grasp. "What is happening?" Sakura inquired. Observing the vortex, Naruto replied, "It appears we have not entirely escaped our predicament." As they pondered their next move, a voice emanated from the swirling chaos. "To leave this place, you must make a choice," the voice proclaimed. "What choice?" Xiaoming asked. "Only two of you may depart. One must remain here eternally within the vortex," the voice responded. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming exchanged glances, each unwilling to make such a sacrifice. "We cannot part. There must be another way," Naruto insisted. "There is no alternative." "This is your sole choice," the voice reiterated. Sakura bit her lip and declared, "I am willing to stay." "No, Sakura. If anyone should remain, it should be me," Naruto countered. Xiaoming chimed in, "Let me stay. You two should return." Their disagreement escalated as time slipped away and the vortex's power intensified. "Stop arguing. If we continue like this, none of us will escape." Naruto inhaled deeply. "I have made my decision. I will remain, and you both should go." Sakura and Xiaoming vehemently disagreed, yet Naruto's resolve remained unwavering. "Trust me, you will undoubtedly discover a way to rescue me upon your return," he declared. Ultimately, with tears in their eyes, Sakura and Xiaoming stepped into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Naruto remained alone within the swirling depths, uncertain of what awaited him, yet firmly believing that Sakura and Xiaoming would find a means to save him. Upon returning to the outside world, Sakura and Xiaoming immediately commenced their quest to save Naruto. They sought information far and wide, perusing various ancient tomes in search of secrets pertaining to the vortex and the fabric of time and space. Within an ancient library, they uncovered a long-forgotten tome of magic. This book detailed a ritual capable of dispelling the vortex's power, though it required the collection of numerous precious magical materials. Without hesitation, Sakura and Xiaoming embarked on a journey to gather these materials. They traversed dense forests, scaled treacherous peaks, and delved into dark caverns. In the forest, they encountered a pack of ferocious wolves. The wolves lunged at them with bared fangs, and Sakura and Xiaoming fought valiantly to resist. Utilizing knowledge gleaned from the modern world, Xiaoming devised simple traps that temporarily ensnared the wolves, while Sakura seized the opportunity to launch counterattacks, driving the wolves away one by one. Upon the mountain peaks, they faced inclement weather. Howling winds and swirling snow rendered the paths perilously slick. Sakura lost her footing and nearly plummeted from the cliff's edge. Xiaoming grasped her hand tightly, exerting great effort to pull her back to safety. In the caverns, they encountered a colossal spider creature. The creature spewed venom, attempting to thwart their progress. Working in concert, Xiaoming employed fire magic to divert the spider's attention, while Sakura executed a surprise assault from behind, ultimately vanquishing the monstrous arachnid. After considerable toil, they successfully gathered all the requisite magical materials and returned to the vortex's location to prepare for the ritual. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and the vortex's power began to wane. Just as the vortex was on the verge of dissipating, a dark sorcerer reappeared, attempting to sabotage the ritual. "You shall not succeed," Sakura shouted defiantly. Xiaoming unleashed his most formidable magic to confront the dark sorcerer. In a critical moment, Sakura and Xiaoming unleashed a tremendous force, successfully repelling the dark sorcerer and completing the magical ritual. As the vortex vanished, Naruto emerged from within. "What a relief, Naruto!" Sakura and Xiaoming exclaimed, rushing to embrace him tightly. "Thank you for not giving up on me," Naruto said gratefully. The trio continued their journey, arriving at a mysterious valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune resonated through the air. Following the sound, they encountered a mysterious figure clad in a flowing white robe. The figure turned, a smile gracing their face. "Welcome, brave travelers," the enigmatic figure said. Naruto inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The mysterious figure replied, "I am the guardian of this valley, and your arrival is a twist of fate." Sakura, perplexed, inquired, "A twist of fate? What does that mean?" The mysterious figure explained, "Deep within this valley lies a relic capable of altering the fabric of time and space. But to obtain it, you must endure a series of trials." Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. The first trial involved traversing a fog-laden swamp, rife with hidden traps. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Cautiously, they advanced, supporting one another, and ultimately succeeded in crossing the mire. The second trial required them to scale a steep peak devoid of paths, its surface nothing but smooth stone. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Naruto created multiple copies of himself to scout for a viable route, while Sakura and Xiaoming cheered them on from below. After considerable effort, they reached the summit. The final trial was to unravel an ancient riddle, with the answer concealed within a venerable tome written in a long-lost language. Xiaoming employed his intellect, gradually deciphering the script by comparing the characteristics of various ancient tongues. They triumphed over all trials and obtained the relic. However, just as they were about to leave the valley, the mysterious figure warned them that while the relic's power was formidable, its use came at a price. "What price?" Naruto inquired. The guardian replied, "Using the relic will sap your life force, and should it be misused, it may unleash unforeseen consequences." They fell into deep contemplation. Should they risk using the relic to alter time, or seek safer alternatives? After a fervent internal struggle, they resolved to refrain from using the relic for the time being and to continue searching for other means to return home. Upon exiting the valley, they arrived at an ancient town where the inhabitants appeared enigmatic and wary of their presence. "This place feels strange," Sakura remarked. As they wandered the town, inquiring about information, they encountered reluctance from the townsfolk to engage in conversation. Just as confusion set in, a small boy tugged at Naruto's sleeve. "Follow me. I can share some insights," the boy said. Naruto and his friends trailed the boy to a secluded corner. He revealed that the town was under the control of an evil sorcerer, and its people lived in constant fear. "We can help you defeat the sorcerer," Naruto declared. The boy's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? That would be wonderful." They began devising a strategy to vanquish the sorcerer. Discovering his vulnerability, on nights of the full moon, his powers waned. Thus, they resolved to launch their attack on the night of the full moon. When that night arrived, Naruto and his companions stealthily infiltrated the sorcerer's castle, filled with magical traps. Yet, through courage and cunning, they successfully evaded the dangers. Upon finally confronting the sorcerer, they found him engaged in a nefarious ritual. "We cannot allow him to complete the ceremony," Naruto shouted. They launched an assault against the sorcerer together. Despite his valiant resistance, the sorcerer gradually found himself at a disadvantage due to his waning magical powers. Ultimately, Naruto and his companions triumphed over the sorcerer, liberating the townsfolk. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the people offered them their assistance. Guided by an elder, they learned of a mysterious pyramid hidden deep within a distant desert, which might harbor clues to their journey home. Without hesitation, they embarked on their expedition to the desert. The oppressive heat and swirling sands made their trek unbearable, After what felt like an eternity of wandering, their supplies of water and food dwindled perilously low. Will we ever find the pyramid? Xiaoming uttered in despair. Naruto encouraged him, do not lose hope. We will surely find it. Just as their strength began to wane, they finally glimpsed the silhouette of the pyramid. Surrounding it were formidable guardians, towering and immensely powerful. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and the guardians. After a grueling struggle, they succeeded in entering the pyramid's interior. Inside, they confronted a labyrinth of mechanisms and riddles. They meticulously unraveled one conundrum after another, delving deeper into the heart of the pyramid. In the core area, they stumbled upon an ancient tablet inscribed with enigmatic symbols. Xiaoming studied the symbols intently, and suddenly a spark of realization illuminated his face. I understand. These symbols represent a temporal code, perhaps capable of unlocking a pathway home, he declared. Following the clues within the code, they searched for corresponding mechanisms throughout the pyramid. Just as they were on the brink of success, the dark sorcerer reappeared, intent on thwarting their efforts. You shall not escape this place, the dark sorcerer bellowed. Naruto retorted angrily. Why do you persist in haunting us? Another fierce battle erupted. This time, fueled by determination, Naruto and his friends were resolute in their mission to defeat the dark sorcerer and uncover the path home. After a strenuous confrontation, they once again repelled the dark sorcerer and successfully activated the mechanism. A portal of time and space slowly opened, shimmering with mysterious light. Is this the way home? Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Naruto responded, whether it is or not, we must take the chance. Hand in hand, they stepped through the portal. Chapter 6. The Endless Labyrinth. Upon finding themselves on a mysterious island, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming proceeded to explore cautiously. The island's vegetation was lush and vibrant, with towering trees obscuring the sun, while the ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, permeated by a scent of decay. Everyone, be careful, something feels amiss here, Naruto warned, his vigilance palpable. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded, closely trailing behind him. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket ahead, and a massive wild boar burst forth. Its tusks sharp and its gaze fierce. Instantly, Naruto entered a combat stance, swiftly forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. Numerous clones materialized, charging towards the wild boar. Not to be outdone, Sakura unsheathed her dagger, seeking an opening in the boar's defenses. Meanwhile, Xiaoming observed the surroundings attentively, prepared for any additional threats. After an intense battle, Naruto successfully struck the wild boar with his Rasengan, subduing it. Phew! Thankfully this creature wasn't too formidable, Sakura sighed with relief. They pressed onward, and as they ventured deeper into the island, the mist thickened considerably. This fog is so dense that we can hardly see the path, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto contemplated for a moment and suggested, let's hold hands and not get separated. Just then, they heard a melodious flute resonating through the fog, creating an eerie ambience. What is that sound? Sakura inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Naruto furrowed his brow. I don't know, but it certainly does not bode well. Let's proceed with caution. They followed the direction of the flute's melody and stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance was firmly shut, yet the enchanting sound emanated from within. Naruto stepped forward and gently pushed against the door, but it remained unmoved. Allow me to give it a try, Xiaoming said, closely inspecting the door and discovering a concealed mechanism. He carefully activated the mechanism, and the door creaked open, releasing a wave of stale air. The interior of the temple was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps. At the heart of the temple sat a mysterious figure, holding a flute. You have finally arrived, the enigmatic figure spoke. Naruto cautiously asked, who are you? What are you doing here? The mysterious figure smiled. I am the guardian of this island, and your arrival was destined. Sakura, perplexed, inquired, destined? What do you mean? The figure rose. To leave this island, you must pass 3 trials. Without hesitation, Naruto declared. What trials? We accept. The guardian stated, the first trial is to traverse a toxic marsh. The noxious fumes will incapacitate you instantly, and perilous creatures lurk within. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions boldly entered the marsh. The murky waters exuded a pungent odor as they tread carefully. Suddenly, a massive python lunged from the depths, bearing its fangs at them. Naruto swiftly employed his jutsu, engaging the serpent in a fierce struggle, while Sakura and Xiaoming assisted by seeking its vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, They triumphed over the python and pressed on. At the center of the marsh, the toxins intensified, and Sakura and Xiaoming began to struggle for breath. Observing their plight, Naruto retrieved several antidote pills from his ninja pouch and urged, "Quickly, take these. Hold on." At last, they successfully crossed the toxic marsh. The guardian reappeared before them. "Well done. The next trial is to ascend a steep mountain. A powerful storm rages atop, and the path is narrow. A single misstep could lead to a fall." Gazing at the towering peak, Naruto and his friends showed no hesitation as they began their ascent. The storm battered them relentlessly, and on several occasions, they nearly lost their footing. Yet, supporting one another, they climbed steadily upward. Just as they were nearing the summit, a colossal rock tumbled down towards them. With all his strength, Naruto shattered the boulder. Through their arduous efforts, they finally reached the mountain's peak. The enigmatic figure reappeared, presenting the final trial, unraveling an ancient riddle. This puzzle held the secrets of the island, and failure to solve it would entrap them forever. Naruto and his companions arrived at a mysterious cave, its walls adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. Xiaoming meticulously examined these inscriptions, while Sakura and Naruto pondered nearby. As time slipped away, Xiaoming suddenly had an epiphany. "I understand." He began to rearrange several stones within the cave according to his insights, and at last, the riddle was unraveled. The enigmatic figure smiled as he materialized. "Congratulations. You have passed the test. However, this is merely the beginning. Greater challenges await you." With that, he vanished without a trace. Upon exiting the cave, they were taken aback by the drastic transformation of the island. The once lush forest had withered, the rivers had run dry, and the earth was marred by deep fissures. "What has happened?" Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must uncover the truth," Naruto asserted. They scoured the island for clues and stumbled upon an ancient tome. The book revealed that a dark force was corrupting the island's core, and they needed to discover a method to purify it in order to save the island. "It appears this is our mission," Xiaoming declared. Following the book's guidance, they ventured to the heart of the island. An oppressive aura enveloped the area, where a massive black crystal emanated malevolent energy. "This must be the source of the dark power," Naruto observed. Just as they prepared to approach the crystal, a horde of dark creatures surged forth, launching an assault against them. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming fought valiantly against the onslaught of shadows. Naruto unleashed a barrage of potent ninja techniques, repelling wave after wave of the dark beings. Sakura, agile and swift, darted among the creatures, delivering decisive strikes. Xiaoming, employing his intellect, set simple traps that bought them precious time. After an intense battle, the number of dark creatures dwindled, but fatigue had begun to take its toll. "We cannot stop. We must purify the crystal swiftly," Naruto urged. They finally closed in on the black crystal, with Naruto channeling his chakra into it, attempting to cleanse the dark force. However, the malevolence was too overwhelming, and he was thrown back. "Let me give it a try," Sakura said. She focused her energy into the crystal, but to no avail. Xiaoming contemplated for a moment. "Perhaps we need to collaborate." Thus, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming joined hands, pooling their powers and directing them into the black crystal once more. This time, the crystal began to tremble, the dark energy gradually being subdued. Just as the dark force was on the verge of complete purification, a formidable shadowy figure emerged, roaring, "You shall not thwart my plans." Undeterred by the menace, Naruto and his friends steeled their resolve. "Whoever you are, we will not allow you to succeed," Naruto proclaimed. They engaged in a breathtaking final confrontation with the dark entity. A dark figure unleashed formidable dark magic, launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions nimbly evaded the attacks while continuously countering. During the fray, Naruto discerned the figure's weakness and exchanged a knowing glance with Sakura and Xiaoming. Understanding his intent, they united to unleash their most potent strike. Under the force of their combined assault, the dark figure was ultimately vanquished, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. At that moment, the dark crystal was completely purified, and the island regained its vitality. "How splendid! We have succeeded," Sakura exclaimed with exhilaration. However, before they could celebrate, they felt an overwhelming force pulling them into an unknown realm. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves within a vast labyrinth. "Where are we?" Xiaoming inquired. "I do not know, but we shall surely find a way out," Naruto replied. They commenced their exploration of the maze. which was intricate and laden with various mechanisms and traps. At times, spikes would suddenly emerge from the ground. At other moments, flames would erupt from the walls. Yet, relying on their previous experiences and synergy, they repeatedly navigated perilous situations safely. Deep within the maze, they stumbled upon a colossal stone door, adorned with peculiar inscriptions. Xiaoming scrutinized the markings, declaring, "This appears to be an ancient code." After considerable effort, they deciphered the code, causing the stone door to creak open slowly. Beyond the door lay an expansive chamber, at the center of which floated a luminous orb. What could this be? Sakura asked with curiosity. As Naruto approached to examine it, a sudden beam of light shot forth from the orb, enveloping them entirely. When the radiance subsided, they discovered themselves in a world blanketed in ice and snow. A biting wind howled around them, and snowflakes danced through the air. "It's freezing." Xiaoming shivered uncontrollably. "We must find shelter quickly," Naruto advised. They trudged through the snowstorm and eventually uncovered a cave. Although the cave shielded them from the wind, the temperature remained frigid. "We cannot remain idle here. We must devise a means to escape this place," Naruto stated. "But it's so cold outside. Where can we go?" Sakura lamented. Just then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The footsteps grew nearer, and a figure emerged at the cave's entrance. As the figure entered the cave, they discovered it to be an elderly man clad in thick furs. The old man regarded them with a look of astonishment. "How did you come to be here?" Naruto recounted their experiences to the elder. The old man replied, "This is the land of ice and snow. Few manage to leave alive. However, I know of a legend. Deep within this frozen expanse lies a mysterious castle that conceals the means of escape." Determined to seek a way out, Naruto and his companions resolved to journey to the castle. Following the elder, they exited the cave and embarked on the arduous trek towards the castle. Along the way, they faced ferocious blizzards and encountered fierce ice monsters. Yet, they did not waver, supporting one another as they pressed onward toward the castle. After several days of relentless travel, they finally beheld the silhouette of the castle on the horizon. The castle loomed high into the clouds, shrouded in ice and snow, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. "At last, we have arrived," Sakura declared. They stood before the castle's imposing doors, which were firmly shut. Naruto stepped forward and knocked, and the door creaked open slowly. Revealing a chilling voice, "What brings you here?" Naruto replied, "We seek a way to leave." The voice fell silent for a moment before responding, "Enter. But you must pass my trials." As they stepped inside, a frigid atmosphere enveloped them. In the center of the grand hall stood an ice queen. She proclaimed, "The first trial is to find a blooming snow lotus upon the frozen lake." The ice atop the lake was perilously thin, and one misstep could lead to a plunge into the icy depths. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions approached the lake. The biting wind swept across the surface as they tread cautiously. Suddenly, the ice cracked ominously beneath them, and Xiaoming fell into the frigid water. Naruto quickly employed his ninja techniques to rescue him from the depths. After considerable effort, they finally located the elusive snow lotus. The Ice Queen then announced, "The second trial is to defeat my ice sentinels." A battalion of armored sentinels emerged before them, clad in glimmering frost. A fierce battle ensued, with the sentinels' attacks cold and relentless. Yet, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and seamless teamwork, Naruto and his friends gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they vanquished the Ice Sentinels. The Ice Queen stated, "The final trial is to unravel the riddle of the castle. Only by solving it can you discover the path to freedom." They commenced their search for clues within the castle to decipher the riddle. After an extensive period of contemplation and exploration, they finally unraveled its mystery. A door creaked open, revealing a passage to the outside world. "Thank you for passing my trials," the Ice Queen said. Naruto and his companions stepped into the passage, leaving the castle behind. However, the passage's end did not lead to a familiar realm, but to a valley enshrouded in mist. "Where are we?" Sakura inquired. "Regardless, we must press on," Naruto replied. They cautiously navigated through the valley, when suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed around them. "Ha ha ha, you cannot escape." A shadow emerged from the fog, blocking their path. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded. The shadow responded, "I am the master of the mist. You shall remain trapped here forever." Undeterred by the shadow's ominous words, Naruto and his friends prepared for battle. Naruto formed hand seals, ready to unleash his jutsu. "No matter who you are, we fear you not." The shadow sneered and waved its hands, unleashing a powerful wave of mist towards them. Sakura swiftly dodged, while Xiaoming attempted to analyze the source of the mist's power. Naruto charged headlong into the mist, engaging the shadow in a fierce close-quarters struggle. The shadow moved with remarkable agility, making it difficult for Naruto to gain the upper hand. Observing the shadow's movements, Sakura shouted, "Naruto, there's an opening on its left." Heeding her words, Naruto swiftly pivoted to the left and launched a powerful attack. The shadow was struck, stumbling back a few steps. Taking the opportunity, Xiaoming remarked, "I have observed that the power of this fog appears to be linked to the surrounding environment. Perhaps we can dismantle certain elements nearby to weaken it." Thus, Sakura and Xiaoming commenced their search for destructible objects, while Naruto continued to distract the shadowy figure. After considerable effort, they successfully shattered several stones emanating an eerie glow. And indeed, the fog's power diminished. Seizing the moment, Naruto unleashed a powerful Rasengan, striking at the core of the shadow. The shadow let out a mournful wail before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. "We have finally defeated him," Sakura exclaimed, panting heavily. Yet, before they could relax, new changes unfolded in the valley. The once tranquil ground began to tremble violently, with enormous fissures spreading across the terrain. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. They ran desperately, evading the ever-emerging cracks. Just as they believed they were safe, countless black tendrils erupted from the fissures, lunging towards them. Naruto utilized fire release, attempting to incinerate the tendrils, but they appeared impervious to flames. Sakura noticed some vulnerabilities among the tendrils and called out, "Attack those glowing nodes." Following her guidance, they concentrated their assault on the tendrils' nodes, finally repelling them. However, further dangers swiftly followed. Suddenly, acid rain began to pour from the sky, the droplets scorching their skin with intense heat. "This is unsustainable. We must find a way out of here quickly," Xiaoming urged. They struggled through the rain in search of an escape, eventually uncovering a concealed cave within the mountainside. A mysterious aura pervaded the cave, with strange lights flickering on the walls. "There might be something we need inside," Naruto suggested. Entering the cave, they discovered an ancient tome and a mystical magic circle. Xiaoming meticulously examined the book, exclaiming in astonishment, "This tome contains a spell that can help us leave this place." Following the instructions within the book, they stood upon the magic circle and recited the incantation. The magic circle began to glow, enveloping them in a powerful force. When the light faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar desert. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, and the sand was scalding hot. "This presents yet another challenge," Sakura noted. They trudged through the desert, parched and weary. Suddenly, they spotted an ancient pyramid in the distance. "Perhaps there is a water source there," Xiaoming suggested. As they approached the pyramid, they realized it was surrounded by traps. Naruto cautiously advanced, only to inadvertently trigger a trap, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon them. They dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Upon nearing the pyramid, they discovered the grand entrance sealed shut, adorned with peculiar symbols. Xiaoming once again employed his intellect to decipher the inscriptions. After much effort, they finally managed to open the door. A musty atmosphere enveloped them as they entered the pyramid, its walls adorned with enigmatic designs. While searching for water within the pyramid, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a vast treasure. "These treasures are of no use to us at present. We must first locate water," Naruto declared. Just then, a colossal monster suddenly emerged from among the treasures, guarding them fiercely and preventing their approach. The creature unleashed a terrifying roar as it lunged towards them. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle against the beast. Its strength was formidable, and they were soon struggling against its might. Sakura discerned that the creature's eyes were its weak point and exclaimed, "Naruto, strike at its eyes." Naruto employed the shadow clone technique to distract the monster, seizing the opportunity to charge at its eyes, successfully landing a blow. The monster howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. They resumed their search for a water source and, at last, discovered a spring deep within the pyramid. "Wonderful, we have water," Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. They drank their fill, replenishing their strength. However, just as they prepared to exit the pyramid, they found the entrance had sealed shut, and the surrounding walls began to shift, seemingly intent on trapping them inside. "We must find a way out," Naruto insisted. They scoured the pyramid for an exit and stumbled upon a concealed passage. The tunnel was fraught with various traps and puzzles. Relying on their wit and courage, they overcame each challenge one by one. At last, they emerged from the passage, leaving the pyramid behind. Yet, the desert still lay ahead, rife with unknown dangers awaiting them. Chapter 7. The mysterious ruins. Upon stepping out of the pyramid, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming were met with increasingly bizarre sights in the desert. A fierce wind whipped up clouds of yellow sand, forming towering sand waves that surged towards them. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto shouted, swiftly utilizing wind release to shield against the oncoming sand waves. Sakura and Xiaoming huddled closely beside Naruto, striving to maintain their footing. Once the sand waves passed, they found themselves facing an expansive area of quicksand, where a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. "What should we do? We can't simply walk across," Xiaoming fretted. Observing their surroundings, Naruto spotted some massive dead trees not far away. "We can construct a makeshift bridge with these logs to traverse the quicksand," he proposed. Thus, they worked together, transporting the dead wood to the edge of the quicksand and assembling a rickety bridge. Naruto stepped onto the bridge first, cautiously advancing forward as Sakura and Xiaoming followed closely behind. Just as they neared the opposite shore, the bridge suddenly gave way, and Xiaoming stumbled, nearly plunging into the quicksand. "Xiaoming!" Sakura reacted swiftly, grasping his hand tightly. Naruto quickly turned back to assist, pulling Xiaoming to safety. "That was close," Xiaoming said, still shaken. They successfully crossed the quicksand area and continued onward. Not long after, the sky gradually darkened and the temperature plummeted. "The temperature difference between day and night in this desert is extreme," Sakura remarked, hugging her arms tightly as she shivered. Naruto retrieved some clothing from his backpack and distributed it to Sakura and Xiaoming, saying, "Everyone, put these on. Staying warm is crucial." Just then, they heard a low, rumbling roar in the distance. "What is that sound?" Xiaoming asked anxiously. Naruto vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, uncertain yet certain that whatever lurked nearby was far from friendly. As the growls drew closer, a colossal sand beast erupted from the darkness. Its massive form was enveloped in a cascade of shifting sand, as though imbued with life itself. Undaunted, Naruto charged toward the beast, exclaiming, "Let me handle it." He unleashed a Rasengan, aiming directly at the creature. The sand beast nimbly evaded his attack, retaliating with its enormous claws. Sakura and Xiaoming, positioned at a distance, scoured for the beast's vulnerabilities. "Naruto, its abdomen appears to be particularly weak," Sakura shouted, heeding her words. Naruto adjusted his assault, targeting the beast's underbelly. After an intense exchange, he finally landed a blow on the creature's abdomen, vanquishing it. "Splendid. We've conquered yet another challenge," Xiaoming remarked. However, before they could catch their breath, they noticed a multitude of green eyes surrounding them. "What on earth is that?" Sakura said, her voice laced with caution. It turned out to be a pack of desert wolves, slowly encircling them, baring their sharp teeth. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming braced themselves back to back, preparing to fend off the impending wolf attack. The wolves surged forward, and the trio fought valiantly. During the skirmish, Naruto observed that the wolves moved with astonishing speed, making them difficult to hit. "Everyone, focus on defense. Do not let them bite," he commanded. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement, concentrating on the onslaught. Just as fatigue began to set in, an idea sparked in Naruto's mind. "I will create a ring of fire to drive them back," he proclaimed. He executed a fire jutsu, encircling them with flames. The wolves, momentarily intimidated by the fire, hesitated, yet lingered just outside the blazing perimeter. "This won't suffice. We must devise a means to escape," Xiaoming suggested. Scanning the area, Naruto spotted a nearby canyon. "Let us run toward the canyon. Perhaps we can lose them there," he urged. Seizing the moment of the wolves' indecision, they sprinted toward the canyon. Upon entering, they found themselves free from pursuit, yet were met with a thick fog that obscured their vision. "Be cautious. Other dangers may lurk here," Naruto warned. They cautiously navigated through the canyon, when suddenly a piercing shriek pierced the air. "What is that sound?" Sakura inquired. Before they could react, a swarm of gigantic bats surged forth from the mist, launching an attack. The bats' claws were razor-sharp, and as they dodged the onslaught, the trio sought an escape route. "This way," Xiaoming exclaimed, having discovered a narrow passage. They hastily squeezed through, leaving the bats behind. The passage was dark and damp, permeated by a foul odor. "Where does this tunnel lead?" Sakura pondered. They pressed on until suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, and they plummeted into a deep pit. "Ah!" they all cried in unison. Fortunately, The pit was cushioned with soft sand, sparing them from injury. What is this place? Xiaoming asked as he turned on his flashlight, illuminating their surroundings. They discovered that the cave walls were adorned with strange patterns and inscriptions, seemingly representing some form of ancient records, as Naruto remarked. Just as they delved deeper into the study of the wall's designs, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. This is not good. Danger approaches, Sakura exclaimed. Suddenly, a colossal scorpion emerged from the sands, its tail poised menacingly, ready to strike. Naruto and his companions quickly rose to confront the impending threat. The scorpion charged at Naruto, who deftly sidestepped while unleashing a ninjutsu attack. However, the creature's formidable exoskeleton rendered the ninjutsu largely ineffective. We must identify its weakness, shouted Xiaoming, observing the scorpion's movements. Sakura discerned that its eyes were vulnerable. Naruto, aim for its eyes, she urged. Heeding her advice, Naruto concentrated his energy on attacking the scorpion's eyes. The creature writhed in agony, and seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched another assault, ultimately vanquishing the beast. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted, he panted. They resumed their search for an exit within the cave, and after considerable effort, they discovered a narrow, steep passageway leading upward. At last, they emerged into a vast expanse of grassland. We finally made it out, Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. However, the grassland proved to be no sanctuary, as they soon uncovered numerous concealed traps. Watch your step, Naruto cautioned. They navigated cautiously, avoiding the traps as they advanced. Suddenly, a band of mounted bandits appeared before them. Halt! Surrender your valuables, the leader demanded. Naturally, Naruto and his friends were not inclined to yield easily. We will not be intimidated, Naruto declared. An intense battle ensued. The bandits brandished their weapons and charged at them. Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu, felling the foremost bandit. Sakura and Xiaoming, undeterred, engaged in combat with the remaining assailants. After a fierce struggle, they triumphed over the bandits. What an incessant stream of troubles, Sakura remarked. Continuing their journey across the grassland, they soon stumbled upon an ancient town. The gates stood firmly shut, and an air of mystery enveloped the surroundings. Should we venture inside? Xiaoming inquired. After contemplating, Naruto replied, caution prevails. Let us observe for a moment. Just then, the town's gates creaked open, revealing a mysterious elder who stepped forth. Welcome, distant travelers, the elder greeted. Naruto and his companions eyed him warily. The elder smiled reassuringly. Do not be alarmed, children. I harbor no ill intentions. It has been ages since outsiders graced this town. Hesitating briefly, they ultimately followed the elder into the town. The buildings appeared ancient and dilapidated, and the streets were eerily deserted. Why is it so desolate here? Sakura inquired. The elder sighed. This place once endured a terrible calamity, leading many to depart. He guided them to the front of a temple. This temple enshrines deities that can safeguard us. Yet it seems the divine protection has waned of late, he lamented. As Naruto and his companions entered the temple, they were enveloped by a sinister aura. Something is amiss, Naruto remarked. Just then, the temple statue sprang to life, launching an attack against them. They promptly engaged in battle. After a fierce confrontation, they discerned that the statue's power emanated from a dark magical array. We must dismantle this array, Xiaoming exclaimed. They concentrated their efforts on assaulting the array. Upon its destruction, the statue ceased its attack. Thank you for alleviating the crisis in our town, an elder expressed gratefully. With that, Naruto and his friends departed the town and continued their journey. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a forest shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their sense of direction. Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk here, Naruto advised. As they ventured deeper into the woods, an eerie laughter echoed through the trees. Who goes there? Sakura inquired. A witch emerged from the fog. You have trespassed into my domain. Prepare to face your punishment, the witch declared. She unleashed her magic upon them, prompting Naruto and his friends to evade her attacks. We cannot allow her to assault us unchallenged. We must retaliate, Naruto urged. They began to search for an opening in the witch's magic. Xiaoming noticed that after each spell, the witch experienced a brief pause. Now is our chance to strike, Xiaoming shouted. Seizing the opportunity, they launched an attack against the witch. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over her. Gradually, the mist in the forest dissipated, and they pressed onward. As they walked, they arrived at the banks of a rushing river, devoid of any bridge to cross. How do we get across? Xiaoming pondered, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto proposed, "We could fell some trees and fashion a raft." They set to work chopping wood to construct a raft. Just as they were nearing completion, a gigantic water creature erupted from the river, creating monstrous waves in an attempt to destroy their raft. Naruto and his friends had no choice but to halt their labor and confront the beast. The creature's immense strength put them in a precarious situation. "We must discover its weakness," Sakura shouted. Naruto observed the creature's movements and noticed a patch of differently colored scales on its back. "Perhaps that is its vulnerability," Naruto exclaimed. Together, they targeted the creature's weak spot and ultimately defeated it. They then boarded their raft and successfully navigated across the river. On the opposite bank stood a towering mountain, veiled in clouds and mist. "It seems we are to climb yet again," Xiaoming remarked. They commenced their ascent, navigating the rugged terrain while the air grew thinner with altitude. "Let us persevere. We can make it to the summit," Naruto encouraged. Throughout their climb, they encountered landslides and inclement weather, yet they remained undeterred, supporting one another as they forged ahead. At long last, they reached the mountain's peak, only to find themselves confronted by a vast labyrinth. "This maze appears quite intricate," Sakura observed. "Regardless, we must navigate through it," Naruto declared resolutely. They ventured into the labyrinth, embarking on a quest to find the exit. The maze was replete with various traps and enigmas, which they navigated with utmost caution. At a fork in the path, they opted for the left corridor. A pungent odor permeated the air, while strange luminescence flickered along the walls. "Be careful. There may be peril here," Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, massive stones plummeted from the ceiling. They swiftly evaded the descending debris. "It's a trap," Xiaoming exclaimed. As they turned to retreat, they discovered their escape route obstructed by a stone door. "What should we do?" Sakura inquired. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and spotted a concealed button. "Perhaps this button can open the stone door," he suggested. With great care, he pressed the button, and the door gradually ascended. They pressed onward, only to encounter yet another riddle. The puzzle required them to step on certain stones in a specified sequence to proceed. After considerable contemplation, Xiaoming finally discerned the correct order. They successfully solved the riddle and continued their exploration of the maze. After a lengthy passage of time, they ultimately located the exit. Beyond lay a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist. "This place appears to be enchanted," Sakura remarked. As they entered the valley, they discovered an array of peculiar flora. Some plants instinctively attacked nearby creatures, while others emitted a captivating fragrance that entranced the senses. "Be cautious. Do not touch these plants indiscriminately," Naruto warned. As they advanced with trepidation, a melodious flute echoed through the air. The notes were poignant, seemingly narrating a sorrowful tale. "Where is that flute coming from?" Xiaoming inquired. Following the sound, they stumbled upon a woman clad in white, seated upon a stone. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her visage bore a beautiful, yet melancholic expression. "You have finally arrived," she said. Naruto, on guard, queried, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The woman smiled gently. "I am the guardian of this valley. Your arrival was orchestrated by fate." "Orchestrated by fate? What does that mean?" Sakura asked, perplexed. The woman sighed softly. "This valley is cloaked in a formidable curse, and only you can lift it. We are willing to assist you, but how can we do so?" Naruto inquired. "Deep within the valley lies an ancient temple, which harbors the key to breaking the curse. However, the temple is fiercely guarded by a horde of formidable monsters. So you must tread carefully," the woman cautioned. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions set forth toward the temple. Along their journey, they encountered a myriad of creatures, fire-breathing dragons, colossal stone giants, and elusive specters. They engaged in fierce battles against these beasts. During the confrontation with the dragon, Naruto unleashed his powerful ninjutsu, battling the creature in midair. Meanwhile, Sakura and Xiaoming provided support from the ground, relentlessly attacking the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished the colossal dragon. In the battle against the stone golem, its body proved to be impervious to ordinary attacks. Xiaoming discerned that the joints of the golem were its Achilles heel, and thus they concentrated their efforts on assaulting its joints, ultimately defeating the formidable foe. During their encounter with the specter, which possessed the ability to become invisible and assault the very souls of the living, Sakura utilized her perceptive abilities to detect the specter's location. Naruto and Xiaoming swiftly launched their offensive, dispelling the ghostly adversary. At long last, they arrived at the entrance of the temple. The grand doors stood firmly shut, adorned with enigmatic runes. Naruto and his companions began to decipher these arcane symbols, seeking a means to unlock the entrance. After considerable effort, Xiaoming unraveled the mystery of the runes, and the doors creaked open. A potent force enveloped the interior of the temple, evoking a sense of oppression. At the center of the temple lay a colossal crystal orb, radiating a mystical glow. "Is this the key to breaking the curse?" Sakura inquired. Just as they prepared to approach the crystal, a horde of guardians emerged to protect it. These creatures were far more ferocious and powerful than any they had previously encountered. Undeterred, Naruto and his allies engaged in a climactic battle with the beasts. The conflict was exceedingly fierce. Injuries were sustained, yet they persevered. Eventually, they triumphed over all the monstrous guardians and advanced towards the crystal orb. Naruto extended his hand to touch the orb, and a surge of immense power coursed through him. The crystal emitted a blinding radiance that enveloped the entire valley. As the light faded, the curse was lifted, and vitality returned to the valley. "Thank you." A woman appeared before them, her face radiating gratitude. After bidding farewell to her, Naruto and his companions resumed their adventurous journey, unaware that greater challenges awaited them ahead. Chapter 8. The Abyssal Enigma. After departing from the enigmatic valley, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming ventured forth into the unknown world. They entered a shadowy forest, where towering, twisted trees intertwined their branches, nearly obscuring the sunlight. "This place feels ominous. Everyone, tread carefully," Naruto cautioned. They navigated the forest with utmost caution, the crunch of fallen leaves echoing beneath their feet. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the branches to sway violently, as if something lurked in the darkness. Observing them, "What was that sound?" Sakura asked, gripping her weapon tightly with trepidation. Xiaoming vigilantly scanned their surroundings, muttering, "I don't know, but it surely bodes ill." At that moment, a flurry of shadows darted overhead, accompanied by piercing cries. "It's bats!" Naruto exclaimed. These bats were unlike any they had encountered before, enormous, with razor-sharp teeth, and in overwhelming numbers. Naruto swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, engaging in a fierce battle with the multitude of bats. Sakura and Xiaoming were equally resolute, unleashing their own abilities in an attempt to repel the ferocious creatures. After an arduous struggle, the bats were finally driven away, leaving them panting and exhausted. "We cannot afford to rest. We must hasten our departure from this forest," Naruto declared. They pressed onward, the mist within the woods thickening, obscuring their vision. Suddenly, Naruto felt the ground beneath him give way, and upon looking down, he realized he had become ensnared in a swamp. "Oh no, it's a quagmire!" Sakura exclaimed. Xiaoming quickly searched for nearby branches and vines, urging, "Naruto, grab this." With all his strength, Naruto seized the branch Xiaoming extended, and together with Sakura's assistance, they pulled him free from the mire. "Thank you," Naruto expressed gratefully. Just as they prepared to navigate around the swamp, numerous tentacles unexpectedly surged forth from the depths, launching an assault upon them. "What on earth is that?" Xiaoming asked in terror. Naruto had no time to respond. He immediately unleashed his ninjutsu, engaging in combat with the tentacles, while Sakura sought the source of the appendages. After an intense struggle, they ultimately discovered the origin of the tentacles, a colossal octopus monster. The creature's body lurked deep within the swamp, its tentacles persistently attacking them. "We must identify its weakness to vanquish it," Naruto asserted, observing the creature's movements. Sakura suddenly discerned that its eyes were vulnerable. "Naruto, target its eyes," she shouted. Heeding her words, Naruto concentrated his energy and executed a Rasengan, directing it toward the monster's eye. A piercing scream echoed as the octopus released its grip and sank into the swamp. "At last it is resolved." Xiaoming sighed in relief. As they emerged from the swamp, an ancient castle loomed before them. The castle's walls were weathered, the entrance sealed tight, surrounded by an aura of mystery. "This castle appears perilous," Sakura remarked. "Yet perhaps it harbors the clues we seek," Naruto replied. They cautiously pushed open the heavy doors, the hinges creaking ominously. Inside, the castle was dark and damp, a foul odor permeating the air. They proceeded down the corridor, the torches flickering weakly along the walls. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, extinguishing the flames and plunging the corridor into total darkness. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto warned. At that moment, a horde of phantoms materialized from the shadows, rushing toward them. Quickly, Naruto and his companions unleashed their various skills, engaging in battle with the elusive apparitions. Though the spirits moved with ethereal grace, Naruto's unwavering determination and their synchronized efforts gradually turned the tide in their favor. Ultimately, they dispelled the phantoms and continued their exploration within the castle. Deep within the fortress, they stumbled upon a vast laboratory filled with peculiar instruments and bizarre specimens. The walls adorned with incomprehensible blueprints and notes. "What is this place?" Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. Sakura observed the surrounding items closely, deducing that some horrific experiments were underway. Just then, a massive robot rose from a corner of the laboratory, its metallic body glimmering, red light emanating from its eyes. "Is this our enemy?" Naruto queried. Without a moment's hesitation, the robot launched an attack on them. Its arms could transform into various weapons, striking with astonishing speed. Naruto and his companions swiftly evaded the attacks while searching for the robot's weaknesses. After a thorough observation, Xiaoming discovered an energy core located on the robot's back. "Attack its back," he exclaimed. Naruto unleashed a powerful ninjutsu and charged towards the robot's rear, while Sakura and Xiaoming aided him by diverting the robot's attention. At last, Naruto successfully destroyed the energy core, causing the robot to cease its operations. "Phew, that was close," Sakura remarked. They continued their search for clues within the laboratory and stumbled upon a diary. The diary chronicled how the castle's master once attempted to open a portal to another world. But the experiment failed, resulting in a series of calamities. "Could this be the reason we have been trapped in this strange place?" Xiaoming pondered. Naruto furrowed his brow, suggesting that they might need to discover a way to close this portal in order to return to their normal world. Following the clues from the diary, they ventured into the castle's basement. There, they encountered a colossal magical array, shimmering with eerie light. "Is this the portal?" Sakura inquired. Naruto stepped forward, feeling the array's power. "This must be it, but closing it may require immense strength." Just as they contemplated how to deactivate the magical array, the castle's master suddenly appeared. "You ignorant intruders dare to disrupt my plans," he bellowed. The castle master unleashed formidable magic against Naruto and his friends. They struggled to withstand his overwhelming power, gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage. "We cannot give up like this," Naruto shouted. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement, resolved to fight with all their might. In a critical moment, Naruto suddenly grasped a new ninjutsu, channeling all his energy into this potent technique. The castle master was struck by Naruto's jutsu, suffering severe damage. "Now's our chance, close the portal," Naruto urged. Sakura and Xiaoming combined their strength and infused it into the magical array, causing its light to gradually dim until it ultimately vanished. As the portal closed, the castle began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "Run!" Naruto shouted. They dashed towards the exit with all their might. Just as they escaped the castle, it crumbled with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. "We made it out," Xiaoming gasped. However, before they could catch their breath, they found themselves in an unfamiliar desert. The scorching sun blazed above, and the oppressive heat made it nearly impossible to breathe. "Where are we now?" Sakura exclaimed in despair. Naruto gazed into the distance, declaring, "No matter where this is, we must press on." They trudged through the desert, their supplies of water and food dwindling. Suddenly, a fierce sandstorm swept in, engulfing them. "Hold on tight," Naruto yelled. They lost their bearings in the tempest, unsure of where they had been blown. Once the storm subsided, they discovered themselves standing before a vast canyon. The chasm appeared bottomless, with only a precariously swaying suspension bridge spanning its depths. "Shall we cross?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto surveyed the surroundings, with no alternative paths available. "We had no choice but to attempt it." They cautiously stepped onto the bridge, which creaked ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Halfway across, a flock of enormous birds erupted from the canyon, launching an assault upon them. As they defended themselves against the avian onslaught, they hastened their pace. At last, they successfully traversed the bridge and reached the opposite side of the gorge. Here lay a dense forest, fraught with traps and perilous creatures. "Watch your step," Naruto cautioned. They meticulously avoided the snares, but inadvertently disturbed a slumbering behemoth. Awoken, the creature charged at them in fury. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the colossal beast. Its strength was formidable, repelling them several times. "We cannot give up," Sakura urged. Through their collective efforts, They ultimately discerned the creature's weakness and triumphed over it. I'm exhausted, Xiaoming declared, collapsing onto the ground. Naruto observed his weary comrades and said, "Let us take a moment to rest before we press on." After a brief respite in the forest, they continued their journey. As they walked, they arrived at the entrance of a mysterious cave, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, concealing unknown secrets within. "Should we enter?" Sakura asked. Taking a deep breath, Naruto replied, "Let us investigate. Perhaps it holds what we seek." They ventured inside, greeted by an enigmatic aura. The walls glimmered with various gemstones, while strange runes adorned the floor. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed through the cave. "Be careful," Naruto warned. A colossal two-headed dragon emerged from the depths, unleashing fiery breath upon them. They swiftly dodged and sought an opportunity to strike back. After a fierce confrontation, they finally exploited a weakness in the dragon's defense and vanquished it. Behind the dragon, they discovered a massive treasure chest. What could be inside? Xiaoming asked, curiosity piqued. Naruto opened the chest to reveal an ancient tome, inscribed with knowledge of a mysterious power that might aid their return to their original world. "This is wonderful. We have hope," Sakura exclaimed. However, just as they prepared to delve into the book, the cave began to tremble violently, threatening to collapse. "Run!" Naruto shouted. Clutching the tome, they raced from the cave. Upon emerging, they found themselves at the seaside, where waves crashed against the shore and the wind howled fiercely. "What shall we do next?" Xiaoming queried. Naruto gazed at the book in his hands. "First, let us find a place to thoroughly examine this tome." They discovered an abandoned hut by the shore and began their study of its contents within. After much effort, they finally discovered a method to harness the mysterious power. "Are you ready?" Naruto inquired. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Following the instructions in the book, Naruto unleashed the enigmatic force. A flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from their location. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar city. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, yet the streets were eerily deserted, suffused with an unsettling atmosphere. "Where's this place?" Sakura asked. Naruto, scanning their surroundings with caution, replied, "I don't know, but we must tread carefully." As they ventured through the city, they suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. The steps grew louder until a mysterious figure materialized before them. "You have finally arrived," the figure proclaimed. "Who are you?" Naruto questioned. The enigmatic figure smiled. "I am the guardian of this realm. Your arrival has disrupted the balance here." "What do you mean?" Xiaoming inquired. The figure explained, "This world is on the brink of a colossal crisis, and only you can save it." Naruto and his companions exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to trust the figure's words. Sensing their hesitation, the figure added, "If you doubt me, feel free to investigate for yourselves." With that, the mysterious figure vanished. Determined to uncover the truth, Naruto and his friends resolved to search for clues within the city, to ascertain whether the looming peril was indeed as the figure had suggested. In the corners of the city, they stumbled upon peculiar symbols and patterns that appeared to hint at something significant. These symbols seemed to be some sort of code, Xiaoming remarked. Sakura meticulously examined the symbols, suggesting, "Perhaps we can decipher them." After considerable effort, they successfully cracked the code, revealing a hidden basement. The basement was cluttered with various experimental apparatus and documents. What kind of experiments are being conducted here? Naruto pondered. They began to sift through the files and discovered that the scientists of this city were engaged in a perilous experiment, attempting to open a portal to another dimension in pursuit of immense power. However, the experiment had spiraled out of control, plunging the world into chaos. "We must put an end to this experiment," Sakura asserted. Naruto nodded in agreement. "But first, we need to locate the core device." They continued their search through the basement and eventually uncovered a colossal machine adorned with a myriad of blinking indicators. "This must be the core device," Xiaoming declared. Just as they prepared to dismantle the apparatus, a swarm of robots stormed in, launching an assault on them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the robots. The onslaught from the robots was relentless, and they gradually found themselves in dire straits. "This cannot continue," Naruto exclaimed. Suddenly, Sakura had a brilliant idea. "We can utilize the equipment here to create some jamming devices that will incapacitate these robots." Thus, Xiaoming and Sakura began to construct the jamming devices while Naruto held off the robots' attacks. After a tense flurry of activity, the jamming devices were finally completed. They activated the devices, and in an instant, the robots ceased to function. Excellent. We've succeeded, Xiaoming exclaimed with exhilaration. They swiftly dismantled the core apparatus, thwarting the continuation of the experiment. However, just as they believed all was concluded, an alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the city. What is happening? Sakura inquired. Naruto gazed out the window, his expression darkening. This is bad. It appears a more formidable foe is approaching. They hastened out of the basement, only to behold a colossal spacecraft looming in the sky, unleashing powerful energy beams that obliterated the city's structures. What on earth is this? Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. Naruto furrowed his brow, declaring, regardless of what it is, we must put a stop to it. They raced toward the direction of the spacecraft, bracing themselves for a new challenge. The hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, and a legion of warriors clad in black armor emerged. You, the destroyers, shall be punished, the warriors shouted. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions charged directly at these adversaries. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Naruto unleashed a variety of ninjutsu, while Sakura and Xiaoming tapped into their utmost potential. Yet the enemy's strength was overwhelming, and they gradually began to feel the strain. We cannot be defeated like this. Naruto gritted his teeth. At that moment, he discerned a flaw in the enemy's defenses. Sakura, Xiaoming, follow me, Naruto called out. Seizing the opportunity, they breached the enemy line and infiltrated the interior of the spacecraft. Inside, they found themselves surrounded by intricate instruments and a labyrinth of pipes. We must locate the control center of the ship, Naruto stated. They scoured the spacecraft, ultimately discovering a vast control console. This is it, Xiaoming exclaimed. Just as they prepared to sabotage the console, a formidable enemy materialized. This foe possessed extraordinary strength and speed, plunging Naruto and his friends into a desperate struggle. Hold on, everyone, Naruto shouted. Amidst the fierce combat, Sakura accidentally sustained an injury. Sakura, Naruto cried out in concern. Xiaoming swiftly supported Sakura, urging, you rest for now. We can handle this. Naruto glared furiously at the enemy, a surge of power erupting within him as he unleashed a more potent ninjutsu. The enemy faltered, momentarily intimidated by Naruto's fierce presence. Seizing the chance, Naruto executed a decisive blow, vanquishing the foe. They successfully dismantled the control console, causing the spacecraft to spiral out of control and begin its descent. We must leave this place, Naruto shouted. They narrowly escaped the spacecraft before it plummeted to the ground. Finally, it's over, Xiaoming remarked. However, before they could catch their breath, they noticed an array of strange creatures emerging throughout the city. These beings, varied in form, possessed significant offensive capabilities. What is going on now? Sakura questioned. Naruto replied, it seems the crisis in this world is far from resolved. They plunged back into battle, engaging in a fierce struggle against these peculiar creatures. During the fray, Naruto realized that these beings appeared to be under some form of control. We must find the source of their manipulation, he asserted. While contending with the adversaries, they sought clues, and after considerable effort, they uncovered a hidden laboratory concealed underground. In the laboratory, an enormous energy sphere radiated a formidable signal, exerting control over the creatures. Destroy the energy sphere, Naruto declared. They charged towards the sphere, only to be obstructed by a horde of guardians. These guardians wielded immense magical powers, posing a significant challenge to Naruto and his companions. We cannot retreat, Xiaoming shouted. A fierce battle of magic and ninjutsu ensued between them and the guardians. After a strenuous fight, they ultimately vanquished the guardians and successfully shattered the energy sphere. With the destruction of the sphere, the strange creatures ceased their assaults, and the city gradually returned to tranquility. We did it, Sakura exclaimed with excitement. Naruto gazed at his weary yet jubilant comrades, but our adventure is far from over. At that moment, an unusual beam of light appeared in the sky, and a mysterious portal slowly opened. What is this? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto responded, perhaps this is a passage to a new adventure. Without hesitation, they stepped into the portal, continuing their journey into the unknown. Chapter 9. The Crisis of the Otherworld. Upon entering the portal, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming felt a whirlwind sensation. When the light faded, they found themselves in an extraordinary realm. The sky exhibited an eerie purplish-red hue. The land lay barren and desolate, devoid of any vegetation, and the air was thick with a pungent sulfurous odor. What is this place? It feels dreadful, Sakura remarked, her brow furrowed. Naruto cautiously surveyed their surroundings. I don't know, but it is certainly fraught with danger. Everyone, stay vigilant. They advanced gingerly, the cracked earth beneath their feet stirring up clouds of dust with each step. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the distance, reverberating through the desolate wilderness and sending chills down their spines. Not good, something is approaching, Xiaoming said nervously. A horde of colossal, wolf-like creatures came barreling towards them, their bodies bristling with sharp spikes, and their eyes gleaming with a menacing red light. Unfazed, Naruto swiftly performed hand signs, shadow clone technique. Instantly, multiple clones materialized, charging towards the monstrous horde. Sakura, not to be outdone, brandished her weapon and joined the fray. Meanwhile, Xiaoming observed the creatures' movements, searching for their vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, they finally repelled the monstrous onslaught, though each was left panting and exhausted. We cannot afford to rest. This place is unsafe, Naruto urged. They pressed onward, and as they ventured further, the temperature soared, and the environment grew increasingly hostile. I feel as if I'm being roasted alive. Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, they spotted a colossal volcano ahead, its crater continuously spewing thick smoke and molten lava. This volcano appears perilous, yet it may be our only escape, Naruto stated. Sakura expressed her concerns, but getting close to the volcano is too dangerous. Naruto resolutely replied, one must venture into the tiger's den to seize its cubs. We will proceed with caution. They approached the volcano slowly, the ground around it scorching hot, waves of heat enveloping them. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the volcano's crater, and a colossal beast of flame erupted from within. The creature was engulfed in fierce flames, lunging towards them with claws bared. Naruto and his companions swiftly evaded its assault, with Naruto employing the water release technique in an attempt to quell the beast's inferno. However, the fire creature's strength proved formidable, rendering the water technique largely ineffective. This won't do. We must devise an alternative strategy, Sakura exclaimed. Observing the beast's movements, Xiaoming discerned that its abdomen appeared to be a vulnerable point in its defenses. Naruto, target its abdomen, Xiaoming shouted. Heeding this advice, Naruto concentrated his energy and charged towards the beast's midsection. After an arduous struggle, Naruto finally landed a blow on the fiery creature's abdomen, causing it to roar in agony before collapsing to the ground. At last, we have vanquished it. Naruto sighed in relief. They pressed onward, circumventing the volcano, and soon stumbled upon a hidden cave at the base of the mountain. An aura of mystery enveloped the cavern, with walls shimmering with an otherworldly light. This cave seems extraordinary, Sakura remarked. Cautiously, Naruto stepped inside, where the sound of dripping water echoed softly. As they ventured deeper, a shrill cry suddenly pierced the air. A swarm of bat-like creatures surged towards them, their wings crackling with electricity. They quickly dodged, but Xiaoming noticed a narrow passageway on one side of the cave that might provide refuge from the creature's onslaught. Hurry this way, Xiaoming urged. They squeezed into the passage, with the bat-like beings in hot pursuit. The corridor was constricted, compelling them to stoop as they advanced. Abruptly, they encountered a chasm that obstructed their path. What do we do now? Sakura fretted. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto retrieved a rope from his backpack, stating, we can swing across with this. They secured the rope to a protruding rock, and Naruto was the first to swing over. Following him were Sakura and Xiaoming. Just as they reached the opposite side, the bat creatures arrived but were thwarted by the chasm, their furious cries echoing behind them. Continuing their exploration, the cave gradually widened until they discovered a vast underground lake. The water shimmered with an eerie green hue, shrouded by a thin veil of mist. This water seems suspicious. We should exercise caution, Naruto warned. At that moment, numerous tendrils suddenly emerged from the depths, lunging toward them. Reacting swiftly, they retreated as the tendrils left deep grooves in the ground. What on earth are these things? Xiaoming exclaimed in terror. Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu, attempting to fend off the tendrils, but their sheer number made complete defense impossible. Sakura spotted some large boulders along one side of the lake, which could potentially be used as projectiles against the tendrils. Let us push the boulders, she shouted. Together, they exerted their strength, toppling the stones onto the tendrils. Momentarily repelled, the tendrils recoiled into the water. Now's our chance, run, Naruto urged. They dashed along the lake's edge and eventually discovered the cave's exit. Beyond the exit lies a dense forest, yet the trees within are contorted in shape, as if tainted by some malevolent force. This forest exudes an aura of danger, remarked Xiaoming. However, we have no alternative but to traverse it, replied Naruto. They ventured into the woods, where a thick fog enveloped the area, severely limiting their visibility. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the air. Who's there? Sakura asked, her voice tinged with caution. A figure emerged slowly from the mist, cloaked in a dark robe. You should not have come here, the mysterious figure intoned. Naruto inquired. Who are you? Why do you say that? The figure scoffed. This is a cursed place. You shall not leave alive. With that, the mysterious figure vanished into the fog. As Naruto and his companions pressed on, they soon realized they had lost their way. The fog is too thick. It feels as if we are merely circling in place. Xiaoming lamented. Sakura urged, we must remain calm. There must be a way to find an exit. At that moment, they noticed peculiar footprints on the ground. Perhaps following these tracks will lead us out, suggested Naruto. They advanced along the footprints and eventually emerged from the fog. However, awaiting them was a vast pit, into which they all tumbled. The pit was deep, its walls smooth and impossible to climb. This is troublesome, Sakura sighed. Naruto scanned their surroundings and discovered a hidden passage on one side of the pit. Let us see if this passage leads us outside, he proposed. They entered the dark passage, which was permeated by a foul odor. As they proceeded, they heard a deep, resonant breathing. Be cautious, something lurks ahead, warned Naruto. Suddenly, a massive beast emerged from the darkness, its body resembling a wall, adorned with sharp teeth. Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle with the creature. The beast's strength was formidable, and they began to tire. At that moment, Xiaoming noticed that the beast's eyes were its weak point. Naruto, aim for its eyes. Xiaoming shouted. Naruto unleashed a spiral attack, striking the creature's eye. The beast roared in agony and collapsed to the ground. They continued through the passage until they finally discovered an exit. Beyond the exit lay a cliff, with a raging river below. How do we get across? Sakura inquired. Naruto pondered. We can fashion a makeshift rope using branches and vines to slide down. After constructing the rope, they took turns sliding down the cliff. Upon landing in the river, they were swiftly carried downstream. In the river, they encountered whirlpools and rocks, finding themselves in a perilous situation. Naruto struggled to maintain balance, guiding everyone away from danger after danger. At last, they were swept ashore. Upon reaching the land, they found themselves in an unfamiliar village. The village was deserted, its houses dilapidated, a scene of desolation. What has happened here? Xiaoming asked. At that moment, they heard the sound of footsteps drawing nearer, and a group of armed individuals emerged before them. Who are you? What brings you here? The leader inquired. Naruto explained. We stumbled upon this place by accident and bear no ill intent. The leader scrutinized them for a moment and replied, regardless of your intentions, strangers are unwelcome here. Naruto responded, we merely seek a way to depart. The leader declared, depart? This place is cursed, no one can leave. Unconvinced, Naruto and his companions resolved to search the village for clues. Within an abandoned house in the village, they discovered an ancient tome. The book chronicled the history of this place and the means to lift the curse. It revealed that an evil sorcerer had once cast the curse, and only by locating the sorcerer's staff could the curse be broken. Then we shall seek the sorcerer's staff, Naruto proclaimed. They inquired among the villagers about the staff's whereabouts, but all shook their heads in ignorance. Just as despair began to set in, a child quietly informed them. I have heard that there are clues to the staff's location in the cave behind the village. Grateful for the lead, Naruto and his companions made their way to the cave. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a foul odor. They proceeded cautiously, only to be startled by an odd noise. What is that sound? Xiaoming asked. Naruto replied warily, I do not know, but we must tread carefully. Suddenly, a horde of enormous spiders emerged from the shadows, launching an assault. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and the spiders, as they nimbly dodged the venomous spray. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the spiders and pressed deeper into the cave. At the cave's depths, they encountered a massive stone door, etched with peculiar symbols. Xiaoming examined the symbols closely, remarking, these may be the key to unlocking the door. After considerable effort, they deciphered the code, and the door slowly creaked open. Within lay a vast stone chamber, at the center of which rested a gleaming staff. This must be the sorcerer's staff, Naruto declared. Just as they prepared to seize the staff, an enormous figure materialized before them. It is the spirit of the sorcerer. Sakura gasped. The sorcerer's spirit let out a furious roar. You shall not take the staff. Naruto insisted. We must take the staff to break the curse. An intense battle erupted. The sorcerer's spirit unleashed formidable magic, and Naruto and his friends fought valiantly against it. During the clash, Naruto discerned a weakness in the sorcerer's spirit. He exchanged glances with Sakura and Xiaoming, and together they launched a coordinated attack, striking the spirit's vulnerability. With a piercing scream, the sorcerer's spirit vanished. They seized the staff and returned to the village. Following the instructions in the tome, they utilized the staff to lift the curse. The village blossomed back to life, and the grateful villagers wept tears of joy for their saviors. Naruto and his companions bid farewell to the villagers and continued on their adventurous journey. They traveled for a considerable time until they arrived at a treacherous swamp. A foul odor permeated the air, and green marsh gas continually bubbled up from the muddy ground. This place appears perilous. We must tread carefully, Naruto cautioned. They cautiously stepped into the mire, each movement requiring effort to extricate their feet from the clinging mud. Suddenly, Sakura felt something grasp her foot tightly. "Ah!" she cried out in terror. Naruto looked down to see a colossal swamp creature extending its tentacles from the depths, ensnaring Sakura. "Release her!" Naruto shouted angrily, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a jutsu in an attempt to assault the creature. Xiaoming promptly joined the fray, striking at the tentacles with his weapon. The swamp creature violently swung its appendage, casting Sakura away. "Sakura!" Both Naruto and Xiaoming exclaimed, their hearts racing. Naruto hastened towards the direction where Sakura had fallen, while Xiaoming continued to engage the swamp creature. Thankfully, Naruto found Sakura, who had only sustained minor scrapes. "Let us return and assist Xiaoming," Sakura suggested. They turned back to the battlefield, discovering that Xiaoming was beginning to tire. "Do not fear, we have arrived," Naruto called out. Together, the trio united their efforts and ultimately uncovered the creature's weakness, successfully vanquishing it. "What a harrowing experience," Xiaoming gasped, panting. They pressed onward, and upon exiting the swamp, encountered a towering mountain peak. The precipice was steep and treacherous, offering little in the way of climbing holds. "How shall we ascend?" Sakura lamented, gazing up at the summit. Naruto pondered, "Let us seek an alternative route." As they scoured the base of the mountain, they stumbled upon a concealed cave. "Perhaps this cave leads to the summit," Xiaoming proposed. They entered the cave, which was shrouded in darkness. Naruto ignited a torch, illuminating the path ahead. The air within the cave was damp, with droplets occasionally falling from above. As they ventured deeper, a low, ominous buzzing filled the air. "This could be dangerous," Naruto warned, remaining vigilant. A swarm of enormous venomous bees surged towards them. "Run!" Sakura shouted. They sprinted through the cave, the bees in hot pursuit. Naruto spotted a narrow passageway. Quickly, into the passage. They squeezed through, and the bees, hindered by their size, could not follow. "At last, we have evaded them," Xiaoming sighed in relief. They continued to navigate the cave, unaware of how long they had traveled, until they finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. "That must be the exit," Naruto declared. Upon emerging from the cave, they found themselves atop the mountain. However, at the summit stood an ancient castle. The grand entrance was firmly shut, enveloped in an air of mystery. "This castle seems enigmatic. I wonder what lies within," Sakura mused. Naruto approached and pushed against the heavy door, but it did not budge. "Let me give it a try," Xiaoming said, searching for a mechanism. At last, he discovered a concealed button. Pressing it caused the door to creak open. A musty scent wafted out, revealing a dimly lit, damp interior adorned with ancient portraits on the walls. They cautiously entered the castle, only to be startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. The footsteps grew nearer, and soon a knight clad in armor appeared before them. "Who are you to dare intrude upon my fortress?" the knight bellowed. Naruto explained, "We did not intend to trespass. We are merely searching for a way out." The knight sneered, "There is no escape here. Now that you have come, you shall not leave." With that, he raised his sword and charged at them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the knight, whose swordsmanship was formidable, leaving Naruto and his friends momentarily overwhelmed. During the fray, Naruto noticed the knight's movements were somewhat stiff, as if he were under some form of control. "Let us try attacking his helmet," Naruto suggested. They concentrated their efforts on striking the knight's helmet. Once it was dislodged, the knight's gaze became bewildered, and he collapsed to the ground. "What just happened?" Sakura asked, perplexed. Naruto replied, "He may have been under a magical influence." They continued their exploration of the castle and stumbled upon a basement filled with various magical artifacts and tomes. Perhaps we can find what we need here, Xiaoming remarked. Just as they began to peruse the books, the basement suddenly shook. This is bad. There may be danger, Naruto warned. They prepared to leave the basement, only to find the door had been shut tight. What should we do? Sakura exclaimed anxiously. Naruto scanned the surroundings for an exit and discovered a ventilation shaft. We can escape through here, he declared. They struggled to crawl into the shaft and finally emerged from the basement. However, more foes appeared within the castle, compelling them to continue the battle. After a grueling struggle, they managed to defeat all the adversaries. I'm exhausted, Xiaoming slumped to the ground. Yet we cannot rest. We must swiftly find a means of escape, Naruto insisted. They persisted in their search for clues within the castle and eventually uncovered a magical diary. The diary contained the location of a teleportation array, which could lead them away from this place. Following the directions in the diary, they located the array. It shimmered with an enigmatic glow, and without hesitation, Naruto and his companions stepped into the array. In a flash of light, they vanished from their location. When they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar desert. The scorching sun beat down, and the swirling sands obscured their vision. Where are we? Sakura inquired. Naruto gazed at the endless expanse of desert. I do not know, but we must press on. They trudged through the desert, their supplies of water and food dwindling. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped through, stirring up a tempest of sand. Watch out, Naruto shouted. They were engulfed by the sandstorm, finding themselves in dire straits. Just as despair threatened to overtake them, Naruto spotted an oasis in the distance. There may be what we need, he said. They desperately crawled toward the oasis. Upon arriving, they discovered an ancient temple nestled within. The temple's grand entrance stood resolutely shut, adorned with enigmatic runes. This may very well be our hope, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto meticulously scrutinized the runes, endeavoring to uncover a means to unlock the door. After considerable effort, the door gradually creaked open. A mysterious aura enveloped the temple, revealing a colossal crystal orb at its center. What is this? Sakura inquired with curiosity. As they approached the orb, it suddenly emitted a blinding radiance that enveloped them completely. When the light dissipated, they found themselves ensnared within an immense labyrinth. What on earth is happening? Xiaoming exclaimed. Regardless, we must locate the exit, Naruto asserted. They navigated the maze cautiously, each fork in the path teeming with uncertainty and peril. Deep within the maze, they were startled by a low, rumbling growl. Be careful. Something approaches, Naruto warned, his senses heightened. A gigantic beast surged forth from the shadows, launching an attack upon them. A fierce battle ensued as Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming fought valiantly against the monstrous creature. Chapter 10, Survival in Adversity. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming engaged in a fierce struggle against the colossal beast within the labyrinth. The monster possessed immense strength, each strike delivering a devastating force. Naruto unleashed various ninjutsu techniques, seeking to exploit the creature's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Sakura observed the beast's movements, providing tactical counsel to Naruto. Xiaoming ingeniously utilized the environment, setting rudimentary traps to disrupt the creature's onslaught. After a grueling confrontation, they finally discerned the monster's weakness lay in its underbelly. Seizing the moment, Naruto channeled all his energy into a Rasengan, striking the beast's abdomen. The creature let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Phew, finally dealt with, Naruto gasped, catching his breath. But we still need to find the exit of the maze, Sakura reminded them. They pressed on, navigating the intricate paths of the labyrinth, where every decision seemed to dictate their fate. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a three-way junction. Which path should we take? Xiaoming pondered, gazing at the nearly identical corridors. Naruto closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding energies, before pointing toward the left passage. Let us go this way. They ventured into the left corridor, which was shrouded in a mysterious mist. As they proceeded, they began to hear a faint melody. What is that sound? Sakura asked, gripping her weapon with trepidation. The song grew increasingly distinct, seemingly luring them forward. Suddenly, a glow appeared ahead. They quickened their pace, entering the light, only to discover themselves in an expansive garden. The garden was resplendent with vibrant blooms, yet it exuded an unsettling aura. This garden appears enchanting, yet something feels amiss, Xiaoming remarked. At that moment, a swarm of tiny fairies burst forth from the foliage. With pointed ears and glimmering wings, they cried out, "Intruders! Leave this place." Naruto quickly explained, "We mean no offense. We are merely seeking a way out." The little sprites, filled with disbelief, launched their attacks, unleashing beams of light towards Naruto and his companions. They had no choice but to engage in battle. During the fray, Sakura discerned that these sprites were not genuinely intent on causing them harm. They were merely defending their garden. "Let us cease this conflict," Sakura exclaimed. Naruto and his allies halted their assaults, and the sprites too ceased their onslaught. "We are truly lost and mean no harm," Sakura reiterated. After a brief discussion among themselves, one of the sprites responded, "Very well, then follow us." The sprites guided them deep into the garden, where a concealed door awaited. "This door will lead you out of the garden, but the path beyond will be fraught with challenges," one sprite warned. Grateful, Naruto and his companions thanked the sprites before stepping through the door. Beyond it lay a narrow passage shrouded in a foreboding darkness. They tread cautiously when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously. The footsteps grew ever closer, and a colossal shadow emerged before them. "Who goes there?" Naruto inquired, his voice edged with vigilance. As the shadow came into focus, it revealed itself to be a massive puppet, its metallic form glinting ominously at the joints. Without uttering a word, the puppet launched an immediate assault, its powerful arms swinging with ferocity. Naruto and his friends deftly evaded the strikes, searching for a chink in the puppet's armor. Xiaoming spotted a control core located at the puppet's back. "Strike at its rear." Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique to divert the puppet's attention, while Sakura seized the opportunity to dash towards its back. Just as Sakura was about to reach the control core, the puppet abruptly pivoted and swung a fist, sending her crashing away. "Sakura!" Naruto shouted in alarm. Xiaoming hurried to assist her, asking, "Are you all right?" Sakura shook her head, "I can still fight." Naruto glared at the puppet with unyielding fury. "I will not let you escape." He concentrated his energy and unleashed his most powerful jutsu, sending forth a brilliant beam of light towards the puppet. The puppet staggered under the impact, ultimately collapsing to the ground. They pressed onward, reaching the end of the passage, which opened into a vast cavern. The cave shimmered with strange luminescence, its walls adorned with an array of precious gems. "It appears there is treasure here," Xiaoming remarked. As they surveyed the cavern, the ground trembled violently. A gigantic subterranean creature erupted from the depths below. It boasted an enormous maw filled with razor-sharp teeth and was cloaked in impenetrable scales. "Be careful," Naruto warned. The creature opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful gust that knocked them to the ground. Quickly regaining his footing, Naruto charged at the beast. The creature retaliated by sweeping its tail towards him, but he nimbly evaded the attack. Sakura and Xiaoming joined the fray, coordinating their efforts. Sakura targeted the creature's eyes, while Xiaoming sought out its vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, they uncovered that the creature's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Naruto unleashed a spiraling sphere, striking the creature's belly with tremendous force. The creature howled in agony before retreating back into the earth. "We have finally vanquished it," Naruto proclaimed. They continued their exploration within the cavern, stumbling upon a passage that ascended into the unknown. As they scaled the passage, they emerged into a mysterious valley, shrouded in thick mist that obscured their path ahead. "Be cautious. There may be hidden dangers here," Naruto warned. They cautiously ventured into the valley when suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed around them. "Who goes there?" Sakura inquired. A mysterious witch materialized from the fog. "You have trespassed upon my domain. Prepare to face the consequences," the witch declared. With a flourish of her wand, she unleashed dark beams of energy toward them. Naruto and his companions swiftly dodged, engaging in a fierce duel of magic and ninjutsu against the witch. Her sorcery was both formidable and unpredictable, and they found themselves gradually ensnared in a perilous situation. "This cannot continue. We must uncover the flaw in her magic," Xiaoming suggested. Observing the witch's movements, Naruto noticed that she paused momentarily each time she cast a powerful spell. "Now!" Naruto shouted. Seizing the opportunity, they launched their assault, charging toward the witch. Taken aback by their sudden onslaught, the witch faltered, causing her spell to misfire. Naruto seized the moment to unleash a powerful jutsu, defeating the witch. "Phew, that was close," Sakura remarked. As they exited the valley, an endless expanse of desert unfolded before them. "This desert appears boundless. How shall we cross it?" Xiaoming queried. We must not falter. There must be a way through, Naruto responded. They trudged through the desert, the scorching sun beating down upon them, sweat streaming incessantly. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept up clouds of yellow sand, forming a colossal sandstorm. Oh no, a sandstorm! Naruto exclaimed. They were engulfed by the tempest, losing their sense of direction. Amidst the chaos, they supported one another, striving to remain alert. After what felt like an eternity, the storm finally subsided. They found themselves in an unfamiliar locale, surrounded by an eerie landscape of jagged rocks. Where are we? Sakura asked. Naruto surveyed their surroundings. I do not know, but we must press on. Navigating through the bizarre formations, they suddenly heard a deep growl. A colossal beast emerged from behind the rocks, its body resembling a small mountain, covered in sharp spines. Prepared for battle, Naruto and his friends braced themselves as the beast charged, each step causing the ground to tremble. Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu, targeting the creature's legs. The beast roared in pain, becoming even more enraged. Sakura and Xiaoming searched for the creature's weakness. After an intense struggle, they discovered that its eyes were vulnerable. Naruto employed the shadow clone technique to divert the beast's attention, while Sakura seized the moment to launch a hidden weapon. Striking the beast's eye, the creature fell to the ground, writhing in agony before succumbing to stillness. As they continued onward, they encountered a raging river. The current surged violently, concealing unknown dangers beneath its surface. How shall we cross the river? Xiaoming gazed at the flowing river, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Naruto pondered for a moment and suggested, we could fell some trees to construct a raft. After considerable effort, they finally fashioned a sturdy raft. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming boarded the vessel, drifting downstream along the river's current. Along their journey, they encountered whirlpools and rocky outcrops, narrowly avoiding capsizing on several occasions. However, through their collective perseverance, they eventually crossed the river safely. Upon reaching the shore, they discovered themselves in a mysterious forest. The trees loomed tall and ancient, their branches intertwining to form a natural labyrinth. It seems easy to get lost in this forest, remarked Sakura. Let us proceed with caution and follow my lead, Naruto replied. They navigated the woods carefully until suddenly, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. As the footsteps drew nearer, a group of wild men clad in animal hides emerged before them. Who are you? What brings you here? Inquired the leader of the wild men. Naruto explained, we are merely lost travelers, with no intention of causing offense. The wild man leader scrutinized them, suspicion evident in his eyes. We truly mean no harm. We merely seek a way out, Xiaoming added. After a moment of contemplation, the leader responded, very well, follow us. The wild men escorted them to a cave, within which lay an ancient map. This is a map of our forest. It may assist you, the leader said. Grateful. Naruto and his companions thanked the wild men and proceeded according to the map's guidance. The forest was fraught with perilous traps and enigmatic creatures. At times, they encountered massive trees that suddenly toppled. At other moments, enormous spiders descended from the branches. Yet, armed with courage and cleverness, they repeatedly turned danger into safety. Ultimately, they emerged from the forest, only to be met by a towering snow-capped mountain. This mountain appears formidable to climb, Sakura remarked. Regardless of the challenge, we must attempt it, Naruto declared. They began their ascent, facing biting cold temperatures and fierce winds. With each painstaking step, they exerted immense effort. Suddenly, an avalanche struck the mountainside. Run, Naruto shouted. They raced down the slope, evading the cascading snow. Fortunately, they discovered a cave and took refuge within. After the avalanche had passed, they continued their climb. After a prolonged struggle, they finally reached the summit. Atop the mountain stood an ancient temple, its grand entrance tightly sealed. Naruto approached and gently pushed against the heavy door, which creaked open slowly. A mysterious energy emanated from the temple, enveloping them in its embrace. As the brilliance faded, they found themselves in an enigmatic realm. The space was filled with an array of strange lights and pulsating energies. Where are we? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto, equally perplexed, suggested, let us explore with caution. As they treaded carefully in this extraordinary space, a voice resonated. Welcome, brave adventurers. Who are you? Naruto demanded. I am the guardian of this realm, and you must undergo trials to depart from here, the voice proclaimed. What trials? Sakura inquired. You shall soon discover, the voice replied. as formidable energy barriers manifested throughout the space. Naruto and his companions must surmount these barriers to advance. They commenced a variety of attempts, employing ninjutsu and their wits to contend with the energy barriers. Through arduous effort, they ultimately breached one barrier after another. However, just as they believed success was at hand, a colossal energy vortex materialized before them. This is the final trial. Only by overcoming this vortex may you leave, the voice intoned once more. Naruto and his friends exchanged resolute glances, their eyes brimming with determination. Together, they stepped into the energy vortex, its immense force tearing at their bodies. Yet, they clung tightly to one another, collectively resisting this overwhelming power. Time lost its meaning as they finally burst forth from the energy vortex. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in a strange new world, replete with advanced technology and bizarre creatures. This presents yet another challenge, Naruto declared. They began to explore this unfamiliar realm, discovering that everything here diverged completely from their previous experiences. Vehicles soared through the streets, buildings towered into the clouds, and robots patrolled the area. We must proceed with caution, Sakura advised. As they tread carefully, they were suddenly detected by a group of robots. Halt! Who are you? The robots demanded. We are travelers from another world, Naruto explained. The robots remained skeptical. Apprehend them. Consequently, Naruto and his friends were taken to a vast laboratory. Within, a figure resembling a scientist emerged. Your appearance is peculiar. We must study you, the scientist stated. Naturally, Naruto and his companions resisted vehemently. Let us go. An intense confrontation loomed. Naruto instantly entered a combat stance, swiftly forming hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. Numerous clones appeared in an instant, engaging the robots in fierce battle. Sakura, undeterred, adeptly evaded the robots' attacks while seeking opportunities to counterstrike. Meanwhile, Xiaoming surveyed the laboratory, searching for anything that could assist their escape. The robots were numerous and well-armed, with Naruto's clones being eliminated one after another. This cannot continue, Sakura exclaimed. Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. Just then, Xiaoming identified the laboratory's energy supply system. Naruto, Sakura, attack that energy supply device. It may disable the robots, Xiaoming shouted. Heeding the suggestion, Naruto charged toward the energy supply apparatus with his clones. The robots, sensing their intent, fortified the defense of the energy supply device. Seizing this opportunity, Sakura launched a side attack, diverting a portion of the robot's attention. Naruto finally succeeded in approaching the energy supply device. With all his might, he unleashed the Rasengan, striking the apparatus. A tremendous roar echoed as the laboratory lights flickered, and the robots ceased their movements. Wonderful! We did it! Exclaimed Xiaoming with excitement. Seizing the opportunity, they fled the laboratory and emerged onto the city streets. However, their actions drew the attention of the city's security forces, and a multitude of robotic sentinels advanced towards them. We are in trouble now, Sakura exclaimed. Naruto surveyed the surrounding foes and declared, Do not fear. We will surely find a way out. They dashed through the streets, evading the pursuit of the security robots. Suddenly, Naruto spotted an abandoned factory. Let us take refuge inside, he suggested. They rushed into the factory, which was cluttered with various discarded parts and equipment. Outside, the security robots scoured the area, and alarms blared intermittently. We cannot hide here indefinitely, Xiaoming stated. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto proposed. Let us see if we can utilize the materials here to craft some weapons to counter them. Thus, they began searching the factory for useful components. With Sakura and Xiaoming employing their ingenuity, they assisted Naruto in weapon fabrication. After much effort, they successfully created a few rudimentary weapons and traps. At that moment, the security robots discovered their hiding place and stormed into the factory. Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle with the robotic sentinels, utilizing their traps and makeshift weapons. During the fray, Naruto discerned a pattern in the robots' movements. Everyone, attack according to this pattern, he shouted. Under Naruto's command, they gradually gained the upper hand, eliminating wave after wave of security robots. Nevertheless, reinforcements from the city continued to arrive, leaving them in a perilous situation. This cannot continue. We must devise a way to escape this city, Sakura urged. Naruto gazed at the factory's roof. We will break through from the rooftop. They exerted themselves to reach the roof, engaging in a desperate struggle against the final adversaries. At last, they broke through the enemy encirclement and reached the rooftop. What shall we do next? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto looked into the distance, where a forest seemed to beckon. Let us head there. They leaped from the rooftop and ran towards the forest. Upon entering the woods, they encountered an array of unknown dangers. Venomous snakes, traps, and mysterious creatures lurked within. Everyone, be cautious, Naruto warned. They advanced carefully when suddenly a deep growl reverberated through the air. A colossal beast emerged from the depths of the forest, exuding an aura of terror. What kind of monster is this? Xiaoming exclaimed in fright. Naruto took a deep breath and reassured them, do not be afraid. We will confront it together. They engaged in a thrilling battle against the beast. Its attacks were ferocious, and several times Naruto and his companions narrowly avoided being struck. However, they did not waver. Through their indomitable spirit and seamless teamwork, they gradually uncovered the creature's weaknesses. Naruto unleashed a formidable ninjutsu, striking the monster's vulnerability. The creature let out a pained shriek before collapsing to the ground. At last, we have defeated it, Sakura exclaimed, fatigue evident in her voice. They pressed onward through the forest, hoping to discover a way to escape this realm. As they journeyed, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The entrance loomed before them, tightly shut and adorned with enigmatic symbols. What is this place? Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. Naruto stepped forward, scrutinizing the symbols closely. Perhaps this holds the clues we seek. They began to delve into the meanings of the symbols, attempting to unravel the secrets of the ruin. After considerable effort, they finally managed to open the grand doors. Inside lay a vast hall, its walls embellished with peculiar murals. These images seem to tell a story, Sakura remarked, as they examined the illustrations. A platform unexpectedly rose in the center of the hall, upon which rested a tome. Naruto approached and grasped the book. It contained the truths of this world and the means to escape. I see now, we must locate 4 energy gems to activate the teleportation array and leave this place, he declared. Guided by the book's instructions, they commenced their search for the energy gems within the ruin, which was rife with traps and puzzles that required both intellect and bravery to navigate. In one chamber, they encountered a colossal Rubik's Cube mechanism. The cube's segments shifted constantly, necessitating a specific sequence to unlock it. After meticulous observation and calculation, Xiaoming finally discerned the solution. They continued onward, soon confronting a trap-laden room bristling with spikes. Naruto utilized his ninjutsu to conjure a protective shield, ensuring their safe passage. After a grueling search, they successfully retrieved 3 energy gems, yet one remained elusive. We are still missing the final gem, Sakura noted. At that moment, a formidable guardian materialized within the ruins. Towering in stature and brimming with strength, the guardian declared, "You shall not take the energy gems." Unfazed, Naruto and his companions engaged the guardian in a climactic battle. The guardian's assaults were fierce and relentless, ensnaring them in peril. However, they persevered, continuously seeking a chink in the guardian's armor. At last, Naruto identified the guardian's critical weakness. They concentrated their energies and launched a final offensive. The guardian was vanquished, dissipating into a radiant light. With the last energy gem in their possession, they activated the teleportation array. A brilliant flash enveloped them, and they vanished from that world. Chapter 11. Abyss of the Otherworld. Upon their reawakening in a dimly lit cave, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming were met with an oppressive atmosphere. The cave exuded a damp, musty odor, while faint luminescence flickered on the walls, and water droplets incessantly dripped from above. Where are we now? Sakura furrowed her brow, her expression a mix of confusion and caution. Naruto cautiously advanced, saying, "I'm not sure, but we should proceed with care." Xiaoming illuminated the path ahead with his flashlight. Suddenly, they were startled by a low, hissing sound that echoed ominously within the cave. "Be cautious, something is amiss." Naruto halted, his hands poised for combat. From the shadows, a swarm of enormous bats emerged, charging toward them. Without hesitation, Naruto unleashed a powerful gust of wind, temporarily repelling the creatures. "Hurry," he urged. They sprinted through the cave, with the bats in relentless pursuit. Ahead, 3 paths diverged, each seemingly fraught with peril. "Which way should we go?" Xiaoming asked anxiously. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto opted for the middle path. As they ventured forth, the passage grew increasingly narrow, forcing them to maneuver sideways. Suddenly, sharp stone spikes jutted out from the walls, nearly impaling them. "Watch out!" Sakura cried out. Naruto shielded his companions from the onslaught of spikes. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Sakura inquired with concern. He shook his head. I'm fine, let's keep moving. After navigating the constricted corridor, they stumbled into a vast cavern adorned with numerous stalactites and pools of stagnant water. It seems much calmer here, Xiaoming remarked. However, before he could finish, several massive water serpents erupted from the depths, lunging at them with gaping jaws. Naruto once again employed his ninjutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with the serpents. Sakura and Xiaoming assisted valiantly, and after a grueling struggle, they emerged victorious. We can't afford to let our guard down for a moment, Sakura panted. Continuing onward, they found themselves at the edge of an unfathomable chasm, with another platform visible across the void, connected only by a few precarious stone pillars. How do we get across? Xiaoming questioned, fear creeping into his voice. Don't be afraid. I'll go first and then help you, Naruto reassured them. He cautiously stepped onto the stone pillars, advancing one careful step at a time. Just as he neared the opposite side, one of the pillars crumbled beneath him, and he nearly plummeted into the abyss. Naruto. Both Sakura and Xiaoming gasped. Fortunately, Naruto reacted swiftly, grasping a rock face and laboriously climbing to safety. I'm fine, just be cautious as you cross, he called out, summoning their courage. Sakura and Xiaoming stepped onto the pillars. With Naruto's assistance, they successfully reached the other side. There stood a stone door adorned with peculiar symbols. What do these mean? Xiaoming asked, puzzled as he examined the engravings. Naruto scrutinized them for a moment. I'm not entirely sure, but it might be some sort of code. They began to decipher the symbols, and after several attempts, the stone door creaked open. Beyond lay an immense treasure trove, overflowing with gold, silver, jewels, and an array of precious artifacts. Wow, look at all these treasures, Xiaoming exclaimed in awe. Stay focused, we did not come here for this, Sakura reminded them. Just then, from the depths of the vault, a heavy footfall reverberated ominously. This is bad. There may be danger, Naruto warned. A colossal stone giant emerged from the shadows, its body composed of unyielding rock, each step sending tremors through the ground. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the behemoth, whose formidable strength gradually overwhelmed them. This cannot continue. We must discover its weakness, Naruto declared. Sakura observed the giant's movements and suddenly noticed a minute crack at its ankle. Naruto, strike its ankle, she shouted. Heeding her words, Naruto concentrated his energy and unleashed a Rasengan, charging towards the giant's ankle. The giant was struck, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, they fled the treasury and pressed onward. Their journey was fraught with peril as they encountered a myriad of traps, fiery snares, poisoned arrows, and ceilings that threatened to collapse. This place is nothing short of a death trap, Xiaoming lamented. Naruto encouraged, do not despair, we will surely find our way out. After a protracted trek, they finally emerged from the cavern into a lush forest. Towering trees loomed above, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create dappled patches of light. This looks much better, Sakura remarked. However, the forest was not without its dangers. They soon discovered that the flora here was aggressive. Vines would suddenly lash out, attempting to ensnare them, while certain flowers released toxic pollen. Be cautious, Naruto repeatedly warned. As they navigated through the woods, a melodious flute sound suddenly reached their ears. What is that sound? Xiaoming inquired. As the music played, a host of fairies appeared before them, adorned with translucent wings and wielding magic wands. Humans, the fairies exclaimed. Naruto quickly explained. We mean no harm. We are merely passing through. The fairy leader responded. This forest does not welcome outsiders. You must leave at once. We are lost. Could you kindly show us a way out? Naruto pleaded. After a moment of hesitation, the leader relented, saying, Very well, follow me. The fairies guided them to the edge of the forest and pointed to a narrow path, saying, Follow this road, and you shall escape the woods. Grateful, Naruto and his companions set forth along the path. At the end of the path loomed a towering mountain, shrouded in mist that obscured its peak. It seems we must ascend, Sakura noted. They began their climb, the trail steep and treacherous, with the air growing thinner as they ascended. As they struggled upward, a sudden avalanche struck the mountain. Run, Naruto shouted. They raced down the slope, evading the rushing waves of snow. Fortunately, they discovered a cave and took refuge within. Once the avalanche subsided, they resumed their ascent and, at long last, reached the summit. There, they found an ancient castle, its grand doors firmly shut. Naruto approached and knocked. The door creaking open to reveal a mysterious elder. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" the old man inquired. Naruto recounted their harrowing journey to the elder. The elder spoke. "This is a world forgotten, brimming with peril and secrets. Your arrival may indeed be the hand of fate." Naruto replied, "We merely seek the path home." The elder chuckled softly. "To find your way back, you must endure 3 trials." "What trials?" Sakura inquired. The elder continued, "The first trial is one of courage. In the castle's dungeon lies a ferocious beast that you must vanquish." Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions ventured into the depths of the dungeon. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, and the beast's roars echoed throughout the chamber. The creature emerged, colossal in size, with eyes glowing red and sharp fangs bared. A thrilling battle ensued as Naruto and his friends fought valiantly against the beast. Despite suffering numerous injuries from the creature's fierce attacks, they remained undaunted. Eventually, Naruto discerned the beast's weakness and successfully defeated it. "You have passed the first trial," the elder proclaimed. "What comes next?" asked Shikamaru. The elder responded, "The second trial is one of wisdom. In the castle's library resides a sealed tome of magic. You must unravel its seals to acquire its knowledge." They made their way to the library and discovered the enchanted book. Powerful magical energies surrounded it, attempting to thwart their approach. Utilizing their intellect, Naruto and his friends solved one magical riddle after another until they finally broke the seal of the tome. "Excellent. Only the final trial remains," the elder declared. "What is it?" Sakura queried. The elder replied, "The last trial is one of the spirit. In the castle's garden blooms a mystical flower that reflects your deepest fears. You must confront your fears to pluck this flower." They entered the garden and found the radiant blossom. Its light illuminated their path, revealing their innermost terrors. Naruto envisioned the loss of his friends. Sakura saw herself failing to protect those dear to her, and Shikamaru glimpsed a future of solitude and helplessness. Yet, they did not succumb to their fears. Instead, they faced them with bravery and ultimately succeeded in plucking the flower. "Congratulations, you have passed all the trials," the elder said. "I shall now reveal the way home." He bestowed upon them a mysterious token, instructing that as long as they carried it, they would find their way back. Grateful, Naruto and his companions departed the castle. However, their journey was far from over. Along the way, they encountered a band of robbers. "Hand over your belongings," the bandits shouted. Naturally, Naruto and his friends refused to yield easily, engaging the bandits in battle. Though fierce, the robbers were no match for Naruto's exceptional combat skills and their seamless teamwork, quickly leading to their defeat. Continuing onward, they arrived at a broad river. The waters surged violently, with no bridge in sight. "What shall we do?" Shikamaru lamented, gazing at the rushing water. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto proposed, "We can construct a simple raft." They gathered some timber and bound it together with vines, crafting a makeshift raft. However, when they set the raft afloat on the river, they quickly realized that the current was far more tumultuous than they had anticipated, causing the raft to sway precariously. "Hold on tight," Naruto exclaimed. They struggled to control the raft, desperately attempting to prevent it from being swept away by the rushing waters. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool emerged in the river, engulfing the raft. "This is bad," Sakura screamed. They fought valiantly against the whirlpool, on the verge of being submerged. In a crucial moment, Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu, conjuring a powerful force that propelled the raft out of the whirlpool. "We made it," Xiaoming gasped, catching his breath. They drifted down the river for a while before finally reaching the opposite bank. Upon disembarking, they discovered they had arrived in a strange little town. The townsfolk appeared cold and wary, regarding them with suspicion. "This place feels odd," Sakura remarked. "Let us proceed with caution and gather some information," Naruto suggested. They entered a shop, but upon seeing them, the shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically. "You need to leave at once. Don't bring me trouble." Naruto, puzzled, inquired why. "We just wish to ask for directions." The shopkeeper, visibly impatient, retorted, "This town is cursed. Outsiders like you will only bring more disaster." Disregarding the notion of a curse, Naruto and his companions resolved to investigate further. They uncovered a series of bizarre occurrences within the town, such as sudden disappearances of objects and inexplicable illnesses afflicting the residents. "There must be a reason behind this," Xiaoming stated. As they delved deeper into their investigation, they found themselves targeted by a group of mysterious individuals. Under the cover of night, these assailants attacked them. Naruto and his friends retaliated fiercely, engaging in a fierce battle with the enigmatic figures. During the skirmish, Naruto noticed that each of the attackers bore a distinctive symbol. What does this symbol signify? Sakura inquired. Naruto shook his head, uncertain, but he was convinced it was linked to the town's curse. They managed to capture one of the mysterious assailants, and through interrogation, they uncovered a startling secret. It turned out that an evil sorcerer resided in the town, having cast a curse to acquire immense power. We must locate this sorcerer and break the curse, Naruto declared. Following the clues provided by the captured assailant, they made their way to the sorcerer's lair. The dwelling was steeped in dark magical energy and laden with numerous traps. Cautiously, Naruto and his companions advanced, skillfully evading each peril. At last, they confronted the sorcerer. With a mocking grin, the sorcerer sneered. "You underestimate yourselves by daring to seek me out. Your wicked deeds must come to an end," Naruto retorted. A fierce confrontation ensued, pitting magic against ninjutsu. The sorcerer unleashed a barrage of formidable spells, yet Naruto and his comrades stood undaunted, resolutely resisting. In a pivotal moment, Naruto discerned a flaw in the sorcerer's magic and struck decisively, defeating him. With the sorcerer's defeat, the curse upon the town was lifted, restoring normalcy to its inhabitants. Naruto and his friends bid farewell to the town and continued their quest for the way home. They ventured into a misty forest, where dense fog obscured their sense of direction. "Everyone, be careful not to get separated," Naruto advised. Suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed through the mist. "Who is it?" Xiaoming asked nervously. A shadow darted past them at an incredible speed. Naruto utilized his sensory ninjutsu, attempting to pinpoint the shadow's location. The shadow relentlessly attacked them, leaving Naruto and his companions struggling to keep up. "This is not a sustainable solution. We must devise a way to disperse this fog," Sakura remarked. Naruto conceived a plan and unleashed a fire technique, hoping to disperse the mist. The flames spread, and indeed, the fog began to dissipate. The true form of the shadow was revealed to be a colossal specter. The ghost lunged at them with claws bared. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the apparition. After a grueling confrontation, they finally vanquished the specter. The fog in the forest completely cleared, allowing them to proceed. Soon, they arrived at an ancient temple. The large door stood resolutely shut, adorned with mysterious runes. Naruto attempted to push the door open, only to discover that it was sealed by a formidable force. "What should we do?" Xiaoming inquired. Sakura scrutinized the runes, suggesting, "Perhaps we can discover a way to break the seal." They searched for clues around the temple and eventually uncovered a stone tablet that contained the incantation to lift the seal. Reciting the incantation, Naruto watched as the door slowly creaked open. A mysterious energy permeated the temple, instilling a sense of reverence. At the center of the temple lay a massive crystal ball, radiating an unusual luminescence. "What is this?" Xiaoming asked curiously. As they approached the crystal, it suddenly unleashed a surge of powerful energy, enveloping them. When the energy dissipated, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, filled with distorted sights and peculiar sounds. "Where are we?" Sakura questioned. Naruto remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. "I do not know, but we must exercise caution." Suddenly, a gigantic monster materialized before them, its grotesque visage and sharp claws exuding an aura of malevolence. A fierce battle erupted between Naruto and his companions and the beast. The creature's strength was formidable, and Naruto and his friends found themselves in dire straits. Yet, they persevered, relentlessly seeking the monster's weakness. At last, Naruto identified the creature's fatal vulnerability. Channeling their strength, they launched a final, decisive assault. The monster collapsed under their onslaught. As the space around them began to collapse, they were thrust back to the temple by a powerful force. "We must leave this place swiftly," Naruto urged. Exiting the temple, they continued onward. After a while, they arrived at a vast chasm. The canyon seemed unfathomably deep, with only a precarious rope bridge swaying above. "This bridge does not appear very safe," Xiaoming expressed his concern. Naruto assessed the situation, declaring, "But this is the only path forward. If we tread carefully, we should be fine." They cautiously stepped onto the bridge, which creaked ominously, as if it could give way at any moment. Just as they reached the midpoint, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the bridge to sway violently. "Everyone, hold onto the ropes," Naruto shouted. Sakura and Xiaoming clutched the ropes of the suspension bridge tightly, striving to maintain their balance. After the tempestuous winds subsided, they pressed on and ultimately succeeded in crossing the bridge. On the other side of the canyon lay a shadowy forest, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. "It feels quite sinister here," Sakura remarked. "Be cautious. There may be dangers lurking," Naruto cautioned. As they stepped into the forest, a chilling howl echoed through the air. "It's a pack of wolves," Xiaoming exclaimed nervously. A throng of ferocious wolves encircled them, their eyes glinting with malice. Naruto unleashed his ninja techniques and engaged in combat with the wolves. Sakura and Xiaoming, undeterred, seized their weapons and joined the fray. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the pack. "I'm exhausted," Xiaoming panted. "We cannot rest. We must leave this place swiftly," Naruto urged. They continued their journey through the forest when suddenly, a vast swamp appeared before them. The fetid stench and bubbling surface of the swamp dissuaded them from proceeding. "How do we cross this?" Sakura questioned. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, "Let us gather some branches and planks to lay across the swamp and see if we can traverse it." They exerted considerable effort to find suitable branches and planks, laying them over the swamp. Naruto cautiously stepped forward, with Sakura and Xiaoming closely following. Just as they neared the opposite bank, Naruto suddenly felt his feet sink, his body beginning to plunge downward. "Naruto!" Sakura and Xiaoming exclaimed in alarm. They hastily reached out to pull him back, and after a strenuous effort, they successfully extracted him from the mire. "That was close," Naruto remarked. Having finally emerged from the swamp, they beheld an ancient castle before them. Its walls were weathered, the grand door firmly shut, enveloped in a mysterious aura. "This castle appears quite enigmatic," Xiaoming noted. Naruto approached and gently pushed against the door, which creaked open slowly. Inside, silence reigned, with only their footsteps echoing. Suddenly, a shadow swept past overhead. "What was that?" Sakura said, her voice tinged with caution. Naruto looked up to see a massive bat swirling above them. The bat swooped down, and Naruto employed his ninja skills to fend it off. They continued to explore the castle, discovering a basement filled with an assortment of peculiar instruments and experimental artifacts. "What is this place?" Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, a voice resonated in their ears. "You should not be here." Naruto scanned the surroundings. "Who is speaking?" A figure emerged from the darkness, clad in a black robe. The mysterious figure declared, "This castle is cursed. Once you enter, you shall never escape." "We are not afraid. We will find a way out," Naruto asserted. The figure sneered, "Then let us see you try." With that, the enigmatic figure vanished. As Naruto and his companions searched the basement for clues, they stumbled upon a diary. The diary contained accounts of the castle's secrets and the means to break the curse. "Thus, we must locate the 4 sacred artifacts to lift the curse," Naruto declared. Guided by the clues within the diary, they commenced their search within the castle. In one chamber, they discovered the first artifact, a sword radiating with brilliance. Subsequently, in another room, they unearthed the second artifact, a mysterious crystal orb. However, the quest for the third and fourth artifacts proved to be quite a challenge. A peculiar force seemed to permeate the castle, continuously disrupting their senses and obscuring the whereabouts of the artifacts. They wandered through the labyrinthine corridors, each door potentially concealing unknown perils. "This aimless searching is not a viable strategy," Sakura remarked with a furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, "Perhaps we should return to the place where we first stumbled upon the diary and reassess the clues." They retraced their steps to the basement, meticulously examining each detail within the diary once more. Suddenly, Xiaoming pointed at a line of indistinct writing and exclaimed, "Look here. It appears to mention a secret passage within the castle." After some searching, they finally uncovered the concealed passage hidden behind a bookshelf. The passage was narrow and dimly lit, suffused with an air of antiquity. Cautiously stepping into the corridor, the stone slabs beneath their feet creaked ominously, as though they might collapse at any moment. "Everyone, be careful," Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, flames erupted from the walls on either side of the passage, an intense heat washing over them. Naruto swiftly employed a water jutsu, conjuring a veil of water to temporarily shield them from the flames. They hastened their pace, darting through the fiery zone. At the end of the passage lay a vast chamber adorned with an array of enigmatic statues and runes. "Could the artifact be here?" Xiaoming said, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, the statues within the chamber abruptly sprang to life, launching an assault against them. These statues possessed immense strength and agility, plunging Naruto and his companions into a fierce struggle. Sakura observed that the statue's movements seemed to follow a certain pattern. Naruto, Xiaoming, pay attention to their steps. Under Sakura's guidance, they gradually discerned a strategy, systematically defeating the statues one by one. In a corner of the chamber, they finally located the third artifact, a gem emanating a mysterious glow. Only one artifact remains, Naruto stated. However, the ominous aura within the castle grew increasingly potent. They pressed on, arriving at a room filled with traps. The ground was littered with spikes, while massive stones tumbled from the ceiling. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Naruto tested various areas, seeking a safe passage. After a series of arduous attempts, they successfully navigated through the room. At the castle's pinnacle, they discovered the final artifact, an ancient tome of magic. The moment they grasped the artifact, the castle began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "Run!" Naruto shouted. They sprinted toward the exit, clutching the artifact with all their might. Just as the castle was about to collapse completely, they managed to escape. "We finally made it out," Xiaoming panted, breathless. Yet before they could relax, a group of enigmatic shadows emerged around them. What could these be? Sakura gripped her weapon with vigilance. The shadows drew nearer, revealing their ghastly visages. They were a horde of cursed souls. "Hand over the artifact," the souls cried. Naruto and his companions stood ready, bracing themselves for another battle. Chapter 12. Endless adventure. Confronted by the cursed souls, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming felt a surge of wariness. The souls, their forms grotesque and emanating a chilling aura, instilled fear in their hearts. Naruto formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his ninjutsu. "Everyone, be cautious." Sakura clenched her weapon tightly, her gaze unwavering. Xiaoming took a deep breath, striving for composure. The souls howled as they lunged towards them. In an instant, Naruto unleashed his wind release, a powerful gust repelling the foremost souls. "Now's our chance. Charge forth," Naruto shouted. They attempted to break through the encirclement, but the sheer number of souls surged from all directions. Sakura showcased her agility, deftly evading the souls' attacks and seizing the opportunity to counterstrike. Meanwhile, Xiaoming observed the patterns of the souls' movements, offering support and advice to Naruto and Sakura. Amidst the fierce clash, Naruto discerned that the souls seemed to be under some form of control, their actions not entirely autonomous. There must be a source controlling them. "We need to locate it," Naruto declared. As they defended against the souls' onslaught, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, Xiaoming pointed towards a distant tower. "Look, something seems to be glowing up there." Naruto turned to see an eerie light flickering atop the tower. Perhaps that was the key to controlling the souls. With renewed determination, they charged towards the tower, but the souls, sensing their intent, intensified their frantic assaults. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique, conjuring multiple clones to distract the souls. Seizing the moment, Sakura and Xiaoming broke through the throng, racing towards the tower. As they approached, a formidable force repelled them. "What is this power?" Sakura fell to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Naruto, undeterred, made another attempt to advance. "No matter what, we must get inside." After several arduous efforts, they finally discovered a weakness in the force, allowing them to successfully enter the tower. Inside, a suffocating darkness enveloped them, and the walls were etched with strange runes. "Beware of those runes, they might be perilous," Xiaoming cautioned. They ascended the staircase with utmost care, every step taken with heightened caution. At the tower's pinnacle, they beheld a colossal crystal orb, pulsating with an otherworldly light, the very source of the soul's control. "This is it," Naruto exclaimed. Just as they prepared to shatter the orb, a dark figure materialized before them. "You shall not destroy my masterpiece." The shadow ward. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded. "Why do you control these souls?" The shadow sneered. "I am the harbinger of darkness. These souls shall become my instruments in conquering the world." Naruto ceased his idle chatter and charged directly at the shadowy figure. Engaging in a fierce battle, Sakura and Xiaoming sought methods to dismantle the crystal orb. The shadow's power was formidable, and Naruto gradually found himself at a disadvantage. "Naruto, hold on," Sakura exclaimed anxiously. At last, Xiaoming discovered the orb's vulnerability. "Sakura, come help." Together, they concentrated their strength to assault the orb's weak point. With a resounding crash, the crystal shattered, and the controlling force over the souls dissipated. The liberated souls began to vanish, and the shadow weakened as its power diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, defeating the shadow. "Finally, it's over," Naruto sighed in relief. As they exited the tower, they found the outside world had returned to tranquility. However, their adventure was far from concluded. Pressing onward, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, shrouded in thick fog that obscured the path ahead. Everyone be cautious. Various dangers may lurk here, Naruto warned. They tread carefully into the mire, each step taken with utmost vigilance to avoid sinking into the quagmire. Suddenly, Naruto sensed a powerful suction beneath his feet. Oh no, it's a trap. Sakura and Xiaoming quickly reached out to grasp Naruto, exerting great effort to pull him from the pit. Thank you, Naruto said gratefully. We are companions. No need for thanks, Sakura replied. They continued their arduous journey through the swamp when a deep growl echoed around them. What is that sound? Xiaoming asked nervously. Emerging slowly from the fog was a colossal swamp monster, its body coated in muck and exuding a foul stench. Undaunted, Naruto prepared for battle. They engaged in a fierce struggle against the swamp beast. The creature's immense strength was formidable, its tail sweeping up torrents of mud. Naruto unleashed a variety of ninjutsu, while Sakura and Xiaoming assisted with their own attacks. After a grueling battle, they finally identified the monster's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. I'm so tired, Xiaoming gasped as he sat on the ground. But we cannot rest for long. We must press onward, Naruto urged. They emerged from the swamp to find an ancient temple before them. The temple's grand doors were tightly sealed, encircled by enigmatic runes. Naruto approached and pushed the door, only to find it seemingly sealed. Sakura examined the runes closely, pondering, perhaps we can find a way to break the seal. After considerable study, they finally deciphered the runes, and the doors creaked open. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the temple, with ancient murals adorning the walls. These murals seemed to tell an ancient tale, Xiaoming remarked. As they scrutinized the artwork, a sudden chime resonated through the temple. What is that sound? Sakura inquired. Naruto, vigilant, scanned their surroundings. Be careful, there may be danger. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of guardian puppets emerged from the shadows, their movements synchronized and their attack power formidable. Naruto and his companions found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, yet they did not falter. Instead, they coordinated their efforts to engage in a desperate struggle against the puppets. Amidst the chaos of battle, Naruto discerned the control core of the puppets and directed his attacks towards it. Through their united endeavor, the puppets fell one after another, and at long last, they triumphed. Sakura wiped the sweat from her brow as they continued their exploration of the temple, uncovering an ancient tome hidden behind a statue of Buddha. This tome chronicled a mysterious legend, proclaiming the existence of a hidden treasure in a distant land, imbued with formidable power. Perhaps this treasure can aid us in returning home, Xiaoming suggested. Naruto nodded resolutely, declaring, then we shall seek this treasure. Guided by the clues inscribed in the ancient text, they embarked on a new journey. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, scaled treacherous mountains, and forded swift rivers. In a secluded valley, they encountered a reclusive elder. Upon seeing them, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Young ones, what brings you here? He inquired. Naruto recounted their experiences to the elder, who pondered for a moment before warning. The treasure you seek is fraught with peril. I advise you to abandon your quest. Naruto, undeterred by danger, replied with determination, we fear not the risks. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we shall endeavor to pursue it. The elder, moved by their resolve, relented, saying, very well. I shall offer you a hint. The treasure lies within a forgotten cave, but it is guarded by a formidable protector. Grateful, Naruto and his companions thanked the elder and pressed onward. Eventually, they discovered the fabled cave, its entrance shrouded in an ominous aura that instilled trepidation. Everyone, be cautious, Naruto warned. As they ventured into the darkness, illuminated solely by the beams of their flashlights, a chilling gust swept forth from the depths, enveloping them in a frigid embrace. It's so cold in here, Xiaoming shivered. Just then, a colossal ice dragon emerged from the shadows, exhaling a frigid breath that instantly froze everything around them. They hastily evaded its onslaught. Is this the guardian? Sakura remarked, noting its formidable presence. We must proceed with caution. Naruto unleashed a fire technique, attempting to melt the dragon's icy breath. The dragon roared in fury, launching an even more ferocious assault against them. What ensued was a breathtaking clash between them and the ice dragon. Its speed was astounding, and its attacks relentless, resulting in numerous injuries among Naruto and his comrades. Yet, They steadfastly persevered, bolstered by their indomitable will and seamless cooperation, gradually gaining the upper hand. At last, Naruto identified the dragon's critical vulnerability. They concentrated their strength and launched a final, decisive strike. Under the weight of their combined assault, the ice dragon shattered into a myriad of ice shards. "We have finally defeated it," Naruto exclaimed. They delved deeper into the cave, ultimately uncovering the legendary treasure. It radiated a dazzling light, seemingly brimming with boundless power. "This is what we have been seeking," Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to claim the treasure, the cave began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. "This is bad. Run!" Naruto shouted. They fled with the treasure, racing against time. Just as the cave was on the brink of collapse, they managed to escape. However, before they could celebrate, they found themselves surrounded by a group of enigmatic figures. "Surrender the treasure," one of the mysterious individuals commanded. Naruto and his companions tightly guarded their prize, declaring, "You shall not have it." A new battle was about to ensue as they engaged in a fierce confrontation with the strangers. The agility and cunning techniques of the mysterious assailants put Naruto and his friends in a precarious situation. "These foes are formidable," Sakura gasped. With unwavering determination, Naruto asserted, "No matter what, we must not let them seize the treasure." Observing the attackers' patterns, Xiaoming noted, "I see a flaw in their coordination." Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly adapted their strategy, coordinating with Sakura and Xiaoming, gradually turning the tide of battle. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately repelled the mysterious figures. "We finally drove them away," Xiaoming said, exhausted. "But we must remain vigilant. More dangers may lie ahead," Naruto cautioned. Continuing their journey with the treasure, they arrived at an ancient town. The townsfolk eyed them with avarice upon seeing their bounty. "This town seems perilous as well," Sakura remarked. "We should leave here as swiftly as possible," Naruto suggested. However, upon reaching the town's exit, they discovered the path was blocked. "What is happening?" Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, a figure adorned in opulent attire emerged, stating, "If you relinquish the treasure, I can grant you passage." Naruto glared at him, exclaiming, "Such folly." The two sides reached a stalemate, and the tension mounted. Suddenly, an idea struck Naruto. "We can escape via the rooftops." Utilizing their ninjutsu, they swiftly ascended to the rooftops and dashed toward the outskirts of the town, pursued relentlessly by their adversaries. In their frantic flight, they inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious garden, filled with an array of bizarre plants, some of which attacked them. "Beware of those plants," Naruto warned. They dodged the plant onslaught while searching for an escape. Just as despair began to set in, Xiaoming discovered a secret passage within the garden. "Follow me quickly," he shouted. They fled through the passage, evading their pursuers. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they encountered a tumultuous river. "The current is so strong. How can we cross?" Sakura fretted as she gazed at the rushing water. Naruto surveyed their surroundings and proposed, "We can fell some trees to construct a raft." After considerable effort, they finally built a raft. However, when they placed it in the river, they realized the current was even more ferocious than anticipated, causing the raft to sway violently. "Everyone hold on tight," Naruto shouted. As they drifted, they encountered massive whirlpools and jagged rocks. "Oh no, we're going to crash," Xiaoming exclaimed. Naruto employed his ninjutsu in an attempt to steer the raft. After a harrowing struggle, they ultimately crossed the river safely. Upon reaching the shore, they found themselves in a desolate desert. The sun blazed mercilessly upon the arid landscape, devoid of any source of water or shade. "What shall we do? We have neither water nor food, and it is arduous to traverse this expanse of sand," exclaimed Sakura. Naruto encouraged everyone not to despair, assuring them that they would surely find a way out. They trudged through the desert, each step draining their energy immensely. Suddenly, Naruto spotted a glimmer on a distant sand dune. "What could that be? Perhaps it is our hope," he remarked. They made their way toward the reflection, discovering an abandoned well. "Splendid. Perhaps there is water within," exclaimed Xiaoming with excitement. Naruto peered into the well, but it was deep. "We must find a way to draw the water up." They scavenged for ropes and buckets nearby, and, after considerable effort, finally managed to retrieve water from the well. Replenished, they continued their journey. After considerable time, they finally emerged from the desert into a bustling marketplace. The market was teeming with people and a plethora of goods on display. "At last, we have found a place filled with life," Sakura remarked. However, before they could rest properly, they realized someone was stealthily trailing them. Be cautious. Someone is following us, warned Naruto. They quickened their pace in an attempt to shake off their pursuers. Yet, the number of followers increased, eventually encircling them. What do you want? Naruto shouted angrily. A leader among the pursuers replied, hand over the treasure, or you shall not leave here. Once again, Naruto and his companions found themselves in peril. With unwavering resolve, Naruto gazed at the encircling foes, asserting, if you desire the treasure, then come and take it. Sakura and Xiaoming also prepared for battle. The leader of the pursuers sneered, refusing our hospitality will earn you punishment. Attack. A fierce confrontation ensued. Naruto unleashed powerful ninja techniques, instantly repelling several of the advancing pursuers. Sakura adeptly wielded her weapon, fending off attacks from the sides. Meanwhile, Xiaoming observed the situation from the rear, searching for weaknesses in the enemy's formation. However, the pursuers appeared well-trained, coordinating seamlessly to tighten their encirclement around Naruto and his friends. This cannot continue. We must devise a way to break free, Sakura shouted. While fighting, Naruto surveyed their surroundings. Follow me. They dashed towards a narrow alley in the marketplace, hoping to escape the encirclement. Upon entering the alley, they found the terrain complex, which hindered the pursuers' movements. Utilizing the terrain to their advantage, let us defeat them one by one, Naruto declared. They concealed themselves around a corner, and as the pursuers charged in, they launched a sudden attack. After a fierce struggle, they succeeded in repelling most of the pursuers, but a few stubborn enemies continued to give chase. We cannot allow them to follow us indefinitely. We must split up, Xiaoming suggested. All right, Sakura, you and Xiaoming head east. I will distract the remaining enemies, Naruto decided. No, that is too dangerous, Sakura responded, her concern evident. Time for hesitation has passed, trust me. Upon finishing his words, Naruto dashed in another direction, successfully diverting the remaining pursuers' attention. Sakura and Xiaoming followed the plan, sprinting eastward. And during their flight, they stumbled upon an abandoned warehouse. Let us take refuge inside, Xiaoming suggested. They stealthily entered the warehouse and concealed themselves behind a pile of goods. Meanwhile, Naruto led the pursuers further away, skillfully employing the terrain and his ninja techniques to elude them. I wonder how Sakura and Xiaoming are faring, Naruto expressed with concern. He quietly retraced his steps to the market, searching for any trace of his companions. At that moment, Sakura and Xiaoming heard footsteps approaching from outside the warehouse. Shoo, don't make a sound, Xiaoming whispered. The footsteps grew closer, causing their hearts to race. Just then, Naruto arrived at the warehouse. It's me, don't be afraid. They sighed with relief. We shouldn't linger here. Let us leave quickly, Naruto urged. They exited the warehouse and continued onward. Soon, they arrived at a secluded village. The villagers appeared remarkably friendly, yet Naruto and his friends remained cautious. Let us find a place to rest and gather some information, Naruto suggested. They discovered an abandoned house in the village and temporarily settled down. Through their interactions with the villagers, they learned that the village frequently suffered harassment from a band of robbers. We can help them drive away the robbers, Sakura proposed. Naruto nodded, acknowledging that this was their way of repaying the villagers. They began to prepare for the impending arrival of the robbers. Days later, the robbers indeed appeared. Together with the villagers, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle against the bandits. Under Naruto's leadership, they successfully repelled the robbers, safeguarding the village. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have known what to do, the village chief expressed. It was our duty, Naruto replied. However, their adventure was far from over. After departing the village, they encountered new challenges. A mysterious forest loomed before them, shrouded in dense fog that obscured the path ahead. Everyone be cautious. This forest feels quite unusual, Naruto advised. They cautiously ventured into the woods when suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed around them. Who is there? Xiaoming inquired anxiously. The laughter reverberated through the forest, yet no figures were visible. Continuing their journey, they noticed peculiar footprints on the ground. What creature could these footprints belong to? Sakura wondered. At that moment, a gigantic spider descended from the trees, launching an attack on them. Naruto and his companions quickly reacted, engaging in battle with the spider. The creature's venom sprayed forth, but they adeptly evaded it. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the spider. We can only wonder what other dangers await us in this forest, Sakura remarked. No matter how many dangers there are, we must face them with courage, Naruto declared. They pressed on in their exploration of the forest and unexpectedly discovered a hidden cave. In the cave, a mysterious glow flickered, seemingly concealing some secrets. "Shall we venture inside?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then cautiously replied, "Let us go in." As they entered the cave, an enigmatic atmosphere enveloped them. The walls were etched with peculiar symbols and patterns. "What do these signify?" Sakura questioned. Just as they were examining the symbols, a low, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the cave. "This is not good. Something is approaching," Naruto warned. A colossal beast erupted from the cave's depths, lunging at them with its claws bared. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce struggle for survival against the monster. Chapter 13. The Enigmatic Academy of Magic. After enduring a series of arduous adventures, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming arrived at a place they had never imagined, a magnificent and mysterious academy of magic. Standing before the grand entrance, they were awestruck by its imposing presence. The towering structure, constructed from ancient stone, boasted spire-like towers piercing the clouds, surrounded by lush magical gardens where flowers emitted an extraordinary glow. "Is this the Magic Academy?" Xiaoming exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. Naruto, too, was captivated by the sight before him, sensing an abundance of the unknown. Sakura appeared somewhat anxious, pondering what encounters awaited them within. Upon entering the academy, they were greeted by a robed instructor. "Welcome, new adventurers." The teacher's voice resonated with warmth and magnetism. The trio was taken aback, surprised that the teacher already knew of their arrival. With a smile, the instructor explained, "This academy has the ability to sense distant visitors, particularly those like you, imbued with courage and determination." The teacher guided them through the expansive courtyard, recounting the academy's history and regulations. "Here, you will learn the mysteries of magic and explore uncharted territories, but you must also adhere to the academy's discipline," the teacher stated. They were assigned to student dormitories, which, though compact, were cozy and inviting. The following morning heralded their first magic lesson. The classroom was spacious and bright, adorned with magical incantations and ancient artifacts. The instructor, a stern elder with piercing eyes, commanded respect, instilling a sense of seriousness. Magic is not merely about wielding a wand and reciting spells. It requires you to feel it with your heart and master it with your soul, the teacher imparted. Naruto and his friends listened intently, striving to grasp the essence of every word spoken. During the practical session, Naruto attempted a simple fire spell, inadvertently triggering a small explosion that left him covered in soot. Sakura, while practicing a healing spell, mismanaged her magical energy, causing the flowers meant to bloom to wilt instantly. Xiaoming, attempting a flying spell, collided directly with the wall. "Do not fret, children. Magic necessitates continual practice and understanding," the instructor encouraged. After class, they scoured the academy's library in search of pertinent magical texts, eager to rectify their shortcomings. The library was a veritable mountain of books, each volume brimming with profound magical knowledge. During an outdoor magical practice session, they were tasked with locating specific magical herbs within the forest, teeming with enigmatic creatures and magical traps. Naruto inadvertently triggered an invisibility trap, causing him to vanish for a time, leaving Sakura and Xiaoming in a state of distress. Sakura encountered a talking tree spirit, which presented her with a riddle that she had to solve to proceed. Meanwhile, Xiaoming nearly succumbed to a magical whirlpool while attempting to cross a river. After navigating through various challenges, they ultimately discovered the herbs, gaining a profound understanding of magic in the process. However, not all was harmonious within the academy. One day, a theft occurred in the academy's treasure vault, with several precious magical artifacts mysteriously disappearing. The atmosphere grew tense, as speculation about the thief circulated among the students. Determined to assist the academy, Naruto and his friends embarked on an investigation, questioning every potential witness. During their inquiries, they stumbled upon peculiar clues, including a report of a shadow hastily departing from the vault on the night of the theft. Following the trail, they uncovered a connection between the shadow and a mysterious student within the academy. This student was known for their solitary nature and exuded an air of enigma. Naruto and his companions discreetly monitored the student's activities. One evening, they observed the student stealthily entering the academy's basement. Quietly, they followed suit. The basement was permeated with an eerie ambience, and the walls shimmered with strange luminescence. They beheld the student standing before a magical circle, clutching the stolen artifacts. It's you who has pilfered the treasures, Naruto exclaimed, emerging from the shadows. The student turned, a cold smirk gracing their face. You have arrived just in time. These treasures rightfully belong to those of greater capability. With that, the student began to chant a spell, preparing to launch an attack. Reacting swiftly, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce magical duel. The student unleashed formidable dark magic, enveloping the basement in a shroud of darkness. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions collaborated, employing their magical knowledge to resist. In a critical moment, Naruto recalled a method taught by their instructor for countering dark magic. Sakura, Xiaoming, follow my lead, he commanded. They focused their magical energy, launching a final assault. The dark magic was dispelled, and the student was subdued. The treasures were reclaimed, restoring tranquility to the academy. Their valiant actions earned them the admiration of both faculty and students alike. Yet, their adventures were far from over. The academy's headmaster approached them, revealing an astonishing secret. Deep within the academy lay a sealed magical realm, harboring immense magical power. However, this space was fraught with peril. Should it fall into the hands of malevolent forces, it could unleash catastrophic consequences. Recently, the headmaster sensed a diminishing power in the seal and feared that malevolent forces were attempting to break it. I hope you can enter this magical space, reinforce the seal, and safeguard both the academy and the world, the headmaster declared. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted this daunting task. After thorough preparations, they followed the headmaster to the site of the seal. The headmaster activated the magical array, unveiling the entrance to the enchanted realm. Remember to exercise utmost caution, the headmaster advised. As they stepped into the magical space, they were enveloped in a thick mist that obscured their path. Hold hands and do not separate, Naruto instructed. They cautiously advanced, when suddenly a deep roar reverberated through the air. What is that sound? Xiaoming asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Before they could react, a colossal magical beast erupted from the fog. The creature exuded an overwhelming aura of magical energy that left them breathless. Without delay, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic and engaged in battle with the beast. The creature's attacks were ferocious. Each swipe of its claws unleashed a powerful surge of magic. Naruto and his team continuously adapted their magical strategies, searching for the beast's vulnerabilities. Sakura discerned that the creature's eyes were its weak points. Naruto, Xiaoming, target its eyes, she urged. They concentrated their magical energy and launched an assault on the beast's eyes. The creature howled in agony, becoming even more frenzied in its attacks. During the intense skirmish, Xiaoming accidentally sustained an injury. Xiaoming, are you all right? Sakura inquired with concern. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Keep fighting, Xiaoming shouted. Gritting their teeth, Naruto and his friends pressed on with their assault. Ultimately, the beast collapsed under their relentless barrage. Continuing their journey, they encountered various magical traps and puzzles. They navigated through a vast magical labyrinth for what felt like an eternity before finally discovering the exit. They also faced a magical lock that required the input of magical energy in a specific sequence to unlock. After considerable effort, they arrived at the core of the seal. However, a formidable dark sorcerer awaited them there. At last, you have arrived, but you cannot thwart my plans, the dark sorcerer proclaimed. We will not allow you to succeed. Naruto responded defiantly. A fierce magical duel ensued. The dark sorcerer unleashed a myriad of dark spells, attempting to overpower Naruto and his allies. Yet, with unwavering belief and indomitable will, they stood their ground against him. During the battle, Naruto suddenly grasped a new magical power. He combined this newfound strength with the magical energy of Sakura and Xiaoming, creating a formidable force. They launched their final assault on the dark sorcerer. Gradually succumbing to their overwhelming attack, the dark sorcerer was ultimately defeated, and the seal was reinforced. Naruto and his companions successfully completed their mission and emerged from the magical space. The headmaster and the academy's faculty and students awaited them outside, cheering for their victory. You are the pride of the academy, the headmaster proclaimed. Yet, before they could fully bask in the euphoria of their triumph, a new crisis emerged. The academy received a mysterious letter, threatening an attack unless a legendary magical artifact was surrendered. Who could be orchestrating this? Sakura inquired. Naruto furrowed his brow, resolutely stating, whoever it may be, we shall not allow them to succeed. They commenced an investigation into the origin of the letter. uncovering its ties to a clandestine organization that had been covertly seeking powerful magical relics in a bid for global domination. Determined to thwart this malevolent plot, Naruto and his companions set forth on a new quest toward the organization's lair. Their journey was fraught with numerous challenges, including inclement weather, ferocious beasts, and intricate magical traps. Nevertheless, they persevered undaunted. Eventually, they arrived at the organization's stronghold, which was heavily guarded. They needed to devise a strategy to infiltrate it. Naruto employed his transformation magic, morphing into a small bird to gain entrance. Meanwhile, Sakura and Xiaoming awaited the opportune moment outside, ready to assist. Inside the lair, Naruto uncovered the organization's sinister scheme. They intended to utilize a formidable magical weapon to obliterate the academy. He swiftly relayed this information to Sakura and Xiaoming, and they resolved to sabotage the weapon to thwart the organization's plans. Cautiously, they navigated the lair, evading patrolling guards while searching for the weapon's location. At last, they discovered the magical weapon, but it was shielded by a powerful magical barrier, making it difficult to approach. "What shall we do?" Xiaoming asked. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, "We must locate the energy source of the shield and sever it." They began to scour the vicinity for clues. Through diligent effort, Sakura uncovered energy conduits hidden behind a wall. "This is it," she exclaimed. Together, they destroyed the energy conduits, causing the magical shield to dissipate. Just as they were about to annihilate the magical weapon, they were detected by members of the organization, leading to an intense battle. The organization's members unleashed a variety of potent spells against Naruto and his friends, who stood their ground fearlessly. As the conflict raged, Naruto and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeeded in destroying the magical weapon and vanquishing the organization's members. "We did it!" Xiaoming cheered, exhilarated. They returned to the academy, elated by their victory. However, unbeknownst to them, this triumph was but a fleeting one. The enigmatic organization had not been entirely eradicated. They were clandestinely plotting an even more dreadful scheme. The tranquility of the academy did not endure for long. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived, cloaked in a black robe, with a silver mask obscuring his features. "I bring a message, a portent of your future," the visitor intoned, his voice deep and gravelly. Naruto regarded him warily. "Who are you? What news do you bring?" The visitor let out a cold laugh. "Do you think vanquishing that organization has brought an end to your troubles? How naive. They are merely the tip of the iceberg. A far more formidable force lurks in the shadows, waiting." Sakura furrowed her brow. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" The visitor replied slowly. "There exists a dark alliance of sorcery, relentlessly seeking an ancient tome of magic, said to grant its possessor the power to dominate the world. And you, my dear friends, have already been ensnared in this conflict." Xiaoming exclaimed in disbelief. "How can this be possible?" With no further words, the visitor turned and departed from the academy. Naruto and his companions fell into deep contemplation, uncertain of how to confront this new threat. Just as their confusion deepened, the headmaster approached them once more. "Children, I am aware you overheard the visitor's words. Though this presents a monumental challenge, I am confident in your abilities to confront it," stated the headmaster. Naruto declared resolutely, "Headmaster, we will not falter." The headmaster nodded, "Excellent. I possess some clues regarding the tome that may aid you." Taking the clues from the headmaster, Naruto and his friends began their research. According to the information, the ancient tome might be concealed within a long-forgotten castle. Thus, they embarked on a new journey. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of magical creatures and traps, fire-breathing dragons, elusive fairies, and enchanting flowers that ensnared the mind in illusions. However, bolstered by their indomitable will and ever-expanding magical prowess, they overcame each obstacle in turn. Eventually, they arrived at the castle's entrance, which stood ominously closed, encircled by a potent magical barrier. "This barrier appears formidable. How shall we breach it?" Xiaoming inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto proposed, "Let us pool our magical energies together and see if we can shatter it." Hand in hand, they concentrated their powers and launched an assault against the barrier. With their combined efforts, a fissure emerged, and they seized the opportunity to surge into the castle. Inside, a musty atmosphere enveloped them, with ancient portraits adorning the walls. They cautiously scoured the castle in search of the elusive tome. Suddenly, a colossal magical puppet emerged from the shadows, its body forged from iron, its joints shimmering with arcane light. Intruders, meet your demise, the puppet proclaimed. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his comrades and the puppet. The creature's assaults were potent and relentless, and Naruto's group began to feel the strain. At that moment, Sakura spotted the puppet's control core. "Naruto, target its core," she shouted. Naruto unleashed a powerful spell, striking the core with precision. The puppet immediately ceased its movements. Continuing their search, they eventually discovered the ancient tome in the castle's basement. Just as they were about to claim it, a dark figure emerged. "Release the tome, or you shall all perish," the shadowy figure warned. Turning to face the threat, they beheld an evil sorcerer, his eyes glinting with avarice. "That tome does not belong to you," Naruto declared defiantly. The wizard erupted into laughter, challenging them to see if they possessed the ability to thwart him. An intense duel of magic ensued once more. The wizard unleashed a myriad of dark spells, attempting to seize the Tome of Secrets. Naruto and his companions fiercely protected the tome, engaging in a desperate struggle against the wizard. At a pivotal moment, they once again harnessed the strength of their teamwork, ultimately vanquishing the dark sorcerer. With the magical tome secured, they returned to the academy. The headmaster commended their bravery and wisdom. "However, my dear children, this is merely the beginning. We must prepare ourselves for the challenges that lie ahead," the headmaster proclaimed. Naruto and his friends nodded in agreement, acutely aware that their journey was far from over. In the days that followed, they diligently honed their magical abilities, continuously striving to enhance their prowess. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived at the academy, claiming to be a mage from afar. The envoy brought alarming news. In a distant land, a malevolent magical force was emerging, relentlessly corrupting the surrounding lands and its inhabitants. "This power is formidable, and if left unchecked, the consequences would be dire," the envoy warned. Without hesitation, Naruto and his friends resolved to investigate the situation. They embarked on a lengthy journey, traversing dense forests and scaling treacherous mountains until they reached the domain of this sinister force. An aura of darkness enveloped the area, the land lay barren, and the people lived in constant dread. Naruto and his companions began to investigate the source of this malevolence. During their inquiry, they uncovered a concealed magical array hidden beneath the ground, the very source of the evil energy. "We must destroy this array to eliminate the dark force," Sakura declared. Yet, dismantling the array was no simple task, for powerful magical sentinels guarded it. Stealthily, Naruto and his friends approached the array, striving to evade the sentinels' notice. Unfortunately, they were soon discovered, igniting a fierce battle. The sentinels unleashed a flurry of wicked spells as Naruto and his friends fought valiantly. In the heat of battle, Xiaoming identified a vulnerability in the sentinels' defense. "Strike at their backs." Heeding Xiaoming's counsel, they concentrated their attacks on the sentinels' rear. One by one, the sentinels fell, bringing them closer to the magical array. Naruto readied himself to unleash a formidable spell to dismantle the array when suddenly, a more powerful foe emerged, a dark sorcerer whose overwhelming magic was suffocating. "You insolent fools dare challenge my authority," the dark sorcerer proclaimed. Undeterred, Naruto retorted, "We shall not allow your nefarious plans to succeed." A breathtaking confrontation ensued between them. The dark sorcerer's magical assaults were fierce, and Naruto and his companions gradually found themselves in dire straits. Sakura sustained injuries, and Xiaoming was utterly exhausted. Witnessing his injured comrades ignited a fierce resolve within Naruto. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of magical energy, casting a spell of unparalleled might. The dark sorcerer was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Ultimately, Naruto triumphed over the dark sorcerer, dismantling the magical array. The malevolent forces dissipated, and the land rejuvenated once more. The people were filled with gratitude towards Naruto and his companions. With the joy of victory in their hearts, they embarked on their journey home. However, they understood that further challenges awaited them in the future, and they were prepared to embrace new adventures at any moment. Chapter 14. The Lost Magical Ruins. After successfully dispelling the evil magical forces, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming's reputation began to spread throughout the magical realm. Yet, they had no time to revel in their glory, for a new mission lay before them. One day, the Academy received a mysterious letter. The missive spoke of a lost magical ruin discovered deep within a distant desert, rumored to conceal powerful and ancient magical secrets. The dean deemed this a rare opportunity, and decided to send Naruto and his companions to explore it. It sounded perilous, yet brimming with challenge. Naruto gazed at the letter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sakura nodded in agreement, remarking that they had endured much already and could certainly succeed this time as well. Xiaoming clenched his fists, affirming their resolve to unveil the mysteries of the ruin. After preparing the necessary supplies and magical equipment, they set forth on their journey to the desert. Along the way, the blazing sun beat down relentlessly, and the wind stirred up clouds of sand. They had to employ magic to withstand the harsh environment. This desert is truly unbearable, Xiaoming remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Naruto encouraged, "Hang in there. We shall soon reach our destination." After several arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at the fabled magical ruins. The entrance was obstructed by a massive stone door, intricately engraved with complex magical runes. "How do we open this?" Sakura pondered, scrutinizing the runes. Naruto contemplated for a moment, suggesting, "Perhaps we need to discover the incantation to unlock it." They began to search for clues around the ruins and eventually found some indistinct writings on an ancient stone tablet. After much deliberation, Xiaoming deciphered the meaning, exclaiming, "I've discovered the incantation." He recited the spell, and the stone door creaked open, releasing a wave of ancient air. Entering the ruins, they found themselves in a dimly lit, eerie chamber, with faint magical glimmers dancing on the walls. "Be cautious. We do not know what traps may lie here," Naruto warned. They advanced carefully, and suddenly, numerous spiked traps emerged from the ground. Quick on his feet, Naruto conjured magic to lift everyone, enabling them to evade the traps. That was close. Sakura sighed in relief. Pressing deeper, they entered a colossal room, at the center of which lay a vast magical array. "This magical array appears formidable," Xiaoming remarked. As they approached it, the array suddenly activated, unleashing a powerful force that ensnared them within. "We must devise a way to break free from the constraints of this magical array," Naruto declared. Sakura examined the structure of the array, noting, "I've discerned some patterns. Perhaps we can channel our magical energy in a specific sequence." According to Sakura's discovery, they collectively infused their magic, causing the power of the magical array to gradually diminish until it ultimately vanished. Freed from their constraints, they pressed onward, encountering a series of tightly closed stone doors. Each door required the resolution of distinct magical puzzles to unlock. Some puzzles necessitated the arrangement of specific magical symbols, while others demanded the activation of certain patterns through magic. Throughout the process of solving these enigmas, they fully harnessed their individual intellect and magical prowess. After considerable effort, they successfully traversed all the stone doors, arriving at the depths of the ruins. Here, they found an immense library, with shelves brimming with ancient tomes of magic. "These books must contain invaluable magical knowledge," Xiaoming exclaimed. However, when they attempted to take the books, powerful magical shields materialized around them. It appeared that obtaining them would not be so straightforward. Sakura frowned. Naruto scrutinized the fluctuations of the shield, stating, "I believe we can locate its weak point." After several attempts, they managed to breach the shield and acquired the books. Just then, a deep roar echoed throughout the ruins. "What is that?" Xiaoming asked anxiously. A colossal magical beast emerged from the shadows, radiating formidable magical energy and exuding hostility from its gaze. Naruto and the others immediately prepared for battle. The beast launched an assault, its magical power fierce and relentless. They coordinated their efforts, unleashing a variety of magical skills in retaliation. The battle was exceptionally intense, with the walls and stone columns of the ruins crumbling under the magical onslaught. Sakura inadvertently sustained an injury during the fray. "Sakura, you should rest. Xiaoming and I will handle it," Naruto shouted. Xiaoming and Naruto concentrated their efforts, continuously searching for the beast's vulnerabilities. Eventually, they discerned that its abdomen was its Achilles heel. The two of them united in a powerful strike, hitting the beast's midsection. The creature howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. "We finally defeated it," Xiaoming said. Exhausted as he sank to the floor, they continued to explore the ruins and uncovered a concealed chamber. Within this secret room lay a mysterious magical artifact, emanating powerful waves of magical energy. "This must be something extraordinarily precious," Naruto remarked. As they approached the artifact, a magical barrier appeared around it. "Another obstacle," Sakura sighed. They commenced their investigation into how to breach this barrier. After numerous attempts, Naruto uncovered the magical patterns governing the shield. Through their collective efforts, they successfully dismantled the barrier and obtained the artifact. However, at that moment, the ruins began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "Quickly, we must escape," Naruto shouted. They raced back along their path, dodging falling debris. Just before the ruins completely crumbled, they finally made their escape. That was too thrilling, Xiaoming gasped. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they found themselves surrounded by a group of enigmatic sorcerers. "Hand over what you obtained from the ruins," commanded the leader of the sorcerers. Naruto and his companions tightly guarded their treasure, determined to fend off any threats. An intense magical battle erupted once more. Mysterious sorcerers unleashed a myriad of formidable spells, while Naruto and his allies fought valiantly against them. During the fray, Naruto discerned that these sorcerers' powers seemed to be constrained by some unseen limitation. Their magic could not endure. "We must prolong this," Naruto urged. Indeed, as time progressed, the assaults of the enigmatic sorcerers began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his team launched a counterattack, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, the mysterious sorcerers retreated in disarray. "We should leave quickly. We cannot ascertain if further dangers await us," Sakura remarked. They embarked on their journey home, carrying the treasures and tomes acquired from the ruins. Upon returning to the academy, they commenced their study of these newfound artifacts. Unbeknownst to them, these treasures and books had piqued the interest of various factions within the magical realm. One fateful night, the academy was besieged. "They are here for our treasures," Naruto exclaimed. Swiftly arming themselves, they braced for confrontation. The attackers were numerous and formidable. A fierce battle erupted within the academy's walls, causing significant destruction to the structure from the onslaught of magic. "We cannot allow them to succeed," Xiaoming shouted. In a pivotal moment of the struggle, Naruto suddenly grasped a powerful spell contained within one of the treasures. He unleashed this magic, instantly repelling a multitude of foes. Sensing their disadvantage, the enemy began to withdraw. "We have finally driven them off," Sakura said. Yet, they understood that this tranquility was merely fleeting. To safeguard the academy and ensure peace within the magical realm, Naruto and his companions resolved to delve deeper into the origins and intentions of these adversaries. Utilizing the clues gathered during the battle, they began to trace the enemy's whereabouts. After considerable effort, they uncovered a formidable dark organization orchestrating these attacks. This organization sought to harness the magical power of the ruins to dominate the entire magical realm. "We cannot allow their sinister plot to come to fruition," Naruto declared. They decided to take the initiative, aiming to thwart the dark organization's schemes. After meticulous preparation, they infiltrated the headquarters of the malevolent group. The stronghold was heavily fortified, replete with magical traps and guards. Naruto and his team cautiously evaded the traps, systematically neutralizing the sentinels. In the core of the dark organization, they stumbled upon a colossal magical apparatus. "This must be their pivotal weapon," Xiaoming remarked. Just as they were about to dismantle the magical device, the leader of the dark organization emerged. "Did you think you could impede me so easily?" the leader sneered. A climactic confrontation ensued. The leader unleashed extraordinarily potent dark magic, ensnaring Naruto and his allies in dire straits. Nevertheless, they persevered, fueled by unwavering conviction and indomitable spirit, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the leader. Amidst the turmoil, Sakura discerned a flaw in the leader's magic. "Naruto, Xiaoming, strike at his left side," she shouted. Seizing the moment, they concentrated their efforts and launched a decisive attack. The leader was wounded by their onslaught, and the magical apparatus was ultimately destroyed. The plans of the dark organization have utterly failed. Naruto and his companions successfully averted a catastrophe, emerging as heroes of the magical realm. However, their adventurous journey is far from over. By a stroke of fortune, Naruto stumbles upon an ancient magical diary. Within its pages lies mention of a mysterious island, said to harbor even more potent magical powers. "Perhaps this is our new challenge," Naruto muses. Without hesitation, Sakura and Xiaoming express their willingness to accompany him. Thus, they embark on a voyage to the enigmatic island. Along the way, they are besieged by fierce storms and towering waves. The ship teeters precariously upon the tumultuous sea. "Hold on, everyone," Naruto shouts. After a harrowing journey, they finally catch sight of the island's silhouette. A thick fog envelopes the land, obscuring their path. "Be cautious. This place may be fraught with unknown dangers," Sakura warns. As they set foot on the island, An overwhelming magical pressure envelopes them. This power is astonishing, Xiaoming exclaims in awe. While exploring the island, they discover an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance is sealed, adorned with enigmatic runes. Naruto endeavors to decipher these symbols in search of a way to unlock the door. After much effort, the entrance creaks open. Inside, a mysterious radiance fills the air, revealing a colossal magical crystal at the center. This must be the key, Naruto declares. Yet, as they approach the crystal, it suddenly unleashes a powerful surge of electricity, repelling them. What should we do? Sakura inquires anxiously. Naruto ponders for a moment. We must find a way to control the current. They scour the temple for clues and eventually uncover a tome detailing the manipulation of the magical crystal. Following the instructions within, they successfully harness the electrical energy and draw closer to the crystal. Just then, a horde of magical creatures, guardians of the crystal, emerges. These beings take on various forms and possess formidable strength. An intense battle ensues between Naruto's group and the magical creatures. During the fray, Xiaoming discovers their weakness lies in their eyes. Target their eyes, he shouts. Heeding Xiaoming's advice, they manage to subdue the magical beings. Upon acquiring the crystal, they sense a mysterious energy pulsating within it. This power may enhance our magical abilities, Naruto muses. Just as they prepare to exit the temple, it begins to collapse. Run, Naruto urges. With the magical crystal in hand, they flee the crumbling structure. As they make their escape from the island, they are ambushed by pirates. Hand over the crystal, the pirates demand. A fierce naval battle ensues. Naruto unleashes a powerful water technique, conjuring massive waves to repel some of the pirates. Sakura deftly eliminates approaching foes with her magical arrows, while Xiaoming skillfully maneuvers the ship to evade the pirates' assaults. After a fierce struggle, they finally shake off their attackers and safely return to the mainland. Upon their arrival at the academy, they discover that a magical competition is underway. Let us also participate and test our abilities, Sakura suggested. Naruto and his companions signed up for the competition. Throughout the contest, they encountered formidable opponents from various regions. Some adversaries excelled in offensive magic, while others were adept in defensive and healing spells. In the midst of fierce battles, Naruto and his friends continually grew and improved. At last, they reached the finals. Their opponents in this decisive match were a seasoned duo of magicians. As the competition commenced, both sides engaged in a vigorous magical showdown. Leveraging their teamwork, Naruto and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed, emerging as champions. Just as they reveled in their victory, a mysterious elder appeared before them. Gazing at them with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes, he proclaimed, "Do you think this is the end? The true challenge has only just begun." Confused by the elder's words, Naruto and his friends exchanged glances. The elder handed them a map, marked with the location of a mysterious place, concealing secrets about the origins of magic, yet fraught with unimaginable dangers. Without hesitation, they accepted the map, ready to embrace a new adventure. Following the map's guidance, they arrived at an ancient valley enveloped in a mystical fog that obscured their sense of direction. "Be cautious. There may be traps here," Naruto warned. As they proceeded with care, a chilling laugh echoed around them. "Who is it?" Xiaoming asked nervously, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow zipped past them at an astonishing speed. Naruto employed a sensing spell to try to locate the shadow. The shadow relentlessly attacked them, leaving Naruto and his friends struggling to defend themselves. "This cannot continue. We must uncover its true form," Sakura stated. They began to observe their surroundings and discovered peculiar footprints on the ground. Following the prints, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. A pungent odor filled the air within, and strange lights flickered on the walls. "This cave appears perilous," Xiaoming remarked. Taking a deep breath, Naruto declared, "Regardless, we must venture inside." As they entered the cave, they were met with deep, rumbling roars. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. A colossal beast charged from the darkness, claws bared and ready to strike. Naruto and his friends swiftly cast spells and engaged in a fierce battle with the creature. The beast's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful, and they found themselves in a dire predicament. At that moment, Sakura discerned the creature's weakness was on its back. "Naruto, Xiaoming, strike its back," she urged. They concentrated their efforts on the beast's vulnerable spot, and with a pained roar, it collapsed. Continuing deeper into the cave, they uncovered a massive magical circle inscribed with ancient runes, radiating potent magical energy. "What kind of magical circle is this?" Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. Naruto scrutinized the circle, stating, I sense this magical circle is connected to the origins of magic. As they delved into the study of the magical array, the cave began to tremble violently, with stones cascading from the ceiling. Oh no, the cave is collapsing, Sakura exclaimed. They hurriedly dashed towards the cave's entrance. Just as they escaped, the entire cavern collapsed with a thunderous roar. That was close, Xiaoming said, still shaken. Despite the peril they faced, they remained undeterred in their quest to uncover the origins of magic. Following the map's guidance, they advanced to an ancient castle. The grand entrance was tightly shut, surrounded by a formidable magical barrier. This barrier is quite challenging to breach, Naruto remarked. Sakura pondered for a moment. Perhaps we can discover a weakness in the barrier. They circled the castle in search of a vulnerability and eventually stumbled upon a damaged corner. Naruto cast a spell, forcefully breaking through the barrier. Upon entering the castle, they were enveloped by an air of antiquity. They cautiously explored the interior and unearthed a hidden chamber. Within it lay an ancient tome, inscribed with secrets regarding the origins of magic. At last, we have found it, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, just as they were about to seize the book, a formidable magical guardian materialized. Without uttering a word, the guardian launched an immediate assault. A thrilling battle ensued between them and the guardian. The guardian wielded immense magical power, plunging Naruto and his companions into a fierce struggle. Yet, through their unwavering determination and harmonious cooperation, they gradually discerned the guardian's weaknesses. Ultimately, they triumphed over the guardian and secured the magical tome. Just as they prepared to exit the castle, a multitude of magical puppets suddenly emerged within. These puppets are formidable adversaries, Xiaoming stated. We cannot falter. We must break through, Naruto declared. They unleashed powerful spells and engaged in a desperate battle against the puppets. After an intense struggle, they carved a path through the chaos and escaped the castle, clutching the magical book as they embarked on their journey home. However, along the way, they encountered a new peril. Chapter 15. The mysterious dark power with the tome containing the secrets of magic origins in their possession. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming faced an unexpected tempest on their return journey. The winds howled, and thunder rumbled ominously, compelling them to seek refuge. The rain is pouring too heavily. We must find shelter, Naruto shouted. They trudged through the downpour and finally discovered a dilapidated cottage. Hurry inside, Sakura urged. Upon entering, they found the interior cloaked in dust and cobwebs, a clear indication that it had long been abandoned. Let us rest for a moment and wait for the rain to subside, Xiaoming suggested. Unbeknownst to them, the cottage harbored a mysterious dark power. As night descended, this dark force began to awaken. Strange sounds and shadows emerged within the small abode. What is happening? Sakura asked, fearfully inching closer to Naruto. He scanned the surroundings cautiously. Everyone, be vigilant. Danger may lurk nearby. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past them. Who goes there? Naruto immediately conjured a spell, illuminating the surroundings. However, the shadowy figure vanished in an instant. What on earth was that? Xiaoming clenched his fists in anxiety. They commenced their search for clues within the cottage and stumbled upon a weathered diary. The diary revealed that this cottage had once been the residence of a dark sorcerer, who conducted forbidden magical experiments here, unleashing an uncontrollable force of darkness. Could this be the very force that was wreaking havoc? Sakura pondered. Naruto furrowed his brow. It is highly probable. We must devise a strategy to confront it. Just then, the dark force launched another assault, a powerful surge of magic knocking them to the ground. Everyone, rally yourselves, Naruto exclaimed. They rose to their feet, standing back to back, ready to face the impending attack of the dark force. In the shadows, pairs of crimson eyes gradually emerged, revealing a horde of monsters controlled by the dark power. The creatures lunged at them, claws bared, prompting Naruto and his companions to unleash a variety of spells, engaging in a fierce battle. During the fray, Naruto discerned that although these monsters were formidable, their movements seemed to be governed by a certain pattern. Observe their actions and seek out their vulnerabilities, Naruto instructed. After careful observation and experimentation, they ultimately identified the monsters' weaknesses and successfully repelled them. Yet, the dark force was relentless. The cottage began to tremble violently, as if it intended to swallow them whole. This is bad. The house is about to collapse, Xiaoming exclaimed. They swiftly dashed out of the cottage, only to find themselves engulfed by darkness outside. Disoriented in their direction, Where should we go? Sakura queried anxiously. Naruto closed his eyes, attuning himself to the magical fluctuations around them. Follow me. They navigated through the darkness, the dark force persistently attempting to obstruct their path. Suddenly, a massive magical barrier appeared before them. How do we get past this? Xiaoming inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, let us concentrate our magic together and see if we can shatter it. They pooled their magical energies, unleashing a powerful magical shockwave, which caused a fissure to appear in the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, they intensified their magical output, ultimately breaking through the barrier. Continuing onward, they arrived at a valley, thick with an oppressive aura of darkness. This place feels ominous, Sakura remarked. Regardless, we must press on, Naruto declared. Within the valley, they encountered further challenges, magical traps, formidable dark magic circles, and mysterious creatures lurking in the shadows. Yet, Naruto and his friends did not falter. Armed with unwavering faith and courage, they overcame each obstacle. At long last, they emerged from the valley, arriving at a small town. However, this town too had succumbed to the dark power, its inhabitants engulfed in fear and chaos. We must assist them, Naruto declared. They began to investigate the source of the dark force within the town, discovering that a dark magic circle was controlling everything. We must destroy this magic circle, Xiaoming insisted. They stealthily approached the magic circle, only to be detected by dark sentinels. A fierce battle erupted once more. Naruto and his companions engaged in a desperate struggle against the Dark Guardians, ultimately succeeding in dismantling the magical array and rescuing the town. The townsfolk were overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, brave sorcerers, an elder proclaimed. Naruto and his friends smiled in response and resumed their journey. Upon departing the town, they ventured into a dense forest shrouded in eerie mist, disorienting all who entered. Be cautious, danger may lurk here, Naruto warned. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of dark elves sprang forth from the fog. The dark elves unleashed their sinister magic and launched an assault. Reacting swiftly, Naruto and his comrades engaged in combat with the dark elves. During the fray, Sakura identified the dark elves' vulnerability, their wings. Attack their wings, Sakura cried out, heeding her guidance. They concentrated their efforts on the elves' wings, causing them to plummet from the skies. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished the dark elves. Continuing onward, they arrived at the banks of a turbulent river, its surface swirling with dark magical energies. How do we cross this river? Xiaoming queried, furrowing his brow at the rushing waters. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and proposed, we can conjure a bridge using magic. They worked their spells and constructed a temporary bridge across the river. Just as they prepared to traverse, a colossal dark water beast emerged from the depths, creating enormous waves that threatened to collapse their bridge. Naruto and his companions found themselves in a dual struggle, maintaining the bridge's stability while battling the water creature. In the midst of the fierce conflict, Naruto discerned that the beast's eyes were its Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on its eyes, he shouted. They unleashed a powerful barrage of magic, striking the creature's eyes. With a pained roar, the water beast sank beneath the surface. They successfully crossed the river and pressed onward. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient castle, its doors firmly shut and an aura of darkness enveloping the area. This castle appears rather ominous, Sakura remarked. Naruto replied, we must enter. There may be clues regarding the dark forces within. They pushed open the castle doors and stepped into a shadowy hall. Eerie laughter echoed through the chamber, sending chills down their spines. Who goes there? Naruto called out. From the shadows emerged a dark sorcerer. You arrogant fools dare to intrude upon my domain. The sorcerer sneered. Naruto declared, we have come to eradicate the dark forces. The sorcerer erupted with laughter. You think you can defeat me? With that, he unleashed a formidable dark magic attack against them. A breathtaking duel of magic ensued between Naruto and the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer's powers were astonishingly potent, and Naruto's group began to falter. Just as despair began to creep in, Naruto recalled a powerful spell from the grimoire. Everyone, concentrate your magical energy. I will cast this spell, he shouted. Without hesitation, Sakura and Xiaoming channeled their power into Naruto. Naruto unleashed a formidable spell, striking the dark sorcerer and inflicting severe damage. The dark sorcerers, unwilling to succumb, fell to the ground. They continued their exploration within the castle and discovered a hidden basement. Inside the basement lay a tome of dark magic, detailing methods to harness the forces of darkness. This may be what we need, Xiaoming remarked. Just as they prepared to seize the tome, a battalion of Dark Knights burst into the room. Drop the tome, the Dark Knights commanded. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and the Dark Knights. During the confrontation, Naruto noticed a shared emblem on the armor of the Dark Knights, seemingly connected to the source of the dark power. We must uncover the secret behind this emblem, Naruto declared. After considerable effort, they unraveled the mystery of the emblem and discovered the core of the dark power. They advanced towards the core, encountering formidable dark creatures and magical traps along the way. Yet, they pressed on, undeterred. At last, they arrived at the core of the dark power. This is the place. We must destroy it, Naruto proclaimed. They unleashed their strongest magic, engaging in a final confrontation with the core of the dark power. The core emitted a tremendous wave of dark energy, attempting to repel their assault. Gritting their teeth, Naruto and his companions intensified their magical output. Through their unwavering determination, the core of the dark power was ultimately obliterated. Light gradually dispelled the darkness, marking their triumph over the dark forces. We did it, Sakura exclaimed with excitement. However, their adventure was far from over. As the dark power was vanquished, a mysterious portal materialized. What is this? Xiaoming inquired, puzzled. Naruto responded, perhaps this is a gateway to new challenges. After a moment's hesitation, they resolved to step through the portal and continue their journey. Inside the portal was an entirely unfamiliar realm. The sky shimmered with an unusual violet hue, and the ground radiated with a mystical glow. This place appears quite extraordinary, Sakura remarked. Naruto cautiously surveyed their surroundings, wary of potential dangers. As they ventured forth, a melodious flute melody reached their ears. Where is that flute sound coming from? Xiaoming asked. Following the sound, Naruto discovered an individual clad in peculiar attire. Upon noticing them, the figure ceased playing the flute. Are you outsiders? He inquired. Naruto replied. We have come to explore the unknown. The figure chuckled. This is not a place for you to explore at will. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of magical creatures materialized around them. These beings varied in form, some resembling flames, others akin to blocks of ice. Naruto and his companions immediately assumed a combat stance. During the skirmish, Naruto discerned that although these creatures were powerful, their movements were governed by a rhythmic pattern. Be mindful of their rhythm, Naruto shouted. Following his lead, Sakura and Xiaoming gradually devised a strategy to counter the creatures. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the magical beings. The peculiar individual exhibited a look of astonishment, remarking on their impressive capabilities. Naruto replied, we merely seek to comprehend this place. The man fell silent for a moment before saying, very well, follow me. They trailed behind him to an ancient castle, within which lay an array of enigmatic magical artifacts. What are these? Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. The man commenced to narrate the history and secrets of this world. It turned out that this realm was shrouded in an ancient curse, and only by discovering the means to lift it could peace be restored. Naruto and his companions resolved to aid in breaking the curse. They embarked on a quest for clues, encountering a myriad of challenges and obstacles. There were mysterious magical labyrinths, formidable guardian beasts, and intricate magical puzzles. Yet, undeterred, Naruto and his friends, armed with wisdom and courage, gradually approached the solution to the curse's undoing. During one exploration, they stumbled upon a sealed magical tome. This book may hold the key, Sakura remarked. However, unsealing the book required the completion of a series of arduous tasks. Without hesitation, they accepted the challenge. The first task was to gather scattered magical gems, fiercely guarded by powerful monsters. Engaging in fierce battles, Naruto and his friends ultimately collected all the gems. The second task involved unraveling an ancient magical array, characterized by its complex structure that necessitated precise magical control. After numerous attempts, they succeeded in deciphering the array. The final task demanded them to confront their innermost fears. In a mysterious space, they encountered their most dreaded visions. Naruto witnessed the scene of losing his friends. Sakura faced her inability to master magic, and Xiaoming beheld the image of being consumed by dark forces. Yet, through sheer willpower, they overcame their inner fears. At last, the seal on the magical book was lifted. The tome contained the instructions for breaking the curse. Following the book's guidance, they conducted a grand magical ceremony. During the ritual, a tremendous surge of magical energy resonated throughout the realm. The curse gradually dissipated, and life returned to the world. The populace expressed profound gratitude towards Naruto and his friends, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving our world." They smiled in response. It is our duty. However, their journey was far from over. Upon departing from this world, they stepped into a mysterious domain, a vast desert, where the scorching sun blazed upon the earth, making it seem as if the sand might ignite. This desert appears boundless. How shall we traverse it? Xiaoming gazed at the scene with concern. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Naruto declared, "Regardless, we must press onward." They trudged through the desert, each step leaving deep imprints in the sand. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind whipped up clouds of sand, forming a colossal sandstorm that surged towards them. "Be careful," Sakura shouted. In an instant, Naruto unleashed his magic, striving to fend off the oncoming tempest. However, the ferocity of the sandstorm was overwhelming, and they were swept into its embrace. Within the tempest, they lost their bearings, their bodies battered by the relentless winds and sands. "Do not scatter," Naruto shouted. After what felt like an eternity, the storm gradually subsided. They found themselves in an unfamiliar locale, surrounded by towering sand dunes and bizarre rock formations. "Where are we?" Xiaoming inquired. Just then, a deep, ominous growl echoed through the air. From behind the dunes emerged a colossal sand beast, its form composed entirely of sand, exuding a palpable hostility. Naruto and his companions swiftly readied themselves for battle. The sand beast charged at them, each step reverberating through the ground. Naruto unleashed a fiery incantation, attempting to incinerate the creature. Yet, the beast adeptly reformed the portions consumed by the flames. Sakura conjured frost magic, aiming to freeze the beast in its tracks. Although the creature's movement slowed, its formidable offensive strength remained intact. Observing the beast's actions, Xiaoming sought its vulnerability. "I've spotted it. Its core is located in its head," he exclaimed. They concentrated their efforts, launching an assault on the beast's head. After a fierce skirmish, the sand beast was ultimately vanquished, dissolving into a heap of sand. They continued their trek through the desert, as night fell and temperatures plummeted. "It's so cold." Sakura shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. Naruto cast a warming spell, providing them with a measure of comfort. Deep within the desert, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The entrance was tightly sealed, adorned with enigmatic symbols. Naruto endeavored to decipher these markings, seeking a means to unlock the door. After considerable effort, the door creaked open. Inside lay a vast palace, its walls embedded with an array of gemstones. "These gems appear quite precious," Xiaoming remarked. However, Naruto cautioned, "Be wary, there may be traps." No sooner had he spoken than spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. They leaped to evade the danger. In the depths of the palace, they discovered an enormous magical array radiating with potent arcane energy. "What kind of magical array is this?" Sakura questioned. Naruto scrutinized it. "I sense this array is linked to our adventure." Just as they examined the array, a group of shadowy figures materialized. Cloaked in darkness, their features were obscured. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded. "We are the Guardians. You should not be here," one of the figures replied. A new confrontation loomed on the horizon. Chapter 16. The mysterious realm of illusions. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming stood before the enigmatic Guardians, their hearts brimming with caution. "Guardians? We mean no offense. We merely arrived here during our exploration," Naruto attempted to clarify. "Regardless of your intent, you cannot touch the secrets that lie here." The Guardians' voices were cold and resolute. Both sides remained locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thickening with apprehension. "Perhaps we can sit down and discuss this," Sakura suggested. "We harbor no malice." The Guardians fell silent for a moment before ultimately deciding to grant them an opportunity for explanation. Naruto hastily recounted their adventurous journey and the quest for the truth behind magic. Upon hearing his tale, the Guardians' expressions softened slightly. Nevertheless, one of them remarked, "The secrets here are not ones you can easily trespass." Xiaoming quickly inquired, "Could you perhaps offer us some hints to guide our path?" The Guardians exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in a silent conversation. After a brief pause, one of the Guardians spoke. "At the end of this desert lies a realm known as the Mirage Domain. A place fraught with the unknown and peril, yet it may hold the answers you seek." Grateful for the guidance, Naruto and his companions prepared to forge ahead. After bidding farewell to the Guardians, they endured several more arduous days of trekking through the desert. The sweltering heat, lack of water, and fierce winds continuously tested their resolve. I feel as though I can scarcely move, Xiaoming gasped. Sakura encouraged him, just a little longer. We will surely reach the Mirage Domain. At long last, when they were on the brink of exhaustion, they beheld the end of the desert. The sight before them left them in awe, a place illuminated by strange radiance and warped space, as if it belonged to another world. Is this the Mirage Domain? Naruto exclaimed. Cautiously, they stepped inside, instantly sensing a powerful surge of magical energy. The surroundings shifted unpredictably, at times revealing ancient castles and at others transforming into dense forests, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Everyone, be careful not to be deceived by these visions, Naruto cautioned. Within the Mirage Domain, they encountered an array of peculiar creatures. One appeared like a wisp of smoke, elusive and difficult to grasp, while towering trance moved slowly yet possessed immense strength. They had to fend off these creatures while striving to remain alert, resisting the allure of the mirages. This place is too bizarre. It feels as if we are going in circles, Xiaoming expressed his frustration. Sakura surveyed their surroundings. I believe we need to find a fixed point of reference. Searching diligently, they eventually stumbled upon a massive ancient tree, its distinct shape resilient against the illusions. Using this tree as their anchor, they cautiously navigated their way forward. However, as they delved deeper into the Mirage Domain, the interference of magic intensified. Naruto noticed that his spells occasionally spiraled out of control, yielding unexpected results. Sakura's healing magic, too, would falter, resulting in both laughter and dismay. What should we do? Our magic is unreliable, Sakura voiced her concern. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, perhaps we should rely on our instincts and judgment. Just then, they were enveloped by a hauntingly beautiful melody. The song seemed to emanate from a distant place, imbued with allure. This melody feels strange. It seems capable of leading one astray, Xiaoming remarked. Do not be tempted by the song. We must continue onward, Naruto urged. As the melody grew increasingly intense, their footsteps instinctively directed them towards its source. They arrived at the banks of a picturesque lake, where a small island lay at its center, seemingly inhabited by a figure singing. What is that? Sakura inquired. Naruto, on high alert, replied, I don't know, but it feels significant. Just as they attempted to approach the island, the surface of the lake erupted with colossal waves. A gigantic water beast emerged from the depths, its claws poised for attack. Naruto and his companions were compelled to momentarily abandon their quest for the island and engage in battle with the creature. The beast wielded immense power, utilizing the lake's waters to launch its assaults, plunging them into a dire predicament. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness, Naruto declared. Observing the creature's movements, Xiaoming remarked, its eyes appear to be vulnerable. They concentrated their efforts on targeting the beast's eyes. With anguished howls, the water monster gradually succumbed to their assault. Having vanquished the creature, they finally set foot on the island. The figure revealed itself to be a mysterious woman, her beauty matched only by the enigma in her gaze. Why have you come here? She asked. Naruto recounted their experiences to her. The woman smiled slightly. I see. But to obtain what you seek, you must first pass my trial. The test involved unraveling a complex magical riddle, steeped in the history and mystical principles of the illusion realm. They strained their minds, persistently experimenting. After what felt like an eternity, they successfully deciphered the puzzle. The woman nodded in satisfaction. You have passed the trial, and I can offer you guidance. She revealed that deep within the illusion realm lay a mysterious tower, concealing significant secrets of magic. Following her directions, Naruto and his companions pressed on, encountering various magical traps and illusions along the way. However, fortified by their previous experiences, they navigated these challenges with greater composure. At last, they beheld the enigmatic tower, soaring into the clouds, enveloped by potent magical energy. This is the place we seek, Naruto proclaimed. They ventured inside, where the air was thick with arcane symbols and magical contraptions. In the midst of their exploration, Xiaoming inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing the magical energies within the tower to spiral into chaos. Be careful, Sakura shouted as they evaded sudden magical assaults. Naruto diligently sought a means to deactivate the mechanism. After a tense search, he finally located the core of the control device. Once deactivated, they resumed their exploration of the tower. In a room at the pinnacle, they discovered an ancient tome of magic, filled with profound knowledge and secrets of the arcane. This must be an invaluable treasure, Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. Just as they were preparing to delve into the tome, a cacophony erupted from outside the tower. Peering out the window, they were alarmed to see a horde of dark creatures advancing towards them. "This is bad. We must leave here at once," Naruto urged. They hastily departed from the tower, clutching the magical tome, while dark creatures relentlessly pursued them. Utilizing the environment of the illusory realm and their arcane abilities, Naruto and his companions engaged in a tactical dance with the menacing entities. In a narrow valley, they ingeniously devised a magical trap. As the dark creatures advanced, the trap was triggered, momentarily halting their advance. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his allies quickened their pace and fled the valley. However, the dark creatures remained undeterred in their pursuit, chasing them to a treacherous swamp. The air was thick with toxic fumes, and the ground was exceedingly soft, posing a perilous risk of sinking. "Everyone, be cautious not to fall into the mire," Sakura warned. Naruto conjured magic in an attempt to forge a safe passage. Yet the dark creatures drew ever closer, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Just then, Xiaoming spotted a sturdy rock amidst the swamp. "We can use this stone as a defensive bastion," he suggested. They swiftly took refuge behind the rock, bracing themselves for the impending assault of the dark creatures. The entities charged at them, yet the stone's barrier significantly diminished the impact of their attacks. Seizing the moment, Naruto and his companions launched a counteroffensive, repelling wave after wave of assaults. After a protracted struggle, the dark creatures finally began to retreat. "We've finally driven them away," Sakura exhaled in relief. Yet, they understood the necessity of not lingering in the swamp. Continuing onward, they emerged from the marsh and arrived at a tranquil village. The villagers led serene lives and regarded their arrival with great curiosity. "From whence do you hail?" an elderly man inquired. Naruto and his comrades recounted their harrowing experiences. Upon hearing their tale, the elder remarked, "Behind our village lies a mysterious cavern, rumored to conceal immense magical power, albeit fraught with peril." Determined, Naruto and his companions resolved to explore the cavern. Upon entering, they were greeted by an array of peculiar crystals, pulsating with formidable magical energy. "These crystals must possess unique properties," Xiaoming observed. While they examined the crystals, a deep growl resonated through the cavern, and a colossal beast surged forth from the shadows. Its body cloaked in impenetrable scales and flames erupting from its maw. Swiftly, Naruto and his allies unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. Its formidable strength began to overwhelm them. "We must discern its weakness," Naruto exclaimed. Sakura scrutinized the creature's movements, declaring, "I've noticed its abdomen appears vulnerable." They concentrated their efforts on attacking the beast's underbelly. With a pained roar, the creature collapsed. After vanquishing the beast, they continued their exploration deeper into the cavern. Within its depths, they discovered an immense magical circle, shimmering with strange luminescence. "This magical array appears remarkably intricate," Xiaoming remarked. Naruto meticulously examined the array, sensing it differed from the magic they had previously encountered. Just as they delved into their analysis, the magical circle abruptly activated, ensnaring them within its confines. "Everyone, be alert," Naruto cautioned. A formidable power emanated from the magic circle, relentlessly assaulting them. They fought valiantly against the onslaught, yet their strength waned gradually. "We must devise a way to shatter this magic circle," Sakura declared. After considerable effort, they finally disowned a flaw within the circle. Naruto unleashed a potent spell, breaking the enchantment. Upon emerging from the circle, they discovered a concealed passageway, suffused with an enigmatic aura. "I wonder where this passage leads," Xiaoming mused. "Regardless, we must investigate," Naruto replied. They traversed the passage, arriving at a vast underground palace adorned with an array of precious magical artifacts. "These items must be of immense value," Xiaoming remarked. However, they were not beguiled by the wealth before them. Instead, they continued their quest for the secrets of magic. Deep within the palace, they uncovered an ancient mirror reflecting peculiar visions. "This mirror seems to possess some unique function," Sakura observed. As they approached, a hand suddenly reached out from the mirror, pulling Naruto inside. "Naruto!" Sakura and Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. They hastily sought a means to rescue him. The world within the mirror was rife with distortion and chaos. Naruto struggled to find an escape. In the depths of this mirrored realm, he discovered a mysterious rune, sensing it might be the key to his liberation. Simultaneously, Sakura and Xiaoming located the mechanism controlling the mirror outside. They succeeded in extracting Naruto from its depths. That was perilous, Naruto remarked. Following this harrowing experience, they proceeded with heightened caution as they explored the underground palace. In a secluded corner, they stumbled upon a sealed magical scroll. This might be what we have been searching for, Xiaoming suggested. However, unraveling the scroll seal was no simple task. They needed to procure specific magical items and solve intricate magical puzzles. After considerable toil, they finally broke the seal and obtained the scroll, which contained a powerful spell requiring particular conditions for its casting. It seems we must continue our exploration to uncover how to wield this magic, Naruto stated. With the magical scroll in hand, they departed the underground palace. Upon exiting the cave, they were met with a transformed world. The once tranquil village lay desolate, devoid of its inhabitants. What has happened here? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable magical force at play. They resolved to investigate this strange phenomenon. Amidst the ruins of the village, they uncovered traces of dark magic. It appears that a sinister force is at work, Xiaoming observed. Following the trail of dark magic, they arrived at a foreboding castle. The castle's gates were firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of darkness. This castle looks perilous, Sakura remarked. Yet we must enter to uncover the truth, Naruto asserted. They pushed open the castle's grand doors and stepped into a shadowy hall, where a chilling laughter echoed ominously. Welcome, brave adventurers, a dark figure materialized before them. Who are you? Why do you seek to ruin our village? Naruto demanded. The shadowy figure sneered. I am the sovereign of darkness. This world shall be under my dominion. With that, the dark figure unleashed a formidable dark magic, launching an assault upon them. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the malevolent entity. Waves of dark magic surged forth, but Naruto and his friends countered with their own magical prowess. Sakura's healing spells continuously rejuvenated her allies, while Xiaoming's defensive enchantments formed a resilient barrier. Naruto, wielding potent offensive magic, endeavored to breach the dark figure's defenses. This foe is too powerful. Xiaoming gritted his teeth. Don't give up. We will surely find his weakness, Naruto shouted. Amidst the fierce clash, he discerned a fleeting vulnerability on the right side of the dark figure whenever it cast its mighty spells. Sakura, Xiaoming, concentrate your efforts on his right side, Naruto commanded. Heeding his directive, they combined their magical energies and launched a concentrated assault on the dark figure's right flank. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, the shadowy figure staggered slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed another attack, a blinding radiance illuminating the space as the dark figure let out a wail of agony. Now's our chance, Sakura urged. They pressed forward, continuously unleashing powerful spells until the dark figure began to falter. Ultimately, through their collective resolve, they vanquished the shadowy menace, which dissipated into a swirling cloud of darkness. We did it, Xiaoming exclaimed with exhilaration. However, before they could catch their breath, new changes unfolded within the castle. The surrounding walls began to shimmer with eerie light, heralding the awakening of an even more potent dark force. This is bad. This power is stronger than before, Sakura remarked. Her expression grave. No matter what, we must not retreat, Naruto declared. As the dark energy intensified, the castle was beset by terrifying illusions, attempting to disrupt their minds. Naruto and his companions tightly shut their eyes, focusing their minds to resist the onslaught of phantoms. Suddenly, a colossal dark creature erupted from the ground, roaring as it charged toward them. They swiftly scattered to evade its attack. We must find the creature's weakness, Naruto shouted. While dodging the monster's strikes, they observed its movements. After careful scrutiny, Xiaoming noticed a glowing rune on the creature's back, potentially its Achilles heel. Naruto, Sakura, target the rune on its back, Xiaoming urged. They unleashed their most potent spells simultaneously against the creature's vulnerable spot. The magical light struck the rune, causing the beast to writhe in agony. Yet, it did not succumb easily. Instead, it became even more frenzied in its assault. Keep attacking, Naruto commanded. They relentlessly launched their magical onslaught, gradually wearing down the creature's strength. At last, the monster crumbled and dissipated in a brilliant burst of light. The dark forces within the castle receded, and tranquility was restored. It was finally over. Sakura sat wearily upon the ground. Naruto remarked, "Yet we cannot afford to relax. We must ascertain the origin of this formidable dark power." They continued their exploration of the castle and stumbled upon a tome of dark magic. The book contained a dreadful conspiracy. It revealed that a sinister organization sought to harness the dark forces within to dominate the entire world. "We must thwart them," exclaimed Xiaoming. Naruto nodded, declaring, "This shall be our new mission." Armed with the dark magic tome, they departed the castle, bracing themselves for forthcoming challenges. In the days that followed, Naruto and his companions began their quest to uncover clues about the dark organization. They traversed numerous towns and villages, inquiring of countless individuals. Ultimately, in a remote hamlet, they received a crucial piece of information. It was said that the dark organization had a secret base nestled within an ancient mountain range. Without hesitation, Naruto and his comrades set forth toward the mountains. The paths were treacherous and fraught with peril. Steep cliffs, ferocious beasts, and intricate magical traps lay in their way. Yet, fortified by their unwavering resolve and exceptional magical prowess, they advanced resolutely toward their goal. Deep within the mountains, they discovered a concealed cave. This could very well be the secret lair of the dark organization, Naruto asserted. Cautiously, they entered the cave, where an ominous aura pervaded the air, and eerie lights flickered upon the walls. "Be wary of ambush," Sakura cautioned. Indeed, a cadre of dark sorcerers emerged from the shadows. "You audacious fools dare to venture here," the dark sorcerers bellowed. A fierce magical battle erupted once more. Naruto and his allies engaged in a desperate struggle against the dark sorcerers, who unleashed an array of nefarious spells, met with the righteous magic of Naruto and his friends. The conflict raged intensely, the cave illuminated by bursts of magic and the cacophony of explosions. Through their teamwork, Naruto and his companions gradually gained the upper hand, vanquishing the dark sorcerers one by one. Eventually, they reached the core of the cave, where a colossal magical array continuously emanated dark energy. "We must destroy this magical array," Naruto declared. They charged toward the array, poised to unleash their magic to obliterate it. Just then, the leader of the dark organization appeared. "You shall not thwart my plans," the leader proclaimed. He wielded powerful dark magic in an attempt to impede them. Naruto and his comrades faced the leader in a climactic showdown. The confrontation proved extraordinarily arduous, as the leader's magical prowess exceeded their wildest expectations. Nevertheless, undeterred, Naruto and his friends were imbued with righteousness and courage. In a pivotal moment, Naruto suddenly grasped a new magical technique. He fused this technique with the magic of Sakura and Xiaoming, forming a formidable synergy. They launched their final assault against the leader. Under the weight of their formidable onslaught, the leader could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. The magical array ceased to operate, and the dark forces were utterly vanquished. "We have triumphed," Xiaoming exclaimed with exhilaration, as Naruto and his companions emerged from the cave. Sunlight bathed them in warmth and brilliance. They understood that, although this crisis had been averted, numerous challenges awaited them in the future. Yet, they were prepared to embark on a journey filled with the unknowns of magic. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Tome of Magic. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming had successfully eradicated the threat posed by the dark organization, and their heroic deeds became legendary throughout the magical realm. However, they had little time to revel in their victory, for a new adventure was silently approaching. By chance, they stumbled upon an ancient library, where they discovered a mysterious tome of magic. The cover of the tome was worn and emanated an air of enigma and antiquity. "This tome seems extraordinary. Perhaps it harbors significant secrets," Sakura remarked. With great caution, Naruto opened the tome, yet the text and illustrations within were obscure and perplexing. "What does it say? I cannot comprehend it at all," Xiaoming frowned. They resolved to return to the academy with the tome and consult a seasoned scholar of magic. At the academy, an elderly magic professor meticulously examined the tome. "This is an exceedingly rare tome of magic, chronicling a powerful and lost spell, yet deciphering it is no simple task," the professor declared. Naruto and his friends firmly expressed their willingness to dedicate themselves to the interpretation. In the ensuing days, they immersed themselves in the study of the tome. With her meticulous attention to detail, Sakura discerned patterns among the words. Xiaoming applied his logical reasoning to decode the magical illustrations, while Naruto persistently endeavored to sense the hidden information within the tome using his magical energy. After a period of diligent effort, they finally managed to decipher a portion of its contents. It turned out that the magic inscribed within the tome was linked to a mysterious ruin, said to conceal a power capable of enhancing magical abilities. "We must locate this ruin," Naruto proclaimed. They prepared the necessary items and set forth on their adventure once more. Following the clues within the tome, they traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous mountains, ultimately arriving at a secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Sakura warned. They advanced with great care, only to suddenly hear a deep, rumbling roar. "What could that be?" Xiaoming asked anxiously. A colossal magical beast burst forth from the fog, its massive form radiating potent magical energy. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. The creature's attacks were ferocious, and they deftly dodged and countered. During the skirmish, Naruto discerned the beast's vulnerability lay in its leg joints. "Sakura, Xiaoming, focus your attacks on its legs," Naruto shouted. Following Naruto's instructions, they unleashed potent magic that struck the legs of the magical beast. The creature lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground. They pressed onward and ultimately discovered the entrance to the ruins. However, it was obstructed by a formidable magical barrier, which proved difficult to breach. "This barrier is not easily overcome," Sakura remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, "We can combine the knowledge from the ancient texts to attempt to decipher this barrier." They began to study the methods for dismantling magical barriers detailed in the ancient tomes. Through relentless experimentation and adjustment, they finally succeeded in dispelling the magical barrier. Upon entering the ruins, they were enveloped by an ancient atmosphere, with walls shimmering with mysterious luminescence. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered an array of intricate magical traps. Some traps spewed flames, others unleashed powerful currents of electricity, while some conjured illusory scenes to bewilder them. "Everyone must remain vigilant," Naruto cautioned. Drawing upon their previous adventures and the knowledge gleaned from the ancient texts, they adeptly avoided one trap after another. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a colossal magical array, adorned with various precious gems that radiated immense magical energy. "This must be what we were seeking," Xiaoming declared. Yet, as they prepared to approach the magical array, a cohort of dark sorcerers materialized. "We discovered this first. You shall not claim it," the dark sorcerers shouted. A fierce magical battle erupted once more, as the dark sorcerers unleashed a barrage of sinister spells in an attempt to thwart Naruto and his companions from reaching the magical array. Undaunted, they engaged in a desperate struggle against the dark sorcerers. During the fray, Sakura identified a weakness in the dark sorcerer's magical array. "Naruto, Xiaoming, strike that corner of the magical array," she urged. They concentrated their efforts on the identified vulnerability. The magical array shattered instantly, leaving the dark sorcerers devoid of their power. Naruto and his allies triumphed over the dark sorcerers and approached the magical array. Following the methods outlined in the ancient texts, they activated the array. It emitted a blinding radiance as a surge of potent magic coursed through their bodies. "I can feel my strength amplifying," Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. However, at that moment, the ruins began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. "We must flee at once," Naruto shouted. They raced back along their path, dodging falling debris. Just before the ruins completely crumbled, they narrowly escaped. "That was a close call," Sakura panted. Although they had faced danger, they had successfully acquired formidable magical power. Unbeknownst to them, this expedition had drawn the attention of a mysterious organization, which had been covertly seeking powerful magical forces and regarded Naruto and his companions as a significant threat. One day, while resting in a small town, they were suddenly ambushed by the mysterious organization. "Be careful," Naruto yelled. Members of the enigmatic organization wielded an array of peculiar spells, ensnaring Naruto and his companions in a dire predicament. These incantations were unlike any they had encountered before, prompting Sakura to caution them to tread carefully. Despite their valiant resistance, the barrage of the organization's assaults intensified. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, a mysterious elder materialized. The elder unleashed formidable magic, repelling the members of the clandestine group. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder," Naruto expressed gratefully. The elder regarded them with a solemn gaze, cautioning, "The magical essence you possess has attracted the covetous eyes of many. Be vigilant." With that, he vanished into thin air. Naruto and his friends realized that they must cultivate their strength to confront the challenges that lay ahead. They resumed their training, diligently enhancing their magical prowess. During one such session, Naruto suddenly grasped a novel magical technique. Sakura, Xiaoming, I believe I've uncovered a more potent method of utilizing magic, Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration. They commenced collaborating to explore this newfound magical technique, integrating it into their combat repertoire. Before long, they received an enigmatic invitation. The missive beckoned them to a mysterious island, rumored to host a grand assembly of magic. Could this be a trap? Xiaoming pondered with trepidation. Regardless, we must investigate, Naruto asserted resolutely. Upon arriving at the island, they discovered a congregation of powerful sorcerers from distant realms. At the gathering, they faced an array of challenges and contests. Some sorcerers excelled in offensive magic, others in defensive arts, while yet others mastered control spells. As Naruto and his allies engaged in these trials, they gradually garnered the attention of their fellow magicians. However, lurking beneath the surface of the assembly was a nefarious conspiracy. The orchestrator of the gathering sought to exploit these formidable sorcerers to fulfill their malevolent ambitions. Upon uncovering this plot, Naruto and his comrades resolved to thwart it. They discreetly allied with a cadre of righteous sorcerers, preparing to confront the looming darkness. In a pivotal moment, Naruto and his friends stepped forward to unveil the truth behind the conspiracy. Do not be deceived by his facade. His intentions are malevolent, Naruto proclaimed. The other sorcerers began to awaken to the reality of the situation, rallying to Naruto's side. A fierce magical battle ensued, with Naruto and his allies engaging in a desperate struggle against the forces of evil. Throughout the conflict, they fully harnessed their abilities and the newly acquired magical techniques. Ultimately, they triumphed over the dark forces, rescuing the assembly from ruin. Their names once again echoed throughout the magical realm, solidifying their status as revered heroes. Yet, their adventures were far from over. After departing from the mysterious island, Naruto and his companions encountered a weary wandering sorcerer along their journey. The sorcerer appeared utterly exhausted, yet his eyes shimmered with an air of enigma. Please, brave adventurers, help me, the sorcerer implored weakly. Naruto and his friends halted in their tracks, inquiring, what troubles you? The sorcerer sighed heavily, confessing, I am in search of a lost magical gem, but I unwittingly fell into a magical trap and sustained grave injuries. Sakura felt a surge of compassion. We can assist you, she said. The wizard expressed his gratitude, revealing that the gem was said to reside within an ancient castle, fiercely guarded by powerful enchantments. Naruto and his companions resolved to aid the wizard in his quest for the gem. Upon arriving at the castle's entrance, they found the grand door firmly shut, enveloped in an eerie aura of magic. Naruto attempted to unlock the door with his spells, only to discover it remained immovable. This door is protected by formidable magical barriers, he remarked. Xiaoming scrutinized the surroundings, suggesting that there might be alternate entrances. They circled the castle in search and eventually stumbled upon a broken window on one side. They slipped through the window and entered the castle's interior, which was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, echoed by strange sounds. Everyone, be cautious, Naruto advised. As they treaded carefully, a horde of ghostly figures suddenly manifested, emitting wailing cries as they lunged toward them. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions conjured spells to fend off the apparitions. After a fierce battle, they succeeded in repelling the ghosts. Delving deeper into the castle, they arrived at an expansive chamber, where a colossal treasure chest awaited them. The wizard claimed that the gem might be contained within. As they approached the chest, it unexpectedly sprang open, releasing a cloud of black smoke that coalesced into a massive beast. The creature roared ferociously and charged at them. A thrilling confrontation ensued as they battled the monster. During the skirmish, Sakura discerned a vulnerability on the creature's back. They concentrated their efforts on this weak point, ultimately vanquishing it. Upon opening the chest, they were greeted by the sight of the gem, radiating a mysterious luminescence. The wizard took hold of the gem, expressing his gratitude. This gem is vital to me. However, at that moment, the gem unleashed a surge of power, engulfing the wizard. His visage contorted as he laughed maniacally. At last, I have acquired this immense power. It became evident that the wizard had deceived them, intending to wield the gem's power to dominate the magical realm. Fury ignited within Naruto and his friends. You deceitful wretch. A fresh battle erupted. Empowered by the gem, the wizard unleashed formidable spells, thrusting Naruto and his companions into dire straits. Yet, they refused to surrender. Collaborating seamlessly, they summoned their utmost strength. In a pivotal moment, Naruto conceived a plan. Sakura, Xiaoming, let us unite our magic. They pooled their energies, generating a formidable force that struck the wizard, causing the gem to tumble from his grasp. Naruto swiftly retrieved the gem, feeling its power gradually subside. We cannot allow this gem to fall into the hands of malevolence, he declared. They resolved to seal the gem away to prevent further exploitation. After considerable effort, they succeeded in encasing the gem securely. That was truly fraught with peril, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto chuckled. Yet again, we have triumphed over evil. They pressed onward, ready to embrace new challenges and adventures. Not long after, they found themselves in a bustling magical marketplace. The marketplace was filled with an array of magical artifacts, including wondrous potions, enigmatic scrolls, and an assortment of rare magical materials. The atmosphere was truly enchanting. Sakura gazed around, brimming with excitement. While they were curiously exploring the market, Naruto stumbled upon a suspicious stall. Displayed were ancient and powerful magical items, yet the vendor's gaze was evasive. Approaching the stall, Naruto inquired about the origins of these items. But the vendor faltered, unable to provide a coherent response. Sensing something amiss, Naruto and his companions resolved to investigate discreetly. After a thorough pursuit and inquiry, they uncovered the vendor's connection to a gang involved in the theft of magical treasures. We cannot allow them to continue their nefarious deeds, Xiaoming declared. They stealthily trailed the vendor to the gang's hideout, a concealed cave guarded with formidable defenses. Cautiously, Naruto and his friends infiltrated the lair. Inside, they encountered a myriad of magical traps and sentinels. Skillfully, they evaded the traps and subdued the guards. Deep within the cave, they discovered a trove of stolen magical treasures. We must return these treasures to their rightful owners, Sakura asserted. Just as they prepared to depart with the treasures, the gang's leader emerged. A powerful sorcerer, he unleashed a formidable magical assault on Naruto and his friends. A fierce battle ensued. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged in a desperate struggle against the leader. Gradually, they gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the leader was vanquished. Exiting the cave with the reclaimed magical treasures, they returned them to their rightful owners. Thank you, brave sorcerers. The owners expressed tears of gratitude in their eyes. Naruto and his friends smiled in response and continued on their adventurous journey. In the days that followed, they encountered a cursed village. The villagers were afflicted by a peculiar magic, causing their health to deteriorate. Naruto and his companions resolved to aid the villagers in breaking the curse. Through diligent investigation, they discovered the source of the curse, a malevolent magical artifact buried deep beneath the village, emanating dark energy. We must locate and destroy it, Naruto proclaimed. They commenced their excavation and ultimately unearthed the sinister artifact, which was enveloped by a powerful magical shield. Sakura meticulously analyzed the shield's structure, exclaiming, "I have found a way to bypass it." Under Sakura's guidance, they successfully dismantled the shield and obliterated the malevolent artifact. With the curse lifted, the villagers regained their health, celebrating with a grand festival in their honor. "We are also delighted to have been of assistance," Xiaoming remarked. Yet, their adventures were far from over. Chapter 18: The Awakening of Ancient Magic. After lifting the village's curse, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming continued their quest, whereupon they heard of a startling legend. It is said that in a distant, mystical realm, an ancient magic is on the verge of awakening, a force capable of cataclysmic devastation that threatens to unleash calamity upon the entire magical world. "We must prevent the awakening of this magic," Naruto declared resolutely. Sakura and Xiaoming promptly expressed their unwavering agreement, and thus they set forth towards the fabled mysterious land. After a protracted journey, they arrived at a forest shrouded in fog, an eerie atmosphere pervading the air, rendering the silence unsettling. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Sakura warned, her vigilance palpable. As they proceeded with trepidation, a chilling laughter echoed through the woods, sending shivers down their spines. "Who goes there?" Xiaoming inquired nervously. At that moment, figures emerged from the mist, a horde of puppets, ensnared by dark magic, their eyes vacant, movements rigid. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in fierce combat with the puppets. Although the puppets moved sluggishly, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. "We cannot be hindered by them. We must break through swiftly," Naruto urged. Utilizing their formidable magic, They finally pierced through the puppet encirclement and ventured deeper into the forest. In the heart of the woods, they stumbled upon an ancient temple, its grand entrance sealed tight, adorned with enigmatic runes. This temple may be connected to the ancient magic, Sakura remarked. Naruto scrutinized the runes, endeavoring to decipher a method to unlock the door. After diligent examination, he discerned that specific magical incantations were required to activate the runes. Xiaoming recalled some ancient spells he had learned during prior adventures, and after some attempts, the door creaked open. A potent magical aura enveloped the temple, making it difficult to breathe. They cautiously stepped inside, where they beheld a colossal magical array at the center, pulsating with strange luminescence. This must be the core of the ancient magic, Naruto remarked. As they approached the magical array, it suddenly erupted with tremendous energy, repelling them. "Be careful," Sakura shouted. Regaining their footing, they noticed guardian spirits materializing around the array, exuding formidable magical power and hostility in their gazes. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the guardian spirits. The spirits' attacks were relentless, forcing them to evade and retaliate continuously. Amidst the fray, Xiaoming discerned a pattern in the spirits' assault. "Pay attention, their attacks pause momentarily at intervals. We must seize this opportunity to counterattack," Xiaoming exclaimed. Following Xiaoming's insight, they finally identified the Guardian's vulnerabilities and succeeded in vanquishing them. However, the magical array had become unstable, its brilliance flickering with increasing intensity. "This is bad. The ancient magic may awaken prematurely," Naruto warned. They rushed to the array, striving to suppress it with their own magical energy. Sakura cast a powerful healing spell, replenishing their strength. Naruto concentrated his spirit, channeling his magical energy into the magic circle in an attempt to quell its restlessness. Xiaoming assisted him from the side, continuously adjusting the flow of magic. After a considerable effort, the radiance of the magic circle gradually stabilized. A sigh of relief escaped Naruto's lips. They had managed to gain temporary control. However, they understood that this was but a fleeting respite, and they must seek a definitive solution to their predicament. They scoured the temple for clues and stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic, which chronicled the origins and methods of controlling arcane powers. "It appears that to master this magic, we must locate 3 magical gemstones," Sakura remarked. "But where are the gemstones?" Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, the magic book emitted a beam of light, directing them deeper into the temple. Following the luminous trail, they arrived at a secret chamber. Within it stood 3 chests, each adorned with gemstones of distinct hues. "This must be the magical gemstones we seek," Naruto declared. As they prepared to seize the gems, a formidable magical shield materialized around the chests. "It seems our task is not so simple," Xiaoming frowned. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto proposed, "We can utilize the magical knowledge we previously acquired to dismantle this shield." They began to analyze the shield's magical structure, and after numerous attempts, they finally broke through the barrier and retrieved the 3 gemstones. The instant they grasped the gems, the temple began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the walls. "This is bad. The temple is collapsing," Sakura exclaimed. They hastily fled the temple, and just as they escaped, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. "Now that we possess the gemstones, we should be able to control the ancient magic," Naruto proclaimed. They returned to the magic circle, embedding the gemstones into their designated positions. The circle emitted a brilliant light before gradually calming, successfully staving off the awakening of the ancient magic. "We did it," Xiaoming shouted with exhilaration. However, before they could celebrate, they noticed a transformation in their surroundings. The once misty forest became clear, yet it was now inhabited by many peculiar creatures. These beings had never before graced the magical realm, possessing immense magical power and aggression. "What is happening?" Sakura pondered, bewildered. Naruto observed the creatures warily, realizing that the influence of the ancient magic had not been entirely eradicated. They were compelled to confront these new threats once more. The creatures charged towards them, prompting Naruto and his companions to unleash their magic and engage in battle. During the fray, Naruto discovered a vulnerability in the creatures' abdomens. "Aim for their bellies," he shouted. They concentrated their efforts on attacking the creatures' vulnerable spots, causing them to fall one by one. After an intense struggle, they finally vanquished all the creatures. "This adventure seems to present one challenge after another," Xiaoming panted. Just as they prepared to depart, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. "Do you think this is the end?" "Who?" Naruto exclaimed, scanning his surroundings. A figure descended slowly from the heavens, revealing a formidable dark sorcerer. Are you the one behind this? Naruto inquired. The dark sorcerer chuckled coldly. This is all part of my grand design. You thwarted the awakening of ancient magic, yet fell into my trap. What is your true intention? Naruto pressed. I seek to harness the power of ancient magic to dominate the entire magical realm. And you are but my stumbling blocks, the sorcerer declared. With that, he unleashed a torrent of powerful dark magic, launching an assault against them. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged in a breathtaking duel of magic. The sorcerer's spells were potent and sinister, gradually ensnaring them in peril. We cannot concede defeat like this, Sakura exclaimed. Naruto focused his mind, recalling their journey and the magical knowledge they had acquired. We can counter him with a combined spell, he asserted. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement, pooling their magical energies to conjure a formidable unified spell. Their magic collided with that of the dark sorcerer, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, the sorcerer was left severely wounded. Impossible. How could you possess such formidable power? He exclaimed in disbelief. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil, Naruto proclaimed. In despair, the dark sorcerer vanished. Though victorious against the dark sorcerer, Naruto and his friends understood that the peace of the magical realm still faced numerous challenges. We must continue our efforts to safeguard the tranquility of the magical world, Naruto remarked. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded resolutely. They embarked on their adventure once more, ready to confront future trials. Soon, they arrived in an area ravaged by a magical storm. The chaotic magical energies wrought havoc upon the local inhabitants. We must find a way to quell this tempest, Sakura urged. They began to investigate the storm's origin, discovering a powerful magical vortex at its core. To close this vortex, we require immense magical strength and precise control, Xiaoming stated. Naruto resolved to brave the center of the vortex to attempt its closure. Naruto, it's too perilous. Sakura voiced her concern. Naruto smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I believe we can achieve this. He entered the vortex's center, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Focusing his mind, he summoned potent magic to contend with the vortex's force. Sakura and Xiaoming provided magical support from the outside. After arduous effort, Naruto successfully sealed the magical vortex. Calming the storm, the local residents expressed their profound gratitude. Thank you. You are our heroes. With smiles, Naruto and his companions departed, continuing their quest. In the course of their journey, they encountered an ancient master of magic. The master revealed to them that deep within the distant snowy mountains lay a legendary magical sword, imbued with unparalleled power, yet fiercely guarded by formidable magic. This sword may assist us in safeguarding the magical realm, Naruto declared. They resolved to venture to the snowy mountains in search of this legendary blade. The environment of the snow-capped peaks was exceedingly harsh, with frigid temperatures and howling winds. Everyone, be cautious and do not let your guard down, Naruto cautioned. They ascended the treacherous slopes of the mountain with great difficulty, ultimately discovering a cave that housed the sword. The sword lies within, Xiaoming remarked. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, a colossal ice dragon emerged, roaring and launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the ice dragon. Its attacks were both chilling and lethal, compelling them to muster all their strength in defense. During the skirmish, Sakura discerned the dragon's vulnerability lay at the base of its wings. Strike at its wing base, Sakura shouted. They concentrated their efforts on the dragon's wings, inflicting injury, causing it to crash to the ground. At last, they secured the fabled magical sword, which radiated immense power, filling them with exhilaration. With this sword, we are far more confident in facing future challenges, Naruto proclaimed. However, unbeknownst to them, the sword's emergence had attracted the covetous attention of other forces. While departing the snowy mountains, they were confronted by a cadre of malevolent sorcerers. Surrender the sword, or you shall not escape, the wicked sorcerers bellowed. Naruto and his friends clutched the sword tightly, declaring, not a chance. A fierce battle erupted once more. The dark sorcerers unleashed a variety of nefarious spells. But armed with the sword's might and their unwavering resolve, Naruto and his companions fought valiantly against their foes. The struggle persisted, with Naruto's group gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, the malevolent sorcerers were forced to retreat in defeat. We have triumphed over evil once more, Xiaoming remarked. They pressed onward, sword in hand. ready to embrace further challenges and adventures. As they journeyed, they arrived at a mysterious village. Though it appeared tranquil, a hidden force lingered beneath the surface. I sense something amiss here, Sakura stated. Naruto nodded. Caution is prudent. As they explored the village, they stumbled upon an abandoned magical laboratory, filled with peculiar instruments and experimental artifacts. What horrific experiments were conducted here? Xiaoming inquired. Just then, a magical portal materialized within the laboratory. What is this? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. A mysterious figure emerged from the portal. You should not have come here, the enigmatic figure declared. Who are you? Naruto demanded. The figure smiled. I am the master of this laboratory. You have trespassed upon my domain. With that, the mysterious figure unleashed formidable magic in an attack against them. Swiftly, Naruto and his companions retaliated, engaging in an intense battle with the enigmatic figure. During the confrontation, they discovered that this figure's magic was unlike anything they had previously encountered, imbued with an eerie and unpredictable nature. This adversary is formidable, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto proclaimed, but we cannot falter. After a fierce struggle, they finally uncovered the flaw in the mysterious figure's magic and successfully vanquished it. Phew, we have triumphed at last, Sakura sighed in relief. However, as they prepared to exit the laboratory, they discovered that the portal had closed, trapping them inside. What should we do? Xiaoming exclaimed anxiously. Naruto, maintaining his composure, pondered. There must be a way out. They began to scour the laboratory for clues, hoping to find a method to reopen the portal. After a meticulous search, they stumbled upon a hidden book of spells tucked away in a corner. Wonderful. We have a chance to escape, Sakura declared. Following the instructions within the book, they endeavored to restart the portal. After numerous failures, the portal finally began to open slowly. They stepped through it, leaving the enigmatic laboratory behind. That was truly perilous, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto smiled. Yet we have overcome another obstacle. They pressed onward, unaware of the challenges that awaited them in the future. Upon departing the town, they entered a mysterious swamp, enveloped in toxic mists, where the ground was treacherously slippery, threatening to ensnare them in the muck. Everyone, watch your step and refrain from running, Naruto cautioned. They navigated the swamp carefully when suddenly a deep roar echoed through the air. What is that sound? Sakura asked nervously. From the depths of the swamp emerged a colossal beast, its body covered in hard scales and its eyes glinting with menace. Naruto and his companions immediately prepared for battle. The monster opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Naruto cast a water technique, attempting to extinguish the flames, while Xiaoming enhanced its power with wind magic from the side. Sakura seized the moment to observe the beast's vulnerabilities. I've noticed its abdomen appears softer. It may be a weak point, she shouted. They concentrated their efforts on attacking the creature's abdomen. The beast, in pain, lashed out more violently. The battle was fiercely intense, and their stamina began to wane. We cannot continue like this. We must find a solution swiftly, Naruto urged. Just then, Xiaoming had an idea. We can create an illusion with magic to confuse the beast, he suggested. They immediately cast the illusion spell, bewildering the monster and slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched a decisive strike, finally defeating the creature. Excellent. We have emerged victorious once more, Sakura exclaimed. They continued through the swamp, ultimately escaping the perilous area. Next, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient castle. The massive doors were tightly sealed, surrounded by magical traps. This castle does not seem very welcoming, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto replied, regardless, we must venture inside. They cautiously navigated the magical traps and approached the castle's entrance. With a surge of magic, Naruto forcefully pushed open the door, revealing a pitch-black interior. They ignited their torches and ventured into the castle. A musty atmosphere pervaded the air within, and peculiar portraits adorned the walls. These images appeared to harbor secrets, Sakura remarked. Upon closer inspection, they observed that the eyes of each portrait shifted in accordance with their movements. This was exceedingly eerie, Xiaoming commented. Suddenly, the figures within the paintings came to life and stepped forth from their frames. You have trespassed into our domain. Prepare for your punishment, they shouted. Naruto and his companions found themselves embroiled in battle once more. After an intense struggle, they ultimately vanquished the figures from the portraits. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon a sealed tome of magic. This could be a significant treasure, Naruto declared. However, breaking the seal would prove to be no simple task. They needed to locate specific magical artifacts and incantations. After considerable effort, they finally lifted the seal and secured the spellbook. Just as they prepared to exit the castle, its master appeared. The lord of the castle was a formidable sorcerer, and he was incensed by their audacity in taking the book. "Leave the tome behind, or you shall not escape," he warned. Naruto retorted, "This book is of utmost importance to us. We cannot relinquish it." A fierce magical duel ensued once again. The castle master unleashed a myriad of potent spells, while Naruto and his friends fought valiantly to resist. In a pivotal moment, they utilized the knowledge they had just acquired from the spellbook to successfully defeat the castle master. "We have once again overcome a great challenge," Xiaoming remarked. With the spellbook in their possession, they pressed onward, ready to confront even greater unknown trials. Chapter 19. The Secrets of the Dark Abyss. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming, armed with the spellbook acquired from the castle, continued their journey through the magical realm. They encountered countless hardships along the way, yet their unwavering faith and camaraderie imbued them with the courage to persevere. One day, they arrived at a place known as the Dark Abyss. A dense aura of darkness enveloped the area, instilling a profound sense of oppression and dread. "This place feels so sinister. Are we truly meant to enter?" Sakura queried hesitantly. Naruto, resolute, gazed ahead, asserting that the most perilous locations often concealed the most significant secrets. "We must not falter." Xiaoming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we shall face it together." They cautiously stepped into the dark abyss. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, carrying with it what seemed to be faint cries. "What is that sound?" Xiaoming asked, his anxiety palpable as he scanned the area. Naruto furrowed his brow. "Be cautious. Something may be approaching." Before he could finish his warning, a swarm of shadows surged toward them from all directions. These phantoms, with their distorted forms, exuded an aura of malevolence. Naruto and his companions immediately unleashed their magic in defense. Light erupted amidst the darkness, yet the shadows appeared to be endless, multiplying by the moment. "This cannot go on. We must discover their weakness," Sakura shouted. Amidst the fierce battle, Naruto realized that these shadows were averse to bright light. "Everyone, concentrate your magical energy and create a brilliant light," Naruto commanded. They gathered their powers, and in an instant, a dazzling radiance illuminated the entire dark abyss. The shadows dissipated under the glow. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a vast cavern. A thick, black mist enveloped the cave, obscuring their vision. "This mist might be toxic, so proceed with caution," Xiaoming warned. Naruto cast a purification spell, attempting to dispel the fog. Gradually, the mist began to thin, revealing the cavern's interior. The walls were etched with peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly narrating an ancient and mysterious history. "These symbols must hold some significance," Sakura observed intently. Just as they were studying the inscriptions, the ground suddenly trembled. A colossal monster erupted from the depths below. It bore sharp claws and fangs, its body armored with tough scales. "Prepare for battle," Naruto shouted. They engaged in a thrilling struggle against the beast, which attacked with ferocity, forcing Naruto and his companions to evade and counterattack. In the midst of the fray, Xiaoming discovered that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. "Aim for its eyes," he exclaimed. They concentrated their efforts, launching an assault on the monster's vulnerable points. With a pained roar, the creature collapsed. Having vanquished the beast, they continued their exploration of the cave. In the depths, they uncovered a grand stone door adorned with various gemstones that radiated a mysterious light. "There may be something of great importance behind this door," Naruto surmised. They attempted to push it open, but it remained steadfast. "Perhaps we need to solve a riddle to gain access," Sakura suggested. They began searching for clues and eventually discovered hints inscribed on a stone. Following the clues, they adjusted the positions of the gems, and the door creaked open slowly. Behind it lay an enormous chamber, housing an ancient scroll. "This might be what we've been seeking all along," Xiaoming declared excitedly. However, as they reached for the scroll, a magical barrier materialized, blocking their access. "It seems it's not going to be that easy," Naruto remarked. They set to work unraveling the means to break the barrier. After much effort, Sakura identified a flaw in the enchantment. "I found it. Everyone, channel your magic together," she called out. They pooled their energies and successfully shattered the magical barrier, seizing the scroll. At the moment they grasped the scroll, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. as if it were on the verge of collapse. "We must leave immediately," Naruto urged. They sprinted toward the exit with all their might. Just before the cave completely crumbled, they managed to escape. "That was truly exhilarating," Sakura panted. They unfurled the scroll and discovered it contained the secrets of a potent dark magic. This magic had been sealed away due to its overwhelming and perilous power. "We cannot allow such dark magic to fall into the hands of evil," Naruto declared. As they deliberated on how to handle the scroll, a group of enigmatic figures emerged. Cloaked in black robes and obscured by masks, their features were indistinguishable. "Surrender the scroll, or you shall not leave here alive," one of the mysterious individuals declared. Naruto and his companions clutched the scroll tightly, declaring, "You shall not take it." A fierce battle erupted once more. The sorcery wielded by the cloaked figures was both peculiar and formidable, leaving Naruto and his friends in a precarious predicament. "This cannot continue. We must devise a means of escape," Xiaoming urged. Naruto surveyed their surroundings and exclaimed, "Follow me." Utilizing the terrain and their magical skills, they gradually evaded the encirclement of the mysterious assailants. In the midst of their flight, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. "There is no path ahead," Sakura exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto proposed, "We shall jump. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope." They shut their eyes and leapt from the precipice. Fortuitously, they landed in a river, carried away by its current. Upon reaching the shore, they discovered themselves in an unfamiliar locale. It was a serene valley encircled by towering mountains. "Where are we?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto scanned the area. "I am uncertain, but let us find a place to rest and regain our strength." They located a cave within the valley and temporarily settled inside. Within the cave, Naruto commenced his study of the scroll's contents, hoping to uncover a method to combat the mysterious adversaries. "This dark magic is exceedingly intricate. We must exercise caution in its application," Sakura warned. Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand. Yet we may uncover the key to unraveling the sorcery of our foes." After several days of diligent research, Naruto made significant progress. "I comprehend now. The magic of these figures is founded upon a distortion of dark power. We can counter it with light magic," he declared. They began to practice light magic, preparing for the impending confrontation. Once they felt adequately equipped, they departed the valley in search of the mysterious figures. Through inquiries, they learned that the enigmatic individuals resided within an ancient castle. The fortress was heavily guarded, yet Naruto and his companions showed no trepidation. They stealthily infiltrated the castle, evading patrolling sentinels. Deep within the castle, they finally encountered the leader of the mysterious figures. "At last, we have found you," Naruto announced. The leader scoffed. "You overestimate your abilities by daring to confront me." Thus commenced the ultimate showdown. Naruto and his companions unleashed their light magic, clashing with the dark sorcery of their adversaries. Light and darkness intertwined, causing the entire castle to tremble. During the fierce battle, Naruto and his friends gradually gained the upper hand. Sensing defeat, the leader attempted to flee. They pursued relentlessly, ultimately subduing the leader. "You have triumphed, but this is merely the beginning," the leader stated ominously. "As long as we exist, darkness shall not prevail," Naruto vowed. With the scroll in hand, they exited the castle, resolved to present it to the headmaster of the magical academy for further action. On their way back, they encountered an injured sorcerer. The sorcerer informed them that a dreadful magical plague had emerged in another realm, spreading rapidly and infecting numerous individuals. "We cannot remain idle," declared Naruto. They altered their course and journeyed towards the site of the outbreak. The scene was harrowing. Anguished groans filled the air as the populace suffered, their bodies ravaged by the magical affliction. "We must find an antidote swiftly," urged Sakura. They commenced their search for clues, discovering that the source of the plague was a cursed spring. "If we purify the spring, we can dispel the plague," suggested Xiaoming. However, the purification required a rare magical herb. Thus, they embarked on a quest to locate this elusive herb. After a long and arduous trek, they finally found the herb atop a steep mountain peak. Yet, a formidable magical guardian beast surrounded the herb, growling fiercely to deter their approach. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the guardian beast. Ultimately, they triumphed, securing the herb. They cast the herb into the spring, which began to clear, and the plague gradually came under control. The townsfolk, overwhelmed with gratitude, declared, "You are our saviors." With smiles on their faces, Naruto and his friends continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at a bustling magical marketplace. The atmosphere was vibrant, teeming with an array of magical artifacts. Perhaps we can find something useful here, remarked Xiaoming. As they strolled through the market, Naruto stumbled upon a mysterious stall. Displayed there was a crystal ball, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The vendor, noticing Naruto's interest, said, "This is a crystal ball that can foresee the future, but it comes with a curse." Intrigued, Naruto pondered, "We might use it to predict danger." Although Sakura and Xiaoming expressed concern over the curse, Naruto resolved to purchase the crystal ball. As they departed the market, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a blinding light, revealing a terrifying vision. "What is this?" Sakura inquired. Naruto furrowed his brow. "It appears to be a great disaster." Following the ball's guidance, they proceeded in a specific direction. Along the way, they encountered a fairy ensnared by magic. The fairy pleaded, "Please save me. Only you can break this enchantment." Without hesitation, Naruto and his friends cast their spells, liberating the fairy from her plight. In gratitude, the fairy bestowed upon them a magical talisman. "This talisman will protect you in critical moments," the fairy proclaimed. They pressed onward, eventually reaching the location indicated by the crystal ball. Before them lay a small town shrouded in darkness, where the inhabitants lay in a deep slumber, unable to awaken. "What is happening here?" Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. "We must uncover the cause and awaken them," Naruto asserted. They began to investigate the town, discovering that a dark sorcerer had cast a sleep spell. "To break this enchantment, we must find the sorcerer's staff," Sakura noted. They searched far and wide for the whereabouts of the magical staff, ultimately discovering a clue within the confines of an abandoned house. Following this lead, they ventured into a dimly lit basement, where a foreboding aura enveloped the air, and there, upon a stone pedestal, lay the coveted staff. As they approached it, a horde of dark creatures emerged with ferocity. "Be cautious," Naruto exclaimed. A fierce battle ensued between them and the shadowy beings. After a grueling confrontation, they triumphed over the malevolent creatures and secured the staff. With it, Naruto dispelled the slumbering enchantment, awakening the townsfolk at last. "Thank you, brave sorcerers," the villagers expressed with gratitude. Smiling, Naruto and his companions departed the quaint town, continuing their odyssey. Next, they entered a mysterious forest. The towering, ancient trees loomed overhead, their intertwined branches forming a natural labyrinth. "How on earth do we escape?" Xiaoming pondered, feeling somewhat disoriented amidst the uniform scenery. Naruto, observing the growth patterns of the trees, reassured them, "Do not panic, follow my lead." They navigated the forest with caution until, suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. The enchanting sound seemed to possess an irresistible allure, drawing them closer. "Be wary. This may be a trap," Sakura cautioned. However, entranced by the music, Naruto drifted towards its source, prompting Sakura and Xiaoming to reluctantly follow in his wake. They arrived at the edge of a crystalline lake, where a woman clad in a flowing white robe played the flute. Upon noticing their presence, she ceased her performance. "You have finally arrived?" she said. Naruto inquired, "Who are you? Why have you summoned us?" With a gentle smile, she replied, "I am the guardian of this forest, and you bear a remarkable destiny." "What destiny?" Xiaoming asked with curiosity. The guardian explained, "Deep within this forest lies a sealed malevolent force that is on the verge of awakening. You must prevent it." Without hesitation, they pledged their commitment to the task. The guardian bestowed upon them a mysterious key, capable of unlocking the gate to the sealed domain. With the key in hand, they delved deeper into the woods. At the forest's innermost sanctum, they discovered the grand gate, adorned with ancient runes that emanated formidable magic. Naruto inserted the key, and the door creaked open, releasing a wave of dark energy. As they entered the sealed realm, a colossal black crystal came into view, pulsating with sinister power. "This is the source of the evil," Sakura declared. Just as they prepared to shatter the crystal, a legion of dark sentinels materialized around it. "To destroy the crystal, you must first overcome us," the sentinels bellowed. A fierce clash erupted between Naruto's team and the formidable guardians. The sentinels proved to be exceedingly powerful, and Naruto's group began to feel the strain. "We cannot give up," Naruto shouted resolutely. In a moment of clarity, Xiaoming discerned a vulnerability in the dark sentinels' formation. "Attack their backs," he urged. They followed Xiaoming's directive, concentrating their efforts on the sentinels' rear, ultimately vanquishing them all. However, during the battle, Naruto was inadvertently struck by a dark force, sustaining grave injuries. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura inquired with concern. Enduring the pain, Naruto replied, I'm fine. Quickly destroy the crystal. Sakura and Xiaoming combined their magical energies, casting their most potent spell, ultimately shattering the black crystal. As the crystal fractured, the malevolent force dissipated, and tranquility returned to the forest. A woman appeared before them, saying, You have done remarkably well. This forest will remember your deeds. Exhausted, Naruto and his companions departed the forest, continuing their adventurous journey. They arrived at an ancient ruin, filled with perilous traps and mechanisms. Everyone, be cautious. Take it step by step, Naruto advised. They deftly circumvented spikes, flames, and boulders. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a colossal treasure chest. There must be something precious inside, Xiaoming exclaimed. However, upon opening the chest, they found only a mysterious stone tablet inscribed with strange symbols and patterns. What does this mean? Sakura pondered. Naruto scrutinized the tablet. I sense this is a significant clue. Suddenly, the ruins began to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse. We must hurry and escape, Naruto urged. They fled with the tablet, barely making it out. Upon emerging, they discovered the world outside had changed. The once clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, and fierce winds howled. What is happening? Xiaoming asked in astonishment. Naruto gazed at the tablet. Perhaps it is connected. They resolved to seek answers and unravel the mystery of the tablet. Along their journey, they encountered a wise old sorcerer. Upon seeing the tablet, the sorcerer's expression grew grave. This is an ancient prophetic tablet, foretelling a great disaster is imminent, he warned. Determined, Naruto and his friends set out to prevent this calamity. Following the tablet's clues, they searched for a solution. In a mysterious cave, they discovered an ancient spell book, detailing a powerful magic capable of averting disaster. However, casting this spell required immense magical energy. Without hesitation, they decided to attempt it. In an open area, they began preparing to cast the spell. Just as they were on the verge of success, a horde of dark forces emerged, intent on thwarting them. We cannot let them succeed, Naruto shouted. They fought against the dark forces while continuing to cast the spell. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve, the magic was successfully unleashed, dispelling the disaster. Peace and tranquility returned to the world, and Naruto and his companions became heroes in the eyes of the people. Yet, they understood that their adventure was far from over. New challenges awaited them. Chapter 20. The challenge at the pinnacle of magic. After saving the world, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming did not halt their journey, but rather continued to explore the realm of magic. This time, they heard a legend about the pinnacle of magic. It is said that at the world's end, there stands a towering peak that pierces the clouds, concealing boundless magical secrets and formidable magical treasures, yet simultaneously fraught with unprecedented dangers and challenges. The pinnacle of magic sounds exhilarating. We must venture forth to witness it. Excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Sakura and Xiaoming exchanged glances and nodded, their hearts equally filled with a yearning for the unknown. Thus, they embarked on the arduous journey to the pinnacle of magic. Along the way, they traversed wind-swept canyons, scaled craggy mountains, and crossed surging rivers. This path is truly treacherous, Xiaoming panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Don't lose heart. We are drawing ever closer to the pinnacle, Sakura encouraged. At last, they arrived at the foot of the magical peak. Gazing upwards, the summit soared into the heavens, shrouded in swirling mists, instilling a sense of awe. Is this truly the pinnacle of magic? It is magnificent, Naruto exclaimed. They commenced their ascent. The path was steep and perilous, with the slightest misstep threatening to plunge them into the abyss. Naruto forged ahead, wielding magic to clear the obstacles. Sakura remained in the center, ensuring the safety of her companions and providing timely healing for the injured. Xiaoming brought up the rear, guarding against surprise attacks from lurking beasts. As they climbed higher, the temperature plummeted, and the air grew thin. Let us keep pushing. We cannot give up, Naruto shouted. At that moment, a horde of ice element magical beasts materialized before them, emanating an aura of chill that sent shivers down their spines, their icy breath forming chilling icicles. Be careful, Sakura warned. Naruto and his companions immediately unleashed their magic, engaging in fierce combat with the magical beasts. Ice and fire intertwined in the air, illuminating the surroundings. After a grueling battle, they vanquished the magical beasts and pressed onward. However, challenges continued to arise. They soon encountered a colossal magical trap, from which fierce flames erupted, blocking their path. What do we do now? Xiaoming fretted. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, we can use wind magic to redirect the flames. Following Naruto's lead, Sakura and Xiaoming combined their efforts to cast wind magic. With the powerful gusts at their disposal, the flames gradually shifted aside, allowing them to rush through the trap. After days and nights of relentless climbing, they finally neared the summit. Yet, a sudden blizzard struck, fierce winds mixed with blinding snow rendering it nearly impossible to see. Hold hands, let us not get separated, Naruto shouted. They trudged forward through the storm, each step demanding tremendous effort. Just as they felt they could bear no more, the blizzard abruptly ceased, revealing an ancient castle before them. This castle appears to be shrouded in mystery, Sakura remarked. Naruto cautiously pushed open the castle doors, an air of antiquity enveloping them. In the grand hall stood a colossal statue, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. What kind of statue is this? Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. As they approached the statue, it suddenly came to life, swinging its massive fists toward them in an aggressive assault. Naruto and his companions swiftly evaded, engaging in a thrilling battle with the statue. The statue's immense power sent tremors through the ground with each strike. We must discover its weakness, Naruto exclaimed. Amidst the fierce struggle, Sakura noticed a rune on the statue's back, potentially its vulnerability. Attack its back, Sakura shouted. They concentrated their strength, launching an assault on the statue's rear. With a brilliant flash, the statue collapsed, shattering into a pile of rubble. We have finally defeated it, Xiaoming sighed in relief. They continued their exploration within the castle and, in one chamber, stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic. The book contained secrets regarding the summit of magic. To reach the peak, we must undergo 3 trials, Naruto stated. The first trial was an intellectual challenge, requiring them to unravel a complex magical puzzle steeped in history, principles, and applications, which proved quite formidable. Let's brainstorm together, Sakura suggested. They gathered in a circle, meticulously examining the puzzle's clues, and after several hours of contemplation and discussion, they successfully solved it. The second trial tested their courage, compelling them to confront their deepest fears. Naruto entered a dark room, where memories of lost friends resurfaced, causing him great anguish. Yet, he summoned his bravery and overcame his terror. Sakura faced her fear of being unable to wield powerful magic, continually encouraging herself until she triumphed over her dread. Xiaoming, on the other hand, confronted the fear of being consumed by dark forces, and through his resolute belief, he successfully passed the trial. The third trial was a test of strength, where they had to vanquish a formidable magical guardian. The guardian emerged, unleashing a barrage of powerful spells upon them. Naruto and his friends did not falter, unleashing their most potent magic in a life-and-death struggle against the guardian. Throughout the battle, they coordinated their efforts, harnessing the power of teamwork. Ultimately, the guardian was swayed by their courage and strength, granting them passage through the trial. Having completed the 3 trials, they finally reached the summit of the magical peak. Atop the mountain lay a colossal magic circle, radiating mysterious light. Is this the fabled secret of magic? Xiaoming pondered. Just as they prepared to study the magic circle, a shadowy figure emerged. Haha, you have finally arrived. But this secret of magic is not something you can easily obtain, the dark figure proclaimed. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Naruto demanded. The dark figure sneered. I am the Dark King, and this secret of magic belongs to me. With that, the Dark King unleashed potent dark magic, launching an assault on them. Naruto and his friends immediately retaliated, engaging in a fierce magical duel with the Dark King. The Dark King's magic was overwhelmingly powerful, and Naruto and his companions gradually found themselves in peril. We cannot concede defeat like this, Sakura urged. Naruto focused his mind, recalling the journey they had traversed, and a surge of formidable strength welled within him. Let us combine our might to unleash our strongest magic, Naruto declared. They converged their magical energies, forming a resplendent radiance. This brilliance collided with the Dark King's sorcery, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the Dark King vanished, yet Naruto and his companions collapsed to the ground, exhausted from their magical exertion. Have we succeeded? Xiaoming inquired weakly. At that moment, the magical array emitted a warm glow, enveloping them. Within this luminescence, their magical energies gradually revitalized, and their injuries healed. It is the power of the magical array aiding us, Sakura remarked. They rose to their feet and approached the magical array once more. Slowly, a radiant tome of magic materialized within the array. This must be a precious treasure, Naruto proclaimed. As they reached out to seize the tome, it suddenly unleashed a formidable force, transporting them into a mysterious realm. The space was awash with bizarre sights and sounds that dazzled the senses. Where are we? Xiaoming queried. Naruto surveyed their surroundings, uncertain. I do not know, but we must proceed with caution. Suddenly, a host of enigmatic creatures appeared before them, each with diverse forms, some resembling fairies, others, monsters. You are intruders and must face punishment. The creatures bellowed. With no choice left, Naruto and his friends engaged in battle once more. During the skirmish, they discovered that although these beings were powerful, they could be easily vanquished by identifying their vulnerabilities. After a fierce struggle, they triumphed over all the creatures. The space began to tremble, and they were sent back to the summit of the magical pinnacle. This experience has been truly extraordinary, Sakura remarked. Naruto grasped the magical tome, confident that it would enhance their powers. However, just as they prepared to depart, a rift appeared in the sky, and a surge of dark energy poured forth. This is bad. That power is malevolent, Xiaoming warned. The dark energy coalesced into a colossal monster, charging towards them. Instantly, Naruto and his comrades unleashed their magic to combat the beast. The creature's might was formidable, and their attacks seemed almost futile. We must discover the monster's weakness, Naruto urged. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Sakura discerned that the creature's eyes were its vulnerability. Attack its eyes, she cried. They concentrated their energies and directed their assault at the monster's eyes. The creature howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. As it fell, the dark energy gradually dissipated, the sky clearing, and tranquility returning to the magical pinnacle. With the tome in hand, Naruto and his friends began their descent. Unbeknownst to them, a more formidable adversary lurked in the shadows, watching their every move. The path down was fraught with peril. They encountered steep cliffs, turbulent rivers, and ferocious magical beasts. Yet, armed with the strength and experience gained at the summit, they consistently turned danger into opportunity. While traversing a forest, they stumbled upon a village ensnared by magic, where the inhabitants lived in fear and anguish. We must assist them, Naruto declared. They commenced their quest to discover a means to break the enchantment. After considerable effort, they discovered that the source of magic was a hidden magical circle deep within the forest. By shattering this circle, they could lift the enchantment from the village, Sakura declared. However, powerful magical guardians surrounded the circle, fiercely protecting it. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the guardians. After a grueling fight, they ultimately triumphed over the magical sentinels, destroyed the circle, and liberated the village. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude, showering them with gifts and blessings. Thank you, brave sorcerers, the village chief said. With smiles, Naruto and his friends bid farewell to the village and continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious lake. The water was crystal clear, yet it emanated an enigmatic aura. This lake feels quite unusual, Xiaoming remarked. At that moment, a colossal whirlpool emerged from the depths, pulling them in. The whirlpool was filled with potent magical energy, rendering them unable to escape. Do not panic. We will surely find a way out, Naruto reassured. Within the whirlpool, they were continually buffeted by magical forces, their bodies enduring immense suffering. Nonetheless, they refused to surrender, diligently seeking an escape route. Eventually, they discovered a magical rune at the core of the whirlpool. Perhaps shattering this rune will free us from the vortex, Sakura suggested. Naruto unleashed a powerful spell, targeting the rune. As the rune shattered, the whirlpool's force gradually diminished, and they were finally expelled from its grasp. We made it out, Xiaoming gasped, panting heavily. Though drenched and exhausted, they pressed onward. In the course of their journey, they encountered an ancient sorcerer. The sorcerer informed them of a forgotten magical kingdom ahead, where a power capable of transforming the world lay hidden. We must investigate, Naruto asserted. Upon reaching the magical kingdom, they found it had lain in ruins for many years, with remnants of its former glory scattered about. It must have been magnificent once, Sakura mused. Deep within the kingdom, they stumbled upon a mysterious underground chamber. Inside, they beheld a colossal magical crystal. Is this the power that can change the world? Xiaoming inquired. As they approached the crystal, It suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of magical energy, enveloping them. "This power is overwhelming," Naruto exclaimed. They struggled within the magical force, endeavoring to harness its strength. After much effort, they finally succeeded in absorbing the crystal's magic. "I feel invigorated," Xiaoming declared. However, their actions attracted the attention of malevolent forces intent on seizing their newfound power. "We will not allow you to succeed," Naruto vowed. They engaged in a fierce confrontation with the dark entities, showcasing their abilities and defeating them one by one. Following this battle, their renown in the magical realm grew even greater, yet they understood that more challenges awaited them. They continued onward, arriving at a labyrinth filled with magical traps. The labyrinth's paths were intricately woven, and one misstep could lead to peril. "Everyone, be cautious and follow my lead," Naruto instructed. They advanced cautiously through the maze. Suddenly, numerous spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards them. Sakura conjured her magic, freezing the spikes in their tracks. "Hurry," Xiaoming urged. They pressed on, encountering fiery traps and noxious gas. Yet, through their ingenuity and sorcery, they successfully evaded each hazard. At long last, they emerged from the labyrinth. "That maze was truly treacherous," Sakura remarked. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. "Did you think escaping the maze was the end? How naive. Who are you?" Naruto asked, scanning their surroundings warily. A figure stepped forth from the shadows. "I am the guardian of the maze. You have traversed its depths, but now you must face my trial," the guardian declared. "What trial?" Xiaoming inquired. The guardian replied, "You must find the exit within a set time, or you shall remain trapped here forever." Undeterred, Naruto and his companions began their search for the exit. Along the way, they encountered various illusions and distractions, yet they remained composed and resolute. Finally, just as time was about to elapse, they discovered the exit. "We did it!" Sakura exclaimed excitedly. The guardian smiled and said, "You have passed the trial. Proceed onward." They left the labyrinth, continuing their adventurous journey. In a desolate wilderness, they stumbled upon a cursed village. The villagers were afflicted by a strange illness, their lives hanging by a thread. "We must find a cure," Naruto declared. They began investigating the source of the disease, uncovering that it stemmed from toxins emanating from a magical spring nearby. "We must purify the spring," Sakura stated. They wielded their formidable magic and cleansed the spring. Gradually, the villagers regained their health. "Thank you for saving our village," the villagers expressed gratefully. With smiles, Naruto and his companions departed, continuing their quest. On a towering mountain, they encountered a trapped fairy. The fairy revealed that only by assisting her in breaking the magical seal binding her could she regain her freedom. "We will help you," Naruto assured her. They studied the seal, and after tireless effort, they finally discovered the method to break it. Once freed, the fairy gifted them a wondrous magical artifact as a token of gratitude. "This artifact will aid you," the fairy proclaimed. With the artifact in hand, they pressed onward. Within a mysterious cavern, they uncovered an ancient magical diary. The diary contained records of a formidable forbidden spell. "This spell is far too perilous. We must not misuse it," Sakura advised. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. "Yet perhaps we can study it, just in case." They continued their exploration of the cave, revealing secrets about the origins of the magical realm. "I had no idea the magical world had such a past," Xiaoming noted. As they prepared to exit the cave, the ground suddenly began to tremble. "Run!" Naruto shouted. They raced desperately outward, finally escaping just before the cave completely collapsed. "That was truly perilous," Sakura remarked. Their adventure continued, with the future holding even more mysteries awaiting their exploration. Chapter 21. The Enigmatic Magic Mirror. After a series of thrilling escapades, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming journeyed deeper into the magical realm. On this day, they arrived at a place known as Illusion Town. Although the town appeared serene and peaceful, Naruto and his companions sensed an undercurrent of mystery. "I can't shake the feeling that something's amiss here," Sakura said, furrowing her brow. Xiaoming surveyed the surroundings, echoing her sentiment. "I feel the same way. Let us exercise caution." As they strolled through the town, they stumbled upon an ancient shop. At the entrance hung a peculiar mirror, its frame intricately carved with complex magical runes. Intrigued, Naruto stepped closer, and the moment his gaze met the mirror, a strange scene unfolded within its depths. "What is happening?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Sakura and Xiaoming joined him, watching as the imagery within the mirror morphed and shifted, as if revealing something profound. Perhaps this mirror possesses extraordinary magical powers, Xiaoming speculated. Just then, the shopkeeper emerged. He was an elderly man, his face etched with age, and his eyes glinted with a hint of enigma. This mirror is no ordinary reflection. It reveals the deepest desires and fears of the soul, the shopkeeper said slowly. Naruto and his friends exchanged curious glances. Could you share with us the origins of this mirror? Sakura inquired. The shopkeeper paused for a moment before recounting the mirror's tale. It was crafted by a powerful sorcerer who sought to delve into the human psyche. However, the mirror was later tainted by dark forces, rendering it unstable and perilous. Then why not destroy it? Xiaoming asked. The shopkeeper sighed. The mirror harbors immense magical energy, making it difficult to obliterate. Moreover, it may still possess undiscovered potential. Determined to investigate the mirror further, Naruto and his companions resolved to uncover a means of controlling it. When they gazed into the mirror once more, a dark cave materialized within its surface, shimmering ominously with an eerie glow. Could this be a clue? Naruto pondered. They decided to follow the mirror's guidance and head toward the cave. Situated on a mountain outside the town, they navigated the rugged path and finally reached the cave's entrance. A foul stench permeated the air, and the walls flickered with a greenish light. Everyone, be cautious, Naruto warned. Carefully, they ventured into the cave, only to be suddenly met with a low, menacing roar. A colossal magical beast surged forth from the shadows, its body bristling with spikes and its eyes glowing red. In an instant, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. The beast's strength was formidable, each strike weighing heavily upon them. We must discover its weakness, Sakura exclaimed. During the battle, Xiaoming noticed a glowing rune on the monster's abdomen, possibly its Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on that rune, Xiaoming shouted. They combined their magical energies and unleashed a powerful assault on the rune. The monster fell with a harrowing cry of agony. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they stumbled upon an enormous magical circle. At the center of the circle lay an ancient tome. This could be the key to controlling the mirror, Naruto remarked. Just as they prepared to seize the book, the magical circle suddenly activated, releasing a surge of potent electricity. Be careful, Sakura warned. They narrowly evaded the electrical onslaught while attempting to decipher the circle's enchantments. After much effort, Xiaoming discerned the pattern of the magical array. Destroy the runes in this sequence, he instructed. Following Xiaoming's guidance, they successfully unraveled the magical circle and acquired the tome. The book contained instructions on how to control the mirror and several formidable spells. Wonderful! We finally possess a means to control the mirror, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. However, upon exiting the cave, they found Phantom Town engulfed in chaos. A legion of dark sorcerers had besieged the town, sending its inhabitants fleeing in all directions. It must be the mirror's power that lured them here, Sakura deduced. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark sorcerers. The sorcerers unleashed a plethora of malevolent spells, and Naruto's group began to feel overwhelmed. We cannot surrender like this, Naruto shouted. At that moment, he recalled a powerful incantation from the tome. Everyone, concentrate your magical energies. I will cast this spell, Naruto declared. They channeled their powers to him, and as he recited the incantation, a radiant beam of light erupted from his hands, instantly repelling the dark sorcerers. After a titanic struggle, the sorcerers were finally vanquished, and peace returned to Phantom Town. Thank you, brave wizards, the townsfolk expressed their gratitude. Naruto and his friends smiled in response, then began to study how to eradicate the mirror's dark power entirely. According to the tome, they needed to locate 4 mysterious magical gemstones, each situated in the 4 corners of the magical realm. This will be a long journey, but we must not waver, Naruto asserted. Their first destination was the eastern land of flames, a place rife with molten lava and searing flames. Deep within the land of flames, they discovered the first magical gemstone, the flame gem. The gem radiated intense heat, making it difficult to approach. Allow me to attempt to cool it with ice magic, Sakura proposed. She conjured ice magic, gradually lowering the gemstone's temperature, and they successfully retrieved the flame gem. Next, they journeyed to the western realm of ice and snow, where the air was bitterly cold and thick layers of snow and sharp ice spikes abounded. On a towering ice peak within this realm, they found the second magical gemstone, the ice gem. The gem exuded a chilling aura, freezing the surrounding air. Xiaoming harnessed the power of wind magic to conjure a warm shield, safeguarding them from the biting cold as they successfully acquired the ice and snow gem. Subsequently, they ventured into the southern forest maze, where towering trees loomed overhead, their dense foliage intertwining to create a labyrinthine network of paths, easily leading one astray. At the heart of the maze, they discovered the third magical gem, the forest gem, which was fiercely guarded by a host of magical creatures endowed with formidable offensive capabilities. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with these guardians, ultimately triumphing through their seamless cooperation to seize the forest gem. Their journey then led them to the northern dark abyss, a realm steeped in dark energy and malevolent aura that instilled a sense of dread. At the abyss's depths, they located the fourth magical gem, the dark gem, which was protected by a powerful dark sorcerer. The sorcerer unleashed a variety of sinister spells in an attempt to thwart their progress. Together, we shall surely vanquish him, Naruto proclaimed. United in purpose, they faced the dark sorcerer in a breathtaking showdown. In a critical moment, Naruto utilized the power of a mirror to reflect the sorcerer's magic back upon him, causing a backlash. Seizing the opportunity, they claimed the dark gem. Having gathered all four magical gems, Naruto and his friends returned to Phantom Town. Following the instructions from their tome, they embedded the gems into the mirror's frame and recited an incantation. The mirror radiated a brilliant light, gradually purging the dark forces within. As the brilliance faded, the mirror returned to its normal state, devoid of any perilous power. "We have succeeded," Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Yet, their adventure was far from over. During the purification process, the mirror revealed a concealed magical passageway. "Where does this passage lead?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto gazed into the corridor, uncertain, but suggested, "We should explore it." They stepped into the passage, enveloped in an aura of mystery. At the passage's end stood a majestic palace, its grand doors firmly shut. Naruto gently pushed against the door, which creaked open to reveal a low, ominous laughter. "Welcome, brave adventurers," a mysterious voice intoned. As they entered the palace, a colossal figure materialized before them. "I am the master of this palace. You have passed the mirror's trial, demonstrating your courage and wisdom. However, greater challenges await you," the figure declared. Unfazed, Naruto and his companions responded, "No matter the challenge, we shall not falter." The figure smiled, "Excellent. Your first challenge is to unravel the magical riddle of this palace." A series of intricate magical symbols and patterns materialized upon the palace walls, and they were tasked with discerning the underlying logic and solving the riddle within a limited time frame. Instantly, Naruto and his friends commenced their analysis, exchanging thoughts and insights. As time slipped away, in the final moments, Sakura discerned the crucial element and successfully unraveled the riddle. "Well done, Sakura," Naruto commended. The figure nodded approvingly. "Indeed, but this is merely the beginning. Next, you shall confront my magical puppets." A formidable assembly of magical puppets materialized before them, launching an offensive. Naruto and his companions unleashed their respective spells, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the puppets. Amidst the chaos, Xiaoming discerned a pattern in the puppets' movements. "Everyone, attack in accordance with this rhythm," he urged. Through their coordinated efforts, the magical puppets fell one by one. A shadowy figure reappeared, declaring, "You are indeed powerful, but the final challenge awaits you in my magical trial grounds." The arena was fraught with perilous magical traps and formidable magical creatures. Cautiously, Naruto and his team advanced, assisting one another to evade trap after trap. When confronted with the formidable magical beasts, they harnessed the strength of their teamwork, and after arduous battles, they ultimately vanquished all adversaries. The figure materialized before them once more, stating, "You have triumphed over all the challenges. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you greater magical power." A radiant light enveloped Naruto and his friends, and they sensed a significant enhancement of their magical abilities. "Thank you," Naruto expressed gratefully. The figure smiled, "Go forth, brave adventurers, and use your newfound strength to safeguard the peace of the magical realm." Departing the palace, they continued their adventurous journey. They arrived at a cursed town, where the inhabitants were ensnared by an insidious magic, stripped of their self-awareness. "We must find a way to lift the curse," Naruto declared. They commenced their investigation into the curse's origin, uncovering a dark sorcerer's magic circle at its core. "To dismantle this circle, we must locate its focal point," Sakura noted. As they scoured the town, They ultimately discovered the focal point atop an ancient tower. However, it was shielded by a formidable magical barrier. Let us combine our strengths to shatter this shield, Xiaoming proposed. They concentrated their magical energies and launched an assault on the barrier. After considerable effort, the shield finally succumbed. They obliterated the focal point, lifting the curse, and the townsfolk regained their normalcy. Thank you for saving us, the people expressed with profound gratitude. With smiles upon their faces, Naruto and his companions departed the town, pressing onward. In the midst of a vast desert, they encountered a lost traveler. The traveler informed them of a mysterious castle deep within the sands, said to conceal a powerful magical artifact, albeit guarded by numerous perilous traps and monsters. Let us investigate, Naruto suggested. Following the traveler's guidance, they arrived at the castle's entrance. The grand doors stood resolutely shut, surrounded by swirling sands. Naruto conjured a spell to open the doors. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and imbued with an ancient aura. They cautiously stepped into the castle when suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the halls. Who goes there? Xiaoming inquired nervously. A horde of phantoms materialized before them, lunging forward. Without hesitation, Naruto and his allies cast their spells to combat the specters. During the fray, Sakura discovered that the spirits recoiled from light magic. Everyone, employ light magic, she shouted. They unleashed their luminescent spells, causing the phantoms to dissipate. Venturing deeper into the castle, they encountered a series of magical traps. Watch your step, Naruto cautioned. They skillfully evaded the traps and finally arrived at the heart of the castle. In the chamber, there lay a shimmering magical treasure chest. This must be the coveted artifact, Xiaoming remarked. As they prepared to seize the chest, a colossal scorpion plummeted from the ceiling, brandishing its formidable pincers and launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the scorpion. After a valiant struggle, they emerged victorious, claiming the treasure chest as their prize. Upon opening it, they discovered a radiant magical gem, undoubtedly an immensely powerful relic. This must be an extraordinary treasure, Naruto proclaimed. Just as they were about to exit the castle, it began to crumble. Run! Sakura shouted. They fled desperately, managing to escape just before the castle collapsed entirely. That was truly perilous, Xiaoming remarked. With the magical gem in their possession, they continued their adventure. Next, they arrived at a mysterious island, adorned with peculiar plants and enigmatic creatures. This island feels remarkably different, Naruto observed. While exploring, they stumbled upon a concealed cave, from which an unusual sound emanated. Be cautious. There may be danger, Sakura warned. As they ventured inside, they discovered a colossal magical crystal, surrounded by a potent aura of magic. What is this? Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, an image materialized within the crystal, accompanied by a mysterious voice that declared, "Only those with pure hearts may harness the power of the crystal." Exchanging glances, Naruto and his companions resolved to attempt to gain the crystal's power. They closed their eyes, striving to attune themselves to the crystal's magical essence. Through their earnest effort, the crystal's light gradually enveloped them, bestowing upon them newfound strength. Upon exiting the cave, they resumed their exploration of the island, where they encountered an injured unicorn. Let us aid it, Sakura suggested. They employed their magic to heal the unicorn's wounds. In gratitude, the unicorn guided them to a hidden treasure. This is your reward, the unicorn said. Upon opening the treasure, they found an assortment of precious magical artifacts. These items will surely be of great assistance, Naruto declared. With the treasure in hand, they departed from the island, continuing their adventurous journey. Within an ancient ruin, they stumbled upon a sealed magical tome, its appearance exuding an air of mystery. This book looks intriguing, Xiaoming remarked. When they attempted to open it, a powerful force erupted from within, trapping them in a magical realm. We must find a way to escape, Naruto urged. In this magical domain, they encountered various illusions and challenges. Through relentless effort and exploration, they ultimately discovered the key to breaking the enchantment. Successfully escaping the magical realm, they pressed on with the tome in their possession. In a dense forest, they encountered an elf, ensnared by dark forces. The elf implored them for aid. "Please, save me. I am under the control of darkness." Naruto and his companions resolved to assist the fairy in liberating itself from the clutches of dark forces. They invoked potent purification magic, and after considerable effort, the fairy finally returned to its normal state. "Thank you. I shall remember your kindness," the fairy expressed gratefully. They continued their journey and arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk within, Naruto warned. As they slowly ventured into the valley, a sudden, piercing scream echoed. What is that sound? Sakura inquired anxiously. A swarm of gigantic bats emerged from the fog, swooping towards them. Swiftly, Naruto and the others cast their spells, engaging in an intense battle with the bats. The creatures were remarkably swift and numerous, posing a significant challenge. We must concentrate our efforts and take them down one by one, shouted Xiaoming. They coordinated their attacks, gradually vanquishing the majority of the bats. Just as victory seemed within reach, a colossal Bat King appeared. The Bat King was immensely powerful, and with a mere flap of its wings, it conjured a fierce gale. This Bat King is formidable, Naruto exclaimed. They summoned their utmost strength, unleashing their most powerful spells. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the Bat King. We did it at last. Sakura gasped, out of breath. They resumed their exploration of the valley and stumbled upon a concealed cave. The cave glimmered with a mysterious light, suggesting the presence of something significant. Upon entering, they beheld a vast magical array. This array appears quite intricate, Xiaoming remarked. Just as they began to study it, the array activated suddenly, releasing a surge of formidable energy. Be careful, Naruto shouted. They were thrown back by the force, landing on the ground. What on earth is happening? Sakura asked. Naruto rose and scrutinized the magical array, theorizing, I believe this may be a defensive mechanism. They commenced their search for a means to dismantle the array. After diligent effort, Xiaoming identified a flaw within it. If we disrupt these runes in this sequence, we should be able to break it, Xiaoming instructed. Following his guidance, they successfully unraveled the magical array. Upon its disappearance, they discovered a treasure chest. What could be inside? Naruto wondered, opening it curiously. The chest radiated a dazzling light, revealing a mysterious magical weapon within. This weapon appears to be formidable, Sakura noted. As they grasped the weapon, they felt an overwhelming surge of magical power. Suddenly, the cave began to tremble, as if it were about to collapse. We must leave at once, Naruto urged. They hastily exited the cave, clutching the magical weapon. Just outside, they encountered a group of dark sorcerers. Hand over what you have obtained, the dark mages demanded. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions replied defiantly, never. A fierce battle erupted once more, as the dark sorcerers unleashed various sinister spells in a bid to seize the magical weapon from their grasp. With their newly acquired weapons and indomitable spirit, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the dark sorcerers. In a critical moment of the fight, Naruto spotted the leader of the sorcerers. Concentrate your attacks on the leader, he shouted. Together, they launched their assault on the leader, who ultimately succumbed to their overwhelming force. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining dark sorcerers fled in fear. We have triumphed over evil once more, Xiaoming remarked. They pressed onward, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. As they journeyed, they arrived at a mysterious town. The inhabitants of this town possessed unique abilities and harbored a profound wariness of strangers. We must tread carefully, Naruto advised. Within the town, they encountered a young girl who revealed that an evil sorcerer had taken control, instilling fear among the people. We must assist them, Sakura declared. They commenced their search for the malevolent sorcerer's whereabouts. After thorough investigation, they discovered that the sorcerer was hiding within a fortified castle. Exercising caution, they stealthily infiltrated the castle, where they encountered various traps and mechanisms. Everyone, be cautious, Naruto warned. Skillfully evading the traps, they finally located the sorcerer. Upon seeing them, the sorcerer unleashed a formidable spell, and a fierce magical duel ensued. After a grueling battle, they vanquished the sorcerer and liberated the townsfolk. Thank you. You are our heroes, the townspeople expressed, hosting a grand celebration in their honor. However, Naruto and his friends did not linger long, embarking on a new journey. This time, they entered a mysterious swamp, shrouded in toxic mist, with treacherous, soft ground beneath their feet, threatening to ensnare them at any moment. Everyone must be cautious and stay close, Naruto advised prudently. Just as they navigated the treacherous path, a deep growl echoed through the air. A colossal swamp monster erupted from the mire, its massive form caked in mud and exuding a foul odor. Prepare for battle, Sakura cried. Xiaoming swiftly cast a spell to hinder the creature's movements. while Naruto seized the opportunity to circle behind it, seeking an opening for attack. After an intense struggle, they discerned the monster's weakness lay in its abdomen. Channeling their combined magical energy, they delivered a decisive blow, toppling the swamp beast. They continued onward, emerging from the swamp, only to find themselves in a desolate desert. The scorching sun blazed overhead, the heat unbearable, and water was exceedingly scarce. "We cannot continue like this. We must find a water source at once," Naruto urged. Just as despair began to set in, Xiaoming spotted an ancient temple in the distance. "Perhaps it holds what we need," he suggested. Arriving at the temple, they found the entrance tightly sealed, adorned with enigmatic runes. Naruto meticulously examined the runes, discovering the means to unlock the grand door. Within the sacred temple, an enigmatic statue is enshrined, its hands clasping a crystal orb. As they approached the orb, it radiated a brilliant light, followed by the emergence of a mysterious voice. "Brave adventurers, if you seek the source of water, you must overcome my trials." The challenge entailed unraveling a series of intricate magical puzzles, which, through their collective efforts, they successfully navigated. Clear spring water gushed forth from the crystal orb, alleviating their urgent need. Upon departing the temple, they found themselves in a mist-laden forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the heavens. "This place feels rather ominous. We must tread carefully," warned Sakura. Suddenly, a swarm of flying magical creatures assailed them, tiny beings resembling fairies, yet armed with razor-sharp claws and teeth. Naruto and his companions retaliated with magic, and after a fierce struggle, they managed to repel the creatures. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with an array of gemstones. "This castle appears to be quite extraordinary," remarked Xiaoming. Naruto cast a spell to unlock the door, revealing an atmosphere thick with antiquity. Inside the hall, a massive map lay displayed, marked with peculiar symbols. Just as they began to examine the map, the castle's master materialized. The master was a formidable sorcerer. Enraged by their intrusion, "How dare you trespass in my castle?" Naruto quickly explained their intentions, and the master decided to offer them a chance. If they could assist him in locating a missing magical artifact, he would permit their departure. Accepting the task, they commenced their search for clues within the castle. After considerable effort, they successfully unearthed the artifact. True to his word, the castle master allowed them to exit. They pressed onward, for further adventures awaited them. Chapter 22. The Lost City of Magic. Once Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming departed the castle, they journeyed deeper into the magical realm. On this particular day, they fortuitously acquired an ancient map, which indicated the location of a place known as the Lost City of Magic. It was said to have once thrived as the epicenter of sorcery, only to be abandoned following a cataclysmic disaster, now transformed into a realm shrouded in mystery and peril. "This place sounds intriguing. Let us explore it," Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Sakura and Xiaoming exchanged glances and nodded, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Following the map's guidance, they traversed a dense forest and crossed a rushing river, ultimately arriving at the edge of the Lost City of Magic. The sight before them was breathtaking. The once glorious city now lay in ruins, a decaying aura permeating the air. "This place must have been incredibly prosperous," Sakura lamented. They cautiously ventured into the city, where the buildings flanking the streets were in disrepair, their walls cloaked in creeping vines. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, carrying with it an almost imperceptible whisper. "Be cautious, something may be lurking," Xiaoming advised warily. Before the words could fully escape their lips, a swarm of spectral figures emerged from the ruins, advancing towards Naruto and his companions with menacing gestures. Without hesitation, they unleashed their magic, illuminating the darkness as they engaged in a fierce battle with the phantoms. The apparitions' attacks were elusive and bizarre, challenging to comprehend, yet Naruto and his allies, driven by resolute determination and seamless coordination, gradually gained the upper hand. After a strenuous confrontation, the phantoms were ultimately repelled. As they ventured deeper into the city, they stumbled upon a colossal palace. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate and enigmatic magical runes. "This could be the key to entering the palace," Sakura remarked. Naruto scrutinized the runes, endeavoring to decipher their secrets. After considerable effort, he discerned a pattern within the symbols, prompting the doors to creak open. Inside, A potent aura of magic enveloped the space, making it difficult to breathe. At the center of the grand hall lay a vast magical array, radiating peculiar luminescence. What manner of magical array is this? Xiaoming inquired. Just as they approached the array, it unexpectedly activated, unleashing a formidable force that drew them into its depths. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, engulfed in chaos with no discernible end in sight. Where are we? How do we escape? Sakura questioned, a hint of panic in her voice. Stay calm. We will surely find a way, Naruto reassured them. They began to navigate this chaotic dimension, encountering a plethora of magical traps and obstacles. Some areas erupted with flames, others crackled with intense electricity, while illusory monsters lurked to ambush them. Be cautious, Naruto advised. During their exploration, Xiaoming observed a pattern, stating, it seems these traps and barriers appear in a specific sequence. If we can discern this order, we might locate an exit. Following Xiaoming's insight, they meticulously evaded one trap after another, ultimately catching a glimpse of light ahead. Look, that appears to be an exit, Sakura pointed out. They sprinted toward the opening, finally escaping the chaotic realm and returning to the palace. However, upon their return, the palace had transformed. Numerous magical puppets now occupied the surroundings. Towering and well-equipped. It seems another fierce battle awaits us, Naruto declared. Undeterred, they charged at the puppets, casting their formidable spells. Though the puppets were powerful, the synergy among Naruto and his comrades allowed them to systematically defeat each foe. After vanquishing the puppets, they continued their exploration of the palace. In one chamber, they discovered an ancient tome detailing the history of a lost magical city and a perilous forbidden spell. This forbidden magic appears highly dangerous. We must not attempt it lightly, Sakura cautioned. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yet perhaps we can uncover some valuable clues from it. Just as they delved into the tome, the palace began to tremble violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. We must leave at once, Xiaoming shouted. They hurriedly exited the palace, barely escaping as the structure crumbled behind them. That was close, Sakura panted, catching her breath. They continued their exploration of the city and stumbled upon an underground passage. A pungent odor permeated the air, and strange lights flickered along the walls. Uncertain of what lay within, everyone proceeded with caution. As Naruto remarked, we must be vigilant. As they traversed the passage, the sound of approaching footsteps reverberated ominously, sending chills down their spines. Prepare for battle, Naruto commanded. From the shadows emerged a figure, a mysterious sorcerer, his visage concealed behind a mask. Who are you? What brings you here? The sorcerer inquired. We are adventurers seeking to uncover the secrets of this lost city, Naruto replied. The sorcerer scoffed. This is not a place for the likes of you. Depart at once. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions asserted, we shall not retreat easily. There must be secrets hidden here. Recognizing their steadfastness, the sorcerer conceded, very well. If you are so resolute, I shall present you with a trial. Should you succeed, I will reveal to you some truths about this city. The trial involved unraveling a complex magical puzzle, demanding a diverse array of magical knowledge and skills. Naruto and his friends fell into deep contemplation, earnestly seeking the solution. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the riddle. The sorcerer nodded approvingly. Well done, you are quite astute. This city was once the epicenter of magic, but a catastrophic incident stemming from a reckless experiment led to its downfall. It is now shrouded in a powerful curse, and only by discovering the means to break this curse can the city regain its vitality. What is the method to lift the curse? Xiaoming inquired. To break the curse, you must locate 3 lost magical artifacts: the Sword of Light, the Shield of Darkness, and the Pearl of Life. Each is hidden in different locations throughout the city, fiercely guarded by formidable magic, the sorcerer explained. Determined to accept the challenge, Naruto and his companions set out to retrieve these 3 treasures. Their first destination was the eastern part of the city, a desolate wasteland littered with crumbling buildings and shattered statues. Deep within the ruins, they encountered a colossal beast, the guardian of the Sword of Light. This creature appears formidable, Sakura remarked. We shall face it together. We can surely overcome it, Naruto asserted. They unleashed their potent magic, engaging in an intense battle with the beast. Though its attacks were fierce, Naruto and his friends, fueled by unwavering resolve and exceptional magic, ultimately triumphed, claiming the Sword of Light. Next, they ventured to the western part of the city, where a dark cavern lay shrouded in toxic fumes. At the cavern's end, They beheld the shield of darkness, fiercely protected by an evil sorcerer. Beware of his magic, Naruto cautioned. The sorcerer unleashed a barrage of dark spells in an attempt to thwart their advance. Skillfully evading the onslaught, Naruto and his companions searched for a chink in the sorcerer's defenses. In a pivotal moment, Xiaoming discerned the weakness in the sorcerer's magic. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counterattack, vanquishing the sorcerer and seizing the shield of darkness. Finally, they made their way to the southern part of the city. In this enigmatic garden, an array of peculiar flora and magical traps abound. At its heart lies a fountain, beneath which the pearl of life is nestled. To acquire the pearl, we must first navigate through this garden, Naruto declared. They proceeded with utmost caution, deftly evading numerous traps. Upon finally arriving at the fountain, they discovered it was shrouded by a formidable magical barrier. How shall we breach this barrier? Sakura inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto responded. We might harness the powers of the Sword of Light and the Shield of Darkness to attempt its destruction. They infused the magic with the energies of the sword and shield, launching their assault on the barrier. Under the onslaught of their potent forces, cracks began to form. And ultimately, it shattered. They retrieved the Pearl of Life and, bearing 3 treasures, returned to the sorcerer. Excellent. You have triumphed, the sorcerer proclaimed. Now, I shall lift the curse. With a flourish of magic, a radiant light enveloped the entire city. The curse was lifted, and life began to flourish anew as the buildings gradually restored themselves, and the air was once again infused with magic. Thank you, brave adventurers, the sorcerer said. Naruto and his companions smiled as they beheld the city's transformation, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, their adventure was far from over. Deep within the city, a low, ominous growl reverberated. What is that sound? Xiaoming asked. Naruto furrowed his brow, uncertain. I do not know, but we must investigate. They ventured toward the source of the sound, discovering a colossal magical circle. Within its confines, a formidable demon struggled against its bindings. This is dire. If it breaks free, the consequences would be catastrophic, Sakura warned. We must prevent its escape, Naruto asserted. They unleashed their most potent spells, engaging in a fierce battle with the demon. Its power was overwhelming, and at one point, they found themselves in dire straits. However, in a critical moment, Naruto and his companions summoned the strength of the 3 treasures, ultimately sealing the demon once more within the magical circle. The city returned to tranquility, and Naruto and his friends emerged as the city's heroes. Where shall we go next? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto gazed into the distance, uncertain. I do not know, but I believe that wherever we venture, new adventures and challenges await us. They departed from the lost magical capital, continuing their journey through the realm of magic, embracing the unknown fate that lay ahead. They arrived at a mysterious island, enveloped in a thick mist that obscured its true nature. This island feels quite enigmatic. We must tread carefully, Naruto advised. They cautiously set foot on the island, discovering that the plants emitted an otherworldly glow. These plants seemed to possess magical properties, Sakura observed. Suddenly, a swarm of tiny fairies emerged from the thicket, flitting around Naruto and his companions, chattering excitedly. They appear to be warning us, Xiaoming noted. Naruto attempted to communicate with the fairies, but they seemed frightened and swiftly took flight. As they delved deeper into the island, they stumbled upon a vast cavern. From within, a series of deep, menacing growls emanated. There may be perilous creatures inside, Sakura cautioned apprehensively. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped into the cave, where an acrid scent hung in the air. Deep within the cavern, they beheld a colossal 3-headed beast, its eyes glimmering with a fierce crimson light. Prepare for battle, Naruto exclaimed. They unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce struggle against the creature. Each of the beast's heads emitted a different elemental attack, fire, frost, and lightning, overwhelming them with its ferocity. We must discover its weakness, Xiaoming shouted. During the fray, Sakura noticed a glowing rune on the beast's abdomen, potentially its vulnerable point. They concentrated their efforts and launched an assault on the creature's midsection. The beast howled in agony, collapsing onto the ground. Continuing their exploration of the cave, they stumbled upon an ancient magical diary. Within its pages lay a powerful ritual capable of bestowing mysterious powers. Should we attempt this ritual? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto hesitated momentarily, suggesting they investigate further. Just as they delved into the diary, the cave began to tremble violently, threatening to collapse. We must flee at once, Sakura cried. They sprinted desperately from the cave, narrowly escaping as it crashed down behind them. That was perilously close, Xiaoming remarked with a shudder. Having left the island, they pressed on and soon arrived at a bustling magical marketplace, teeming with an array of enchanting artifacts. Perhaps we can find something useful here, Naruto suggested. As they wandered through the market, Naruto's attention was drawn to a stall selling a mysterious crystal ball. This orb appears extraordinary, he remarked. The vendor informed them that the crystal ball could foresee the future, but at a cost. Intrigued, they decided to purchase it to unveil its secrets. Upon acquiring the orb, a terrifying vision materialized within it, a dark castle where an ominous sorcerer schemed malevolently. We must thwart his plans, Naruto declared. Following the orb's guidance, they arrived at the dark castle, its gates firmly shut and shrouded in an ominous aura. Naruto cast a spell, forcibly opening the door, which echoed with a sinister laughter from within. At last, you have come, the malevolent sorcerer intoned. The sorcerer unleashed formidable dark magic in their direction. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged in an intense magical duel. During the battle, Xiaoming discerned a flaw in the sorcerer's magic. Strike his left side, he shouted. They focused their energies and launched an assault on the sorcerer's flank. The sorcerer was severely wounded, collapsing to the ground. Within the castle, they discovered a captive fairy. The fairy revealed that the sorcerer had been amassing powerful magical artifacts in a bid to dominate the entire magical realm. We cannot allow his nefarious scheme to succeed, Sakura asserted. They led the fairy out of the dark castle, and in gratitude, the fairy gifted them a mysterious magical cloak. This cloak will protect you in critical moments, the fairy proclaimed. They continued their journey and arrived at an ancient library, a repository of various precious tomes of magic. Here, perhaps, they could discover ways to enhance their magical abilities, Naruto remarked. As they searched for useful texts within the library, a gigantic spellbook suddenly captured their attention. Upon opening the tome, a powerful force erupted, enveloping them in a mysterious realm. This space was replete with various magical runes and traps, and they had to decipher these enigmas to return to the realm of reality. Stay calm. We will surely find a way, Naruto assured them. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled all the runes and traps, returning to the library. That was truly thrilling, Xiaoming exclaimed. Armed with the magical knowledge gleaned from the library, they resumed their adventurous quest. They ventured into a mystical forest, shrouded in thick fog that obscured the path ahead. Be cautious. Danger may lurk here, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a swarm of enormous spiders descended from the trees, launching an assault. Watch this, Sakura exclaimed, conjuring a fire spell that repelled the arachnids. As they pressed onward, they noticed that the trees in the forest seemed to shift, forming a labyrinth. This is a magical maze. We must find the exit, Xiaoming declared. They navigated through the maze, encountering an array of magical traps and obstacles. After much perseverance, they finally emerged from the labyrinth. Yet, awaiting them was a vast lake, emitting an eerie glow. This lake appears unusual, Naruto observed. As they approached the water's edge, enormous waves surged forth, revealing a water monster that lunged at them. They quickly unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. Ultimately, they triumphed over the water beast. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the base of a towering mountain, its slopes adorned with thorns and steep paths. We must be careful as we ascend, Sakura cautioned. During their climb, they faced landslides and fierce storms. However, supporting one another, they finally reached the summit. Atop the mountain stood an ancient temple, concealing a mysterious magical circle. As they approached the circle, it suddenly activated, transporting them to an unknown dimension. In this realm, they encountered a trapped magical sprite, who informed them that only by finding the lost magical key could they escape this space. Naruto and his companions began their quest for the magical key, facing numerous challenges and adversities along the way. After arduous efforts, they finally discovered the key and successfully departed from the enigmatic realm. This adventure has been filled with surprises and challenges, Xiaoming remarked. They pressed on, ready to embrace even more unknown adventures. They arrived in a snow-covered world, where the biting cold and swirling snowflakes enveloped them. It is so cold here, Sakura shivered, unable to contain her trembling. Naruto conjured a spell, enveloping them in a warm shield. They trudged through the snowy terrain when, unexpectedly, a colossal snow monster emerged. The creature roared and charged at them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions against the formidable snow beast. After a strenuous struggle, they finally vanquished the creature. As they pressed onward, they stumbled upon a castle sealed in ice and snow. "There may be something we need inside," Naruto remarked. They exerted great effort to shatter the seal and entered the castle. An icy atmosphere pervaded the interior, with walls adorned by intricate ice sculptures. Deep within the castle, they discovered a magical tome encased in frost. "This book must hold great significance," Xiaoming stated. They broke the ice and retrieved the book, but at that moment, the castle began to tremble, threatening to collapse. They hastily fled the structure. On their escape, they encountered new peril, a group of dark knights mounted on magical beasts. The knights launched an assault against them. Naruto and his allies unleashed various spells, engaging in a desperate struggle against the dark knights. During the fray, Naruto discerned the knights' vulnerability. "Attack their steeds," he shouted. They concentrated their efforts on the knights' mounts, causing the riders to topple and lose their combat efficacy. Successfully evading the dark knights' pursuit, they found themselves drained of considerable magical energy. "We must find a place to recuperate," Sakura suggested. Nearby, they discovered a cave and entered to rest. Inside the cave, they encountered enigmatic murals that seemed to depict a powerful magic. They began to study the murals, hoping to glean strength from them. After diligent effort, they comprehended the magic inscribed within, restoring their energy. They emerged from the cave, resuming their adventurous journey. They arrived at a mysterious garden, lush with an array of peculiar flowers, each exuding distinct magical energies. "These blossoms appear enchanting, yet they may harbor danger," Xiaoming cautioned. As they cautiously advanced, the flowers abruptly turned hostile, launching attacks. Some emitted toxic sprays, while others unleashed fierce gusts. "Be vigilant," Naruto commanded. They retaliated with their spells, engaging in battle with the flora. During the skirmish, Sakura detected a pattern in the flowers' assaults. "Dodge in accordance with this rhythm," she directed. Following her guidance, they adeptly evaded the floral onslaught. Ultimately, they subdued all the flowers. Continuing their journey, they beheld a magnificent fountain, which did not spout water but pure magical energy. "This is truly wondrous," Naruto exclaimed. As they approached the fountain, it suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping them. When the luminescence dissipated, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, a vast labyrinth, its walls shimmering with mysterious runes. "We must locate the exit," Xiaoming declared. They navigated through the labyrinth, encountering various puzzles and traps along the way. After a protracted exploration, they continuously experimented with different paths, each choice imbued with uncertainty. Naruto, guided by his keen intuition, Sakura, relying on her meticulous observation, and Xiaoming, exhibiting exceptional logical reasoning, worked cohesively as they persevered through the challenges. "This path appears to be correct," Naruto declared, gesturing towards a slightly wider corridor ahead. However, upon their entry, they triggered a barrage of magical arrows. "Be careful." Sakura swiftly conjured a magical shield to deflect the onslaught. They had no choice but to retreat to their original position and seek an alternative route. After numerous setbacks and erroneous choices, they finally discerned a pattern. "I believe the arrangement of these runes relates to our direction of travel," Xiaoming remarked, pointing at the enigmatic symbols on the wall. Following Xiaoming's insight, they circumvented trap after trap, gradually drawing closer to the labyrinth's center. In the central area, they discovered a colossal magical stone, intricately inscribed with complex patterns. "This may hold the key to unraveling the labyrinth," Naruto asserted. Just as they scrutinized the magical stone, a swarm of magical puppets suddenly emerged around them, more formidable than any they had previously encountered. "It seems we must first deal with these foes before we can proceed," Sakura stated. They unleashed their magic once more, engaging in a fierce battle with the puppets. The puppets' assaults rained down like a tempest, yet Naruto and his companions stood resolute, bravely resisting. After a grueling struggle, they triumphed over all the puppets. At that moment, Naruto suddenly comprehended the meaning of the patterns on the magical stone. "I know how to escape," he exclaimed. Following the pattern's guidance, he infused the stone with his magical energy, and a portal materialized before them. They stepped through the portal, finally emerging from the labyrinth. However, what lay before them was a fog-laden valley, shrouded in an air of mystery. "This place feels quite peculiar," Xiaoming warned cautiously. They tread carefully into the valley when, suddenly, they heard the melodious sound of a flute. The music seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing them further in. Be wary of deception, Sakura cautioned. Yet, Naruto was irresistibly captivated by the melody, instinctively quickening his pace. As they ventured deeper, the mist thickened, obscuring their vision. Naruto, wait! Sakura called out. At that moment, the flute's sound abruptly ceased, and a flock of enormous birds burst forth from the fog, launching an attack against them. Quick, defend yourselves! Naruto shouted. They hastily cast spells to ward off the birds' assault. The birds' talons were razor-sharp, and their wings generated powerful gusts. In the heat of battle, Xiaoming discerned the birds' vulnerability lay in the base of their wings. Target the base of their wings, Xiaoming yelled. They focused their strength on attacking the birds' wing joints, causing them to plummet one by one. With the avian threat vanquished, they continued onward. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with peculiar symbols that hinted at a possible seal. This may be a form of enchantment, Sakura remarked. Naruto scrutinized the symbols meticulously, endeavoring to unravel the seal. After considerable effort, the door creaked open slowly. Inside the temple, a mysterious idol was enshrined, clutching a gem that radiated a brilliant light. Could this be the treasure we have been seeking? Xiaoming pondered. As they approached the idol, it suddenly sprang to life, launching an assault against them. Be cautious, Naruto shouted. They found themselves engaged in a heart-pounding battle with the idol, whose strength was formidable, each strike carrying immense force. During the confrontation, Sakura discerned a particular pattern in the idol's movements. Dodge according to this rhythm, Sakura urged, heeding her guidance. They evaded most of the idol's attacks and sought opportunities to counter. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately vanquished the idol and seized the gem. However, the gem's power was overwhelming, unleashing magical fluctuations throughout the vicinity. This energy could spell disaster, Naruto exclaimed. They endeavored to harness the gem's power, but to no avail. Just then, a mysterious elder appeared. Hand me the gem. I can control it, the elder proclaimed. After a moment's hesitation, they chose to trust him. The elder took the gem and invoked potent magic to stabilize its power. Thank you, brave children. This gem is a source of immense magic. If it falls into the hands of malevolent beings, the consequences would be dire, the elder warned. A sigh of relief escaped Naruto and his companions. Who are you? What brings you here? Sakura inquired. The elder smiled gently. I am the guardian of this valley, patiently awaiting those destined to unveil the gem's secrets. Your courage and wisdom bring me solace. He presented them with a mysterious artifact as a reward. This artifact will assist you in times of need, he stated. They bid farewell to the elder and continued on their journey. Soon, they arrived at an enigmatic village, its architecture distinct and imbued with an aura of magic. The village appeared tranquil, yet Naruto sensed an underlying discord. As they strolled through the village, they noticed the residents bore indifferent expressions, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Is there a hidden secret here? Xiaoming speculated. Upon entering a tavern, the atmosphere shifted to one of tension. You should not be here, the tavern keeper said coldly. Why? Naruto inquired. The keeper remained silent, merely gesturing for them to leave hastily. Determined to uncover the village's mystery, they ventured to the central square, where they discovered a colossal magical circle. This magic circle must be problematic, Sakura asserted. As they approached, a group of sorcerers appeared, surrounding them. You have breached a taboo. You must face the consequences, the sorcerers declared. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions engaged in battle with the sorcerers. In the midst of the battle, they discovered that the sorcerers' magic was hindered by some mysterious limitation. Seize upon their weaknesses and retaliate, Naruto exclaimed. After an intense confrontation, they triumphed over the sorcerers and unraveled the enigma of the magical array. It turned out that this quaint town had been cursed by a malevolent wizard, rendering its inhabitants devoid of emotion and vitality. We must lift this curse, Naruto declared. They commenced their quest for a remedy, and through diligent inquiries, learned of a wondrous herb located on a mountain beyond the town, capable of dispelling the curse. Without delay, they ventured towards the mountain, which was fraught with perilous magical creatures and treacherous traps. Exercise caution, Naruto warned. During their ascent, they encountered fierce storms and landslides, yet they persevered undeterred. At long last, they discovered the miraculous herb. Upon returning to the town with the herb in hand, they successfully lifted the curse, restoring life and vigor to the once dull settlement. The townsfolk were overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you for revitalizing our town, Naruto and his companions smiled as they departed, continuing their adventures. Next, they entered a mysterious desert, where the heat was unbearable and water was scarce. "We must locate a water source quickly, or we shall face dire consequences," Sakura remarked. As they trudged through the arid landscape, they suddenly stumbled upon an ancient pyramid. "Perhaps within lies what we seek," Naruto suggested. Upon entering the pyramid, they were met with an array of intricate mechanisms and riddles. "Beware of these traps," Xiaoming cautioned. As they endeavored to solve the puzzles, they encountered numerous challenges. Yet through their intellect and bravery, they overcame each one. Eventually, they reached the core of the pyramid, where they discovered a vast pool brimming with crystal-clear water. "How wonderful! We have finally found a water source," Sakura exclaimed joyfully. However, as they prepared to gather water, a gigantic sandworm erupted from the ground, launching an assault on them. "Prepare for battle," Naruto shouted. A fierce confrontation ensued, as the sandworm's body was as tough as iron, and its attacks were swift. "Aim for its eyes," Xiaoming cried. They concentrated their efforts on the creature's eyes, and after a fierce struggle, the sandworm succumbed to their onslaught. They filled their containers with water and exited the pyramid. On the edge of the desert, they encountered an injured traveler. "Please help me. I was attacked by bandits," the traveler pleaded. Naruto and his companions immediately tended to the traveler's wounds. "The bandits stole my precious belongings. Can you assist me in reclaiming them?" the traveler implored. Without hesitation, they agreed to help. Guided by the traveler's clues, they located the bandits' hideout. "Prepare yourselves. We shall eliminate them in one fell swoop," Naruto declared. Stealthily, they infiltrated the lair and engaged in a fierce battle with the bandits. Ultimately, they succeeded in retrieving the traveler's possessions, and the traveler expressed profound gratitude. "Thank you. You are true heroes." As Naruto and his companions pressed onward, a myriad of challenges and adventures awaited them on the horizon. They arrived at a mysterious canyon, its towering peaks reaching towards the heavens, with a turbulent river flowing through its heart. "This place appears quite perilous," Sakura remarked. Treading cautiously along the canyon's edge, they were suddenly startled by a deafening roar. "Oh no, it could be a flash flood," Xiaoming shouted. A tremendous surge of water cascaded down from upstream, rushing towards them. Without hesitation, Naruto conjured a protective barrier in their path. The torrent crashed against the wall, producing a resounding clamor. "Hold on," Naruto urged. With the barrier holding firm, the deluge gradually receded. Continuing their journey, they stumbled upon an ancient bridge within the canyon, which appeared to be on the verge of collapse. "Can this bridge support us?" Sakura inquired with a hint of trepidation. Naruto scrutinized the structure and replied, "It should be fine if we tread carefully." They gingerly stepped onto the bridge, each footfall eliciting a creaking sound. Just as they reached the midpoint, the bridge abruptly fractured. "Ah!" Xiaoming exclaimed in alarm. Quick as a flash, Naruto invoked his flight magic, whisking everyone safely to the opposite bank. "That was close," Sakura gasped, catching her breath. On the other side lay a tranquil valley, shrouded in a delicate mist, evoking an air of mystery. "This place feels enchanting," Xiaoming observed. As they ventured into the valley, they were suddenly captivated by a melodious voice. The song resonated with poignant sorrow, as if narrating a tragic tale. "Where is that enchanting voice coming from?" Naruto pondered curiously. Following the sound, they discovered a beautiful maiden seated upon a large stone, her eyes reflecting profound sadness. "Who are you? What brings you here?" she inquired. Naruto explained their purpose. She sighed, "I am an imprisoned fairy, and only by finding the key to my cell can I regain my freedom." Determined to assist the maiden, they scoured the valley for clues and eventually uncovered an ancient tome within a cave. The book revealed the key's whereabouts. It lay deep within a castle in the valley, protected by a formidable magical barrier. "We must not fear," Sakura declared as they set their sights on the castle. The barrier radiated an overwhelming force, deterring any approach. "We must unravel this magical array," Xiaoming proposed. They diligently studied the structure of the barrier and, after considerable effort, discovered the means to dismantle it. With the barrier dispelled, they entered the castle. Inside, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them, with grotesque portraits adorning the walls. "Be cautious," Naruto warned. They meticulously searched for the key, when suddenly, a horde of skeletal warriors emerged from the shadows. "Prepare for battle," Naruto cried. A fierce clash ensued against the skeletal soldiers, during which Naruto discerned that their weakness lay in their spines. "Attack their spines," Naruto exclaimed. Following his command, they successfully vanquished the skeletal soldiers. At long last, they discovered the key in the castle's dungeon. With the key in hand, they returned to the woman and unlocked the door of her confinement. Grateful for her newfound freedom, she bestowed upon them a magical gem. "This gem will bring you good fortune," she said. Emboldened by this gift, Naruto and his companions pressed onward, filled with renewed hope and courage to face the challenges that lay ahead. They ventured into an enigmatic forest, where the towering trees formed a dense canopy, allowing scarcely a ray of sunlight to penetrate through the leaves. "It feels so eerie here," Sakura remarked, a hint of fear in her voice. "Fear not, for I am here," Naruto reassured her. Suddenly, a colossal python descended from the branches, its maw agape, lunging towards them. Swiftly, they evaded its attack and retaliated with their magic. The serpent writhed and twisted, skillfully dodging their spells. "We must find a way to restrain its movements," shouted Xiaoming. An idea struck Sakura. She conjured blocks of ice and hurled them around the python in an attempt to freeze it. The icy barriers hindered the serpent's agility, allowing Naruto to unleash a powerful offensive spell that struck its head. The python writhed in agony for a moment before collapsing to the ground. "Wonderful! We have defeated it!" Sakura exclaimed with glee. As they continued their journey, a mysterious mist enveloped the forest, obscuring their vision. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not stray apart," Naruto advised. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed through the trees. "Who goes there?" Xiaoming asked nervously. A figure emerged from the fog, a wicked witch. "You have trespassed into my domain. Prepare to face your punishment," the witch declared. Casting dark magic, she launched her attack. Naruto and his friends quickly countered with their own spells. Amidst the fierce magical duel, Naruto discerned that the source of the witch's power stemmed from her wand. "Let us concentrate our efforts on her wand," Naruto shouted. They channeled their collective energy and unleashed a formidable assault on the witch's wand. With a shattering crack, her wand broke and her magic dissipated. "Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. You shan't be so lucky again," the witch proclaimed before vanishing into the mist. They ventured deeper into the forest and stumbled upon an ancient temple. Its grand entrance was sealed, adorned with enigmatic runes. "This may be the key to entering the temple," Xiaoming suggested. They meticulously examined the runes, and after much effort, they succeeded in opening the temple doors. Inside, they beheld a mysterious statue, radiating a powerful aura of magic. "What kind of statue is this?" Sakura inquired, filled with curiosity. As they approached the statue, it suddenly illuminated, enveloping them in its brilliance. When the light faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. "Where are we?" Naruto pondered. In this strange space, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elderly man gazed at them and spoke slowly. "You are the chosen ones by the deity's statue. Only through trials may you depart from this place." The trial required them to navigate an intricate labyrinth laden with magical traps to find the exit. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge and entered the maze. Inside, traps emerged at every turn. Some spewed flames, while others released potent currents of electricity. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto cautioned. They collaborated closely, meticulously evading one peril after another. After a protracted search, they finally discovered the exit of the labyrinth. The elder reappeared, declaring, "You have passed the trial. The deity's statue shall bestow upon you great power." With those words, he vanished. They felt a surge of formidable magic coursing through their bodies before being transported back to the temple. Upon leaving the temple, they pressed onward to confront more unknown challenges. They arrived at a mysterious town, where the inhabitants appeared peculiar, their eyes reflecting confusion and fear. "Something feels amiss in this town," Naruto remarked. They inquired around the town and learned of a series of bizarre disappearances occurring recently. "We must uncover the truth," Sakura asserted. They commenced their investigation and uncovered that these disappearances were linked to a derelict factory within the town. "There is surely something wrong with that factory," Xiaoming suggested. They stealthily infiltrated the factory, where a noxious odor permeated the air, and the machinery emitted a deep, ominous rumble. Suddenly, a swarm of robots appeared before them, launching an attack. "These robots look formidable," Naruto observed. They unleashed their magic and engaged in a fierce battle with the robots. The robots' assaults were relentless and possessed substantial defensive capabilities. During the skirmish, Sakura discovered the robots' control center. "Attacking the control center may halt them," she shouted. They focused their efforts and struck the control center, causing the robots to cease their movements. Delving deeper into the factory, they stumbled upon a vast laboratory. Inside, a mad scientist was conducting a perilous experiment. He is the one behind all this turmoil, Naruto declared. Upon seeing them, the scientist revealed a sinister grin, exclaiming, "You have arrived just in time to become my test subjects." The scientist unleashed powerful magic against them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the scientist. Ultimately, they triumphed, defeating the scientist and rescuing the missing townsfolk. The town returned to its former tranquility, and Naruto and his friends embarked on a new journey. They found themselves in a mysterious valley, thick with the essence of potent magic. "The magic here feels incredibly strong," Sakura remarked. Suddenly, a colossal magical vortex appeared in the sky, drawing them in. When they opened their eyes again, they discovered themselves in an unfamiliar world, brimming with strange creatures and enigmatic architecture. "Where are we?" Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, a magnificent unicorn materialized before them. "Welcome, brave adventurers, to the depths of the magical realm," the unicorn proclaimed. The unicorn informed them that this world had been tainted by dark forces and required their assistance to restore the light. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions agreed to help. They embarked on an exploration of this realm, encountering a myriad of challenges and adversaries along the way. During one of their quests, they uncovered the source of the dark magic. "If we can destroy this source, we can save this world," Naruto declared. They pressed forward towards the origin of the dark magic, overcoming numerous obstacles along the journey. At last, they arrived at the source and engaged in a climactic battle against the dark forces. After a fierce struggle, they successfully obliterated the source of the dark magic, rescuing the world. The unicorn reappeared, thanking them. "You are the heroes of this realm." Naruto and his friends smiled and began their journey homeward. Yet their adventures were far from over. Chapter 23. The mysterious underwater ruins. Having returned from the depths of the magical world, Naruto and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on a new adventure. This time, guided by an ancient legend, they arrived at the edge of a vast ocean. It was said that deep within these waters lay a mysterious underwater ruin, concealing boundless treasures and formidable magical powers. "How thrilling!" Sakura exclaimed. Xiaoming gazed at the tumultuous sea, feeling a tinge of apprehension. "But the deep sea is fraught with unknown dangers. We must proceed with caution." Naruto, brimming with determination, responded, "Regardless, we cannot falter. Let us set sail." They rented a sturdy vessel and ventured into the depths of the ocean. The winds howled fiercely, and the waves relentlessly battered the sides of the ship. "Hold on tight. These waters are no trifling matter," Naruto shouted. After several days of sailing, they finally reached the approximate location of the legendary underwater ruins. "Next, we shall dive beneath the waves," Sakura announced. They donned specially crafted magical diving suits and leaped into the water. As they submerged, the surrounding darkness and pressure enveloped them, inducing a sense of discomfort. "Stay calm and regulate your breathing," Xiaoming advised. As they descended further, they began to encounter strange marine creatures. Some emitted a soft glow, while others displayed sharp teeth. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged before them, extending its long tentacles in an assault. "Be careful." Naruto swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a protective shield to block the octopus's attack. Sakura seized the opportunity to cast her own magic, momentarily disorienting the creature. They deftly evaded the octopus and continued their descent. At long last, they beheld the outline of the underwater ruins. The structures loomed tall and grand, their majesty still palpable despite the ravages of time, exuding an aura of mystery. They swam towards the entrance of the ruins, only to find the grand doors tightly sealed, adorned with enigmatic runes. "This could be some form of magical seal," Xiaoming observed. Naruto meticulously examined the runes, striving to discern a method to unlock them. After considerable effort, he discovered a pattern within the runes. Touching the runes in this order should unlock the door, Naruto declared. Following his guidance, they successfully opened the gate. Inside lay an elongated corridor, its walls adorned with luminous gems that seemed to harbor formidable magical energy. "These gems may possess immense power," Sakura remarked. As they approached the jewels, they suddenly unleashed a powerful current, catching them off guard. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. They quickly retreated, evading the electric assault. After careful observation, Xiaoming discerned the pattern of the currents. "If we pass through during the intervals of the current, we can seize the gems," he suggested. They coordinated their efforts and successfully acquired several gemstones. Continuing onward, they arrived at an expansive hall. At the center stood a colossal magical array, shimmering with peculiar light. What kind of magical array is this? Sakura inquired. Naruto stepped forward to examine it, but just then, the array activated, emanating a potent pull that drew them inside. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange realm, surrounded by an abyss, with only a few floating magical runes in sight. Where are we? How do we escape? Xiaoming questioned, panic evident in his voice. Naruto calmly responded, Do not panic, we will surely find a way. They began to study the surrounding runes, discovering that these symbols seemed to embody certain spatial laws. After considerable effort, Sakura finally unraveled the secret of the runes. I know how to get out, follow me. She instructed. Guided by Sakura, they managed to exit this realm and return to the hall. However, they were met with a group of magical puppets guarding the relics. It appears we must defeat these puppets to proceed, Naruto declared. They unleashed their formidable magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the puppets. The puppets attacked with ferocity, but Naruto and his companions gradually gained the upper hand through their seamless cooperation and indomitable spirit. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished all the puppets. In the depths of the hall, they discovered a chamber housing an ancient tome of magic. This could be the core secret of the relics, Xiaoming speculated. As they approached the book, it opened automatically, revealing an inscription. Only by passing the test of the mind can one obtain the treasures and power of the relic. No sooner had the words been spoken than their surroundings shifted, plunging them into individual illusions. Naruto found himself on a battlefield, engulfed in fierce combat and ceaseless carnage. What is happening? I must escape this place, he thought, striving to maintain his clarity. Sakura, in contrast, was in a beautiful garden, yet the flowers were withering, filling her with profound sorrow. Xiaoming discovered himself trapped in a dark labyrinth, unable to find a way out. Within their illusions, they had to confront their inner fears and confusions to break free. Drawing upon his resilient will, Naruto refused to be swayed by the horrors of war, identifying the flaw in the illusion, and ultimately succeeded in escaping. Sakura became acutely aware of the transience of life, no longer mourning the wilting of flowers, and emerged from the illusion. Xiaoming, undeterred by the darkness, persistently sought a way out and ultimately discovered an exit. As they both stepped out of the illusion, the magical tome opened once more, casting a radiant beam toward a corner of the room, revealing a treasure chest. This must be the treasure of the ruins, Naruto proclaimed. They opened the chest to find powerful magical artifacts and a mysterious tome of spells. These items will undoubtedly be of immense assistance to us, Sakura remarked. Just as they prepared to leave the ruins, the structure began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. We must hurry, Naruto shouted. They swiftly swam towards the exit, successfully escaping the depths before the ruins completely crumbled. Upon returning to the ship, they were utterly exhausted yet filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. This adventure was truly exhilarating, Xiaoming exclaimed. They decided to set sail for home and thoroughly examine their newfound treasures. However, during their return journey, an unexpected tempest arose. Hold on tight, the storm is ferocious, Naruto cried out. The vessel rocked violently amidst the storm, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Sakura channeled her magic in an attempt to stabilize the ship. This is not sustainable. We must find shelter, Xiaoming urged. Battling the fierce winds and rain, they diligently searched for a safe haven. At last, they spotted a small island. Head towards that island, Naruto commanded. With great difficulty, they navigated the ship towards the island, reaching it just as the vessel was about to sink. That was a close call, Sakura panted, catching her breath. The island was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. Be cautious, there may be dangers here, Naruto warned. They cautiously explored the island until a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the air. What is that sound? Xiaoming inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. Suddenly, a colossal beast surged forth from the fog, lunging at them. Without hesitation, Naruto and the others unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. The beast's strength was formidable, each strike imposing immense pressure upon them. We must identify its weakness, Sakura shouted. During the fray, Naruto discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. Concentrate your attacks on its eyes, he commanded. United in their efforts, they channeled their magic into a powerful assault directed at the beast's eyes. With a pained howl, the creature collapsed. Having vanquished the monster, they continued their exploration of the island. Deep within, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, hinting at hidden secrets. As they ventured inside, they discovered an enormous magical circle. This magic circle appears perilous, Xiaoming noted. Just as they contemplated retreating, the circle activated suddenly, ensnaring them within its confines. "We are in trouble now. We must devise a way to unravel this magical trap," Naruto declared. They commenced their exploration of the structure of the magical array and soon discovered that unraveling its mysteries required the acquisition of 4 enchanted gemstones, each located in a distinct corner of the cavern. "Let us split up to search," suggested Sakura. Within the depths of the cave, they scoured the surroundings, encountering various traps and obstacles along the way. During his quest for the gemstones, Naruto inadvertently triggered a mechanism that nearly resulted in him being crushed by a falling boulder. "Be cautious," exclaimed Xiaoming, who arrived just in time to magically support the massive rock, thus saving Naruto's life. In a narrow passage, Sakura found herself besieged by a swarm of venomous spiders. "Do not fear, I shall assist you," Naruto declared, rushing to her aid and incinerating the spiders with his fire magic. After considerable effort, they ultimately located all the enchanted gemstones and successfully deciphered the magical array. Upon exiting the cave, they discovered that the storm had subsided and the sky had cleared. "At last, we can return home," Xiaoming remarked. They boarded their vessel to continue their journey back. En route, they encountered several minor troubles, yet through courage and ingenuity, they managed to resolve each predicament. Finally, they arrived back on familiar shores. "This adventure has truly been unforgettable," Sakura mused. "Yet our adventures are far from over," Naruto replied with a smile. With precious treasures and indelible experiences in tow, they prepared to embrace new challenges. They ventured into a mysterious valley, where vibrant mists enveloped the air, rendering it difficult to discern direction. "Everyone, be cautious. The fog here may be toxic," Naruto warned. As they tread carefully, they were suddenly graced by a melodious song. "Where does this enchanting melody originate?" Sakura inquired, her curiosity piqued. Following the sound, they beheld a beautiful woman seated beneath a grand tree. Upon noticing them, she offered a gentle smile. "Welcome to the Enchanted Valley, brave adventurers. Who are you, and what brings you here?" Xiaoming asked warily. The woman replied softly, "I am the guardian of this realm, for a great secret lies hidden within the valley." Intrigued, Naruto and his companions resolved to follow her and uncover the truth. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a colossal stone door, adorned with enigmatic symbols. "This may be the key to unlocking the secret," Naruto surmised. The woman handed them a magical key, stating, "This key will unlock the stone door, but exercise caution, dangers lurk within." They opened the door to reveal a radiant cavern. Within, a magical tome floated, surrounded by an aura of potent energy. "This must be an exceptionally valuable spellbook," Sakura remarked. As they approached the tome, a horde of magical sprites suddenly emerged. "This tome is our sacred treasure. You cannot take it," the sprites declared. Naruto attempted to communicate with the sprites. "We merely seek to explore the knowledge within. We mean no harm." However, the sprites were unconvinced and launched an assault. Consequently, Naruto and his friends were compelled to wield their magic in defense. During the skirmish, Xiaoming discerned that the sprites feared a particular musical note. "Let us play that note together," he proposed. They conjured the note through magic, and under its influence, the sprites ceased their attack. Ultimately, they reached an accord with the elves, granting them access to the contents of the magical tome. Within its pages lay an immensely powerful healing spell, capable of saving countless lives. "This is a monumental discovery," Naruto proclaimed. Armed with the knowledge from the enchanted book, they departed from the Enchanted Valley. Their journey led them to a world blanketed in ice and snow. "It is exceedingly cold here," Sakura shivered uncontrollably. Naruto conjured a spell, creating a warm shield to envelop them all. As they trudged through the snow-laden terrain, they unexpectedly encountered a colossal ice sculpture, seemingly encasing a formidable creature within. "We must exercise caution. Danger may lurk ahead," Xiaoming warned. Just as they approached the ice sculpture, it shattered with a sudden force, unleashing a ferocious ice dragon. The dragon exhaled a frigid breath, attempting to encase them in ice. Naruto and his companions swiftly retaliated, engaging in a fierce battle with the dragon. After a grueling struggle, they finally identified the dragon's vulnerability and succeeded in vanquishing it. Pressing onward, they they stumbled upon a hidden cave nestled within the snowy mountains. Inside the cave, a mysterious magical circle pulsated with a cerulean glow. This magical array appears exceedingly intricate, Naruto observed. They began to decipher the arcane symbols, discovering it to be a teleportation circle leading to an unknown realm. Shall we dare to venture forth? Sakura inquired. Without hesitation, Naruto replied, of course. We cannot afford to overlook any opportunity for exploration. They stepped into the magical array, and with a flash of light, they were transported to a mysterious island. The island was adorned with colossal flora and peculiar creatures. What manner of place is this? Xiaoming marveled. As they pondered their surroundings, a gigantic bird soared toward them, upon which sat an enigmatic man. Welcome to the Island of Wonders, a land brimming with surprises and peril, the man declared. Engaging in conversation with the stranger, Naruto and his friends learned that the island concealed a mysterious power capable of granting a person's deepest desires. We must seek out this power, Naruto asserted. Their adventure on the island unfolded, presenting them with a myriad of unknown challenges. They ventured into a dense forest, where towering trees reached toward the heavens, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. These trees are extraordinarily tall. It feels quite mystical, Sakura remarked. Naruto led the way, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Everyone, stay alert. There may be hidden dangers, he cautioned. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, and massive roots erupted from the earth, ensnaring them. It's a tree spirit, Xiaoming exclaimed. Naruto quickly unleashed a fire spell in an attempt to sever the roots, yet the tree spirit's tendrils remained undeterred by the flames, tightening their grip. Sakura cast an ice spell, temporarily freezing the roots and granting them precious moments to regroup. We must locate the heart of the tree spirit, Naruto urged. Navigating through the relentless assault of the roots, they finally discovered the essence of the tree spirit, a colossal ancient tree, its trunk adorned with enigmatic runes. These runes may hold the key to controlling the tree spirit, Xiaoming suggested. Naruto concentrated his magical energy and launched an assault on the runes, causing the tree spirit to tremble in agony before ceasing its attack. They pressed onward, the air thick with an unusual fragrance. This scent is rather peculiar. Everyone, be cautious, Sakura cautioned. Suddenly, a swarm of colorful butterflies fluttered into view, their wings sparkling with magical luminescence. These butterflies may pose a threat, Naruto remarked. Indeed, the butterflies released a cloud of magical dust that induced hallucinations. However, bolstered by his indomitable will, Naruto dispelled the illusions and discovered that a gust of wind could scatter the dust's effects. Xiaoming conjured a wind spell to disperse the powder, causing the butterflies to flee. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient castle, its grand entrance firmly shut. This castle appears enigmatic. Who knows what secrets lie within? Sakura mused. With a determined push, Naruto forced open the heavy doors, revealing a dimly lit interior steeped in an air of antiquity. Suddenly, a horde of phantoms emerged from the shadows, launching an assault on them. Beware of the ghost's touch. It will siphon our magical energy, Xiaoming shouted. They unleashed powerful spells, engaging in a fierce battle against the specters. In the midst of the fray, Naruto discerned that the ghosts recoiled from bright light. He channeled a radiant spell, illuminating the entire castle and causing the phantoms to dissipate. Inside, they discovered a sealed grimoire, pulsating with formidable magical energy. This could be an extraordinary magical artifact, Naruto observed. As they attempted to unlock the tome's seal, a powerful magical trap was triggered. Quick, take cover, Sakura cried. Countless magical arrows rained down upon them, forcing them to evade within the castle's confines. After considerable effort, they successfully unsealed the grimoire, acquiring vast arcane knowledge. However, the castle began to tremble ominously, as if it were on the verge of collapse. We must flee, Naruto urged. Clutching the grimoire, they escaped just as the castle crumbled behind them. That was close, Xiaoming panted. They continued onward, arriving at the edge of a mysterious lake. The water was crystal clear, yet emanated an aura of enigmatic power. This lake feels unusual, Naruto remarked. As they approached, the surface suddenly erupted in turbulent waves, and a water monster emerged from the depths. With claws bared, it lunged at them, prompting a swift response of magical counterattacks. The creature's strength was formidable, sending massive waves crashing around them. We must find the monster's weakness, Sakura shouted. In the heat of battle, They discovered that the creature's eyes were its vulnerable spots. Channeling their energy, they focused their assaults on the monster's eyes, causing it to topple into the lake in anguish. Having vanquished the beast, they took a moment to rest by the water's edge. At that moment, a strange light appeared in the sky, seemingly concealing a mysterious entrance. What could that be? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto gazed at the illumination. I do not know, but we should investigate. They approached the light, stepping into a realm filled with vibrant hues and peculiar runes that dazzled the senses. This place is rather peculiar. We must exercise caution, Sakura remarked. Suddenly, phantoms emerged from the radiant light, manifesting their deepest fears. This is merely an illusion. Do not succumb to its influence, Naruto shouted. They endeavored to remain vigilant, resisting the onslaught of the apparitions. As the phantoms dissipated, a colossal magical circle materialized in the space before them, adorned with an array of gemstones. This may be the key to our escape, Xiaoming suggested. They commenced their examination of the magical circle, discovering that the gemstones needed to be activated in a specific sequence to initiate the enchantment. After numerous attempts, they ultimately succeeded in activating the magical circle. With a flash of brilliance, they were transported to a new location. Before them lay an expansive garden, teeming with an assortment of peculiar flowers, each radiating formidable magical energy. These flowers are breathtaking yet perilous, Sakura observed. As they ventured deeper into the garden, the flowers suddenly launched an assault, unleashing various spells. Exercise caution, Naruto warned. They countered with their own magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the flowers. During the skirmish, they discerned a pattern to the flowers' attacks. By adhering to this rhythm, they gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately subduing all the flora. At the heart of the garden stood a mysterious statue, clutching a luminous crystal orb. This orb may be a treasure, Naruto declared. As they approached the crystal, the statue unexpectedly animated, launching an attack against them. Quick, defend yourselves, Xiaoming cried. They engaged in an intense battle with the statue. After a grueling confrontation, they triumphed and seized the crystal orb. However, the orb's overwhelming power triggered a surge of magical fluctuations around them. We must harness this energy, Naruto urged. They focused their minds, striving to stabilize the orb's power. Through their concerted efforts, the orb's energy gradually calmed. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. Brave adventurers, you have passed the trial. This crystal orb shall bestow upon you great power. With the orb in hand, they continued their exploration of this enigmatic realm. Ahead loomed a towering peak, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring its true form. This mountain appears shrouded in mystery, perhaps concealing new challenges and opportunities, Naruto remarked. They traversed a winding path toward the summit, the trail rugged and strewn with thorns and loose stones. Watch your step, Sakura cautioned. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind whipped past, carrying sharp pebbles that struck them. Xiaoming conjured a protective shield, safeguarding them from harm. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they discovered a vast cave, from which deep, ominous growls emanated. There may be dangerous creatures within, Naruto warned cautiously. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dark and damp, with strange lights flickering on the walls. Abruptly, a colossal two-headed beast lunged from the shadows, claws bared and fangs bared, charging toward them. Naruto and his companions swiftly scattered, each unleashing their unique magical abilities. Sakura conjured flames that illuminated the cave while simultaneously assaulting one side of the beast. Naruto harnessed wind magic to enhance his speed, launching an attack from the opposite side. Xiaoming, positioned at the rear, continuously cast supportive spells to bolster his teammates' strength and defenses. After an intense battle, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. They pressed deeper into the cave, discovering an ancient scroll that potentially contained vital information. We must examine this, Xiaoming remarked. As they unfurled the scroll, a formidable force enveloped them, pulling them into a mysterious realm. This space was adorned with an array of strange symbols and radiant lights, inducing a sense of dizziness. Stay calm. We will surely find a way out, Naruto declared. They began to decipher the patterns of the symbols and lights, and through relentless experimentation, Sakura uncovered a concealed portal. They stepped through the gateway, arriving in an enigmatic town. The architecture was archaic and peculiar, with not a soul in sight. Why is it so eerily silent here? Sakura expressed her unease. Suddenly, a group of sorcerers clad in black robes materialized before them, encircling them. You are intruders and must face punishment, the sorcerers proclaimed. Naruto and his allies did not falter, engaging in a fierce magical confrontation with the sorcerers. During the clash, Naruto discerned that the sorcerers' powers emanated from the wands in their hands. Focus your attacks on their wands, Naruto shouted. They concentrated their efforts and successfully shattered the sorcerers' wands, causing them to lose their magical abilities and flee in disarray. Continuing their exploration of the town, they stumbled upon a sealed treasury. It may contain invaluable treasures, Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. They worked diligently to break the seal and entered the treasury, which was brimming with various precious magical artifacts and gemstones. Just as they were about to select some treasures, a powerful magical trap was triggered. Countless fireballs rained down from above, hurtling towards them. They swiftly cast defensive spells to evade the fireball's assault. After a strenuous struggle, they successfully averted the crisis. However, the treasury began to tremble violently, threatening to collapse. We must leave immediately, Naruto urged. They escaped the treasury with a selection of chosen treasures. Upon exiting the town, they found themselves in a vast meadow where a herd of unicorns grazed leisurely. These unicorns are truly magnificent, Sakura remarked. Yet, as they approached, the unicorns grew wary. Do not be alarmed. We mean no harm, Naruto reassured them. Suddenly, the unicorns launched an attack, having fallen under the influence of dark magic. Naruto and his companions were compelled to battle the unicorns, during which Xiaoming discovered a method to dispel the dark magic. They successfully liberated the unicorns from the enchantment, restoring their tranquility, and the grateful creatures bestowed upon them precious horns as gifts. Continuing their journey, they arrived at a mysterious desert. In the arid desert, where heat waves surged and water was a scarce commodity, the urgency to locate a water source became palpable. We must find water swiftly, or we shall face peril, Sakura declared. They persevered through the desert's vastness until, at last, they stumbled upon a concealed oasis. Within this oasis stood an ancient temple, guarded by two colossal stone statues. This temple appears to be extraordinary, Naruto remarked. As they endeavored to enter the temple, the stone sentinels sprang to life, launching an assault against them. Naruto and his companions unleashed formidable spells, engaging in a fierce battle with the stone guardians. After a grueling confrontation, they triumphed over the statues and gained entry to the temple. Inside, they discovered an immense magical array adorned with various precious gemstones. This magical formation may hold the key to unraveling a certain secret, Xiaoming suggested. As they began to examine the array, they inadvertently triggered a concealed mechanism, causing the entire temple to tremble. We must flee at once, Naruto shouted. They managed to escape just before the temple collapsed. At that moment, a mysterious rift appeared in the sky, and a powerful force drew them within. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a cavern brimming with magical crystals, radiating an astonishing potency. These crystals must be extraordinarily valuable, Sakura remarked. Just as they prepared to gather some crystals, phantoms suddenly emerged from the gems and attacked. The group fought valiantly against the spectral onslaught and discovered that the phantoms' weakness lay in the core of the crystals. Channeling their strength, they struck at the cores, causing the phantoms to dissipate. After collecting some crystals, they prepared to exit the cavern. However, a formidable magical barrier obstructed the exit. We must shatter this barrier to escape, Naruto stated. They combined their magical prowess and, after several attempts, finally breached the barrier. Upon exiting the cave, they entered a mysterious forest shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the path ahead. Be cautious. Unknown dangers may lurk here, Xiaoming warned. Suddenly, a horde of gigantic spiders surged forth from the mist, attacking them. Naruto and his allies swiftly cast spells and engaged in a fierce struggle with the arachnids. During the battle, Naruto discerned the corrosive nature of the spider's venom and realized the need for careful evasion. Sakura conjured flames to drive the spiders away, while Xiaoming discovered their lair. They resolved to destroy the nest to eliminate the threat. After considerable effort, they successfully obliterated the spider nest, vanquishing all of the creatures. Continuing their journey, they encountered an ancient castle. The grand entrance was firmly shut, and an enigmatic aura enveloped the surroundings. This castle seems shrouded in mystery. Shall we venture inside? Sakura inquired. Naruto nodded. Proceed with caution. Danger may await. They pushed open the castle doors, revealing a profound silence within. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the darkness. Who goes there? Xiaoming inquired anxiously. A dark sorcerer materialized before them, declaring, "You have trespassed into my domain. Prepare to meet your doom." The dark sorcerer unleashed formidable dark magic. Launching an attack against them, Naruto and his companions stood undaunted, engaging in a fierce battle for their very lives. During the fray, they discerned that although the sorcerer's magic was potent, there existed a critical vulnerability. They seized upon this weakness and ultimately triumphed over the dark sorcerer. Within the castle, they stumbled upon an enigmatic tome, inscribed with the secrets of a powerful forbidden spell. "This spell appears perilous. We must not attempt it lightly," Sakura cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto remarked, "Yet, it may prove invaluable in our hour of need." With the spell book in their possession, they ventured onward. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious lake, where a small island beckoned from the center, seemingly harboring something that drew their interest. "How shall we cross?" Xiaoming queried. Naruto conjured a bridge of ice across the lake's surface. They carefully traversed the icy span, reaching the island. There, they beheld a mysterious statue, its hands clutching a gem that radiated brilliance. "This gem must be exceedingly precious," Naruto mused. As they approached the statue, it abruptly sprang to life. Launching an assault against them, a fierce confrontation ensued, and after a grueling battle, they succeeded in vanquishing the statue and claimed the gem. However, the gem's overwhelming power unleashed a surge of magical energy around them. "We must harness this power," Naruto urged. They focused their minds, striving to tame the gem's energy. Gradually, the power began to stabilize under their concerted effort. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. "Brave adventurers, you have surmounted numerous trials, yet more formidable challenges await you." With the gem in hand, they embarked on an odyssey into the unknown. As they entered a shadowy valley, a purplish mist enveloped the area, exuding an eerie aura. "This place feels foreboding. Stay vigilant," Naruto warned. Suddenly, a swarm of bats erupted from the fog, hurtling toward them. Sakura swiftly cast a firewall, repelling the bats. They pressed onward, discovering an ancient castle shrouded in ivy. "This castle appears to have seen better days," Xiaoming observed. Upon nearing the castle, the grand door swung open of its own accord, drawing them inside with an unseen force. Within the castle, darkness loomed in every corner, accompanied by distant echoes of sorrowful cries. "What is that sound?" Sakura trembled. Naruto steeled himself. "Do not fear. Let us investigate." They followed the sound, ultimately uncovering a chamber where numerous souls were imprisoned. "We must liberate them," Naruto declared. They began their quest to find a means of rescuing the souls trapped within the castle's depths, where they stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic, inscribed with the incantations to lift the soul's seal. As Naruto recited the spell, the souls were liberated one by one. However, at that moment, the castle's malevolent master, an evil sorcerer, made his appearance. "How dare you disrupt my plans?" The sorcerer seethed with fury. He unleashed a formidable spell, launching an attack upon them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions against the sorcerer, during which they discerned that the source of his power emanated from the wand he wielded. "Focus our strength on his wand," Naruto commanded. Together, they conjured a powerful spell and successfully shattered the sorcerer's wand. Stripped of his magic, the sorcerer collapsed to the ground. They exited the castle, continuing their journey. Next, they arrived at a mysterious cave, aglow with an enchanting blue light. "Where does this light originate?" Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they discovered a colossal crystal, within which something appeared to be sealed. "This could be a treasure of immense power or a great peril," Sakura remarked. Just as they hesitated to approach the crystal, it suddenly shattered, and a monstrous creature erupted forth. The beast, with its gaping maw, lunged at them. Naruto and his companions swiftly cast their spells to combat the creature. The monster's body was as unyielding as iron, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. "We must identify the creature's weakness," Naruto declared. After observing closely, Xiaoming discerned that the creature's eyes were its vulnerable point. They concentrated their efforts, targeting the monster's eyes. The creature writhed in agony before ultimately collapsing. Continuing their exploration within the cave, they uncovered a hidden passage. At the passage's end lay a vast treasure chamber, brimming with various precious artifacts and magical items. "Our haul is indeed substantial," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. With treasures in hand, they exited the cave. On their return journey, they encountered an injured elf. "Please help me. I am being pursued by dark forces, the elf pleaded. Naruto and his companions resolved to assist the elf, escorting him onward. Shortly thereafter, a band of dark knights pursued them. Hand over the elf, or you shall all perish. The knights bellowed. Undaunted, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce confrontation with the dark knights. During the skirmish, the elf also wielded his magic, aiding them in repelling the dark knights. Thank you. I shall repay your kindness, the elf promised. He gifted them a mysterious seed, explaining that it would hold great significance in times of need. They pressed on, arriving at an enigmatic village, where the townsfolk appeared tense, as if gripped by fear. What has transpired here? Naruto inquired. An elder revealed. The village is shrouded in an evil curse, and each day, someone goes missing. We must uncover the source of this curse and lift it, Naruto resolved. They commenced their investigation into the clues surrounding the curse, which all pointed towards an ancient castle situated beyond the town. Upon their arrival at the castle, they were enveloped in an ominous atmosphere. Be cautious, this place is fraught with peril, Xiaoming warned. Suddenly, a horde of specters emerged from the shadows, launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions unleashed formidable spells, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the phantoms. After a strenuous battle, they ultimately discovered the source of the curse, a dark magical array. United in their efforts, they cast their magic to obliterate the array, thereby lifting the curse. The town returned to its former tranquility, and the townsfolk expressed their profound gratitude. With hearts full of achievements and memories, Naruto and his friends resumed their adventurous journey. Chapter 24. The Peril of the Misty Marshes. Upon departing from the town, Naruto and his companions pressed onward, soon finding themselves within a vast expanse of misty marshland. A thick fog enveloped the marsh, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, and the ground beneath their feet was treacherously soft and slippery, posing the risk of entrapment. Everyone, be vigilant. The terrain here is quite intricate, Naruto cautioned. Sakura and Xiaoming closely trailed behind him, cautiously placing one foot in front of the other. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from afar, reminiscent of some creature's low moan. What is that noise? Sakura inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Naruto halted, straining to listen. I cannot ascertain, but it is surely not a benign presence. Remain alert, he advised. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal marsh crocodile lunged from the mist. Its gaping maw aimed directly at them. Reacting swiftly, Naruto conjured a gust of wind magic, propelling himself and his allies backward, narrowly evading the crocodile's attack. This crocodile has tough skin and is not easy to handle, Xiaoming remarked. Sakura unleashed a flame spell in an attempt to scorch the beast. Yet the humidity of the marsh diminished the potency of the fire. The crocodile lunged again, and Naruto concentrated his magical energy, releasing a powerful wind blade that struck the creature's eye. Aggrieved, the crocodile became even more ferocious in its assault. Amid the heated skirmish, Naruto discerned that the creature's underbelly was its Achilles heel. Aim for its abdomen, he shouted. They coordinated their efforts. Xiaoming conjured barriers to impede the crocodile's movements, while Sakura seized the opportunity to launch fireballs, and Naruto unleashed another wind blade, ultimately striking the crocodile's vulnerable belly. The beast collapsed, motionless at last. We have finally triumphed, Sakura sighed in relief. They continued their trek, the fog thickening and the surroundings growing increasingly sinister. I feel as though we are going in circles, Xiaoming expressed. Naruto surveyed the trees and terrain around them. It is likely that this mist is disorienting our sense of direction, he concluded. Just then, they heard a cry for help. Help! Help! The voice echoed through the fog, making it difficult to discern the source. Someone is in danger. We must investigate, Naruto declared. They followed the sound and soon discovered an adventurer ensnared in a quagmire. Please, rescue me, the adventurer pleaded. Naruto and his friends extended their hands, pulling the adventurer free from the mire. Thank you so much. I became lost in this marsh and encountered numerous dangers, the adventurer expressed gratefully. Do you know the way out of this marsh? Naruto inquired. The adventurers shook their heads, expressing their mutual bewilderment. They had stumbled in by accident, and the surroundings were perilous. They resolved to seek an escape together. As they journeyed, they arrived at the edge of a seemingly tranquil pond. Be cautious. This pond may harbor dangers, Naruto warned. Indeed, as they approached, numerous tentacles suddenly emerged from the water, attacking them. It's a tentacle monster, Xiaoming exclaimed. Swiftly, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic to engage in battle with the creature. The tentacle monster exhibited immense strength, dragging them toward the depths. Sakura cast a freezing spell, momentarily immobilizing the tentacles and granting them precious time. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed a powerful wind spell, severing the monster's appendages. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the tentacle beast. After laboriously traversing the marsh, they stumbled upon an abandoned cabin. Perhaps this dwelling holds the clues we need, Naruto suggested. Entering the cabin, they found it shrouded in dust and cobwebs. On a table inside, they discovered a tattered map. This could be a map of the marsh. One adventurer exclaimed with excitement. They meticulously studied the map and eventually identified a potential escape route. However, just as they prepared to leave the cabin, a swarm of venomous bees flew in through the window. Be careful, these bees are poisonous, Sakura warned. Naruto conjured a protective barrier with wind magic, shielding them from the bees. They dashed out of the cabin, resolutely following the map's guidance. Along the way, they encountered various hazards, such as hidden traps in the marsh and sudden appearances of swamp creatures, but they overcame each challenge in turn. At last, they emerged from the fog-laden marsh. We finally made it. That swamp was terrifying, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto gazed ahead, yet our adventure continues. They arrived at an ancient village, where the dilapidated houses reflected the villagers' sorrowful expressions. Something must have transpired here, Sakura observed. Inquiring among the villagers, they learned that the settlement had recently suffered frequent raids by a band of robbers, leaving the inhabitants in despair. We must help them drive away the robbers, Naruto declared. The villagers informed them that the thieves typically struck under the cover of night, plundering the villagers' possessions. As dusk fell, Naruto and his companions concealed themselves within the village, awaiting the robbers' arrival. Shortly thereafter, a group of marauders stormed into the settlement. Attack! Naruto shouted. They sprang into action, confronting the robbers. Caught off guard by the resistance, the thieves initially faltered, but soon rallied to engage in fierce combat with Naruto and his friends. During the fray, Naruto discerned that the robbers' leader was particularly cunning, orchestrating the attacks. Let us take out the leader first, Naruto commanded. They concentrated their efforts on the leader, who, sensing impending defeat, attempted to flee but was ensnared by Naruto's magic. With their leader incapacitated, the robbers quickly fell into disarray and were swiftly subdued by Naruto and his allies. The grateful villagers offered them food and water as tokens of their appreciation. After bidding farewell to the village, they pressed onward, soon finding themselves at the foot of a towering mountain. Amidst the swirling mists atop the mountain, it is said that a mysterious temple harbors precious treasures within its confines. Shall we venture up to take a look? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto gazed towards the summit. Of course, there might be new discoveries awaiting us. Thus, they embarked on their ascent, the path steep and perilous, fraught with challenges. During their climb, they encountered landslides and ferocious beasts, yet through courage and magic, they triumphed over these obstacles. At last, they reached the temple nestled at the peak. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with enigmatic runes. Naruto scrutinized the runes, endeavoring to decipher the method to unlock the door. After considerable study, he discerned that a specific sequence of magical touches was required to gain entry. They followed Naruto's revelation and successfully opened the door. Inside the temple, a mysterious aura enveloped them. They cautiously stepped inside, discovering a colossal statue of Buddha. In its hands rested a box, encrusted with an array of gemstones. This must be the legendary treasure, Sakura exclaimed. As they approached the statue, it suddenly sprang to life and launched an attack against them. Reacting swiftly, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in battle with the statue. Its might was formidable, each strike imbued with immense power. During the skirmish, they identified the statue's eyes as its vulnerability. Focusing their strength, they targeted the eyes, causing the statue to falter in pain and cease its assault. They successfully seized the box. However, upon opening it, a wave of dark energy surged forth. This could very well be a trap, Naruto warned. The dark force coalesced into a massive demon, charging towards them. A fierce battle ensued, with the demon wielding overwhelming magical prowess, gradually pushing them into a dire situation. In a moment of desperation, Naruto recalled a powerful forbidden technique he had previously learned. There's no other choice. I must attempt this forbidden art, he declared. He unleashed the forbidden technique, an eruption of formidable energy that repelled the demon. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura and Xiaoming joined the fray, ultimately vanquishing the demon. With the box in their possession, they exited the temple. Suddenly, a strange radiance illuminated the sky, accompanied by a voice that seemed to beckon them. What could this be? Xiaoming pondered. I'm not sure, but let us investigate, Naruto replied, his eyes fixed on the light. They approached the source of the illumination, entering a realm of mystery. This space was infused with extraordinary energies and runes, leaving them in awe. This place is brimming with unknown forces, Sakura remarked. Abruptly, energy entities surged towards them from all directions. Naruto and his companions conjured their magic, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the entities. Through the course of battle, they gradually recognized that these entities could be absorbed and transformed into their own power. Harnessing this realization, they continuously absorbed the energy, amplifying their strength. As the energy entities dwindled, a colossal portal materialized in the space. This may be the gateway to a new realm of adventure, Naruto suggested. Without hesitation, they stepped through the portal. On the other side lay a realm teeming with magical creatures. Here, unicorns soared through the skies, trees engaged them in conversation, and an array of wondrous beings flourished. This is an entirely new world, exclaimed Xiaoming, brimming with excitement. They commenced their exploration, interacting and communicating with the various magical entities. Deep within this enchanted land, they stumbled upon a mysterious castle. The walls of the castle shimmered with an enigmatic glow, seemingly concealing profound secrets. This castle appears to be extraordinary, remarked Naren. As they approached, the grand doors swung open automatically. Inside, a colossal magical circle dominated the space. At its center lay a radiant gemstone, pulsating with light. This gem must hold great significance, observed Sakura. As they neared the magical circle, the gemstone suddenly unleashed a powerful force, ensnaring them in a mystical realm. We must devise a means to break free from this space, declared Naren. They embarked on a quest to uncover the key to their liberation, encountering myriad magical puzzles and traps along the way. After considerable effort, they finally discovered the means to shatter the confines of the magical space. They escaped, gemstone in hand. Yet its power incited turmoil throughout this world. Malicious creatures, drawn by the gem's energy, surged towards them. Naren and his companions were compelled to engage in a fierce battle against these sinister beings. Throughout the conflict, they gradually realized that the gemstone's power could be harnessed and controlled. Utilizing its strength, they vanquished the malevolent creatures and salvaged the realm. The inhabitants of this world expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bestowing upon them precious gifts and magical artifacts. With treasures and the gemstone in their possession, Naren and his companions set forth on another adventure. They ventured into a mystical forest, suffused with an aura of mystery. Towering, dense trees obscured the sunlight, casting an ethereal glow. This place feels truly enchanting, remarked Sakura. Suddenly, a colossal bird soared overhead, casting a fleeting shadow. That bird seems rather extraordinary, noted Xiaoming. Continuing onward, they were drawn by the gentle sound of flowing water. Following the melody, they discovered a crystal-clear stream, bordered by peculiar flowers exuding a captivating fragrance. These blossoms are exquisite, Sakura exclaimed, reaching out to pluck one. Just as her fingers grazed the petals, Naren cautioned, "Be careful." It turned out that a faint magical aura enveloped the flowers, likely serving as a protective mechanism. They cautiously navigated around the blossoms and proceeded along the stream. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a magnificent waterfall, its torrents cascading fiercely, sending sprays of water into the air. "How shall we cross?" inquired Xiaoming. Naren surveyed the surrounding terrain and noticed protruding rocks beside the waterfall, suitable for climbing. "We can ascend using those rocks," he suggested. They began their ascent, facing numerous perils along the way, yet ultimately succeeded in reaching the summit of the waterfall. At the summit of the waterfall, they stumbled upon a concealed cavern. Within the cave flickered a faint luminescence, hinting at the presence of a hidden secret. As they ventured deeper, they discovered an ancient tome of magic. The cover of the book was adorned with intricate runes. When they attempted to open the tome, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from within, propelling them backward. "This book possesses powerful magical protections," Naruto remarked. They commenced their efforts to decipher how to lift the enchantment guarding the tome. After considerable endeavor, they realized that a specific incantation was required to unlock its pages. Recalling the magical knowledge he had previously acquired, Naruto finally uttered the correct spell. The book gradually opened, revealing a potent magical skill within its pages. If we master this skill, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger, Sakura declared. They began their study of the skills contained in the tome. During their learning, magical puppets unexpectedly emerged from the shadows of the cave, launching an assault upon them. While fending off the puppets' attacks, Naruto and his companions diligently pursued their studies. After an intense battle, they successfully mastered the new magical skill and vanquished all the puppets. With the tome in hand, they exited the cave and pressed onward. As they journeyed, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in dense fog that obscured the path ahead. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a deep roar resonated through the mist. A colossal beast charged forth, aiming directly for them. Swiftly, Naruto and his friends unleashed their newly acquired magical abilities and engaged the creature in combat. Although the beast was formidable, their coordinated efforts gradually turned the tide of battle in their favor. Ultimately, they triumphed over the beast. Continuing their exploration of the valley, they uncovered an ancient ruin, filled with an array of enigmatic symbols and patterns. "This place surely conceals significant secrets," Xiaoming observed. They began to interpret the symbols and patterns within the ruins. During their analysis, they stumbled upon a passage leading underground, imbued with a musty atmosphere. Cautiously, they entered the passage, uncertain of what lay ahead. The dimly lit corridor shimmered with faint gleams, casting an eerie ambience. "This place feels quite sinister," Sakura admitted, her voice trembling. "Fear not. We shall traverse this together," Naruto reassured her. As they proceeded, they began to hear faint footsteps echoing behind them. "Is someone following us?" Xiaoming questioned, growing wary. They halted, straining to listen, but the footsteps faded into silence. Pressing onward, they arrived at a spacious hall. In the center stood a colossal sarcophagus, engraved with mysterious runes. "This sarcophagus appears rather ominous," Naruto remarked. As they approached, the sarcophagus began to tremble violently. "This is not good. Something is amiss," Naruto shouted. The lid of the sarcophagus slowly creaked open, and a powerful surge of dark energy poured forth. From within, a shadowy figure emerged, revealing itself to be a formidable necromancer. "You intruders shall become my sacrifices," declared the necromancer. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark sorcerer. The necromancer's spells were shrouded in malevolence, placing them under immense pressure. "We cannot falter," Sakura cried. They coordinated their efforts, launching relentless assaults on the necromancer. Amidst the chaos of battle, Naruto discerned that the source of the necromancer's power resided within his staff. "Focus your attacks on his staff," Naruto shouted. Together, they unleashed a formidable strike, successfully shattering the necromancer's staff. Stripped of its power, the necromancer weakened significantly. Ultimately, they triumphed over the malevolent sorcerer. From the stone sarcophagus emerged a mysterious magical scroll. "This may be a significant treasure," Xiaoming remarked. They retrieved the scroll and continued their exploration of the passageway. At the end of the passage, they discovered an immense treasure chamber, overflowing with various precious magical artifacts and gemstones. "Wow, so many treasures!" Sakura exclaimed excitedly, just as they prepared to select some treasures. The chamber's door suddenly slammed shut, engulfed in blazing flames. "It's a trap," Naruto warned. They began searching for an escape, but the flames intensified, and smoke filled the air. "Everyone, remain calm. There must be a way out," Naruto reassured them. After a thorough search, they uncovered a hidden vent. Naruto used magic to enlarge the vent, and they crawled out one by one. Upon exiting the passage, they found themselves in a breathtaking garden, alive with blooming flowers and fragrant aromas. "This place is truly beautiful," Sakura remarked. However, their admiration attracted the attention of the garden's guardian, a fairy. "You have trespassed into my garden without permission. You must face the consequences," the fairy proclaimed. Naruto and his friends quickly explained, "We did not intend to intrude. We accidentally wandered in during our adventure." The fairy pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. If you assist me, I shall forgive you." "What do you need us to do?" Naruto inquired. The fairy explained, "There is an evil seed in the garden that is continuously growing, threatening to destroy everything. You must help me eradicate it." They agreed to the fairy's request and set off to locate the malevolent seed. Deep within the garden, they discovered a seed exuding dark energy, surrounded by a formidable magical shield. How do we break this shield? Xiaoming asked. Observing the surroundings, Naruto noticed some magical runes connected to the shield. We must destroy these runes to break the shield, Naruto determined. They cast their spells, successfully dismantling the runes and shattering the shield. Sakura used fire magic to incinerate the evil seed. The fairy was overjoyed and rewarded them with precious magical flowers. Carrying the flowers, they continued on their journey. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake. The lake's surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the sky and surrounding scenery. This lake is enchanting, Xiaoming remarked. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool formed in the lake. Be careful, Naruto shouted. From the vortex emerged a colossal water creature, its claws outstretched as it lunged toward them. Naruto and his companions swiftly conjured their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. The creature commanded the currents, significantly hindering their assaults. We must discover its weakness, exclaimed Naruto. After careful observation, they discerned that the creature's abdomen was its vulnerable spot. They concentrated their efforts on targeting this area. In agony, the water monster retreated back into the whirlpool, restoring tranquility to the lake. They pressed onward, arriving at the entrance of an ancient castle. The grand doors were tightly shut, and numerous guards stood watch atop the walls. How shall we gain entry? Sakura inquired. Naruto pondered for a moment. Let us first communicate with the guards. Approaching the castle, they were met with wary gazes from the sentinels. Naruto articulated their intentions, but the guards insisted they required the consent of the castle's master to allow them inside. After a brief wait, the lord of the castle appeared. What brings you here? He inquired. Naruto recounted their adventurous tale, moved by their courage and determination. The castle master granted them access. Inside, the castle brimmed with magical contraptions and traps. They advanced cautiously, careful not to trigger any mechanisms. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon a sealed tome of magic. This could be a powerful grimoire, remarked Xiaoming. As they attempted to break the seal, the castle's defensive systems were activated. A myriad of magical puppets and traps sprang to life. They found themselves in dire straits yet refused to yield. After a grueling battle and relentless effort, they successfully unsealed the tome. However, the castle began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. We must flee at once, shouted Naruto, clutching the grimoire. They hastily escaped the castle, and just as they emerged, a thunderous roar echoed behind them as the edifice crumbled into a cloud of dust. That was close, Sakura gasped. Catching her breath, Naruto gazed at the ruins, a shiver running down his spine. That was a harrowing experience. Xiaoming brushed the dust from his clothes. Yet we have gained something valuable. After a brief respite, they continued their journey. Not long after, they arrived at a serene valley. The area was lush with greenery, and the air was fragrant with the songs of birds, a stark contrast to the perils they had just faced. It is truly beautiful here, bringing such ease to the spirit, Sakura remarked. Yet, just as they let their guard down, the ground began to tremble violently. Oh no, trouble brews again, Naruto shouted. Suddenly, a horde of massive rock puppets emerged from the depths of the valley, each step causing the earth to quake. These foes appear formidable, Xiaoming observed. With unwavering resolve, Naruto declared, regardless, we must confront them. They unleashed their respective spells, engaging in a fierce clash with the stone giants. The puppets' bodies were incredibly resilient, rendering their ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Target their joint connections. Naruto identified the puppet's weakness. Following his lead, Sakura and Xiaoming concentrated their firepower on the joints. After a fierce battle, the rock golem was finally vanquished, one by one. At last, the ordeal was resolved. Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his brow as they ventured deeper into the valley, uncovering an ancient relic. The entrance to the relic stood firmly shut, adorned with enigmatic symbols. Perhaps this is the riddle to unlock the door, Sakura suggested. Naruto meticulously examined the symbols, drawing upon previous adventures to gradually discern a pattern. I understand now. Everyone, cast your spells in the order I specify, Naruto commanded. United in purpose, they channeled their magic, and the door creaked open. Inside lay a grand hall, dominated by a colossal statue. In the statue's grasp was a crystal orb, radiating a mysterious luminescence. This orb must possess extraordinary power, Xiaoming remarked. As they approached the crystal, the statue suddenly sprang to life, swinging its arms to attack. Be careful, Naruto shouted. They swiftly scattered, evading the statue's onslaught. During the fray, Naruto noted that the statue's movements seemed to follow a certain rhythm. Pay attention to its tempo, and look for vulnerabilities. He urged. After careful observation and experimentation, they ultimately identified the statue's weakness, successfully defeating it and seizing the crystal orb. However, the orb's power attracted a horde of dark sorcerers. Hand over the crystal, or you shall find no refuge. The dark sorcerers threatened. Unfazed, Naruto retorted. If you have the capability, come and take it. A fierce magical duel ensued. The dark sorcerers unleashed a barrage of sinister spells, while Naruto and his companions, fueled by courage and synergy, resisted tenaciously. In a pivotal moment, Sakura discerned a weakness in the sorcerer's magical array. Strike at the center of that array, she exclaimed. They concentrated their efforts, shattering the array in a single blow, causing the dark sorcerer's strength to wane. Ultimately, they successfully repelled the dark sorcerers, departing the relic with the crystal orb in hand. Emerging from the valley, they arrived at a bustling marketplace, teeming with people and an array of splendid goods. Let us replenish our supplies here, Naruto suggested. Within the marketplace, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder's gaze fell upon the crystal orb, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Young ones, this orb is no ordinary object. It will bring you immense trouble, the elder warned. Naruto inquired, Elder, do you know the origins of this crystal? The elder nodded and recounted an ancient legend. It was said that this orb was a powerful artifact, possessing the ability to control time and space, yet it would also attract countless covetous eyes and peril. After listening, Naruto and his companions fell into deep contemplation. Regardless, having obtained it, we must wield its power wisely, Naruto resolved. Departing the marketplace, they continued their journey. As night fell, they set up camp in a secluded grove. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the trees. Who goes there? Xiaoming asked on high alert. From the shadows emerged a figure, gradually revealing itself to be an evil sorcerer. Hand me the crystal ball, or none of you shall leave this place alive, the sorcerer proclaimed. Instantly, Naruto and his comrades readied themselves for battle. The sorcerer unleashed formidable spells, illuminating the forest with flashes of light as magic clashed. During the fray, Naruto discerned the sorcerer's profound fear of light magic. Sakura, attack him with light magic, Naruto shouted. Sakura conjured a radiant spell, causing the sorcerer to retreat under its brilliance. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing the sorcerer. It seems our journey will not be tranquil, Naruto remarked. They continued onward, arriving at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. The towering peak loomed above, its summit cloaked in snow. Scaling this mountain will be no easy feat, Xiaoming commented. But we have no reason to back down, Naruto asserted firmly. They began their ascent, the frigid weather and steep trails posing formidable challenges. During their climb, they encountered an avalanche. Run, Naruto cried out. They desperately evaded the cascading snow. Fortunately, they discovered a cave to take refuge and escape disaster. After a grueling climb, they finally reached the summit. However, they found a colossal magic circle pulsating with immense energy. What is this? Sakura inquired. Just as they pondered, a massive figure emerged from within the circle, a giant of ice and snow. Intruders, prepare for punishment, the ice giant declared. Once again, Naruto and his companions faced a fierce battle. Chapter 25. The mysterious underground maze. After an intense struggle with the ice giant, though utterly exhausted, Naruto and his friends ultimately triumphed. Standing atop the snowy peak and gazing at the distant landscape, they felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Where shall we go next? Xiaoming asked. After a moment of reflection, Naruto replied, Let us descend first and see if there are new clues below. They cautiously made their way down the mountain, the biting wind chilling them to the bone, yet their resolve remained steadfast. Upon reaching the mountain's base, they discovered the entrance to a cave concealed within the woods. This cave appears enigmatic. Perhaps it contains what we seek, Sakura remarked. Naruto nodded. Let us venture inside, but everyone must be vigilant. As they entered the cave, a damp atmosphere enveloped them. The walls glimmered with faint light, seemingly guiding their path. This light is peculiar. I wonder what is emitting it, Xiaoming mused. Reaching out to touch the wall. Be careful, Naruto shouted, but it was too late. The moment Xiaoming made contact with the glow, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through him, causing him to collapse in agony. Sakura quickly cast a healing spell to alleviate his suffering. It appears this place is rife with traps. We must exercise utmost caution, Naruto cautioned. They pressed onward, but the ground beneath them suddenly became unstable. Naruto stepped into a void, plunging plummeting into a deep pit. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming exclaimed. Sakura hastily cast a spell, pulling Naruto from the abyss. I'm grateful for your help, Sakura, Naruto said. As they journeyed onward, they arrived at a crossroads, with 3 passageways laid out before them. Which path should they choose? Xiaoming gazed at the 3 corridors, mired in indecision. Naruto closed his eyes, attuning himself to the magical vibrations surrounding them, then pointed towards the middle passageway. We shall take this one. They ventured into the central corridor, which gradually narrowed until only one could pass sideways. Suddenly, a cacophony of squeaks echoed ahead, as a swarm of enormous bats hurtled towards them. This is bad. They are vampire bats, Sakura exclaimed. Naruto swiftly conjured wind magic, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the bats scattering in disarray. Continuing their advance, a pungent odor permeated the passage. What is that smell? Xiaoming covered his mouth and nose. I don't know, but it surely cannot be anything good, Naruto replied, cautiously surveying their surroundings. At that moment, the ground began to quake violently, and a colossal earth dragon emerged from below. The beast opened its maw and lunged towards them. Instinctively, Naruto and his companions dispersed, unleashing their respective magical abilities. Sakura hurled fireballs at the dragon's eyes. Naruto wielded wind blades to slice at its flesh, while Xiaoming cast supportive spells to bolster his allies' offensive strength. The earth dragon writhed in agony under their onslaught, yet continued to resist fiercely. We must discover its weakness, Naruto shouted. After careful observation, they discerned that the dragon's underbelly was its vulnerable spot. Let us concentrate our attacks on its abdomen, Naruto commanded. United, they unleashed a formidable strike, finally hitting the dragon's underbelly, causing it to collapse to the ground, motionless. They pressed on, and strange symbols and patterns began to appear within the corridor. These symbols seem to represent some kind of riddle, Sakura remarked. Naruto scrutinized the symbols, contemplating their significance. After considerable effort, they successfully deciphered the riddle, causing the path ahead to open. They entered a spacious hall, adorned with countless stalactites hanging from the ceiling, while puddles of water pooled upon the floor. It seems tranquil here, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, Xiaoming voiced. No sooner had he spoken than aquatic elemental beings erupted from the water, launching an assault on them. Naruto and his friends immediately cast their spells, engaging in battle with the water elementals. The creatures wielded the power of water, manifesting diverse forms of attack, which posed a significant challenge for them. Use fire magic to evaporate their moisture, Naruto commanded. Sakura unleashed a potent flame spell that evaporated the water surrounding the elementals. Deprived of moisture, the water elementals weakened considerably and were ultimately defeated. At the end of the hall stood a tightly sealed stone door, adorned with an array of gemstones. There must be something of great importance behind this door, Naruto stated. They began to search for a method to unlock the stone door, discovering a mechanism beside it. Perhaps this is the key to opening the door, Xiaoming suggested. With utmost caution, Naruto activated the mechanism, and the stone door creaked open. Beyond it lay a vast library, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls lining the shelves. There is certainly knowledge we seek here, Sakura remarked. They commenced their search for useful information within the library, where they stumbled upon an ancient, yellowed tome that contained a map. This appears to be a map of the underground labyrinth, Naruto observed. Following the map's guidance, they ventured onward, arriving at a chamber engulfed in thick fog. The air was dense with mist, obscuring their path ahead. Be cautious. Danger may lurk here, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a horde of phantoms surged forth from the fog, rushing towards them. Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the specters. The apparitions could penetrate their forms, inflicting psychological torment. Use light magic to dispel them, Sakura shouted. Naruto cast a radiant spell, and the phantoms gradually dissipated under the brilliance of the light. As they emerged from the foggy chamber, they found themselves in a vast labyrinth. The towering, solid walls created a convoluted maze. This labyrinth is exceedingly intricate. We could easily lose our way, Xiaoming remarked. Observing the labyrinth structure, Naruto suggested, let us mark our path to avoid retracing our steps. They inscribed symbols upon the walls and commenced their exploration. Within the labyrinth, they encountered various mechanisms and traps, such as spike traps and flame traps, all of which they deftly evaded. After an arduous journey, they finally discovered the exit of the maze. It led to a colossal cavern, illuminated by an otherworldly glow. What is this light? Sakura inquired. Upon entering the cavern, they beheld a magnificent cluster of crystals. The crystals radiated immense magical energy, leaving them in awe. These crystals must be exceedingly valuable, Xiaoming stated. As they approached the crystal cluster, it suddenly unleashed a powerful force, knocking them back. Be careful, Naruto shouted. Rising from the ground, they cautiously approached the cluster once more. This time, they noticed a magical shield surrounding the crystals. We must shatter this barrier to obtain the crystals, Naruto declared. Channeling their magical energies, they launched an assault on the shield. After considerable effort, the magical barrier finally succumbed, and they successfully acquired the crystals. However, at that moment, the cavern began to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse. This is not good. We must leave swiftly, Naruto urged. With the crystals in hand, they hastily fled the cavern. Upon exiting, they found themselves in an unfamiliar valley, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, with towering peaks reaching towards the heavens. Where are we? Xiaoming asked. Naruto examined the map in his possession and replied, I am not certain. But let us search for an escape route. As they traversed the valley, they suddenly heard a melodious flute melody. Where's that music coming from? Sakura wondered, scanning the surroundings. As they ventured deeper, the tune grew increasingly distinct. In a clearing upon a grassy expanse, they beheld a mysterious figure clad in a flowing white robe, playing the flute. Upon noticing them, the enigmatic figure ceased playing and smiled gently. Welcome to the Lost Valley, brave adventurers, he greeted. Naruto warily inquired, Who are you? Why are you here? The mysterious figure replied, I am the guardian of this valley, which conceals countless secrets and dangers. Sakura interjected, We fear not danger. We only wish to find a way out. The guardian nodded, Very well, follow me. They trailed the enigmatic figure into a cavern, where strange luminescence flickered and the walls were adorned with cryptic runes. What do these runes signify? Xiaoming asked. The guardian explained, These are ancient magical runes that chronicle the history and mysteries of this valley. They pressed onward, reaching the depths of the cave, where they stumbled upon a colossal magical circle. This magic circle appears formidable, Naruto remarked. The guardian responded, It is a teleportation circle to the outside world, but it requires specific magical artifacts to activate. What artifacts are needed? Naruto queried. The guardian answered, A mysterious gem, hidden deep within the valley. They resolved to search for the gem together. Throughout their quest, they encountered various formidable monsters and intricate magical traps. However, through courage and ingenuity, they repeatedly turned peril into fortune. At last, they discovered the gem within an ancient ruin. This is it, the guardian exclaimed. They returned to the teleportation circle with the gem. The guardian placed the gem into the core of the circle, which began to activate slowly. Farewell, brave adventurers, the guardian said. In a flash of light, Naruto and his companions vanished from the circle. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a bustling city. We have finally emerged, Sakura exclaimed with excitement. Naruto surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and remarked, But our adventure is not yet over. They sought information in the city and learned of a mysterious tower on the outskirts, rumored to house powerful magical treasures. Let us investigate, Naruto proposed. They arrived at the tower, which soared into the clouds, surrounded by a formidable magical barrier. This barrier is challenging to breach, Xiaoming observed. Naruto replied, Let us attempt it together. They concentrated their magical energy and launched an assault on the barrier. After considerable effort, a small crack finally appeared. Seizing the opportunity, they entered the tower. Inside, the tower was filled with various magical mechanisms and creatures. They advanced cautiously, continually confronting diverse challenges. At the pinnacle of the tower, they discovered a treasure chest. This must be the treasure, Naruto declared. Upon opening the chest, a surge of potent energy enveloped them. Be careful, Sakura warned. It turned out that the chest contained a powerful demon sealed within. The demon broke free from its confines and launched an attack. Naruto and his companions unleashed formidable magic, engaging in an intense battle with the demon. The demon's strength was overwhelming, and they gradually found themselves in distress. However, at a critical moment, they recalled their previous adventures, encouraging one another and igniting a greater power within. Ultimately, they triumphed over the demon and secured the treasure. However, the allure of the treasure's power drew the attention of malevolent forces within the city. Surrender the treasure. A cadre of sinister sorcerers materialized before them. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions retorted, Not a chance. Thus, An intense magical duel ensued. They unleashed an array of magical skills, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the nefarious sorcerers. The sorcerers employed cunning and treacherous spells, occasionally enveloping the area in dark mists to obscure their vision, and casting curses to sap their strength. Everyone be cautious. Do not let their magic distract you, Naruto exclaimed. Sakura, focusing her energy, invoked a purification spell that dispelled the ominous fog. Meanwhile, Xiaoming continuously cast defensive spells upon his comrades, mitigating their injuries. During the fray, Naruto discerned the core of the sorcerer's magical array. If we strike that core, we can dismantle their array, he shouted. They concentrated their power and launched a fierce assault on the core. With a brilliant flash of light, the magical array was obliterated, severely weakening the malevolent sorcerers. Now is our chance. Let us vanquish them, Naruto declared. They pressed their advantage, unleashing more formidable magic that left the sorcerers in disarray. At last, victory was theirs. Sakura sighed in relief. However, their actions had attracted the attention of the city's guardians. You wield such potent magic within the city, disturbing its tranquility, the guardian admonished sternly. Naruto hastily explained, we did so to combat evil forces and protect the treasure. The guardian pondered for a moment, then replied, very well, but you must leave the city at once to prevent further chaos. Nodding in agreement, Naruto and his companions departed with the treasure. They ventured into an enigmatic forest, thick with an eerie atmosphere. Something feels amiss here, Xiaoming remarked. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the woods. Who goes there? Sakura inquired warily. A shadow emerged from the thicket, revealing a mysterious witch. The treasure you possess belongs to me. Hand it over, she demanded. Naruto countered. This treasure is not yours. We shall not relinquish it. With a derisive snicker, the witch unleashed dark magic upon them. Swiftly, Naruto and his companions responded, engaging in a fierce battle with the witch. Her magic was unpredictable and beguiling, rendering them vulnerable. Beware her spells, Naruto warned. Amidst the conflict, they noticed a peculiar connection between the witch's magic and the trees within the forest. If we destroy these trees, it may weaken her power, Xiaoming suggested. They began to assault the surrounding trees, and indeed, the witch's magic faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his companions launched their final onslaught, successfully defeating the witch. We cannot linger here. We must press on, Naruto urged. They exited the forest and arrived at an ancient ruin, filled with mysterious runes and perilous traps. Watch your step, Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a massive pitfall appeared beneath their feet, nearly ensnaring them. This ruin is exceedingly treacherous, Sakura remarked, as they cautiously explored the ruins. A colossal mechanical puppet emerged from the shadows. What is this? Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. The mechanical puppet launched an assault against them, its immense power causing the ground to tremble with each strike. Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the puppet. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the puppet's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. Deep within the ruins, they uncovered an ancient tome of magic. This book appears to be of great significance, Naruto remarked. As they grasped the magical tome, the environment around them abruptly shifted, and they were engulfed in a mysterious realm. Within this enigmatic space, they beheld a myriad of strange sights and mystical creatures. Where are we? Sakura inquired. I don't know, Naruto replied, but we must find a way out. They commenced their exploration of this mysterious domain, searching for clues. During their quest, they encountered a cryptic elder. The elder stated, you can only leave here by passing a trial. What trial? Naruto asked. The elder offered a faint smile before vanishing. Subsequently, they faced a series of arduous challenges and puzzles. After relentless effort, they ultimately succeeded in overcoming the trial and exited the mysterious space. However, their adventurous journey was far from over. They arrived at a mystical island, its picturesque scenery concealing unknown perils. Everyone be cautious. This island may not be as tranquil as it appears, Naruto warned. As they traversed the beach, they suddenly heard cries for help. Help me. The voice resonated from a distance. Following the sound, they discovered a girl besieged by a horde of sea monsters. Do not fear. We are here to rescue you, Naruto shouted. They unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the sea creatures. The monsters lunged and clawed at them relentlessly. Sakura repelled a group of sea monsters with her fire magic, while Xiaoming utilized wind magic to send the creatures tumbling. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto dashed towards the girl and freed her. Thank you. The girl expressed her gratitude. She informed them that she was a resident of the island and that many strange phenomena had recently occurred, with the sea monsters becoming increasingly ferocious. We will assist you in uncovering the cause, Naruto assured her. They began their investigation on the island, uncovering a hidden cave. An ominous aura permeated the cave. There must be something amiss here, Xiaoming remarked. Entering the cave, they discovered a vast magical circle. This magic circle is controlling the sea monsters, Naruto observed. Just as they prepared to dismantle the magical circle, a dark sorcerer appeared. You shall not thwart my plans, the dark sorcerer declared. He unleashed powerful dark magic upon them. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce confrontation with the dark sorcerer. During the battle, they realized that the sorcerer's magic was intricately linked to the elements of the island. Utilizing the elemental forces of the island to combat him, Naruto exclaimed. They began to absorb the elemental energies present on the island, thereby augmenting their magical abilities. Ultimately, they triumphed over the dark sorcerer, shattering the magical array. The sea monsters of the island returned to their normal state, and the inhabitants expressed their profound gratitude. They departed from the island, continuing their journey. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in dense fog that obscured the path ahead. Be cautious, for danger may lurk here, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, carrying sharp stones that struck them. Xiaoming conjured a magical shield to safeguard everyone from harm. When the tempest subsided, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Where are we? Sakura inquired. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and replied, I do not know, but we must swiftly find a way out. They explored this strange land and discovered an ancient castle. The castle's grand door was tightly shut, adorned with enigmatic symbols. This may be the key to unlocking the castle, Naruto remarked. They began to decipher the symbols, and after considerable effort, they finally opened the castle's entrance. Inside, a profound silence enveloped the air, infused with an aura of antiquity. As they cautiously stepped into the castle, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the halls. Be careful, something approaches, Naruto warned. A colossal beast emerged from the shadows, breathing fire. They quickly scattered to evade the creature's onslaught. Sakura cast a spell to create an ice shield, attempting to block the flames, while Naruto seized the opportunity to strike at the beast's eyes. Xiaoming continuously cast supportive spells, enhancing his teammates' strength and defenses. Through their coordinated efforts, the beast was finally vanquished. Continuing their exploration of the castle, they stumbled upon a mysterious diary. The diary chronicled a legend of hidden treasure. Perhaps we can uncover this treasure, Xiaoming suggested. Following the clues within the diary, they discovered a concealed passage in the castle's basement. The passage was fraught with various traps and mechanisms. They navigated carefully around the traps, ultimately arriving at a secret chamber. The chamber was filled with gold, silver, and precious magical artifacts. We are in for a windfall, Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Just as they prepared to claim the treasure, the chamber door abruptly slammed shut, and a chilling laughter resonated around them. Who goes there? Naruto queried warily. A ghost materialized before them, ominously declaring, These treasures are not for you to take so easily. Unfazed, Naruto retorted. Whoever you may be, we have endured countless trials to reach this place, and we shall not leave empty-handed. The ghost let out a cold laugh, instantly unleashing a powerful spectral force that surged toward them. Sakura hastily conjured a magical shield to ward off the ghost's assault, while Xiaoming recited a spell to bolster their defenses. Seizing the moment, Naruto observed the ghost's patterns of movement, noting that it paused briefly after each attack. Attack while it is momentarily paused, Naruto exclaimed. Following his directive, they seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, the ghost's strength was formidable, and their assaults inflicted little damage. This approach is unfeasible. We must devise an alternative strategy, Xiaoming suggested. At that moment, Naruto's gaze fell upon an ancient mirror nestled in the corner of the secret chamber. Perhaps that mirror holds the key, he proposed. Sakura and Xiaoming engaged the ghost, allowing Naruto to approach the mirror. Upon touching its surface, a surge of mysterious energy coursed through him. I can sense a tremendous power. Everyone, unite, Naruto shouted. They pooled their strength, channeling it through Naruto to the mirror. The mirror emitted a blinding radiance, illuminating the ghost. The specter writhed in agony under the light before ultimately vanishing. At last, it is resolved, Sakura sighed in relief. They began to gather the treasure, preparing to exit the chamber. As they emerged, the castle suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. "This is dire. The castle is crumbling. Run," Naruto urged. They sprinted desperately toward the castle's exit, narrowly escaping just before it collapsed. "What a thrilling experience," Xiaoming remarked. They continued onward with the treasure, arriving at a bustling town. The townsfolk regarded them with unusual gazes. "Why are they looking at us like that?" Sakura inquired, puzzled. Naruto scanned the surroundings warily and spotted a notice board at the town's center displaying their likenesses. "It appears we are wanted," he stated. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers rushed forth, encircling them. "Do not move. You are under arrest," the soldiers commanded. Naruto and his companions attempted to explain, but the soldiers paid them no heed. Amidst the chaos, Naruto discerned an escape route. "Follow me," he shouted. They broke through the encirclement and fled into a narrow alley. At the alley's end stood an abandoned warehouse. "Let us take refuge here," Naruto suggested. Inside the warehouse, they deliberated their next steps. "Why are we being sought after?" Sakura asked. Xiaoming pondered. "Perhaps it pertains to the treasure we recently acquired." Just then, the warehouse door swung open, and a mysterious figure entered. "Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you," the stranger said. Naruto regarded him warily. "Why do you wish to help us?" The enigmatic figure smiled. "Because I know you are innocent, and I have a keen interest in that treasure." Naruto and his friends remained skeptical, yet found themselves with no alternative. The stranger revealed that the entire ordeal was the scheme of a nefarious merchant in town, who had deliberately framed them to seize the treasure for himself. "How can we prove our innocence?" Naruto inquired. The mysterious figure replied, "We must uncover evidence of the merchant's crimes to expose his conspiracy." With the stranger's assistance, they commenced a covert investigation of the merchant. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed evidence of the merchant's collusion with local officials. Armed with this proof, they sought out the town's magistrate. Before the evidence, the commander was compelled to believe in their innocence and ordered the arrest of the merchants. Naruto and his companions successfully cleared their names and preserved the treasure. They bid farewell to the small town and continued their adventurous journey. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious desert. The heat in the desert was unbearable and water was scarce. "We must find a water source quickly, or we shall face peril," Xiaoming remarked. They trudged through the desert with great difficulty when they suddenly stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple's grand door was tightly shut, yet an aura of mystique enveloped the surroundings. "Perhaps what we seek lies within," Naruto suggested. They attempted to push open the door, only to discover a magical lock upon it. "This lock requires a riddle to be solved in order to open," Sakura noted. They began to ponder the riddle, and after much contemplation, they finally unraveled the magical lock. The door creaked open, and a refreshing breeze greeted them. Entering the temple, they found a vast pool of water, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. "This water appears extraordinary," Xiaoming commented. Just as they prepared to draw water, a water spirit emerged from the pool. "This is a sacred pool. You cannot take from it freely," the spirit declared. Naruto quickly explained their predicament. After a moment of contemplation, the water spirit replied, "Very well. Should you pass my trial, you may draw water." The trial required them to locate a special plant in the desert and bring it back to the temple. Without hesitation, they accepted the challenge and ventured into the vast desert. During their quest for the plant, they encountered sandstorms and fierce desert creatures. Yet, they did not relent. Ultimately discovering the plant and passing the water spirit's test, they filled their containers with water and pressed onward. At the desert's end stood a towering mountain, atop which lay a mysterious cave. "There may be secrets hidden within," Naruto mused. They entered the cave, which was dark and damp, filled with an unpleasant odor. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the depths of the cave. "Be cautious, something lurks," Naruto warned. A colossal venomous spider emerged from the shadows, launching an attack. Naruto and his friends unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the spider. The creature spewed venom, attempting to thwart their advance. Sakura cast a purification spell, neutralizing the threat of the venom. Meanwhile, Naruto concentrated his power on assaulting the spider's weak points. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the venomous spider. Deep within the cave, they discovered an ancient tome of magic. "This must be a highly valuable artifact," Xiaoming remarked. However, as they grasped the tome, the cave began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "We must flee at once," Naruto shouted. They hurriedly escaped the cave, clutching the tome. only to confront a group of enigmatic, cloaked figures. Hand over the tome, the figures demanded. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked assailants. During the fray, Naruto noticed that the figures seemed to be under some form of control. We must uncover the source of their manipulation, Naruto proclaimed. After a thorough search, they uncovered a hidden magical formation in the distance. By dismantling this formation, we can break free from their control, Sakura proclaimed. United in their efforts, they launched an assault on the formation, which was subsequently destroyed, restoring the black-clad individuals to their senses. It turned out they were villagers from a nearby hamlet. Ensnared by an evil sorcerer, grateful for their assistance, the villagers revealed the existence of a mysterious garden on the other side of the mountain, a place imbued with miraculous powers. Naruto and his companions resolved to venture forth and explore this garden. Upon arriving, they were awestruck by the breathtaking beauty that lay before them. The garden was a riot of colors, with flowers blooming in profusion. Yet beneath this enchanting facade lurked myriad dangers. Be cautious, there may be traps here, Naruto cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than numerous vines erupted from the ground. Launching an assault towards them, the group employed their magic to sever the encroaching vines. At the heart of the garden stood a colossal tree, adorned with a radiant, glimmering fruit. This fruit must possess extraordinary power, Xiaoming remarked. As they approached the tree, a guardian beast emerged from behind it. With a fearsome roar, the creature barred their advance. Naruto and his friends engaged in a thrilling battle against the guardian beast. Ultimately, they triumphed, claiming the fruit as their prize. However, the fruit's immense power summoned a ferocious storm. What is happening? Sakura exclaimed in alarm. As the tempest intensified, they realized they had to devise a plan to confront it. Suddenly, Naruto recalled a spell from their ancient tome. Everyone, join me in casting this spell. It may calm the storm, he urged. They concentrated their magical energy and invoked the incantation. Miraculously, the storm began to abate. With the fruit in hand, they pressed onward, ready to face new challenges and adventures. Chapter 26. The Lost Ancient City. Having quelled the storm, Naruto and his companions continued their journey. They traversed a dense forest, only to emerge into an expansive, barren plain. This place appears desolate, Xiaoming remarked, surveying their surroundings. Yet perhaps it conceals some unknown secrets, Sakura suggested. After wandering the plain for some time, they suddenly spotted the faint outline of a city in the distance. What is that? Naruto squinted his eyes. As they approached, an ancient, crumbling city came into view. The city walls had collapsed, and the gates hung precariously. It seems to be a lost ancient city, Xiaoming observed. Cautiously, Naruto stepped through the city gates. Everyone, be careful. There may be dangers lurking here. A miasma of decay permeated the air, and many of the houses lining the streets had fallen into ruin, overtaken by weeds. As they proceeded along the street, a low, menacing growl echoed through the air. Be careful, Naruto shouted. A massive beast burst forth from the ruins, its imposing form bristling with fur and eyes glinting with ferocity. The group swiftly scattered, bracing themselves for the creature's assault. Sakura conjured flames around the beast, attempting to thwart its advance. Undeterred, the beast charged through the flames, lunging at Sakura. Naruto deftly unleashed a gust of wind magic, sending the beast staggering. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoming launched a barrage of radiant strikes towards the creature. Enraged by their combined onslaught, the beast roared ferociously, attacking them with renewed fury. Amidst the fierce battle, Naruto discerned an old wound on the beast's leg. Target the wound, he shouted. They concentrated their efforts, assaulting the creature's injured leg. The beast collapsed in agony. Motionless at last, finally resolved, Sakura sighed in relief. They continued their exploration of the ancient city, discovering a time-worn temple. The massive entrance stood firmly closed, yet a mysterious light seeped through the cracks. There may be something we need within, Naruto remarked. With considerable effort, they managed to push the temple doors open, revealing a haze of enigmatic smoke inside. Be cautious, the smoke may be toxic, Xiaoming warned. Naruto conjured magic to disperse the fog. Within the temple stood a colossal statue, clutching a mysterious artifact. This artifact appears quite unusual, Sakura observed. As they approached it, the statue suddenly sprang to life, launching an attack at them. Watch out! Quickly evade! Naruto cried. They swiftly dodged the statue's assaults while retaliating with their own magic. After an intense skirmish, they discovered a vulnerability on the statue's back. Focus your attacks on its back, Naruto instructed. Together, they unleashed a powerful strike, hitting the statue's rear. The statue ceased its assault, reverting to its original state. They successfully acquired the artifact, which was intricately engraved with cryptic runes. These runes must hold some significance, Xiaoming pondered. Just as they began to examine the artifact, a group of mysterious figures emerged within the temple. Who goes there? Naruto inquired, on high alert. As the figures became clearer, they revealed themselves to be guardians clad in ancient attire. How dare you meddle with the treasures of the temple? The guardians declared. Naruto quickly explained. We are merely exploring this ancient city and mean no offense. The guardians, however, were not swayed by their words and launched an attack. Naruto and his companions found themselves compelled to combat the guardians. The guardians' magic was formidable and arcane, placing immense pressure upon them. We must identify a flaw in their magic, Sakura urged. During the fray, they noticed that the guardian spells exhibited brief pauses at specific rhythms. Strike during those moments, Naruto shouted. Seizing the opportunity, they unleashed a fierce counterattack during the guardians' magical lulls. Gradually, the guardians found themselves at a disadvantage under their relentless onslaught. Halt! Perhaps they truly mean no harm, one guardian asserted. The others ceased their attacks as well, beginning to converse with Naruto and his allies. It became clear that this ancient city had once flourished as a prosperous kingdom, now fallen into decline due to a catastrophic event. These guardians had devoted themselves to protecting the temple and its treasures, preventing them from falling into the hands of malevolent forces. We understand your duty. Yet we are indeed searching for a means to save the world, Naruto declared. The guardians pondered for a moment before deciding to place their trust in them. This artifact may aid you, but its usage demands a price, stated the guardian. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions expressed their willingness to bear the cost. The guardian informed them that the artifact possessed immense power, yet its utilization would drain their life force. Resolutely, Naruto and his comrades chose to wield the artifact in their quest to uncover the secrets of the ancient city. Clutching the artifact, they continued their search for clues within the city. The artifact's radiant glow guided them to a subterranean chamber, filled with an array of ancient manuscripts and relics. There must be vital information here, Xiaoming remarked. They commenced perusing the texts and uncovered the truth behind the city's decline. It turned out that the king of the ancient city, in his pursuit of formidable power, had opened a portal to the dark realm, unleashing malevolent forces that ultimately led to the city's destruction. We must seal this portal and halt the spread of darkness, Naruto declared. Following the records in the manuscripts, they located the entrance to the portal. A suffocating aura of darkness surrounded it, instilling a sense of dread. Regardless, we must attempt it, Sakura urged. They aimed the artifact at the portal and unleashed a formidable spell. The artifact's brilliance clashed with the dark forces, radiating a blinding light. Through their relentless effort, the dark power began to wane, and the portal slowly closed. However, just as the portal was on the verge of sealing, a surge of potent darkness erupted forth, striking them. They were thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Although Naruto and his companions sustained serious injuries, they refused to yield. We cannot allow the dark forces to wreak havoc once more, Naruto stated with difficulty. They rose again, concentrating their remaining magical energy for another assault. After an arduous battle, they ultimately succeeded in sealing the portal, completely vanquishing the dark forces. Yet, due to their grave injuries, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, they found themselves in an unfamiliar chamber. Where are we? Sakura inquired. At that moment, an elderly man entered. You have awakened, brave adventurers, he said. The elder revealed that he had rescued them and was aware of their valiant deeds in the ancient city. Thank you for saving us, Naruto replied. The elder smiled, saying, It was my duty. Yet, he cautioned, your adventure is far from over. He bestowed upon them precious potions and magical items to aid in their recovery of strength and mana. After resting for several days, Naruto and his companions set forth once more. They arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in thick fog that obscured their path. Everyone be cautious, there may be danger here, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the depths of the mist. What is that sound? Xiaoming asked, anxiety evident in his voice. A swarm of winged creatures surged forth from the fog, launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions swiftly cast their spells and engaged in combat with the monsters. The creatures moved with astonishing speed, making them difficult to strike. We must find a way to restrict their movements, Sakura remarked. Naruto conjured a wind magic, forming a whirlwind barrier around them, temporarily halting the monster's assault. Seizing the moment, Xiaoming unleashed his magic, ensnaring several monsters within a magical array. Sakura then invoked a powerful fire spell, obliterating the trapped creatures. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the monsters. Continuing their journey through the valley, they stumbled upon a concealed cave. The cave shimmered with an otherworldly glow, beckoning them to enter. Inside, the cavern was adorned with various precious ores and gems. These minerals must be incredibly valuable, Xiaoming noted. Just as they prepared to gather some ores, the ground suddenly trembled. This is bad. Something might be emerging, Naruto exclaimed. A colossal earthworm burrowed forth from the ground, lunging towards them with its gaping maw. They quickly dodged and retaliated with magical assaults against the creature. However, the earthworm's shell was exceedingly tough, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. We must discover its weakness, Sakura suggested. After careful observation, they noted that the earthworm's underside appeared softer. Focus your attacks on its belly, Naruto shouted. Together, they launched their assault and finally struck the earthworm's vulnerable abdomen. The creature writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground. They collected a few ores and exited the cave. Upon leaving the valley, they arrived at an expansive plain dotted with nomadic tents. Let us inquire if they have any news, Naruto proposed. They entered one of the tents and engaged with the nomads. The nomads informed them of a mysterious castle deep within the plains, rumored to house a powerful artifact. Resolute, Naruto and his companions decided to journey to the castle in search of the artifact. After traversing the plains for several days, they finally caught sight of the castle's silhouette. A broad moat surrounded the fortress, with only a single suspension bridge leading across. This castle appears heavily fortified, Xiaoming observed. Cautiously, they approached the bridge, but it suddenly began to sway. Be careful, Naruto shouted. Arrows rained down from the castle, aimed at them. Swiftly, they conjured magic to shield themselves from the onslaught. At last, they successfully crossed the bridge and entered the castle. Inside, the castle was deserted yet filled with various mechanisms and traps. Watch your step and your heads, Naruto cautioned. They navigated through the traps with care, reaching the castle's grand hall. At the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested an artifact radiating immense power. This is the artifact we seek, Naruto declared. Just as they prepared to seize it, a throng of guards surged forth from all directions. Drop the artifact, or face dire consequences, the guards commanded. Unfazed, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the guards. The guards were well-trained and formidable. We cannot rely solely on brute strength. We must devise a clever strategy, Sakura advised, utilizing wind magic to create chaos. Naruto provided Xiaoming the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the guards. Sakura cast her healing magic to restore her teammates' vitality. After a fierce battle, they ultimately vanquished the Guardian and acquired the artifact. However, the artifact's power attracted a formidable foe. Surrender the artifact, or you shall all perish, the adversary proclaimed. Naruto and his companions clutched the artifact tightly, bracing themselves for the impending challenge. The enemy unleashed a potent dark magic, launching an attack against them. Naruto and his friends wielded the artifact's power to withstand the onslaught of dark magic. We cannot be defeated like this, Naruto cried. They concentrated their energies, channeling their magic into the artifact. The artifact emitted a brilliant radiance, countering the dark magic. In the midst of this intense confrontation, the artifact's power gradually gained the upper hand, dispelling the dark magic. Sensing the tide turning, the enemy attempted to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his friends launched their counterattack, subduing the foe. At last, victory is ours, Xiaoming gasped. They departed the castle with the artifact, continuing their adventurous journey. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious island, enveloped in an enigmatic aura, surrounded by tumultuous seas. This island seems very mysterious. We do not know what awaits us, Sakura remarked. They set foot on the island, discovering peculiar plants and enigmatic creatures all around. Be cautious. These creatures may be dangerous, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a colossal unicorn charged towards them. Do not harm it. Perhaps it is merely frightened by our presence, Sakura advised. Naruto conjured a barrier to thwart the unicorn's assault. The unicorn halted before the shield, its eyes filled with wariness. Sakura slowly approached the unicorn, extending her hand to gently stroke its head. The unicorn sensed Sakura's benevolence and gradually calmed down. It seems to understand us, Sakura noted. The unicorn guided them to a mysterious cave where strange lights flickered. There must be secrets within, Naruto speculated. As they entered the cave, they discovered an ancient spellbook. The cover of the book was adorned with jewels, emanating powerful magic. Upon opening the book, the text began to materialize, forming a magical circle. What kind of magical circle is this? Xiaoming inquired. A mysterious voice suddenly emerged from within the circle. Only by passing the trial can you harness the power of this book. No sooner had the words been spoken than various magical creatures emerged from the circle, launching an assault against them. Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the magical beings. During the conflict, they discerned that each creature possessed unique weaknesses, requiring clever application of magic to defeat them. After a grueling struggle, they successfully passed the trial. The power of the spellbook flowed into their beings, greatly enhancing their strength. However, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly sinister. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. What is happening? Sakura questioned. A colossal black dragon burst forth from the ominous clouds, charging towards them. The dragon exhaled a torrent of black flames, igniting the surrounding trees in an instant. Naruto and his companions swiftly evaded the dragon's assault while unleashing formidable magic in retaliation. However, the dragon's defenses were remarkably robust, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. We must uncover its fatal weakness, Naruto exclaimed. Amidst the fierce battle, they discerned that the dragon's eyes were its vulnerable spot. Concentrate your assaults on its eyes, Naruto commanded. United, they launched a powerful offensive, ultimately striking the dragon's eyes. The beast roared in agony, crashing to the ground. As the dragon fell, the dark clouds over the island gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility. Continuing their exploration, they stumbled upon a hidden treasure trove, brimming with various precious magical artifacts and gemstones. We have truly reaped a bountiful harvest this time, Xiaoming remarked. They departed the island with their newfound riches, setting their sights on the next destination. En route, they encountered a village ensnared by a magical curse. The villagers were ensconced in an unending slumber, unable to awaken. We must discover a way to lift this curse, Naruto stated resolutely. They commenced their search for clues within the village, uncovering a cursed grimoire. The tome detailed the method to break the curse, which required the gathering of 4 mystical herbs. Resolute, they decided to split up in their quest for the herbs. Throughout their search, they faced numerous perils and challenges. Some herbs flourished on sheer cliffs, while others were fiercely guarded by formidable magical creatures. Yet, through valor and ingenuity, they successfully collected all the herbs. Upon returning to the village, they concocted a potion to dispel the curse according to the grimoire's instructions. As the potion was sprinkled throughout the village, the villagers gradually stirred from their slumber. Thank you, brave adventurers, the villagers expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Having liberated the village, Naruto and his companions continued their odyssey. They arrived at a mysterious desert, concealing an ancient pyramid. This pyramid must harbor untold secrets, Naruto mused. As they ventured inside, an aura of mystery enveloped them. The interior was riddled with traps and enigmas, and they had to solve these puzzles to progress. Despite encountering myriad challenges, they prevailed through the collective wisdom and strength of their team. Finally, they reached the core of the pyramid, where a magnificent magical crystal awaited. The crystal radiated immense magical energy, evoking awe. This must be of great significance, Sakura remarked. As they approached the crystal, it suddenly unleashed a powerful force, ensnaring them within a magical realm. We must devise a means to shatter this confinement, Naruto asserted. They began seeking a way to break free, confronting a myriad of magical illusions and traps within the realm. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered the key to escape. They successfully escaped the magical realm, having acquired the enchanted crystal. However, at that moment, the pyramid began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. We must hasten our departure from this place, Naruto exclaimed. Grasping the magical crystal, they swiftly fled the pyramid. Upon emerging, they encountered a band of desert marauders. Surrender the crystal, and we shall spare your lives, the brigands bellowed. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the thieves. Though the robbers outnumbered them, Naruto and his allies, leveraging their formidable strength and seamless teamwork, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they vanquished the marauders and pressed onward. Venturing into a mysterious forest shrouded in thick mist that obscured the path ahead, Naruto cautioned, "Everyone be vigilant. Danger may lurk within." Suddenly, a deep roar resonated through the fog as a colossal beast emerged, lunging towards them. Swiftly, Naruto and his friends unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the creature. The beast proved to be immensely powerful, and they found themselves in dire straits. Yet, in a moment of desperation, they recalled their previous adventures, encouraging one another and awakening a newfound strength. Ultimately, they triumphed over the beast and continued their journey. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, aglow with an otherworldly luminescence, seemingly concealing something of great significance. Upon entering, they discovered a vast magical array surrounded by an array of precious enchanted artifacts. "This magical array appears quite intricate," Sakura remarked. As they examined the array, a mysterious voice echoed, "Intruders, you must pass the trial to obtain these treasures." Suddenly, formidable magical creatures emerged from the array, launching an assault against them. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions bravely accepted the challenge. Throughout the skirmish, they diligently searched for weaknesses within the magical array. After a grueling battle, they identified the array's vulnerability and successfully passed the trial. They acquired the magical items and continued their exploration of the forest. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a breathtaking lake, its waters crystal clear and bordered by verdant mountains and trees. "This place is truly exquisite," Xiaoming remarked. Suddenly, a whirlpool formed in the lake, and a gigantic water creature surged forth, clawing and snapping at them. Naruto and his allies quickly cast their spells, engaging in a fierce struggle against the aquatic beast. The creature wielded control over the water, manifesting various attack forms that posed significant challenges. "We must discover the creature's weakness," Naruto shouted. After careful observation, they discerned that a particular scale on the beast's back was its Achilles heel. Focusing their efforts on this weakness, they ultimately subdued the water monster. With the lake restored to tranquility, they continued their journey. They soon found themselves at the foot of a towering mountain, its peak enshrouded in clouds, exuding an air of mystery. "This mountain appears quite formidable to ascend," Sakura observed. Naruto declared, "We must not waver. There may be treasures atop this mountain." They began their ascent, the rugged path fraught with peril. As they climbed, an unexpected downpour beset them, turning the trail into a treacherous mire, making each step a daunting challenge. "Everyone, be cautious, do not slip," Naruto urged his companions. Sakura clung tightly to a nearby branch, while Xiaoming strove to maintain his balance. Suddenly, a massive boulder, dislodged by the deluge, careened down the mountainside toward them. "Get out of the way," Naruto shouted, forcefully pushing Sakura and Xiaoming aside. The boulder narrowly missed them, leaving them shaken. The rain continued to pour, drenching their clothes and chilling their bodies. "We cannot stop. We must reach the summit swiftly," Naruto encouraged them. After much arduous effort, they finally emerged from the rain into a relatively flat expanse. However, before they could catch their breath, a pack of wild wolves appeared before them, their eyes glinting with hunger. "Prepare for battle," Naruto commanded. Xiaoming conjured a dazzling light to frighten the wolves, while Sakura unleashed fireballs upon the pack. Naruto, agile and fierce, engaged the wolves in close combat. After a fierce confrontation, the wolves realized that this prey was not easily captured and retreated into the shadows. They pressed onward, the path narrowing to barely accommodate a single person. Just then, Naruto discovered that their route was obstructed by a seemingly bottomless chasm. "What do we do now?" Xiaoming asked anxiously. Naruto scanned their surroundings and spotted some climbable vines. "We can swing across using these vines," he proposed. Sakura hesitated. "This seems perilous." "But it is our only option," Naruto asserted resolutely. Taking the lead, he grasped a vine and successfully swung to the opposite side. Encouraged, Xiaoming and Sakura summoned their courage and followed suit. At last, they reached the mountain's summit, where an ancient temple stood with its grand doors securely shut. Naruto gently pushed the doors open, revealing an air thick with mystery. "There seems to be something concealed within," Sakura murmured. They cautiously entered the temple and discovered a colossal stone platform at its center, upon which lay a tome radiating a mysterious glow. As they approached the book, magical barriers suddenly materialized around them. "It appears we face yet another trial," Naruto remarked. They set about attempting to dispel the barriers, employing various magical skills in their efforts. After numerous attempts, they finally shattered the barriers and seized the book. Just as they were about to peruse its contents, the temple began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. "We must leave at once," Naruto shouted. They dashed out, clutching the book tightly. Upon exiting the temple, they found the entire peak enveloped in an overwhelming surge of magical energy. "What is happening?" Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. Naruto pondered for a moment before responding. "This may be related to the book we have acquired." At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared before them. "Surrender the book, or you shall not leave this place," the enigmatic individual declared. Naruto and his companions clutched the tome tightly, bracing themselves for the impending challenge. The mysterious figure unleashed a formidable spell, launching an attack against them. United in their efforts, Naruto and his friends engaged in an intense magical duel with the stranger. During the confrontation, they discerned a close connection between the figure's magic and their surroundings. "If we disrupt the environment, we might weaken his power," Naruto exclaimed. They began to assault the surrounding rocks and trees, and indeed, the mysterious figure's magic was affected. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his friends launched a final offensive, successfully vanquishing the mysterious figure. However, the magical energy had spiraled out of control, causing the entire mountain to begin collapsing. "Run," Naruto urged, leading his companions in a desperate flight. They navigated through the tumbling stones, narrowly escaping danger. At last, just before the mountain's complete collapse, they managed to escape. That was truly exhilarating, Sakura said, her heart still racing. "But we have obtained something significant," Naruto remarked, gazing at the book in his hands. They pressed onward and arrived at a bustling town. Within the town, they heard a legend about a mysterious treasure. It was said that in a distant land lay a hidden cave, filled with countless treasures and powerful magical artifacts. Determined, Naruto and his friends resolved to seek this enigmatic treasure. Following the clues of the legend, they traversed a swamp and scaled several mountains. Along the way, they encountered an eccentric old man. The elder informed them, "To find the treasure, you must pass 3 trials." Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. The first trial was to traverse a forest filled with illusions. The illusions within the forest made it difficult to discern reality, easily leading one astray. "Stay alert. Do not be deceived by the illusions," Naruto advised. With unwavering resolve, they successfully emerged from the forest. The second trial involved crossing a tumultuous river, teeming with various perilous creatures. Utilizing their magic, Naruto and his friends conjured a small boat, cautiously paddling across the waters. The final trial required them to solve a complex magical riddle. They gathered together, concentrating intently, and ultimately deciphered the puzzle. After overcoming the 3 trials, they finally located the fabled cave. The cave shimmered with golden light, overflowing with precious treasures. "All of this is ours," exclaimed Xiaoming, brimming with excitement. Just as they prepared to claim the treasures, a colossal guardian beast suddenly materialized within the cave. The guardian roared, "These treasures do not belong to you." Unfazed, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian beast. After a grueling struggle, they emerged victorious against the creature. Just as they joyfully began collecting the treasures, a deep voice resonated from the depths of the cave. "Do you think this is where it ends?" A dark sorcerer emerged from the shadows. "These treasures have been under my protection for many years. You shall not take them," the dark sorcerer proclaimed. Naruto and his companions stood resolutely, bracing themselves to confront a new battle. Chapter 27. The Dark Sorcerer's Conspiracy. The dark sorcerer emerged slowly from the shadows, exuding an aura of profound malevolence, his gaze betraying an insatiable wickedness and greed. "Humph, you mere children dare to covet my treasures?" the dark sorcerer sneered. Undeterred, Naruto gripped his weapon tightly and declared, "These treasures do not belong to you. We shall take them away." Sakura and Xiaoming positioned themselves beside Naruto, their expressions resolute as they gazed defiantly at the dark sorcerer. With a swift motion, the dark sorcerer unleashed a surge of formidable dark magic towards them. Naruto and his companions quickly scattered, evading the onslaught of magical energy. "Allow me to demonstrate my power," the dark sorcerer chanted, coalescing dark magic into a massive black energy sphere. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. Sakura cast a protective spell, manifesting a magical shield before them. The black energy sphere collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound as ripples coursed through the barrier. Seizing the moment, Xiaoming unleashed a barrage of light towards the dark sorcerer, but he effortlessly dodged each strike. This approach is futile. We must uncover his weakness, Naruto exclaimed. As they evaded the sorcerer's attacks, they observed his movements keenly. Suddenly, Naruto noticed that after each powerful assault, the dark sorcerer exhibited a brief fluctuation in his magical energy. Now's our chance. Strike while his magic fluctuates, Naruto shouted. The trio unleashed their most potent magical skills, launching an assault on the dark sorcerer. Caught off guard by their sudden attack, he sustained several wounds. Curse you! The dark sorcerer roared in fury, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. The cave resonated with powerful magical vibrations, causing rocks to tumble from above. As they evaded the assaults, Naruto and his friends continued to search for vulnerabilities in the dark sorcerer's defenses. I've discerned that his magic emanates from the wand he wields, Sakura exclaimed. Then let us concentrate our efforts on his wand, Naruto replied. They launched a coordinated attack, aimed directly at the dark sorcerer's staff. The dark sorcerer sensed their intent and desperately shielded his wand. In the midst of the intense battle, Xiaoming was struck by an attack from the dark sorcerer and collapsed to the ground. Xiaoming, Naruto cried out. Sakura hurried to assess Xiaoming's injuries. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just defeat him, Xiaoming weakly urged. Fueled by indignation, Naruto's magical energy surged, propelling him toward the dark sorcerer. Taken aback by Naruto's fierce aura, the dark sorcerer quickly regained his composure. You think you can defeat me? He mocked. Without responding, Naruto concentrated all his power into his weapon and swung it with all his might. A brilliant beam of light traversed the cave, striking the dark sorcerer's wand. In an instant, the wand shattered, and the dark sorcerer emitted a cry of anguish. Bereft of his wand, the dark sorcerer's magical strength rapidly diminished. Seizing the moment, Naruto and his companions launched their final assault, ultimately vanquishing the dark sorcerer. We have emerged victorious, exclaimed Sakura with exuberance. They approached Xiaoming to assess his injuries, relieved to find them not severe. With a sigh of relief, Sakura felt a weight lift. They began to collect the treasures within the cave, uncovering numerous precious magical artifacts and enigmatic scrolls. These items will undoubtedly empower us in our future quests, Naruto declared. Just as they prepared to exit the cave, a sudden surge of potent magical energy enveloped them. What is happening? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings. There may still be danger. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal magical array materialized upon the cave wall. This is a teleportation circle, Sakura exclaimed. Before they could react, the force of the array drew them in. When they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Where are we? Xiaoming asked. Naruto surveyed their surroundings, revealing a shadowy castle steeped in an aura of dread. We must tread carefully, he advised. As they cautiously entered the castle, a chilling laughter echoed through the halls. Welcome to my castle, brave adventurers, a voice resonated from the depths. Following the sound, they beheld a formidable figure seated upon a grand throne. Who are you? Naruto demanded. The figure rose slowly, revealing a far more powerful Dark Lord. I am the sovereign of this dark realm. You have trespassed into my territory, and only death awaits you, the Dark Lord proclaimed. Undeterred by the Dark Lord's ominous words, Naruto and his companions steeled themselves for battle. The Dark Lord unleashed his dark magic, launching an assault upon them. In response, Naruto and his friends summoned their own magical abilities, engaging in a fierce confrontation. The battle raged intensely, the Dark Lord's magic proving overwhelmingly potent, and Naruto and his allies found themselves gradually overwhelmed. We cannot surrender like this, Naruto shouted. They rallied one another, igniting their latent potential. Suddenly, Sakura recalled a powerful spell inscribed on a scroll they had discovered in the cave. Naruto, Xiaoming, I have a solution, she declared. Following the instructions on the scroll, they combined their magical forces. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from them, clashing with the Dark Lord's might. Sensing the emerging threat, the Dark Lord intensified his onslaught. At a critical juncture, their magic finally gained the upper hand, breaking through the Dark Lord's defenses. The Dark Lord, severely wounded, collapsed to the ground. You cannot defeat me, he spat defiantly. Having triumphed over the Dark Lord, Naruto and his friends continued to explore the castle. They uncovered a vast secret laboratory hidden within, where sinister experiments were underway. What are these fiends up to? Xiaoming pondered. In the laboratory, they discovered documents detailing the Dark Lord's nefarious schemes. Once, the Dark Lord had been diligently researching a form of dark magic capable of controlling the entire world, and these treasures were the essential materials for his experiments. We must thwart his plans, declared Naruto. Following the clues outlined in the documents, they located the core of the Dark Lord's magical array. If we can destroy this core, we can halt his sinister plot, Sakura asserted. However, as they prepared to dismantle the core, a horde of dark sentinels burst in to impede their efforts. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions against the dark sentinels. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over all the sentinels. Without hesitation, Naruto charged towards the magical core, exerting all his strength to shatter it. As the core fractured, the castle began to tremble violently, on the brink of collapse. "Run!" Naruto shouted. They sprinted desperately towards the castle's exit. In the instant before the castle crumbled, they successfully escaped. "It's finally over," Xiaoming gasped. Yet, their adventure was far from complete. They found themselves in an unfamiliar forest, teeming with perilous creatures and enigmatic traps. "Everyone be cautious. This place may be even more dangerous than what we encountered before," Naruto warned. As they tread carefully through the woods, they suddenly heard a cry for help. "Help me!" The voice echoed from a distance. Following the sound, they discovered a young girl ensnared by a colossal spider. "Do not fear. We are here to rescue you," Naruto assured her. They unleashed their magic and engaged the spider in combat. The spider spewed venom, attempting to thwart their approach. Sakura cast a purifying spell, neutralizing the venom's threat. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched an attack, severing the spider's web and liberating the girl. "Thank you," the young girl exclaimed. "How did you end up here alone?" Xiaoming inquired. The girl recounted that she was a villager who had accidentally wandered into the forest and encountered the spider. "Let us escort you home," Sakura suggested. They guided the girl out of the forest and arrived at her village. The villagers welcomed them with gratitude and appreciation. "Thank you for saving my daughter," the girl's father expressed. Naruto and his friends rested in the village for the night, and the following day resumed their journey. They arrived at a mysterious valley shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the path ahead. "Everyone be vigilant. Danger may lurk here," Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through, carrying sharp stones that hurtled towards them. Xiaoming cast a protective shield, safeguarding everyone from harm. When the tempest subsided, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. "Where are we?" Sakura questioned. Observing their surroundings, Naruto realized they were in an immense labyrinth. "It appears we must find a way out of this maze," he stated. They proceeded cautiously through the labyrinth, continually searching for an exit. The labyrinth was rife with various mechanisms and traps, necessitating their constant vigilance. "Watch your step," Naruto exclaimed. Sakura halted just in time, realizing that beneath her feet lay a vast pitfall. As they pressed onward, they arrived at a fork in the path. "Which way should we go, left or right?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto closed his eyes, attuning himself to the magical fluctuations surrounding them, then gestured towards the left passage. "We shall take this route." They ventured into the left corridor, which was permeated by a pungent odor. "What is that smell?" Sakura covered her mouth and nose. "I don't know, but it surely isn't anything pleasant," Naruto replied, surveying their surroundings warily. At that moment, a horde of enormous rats surged forth from the shadows, launching an assault on them. Naruto and his companions swiftly conjured their magic to engage the rodents in battle. The sheer number of rats and their agility posed considerable challenges. "Use fire magic," Naruto commanded. Sakura unleashed a formidable flame spell, forcing the rats back. They continued onward, ultimately locating the labyrinth's exit. Before them lay a vast lake, its waters crystal clear. "It appears quite tranquil here," Xiaoming remarked. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool emerged in the lake, and a gigantic water creature erupted from its depths, lunging at them with ferocious intent. Once more, Naruto and his friends cast their spells, entering into a fierce confrontation with the beast. The creature wielded the power to manipulate water, crafting various forms of attack, presenting them with a significant challenge. "Aim for its eyes," Naruto shouted. They concentrated their efforts on assaulting the creature's eyes, which let out a pained roar before collapsing into the water. They pressed forward and arrived at an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood firmly closed, yet a mysterious glow seeped through the cracks. "There must be secrets within this castle," Naruto mused. They pushed open the castle doors, revealing an atmosphere thick with enigmatic mist. "Be cautious, the mist may be toxic," Xiaoming cautioned. Naruto conjured magic to dispel the fog. Inside the castle stood a monumental statue, holding a mysterious gemstone. This gem appears rather extraordinary, Sakura observed. As they approached the gem, the statue suddenly animated, launching an attack against them. "This is bad, quick, evade!" Naruto shouted. They swiftly dodged the statue's strikes while retaliating with their own magic. After a fierce struggle, they discerned the statue's weakness lay in its feet. "Focus your attacks on its feet," Naruto directed. Together, they unleashed a powerful assault, striking the statue's feet. The statue ceased its assault, reverting to its original state. They successfully retrieved the gemstone, discovering it was inscribed with arcane runes. "These runes must hold significance," Xiaoming noted. Just as they pondered the gem, a group of shadowy figures materialized within the castle. "Who goes there?" Naruto inquired, alert to the presence. The figures gradually became discernible, revealing themselves to be a cadre of sorcerers clad in dark robes. "How dare you meddle with the treasures of this castle?" the sorcerers declared. Naruto hastily explained. "We were merely exploring, with no intention to offend." The wizards did not believe their words and launched an assault against them. Naruto and his companions were compelled to engage in battle with the wizards. The wizards wielded powerful and enigmatic magic, which placed immense pressure upon them. "We must identify the weaknesses in their magic," Sakura declared. During the skirmish, they discerned that the wizards' spells momentarily faltered under specific gestures. "Pay attention to their movements," Naruto shouted. Seizing the fleeting opportunity when the wizards' magic lapsed, they unleashed a fierce counterattack. Gradually, the wizards found themselves at a disadvantage under their onslaught. "Halt! Perhaps they truly did not intend this," one of the wizards interjected. The others ceased their assault and began to communicate with Naruto and his group. It turned out that this castle had once been a powerful kingdom of magic, now in decline due to internal strife. These wizards had long protected the castle and its treasures to prevent them from falling into the hands of malevolent forces. "We understand your duty, but we are genuinely seeking a way to save the world," Naruto asserted. The wizards pondered for a moment and chose to place their trust in them. "This gem may aid you, but its use comes at a cost," one wizard cautioned. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions expressed their willingness to bear the price. The wizard informed them that the gem's power was formidable, but its use would deplete their mental strength. Resolutely, they decided to harness the gem and delve into the secrets of the castle. Holding the gem, they continued their search for clues within the castle. The gem's radiance guided them to a basement filled with ancient tomes and mysterious instruments. "There must be significant information here," Xiaoming remarked. They began to peruse the volumes and uncovered the truth behind the castle's decline. It was revealed that the king had pursued immortality through a forbidden magical experiment, which ultimately led to catastrophe and the castle's ruin. "We must prevent such a disaster from occurring again," Naruto declared. Drawing from the texts, they located the site of the king's experiment, shrouded in dark magic that instilled fear. "Regardless, we must try," Sakura insisted. They directed the gem towards the site and invoked powerful magic. The gem's brilliance clashed with the dark magic, creating a dazzling spectacle. Through their efforts, the dark forces were gradually subdued, sealing the site. However, just as they believed they had triumphed, an even more potent surge of darkness erupted from below, encircling them. "What is happening?" Xiaoming asked in terror. "It seems we have awakened a greater evil," Naruto replied. Bound by the dark forces, they found themselves immobilized. "We cannot be defeated like this," Naruto exclaimed. They concentrated their minds, striving to break free from the dark bindings. In a critical moment, the magic within Naruto and his companions erupted, shattering the dark restraints. "Now's our chance, let's go," Naruto urged. They fled the site, only to discover that the castle had succumbed to the grip of darkness. "We must find a way to vanquish this power," Sakura stated. They scoured the castle in search of clues and ultimately stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic concealed within a hidden chamber. The manuscript detailed a formidable light spell capable of dispelling the forces of darkness. However, the incantation required the combined strength of the three of them, as Naruto declared. They resolved to attempt the spell. Hand in hand, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming pooled their magical energies together. A radiant beam of light emanated from their beings, illuminating the entire castle. Under the brilliance of the light magic, the dark forces gradually dissipated. The castle was restored to its former tranquility. They departed from the castle and continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious village. The villagers exhibited peculiar behavior, their gazes cold and detached. This village felt awry, Xiaoming remarked. Suddenly, a battalion of soldiers emerged, surrounding them. You are outsiders. You are not permitted to linger in our village, the soldiers proclaimed. Naruto attempted to explain. We are merely passing through, with no ill intent. The soldiers disregarded his words, forcibly escorting them away. They were taken to a grim dungeon. We must devise a means of escape, Naruto urged. They searched the confines of their cell for an opportunity to flee. Sakura discovered a loose brick in the wall of the dungeon. Perhaps this is our chance, she suggested. Together, they pried the brick free, revealing a passage leading to the outside world. They cautiously traversed the corridor and finally escaped the prison. However, their escape was soon detected by the soldiers. A frantic chase ensued through the village. Naruto and his companions adeptly utilized the terrain to evade their pursuers. During their flight, they uncovered the village's secret. It was under the tyrannical control of an evil sorcerer, robbing the people of their freedom and joy. We must vanquish the sorcerer and liberate this village, Naruto declared. They located the sorcerer's lair and engaged in a climactic confrontation. The sorcerer unleashed a barrage of malevolent spells in an attempt to thwart them. Undaunted, Naruto and his friends, fueled by their unwavering resolve and potent magic, ultimately triumphed over the sorcerer. The villagers regained their freedom, brimming with gratitude towards Naruto and his companions. They resumed their adventurous journey, poised to confront more challenges and uncertainties. They traversed a desolate desert, the scorching sun baking the earth, each step proving to be an arduous endeavor. This desert feels as if it could parch a person to dust, Xiaoming complained. Hold on. Perhaps at the desert's end lies what we seek, Naruto encouraged. Suddenly, a fierce sandstorm swept in, obscuring the sky. Be careful, Sakura shouted. They huddled closely together, casting magic to shield themselves from the storm's onslaught. When the tempest subsided, they realized they had lost their way. This is troubling, Naruto furrowed his brow. Just as they stood bewildered, a colossal scorpion emerged from the sands. Another monster, Xiaoming exclaimed. Naruto and his friends swiftly entered a state of readiness for battle. The scorpion's tail was remarkably sharp and moved with astonishing speed. Attack its joints, Naruto shouted. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the scorpion. Look, there stands an ancient structure, Sakura pointed out, directing their gaze into the distance. As they approached the edifice, they discovered it to be a forsaken temple. An air of mystery enveloped the temple, its walls adorned with strange carvings. What could this mean? Xiaoming inquired. Just as they were examining the patterns, a mysterious door suddenly materialized within the temple. Perhaps answers lie beyond this door, Naruto suggested. They pushed it open, revealing an expansive chamber filled with various magical luminescence. Be cautious, for this place is rife with unknown dangers, Sakura warned. Suddenly, countless magical orbs hurtled toward them. Naruto and his companions dodged and weaved, simultaneously casting counterspells. Within this realm, they encountered various magical traps and formidable magical creatures. Yet, they never faltered, supporting one another as they advanced step by step. Eventually, they stumbled upon an immense magical circle. This must be the key, Naruto declared. Just as they were about to investigate the magical array, a mysterious voice echoed, "You shall not unravel this secret." Who are you? Naruto asked, his voice laced with caution. A shadow began to rise slowly from the magical circle. It is I, the guardian of this place, the shadow replied. We merely seek the truth, Naruto stated. The truth? Humph, it is not so easily attained, the guardian scoffed. This magical array conceals immense power, one that you cannot wield with ease. Naruto gazed resolutely at the guardian, asserting, We shall not retreat. No matter the challenge, we will persevere. The guardian waved his hands, unleashing a surge of potent magic toward Naruto and his friends. Sakura swiftly cast a defensive spell, successfully blocking the onslaught. It seems you possess some skill, the guardian remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. But this is merely the beginning. As the guardian chanted incantations, tendrils of black flame erupted from the magical circle, sweeping toward the trio. Xiaoming focused intently, releasing a radiant magic to counter the dark flames. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Naruto observed the guardian's movements, seeking a flaw in his defense. Sakura, Xiaoming, let us concentrate our power and strike at the guardian's left side, Naruto commanded. They unleashed a formidable magical assault simultaneously. The guardian sidestepped, evading most of the attack, yet revealed a slight vulnerability. Now, seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged forward, his weapon shimmering with light. The Guardian, noticing the advance, cast a powerful magical shield for defense. However, under the relentless barrage from the trio, the shield began to crack. "Push harder," Sakura urged. At last, the shield shattered, and the Guardian staggered backward, reeling from the impact. "Indeed, you have taken me by surprise," the Guardian gasped. Naruto replied, "We have no intention of being your adversaries. We only wish to unlock the secrets of the magical array." The Guardian fell silent for a moment, then spoke, "Very well. Perhaps you are indeed destined to unravel this enigma. However, one must exercise caution, for the power contained within may yield unforeseen consequences." Naruto and his companions nodded in understanding and began to meticulously examine the magical array. Just as they were on the verge of deciphering its secrets, a surge of dark energy erupted from the array, enveloping them in its ominous grasp. "What is happening?" Xiaoming exclaimed in alarm. Naruto, striving to maintain his composure, reassured them, "Everyone, remain calm. There must be a way to counter this." Gradually, terrifying phantoms began to materialize within the dark energy, attempting to disturb their minds. "We cannot allow ourselves to be deceived by these illusions." Sakura gritted her teeth, resolute. They shut their eyes tightly, focusing their spirits to resist the onslaught of the phantoms. After a strenuous effort, the phantoms finally dissipated, and the dark energy began to wane. "At last, we have succeeded," Naruto declared with exhilaration. The secrets of the magical array were unveiled, and a formidable energy surged into their beings. However, this energy was overwhelmingly potent, threatening to overwhelm their bodies. "We must control this energy," Sakura urged. They seated themselves, striving to regulate their breaths, attempting to harness the energy for their own purposes. After a period of diligent effort, they finally succeeded in mastering the energy, significantly enhancing their strength. "Now we are far more confident in facing the challenges ahead," Naruto proclaimed. They departed from the temple and forged onward. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in thick mist that obscured the path ahead. "Everyone be cautious. The mist here may conceal dangers," Naruto warned. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of indistinct creatures burst forth from the fog, launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his friends immediately retaliated with their magic. The creatures moved with remarkable swiftness, cloaked in the mist, presenting them with considerable difficulties. "Find a way to disperse the mist," Xiaoming urged. Sakura conjured a powerful wind spell, attempting to blow away the fog. But it only parted briefly before coalescing once more. A sudden realization struck Naruto as he suggested, "Perhaps we can illuminate this area with light magic." Together, they cast their light spells, instantly illuminating their surroundings, revealing the creatures in clearer detail. Under the radiance, the creatures' movements slowed, allowing Naruto and his companions to launch a fierce counterattack, vanquishing the monsters one by one. At last, it's resolved, Sakura sighed in relief. They continued their exploration within the valley, discovering a concealed cave. Within the cave flickered an extraordinary light, hinting at the presence of something significant. Upon entering, they found the interior rife with intricate traps. "Beware of the traps beneath your feet," Naruto warned. They navigated cautiously, avoiding one trap after another as they ventured deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cavern, they beheld a colossal crystal orb, seemingly imbued with immense power. "Could this be what we have been seeking all along?" Xiaoming wondered aloud. Just as they approached the crystal orb, the cave began to tremble violently, and stones from above began to cascade down. "Oh no, the cave is collapsing," Sakura cried out in alarm. Naruto swiftly conjured a protective barrier, shielding the three of them. "We must hastily remove the crystal ball from this place," he declared. They united their magical powers in an effort to extract the orb. However, it seemed ensnared by an overwhelming force, refusing to budge. "Let us exert ourselves further," Naruto urged. With their combined determination, the crystal ball was finally lifted with great effort. They dashed from the cave, just as it collapsed behind them. "That was close," Xiaoming exclaimed, still shaken. Continuing with the crystal ball in their possession, they soon found themselves encircled by a group of enigmatic figures. "Surrender the crystal ball," one of them commanded. Naruto eyed them warily, asking, "Who are you? Why do you demand the crystal ball? This is not something for you to possess. Relinquish it, or face dire consequences." The figure threatened. Naruto and his companions were resolute, unwilling to yield, and an intense battle was imminent. Chapter 28. Pursuit of the mysterious organization faced with the ominous threats of the mysterious figures. Naruto and his friends showed no signs of retreat. If you wish to take the crystal ball, first contend with our magic. Naruto shouted fiercely. Without hesitation, the mysterious figures launched their assault, unleashing a myriad of strange spells, some manipulating elements, others weaving illusions. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming swiftly dispersed, each countering the enemy's attacks independently. Naruto wielded his weapon with fervor, launching wind blades towards the adversaries. Sakura adeptly employed healing magic to sustain their strength, while simultaneously conjuring fire spells to strike back. Xiaoming focused intently, casting radiant spells to illuminate their surroundings, rendering the enemy's illusions ineffective. As the battle escalated, the mysterious figures appeared to possess an unending reservoir of magical energy, while Naruto and his companions began to feel overwhelmed. This cannot continue. We must devise a way to break through. Naruto exclaimed. I'll create a chaotic magical field. We'll seize the opportunity to escape. Xiaoming proclaimed, unleashing his magic with full force. With a brilliant burst of light, the mysterious figures were momentarily disrupted, allowing Naruto and his friends to dash in a chosen direction. However, the figures quickly regained their composure and pursued relentlessly. They raced through the forest, the enemies closing in behind them. Ahead lies a swift river. Sakura shouted, we have no choice. Jump. Naruto decisively commanded. Together, they leapt into the water, allowing the current to carry them downstream. The mysterious figures halted at the riverbank, seemingly abandoning their chase for the time being. Soaked to the bone, Naruto and his friends emerged downstream, but dared not linger. I wonder if they will pursue us again. Xiaoming said anxiously. Let us not dwell on it. We must press on, Naruto replied. They forged ahead into a dense forest, where an eerie atmosphere hung heavy in the air, the silence unnerving. Everyone, be cautious. Something feels amiss here, Sakura whispered. Suddenly, chilling laughter echoed from all directions. Who is there? Naruto scanned the surroundings warily. As a group of shadowy figures emerged slowly from the woods, cloaked entirely in dark robes, their faces remained obscured. It was yet another encounter fraught with trouble. Xiaoming furrowed his brow. The robed figures remained silent, launching their attack without hesitation. Their magic, infused with a sinister aura, instilled a sense of dread. Naruto and his companions fought valiantly, yet the dark magic was peculiar, seemingly capable of siphoning away their own power. We can't confront them head-on. We must seek an opportunity to escape, Naruto declared. They fought while retreating, desperately searching for a way out. During their flight, Naruto stumbled upon a concealed cave. Into the cave, he shouted. They rushed inside as the robed figures lingered at the entrance, hesitant to follow. For the moment, they found safety. But Sakura voiced their shared concern. We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. As they explored the cave, they discovered a narrow passageway deep within. Perhaps this is our route to freedom, Naruto suggested. Cautiously, they ventured into the passage, which was permeated by a pungent odor. Beware of traps, Xiaoming warned. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and stones began to fall from above. Run, Naruto shouted. They sprinted through the passage and eventually reached a more spacious area, which appeared to be an underground labyrinth. This resembles a maze, Sakura remarked. Navigating through the labyrinth, they encountered numerous forks and dead ends. We must choose wisely, or we risk being ensnared here for an eternity, Naruto cautioned. Just as they hesitated, a faint sound reached their ears. Is someone calling for help? Xiaoming inquired. Following the sound, they discovered an injured man trapped in a corner. Please, save me, he implored weakly. Naruto and his friends rushed to his aid. Thank you. I am an adventurer who inadvertently became trapped here, the man explained. Do you know how to escape this labyrinth? Naruto asked. The man shook his head. I do not know, but I have noticed some strange symbols on the walls. They may hold the key to our exit. They began to scrutinize the symbols on the walls, seeking clues. After considerable investigation, they finally discerned a pattern. Following these symbols should lead us to the exit, the man asserted. They proceeded according to the symbol's guidance and, indeed, discovered the exit. However, upon emerging from the maze, they found themselves at the edge of a precipice. What now? Xiaoming gazed down into the unfathomable depths below. Let us search for another path, Naruto proposed. Just then, the robed figures reappeared. This time, you cannot escape. One of them sneered. Naruto and his companions found themselves in dire straits, with no retreat available. We fight to the end, Naruto declared. They engaged in battle once more. And just as the conflict reached a stalemate, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. A massive airship descended above them. Could this be our salvation? Sakura wondered. A rope was lowered from the airship, and a voice called, "Hurry up." Without hesitation, Naruto and his friends grasped the rope and ascended to the airship. The airship swiftly departed, evading the pursuit of the cloaked figure. "Thank you for rescuing us," Naruto expressed gratefully. "We have been closely monitoring your adventures and were aware of your troubles," one of the occupants of the airship replied. "Who are you? Why have you been watching us?" Xiaoming inquired. "We are an organization dedicated to combating dark forces, and we believe your adventures may aid our mission." Although Naruto and his companions were somewhat skeptical, they found themselves with no other options at present. The airship transported them to a mysterious base. "This is our stronghold. You may rest here for the time being." After a night of rest in the base, the leader of the organization approached them the next day. "We have an important mission that requires your assistance," the leader announced. "What mission?" Naruto asked. "In a distant location lies a mysterious island, rumored to harbor a powerful magical artifact. Yet it is fraught with various dangers and traps. We hope you can journey to the island and retrieve the artifact." After a moment of hesitation, Naruto and his companions resolved to accept the task. They boarded the airship and set off for the enigmatic island, encountering a fierce storm along the way. "Everyone, hold on tight." The airship rocked violently amidst the tempest. At long last, they reached the island. A thick fog enveloped the land, obscuring their path. "Proceed with caution," Naruto cautioned. As they tread carefully upon the island, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the air. "What could that be?" Xiaoming asked nervously. Suddenly, a colossal beast emerged from the mist, lunging towards them. Naruto and his friends unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. Its tough hide rendered their attacks seemingly ineffective. "Aim for its eyes," Naruto shouted. They focused their efforts on the beast's eyes, and at last, it was wounded and fell to the ground. Continuing their journey, they encountered a swamp. "Be careful not to sink," Sakura warned. However, Xiaoming inadvertently stepped onto unstable ground and became ensnared in the mire. "Don't panic, we'll pull you up." Naruto extended his hand, while Sakura cast her magic to assist. After considerable effort, they finally rescued Xiaoming from the swamp. "That was close," Xiaoming gasped. They pressed on, exploring the island until they stumbled upon an ancient castle. The castle's grand entrance was tightly sealed, yet an overwhelming magical aura permeated the vicinity. "There must be something we seek within this castle," Naruto declared. After much exertion, they managed to force the castle doors open, only to be met with a pungent odor wafting from within. "Be wary of traps," Xiaoming cautioned. They cautiously entered the castle, only for spikes to suddenly emerge from the ground. Naruto swiftly dodged, and Sakura and Xiaoming followed suit just in time. Inside the castle, they encountered a myriad of magical traps and monstrous assaults. After a grueling series of battles and explorations, they finally discovered the coveted magical artifact. "This is it," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to seize the artifact, the castle began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. "Run!" They fled desperately with the treasure. Just as they exited the castle, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. "At last, we have obtained it," Xiaoming exclaimed. However, before they could revel in their triumph, they found themselves encircled by a new group of adversaries. "Surrender the treasure," the foes shouted. Naruto and his companions clutched the treasure tightly, steeling themselves for the impending battle. The enemies advanced, their eyes gleaming with avarice and ferocity. Naruto glared defiantly and declared, "If you desire the treasure, you must first overcome us." Sakura and Xiaoming stood resolutely beside him, the three of them adopting a combative stance. The enemies launched the first assault, a dazzling array of magical light weaving through the air, igniting the battlefield. Naruto unleashed wind magic, conjuring a formidable tempest to thwart the enemy's advance. Sakura, wielding fire magic, enveloped the surroundings in a searing inferno, deterring the foes from approaching recklessly. Meanwhile, Xiaoming employed light magic, creating a blinding radiance that obstructed the enemy's vision. Taken aback by their counterattack, the adversaries quickly regrouped to mount an even fiercer offensive. One enemy conjured dark magic, forming a massive vortex in an attempt to engulf Naruto and his companions. Observing this, Naruto shouted, "Concentrate our power. Break the vortex." The trio united their magical energies, generating a powerful beam that surged toward the swirling darkness. Following a violent clash, the vortex shattered, inflicting backlash upon the enemies. Yet, they did not relent, continually altering their attack strategies in search of a weakness. In the midst of the fray, Naruto spotted the enemy leader, who was lurking in the shadows directing the conflict. Sakura, Xiaoming, let us strike at that leader, Naruto commanded. The three of them simultaneously launched an assault on the leader, who was caught unawares by their sudden shift in focus, leaving him momentarily defenseless. Their combined attacks struck true, and the leader fell to the ground. Witnessing their leader's downfall, the remaining adversaries faltered in disarray. Seizing the moment, Naruto shouted, "The enemy is in disarray. Let us break free." They fought valiantly to carve a path through the chaos, escaping the encirclement. "Do not let them escape. Pursue them," the enemies cried, relentlessly chasing from behind. Naruto and his companions sprinted across the island, seeking refuge. "Look, there is a cave." Sakura pointed ahead. They dashed into the cave, hoping to evade their pursuers within its depths. The cave was imbued with an enigmatic aura, its walls shimmering with peculiar light. "There is something amiss about this cave," Xiaoming remarked. "We cannot concern ourselves with that now. We must hide," Naruto urged. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the cave, only to be startled by a deep, rumbling growl. "Could there be monsters here as well?" Sakura said anxiously. A colossal two-headed beast emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. "This is troublesome," Naruto frowned. The creature opened its cavernous jaws and lunged at them. Once again, Naruto and his companions were compelled to engage in a fierce battle against the monstrous two-headed beast. The monster possessed immense power, each strike delivering a tremendous impact. "We must uncover its weakness," Naruto exclaimed. As they evaded the monster's assaults, they keenly observed its movements. After careful scrutiny, they discerned a vulnerability nestled between its two heads. "Focus your attacks there," Naruto commanded. They unleashed their most potent magic upon the creature's weak spot. The monster roared in agony under their onslaught before finally collapsing to the ground. At last, it's vanquished, Xiaoming sighed in relief. However, at that moment, their enemies had also pursued them to the cave's entrance. "They are inside. Do not let them escape," came the adversary's shouts. Naruto and his companions knew they could not linger. "Let us press onward and see if we can find another way out," Naruto suggested. They ventured deeper into the cavern, hoping to evade their pursuers. The cave's terrain was treacherous, fraught with unknown dangers. Suddenly, a subterranean river appeared before them, its waters rushing fiercely. "Must we cross the river?" Sakura inquired. "There is no other choice. Swim across," Naruto replied. They plunged into the water, straining to reach the opposite bank. Within the river, they encountered undercurrents and whirlpools. Yet through sheer determination and courage, they ultimately succeeded in reaching the shore. Upon emerging, they found themselves in an unfamiliar expanse. It was a vast cavern adorned with an array of peculiar crystals, which seemed to emanate powerful magical energy. "These crystals appear to harbor immense magical force," Xiaoming remarked. Just as they were examining the crystals, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the cave. "This is troubling. We may have triggered some mechanism," Naruto stated. Instantly, a swarm of mechanical sentinels surged forth from all directions. "Prepare for battle," Naruto shouted. These mechanical guardians were well-equipped and agile. Naruto and his companions unleashed a variety of spells in a fierce confrontation with the sentinels. During the skirmish, Naruto identified the joints of the mechanical guardians as their Achilles heel. "Target their joints," Naruto cried. Following his directive, they concentrated their efforts on assaulting the sentinels' joints. After a grueling struggle, the mechanical sentinels were finally defeated. "We must hasten our departure from this place," Naruto urged. They continued to search for an exit within the cavern and eventually stumbled upon a passage leading to the surface. They climbed up the passage and finally escaped the perilous island. "This adventure has truly been thrilling," Sakura remarked. "Yet we have successfully acquired the treasure," Naruto responded. "I wonder what challenges lie ahead for us," Xiaoming mused. With the treasure in hand, they set forth on their journey into the unknown. Not long after, they arrived at a bustling town. "Let us rest here for a while," Naruto proposed. They found an inn to stay at, preparing to recuperate. However, within the town, they began to notice some peculiar signs. "This town feels rather off. Everyone, be cautious," Naruto warned. They inquired around the town and learned of a band of robbers frequently lurking about, pillaging the residents' belongings. "We cannot stand idly by," Sakura declared. Thus, they resolved to assist the residents in resolving the issue posed by the bandits. They scoured the area in search of the bandits' whereabouts and ultimately discovered their camp one fateful night. "It's time to act," Naruto proclaimed. Stealthily, they approached the camp and unleashed their assault. The bandits were caught off guard but soon regained their composure, engaging in a fierce battle with Naruto and his companions. After a vigorous struggle, they successfully vanquished the bandits, restoring tranquility to the town. "Thank you." The residents expressed their heartfelt gratitude. After a few days of recuperation in the town, they set out once more. This time, they ventured into an enigmatic forest, shrouded in thick mist that obscured their sense of direction. "Stay close. Do not wander off," Naruto instructed. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed through the fog. "What is that noise?" Xiaoming anxiously inquired. "I do not know, but it is certainly not something benign," Sakura replied, her vigilance heightened. A colossal bird suddenly burst forth from the mist, launching an attack. Naruto and his friends quickly responded, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the avian foe. The bird's speed was astounding, and it took considerable effort to defeat it. "This forest is fraught with peril," Xiaoming remarked. They continued deeper into the woods and encountered a raging stream. "How do we cross?" Sakura asked. Observing their surroundings, Naruto spotted a fallen tree. "We can use this tree to traverse the river," he suggested. They cautiously walked along the trunk, successfully crossing the stream. In the heart of the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. "There may be clues hidden within," Naruto mused. As they entered the ruins, they found themselves surrounded by intricate traps and puzzles. After much effort, they unraveled the enigmas and discovered an ancient tome of magic. "This book appears to be quite valuable," Xiaoming noted. Just as they prepared to exit the ruins, a host of mysterious beings emerged, obstructing their departure with the tome. "It seems we are in for another battle," Naruto stated. They engaged in a fierce confrontation with these enigmatic creatures. During the struggle, Naruto realized that the beings recoiled from light magic. "Sakura, use your light magic," Naruto urged. Sakura unleashed her light magic, causing the mysterious beings to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, they fled the ruins. "This book may prove to be advantageous for us," Naruto remarked. They pressed onward and arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. "Climbing over this mountain will not be an easy task," Xiaoming observed. "But we must not falter," Naruto replied. They began their ascent, navigating treacherous paths amidst harsh weather conditions. During their climb, they faced landslides and blizzards. However, they supported one another, inching their way upward. At last, they reached the summit. Yet, upon arrival, they encountered a formidable magical array radiating a menacing aura. "What manner of magic array is this?" Sakura inquired. "I do not know, but we must exercise caution," Naruto responded. As they approached the magical array, it unexpectedly activated, unleashing a potent force. "Not good. Take cover," Naruto exclaimed. They desperately evaded the array's assaults. At a critical moment, Naruto discerned the array's vulnerability. "Strike there," he directed, pointing to a corner of the array. They concentrated their efforts on the weakness, and at last, the array ceased its operation. "What a thrilling experience," Xiaoming remarked. They traversed the mountain's peak and continued onward. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious cavern, illuminated by an eerie glow, as if concealing endless secrets. Upon entering the cave, they discovered it was rife with various magical traps. "Watch your step," Naruto cautioned. They cautiously navigated the traps, delving deeper into the cave's interior. In the depths of the cavern, they beheld a colossal crystal coffin. "What is this?" Sakura inquired. Just as they approached the crystal coffin, it suddenly opened, and a formidable force pulled them inside. Darkness enveloped them, and they lost consciousness. Upon awakening, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. "Where are we?" Xiaoming asked. "I don't know, but we must find a way out," Naruto replied. They explored this enigmatic space, uncovering peculiar runes and patterns. "Perhaps these runes can aid us in finding our escape," Sakura suggested. They commenced studying the runes, striving to unravel their mysteries. After considerable effort, they finally discovered a means of departure. As they emerged from the space, they realized they had entered a mystical garden, teeming with an array of peculiar blossoms emitting an enchanting fragrance. "How beautiful," Xiaoming remarked. However, they swiftly realized that these flowers were toxic. "Be cautious. Do not touch those blooms," Naruto warned. They carefully navigated through the garden, pressing onward. Throughout their subsequent journey, they encountered numerous trials and tribulations. For instance, while traversing a marsh, they found themselves ensnared in a deep mire, nearly unable to extricate themselves. Sakura's magic faltered at that moment. Fortunately, Naruto, quick-witted, fashioned a rope from nearby branches and vines, gradually pulling them out of the bog. That was close. We nearly became trapped here, Xiaoming said, still shaken. Everyone be careful. The path ahead may prove even more treacherous, Naruto advised. They continued onward, arriving at a foreboding valley shrouded in thick fog, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread. I can't shake the feeling that danger awaits us here, Sakura said, closely trailing Naruto. Suddenly, a horde of ghostly figures surged forth from the mist, launching an assault. It's a ghost, Xiaoming exclaimed in terror. Naruto immediately cast a spell in an attempt to dispel the apparitions, but to little effect. It seems ordinary magic is ineffective against them. We must devise another strategy, Naruto stated. Observing the ghost's movements, Sakura suddenly declared, I've noticed they fear bright light. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming focused his energy to cast the light magic, illuminating the surroundings and causing the specters to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly traversed the valley. Upon exiting the valley, they encountered a broad river, its currents furious, and something seemed to be swimming within its depths. This river posed a formidable challenge. Naruto furrowed his brow. Just as they pondered how to cross, a colossal turtle emerged from the water. I can carry you across the river. But you must assist me in return, the turtle proclaimed. After a brief discussion, Naruto and his companions agreed to the turtle's request. The turtle successfully ferried them across the river. A group of malevolent creatures has overtaken my cave. If you help me drive them away, I would be immensely grateful. The turtle explained. Following the turtle to its lair, they engaged in a fierce battle against the wicked beings. After a strenuous fight, they successfully expelled the foes. And the turtle honored its promise by presenting them with a mysterious gem. This gem may aid you in critical moments, the turtle advised. They continued their journey and arrived at an ancient temple, enveloped in an aura of mystery, its walls adorned with archaic runes. There must be secrets hidden within, Naruto mused. As they explored the temple, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing the entire structure to tremble. This is bad, quickly find the exit, Sakura shouted. Amidst the chaos, they discovered an ancient tome concealed in a corner, detailing the method to control the temple's mechanisms. Following the instructions, Naruto successfully halted the mechanism, restoring tranquility to the temple. This tome might prove invaluable, Xiaoming remarked. With the tome in hand, they departed the temple and resumed their adventure. Soon, they stumbled upon a mysterious village, where the inhabitants appeared dazed, as if their souls had been stripped away. What has transpired here? Naruto questioned, perplexed. After an investigation, they uncovered that an evil sorcerer had cast a spell over the village, ensnaring the villagers' minds. We must defeat this sorcerer and liberate the villagers, Naruto declared. They located the sorcerer's dwelling and engaged in an intense magical duel. The sorcerer's powers were formidable, and Naruto and his friends found themselves in dire straits. In a moment of desperation, Xiaoming recalled the gem gifted by the turtle. He produced it, and its radiant light diminished the sorcerer's magic. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his companions launched their counterattack, ultimately vanquishing the sorcerer and freeing the villagers. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, bestowed upon them precious gifts and provisions. They rested in the village before embarking on their journey once more. However, awaiting them ahead were even more unknown challenges and dangers. After leaving the village, they entered a desolate desert, where the scorching sun mercilessly scorched the earth, and each step felt as though they were sinking into searing quicksand. This desert is akin to a hell on earth, Xiaoming could not help but lament. Hold on, everyone. I believe that beyond this desert lies new clues. Naruto encouraged them. They trudged onward, sweat cascading down like rain. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept in, lifting clouds of dust and forming a colossal sandstorm. Be careful, Sakura shouted loudly. Naruto swiftly cast a spell, attempting to create a protective barrier around them, but the force of the wind was overwhelming, causing the barrier to wobble precariously. This won't do. We need to find shelter, Naruto exclaimed. They scanned their surroundings and spotted a massive rock not far away. The three of them exerted all their strength to dash towards it. Taking refuge behind the rock, they temporarily evaded the direct assault of the sandstorm. However, the wind continued to howl, and sand relentlessly pelted the rock. Once the storm began to subside, they resumed their journey. After a long while, Xiaoming was utterly exhausted. I can't go on any longer, he collapsed onto the ground. Come on, I'll help you up. We cannot give up. Naruto extended his hand. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and a gigantic sandworm erupted from the earth. What kind of monster is this? Sakura gasped. The sandworm opened its enormous maw and lunged at them. Naruto and the others reacted swiftly, casting spells to attack. The sandworm's body was incredibly tough, and their magic inflicted minimal damage. We must find its weak point, Naruto shouted. After careful observation, they discovered that the sandworm's abdomen was relatively soft. Let us focus our attacks on its underbelly, Sakura suggested. United in purpose, the three of them concentrated their magical energy and delivered a decisive blow to the sandworm's abdomen. The creature writhed in agony before finally collapsing in the desert. We finally dealt with it. Xiaoming sighed in relief. They continued onward and eventually emerged from the desert. Before them lay a dense forest, shrouded in mysterious mist. This place seems rather unusual, Naruto remarked cautiously. They ventured carefully into the woods, strange sounds echoing around them. Suddenly, a group of winged fairies appeared before them. You intruders shall not enter our territory, the fairies cried. We mean no offense. We are merely seeking a way forward, Naruto explained. The fairies, however, did not believe them and launched an attack. Naruto and his companions could only defend themselves, striving to avoid harming the fairies. Amid the chaos, Sakura noticed that the fairies appeared to be under some form of magical control. Perhaps we can break the spell controlling them, she suggested. After much effort, they located the source of the magic and successfully dispelled it. The fairies regained their senses and apologized to them. We misunderstood you. There is a mysterious tower deep within this forest, said to conceal powerful magical forces, the fairies informed them. Naruto and his friends decided to investigate the tower. Towering into the clouds, the structure was surrounded by a formidable magical barrier. This barrier will be difficult to breach, Xiaoming noted. Let us try together, Naruto proposed. They combined their magical energies and struck against the barrier. After numerous attempts, a faint crack finally appeared. Seizing the opportunity, they entered the tower. The tower was filled with an array of magical mechanisms and enigmas. Throughout their endeavor to decipher these puzzles, they encountered various magical traps, yet with their intellect and courage, they overcame each challenge. At last, they ascended to the pinnacle of the tower. Behold, there lies a luminous crystal orb, exclaimed Sakura. Just as they prepared to approach the orb, a colossal magical puppet manifested, obstructing their path. Defeat me, and you shall claim the crystal orb, declared the puppet. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the magical construct. The puppet's strikes were formidable and swift, yet Naruto and his team coordinated seamlessly, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the magical puppet and obtained the crystal orb. However, the moment they grasped the orb, the tower began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. We must flee at once, shouted Naruto. They dashed out of the tower with the crystal orb in hand. And just as they emerged, the structure crumbled with a deafening roar. This crystal orb must hold significant importance, remarked Xiaoming. They pressed onward, arriving at a snow-laden valley. The frigid air enveloped them, causing involuntary shivers. It is so cold here, Sakura noted. Suddenly, a massive ice dragon soared forth from the depths of the valley. Another fierce battle ensued. Naruto gripped his weapon tightly as the ice dragon unleashed a blast of icy breath, attempting to freeze them solid. In retaliation, Naruto and his allies conjured flames to counter the dragon's chilling onslaught. Amidst the tumultuous clash, Naruto discerned a wound on the dragon's wing, its Achilles heel. Target its wing, Naruto urged. They concentrated their might upon the dragon's wing, and upon sustaining injury, the dragon lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. They successfully vanquished the ice dragon and continued their journey. Traversing the snowy valley, they arrived at a mysterious cavern. The cave shimmered with peculiar luminescence, seemingly concealing countless secrets. As they ventured within, they discovered it was fraught with labyrinthine pathways and traps. Watch your step, warned Naruto. They navigated carefully through the maze until they were startled by a deep, menacing growl. What is that? Xiaoming inquired nervously. A gigantic beast surged forth from the shadows. Lunging at them, Naruto and his companions unleashed powerful magic, engaging the creature in a desperate struggle. After an intense battle, they finally subdued the beast. Deep within the cave, they stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic, inscribed with a potent forbidden spell. This spell may yield unforeseen consequences, Sakura cautioned. But perhaps it could aid us in a critical moment, Naruto replied. They departed the cave with the magic book in tow, continuing their adventure. Unbeknownst to them, a more formidable dark force was stealthily encroaching. Chapter 29. The enigmatic magical forest. After exiting the cavern, Naruto and his companions ventured deeper into the unknown realm. This time, they entered an expansive and mysterious magical forest. Upon stepping into the woodland, they were immediately enveloped by an extraordinary atmosphere. The trees stood tall and dense, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light on the forest floor. "Everyone, be cautious. This forest feels extraordinary," Naruto remarked with vigilance. "Indeed, it is unnervingly quiet," Sakura concurred. Xiaoming walked in the center, tightly gripping his staff. "We must exercise utmost caution." They progressed along a path that appeared to be a narrow trail, with subtle sounds emanating from the surrounding underbrush. Suddenly, a massive spider descended from the trees, its claws poised to strike. Naruto reacted swiftly, swinging his weapon and unleashing a cutting gust of wind that repelled the creature. Sakura immediately cast a spell, sending a flame towards the spider, which became engulfed in fire, emitting a painful shriek before fleeing. "This is merely the beginning. We cannot afford to lower our guard," Naruto warned. They ventured deeper into the forest, discovering that the trees seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, subtly shifting positions to alter their path. "What on earth is happening?" Xiaoming expressed his confusion. "It could be the magic at play within this forest," Sakura speculated. At that moment, they heard an ethereal melody of a flute, its sound hauntingly mysterious, as though beckoning them towards an unknown destination. "This flute sound is peculiar. Should we follow it?" Xiaoming inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, "Perhaps it is a clue to finding our way out. Let us cautiously pursue it." They followed the direction of the melody until they reached the edge of a crystalline lake. Sitting by the water was an elderly man clad in a flowing green robe, holding a flute. Upon seeing them, the old man smiled gently. "Welcome, brave adventurers, to the depths of the enchanted forest." Naruto approached. "Wise elder, could you guide us on how to leave this forest?" The elder shook his head. "Leaving is not so simple. You must endure the forest's trials." "What trials?" Sakura asked. The elder pointed to the center of the lake, where a magical lotus flower blossomed. "You must retrieve it to pass the trial. However, the lake is guarded by formidable magic, and danger lurks within." Undeterred, Naruto and his companions resolved to accept the challenge. Without hesitation, Naruto leaped into the lake and swam towards the center. Just as he had covered some distance, a tremendous wave surged from the waters, threatening to engulf him. Sakura and Xiaoming anxiously watched from the shore. Naruto struggled to maintain his balance, pushing onward. As he neared the lotus, a colossal water serpent erupted from the depths. Launching an attack, Naruto nimbly dodged the serpent's strikes while searching for an opportunity to counter. Sakura cast supportive spells from the shore, while Xiaoming focused intently on the serpent's movements, providing guidance to Naruto. After an intense struggle, Naruto ultimately triumphed over the serpent and plucked the lotus flower. They returned to the shore, presenting the flower to the elder. The elder nodded with satisfaction. "You have passed the trial. Follow this path, and you shall exit the forest." Heeding the elder's instructions, they proceeded along the designated path and soon found themselves emerging from the magical forest. However, before them loomed a towering peak that pierced the clouds. "It appears we are faced with yet another challenge," Naruto remarked as he gazed at the towering peak. They commenced their ascent, the path steep and fraught with thorns and jagged stones. Xiaoming inadvertently stepped on a loose rock, nearly tumbling down the mountainside. But Naruto managed to grasp him just in time. "Thank you, Naruto," Xiaoming said, his heart still racing with fear. During their climb, they encountered inclement weather. Fierce winds howled and torrential rain poured down. Sakura diligently conjured a magical shield to protect them from the elements. After arduous effort, they finally reached the summit, only to find not the breathtaking scenery they had envisioned, but rather a vast labyrinth. "This maze appears exceedingly intricate," Naruto observed. "Yet we have no option for retreat. We must press on," Sakura declared resolutely. As they ventured into the labyrinth, the pathways twisted and turned, with strange symbols and patterns etched into the walls. Naruto scrutinized these markings, attempting to discern a pattern, while Xiaoming relied on his intuition to guide their route. Sakura remained vigilant behind them, ready to ward off any sudden attacks. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, they still had not located an exit, feeling as though they were merely going in circles. "This is not a sustainable approach. We must devise another plan," Naruto stated. At that moment, they were startled by a low, rumbling growl as a colossal beast emerged from the depths of the maze, towering and immensely powerful. Each of its steps sent tremors through the ground. They had no choice but to engage the creature in combat. Naruto unleashed potent wind magic, striving to hinder the beast's movements. Sakura targeted its vulnerabilities with fire magic, while Xiaoming illuminated the surroundings with light magic, seeking any weaknesses. After an intense battle, the beast finally collapsed. They resumed their search for an exit and, at last, discovered a concealed door nestled in a corner. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a vast expanse of grassland. "We've finally made it out," Xiaoming exclaimed with excitement. As they traversed the prairie, they soon beheld an ancient castle. The grand door stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. "This castle appears enigmatic. One wonders what lies within," Sakura mused. Naruto stepped forward and pushed against the massive door with determination. "Regardless, let us enter and see." The door creaked open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Cautiously, they stepped inside, and suddenly, torches ignited around them, illuminating the grand hall. At the center sat a mysterious figure. "You have finally arrived," the enigmatic individual proclaimed. "Who are you?" Naruto inquired. "How did you know we would come?" The stranger smiled. "I am the guardian of this realm. Your arrival was foretold. Deep within this castle lies a powerful artifact, but to claim it, you must pass my trials." Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. The trials consisted of unraveling a series of complex magical puzzles, each requiring them to fully employ their intellect and knowledge of magic. Throughout the problem-solving process, they faced numerous obstacles, yet they remained undeterred. After much effort, they finally unraveled all the enigmas. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "You have passed the trial. Now go and claim your rightful treasure." They ventured deep into the castle and discovered the artifact, which emanated a formidable magical aura that left them in awe. Just as they were about to exit the castle, the enigmatic figure warned, "This artifact will bestow upon you immense power, but it will also attract greater dangers. Be prepared." With the artifact in hand, Naruto and his companions embarked on the next leg of their adventure, entering a mysterious village. Upon their arrival, the villagers gazed at them with expressions of fear. "It seems the inhabitants are quite afraid of us," Xiaoming remarked. Naruto resolved to inquire with an elder. "Why does everyone appear so frightened of our presence?" The elder sighed. "This village has been cursed by an evil sorcerer, and for a long time, outsiders have dared not enter." Determined to aid the village, Naruto and his friends set out to break the curse. They searched for the source of the curse and discovered a dark magical circle. Sakura meticulously examined the circle, seeking a means of dispelling it, while Xiaoming set up defensive spells to guard against any malevolent forces. Naruto focused his energy, preparing to unleash powerful magic to obliterate the circle. Through their collective efforts, the magical circle was finally destroyed, lifting the curse from the village. The grateful villagers showered them with food and water as tokens of their appreciation. Departing the village, they soon found themselves in a dark forest, where a putrid stench permeated the air, inducing a sense of unease. "This place feels ominous," Sakura commented. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows darted past them, accompanied by eerie laughter. Naruto illuminated the surroundings with a torch, revealing a horde of specters. "These apparitions do not seem easy to confront," Xiaoming observed. "Fear not, for we shall find a way to overcome them," Naruto reassured. They discovered that the spirits were averse to light and flames, prompting Sakura and Xiaoming to conjure brilliant luminescence and fire, while Naruto seized the opportunity to strike at the specters with his weapons. After an intense battle, the spirits were vanquished. As they pressed onward, they stumbled upon an abandoned temple in the depths of the forest. The temple's walls were adorned with ancient inscriptions and symbols. Naruto scrutinized these markings, which seemed to narrate an age-old legend. "This tale appears to be intertwined with our adventure," he mused. At that moment, a deep bell tolled from within the temple. "What is that sound?" Sakura inquired. Following the sound, they discovered a colossal pendulum, beneath which lay a concealed passage. They entered the passage, enveloped by an air of mystery. At the end of the corridor was a vast chamber, housing a gigantic magical circle. "This circle looks perilous," Xiaoming remarked. "Yet perhaps it holds new clues for us," Naruto suggested. They cautiously approached the magical circle, when suddenly, it emitted a blinding light that enveloped them entirely. As the light faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. It was a vast cavern, illuminated by an otherworldly shimmer. Where are we? Sakura inquired. Naruto surveyed their surroundings, uncertain, yet resolute. We must devise a way to find our exit. They ventured deeper into the cave, discovering an abundance of precious gems and treasures scattered throughout. These treasures must hold great value, Xiaoming remarked. However, our foremost priority is to locate the way out, Naruto asserted. Just as they sought a passage, a colossal beast suddenly emerged from the shadows, roaring as it charged towards them. The trio unleashed their formidable magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the creature. After an arduous struggle, they triumphed over the beast. In the depths of the cavern, they uncovered an exit. Stepping outside, they were greeted by a breathtaking valley, adorned with a myriad of blossoms and fluttering butterflies. It is truly beautiful, Sakura exclaimed. They rested briefly in the valley before resuming their journey. Soon, they arrived at an ancient castle, its grand entrance barred, surrounded by numerous guards. How shall we gain entry? Xiaoming queried. Let us first assess the situation, Naruto suggested. They noted a crumbling section of the castle wall, perhaps a means of ingress. Stealthily, they approached the wall and scaled it to enter the castle. Inside, the atmosphere was foreboding, with cobwebs and dust enveloping every corner. Cautiously, they explored the castle until a sudden sound of footsteps reached their ears. Someone is approaching. We must hide, Naruto warned. They concealed themselves in a shadowy alcove and observed a group of individuals clad in dark robes pass by. They appear to be quite mysterious. Sakura noted. Let us follow them and discern their intentions, Naruto proposed. Quietly, they trailed the robed figures to a subterranean chamber. Within the basement lay an array of peculiar instruments and experimental artifacts. What is this place? Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, the cloaked figures detected their presence. Igniting a fierce skirmish, the trio summoned their potent magic, battling valiantly against their assailants. After a grueling confrontation, they emerged victorious. In the depths of the basement, they discovered an ancient tome, inscribed with powerful spells. Perhaps this magic can aid us, Naruto mused. With the book in hand, they departed the castle and continued their adventurous journey. Unbeknownst to them, an even greater peril awaited. Upon leaving the castle, they entered a desolate desert. The blazing sun hung overhead, and the scorching sands beneath their feet felt as if they might ignite them with every step. This desert is utterly unbearable, Xiaoming sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yet we must persevere. Perhaps clues await us on the other side, Naruto encouraged. They trudged onward, thirst and fatigue gnawing at their resolve. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept up a cloud of dust, forming a colossal sandstorm that surged towards them. This is bad. Find a place to take cover, Sakura exclaimed. They searched for shelter and ultimately discovered a massive rock, hiding behind it. The sandstorm raged on for an extended period, and when tranquility finally returned, they found themselves disoriented. This is troublesome. Which way should we go? Xiaoming expressed his anxiety. Naruto calmly surveyed their surroundings and spotted a peculiar sand dune in the distance. Perhaps that is a landmark. Let us head in its direction. They continued their arduous trek through the desert, and as night descended, the temperature plummeted, ushering in a new challenge of cold. Everyone huddled together to preserve body heat, Naruto instructed. At last, at dawn, they beheld the edge of the desert. We are finally about to emerge, Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Upon exiting the desert, they arrived at a tranquil village. The villagers led simple, peaceful lives and greeted Naruto and his companions with friendly smiles. This place appears quite serene, Xiaoming remarked. However, deep within the village, they stumbled upon some strange signs. Mysterious symbols were etched onto the walls of several houses, and the animals in the village exhibited signs of agitation. Sensing something amiss, Naruto approached a villager for answers. An elderly man informed them that peculiar occurrences had plagued the village recently, with some individuals mysteriously vanishing at night. We shall assist you in uncovering the cause, Naruto declared. They commenced an investigation in the village, discovering that the odd happenings were linked to an ancient temple situated nearby. The temple appeared to have been abandoned for ages, yet it emanated an eerie aura. As they entered, the atmosphere grew ominous, filled with a foul stench. Suddenly, a horde of shadowy figures surged forth from the darkness, launching an attack. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions sprang into action, engaging in combat with these phantoms. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately repelled the shadowy assailants. Deep within the temple, they uncovered a massive magical circle pulsating with an unsettling light. This must be the source of the village's troubles, Sakura surmised. They began to decipher the means to dismantle the magical circle. Just then, the circle unleashed a powerful force, ensnaring them within. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto shouted. They strained against the force, seeking a way to break free. After considerable effort, they finally identified the circle's vulnerability and successfully dismantled it. The village returned to its former tranquility, and the villagers expressed their profound gratitude. Naruto and his companions pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious lake. The water was crystal clear, yet exuded an enigmatic aura. "This lake seems extraordinary," Naruto observed. As they approached the water's edge, massive waves suddenly surged, and a gigantic water creature emerged from the depths. The beast opened its gaping maw and charged at them. Undeterred, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle with the aquatic monster. The power of the water monster is formidable. Each attack it unleashes carries an immense force. However, through their harmonious cooperation and unwavering resolve, Naruto and his companions gradually gain the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeed in vanquishing the water monster, restoring tranquility to the lake. They continue their adventurous journey and soon find themselves entering a foreboding swamp. A thick mist envelopes the marsh, obscuring the path ahead. The ground beneath their feet is treacherous and soft, and a moment's inattention could lead to entrapment. "Be cautious of your footing and avoid haste," Naruto cautions. "This place feels ominous and sends shivers down my spine," Xiaoming remarks nervously. Sakura grips her magic wand tightly, ready to confront any potential danger. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar reverberates from the depths of the swamp. Trouble approaches, Naruto warns, on high alert. From the depths of the mist emerges a colossal swamp beast, its massive form caked in mud and water plants. The creature swings its stout claws, lunging toward them. Naruto sidesteps, deftly casting wind magic in an attempt to topple the beast. Sakura strikes at the creature's eyes with fire magic, momentarily blinding it. Xiaoming illuminates the surroundings with light magic, enhancing their visibility. The beast, now enraged, intensifies its assault. The trio deftly evades its attacks while searching for its vulnerabilities. After careful observation, they discern that the creature's abdomen is particularly weak. "Focus your attacks on its belly," Naruto shouts. United in purpose, they channel their magical energies together, launching a powerful strike at the monster's abdomen. The beast howls in agony, collapsing into the swamp. Finally, it's done, Xiaoming breathes a sigh of relief. They proceed cautiously through the marsh, skillfully avoiding numerous traps. After several days of arduous trekking, they finally emerge from the swamp, unveiling a dense forest shrouded in an aura of mystery. This forest appears to be no ordinary place. "We must remain vigilant," Naruto observes. As they venture into the woods, a cacophony of strange sounds surrounds them, as if countless eyes are watching from the shadows. Suddenly, a flock of birds swoops overhead, shedding dark feathers in their wake. What could this signify? Sakura ponders, perplexed. Continuing their journey, they encounter enormous mushrooms pulsating with an eerie glow. "These mushrooms seem perilous," Xiaoming warns. At that moment, the mushrooms release a noxious mist, surging toward them. Naruto and his friends quickly conjure magical shields to fend off the toxic vapor. Within the forest, they also confront animated trees, seemingly alive, intent on obstructing their passage. After a fierce battle and arduous exploration, they finally emerge from the enigmatic woods. However, awaiting them is a daunting peak. The mountain looms high into the clouds, its sheer cliffs instilling a sense of dread. This mountain is exceedingly challenging to ascend. "Can we truly make it?" Xiaoming expresses his concern. "As long as we stand united, there is no challenge we cannot overcome," Naruto encouraged his companions. They began their ascent of the mountain, encountering numerous rockfalls and landslides along the way, yet with unwavering determination and exquisite magic, they persevered. At last, they reached the summit, where an ancient temple stood with its grand doors firmly shut. "Surely, some secrets lay hidden within," Naruto remarked. They pushed open the doors and stepped inside the temple, which was suffused with an ancient and mysterious aura, its walls adorned with enigmatic runes and patterns. As they explored the temple, a deep bell tolled suddenly. "Where's that sound coming from?" Sakura inquired. Following the sound, they discovered a massive pendulum. Beneath it lay a concealed passage, flickering with faint light. They ventured into the passage, uncertain of what awaited them ahead. The air was damp, and occasional droplets fell from the walls. creating an eerie atmosphere that left them wondering where it would lead. This place feels ominous. Xiaoming's voice trembled slightly. Fear not, Naruto reassured them. We shall walk together and uncover the truth. Cautiously, they advanced, the ground becoming increasingly soggy beneath their feet, while strange creatures occasionally scurried past. Sakura stayed close behind Naruto, her wand emitting a gentle glow to illuminate their path. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the passage ahead, sending chills down their spines. What was that sound? Xiaoming gasped. Stepping back a few paces, Naruto halted, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Be cautious, danger may be near. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of bat-like creatures burst forth from the darkness, lunging towards them. Naruto swiftly cast a wind spell, conjuring a powerful whirlwind that temporarily kept the creatures at bay. Seizing the moment, Sakura unleashed a fire spell, directing flames towards the monsters. Meanwhile, Xiaoming illuminated the area with light magic, rendering the creatures vulnerable. With their combined efforts, the monsters fell, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. They pressed onward, the passage widening before them. Soon, they beheld a door emanating an eerie glow. Naruto approached cautiously and gently pushed it open. Inside lay a vast chamber, at the center of which stood a colossal crystal ball, shimmering with strange light. What is this? Xiaoming asked, intrigued. Sakura stepped closer, scrutinizing the crystal ball. It seems to harbor immense power. Just as they neared the crystal, it suddenly emitted a blinding flash, enveloping them in its brilliance. When the light faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by a desolate desert, with the silhouette of an ancient castle faintly visible in the distance. Where are we? Xiaoming asked, bewildered. Naruto furrowed his brow. I cannot say, but we must continue our exploration. They set off towards the castle, buffeted by howling winds and swirling sands. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the castle's entrance, only to find the grand door firmly shut, adorned with peculiar symbols. Naruto attempted to push the door open, but it remained utterly immovable. Sakura meticulously examined the enigmatic symbols, pondering if they might represent a form of magical seal. After considerable effort, she successfully deciphered the seal, and the door creaked open. A musty aura enveloped the interior of the castle, where ancient portraits hung upon the walls. Cautiously, they ventured inside, when suddenly, a deep, rumbling growl echoed through the chambers. Be careful, Naruto warned, alert and tense. Out of the shadows surged a colossal beast, claws bared and fangs glistening, lunging towards them. Unfazed, Naruto and his companions unleashed their respective magics, engaging the monster in a fierce confrontation. Their spells flickered and intertwined within the castle. Naruto's wind blades slicing through the beast's form, Sakura's flames scorching its fur, while Xiaoming's light magic illuminated the creature's every movement, allowing them to strike with precision. Although the beast was formidable, it began to show signs of fatigue under their synchronized assault. Seizing the moment, Naruto leapt high, plunging his weapon towards the creature's eye. The beast howled in agony, thrashing wildly in an attempt to shake him off. Sakura capitalized on this opportunity, amplifying her fire magic, engulfing the monster in a raging inferno. Meanwhile, Xiaoming concentrated his energy, channeling a powerful beam of light magic directly at the beast's heart. In a blinding flash, the creature collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of dark smoke. Phew, that was intense, Xiaoming gasped, catching his breath. But we must remain vigilant. This castle harbors many unknown dangers, Naruto cautioned. They continued their exploration and stumbled upon an ancient diary within one of the rooms. The pages were yellowed, the text blurred, yet they strained to decipher its contents. It seems to document some secrets of the castle, Sakura remarked. Just as they delved deeper into the diary, the door to the room slammed shut, and the walls began to shift ominously, closing in around them. This is bad, it's a trap, Naruto shouted. They hurriedly cast their spells, attempting to halt the wall's advance. But their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming force. We must find the mechanism, Xiaoming declared. The trio scattered, scouring the room for any potential levers. In a corner, Naruto discovered a protruding stone and pressed it firmly, causing the walls to cease their movement. That was close. Sakura exhaled in relief. Resuming their examination of the diary, they uncovered that a mysterious treasure lay concealed deep within the castle, accessible only through a series of trials. Regardless, we must attempt to reach it, Naruto asserted resolutely. Following the path indicated in the diary, they They encountered various magical contraptions and traps along the way. Poisoned arrows shooting from the walls, sudden collapses of the floor, and mists that induced hallucinations. Yet, through courage and ingenuity, they navigated each peril with remarkable dexterity. At last, they arrived at the chamber where the treasure awaited. The room was filled to the brim with gold, silver, jewels, and precious magical artifacts. The allure of these treasures was irresistible, prompting Xiaoming to exclaim. Just as they prepared to seize the riches, a colossal figure appeared at the doorway. "Release those items, or you shall all perish." The figure thundered. Naruto and his companions looked up to behold a sorcerer cloaked in black, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "This treasure is the fruit of our arduous journey. You shall not take it," Naruto declared. An intense magical confrontation was imminent. Chapter 30. The guardian of the mysterious treasure. Naruto stood against the sorcerer draped in black, the atmosphere crackling with tension. "You audacious fools dare to covet this treasure," the sorcerer bellowed, his wand shimmering with an eerie glow. Undeterred, Naruto retorted, "This treasure does not belong solely to you. We have braved countless dangers to arrive here." Sakura and Xiaoming rallied beside Naruto, poised for battle. The sorcerer sneered, brandishing his wand, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward them. Swiftly, Naruto conjured wind magic, forming a shield that absorbed the blow. "Be cautious, his magic is formidable," Sakura warned. Xiaoming raised his wand, chanting incantations as a radiant force surged toward the sorcerer. The sorcerer sidestepped, launching another assault. The clash intensified, the room ablaze with the brilliance of spells and the collision of energies. Though Naruto and his allies exhibited remarkable synergy, the sorcerer's power exceeded their wildest expectations. "This cannot continue. We must discover his weakness," Naruto shouted. Sakura scrutinized the sorcerer's movements, noting, "I observe that he pauses briefly after casting powerful spells." Xiaoming nodded. "Then we shall strike during that moment of vulnerability." Following their plan, as the sorcerer unleashed another formidable spell, Naruto and his friends launched a furious counterattack. Sakura's fire magic scorched the sorcerer's feet, Xiaoming's light magic struck at his eyes, and Naruto seized the opportunity to assault his arm. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, the sorcerer staggered backward. "Now is our chance. Do not give him a moment's respite," Naruto urged. They continued their relentless assault, gradually gaining the upper hand against the sorcerer. However, just as victory seemed within reach, the sorcerer erupted into a maniacal laugh. "You truly believe this will defeat me? You are woefully naive." With that, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from him, sending Naruto and his companions sprawling. What overwhelming power! Xiaoming struggled to rise from the ground. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, resolutely stating, "No matter what, we cannot surrender." Once more, they gathered their magical energies, preparing for a final stand. Yet the sorcerer showed no mercy. He began to recite a complex incantation. The magical elements in the room grew chaotic, an immense pressure immobilizing Naruto and his friends. "This is bad. He is casting a forbidden spell," Sakura exclaimed. In that critical moment, a strange light suddenly radiated from Naruto. The radiant light seemed to restrain the dark powers of the sorcerer, alleviating their burdens significantly. "Naruto, what is happening?" Xiaoming inquired in astonishment. Naruto himself was uncertain, yet he sensed that this force was aiding them. Seizing the opportunity, they charged once more towards the sorcerer. The light emanating from Naruto disrupted the sorcerer's magic, revealing a flaw in his defenses. They capitalized on this moment and struck with all their might. At last, the sorcerer could no longer withstand their assault and collapsed to the ground. "We have finally defeated him," Sakura said wearily. As they approached the treasure, they discovered a mysterious box that appeared quite extraordinary. "This box seems remarkable," Xiaoming remarked. The moment Naruto touched it, a rune suddenly materialized on its surface, and the box opened automatically, revealing a crystal orb radiating immense magical power. Could this be the essence of the treasure? Naruto pondered. At that instant, the crystal orb unleashed a powerful force, enveloping them in an unknown realm. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves within an ancient ruin. "Where are we now?" Sakura questioned, surveying their surroundings. The ruins were infused with an enigmatic aura, and the walls were inscribed with ancient runes and patterns. Cautiously, Naruto advanced, only to be interrupted by a low, ominous hum. "Be careful, something is approaching," Xiaoming warned. From the depths of the ruins, a swarm of enormous mechanical insects emerged. launching an attack against them. Naruto and his companions quickly summoned magic to defend themselves. The hard shells of these mechanical creatures rendered ordinary spells ineffective. We must discover their weakness, Naruto declared. After a thorough observation, Sakura noticed a glowing core on the abdomen of the mechanical insects. Perhaps that was their Achilles heel. Naruto concentrated his magical energy and unleashed a powerful wind blade, striking true at one insect's core. The creature instantly lost its propulsion and plummeted to the ground. Xiaoming and Sakura followed suit, targeting the cores of the mechanical insects. Through their combined efforts, they systematically vanquished the mechanical foes. As they delved deeper into the ruins, they encountered various traps and mechanisms, statues that belched flames, mists that induced slumber, and walls that shifted incessantly. Yet, bolstered by their prior experiences and their courage, they successfully navigated through each trial. In the depths of the ruins, they stumbled upon a massive, closed door, engraved with a complex riddle. This puzzle appears quite challenging, Xiaoming remarked, furrowing his brow. Naruto scrutinized the riddle, contemplating its solution, while Sakura recalled knowledge from her past studies in search of clues. After considerable reflection, Naruto finally discerned the answer to the riddle. The door gradually opened, revealing a vast laboratory filled with peculiar instruments and specimens. At its center stood a colossal crystal column adorned with numerous gemstones. This seems significant, Naruto observed. As they approached the crystal column, a guardian spirit suddenly materialized. Intruders, perish, the guardian intoned in a deep voice, launching an assault upon them. The guardian spirit's assault was formidable and swift, leaving Naruto and his companions with no choice but to evade continuously. This approach was unsustainable. We must counterattack, Sakura declared. They began to search for the guardian spirit's vulnerabilities, discovering that it paused briefly after each strike. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto and his team launched their counteroffensive. After a fierce battle, the guardian spirit was finally vanquished. They examined the crystal pillar and found that the gemstones embedded within it harbored immense magical energy. Perhaps these gems could enhance our strength, Xiaoming suggested. Just as they prepared to remove the gems, the laboratory suddenly began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. We must flee, Naruto shouted. They escaped the laboratory with the gemstones in hand, the ruins crumbling behind them. Once outside, they realized they had arrived in an unfamiliar town. The townspeople stared at them in astonishment. Where do you come from? An elderly man inquired. Naruto recounted their experiences, and the elder shared that this town was often troubled by a band of robbers, hoping they could lend assistance. Without hesitation, Naruto and his friends agreed. They set an ambush outside the town, waiting for the robbers' arrival. Before long, the thieves appeared. Naruto and his companions launched a surprise attack, catching the robbers off guard. However, the bandits quickly recovered and engaged in a fierce battle against Naruto and his team. During the fray, Naruto noticed that the robbers' leader wielded a weapon imbued with unique magical properties, capable of countering their spells. Be cautious of his weapon, Naruto warned. Sakura and Xiaoming coordinated with Naruto to divert the leader's attention. Seizing the moment, Naruto struck at the leader's vulnerability, defeating him. Witnessing their leader's downfall, the remaining robbers fled in disarray. The townspeople expressed their profound gratitude to Naruto and his friends, offering them abundant food and supplies. After resting for a few days, they resumed their adventurous journey. They ventured into a mysterious swamp, shrouded in toxic fog, with treacherous, slippery ground that threatened to ensnare them in quicksand. Watch your step, Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a massive crocodile lunged from the swamp, charging at them. Reacting swiftly, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast. After a grueling battle, they finally triumphed over the crocodile. Continuing onward, they encountered a raging river. This water flows so swiftly. How shall we cross? Xiaoming expressed his concern. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and spotted a fallen tree. We can use this tree as a bridge to cross the river, he proposed. Together, they exerted their strength to maneuver the tree into the water, successfully crossing the river. Before long, they arrived at a foreboding ancient castle. The castle's doors were tightly shut, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. This castle appears perilous, yet we must venture inside to investigate, Naruto asserted. They pushed open the heavy doors and entered the castle. Inside, darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the flickering of faint candlelight. Suddenly, a chilling breeze extinguished all the candles. This is not good, Sakura exclaimed. In the darkness, eerie laughter echoed ominously. Who's there? Come out, Naruto demanded. At that moment, a host of phantoms emerged before them. These specters were formidable adversaries, as Xiaoming remarked. Naruto and his companions unleashed powerful magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the apparitions. During the fray, Naruto discerned that the ghosts were averse to light magic. Xiaoming, dispel them with your light magic, Naruto urged. Concentrating his energy, Xiaoming cast a potent light spell, causing the specters to dissipate into thin air. Continuing their exploration of the ancient castle, they stumbled upon a mysterious tome of magic. The book appeared ancient, perhaps harboring vital clues, as Sakura noted. Upon opening the spellbook, a sudden surge of formidable energy enveloped them, transporting them into an enigmatic realm. In this space, both time and reality warped inexplicably. What is happening? Xiaoming exclaimed in panic. Naruto, maintaining his composure, observed their surroundings, stating, "We must find a way out." They scoured the area for clues, uncovering peculiar runes and patterns. After extensive study, Naruto finally deduced the means to unravel this spatial conundrum. They successfully extricated themselves from the mysterious dimension, carrying the spellbook onward. Next, they ventured into a snow-covered mountain range, where the biting cold and treacherous paths posed challenges. "Everyone, be cautious and avoid slipping," Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a blizzard descended, obscuring their vision. They had no choice but to rely on one another as they trudged forward. Amidst the storm, they discovered a cave. "Let us seek refuge inside," Naruto proposed. Upon entering the cavern, they encountered strange creatures resembling snow monsters, colossal in size and immense in strength. "Be wary, they may attack us," Sakura warned. Indeed, the snow beasts launched an assault. Naruto and his allies engaged in a fierce struggle against the monstrous foes. After a grueling battle, they finally vanquished the creatures. Deep within the cave, they uncovered a mysterious ice crystal. This crystal appears enigmatic. "It may possess extraordinary powers," Xiaoming remarked. As they made contact with the crystal, it erupted with an intense chill, immobilizing them. "This is bad. We must break free quickly," Naruto shouted. They summoned all their magical might and ultimately freed themselves from the icy grip. With the crystal in tow, they exited the cave and pressed on through the snowy terrain. Before long, they emerged from the mountains into a breathtaking garden, vibrant with blossoms and fragrant aromas. "How beautiful this is!" Sakura exclaimed. However, they soon realized that the garden concealed perilous traps. There were flowers that emitted toxic thorns, scents capable of ensnaring them in illusions, and sharp spikes lurking beneath the ground. Cautiously, Naruto and his companions navigated these hazards until they reached the garden's center, where a grand fountain stood. The water in the fountain was crystal clear, yet it seemed to harbor a mysterious force. "This fountain is extraordinary," Naruto remarked. As they approached, a sprite suddenly appeared from the water. "Intruders, what brings you here?" the fairy inquired. Naruto recounted their adventurous exploits to the sprite, humbly seeking its assistance. After a moment of contemplation, the sprite resolved to aid them. It bestowed upon them a magical seed, proclaiming that by planting it, they would acquire immense power. Following the sprite's guidance, Naruto and his companions planted the seed. In a swift flourish, the seed sprouted into a colossal tree, laden with fruit, each imbued with formidable magical energy. Upon consuming the fruit, they felt a significant surge in their strength. Empowered by this newfound vigor, they pressed onward. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious island shrouded in dense fog, obscuring the path ahead. "Be cautious, danger may lurk here," Naruto warned. Suddenly, a gigantic octopus emerged from the sea, extending its tentacles to assault them. With unwavering resolve, Naruto and his friends unleashed their potent magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the creature. After a grueling struggle, they triumphed over the octopus. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. Its grand entrance was sealed tight, adorned with a cryptic inscription. "This inscription appears to be quite challenging to decipher," Xiaoming remarked. Naruto scrutinized the symbols closely, discerning a pattern. They successfully unraveled the inscription and gained entry into the temple. Inside, they discovered a mysterious statue, its eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "It seems as though the statue is watching us," Sakura noted. At that moment, the statue sprang to life, launching an attack against them. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions engaged in a breathtaking confrontation with the statue. After an intense struggle, they emerged victorious. Within the temple's depths, they uncovered a mystical scroll. This scroll may be the key we have been seeking, Naruto declared. As they unfurled the scroll, the text transformed into a radiant light. Merging with their beings, they felt a powerful force coursing through them. With the scroll in hand, they departed the temple, continuing their adventurous journey. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, observing their every move. The owner of these eyes was the leader of a mysterious dark force, coveting the treasures and powers that Naruto and his friends had acquired. This leader summoned his minions, preparing to strike at the most unexpected moment to seize everything from them. Naruto and his companions continued their journey, arriving at a bustling town. The townsfolk appeared amiable, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in Naruto's heart. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," he voiced. Sakura and Xiaoming echoed his sentiments. Just then, a group of cloaked figures emerged in the town square. Encircling them, "Surrender your treasures, or you shall not leave here alive," the leader of the dark figures bellowed. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions promptly summoned their magic, readying themselves for combat. A fierce melee ensued. Although Naruto and his companions possessed formidable strength, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament against the numerous and well-coordinated figures clad in black. At a critical moment, Naruto suddenly recalled the powers bestowed upon him by the scroll he had acquired in the temple. "Let us test this new power," he exclaimed. They concentrated their minds and summoned the strength granted by the scroll. A radiant light erupted from their beings, driving back the black-clad adversaries. Realizing the dire situation, the figures began to retreat. "We cannot allow them to escape," Xiaoming urged. Naruto and his companions pursued them, eventually tracking them to a secluded valley. Within the valley, they finally discovered the hideout of the black-clad figures. "Prepare yourselves for the final battle," Naruto declared. They charged into the lair, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. After a breathtaking clash, they ultimately triumphed over all the black-clad figures, including the enigmatic leader. "It is finally over," Sakura said wearily. Yet, they understood that their adventure was far from concluded. More mysteries awaited their exploration. Upon leaving the valley, they ventured into a mysterious forest. The trees towered, ancient and majestic, their intertwining branches forming a dense canopy of green. "This place feels enigmatic. I wonder what awaits us," Xiaoming remarked. Naruto scanned their surroundings cautiously. "Everyone, stay alert and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." They tread carefully through the forest, the leaves beneath their feet whispering softly. Suddenly, an unusual bird call echoed, melodic yet tinged with an eerie quality. Sakura halted, sensing something amiss. Before she could voice her concern, a vibrant flock of birds soared overhead, their feathers shimmering with magical luminescence. Naruto swiftly raised his weapon. "Be cautious. It may be a magical trap." As anticipated, the flock unleashed beams of magical energy towards them. They quickly dodged and retaliated with their own magic. After an intense confrontation, they succeeded in repelling the birds. "This forest is fraught with peril," Xiaoming panted. Continuing their journey, they soon arrived at the banks of a crystal-clear stream, the water flowing gently and sparkling like myriad stars. "This stream is truly beautiful," Sakura marveled. However, as Naruto reached out to touch the water, he sensed a powerful suction. "Oh no, it's a magical whirlpool," he exclaimed, attempting to break free. But it was too late. The three of them were swept into the stream, hurtling swiftly along with the current. Within the whirlpool, they collided against the surrounding rocks, enduring immense pain. "Hold on," Naruto shouted. At last, the waters began to calm, and they were propelled into an unfamiliar place. It was a tranquil valley, encircled by steep peaks. "Where have we arrived?" Xiaoming wondered, gazing around in confusion. Naruto rose to his feet, dismissing his concerns for the moment. "Let us see if there is a way out." They explored the valley and discovered a cave concealed behind a rocky wall, emanating an air of mystery. "Let us venture inside," Naruto said, leading the way into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with strange glimmers flickering on the walls. As they advanced deeper into the cavern, a low, rumbling roar suddenly echoed through the air. "Be cautious," Naruto warned, his senses heightened. An enormous beast erupted from the shadows, its massive form and glowing red eyes striking terror into their hearts. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the creature. The beast's attacks were ferocious and powerful, forcing them to exert all their strength. During the fray, Sakura discerned a vulnerability on the beast's back. "Naruto, strike its back," she urged. Heeding her words, Naruto leaped into the air, driving his weapon toward the creature's exposed spot. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. Finally, it's over, Naruto exhaled in relief. They continued their journey through the cave, discovering ancient relics and mysterious runes that seemed to hold significant information. Xiaoming observed them intently. Just as they attempted to decipher the inscriptions, the cave began to tremble violently, rocks tumbling from above. This is bad. The cave is collapsing. Run! Naruto shouted. They raced towards the exit, narrowly escaping as the cavern collapsed behind them. That was truly perilous, Sakura remarked, still shaken. Upon exiting the cave, they embarked on a new journey, encountering a myriad of challenges and obstacles, yet never yielding. Soon, they arrived at an ancient town. The architecture was old and unique, yet it exuded an eerie desolation. Why is there not a soul in sight? Xiaoming pondered, perplexed. Naruto entered a house, its interior cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Suddenly, a mysterious voice whispered near them, "You should not be here." "Who speaks?" Sakura inquired anxiously, but the voice vanished, leaving her question unanswered. They continued to explore the town, eventually reaching the central square where a colossal statue stood. The visage of the statue had been eroded by time, yet it still emanated a commanding presence. "This statue appears quite ancient," Naruto remarked, stroking his chin. At that moment, the statue flickered with an eerie light, and a spectral figure materialized within the glow. "Intruders, you shall pay for your ignorance," the figure bellowed. Instantly, Naruto and his friends assumed a battle stance. "Whoever you are, we shall not retreat." The apparition waved its hands, unleashing waves of dark energy toward them. They swiftly scattered to evade the assault while countering with their own spells. After an intense exchange, they realized the figure's power seemed boundless. "This cannot continue. We must find its weakness," Sakura exclaimed. Xiaoming carefully observed the figure's movements and noticed that every time it unleashed a large-scale attack, a brief flicker of light appeared beneath its feet. That might be its vulnerability, Xiaoming declared excitedly. Upon hearing this, Naruto charged toward the figure without hesitation, while Sakura and Xiaoming remained behind to provide magical support. Naruto successfully approached the shadow and launched a vigorous strike towards the light beneath it. The figure emitted a piercing scream, the brilliance dissipated, and it vanished into thin air. "Phew, it's finally over," Naruto gasped. However, before they could relax, the entire town began to tremble violently. "Oh no, this place is going to collapse," Sakura exclaimed. They hurriedly sprinted towards the outskirts of the town. During their escape, Naruto stumbled upon an ancient tome buried in the rubble. "Let's take this, it might prove useful," he suggested. They finally escaped the town and arrived at an expansive plain. "Where should we head next?" Xiaoming inquired, surveying their surroundings. Naruto produced the newly acquired book and discovered a map illustrated within. "Look, this might guide our way forward," he remarked. Following the map's directions, they continued onward until they reached the foot of a towering peak. "Climbing over this mountain won't be easy," Sakura noted. Naruto gazed up at the summit, declaring, "But it's a necessary path we must take." They began their ascent, navigating the treacherous terrain, occasionally dodging falling rocks. During their climb, they encountered a ferocious eagle beast, which swooped down upon them with its massive wings. A thrilling battle ensued, and they ultimately managed to drive the creature away. After much arduous effort, they finally reached the mountain's summit. However, the sight before them left them in astonishment. Atop the peak stood a magnificent castle, shrouded in a mysterious glow. "This castle seems to be filled with the unknown," Xiaoming remarked. Taking a deep breath, Naruto resolved, "Regardless, we must venture inside." As they approached the castle, the grand doors swung open, revealing an atmosphere steeped in enigma. The castle's hall was adorned with an array of peculiar magical artifacts and cryptic symbols. Just as they began to examine their surroundings, a voice echoed within the hall. "Welcome, brave adventurers. However, to leave this place, you must pass my trial." Naruto and his companions glanced around but could not discern the speaker's identity. "What trial?" Naruto inquired. "You will be transported to different realms, and only by relying on your wisdom and strength to find the exit can you reunite," the voice responded. No sooner had the words been spoken than a radiant light enveloped Naruto and his friends, causing them to vanish from sight. Naruto found himself in a realm ablaze with flames, the inferno roaring around him like a ravenous beast, threatening to consume him. The intense heat made it difficult to breathe, and beads of sweat evaporated instantly. "I must find the exit quickly," Naruto pondered deeply, enduring the sweltering heat as he meticulously observed his surroundings. He discerned a peculiar pattern in the flickering flames and cautiously began to move in rhythm with their dance. Suddenly, he spotted a stone wall ahead, etched with enigmatic symbols. Approaching the wall, Naruto endeavored to decode the meaning of these inscriptions. Recalling the ancient script he had learned during his previous adventures, he speculated that these symbols might hold the secrets to controlling fire. With unwavering focus, he recited an incantation based on his understanding, and to his astonishment, the surrounding flames began to wane. It seemed his intuition had proven correct. With newfound confidence, Naruto continued to examine the symbols on the wall, persistently adjusting his spell. As he labored, the flames gradually diminished, revealing a concealed passageway. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto stepped into the passage, his heart brimming with hope. The corridor was shrouded in smoke, and the temperature remained high, yet it was a significant improvement from the inferno outside. He treaded carefully, ever vigilant for potential dangers. Suddenly, burning stones plummeted from above, but Naruto nimbly evaded them. He quickened his pace, his mind fixed solely on one thought: to find the exit swiftly. At last, he glimpsed a faint glow ahead. That must be the way out. With exhilaration, he dashed toward the light. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself in a frigid, snow-laden expanse, the cold rendering her body nearly numb. She tightly embraced herself, shivering uncontrollably. She could not succumb to the frost. Gritting her teeth, Sakura fought to remain conscious. She noticed that the surrounding ice blocks varied in shape and texture, seemingly hinting at something significant. Utilizing her magical perception, she attempted to communicate with the ice. Gradually, she felt a subtle energy emanating from some of the blocks. Following their energy's guidance, she trudged forward, each step requiring immense effort against the deep snow. Her feet had grown numb, yet she persevered. Along the way, she discovered a treasure chest encased in ice, which might hold the key to her escape. Focusing her magical energy, Sakura melted the ice, opening the chest to reveal an ancient spellbook. The tome contained a magic capable of controlling ice and snow, and Sakura seized the moment to learn and cast the spell. The surrounding ice and snow began to obey her commands, forging a path ahead. The journey remained fraught with peril, as sharp ice spikes occasionally jutted from the ground, but Sakura skillfully evaded them with her newly acquired magic. Meanwhile, Xiaoming was ensnared in a shadowy realm, plagued by eerie whispers and phantoms. The voices murmured beside him, attempting to disrupt his mental clarity, while the illusions morphed incessantly, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoming closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He recalled the light magic he had studied, silently reciting the incantation as his staff erupted in brilliant luminescence. The radiance dispelled the phantoms lurking in the darkness, and the unsettling whispers gradually faded away. As Xiaoming opened his eyes, he discovered footprints on the ground illuminated by the glow. He speculated that the footprints might be clues left by predecessors, and thus followed their direction. As he walked, he arrived at a fork in the road, where two paths diverged. After a moment of hesitation, he chose the left path. This route was fraught with thorns and traps, yet he skillfully evaded them all with his keen observation and nimble agility. At last, he caught sight of a faint glimmer of light ahead, which perhaps signified the exit. Quickening his pace, he raced towards the illumination. At the exit, he encountered a magical barrier. Concentrating his power, he aimed his staff at it, and a beam of light shot forth, shattering the barrier in an instant. After enduring a prolonged struggle, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming each overcame the challenges of their respective realms and found their way out. They reconvened in a mysterious chamber. "Wonderful. Everyone is safe," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed. But this trial was no easy feat," Sakura reflected. Xiaoming nodded, "Yet we all succeeded." Just as they rejoiced in their reunion, the room began to tremble, and cracks appeared in the surrounding walls. "What is happening?" Naruto asked, cautiously surveying their surroundings. From the fissures surged a formidable force of darkness, instantly enveloping the chamber. "Be careful, this power is malevolent," Sakura warned. Naruto and the others quickly positioned themselves back to back, bracing for the impending danger. The dark force gradually coalesced into a colossal shadow, which let out a deep, menacing growl. "Did you truly believe that overcoming such trivial trials would grant you passage from here? You are woefully naive." Undaunted, Naruto declared, "Whoever you are, we will not be defeated by you." The shadow scoffed, extending a massive black hand towards them. Naruto unleashed wind magic in an attempt to fend off the hand, but its strength was overwhelming, easily breaching his defenses. Sakura hastily cast flame magic towards the dark hand. Though it recoiled momentarily from the searing flames, it soon advanced again. Xiaoming concentrated his power, illuminating the entire room with light magic, causing the shadow to writhe in agony under the brightness. "Now's our chance, let's attack together," Naruto shouted. They unleashed their most potent spells simultaneously, light clashing with darkness, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwaves caused the walls of the chamber to collapse, compelling them to flee swiftly. Upon escaping the room, they found themselves within a vast labyrinth, its towering walls and intricate pathways presenting a formidable challenge. "This labyrinth seems near impossible to navigate," Xiaoming furrowed his brow. "Do not worry, we will find a way together," Naruto reassured. They began to explore the maze, encountering various mechanisms and traps along their journey. There were walls that shot arrows, sudden spikes that erupted from the ground, and mists that disoriented their sense of direction. Yet, through their mutual trust and synergy, they consistently turned peril into safety. At a junction within the labyrinth, they discovered a stone tablet inscribed with cryptic text. Sakura meticulously examined the words, which seemed to hold clues for exiting the maze. After thorough deliberation, they selected a path based on the information gleaned from the tablet. As they traversed the terrain, a sudden sound of footsteps reached their ears. "Someone is following us," Naruto exclaimed, his senses heightened. They quickened their pace in an effort to evade their pursuer. However, their stalker relentlessly pursued them, ultimately cornering them at a turn. To their astonishment, they were confronted by a group of enigmatic masked figures. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" Xiaoming inquired. The masked beings offered no response and immediately launched an attack. Naruto and his companions were compelled to engage in fierce combat against the assailants. During the skirmish, Naruto discerned that the masked figures possessed exceptional skills and exhibited remarkable teamwork. "We cannot linger in this conflict. We must swiftly locate an exit," he shouted. As they fought and retreated, they sought an opportunity to escape. At long last, they stumbled upon a concealed passageway. They dashed into the corridor, eluding the masked figures' pursuit. At the end of the passage lay a vast garden, yet the flowers therein emitted an ominous aura. "These flowers seem suspicious. Be cautious," Sakura warned. Indeed, the blossoms abruptly unfurled, releasing toxic pollen. The group hastily conjured magical shields to fend off the onslaught of the noxious particles. In the center of the garden stood a statue, which cradled a key in its hand. "Perhaps that key can unlock the maze's exit," Xiaoming suggested. They cautiously approached the statue, deftly avoiding the poisonous blooms. Just as they were about to seize the key, the statue animated and launched an assault against them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and the statue, culminating in their triumph and the acquisition of the key. Armed with their prize, they continued their quest for the maze's exit. Eventually, they discovered a door and, upon using the key, emerged from the labyrinth. However, what awaited them was a desolate expanse of desert. "This desert appears boundless. How shall we traverse it?" Sakura gazed at the vast sandy sea. Naruto contemplated their situation. "Let us search for a water source and provisions. We must be prepared before setting forth." They scoured the edge of the desert and, fortuitously, found an abandoned hut containing some water and food. After replenishing their supplies, they ventured into the desert. The scorching heat and blazing sun soon left them utterly fatigued. Yet they persevered. As they pressed on, they discovered enormous footprints. What creature could have left these tracks? Xiaoming asked, intrigued. Naruto warily scanned their surroundings. "I do not know, but we must remain vigilant." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal sandworm erupted from the ground, lunging toward them. The group unleashed their magic, engaging in a desperate battle with the beast. The sandworm's tough exterior rendered their attacks largely ineffective. "We must identify its weakness," Naruto urged. After careful observation, Sakura noted that the sandworm's eyes were its vulnerable point. Naruto concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, accurately striking the creature's eye. The sandworm writhed in agony, collapsing onto the desert floor. They pressed forward, only to confront a fierce sandstorm that swept through the arid landscape. The sandstorm obscured the sky and sun, causing them to lose their way. "Everyone, hold hands and do not get separated," Naruto exclaimed. They trudged through the tempest, struggling for what felt like an eternity until the storm began to subside. However, they soon realized they had strayed from their original path. and their provisions of food and water were dwindling. We must find a way out swiftly, Sakura urged, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Xiaoming spotted a distant mountain peak. Perhaps there is what we need beyond that mountain, he suggested. They made their way toward the peak and discovered a cave at its base, emanating an aura of mystery. Let us venture inside. It might be our beacon of hope, Naruto proposed. Upon entering the cave, they found it dim and damp, with walls shimmering with strange luminescence. Suddenly, a swarm of bats burst forth from the depths of the cavern, swooping toward them. Reacting quickly, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, repelling the bats. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they stumbled upon a colossal crystal, radiating potent energy. This crystal may be the key to our escape, Naruto declared. Just as they prepared to examine the crystal, a deep growl reverberated through the cave. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its massive form covered in impenetrable scales. Unyielding, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle against the beast. Its attacks were ferocious, knocking them back repeatedly, yet they rose again each time. During the skirmish, Naruto discerned that the creature was sensitive to sound. Sakura, create a loud noise with your magic, he shouted. Sakura conjured a piercing sound, distracting the beast and exposing its vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto struck with precision, hitting the creature's vital point. The monster collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Victorious over the beast, they turned their attention to the crystal. After considerable effort, they finally discovered a method to harness the crystal's power to escape the desert. A flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from the cave. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves on a mysterious island, shrouded in mist and fraught with unknown dangers. What place is this? Xiaoming pondered. Observing their surroundings, Naruto resolved, regardless of the circumstances, we must press onward. As they explored the island, they encountered an ancient temple. The grand entrance was sealed, adorned with enigmatic runes. Naruto attempted to decipher the inscriptions, realizing they represented a form of sealing. With the assistance of Sakura and Xiaoming, they labored to break the seal and entered the temple. Inside, a sacred atmosphere enveloped them, with various deity statues positioned around. In the temple's depths, they discovered an ancient scroll containing a powerful spell, requiring specific conditions for its enactment. This magic may aid us in facing the challenges ahead, Sakura suggested. Just as they delved into the scroll, the temple began to tremble. Oh no, this place is collapsing, Naruto cried out. They fled the temple clutching the scroll, only to encounter a group of enigmatic creatures immediately upon exiting. These beings, with their peculiar forms, possessed formidable powers. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with these entities. During the fray, Naruto gradually grasped the true essence of the magic inscribed on the scroll. Harnessing this newfound understanding, he unleashed a powerful spell that repelled the creatures. After enduring numerous trials, they finally discovered a means to depart the island. Upon arriving at a new continent teeming with vitality and peril, they traversed a dense forest where they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder regarded them with a glint of surprise in his eyes. From whence do you hail, adventurers? He inquired. Naruto recounted their harrowing journey to the elder, who nodded sagely and remarked, "Ah, I see. Your adventure is far from over. Deep within this continent lies a colossal secret." Resolute, Naruto and his companions chose to heed the elder's guidance in their quest for the truth. They ventured through the forest, crossed rivers, and ascended towering mountains. Before an ancient castle, they halted. The castle's grand doors stood resolutely shut, enveloped by an aura of malevolence. This castle appears perilous, Xiaoming observed. Naruto tightened his grip on his weapon, asserting, "Yet we cannot falter." They pushed open the doors and stepped into the castle's depths. Inside, shadows loomed, and the air was damp with the weight of various traps and mechanisms. In one chamber, they stumbled upon a sealed tome of magic. As they attempted to undo the seal, the book unleashed a potent force, drawing them into a mysterious realm. In this space, the concepts of time and dimension lost their significance. "What are we to do?" Sakura exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. "Remain calm," Naruto replied with composure. "We shall find a way out." They diligently explored this enigmatic realm, encountering bizarre phenomena and formidable foes. Some adversaries wielded the power to manipulate time, ensnaring them in endless loops. Others distorted space, leaving them disoriented. Yet, resolute in their determination, Naruto and his friends tirelessly sought clues and vulnerabilities. After what felt like an eternity, they finally unraveled the realm's underlying principles. I understand now. If we concentrate our strength and shatter the core of this space, we can escape, Naruto declared. The trio pooled their magical energies and launched a final assault on the core. With a brilliant flash of light, they successfully broke free from the confines of the space and returned to the castle. However, it was at that moment that the castle's master revealed himself. A formidable dark sorcerer clad in a black robe, his eyes gleamed with wicked light. You dare to disrupt my magical domain. Such audacity. The sorcerer bellowed in fury. Undeterred, Naruto retorted, your nefarious deeds shall not prevail. We will stop you. The sorcerer scoffed, waving his staff to unleash a torrent of dark energy. Instantly, Naruto and his companions cast defensive spells to withstand the onslaught. The battle raged fiercely, with magical luminescence flickering throughout the castle and thunderous roars echoing in the air. Sakura and Xiaoming worked in perfect harmony with Naruto, relentlessly searching for a flaw in the sorcerer's magic. At last, Sakura discerned a vulnerability in the sorcerer's spell. Naruto, strike his left side, she exclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward, his weapon gleaming with brilliance. The sorcerer, caught off guard, was struck by Naruto and sustained grave injuries. Impossible. How could you possibly defeat me? The sorcerer protested, unwilling to accept his fate. Naruto and his companions did not grant him a moment's respite, launching another assault that ultimately vanquished the sorcerer completely. Deep within the castle, they uncovered hidden treasure and a mysterious ancient tome. The tome contained secrets of this world and powerful magic. It seems our adventure has taken a new direction, Naruto remarked. With treasure and tome in hand, they departed from the castle, continuing their journey across the continent. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an enigmatic little town. The townsfolk appeared aloof, regarding them with suspicion. This place feels strange, Xiaoming observed. Naruto resolved to investigate further. They entered a tavern, where the patrons fell silent upon their arrival, their gazes fixed upon the newcomers. Naruto inquired of the bartender, what makes this place so peculiar? After a moment of silence, the bartender replied, this town is shrouded in a curse. No outsider has lived to leave for a long time. Exchanging glances, Naruto and his friends decided to assist the town in breaking the curse. They commenced their investigation, discovering that the curse seemed linked to an ancient legend. The tale spoke of an evil sorcerer sealed beneath the town, his malevolent spirit giving rise to the curse. They located the entrance to the underground and cautiously descended. Darkness enveloped them, and the walls flickered with eerie light. Suddenly, a horde of shadowy creatures surged from the gloom, launching an assault. Naruto and his companions fought valiantly, pressing deeper into the abyss. At the very depths, they finally confronted the imprisoned sorcerer. The sorcerer's spirit erupted in maniacal laughter. You shall also become the victims of my curse. Undeterred by his threats, Naruto and his friends unleashed their formidable magic, engaging the sorcerer in a climactic battle. After a heart-stopping confrontation, they succeeded in obliterating the sorcerer's spirit, lifting the curse from the town. The townsfolk, overwhelmed with gratitude, showered them with precious gifts. Continuing their journey, they ventured forth into the unknown. They soon entered a mystical forest where the towering, ancient trees intertwined to form a dense green canopy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. This place appears to be shrouded in mystery. One wonders what awaits us, Xiaoming mused. Naruto remained vigilant, urging everyone to stay alert and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Treading carefully through the forest, the leaves crunched softly beneath their feet. Suddenly, an otherworldly bird call echoed, melodious yet laced with an unsettling quality. Sakura halted her steps, sensing that the chirping of the birds was rather peculiar. No sooner had she spoken than a vibrant flock of birds soared overhead, shimmering with a magical luminescence. Naruto swiftly brandished his weapon, cautioning, be careful, it could be a magical trap. Indeed, the avian assembly unleashed a barrage of magical beams toward them. Reacting promptly, Naruto and his companions evaded the onslaught and retaliated with their own spells. After an intense confrontation, they finally repelled the flock. This forest is fraught with peril, Xiaoming panted, catching his breath. They pressed on and soon arrived at the bank of a crystal-clear stream, where the water flowed gently, sparkling like a constellation upon its surface. What a beautiful stream, Sakura marveled. However, as Naruto reached out to touch the water, he was met with an overwhelming force of suction. Oh no, it's a magical whirlpool. Naruto exclaimed, attempting to break free, but it was too late. The three of them were drawn into the stream, swept away by the current. Within the whirlpool, they collided violently with the surrounding rocks, enduring immense pain. "Hold on, everyone!" Naruto shouted. At last, the waters began to calm, depositing them in an unfamiliar place. They found themselves in a tranquil valley, encircled by steep peaks, shrouded in a thin mist that imparted an eerie and mysterious aura. "Where are we?" Sakura asked, her voice tinged with fear. Naruto surveyed their surroundings, uncertain, yet determined to find an escape route. They commenced their exploration of the valley, the damp grass beneath their feet sending a chill up their spines with every step. Suddenly, Xiaoming detected a deep, resonant growl echoing throughout the valley, sending shivers down their spines. "Be careful, something is lurking," Xiaoming warned anxiously. Almost immediately, a colossal white tiger burst forth from the mist, its eyes gleaming with ferocity and its fangs razor-sharp. Naruto and his friends swiftly readied themselves for battle as the tiger lunged at them. Naruto sidestepped and threw a punch at the beast, but it seemed unfazed by the impact. Sakura conjured a fire spell in an attempt to thwart the tiger's advance, flames encircling the creature. Yet it charged through the inferno without hesitation. Xiaoming concentrated his magical energy, releasing a radiant beam directed at the tiger's eyes. Temporarily blinded by the light, the tiger provided Naruto with the opportunity to leap onto its back, aiming to seize control. The tiger thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Naruto, while Sakura and Xiaoming continued their relentless assault to divert its attention. After a fierce struggle, the tiger eventually collapsed, panting heavily. "It seems it wasn't attacking us with intent," Naruto remarked. At that moment, the white tiger transformed into a beam of light, leaving behind a mysterious symbol in its wake. "What is this?" Xiaoming inquired, puzzled. Naruto scrutinized the symbol, contemplating that it might be a clue to their escape. They continued their search for further clues within the valley and soon stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with peculiar patterns and writings. Sakura diligently endeavored to decipher the inscriptions upon the stone tablet, which seemed to narrate an ancient tale. Just as they were engrossed in their study, the surrounding mist thickened abruptly, and a colossal figure emerged, shrouded in the fog. What could it be? Naruto observed the silhouette warily. As the figure gradually became clearer, it revealed itself to be a gigantic stone giant, lumbering towards them with heavy strides. Once again, they found themselves engulfed in battle. The stone giant's body was exceedingly sturdy, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. "We must discover its weakness," Naruto exclaimed. After a period of keen observation, they discerned a glowing gem situated at the heart of the stone giant. Perhaps that was its vulnerability. Coordinating their efforts, Naruto and his companions successfully struck the gem, and the stone giant collapsed with a resounding crash. As it fell, the mist in the valley began to dissipate, unveiling a path that led to the outside world. "At last, we can leave this place," Xiaoming exclaimed with exhilaration. They traversed the path out of the valley, only to find themselves in a city imbued with magical essence. The architecture was grand and peculiar, with streets aglow with magical light and runes. "This appears to be a capital of magic," Sakura remarked. Naruto, filled with curiosity, gazed around, pondering what challenges awaited them in this new realm. Upon entering the city, they immediately attracted the attention of the locals. "Look, it's outsiders," someone shouted. Soon, a group clad in magical robes surrounded them. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Naruto recounted their adventurous journey, eliciting expressions of astonishment from the robed figures. "Oh, we see. However, to navigate our city, you must first pass a magical trial," one of them declared. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. The trial entailed locating a specific magical artifact within a labyrinth imbued with various magical traps and illusions. As they ventured deeper into the maze, they encountered a formidable magical puppet, which relentlessly attacked, attempting to thwart their progress. Employing their intellect and magical prowess, they engaged in a fierce battle against the puppet. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed, securing the magical item and passing the trial. The robed figures expressed their admiration for their performance and informed them that the city's library might contain the clues they sought. They proceeded to the library, sifting through an ocean of tomes in search of useful information. At last, they uncovered an ancient magical diary that chronicled a mysterious ruin. "Perhaps that will be our next destination for adventure," Naruto suggested. They departed the city, heading towards the ruins. Along their journey, they encountered various magical creatures that assailed them. Yet they successfully overcame each challenge through sheer determination and exceptional combat skills. Upon finally reaching the ruins, they discovered that it was protected by a powerful magical barrier. How shall we break this barrier? Sakura inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested that they concentrate their magical energy to see if they could break through the barrier. United in purpose, they channeled their power together, unleashing a formidable beam of light that struck the barrier. The barrier trembled under the force of the illumination and ultimately shattered. As they stepped into the ruins, they were greeted by an array of enigmatic magical devices and ancient inscriptions. While they explored the site, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears, welcoming them. "Brave adventurers, can you unravel the secrets that lie within?" Exchanging determined glances, Naruto and his companions knew that a new challenge awaited them. Chapter 32. The Secrets of the Ruins. Upon hearing the voice's provocation, Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming felt their spirits ignite with fervor. "Whatever the secret may be, we shall surely uncover it," Naruto declared resolutely. They treaded cautiously through the ruins. The walls adorned with shimmering runes that seemed to narrate ancient tales. "Be careful, every corner here may conceal danger," Sakura cautioned. Suddenly, a magical circle illuminated beneath their feet, enveloping them in radiant light. "This is bad, it's a trap," Xiaoming shouted. They struggled to break free, but the circle's power was overwhelming, transporting them to an unfamiliar chamber. The room was filled with a pungent odor, and grotesque portraits hung on the walls. "These images look terrifying," Sakura said, inching closer to Naruto in fear. "Do not be afraid. We will find a way out together," he reassured her. As they scrutinized the room, they noticed that the eyes of the figures in the portraits followed their movements. "This is exceedingly eerie," Xiaoming remarked. Just then, the figures in the portraits leapt out and attacked them. Swiftly, Naruto and his friends cast spells in defense. The figures were formidable and numerous. "We cannot confront them head-on. We must find a mechanism to control them," Naruto advised. After a thorough search, Sakura discovered a button concealed in a corner. "Perhaps this is the control mechanism," she suggested. Without hesitation, Naruto pressed the button, causing the figures to cease their assault and dissipate into wisps of smoke. "Excellent. Let us hasten our departure from this place," Xiaoming urged. They opened the door and continued their exploration of the ruins. As they ventured further, they arrived at a vast hall, where a colossal crystal orb pulsated with an otherworldly glow. "This orb must hold significant importance," Naruto mused. As they approached, an image emerged within the crystal. It depicted an ancient city where inhabitants lived in harmony, until suddenly, a calamity struck, leading to its destruction. "What does this mean?" Sakura inquired, perplexed. After a moment of reflection, Naruto suggested, "Perhaps it reveals the origins of these ruins." Just then, the crystal orb unleashed a tremendous force, propelling them backward. The strength of the surge was overwhelming. Xiaoming rose from the ground and spoke. They discovered that numerous magical puppets had emerged around the hall, advancing towards them. Naruto and his companions found themselves embroiled in battle once more. During the skirmish, Naruto observed that the puppets' movements seemed to be dictated by a crystal orb. "We must shatter the crystal orb," Naruto exclaimed. As they fended off the puppets' attacks, they moved closer to the orb. Sakura unleashed a formidable fire spell, clearing a path for them. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto lunged towards the crystal orb, delivering a powerful strike that shattered it instantly. With the orb's destruction, the magical puppets ceased their movements. Finally resolved, Naruto sighed with relief. They pressed onward, arriving at a corridor filled with traps. The ground was littered with shifting stone slabs, and the walls were adorned with shooting arrows. "Watch your step," Xiaoming cautioned. Cautiously, Naruto and his friends navigated the corridor, evading the traps one by one. Suddenly, a stone slab beneath Naruto shifted rapidly, nearly sending him into a pitfall. Sakura swiftly grabbed him. "Be careful, Naruto." After a grueling trek, they successfully traversed the corridor. At the end lay a secret chamber, its door etched with intricate runes. Naruto attempted to decipher the runes, realizing they appeared to be a sealing spell. "Perhaps we need to discover a way to break the seal," Xiaoming suggested. They searched for clues around the chamber and eventually unearthed a stone tablet inscribed with the incantation to unseal it. As Naruto recited the spell, the door to the chamber slowly creaked open. Inside was an expansive laboratory, filled with an array of peculiar instruments and experiments. "This place seems to be conducting some dreadful experiments," Sakura remarked. Within the laboratory, they stumbled upon a diary detailing the truth about the ruins. It revealed that this site was constructed by an ancient magical kingdom in pursuit of immense power. However, the experiments spiraled out of control, resulting in catastrophe and the kingdom's demise. This magical kingdom was utterly insane, Xiaoming declared. At that moment, the laboratory began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. We must hurry and escape, Naruto urged. They dashed towards the exit, but falling debris impeded their progress. A stone struck Sakura, causing her to fall. Sakura. Naruto turned back to assist her. Xiaoming is clearing the way. Hurry, the exit is just ahead. They narrowly escaped the ruins before they crumbled. That was close, Sakura said, shaken. Naruto gazed back at the ruins. Though perilous, we have uncovered its secrets. They continued onward, arriving at a mysterious valley shrouded in thick fog, obscuring their path ahead. Everyone be cautious. Unknown dangers may lurk here, Naruto warned. Slowly, they ventured into the valley, when suddenly, a melodious flute sound reached their ears. Where is that flute music coming from? Xiaoming inquired. As the sound grew closer, a mysterious figure appeared before them, cloaked in a white robe, concealing its features. Who are you? Why have you come here? The figure asked. Naruto elucidated their adventurous exploits to him. The figure remained silent for a brief moment, acknowledging the challenges they had encountered. May I inquire who you are? Sakura asked. I am the guardian of this valley. The figure replied. The guardian revealed that a formidable artifact lay hidden within the valley, but to obtain it, they must undergo 3 trials. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. The first trial tested their courage, requiring them to confront their deepest fears. Naruto was confronted with visions of his past failures. Sakura faced the anguish of losing her loved ones, and Xiaoming witnessed himself consumed by dark forces. However, they ultimately overcame their fears and passed the trial. The second trial was one of wisdom, demanding that they unravel a complex riddle. After considerable thought and discussion, they successfully discovered the solution. The third trial was a test of strength, wherein they had to defeat a powerful doppelganger of the Guardian. Naruto and his friends unleashed their most potent magic, engaging in an intense battle with the Guardian's manifestation. In the end, they triumphed over the doppelganger, successfully completing all trials. The Guardian bestowed the artifact upon them, expressing hope that it would aid them in their future endeavors. Grateful, Naruto and his companions resumed their journey. They ventured into a dark forest, thick with an ominous aura. This place feels unsettling, Xiaoming remarked. Suddenly, a horde of dark creatures surged from all directions. Naruto and his friends immediately readied themselves for combat. These dark beings were formidable and numerous. Everyone, be cautious, Naruto shouted. During the fray, Sakura was inadvertently struck by one of the dark creatures and sustained an injury. Sakura. Naruto quickly rushed to heal her. Xiaoming concentrated his magical energy, unleashing a powerful light spell that temporarily repelled the dark entities. We cannot linger here. We must find a way out swiftly, Naruto declared. They fought valiantly while searching for an escape. At last, they discovered a cave leading underground. Perhaps the way out lies below, Xiaoming suggested. They entered the cave, which was permeated by a foul odor. Be careful, there may be more perilous creatures here, Naruto cautioned. Indeed, a massive spider emerged from the shadows, spewing venom at them. Naruto and his friends swiftly dodged the attack. Harnessing wind magic, Naruto redirected the spider's venom back at it. Enraged, the spider lunged at them. Sakura and Xiaoming combined their magic to target the spider's vulnerabilities. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the creature. Pressing onward, they arrived at an underground lake, its waters as dark as ink, obscuring its depth. How shall we cross? Sakura inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto proposed, I shall attempt to conjure a bridge with magic. Focusing his energy, Naruto created an ice bridge across the lake's surface. They cautiously traversed the icy span. Suddenly, the bridge began to crack. Run, Naruto shouted. They sprinted toward the opposite shore, just as the ice bridge collapsed beneath them, successfully reaching safety at the last moment. On the opposite shore lies a vast cavern, its depths shimmering with an enigmatic glow. There must be something within, Naruto remarked. As they ventured into the cave, they stumbled upon an immense magical circle. The circle, adorned with various gemstones, radiated formidable arcane energy. What kind of magical circle is this? Xiaoming inquired. Just as they pondered, the magical array suddenly activated, ensnaring them within its confines. This is not good, We are trapped, Sakura exclaimed. Naruto attempted to shatter the magical circle, but its power proved overwhelming. We must discover a way to break free, Naruto declared. They began to scrutinize the magical array, noticing an apparent pattern in the arrangement of the gemstones. After considerable investigation, they finally unearthed the key to their liberation. Following a specific sequence, Naruto removed the gemstones, causing the magical circle's power to gradually diminish. Ultimately, they succeeded in extricating themselves from the enchantment. Upon exiting the cavern, they found themselves in a splendid garden, teeming with vibrant blossoms and aromatic fragrances. It is truly beautiful, Sakura remarked. However, they soon realized that the garden concealed numerous magical traps. Be careful not to step on those flowers, Xiaoming cautioned. They navigated the garden with great care, avoiding trap after trap. At the center of the garden stood a statue, holding a crystal ball in its hands. This crystal ball appears to be significant, Naruto observed. As they approached the statue, it suddenly sprang to life, launching an attack on them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions and the statue. In the end, they triumphed, seizing the crystal ball, which seemed to harbor immense power. Perhaps this will aid us in facing the challenges that lie ahead, Naruto suggested. They departed the garden, crystal ball in hand, and continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at an ancient castle, its grand entrance ominously sealed, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. This castle seems perilous, Xiaoming remarked. But we cannot retreat, Naruto asserted. They pushed open the heavy door and entered the castle. Inside, the halls were deserted, yet filled with various magical mechanisms. Beware of those traps, Sakura warned. They cautiously avoided the contraptions, exploring the castle. In the depths of the fortress, they discovered a tome of magic, chronicling a powerful forbidden technique. This technique is far too dangerous. We must not use it lightly, Sakura advised. Naruto nodded, acknowledging that it might prove useful in a critical moment. Just as they prepared to leave the castle, its master appeared. The lord of the castle was a formidable sorcerer, furious at their intrusion. You ignorant adventurers dare to trespass in my domain, the sorcerer bellowed. We meant no offense. We are merely seeking clues for our adventure, Naruto replied. The sorcerer scoffed. Since you have come, you shall not leave. With that, he unleashed a torrent of powerful magic upon them. Naruto and his companions rallied their strength and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the sorcerer. The sorcerer wielded formidable magic, and Naruto and his companions gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. What shall we do? We can barely hold on, Xiaoming lamented. Naruto, gazing at the crystal orb in his hand, proposed, perhaps we can harness the power of the orb. They infused the crystal with their magical energy, which emitted a brilliant light, repelling the sorcerer's attack. Observing this, the sorcerer intensified his spells, plunging both parties into a stalemate. At that moment, Naruto discerned a flaw in the sorcerer's magic. Sakura, Xiaoming, follow my lead, Naruto commanded. They concentrated their efforts on exploiting the sorcerer's vulnerability as directed by Naruto. Their coordinated assault struck the sorcerer, inflicting significant wounds, causing him to collapse in defeat. Breathing a sigh of relief, Naruto and his friends exited the castle, continuing their journey. They stumbled upon a mysterious cave, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, seemingly concealing great treasures. What treasures might lie within? Xiaoming pondered with curiosity. Upon entering the cave, they discovered a hoard of gold and jewels. Wow, so many treasures, Sakura exclaimed. Yet Naruto sensed something amiss. Be cautious, this may be a trap. Indeed, as they approached the jewels, a horde of monsters suddenly emerged. The creatures lunged at them, prompting Naruto and his friends to engage in battle. During the fray, Naruto realized these monsters were particularly sensitive to sound. Sakura, create some noise with your magic, he instructed. Sakura conjured a cacophony, disrupting the monsters and slowing their movements. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his companions launched their counterattack, vanquishing the beasts. They departed the cave with the jewels, continuing their adventurous quest. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes had been watching their every move. The owner of these eyes was a mysterious figure cloaked in black, concealed in the shadows, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These little ones are rather amusing. However, their adventure is only just beginning, the cloaked figure murmured to himself. Upon exiting the cave, Naruto and his friends found themselves in an unfamiliar town. The townsfolk appeared busy, yet when they beheld Naruto and his companions, expressions of astonishment washed over their faces. Where do these strangers come from? Someone whispered. Naruto approached an elderly man and inquired, "Excuse me, what is this place?" The elder scrutinized them before replying, "This is the town of the Forgotten. It is rare for outsiders to visit." Deciding to rest in the town and gather information regarding the road ahead, they entered an inn where the patrons regarded them with curious gazes. "Innkeeper, we would like several rooms," Naruto requested. The innkeeper nodded, accommodating their request. That evening, Naruto and his friends convened in their rooms to discuss their forthcoming plans. "I can't shake the feeling that this town is rather peculiar," Sakura noted. "Indeed, it would be wise for everyone to remain vigilant," Xiaoming concurred. Just then, an odd sound echoed from outside the window. Naruto opened the window and gazed outside, yet found nothing but emptiness. "Perhaps I misheard," he remarked. However, as they prepared to rest, strange shadows suddenly appeared within the room. "What is that?" Xiaoming exclaimed. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions cast their spells, ready to confront the unknown. The shadows morphed continuously, launching attacks against them. Naruto discerned that these shadows seemed to fear the light, prompting him to unleash a powerful illumination spell that lit up the entire room. Under the brilliance, the shadows gradually dissipated. "It appears this small town harbors considerable danger," Naruto observed. The following day, they readied themselves to depart the town and continue their journey. Yet, upon reaching the town's entrance, they discovered that the road was blocked by a formidable magical barrier. "What is happening?" Sakura inquired. Naruto scrutinized the magical force, concluding that someone had deliberately erected this obstruction. As they contemplated how to surmount the barrier, a mysterious woman materialized before them. Clad in a flowing purple robe and veiled in enigma, she spoke, "To pass through here, you must complete my task." "What task?" Naruto asked. The woman replied, "Behind the town lies a magical tower, within which a treasure is safeguarded by a malevolent force. You must retrieve the treasure and deliver it to me." After a moment's hesitation, Naruto and his companions resolved to accept the challenge. They approached the tower, which loomed ominously, exuding an aura of evil. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto warned. Entering the tower, they encountered a plethora of magical traps and monsters. On the first floor, they faced a horde of fire-breathing creatures. Naruto countered with water magic, extinguishing the flames. On the second floor, they encountered invisible monsters. Sakura utilized her magical perception to locate their positions. Ascending to the third floor, they confronted powerful magical puppets. Xiaoming concentrated his energy, dismantling the puppets' magical cores. At last, they reached the tower's pinnacle, where the treasure awaited. However, it was ensconced within a formidable magical shield. Joining forces, Naruto and his friends unleashed their mightiest spells, shattering the shield and claiming the treasure. Returning to the town, they presented the treasure to the mysterious woman. Upon receiving it, she dispelled the magical barrier obstructing their path. With renewed determination, Naruto and his companions pressed onward, for greater unknown challenges loomed ahead. They traversed a desolate desert, where the scorching sun seared their skin, each step feeling as if they were sinking into molten sand. "This desert is akin to a vast oven," Xiaoming gasped, lamenting their plight. Sakura conjured a refreshing area with her magic, urging everyone to endure and hasten their passage. Suddenly, a ferocious sandstorm erupted, engulfing them in a whirlwind of yellow dust that obscured their direction. "Stay close to me, and do not stray," Naruto urged as he strained to discern their path. After laboriously navigating through the tempest, they finally emerged from the desert, only to find themselves in a foreboding swamp. The fetid stench permeated the air, and the muddy ground made every step treacherous. "Watch your footing. There may be traps," Naruto cautioned his comrades. At that moment, a colossal crocodile leaped from the swamp, its gaping maw wide open as it lunged towards them. Naruto and his companions reacted swiftly, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beast. After a grueling battle, they successfully repelled the crocodile. "This place is terrifying. We must leave quickly," Sakura declared. They cautiously navigated through the marsh when suddenly, Naruto felt the ground beneath his feet sinking. "Oh no, it's a swamp trap," he exclaimed. Xiaoming promptly cast a spell, pulling them out of the perilous pit. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally emerged from the marshlands. As dusk fell, they took refuge in a dilapidated temple. The air within was thick with the scent of decay, and the murals on the walls had become indistinct. "This place feels strange," Sakura remarked. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the temple. "Who goes there?" Naruto asked warily. A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness, declaring, "You have trespassed into my domain." The figure unleashed dark magic in their direction. Naruto and his friends fought back, embroiled in a heart-pounding confrontation. At a critical moment, Naruto discerned a flaw in the shadow's magic and struck decisively, defeating it. Turns out, it was just a bluffer, Naruto said. After a night of rest, they resumed their journey. Ahead loomed a steep mountain peak, shrouded in mist and marked by treacherous paths. "This mountain looks formidable," Xiaoming commented. "But we have no retreat. We must press on," Naruto resolutely replied. They began their ascent, battling fierce winds and torrential rain along the way. Sakura slipped, but Naruto grasped her in time. "Be careful, Sakura," he advised. After a grueling effort, they finally reached the summit. However, upon arrival, they encountered a massive magical circle emanating an eerie glow, seemingly imbued with formidable and perilous power. "What is this?" Xiaoming furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face. Naruto fixed his gaze on the magical circle, stating, "Whatever it is, we must approach with caution." As they cautiously neared the circle, a brilliant light erupted, enveloping them entirely. When the radiance subsided, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was a chaotic void, disorienting in its lack of direction, filled only with endless darkness and flickering glimmers of light. "Where are we?" Sakura's voice trembled slightly. Naruto took a deep breath, reassuring her, "Do not fear. We will surely find a way out." Just then, a deep growl reverberated through the darkness as a massive figure emerged. "It's a monster," Xiaoming exclaimed. The beast was gigantic, covered in sharp spikes, with malevolent red eyes gleaming fiercely. Naruto and his companions immediately prepared for battle, with Naruto unleashing wind magic to hinder the creature's movements, while Sakura cast fire spells to attack. The monster roared, swiping its enormous claws and effortlessly shattering their magic. "This creature is too powerful," Xiaoming cried out. Naruto gritted his teeth, declaring, "We cannot back down. Let us confront it together." The trio worked in perfect harmony, relentlessly launching attacks against the monstrous foe. Amidst the fierce battle, Naruto discerned that the creature's abdomen appeared to be its Achilles heel. "Sakura, Xiaoming, direct your assaults towards its belly," Naruto commanded. They unleashed their most potent magic, aiming for the beast's vulnerable spot. The monster howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. As it fell, the surrounding chaos began to dissipate, and they found themselves back beside the magical array atop the mountain. Finally resolved, Naruto sighed in relief. Just as they prepared to depart, the magic circle flickered once more, and a mysterious voice echoed, "Did you believe you could leave so easily?" Countless magical runes surged forth from the array, hurtling towards them. They quickly evaded the onslaught. "What is happening?" Sakura inquired. "Perhaps this magic array harbors further secrets," she speculated. They scrutinized the array and discovered that the arrangement of the runes seemed to follow a particular pattern. After thorough examination, they realized that by eliminating the runes in a specific sequence, they could deactivate the array. Acting swiftly, they succeeded in closing the magic circle. "Excellent. Let us hasten our departure," Xiaoming urged. They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious valley shrouded in thick fog, punctuated by strange noises. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto warned, vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a horde of phantasmal creatures erupted from the mist, launching an assault against them. Though they fought valiantly, the creatures were remarkably swift, eluding their grasp. During the skirmish, Sakura observed that these beings recoiled from a particular magical radiance. "Naruto, Xiaoming, employ that radiant magic," she shouted. Following her guidance, they cast the luminescent spell, causing the spectral entities to retreat. Continuing through the valley, they eventually emerged from the fog, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. An ancient castle loomed in their path, its grand doors firmly shut, encircled by a formidable magical barrier. "This castle appears to be extraordinary," Xiaoming remarked. "Regardless, we must investigate," Naruto replied. They endeavored to breach the barrier, but its power was overwhelming. Just as despair began to settle in, Naruto spotted a flaw in the runes adorning the castle walls. They concentrated their efforts on this weakness, ultimately shattering the barrier and entering the castle. Inside, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them, infused with the scent of decay. "It seems no one has tread here for ages," Sakura noted. Suddenly, a chilling laughter resonated. "Welcome to the Castle of Death." A shadow materialized before them, gradually revealing a grotesque visage. "You shall not escape this place." the shadow declared. Undeterred, they engaged in a fierce battle with the apparition. After a grueling confrontation, they triumphed over the shadowy figure. Deep within the castle, they uncovered a mysterious tome containing vital clues regarding their adventurous journey. It appears this is what we have been searching for, Naruto stated. With the ancient book in hand, they exited the castle, resolutely continuing their quest. However, unbeknownst to them, a greater challenge awaited. Chapter 33, The Unknown Crisis. After Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming emerged from the castle, they continued their journey across this land rife with mystery and peril, clutching the enigmatic ancient tome. What significant clues does this ancient book contain? Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. Naruto shook his head, uncertain for the moment, suggesting they seek a safe haven for a thorough examination. They remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for a suitable resting place. Soon, they stumbled upon a tranquil cave. Let us rest here for a while, Sakura proposed. The trio entered the cave, ignited a campfire, and gathered around it to begin their perusal of the tome. The text was archaic and obscure, requiring considerable effort to decipher even a portion. It states that deep within this continent lies a mysterious relic, concealing immense power, Naruto revealed. However, to reach it, one must traverse a forest steeped in curses, Sakura added. Xiaoming furrowed his brow, sensing the danger that lay ahead. Regardless, we must attempt it, Naruto declared with resolve. After resting, they advanced toward the cursed forest. Upon entering, a chilling aura enveloped them. Towering trees twisted grotesquely, their branches intertwining to obscure the sunlight. Everyone, be cautious. The atmosphere here is unsettling, Naruto warned. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed around them, sending shivers down their spines. Who goes there? Xiaoming shouted. Yet, only the laughter reverberated through the forest, with no figures in sight. As they pressed onward, the ground became treacherously muddy, as if something lurked beneath. Sakura's face paled. I feel unwell. At that moment, massive vines erupted from the earth, lunging at them. The trio swiftly conjured magic to combat the vines. Their strength was formidable and remarkably resilient, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. This cannot continue. We must locate the source of the vines, Naruto asserted. After a thorough search, they discovered the origin lay in a colossal, ancient tree. Focus our attacks on that tree, Naruto commanded. United, they unleashed their most potent magic upon the ancient giant. The tree trembled, and the vines withered in response. Finally, it is resolved, Xiaoming sighed with relief. However, before they could catch their breath, ghostly figures materialized within the forest. These apparitions drifted erratically, emitting piercing wails. Sakura employed purification magic in an attempt to dispel the spirits, yet they drew closer, intent on consuming their souls. The spirits fear fire, utilize fire-based magic, Naruto exclaimed. They unleashed flames, causing the specters to dissipate in the blaze. After a grueling battle, they ultimately emerged from the cursed forest. Before them lay an expansive prairie, where a gentle breeze whispered across the grass, seemingly tranquil and serene. We have finally exited that dreadful forest, Sakura remarked. Yet, they remained on high alert as they pressed onward. In the heart of the prairie, they discovered an ancient temple. The entrance to the temple stood resolutely shut, adorned with enigmatic symbols. Naruto endeavored to decipher these markings, believing they might be the key to unlocking the temple. After considerable effort, they finally managed to open the door. A mystical luminescence enveloped the interior, where ancient statues were positioned all around. It appeared profoundly sacred, as Xiaoming remarked. Suddenly, the eyes of the statues gleamed with light, casting beams towards them. Naruto and his companions swiftly evaded the onslaught. How could these statues attack us? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. They realized that only by discovering the mechanism controlling the statues could they halt the aggression. They scoured the temple and eventually stumbled upon the mechanism in a corner. Naruto deactivated it, and the statues ceased their assault. That was close, Xiaoming commented. Continuing their exploration, they ventured deeper into the temple and uncovered a colossal treasure chest. Embedded with gemstones, it radiated an alluring glow. There must be something of great importance within, Naruto declared. Upon opening the chest, a surge of formidable energy erupted forth, enveloping them and revealing a mysterious image before their eyes. This image displayed an arcane map, marked with the location of a hidden treasure. Is this what we've been seeking all along? Sakura mused. Naruto scrutinized the map. It seemed that locating this treasure would not be a simple task. With the map in hand, They exited the temple and followed its guidance. Along their journey, they encountered numerous challenges, raging rivers, steep mountains, and inclement weather. Yet, they persevered, supporting one another as they inched closer to the treasure's resting place. At last, they arrived at a valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Naruto warned. They cautiously entered the valley, only to be startled by a deep, rumbling growl. A massive beast surged forth from the fog, its colossal form covered in impenetrable scales. Instantly, Naruto and his friends prepared for battle. The beast lunged at them, and they adeptly dodged its ferocious attacks. Sakura invoked her magic, aiming for the creature's vulnerabilities, but the beast's defenses were formidable, rendering their efforts ineffective. "We must uncover its critical weakness," Naruto shouted. After careful observation, they discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. With a surge of powerful magic, Naruto struck the beast's eye. It howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. They pressed onward and ultimately discovered the entrance to the treasure. A formidable magical barrier guarded the threshold. "How shall we breach this barrier?" Xiaoming inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto proposed, "Let us concentrate our magical energies together and see if we can shatter it." They united their powers and unleashed their most potent spell. The magical light collided with the barrier, causing fissures to appear. As they intensified their magical output, the barrier finally shattered. Upon entering the treasure trove, they beheld a dazzling array of gold, silver, jewels, and precious magical artifacts. "So many treasures," Sakura exclaimed with excitement. However, Naruto remained vigilant, cautious of potential traps. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the surrounding walls closed in on them. "Not good, it's a mechanism," Xiaoming exclaimed. Naruto and his companions quickly cast spells in an attempt to halt the wall's advance. Yet, the force of the mechanism was formidable, and they gradually found themselves struggling to hold their ground. "We must find a way to deactivate the mechanism swiftly," Naruto declared. They rummaged through the treasure in search of clues and eventually uncovered a hidden button. Upon pressing it, the mechanism ceased its operation. "At last, we are safe," Sakura sighed in relief. They began to select treasures that would be of use to them, preparing to leave the area. However, as they exited the treasure chamber, they found themselves surrounded by a group of enigmatic figures. "Hand over the treasure," shouted the leader. Naruto and his friends gripped their weapons tightly, declaring, "Not a chance." An intense battle was about to ensue. Naruto charged forward, unleashing wind magic to create a powerful whirlwind, aiming to disrupt the enemy's formation. Among the foes were several mages, who cast various defensive spells to counter Naruto's assault. Sakura positioned herself at the rear, providing support with healing magic to ensure Naruto remained unscathed in the fray. Xiaoming focused intently, searching for the enemy's weaknesses. "Naruto, the mage on the left, is their commander," Xiaoming shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto swiftly altered his course, charging towards the mage. The mage, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to flee by casting a spell, but Naruto was swifter, landing a decisive punch that knocked him to the ground. With their commander incapacitated, the enemy descended into chaos. "Now's our chance, attack together," Naruto urged. Seizing the moment, the trio launched a fierce offensive, overwhelming their adversaries. Just as victory seemed within reach, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from the sky. "What is that?" Sakura gasped, looking up in astonishment. A massive magic circle formed in the air, and a mysterious figure began to descend from it. "A formidable foe," Xiaoming remarked. The enigmatic figure emanated an overwhelming aura of magic, instilling fear in their hearts. "You little brats dare to steal my treasure," the mysterious figure proclaimed. Undaunted, Naruto retorted, "This treasure does not belong to you." The figure sneered, "Then let me show you my true power." With that, the mysterious being unleashed a potent spell, sending forth a beam of dark energy towards Naruto and his companions. They hastily dodged, but the beam was too swift, grazing their bodies. "Such powerful magic," Sakura exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, Naruto declared, "We cannot back down." They summoned their strongest spells once more to confront the mysterious adversary. The clash of their magical energies resulted in a tremendous explosion, uprooting trees and shaking the very earth beneath them. Gradually, Naruto and his friends began to feel overwhelmed. The mysterious figure's magic seemed inexhaustible. "This cannot continue," Xiaoming stated. At that moment, Naruto recalled a spell from an ancient tome. "Sakura, Xiaoming, buy me some time," he urged. Sakura and Xiaoming valiantly resisted the mysterious assailant's attacks, striving to buy time for Naruto. With his eyes closed, Naruto began to chant an incantation. As the words flowed from his lips, a powerful radiance emanated from his being. The mysterious figure sensed the impending threat and questioned, "What are you doing?" Naruto opened his eyes and declared, "This is the power that will vanquish you." He unleashed a formidable spell, the brilliance illuminating the entire valley. Enveloped by the light, the mysterious figure emitted a cry of anguish. "No, impossible," he shouted. As the luminosity faded, the figure vanished without a trace. "We did it," Sakura exclaimed with exhilaration. Exhausted, Naruto and his companions sank to the ground, gasping for breath. "But we cannot rest yet. We must leave this place at once," Naruto urged. With the treasure in tow, they embarked on their adventurous journey once more. Before long, they arrived at a quaint town. While the town appeared tranquil, Naruto and his friends sensed an underlying unease. "Something feels off about this town," Xiaoming remarked. "Be cautious. Let's gather some information first," Naruto suggested. They entered a tavern, where the patrons regarded them with strange expressions. Naruto approached the bartender and inquired, "Is there anything remarkable about this town?" The bartender paused for a moment before responding, "You should leave quickly. This place is not meant for you." Confused, they pressed for an explanation. The bartender sighed and revealed, "This town is under the control of a nefarious organization that forbids outsiders from entering." "What kind of evil organization?" Sakura asked. "They wield dark magic and are ruthless. You cannot contend with them," the bartender cautioned. Exchanging glances, Naruto and his friends proclaimed, "We are unafraid. We must expose their misdeeds." They commenced an investigation within the town, uncovering peculiar clues. "Look, there are strange symbols here," Xiaoming pointed out, indicating markings on the wall. Naruto scrutinized them, deducing this could be the emblem of the malevolent organization. At that moment, a group entered, led by the very head of the organization. "You fools dare to investigate us," the leader bellowed. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions retorted, "Your wickedness will be unveiled." A fierce battle ensued, with the organization's members casting various dark spells while Naruto and his friends fought back with determination. During the fray, Naruto discerned the leader's weakness. "Sakura, Xiaoming, strike at his back," he commanded. Following his lead, they concentrated their efforts on the leader. He was struck and collapsed to the ground. "You will not escape unscathed," the leader spat defiantly. Ultimately, Naruto and his friends triumphed over the evil organization, liberating the town. "Thank you." The townsfolk expressed their gratitude. Continuing onward, they aided many in need along their journey. They soon arrived at a bustling coastal city, alive with activity. Yet an undercurrent of hidden peril lingered in the air. "Everyone be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Naruto warned. As they explored the city, they stumbled upon a secret underground chamber. In the basement, numerous innocent souls were confined. "What is happening?" Sakura inquired. Suddenly, a group of guards burst in. "How dare you trespass here?" the guards exclaimed. Naruto and his companions engaged the guards in battle, successfully liberating the imprisoned individuals. It turned out to be a human trafficking organization, as Xiaoming revealed. They exposed the heinous deeds of this organization to the public, restoring tranquility to the city. Naruto and his friends pressed onward, their adventure far from over. They entered a mysterious forest, where the trees towered high and thick, allowing scant sunlight to filter through the leafy canopy. The atmosphere here felt eerily unsettling. Sakura remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. Abruptly, a thick fog enveloped them. "Be cautious. This mist may be toxic," Naruto warned. They hastily covered their mouths and noses, searching for an escape. Within the fog, they heard a cacophony of strange sounds, as if countless eyes were watching them. "What is this place?" Xiaoming asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Naruto strove to maintain his composure. "Fear not. We will surely find our way out." They cautiously groped their way forward when, all of a sudden, Naruto felt something writhing beneath his feet. Not good. Before he could react, a massive python lunged from the ground, its gaping maw aimed at them. They swiftly scattered, casting magical attacks at the serpent. The python deftly evaded their strikes while countering with ferocity. "We must discover its weakness," Naruto shouted. After careful observation, they discerned that the creature's midsection was its Achilles heel. Sakura conjured a spell that temporarily restrained the python's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged forward and landed a powerful blow to the serpent's vulnerable spot. The python writhed in agony before collapsing onto the ground. They continued their journey through the fog, eventually emerging from the enigmatic forest. Before them stood a towering peak, its steep cliffs appearing as a pathway to the heavens. Are we to climb this mountain? Xiaoming gazed at the summit, uncertainty gnawing at him. There is no other choice. We must ascend, Naruto declared resolutely. They began their ascent, buffeted by fierce winds that threatened to topple them. Sakura inadvertently misstepped, nearly plummeting. Sakura, Naruto, quick as lightning, grasped her arm. Thank you, Sakura said, her heart racing. After a grueling climb, they finally reached the mountain's summit. However, a colossal magical array awaited them, pulsating with formidable energy. What kind of magical array is this? Xiaoming questioned. Naruto scrutinized it closely. It appears perilous. We must exercise caution. Just then, the magical array activated, and a powerful force began to pull them toward its center. Not good. Naruto struggled to break free, but the pull was overwhelming. They were drawn into the array, plunging into darkness. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Where are we? Sakura asked. Naruto shook his head, uncertain. I do not know, but we must find a way to escape. They ventured cautiously through the dimly lit space when, all of a sudden, a horde of monstrous beings surged forth from the shadows. These creatures varied in form. Some bore razor-sharp claws, while others displayed formidable tusks. Naruto and his companions immediately assumed a combative stance, engaging in a fierce struggle for survival against the beasts. During the fray, Naruto discerned that these monsters appeared to be under the influence of some mysterious force. There must be a source controlling them, he speculated. As they fought, they sought out the origin of this control. Eventually, they stumbled upon a colossal crystal orb, emanating an eerie glow. This is it, Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards the orb with the intent to shatter it. However, a formidable shield surrounded the orb, thwarting his assault. Everyone, unite your strength, Naruto shouted. They concentrated their energies and unleashed their most potent magic, ultimately breaking through the shield and shattering the orb. With the destruction of the crystal, the monsters ceased their attack and vanished into thin air. Continuing their search for an exit, they finally discovered a portal nestled in a corner. This must be the way out, Naruto declared. They stepped through the portal and returned to the realm of reality. However, before they could catch their breath, they found themselves amidst a battlefield. Around them, fierce combat raged on, with magic and blades intertwining in chaos. What is happening? Xiaoming queried, astonished. Naruto surveyed their surroundings, realizing that they had once again been drawn into a new crisis. They had no choice but to join the fray, assisting one faction in their struggle against adversaries. During the battle, Naruto uncovered a grand conspiracy lurking behind the conflict. We must unveil the truth of this plot, he asserted. They fought and explored tirelessly on the battlefield, gradually drawing closer to the heart of the conspiracy. After considerable effort, they finally lifted the veil on the scheme, averting an impending disaster. At last it is over, Sakura murmured wearily. Naruto gazed into the distance, proclaiming, yet our adventure is far from concluded. They pressed onward and soon arrived at an enigmatic village. The settlement was encircled by dense woods, with a crystal-clear stream meandering at its entrance. The village appeared serene, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Something feels amiss, Naruto remarked. As they entered the village, they discovered it utterly desolate. Doors and windows were tightly shut, and the streets lay barren. Be cautious, there may be danger lurking, Xiaoming warned. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying a pungent odor. What is that smell? Sakura exclaimed, pinching her nose. They followed the scent to an abandoned temple. The temple doors were firmly shut, yet low growls emanated from within. Naruto cautiously pushed open the doors, revealing a chamber shrouded in black smoke, where a colossal monster lay coiled in the center. The creature boasted sharp claws and tusks, its body covered in impenetrable scales, with a pair of crimson eyes gleaming ominously. What manner of beast is this? Xiaoming recoiled in fear. Naruto took a deep breath, resolute, declaring, whatever it may be, we must vanquish it. They unleashed their magic and launched an assault on the creature. The monster let out a furious roar, swinging its claws in retaliation. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, and Naruto and his companions gradually began to tire. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy, Sakura declared, observing the monster's movements. Naruto discerned that its right side appeared to be a vulnerable point in its defense. Sakura, Xiaoming, concentrate your attacks on its right side, Naruto shouted. Following his command, They launched a full-on assault against the monster's right flank. Under their relentless assault, the monster gradually revealed its weaknesses. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed a powerful spell that struck the monster's critical area. The creature collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Finally, it's over. Naruto sighed in relief. They exited the temple and continued their exploration of the village. At the end of the village, they discovered a sealed book that appeared quite enigmatic. "This book looks mysterious," Xiaoming remarked. Naruto attempted to break the seal on the book, hoping it contained secrets about the village. After considerable effort, they successfully unsealed it. The book chronicled how the village had once been cursed by an evil sorcerer, turning all the villagers into stone statues. The key to breaking the curse lay in finding 4 mystical gems, each located in the 4 cardinal directions of the village. "It seems our task is far from over." Sakura furrowed her brow. Naruto clenched his fists, resolutely stating, "No matter what, we must find the gems and lift the curse." Following the book's guidance, they first set off towards the east. The path was overgrown with weeds and uneven. "Be cautious, there may be traps ahead," Xiaoming warned. No sooner had he spoken than the ground suddenly gave way, and they nearly fell into the chasm. After a strenuous trek, they finally located the first gem in the east. It emitted a haunting blue glow, embedded in a massive rock. "This gem appears rather difficult to retrieve," Sakura observed. Just as they contemplated how to extract the gem, a group of tiny guardians appeared. "This is our protected gem, you cannot take it." The little sprites chimed in unison. Naruto quickly explained, "We need this gem to break the curse on the village." The sprites hesitated momentarily, then said, "Very well, but you must pass our test." The trial involved answering 3 challenging questions about magic. Fortunately, Naruto and his friends were well-versed in knowledge, successfully passing the test and acquiring the first gem. They then proceeded southward. The south led them to a swamp enveloped in toxic mist. "Hold your breath and tread carefully," Naruto advised. At the center of the swamp, they discovered a vast tree hollow, with the gem nestled deep within. Just as they prepared to enter the hollow, a colossal poisonous spider emerged. The spider sprayed venom, prompting Naruto and his friends to swiftly evade and retaliate with magic. After an intense battle, they triumphed over the poisonous spider and secured the second gem. Subsequently, they journeyed westward. The west featured a steep mountain peak, with the gem awaiting at its summit. They climbed along the treacherous path, enduring fierce winds and torrential rain. "Hold on, we're almost at the top," Naruto encouraged his companions. At last, they ascended to the summit and discovered the third gem. Finally, they ventured northward, towards a frigid expanse of ice where the biting winds pierced through their very bones. "How cold it is!" Xiaoming exclaimed, unable to suppress his shivers. Deep within the icy plain stood a castle sculpted from ice, and nestled within its walls lay the coveted gem. Guarding the entrance were 2 ferocious ice wolves. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the wolves, ultimately triumphing and entering the castle to procure the final gem. "We have finally gathered them all," Sakura exclaimed with delight. With the gems in hand, they returned to their village and, following the instructions from their tome, placed the gems at the 4 corners of the settlement. In an instant, a radiant light erupted, dispelling the curse that had befallen the villagers, who then reverted to their true forms. "Thank you, valiant adventurers," the villagers cried, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Smiling, Naruto and his friends embarked on a new adventure. They traversed a desolate desert, the blazing sun towering overhead and the sand scorching to the touch. "This desert is practically roasting us alive," Xiaoming complained. Suddenly, a violent sandstorm swept towards them. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. They were engulfed by the tempest and lost their sense of direction. When the storm subsided, they found themselves in an unfamiliar land. "Where are we?" Sakura inquired. Surrounding them was a bizarre landscape of jagged rocks, and strange creatures lurked in the shadows, observing them. "This feels ominous," Naruto remarked, his senses heightened. At that moment, a colossal 2-headed monster emerged from behind the rocks, roaring and launching an attack. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce struggle against the creature. After a grueling battle, they discovered the monster's weakness and ultimately vanquished it. Pressing onward, they arrived at a mysterious cave, where an eerie atmosphere pervaded and the walls shimmered with peculiar luminescence. "Be cautious, there may be unknown dangers lurking here," Naruto warned. Suddenly, a deep chant echoed throughout the cave. "What is that sound?" Xiaoming asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. As the chanting intensified, skeletal warriors clawed their way up from the depths of the earth. Utilizing their magic, Naruto and his friends fought valiantly against the skeletal foes. During the combat, they realized that these warriors appeared to be under the thrall of a dark force. "We must uncover the source of their control," Naruto declared. After a thorough search, they discovered a statue of a dark sorcerer deep within the cave. "So it is this statue that is causing the trouble," Sakura deduced. Together, they shattered the statue, causing the skeletal warriors to dissipate into nothingness. Upon exiting the cave, they found themselves in a breathtaking garden, awash with vibrant blooms and fragrant aromas. Finally, a place to relax, Xiaoming sighed. However, as they ventured deeper into the garden, they stumbled upon a vast labyrinth. "It seems we face yet another challenge," Naruto observed. Navigating through the maze, they encountered various traps and mechanisms. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the labyrinth. As dusk began to fall, they decided to find a place to rest. In a nearby forest, they stumbled upon an abandoned cabin. Upon entering, they were greeted by an atmosphere thick with dust and cobwebs. "Although dilapidated, it could suffice for a night," Naruto remarked. As night fell, they rested within the cabin, only to be disturbed by a series of strange sounds emanating from outside. "What could that be?" Sakura inquired anxiously. Cautiously, Naruto opened the door, revealing a throng of shadowy figures lingering beyond. "Prepare for battle," he declared. They surged forth to confront the shadows, discovering that they were cursed souls. After an intense struggle, they successfully dispelled the spirits. The following day, they continued their journey, unaware of the challenges that awaited them ahead. Chapter 34. The mysterious island. Naruto and his companions stepped through a portal, and after a dazzling burst of light, they arrived in an extraordinary realm. The sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, and the ground seemed to be composed of crystal, refracting enchanting beams of light. "This place is truly magical," exclaimed Xiaoming. "But we must tread carefully. The unknown often harbors peril," Naruto warned cautiously. They advanced gingerly, the crystalline ground producing melodious chimes beneath their feet. Suddenly, a swarm of massive, butterfly-like creatures, shimmering with a metallic sheen, approached them. The powerful gusts generated by their wings nearly knocked Naruto and his friends off their feet. Swiftly, Sakura cast a spell, forming a protective shield around them. "We cannot remain on the defensive. We must devise a way to drive them away," Naruto asserted. Observing the creatures' patterns, Xiaoming noted their sensitivity to certain frequencies of sound. An idea sparked in Naruto's mind. He unleashed a unique soundwave spell, causing the creatures to disperse. Continuing forward, they arrived at a peak formed entirely of clouds. "Can we climb this mountain?" Sakura queried skeptically. "Let us step onto the clouds and see for ourselves," Naruto replied. Leading the way, just as they ascended, the clouds began to churn violently, as if attempting to cast them off. Xiaoming nearly lost his footing, but Naruto grasped him just in time. "Hold on tight to one another. Do not let go," Naruto shouted. After considerable effort, they finally reached the summit. However, at the pinnacle lay a massive vortex, relentlessly pulling everything in its vicinity. "Its force is formidable. We must keep our distance," Sakura warned. Just as they prepared to retreat, shadows erupted from the vortex, lunging towards them. They quickly engaged in combat, discovering that these shadows could penetrate their magical shields and directly assault their souls. "Focus your minds and resist with your willpower," Naruto yelled. Amidst the fierce confrontation, they gradually realized that as long as their hearts were filled with light and courage, they could withstand the shadows' onslaught. Ultimately, the shadows dissipated into the vortex, which gradually ceased its tumultuous spinning. "What a thrilling experience!" Xiaoming gasped, panting. After descending from the summit, they entered a labyrinth filled with mirrors. The mirrors reflected countless versions of themselves, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. "Be careful not to be deceived by the mirrors," Naruto cautioned. They traversed through the labyrinth, perpetually returning to their starting point. Sakura calmed her mind, attuning herself to the flow of magic, and followed its guidance. At long last, they emerged from the maze, greeted by a breathtaking sea of flowers, each blossom radiating vibrant hues of beauty. "How exquisite!" exclaimed Xiaoming, unable to contain his admiration. However, as they ventured deeper into the floral expanse, the blossoms abruptly closed, ensnaring them. Naruto summoned his formidable strength and broke free from the floral restraints. "Hurry, this place is perilous," he urged. They dashed across the floral sea and arrived at the banks of a river flowing with colorful liquid. Can we touch the water? Sakura inquired. Naruto snapped off a branch and gently tapped the surface, only for it to dissolve instantly. We must find a way to cross without touching the water, he concluded. Their search led them to a fallen tree, perfectly suited to serve as a bridge. Treading carefully across the river, they beheld an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with an array of gemstones. Naruto pushed against the door, but it remained unyielding. Xiaoming discovered a concealed mechanism nearby. Upon activating it, the door creaked open. A mysterious aura enveloped the castle, and peculiar paintings adorned the walls. These portraits seemed to narrate a tale, remarked Sakura. As they advanced down the corridor, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously, growing ever nearer. A figure cloaked in black materialized before them. Who dares intrude upon this domain? A chilling voice demanded. Naruto replied, We are unwitting adventurers in search of an escape. Escape? There is none here. Only endless trials, the voice retorted. And the figure vanished into thin air. Undeterred, they continued to explore the castle and stumbled upon a chamber housing a colossal crystal ball. It shimmered with otherworldly light, and as Naruto reached out to touch it, he was abruptly drawn inside by an overwhelming force. Sakura and Xiaoming hastily followed suit. Within the crystal ball lay a world of illusions, where they confronted their innermost fears and desires. Naruto witnessed scenes of his childhood isolation. Sakura faced the nightmare of losing her magic, and Xiaoming was engulfed by the despair of never returning home. These are mere illusions. We must not be deceived, Naruto shouted. They encouraged one another, overcoming their internal fears, and finally emerged from the crystal ball. At that moment, the castle began to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse. Run, they shouted, sprinting towards the exit just as the castle crumbled behind them. Upon their escape, they found themselves in a desolate desert, where the scorching heat sapped their strength and water was nowhere to be found. If this continues, we shall perish from thirst, Xiaoming lamented. Naruto scanned the surroundings and discovered a few cacti. There may be moisture within them, he suggested. They laboriously extracted some water from the cacti, temporarily quenching their thirst. As they pressed on through the desert, a fierce sandstorm erupted, engulfing them in its fury. Hold tight, Naruto cried. After an indeterminate passage of time, the sandstorm finally ceased, leaving them buried beneath the grains. Struggling to emerge from the sand, they were greeted by the sight of an ancient pyramid. The entrance of the pyramid emanated a mysterious glow, beckoning them to venture inside. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a musty atmosphere. The walls adorned with archaic inscriptions and intricate designs. What do these signify? Sakura inquired. Naruto observed intently, pondering if they might reveal the history and secrets of this place. As they ventured deeper into the corridors of the pyramid, a deep, rumbling roar suddenly echoed through the air. From the shadows emerged a colossal sphinx. Intruders, prepare to face punishment, the sphinx proclaimed. Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. After a grueling struggle, they discerned the sphinx's vulnerability and successfully vanquished it. In the depths of the pyramid, they stumbled upon a teleportation array. This could be the key to our escape, Naruto remarked. They stepped onto the array, and in a flash of light, they were transported to a mysterious island. The island was shrouded in mist, obscuring its full form. As they traversed a narrow path, a melodious flute sound reached their ears. Where is that music coming from? Xiaoming asked. As they approached, they discovered an elderly man in a flowing white robe, seated by the sea, playing the flute. Upon noticing them, the old man smiled gently. You have finally arrived. Naruto, perplexed, asked, Did you know we would come? The old man nodded. It is the design of fate. Your adventure in this world is nearing its end, but a new journey awaits you. With that, he waved his hand, and a beam of light revealed a passageway leading back to the realm of reality. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming exchanged glances, then resolutely stepped into the passage. However, the journey was fraught with challenges. A surge of potent magical energy assaulted them, making their progress arduous. Everyone, be cautious. Steady yourselves, Naruto shouted. Sakura and Xiaoming closely followed him, striving to withstand the onslaught of magical force. Strange runes began to materialize on the walls of the passage, glowing ominously. These runes seem to be attempting to hinder our advance, Sakura observed. Naruto furrowed his brow. We cannot falter, regardless of the obstacles. They pressed on, when suddenly, A massive magical barrier loomed ahead. What should we do? Xiaoming asked anxiously. Naruto pondered briefly. Let us concentrate our magical energies together and see if we can shatter it. The trio combined their powers and launched an assault against the barrier. Through their combined efforts, a crack appeared in the barrier. Let us push harder, Naruto urged. At last, the magical barrier shattered, allowing them to proceed. As they continued, phantoms of their past adversaries and challenges materialized within the passage. Is this a test of our resolve? Sakura mused. Do not let these apparitions distract us, Naruto declared firmly. We will surely find our way out. They disregarded the taunts of the phantom and pressed onward. At last, they beheld the exit of the passage. Sunlight poured through the opening, enveloping them in a warm embrace. We are finally going out, exclaimed Xiaoming. As they emerged from the passage, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, a dense forest with towering ancient trees. Where are we? Sakura inquired. Naruto surveyed their surroundings, uncertain, but suggested, let us explore a bit. As they wandered through the forest, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Someone is in distress, Xiaoming exclaimed. They hurried towards the sound, discovering a young girl ensnared in a massive spider web. Do not fear, we are here to rescue you, Naruto assured her. Sakura cast a spell, shattering the web and freeing the girl. Thank you so much. My name is Lily, she said gratefully. Naruto asked, Lily, how did you end up here? Lily replied, I came to the forest to gather herbs, but I accidentally got trapped in the spider web. They resolved to escort Lily home. Along the way, she informed them of an evil witch who frequently tormented the nearby villagers. We must vanquish this witch and protect everyone, Naruto declared. They followed Lily to her village, where the townsfolk, upon hearing of Naruto and his companion's intention to confront the witch, expressed their concerns. That witch is formidable. You must exercise caution, warned an elder. Undeterred, Naruto and his friends set forth towards the witch's lair. The witch's abode was a foreboding castle, shrouded in swirling black mist. As they entered, they encountered various magical traps within its walls. Watch your step, Naruto cautioned. Sakura employed her magic to disarm some of the traps. Finally, they confronted the witch in the castle's grand hall. The witch sneered, You dare challenge me? To which Naruto boldly replied, Your wicked deeds end here. A fierce battle of magic ensued. The witch unleashed a barrage of potent spells, but Naruto and his companions, working in harmony, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the witch, restoring peace to the village. The villagers held a grand celebration, expressing their gratitude for the bravery displayed by Naruto and his friends. After resting in the village for several days, they resumed their journey, traversing mountains, rivers, and plains, encountering a myriad of people and experiences. In a quaint town, they assisted a memory-lost sorcerer in regaining his recollections. Within an ancient castle, they unraveled a millennium-old riddle. Through their lengthy adventures, their powers grew stronger, and their friendship deepened. One day, they arrived at the entrance of a mysterious cave. A potent surge of magical energy emanated from within. There must be something of great significance inside, Naruto remarked. They ventured into the cave, discovering an ancient tome of magic. This book contained the knowledge of a powerful forbidden spell. This spell is far too dangerous. It should not be used lightly, Sakura cautioned. Just as they were preparing to depart from the cave, a group of dark sorcerers materialized, intent on seizing the magical tome. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the malevolent wizards. The dark sorcerers employed various insidious tactics, yet Naruto and his allies steadfastly upheld the principles of justice, ultimately repelling their adversaries. With the magical book in their possession, they pressed onward in search of further secrets and challenges. They soon arrived at a cursed valley, enveloped in a sinister atmosphere. This place feels ominous, remarked Xiaoming. Regardless, we must venture inside, Naruto responded. Within the valley, they encountered a tormented soul who implored their assistance in breaking the curse. Resolute in their decision to help, Naruto and his companions embarked on a quest to uncover the source of the curse, ultimately succeeding in their endeavor. Grateful, the soul bestowed upon them a mysterious artifact, imbued with formidable power, yet fraught with peril. They safeguarded the treasure with utmost care, continuing their adventurous journey. In a vast desert, they encountered a lost traveler. The traveler revealed that deep within the sands lay a forgotten city, concealing countless treasures and secrets. Determined, Naruto and his friends set their sights on this lost metropolis. Within the city, they faced numerous mechanisms and traps, Yet they adeptly navigated each challenge with their wisdom and courage. They uncovered the treasures, only to attract the attention of a band of greedy thieves. A fierce struggle ensued, but ultimately, they succeeded in safeguarding the riches and distributing them to those in need. As their adventures unfolded, their renown grew, and they became legendary heroes in the tales of the people. Yet, they remained humble, retaining their original intentions as they explored the uncharted realms of the world. They pressed on, arriving at a mysterious sea where tumultuous waves and ominous clouds filled the horizon, evoking a sense of foreboding. This sea appears perilous. We must exercise caution, Naruto cautioned. They navigated their vessel with care across the treacherous waters, when suddenly, a massive whirlpool emerged before them. "Quick, turn the ship," Sakura shouted. But it was too late. Their vessel was ensnared by the vortex. They struggled desperately within the whirlpool, their strength waning. Just as despair threatened to consume them, the whirlpool abruptly vanished, casting them onto an unfamiliar isle. The island appeared desolate and silent, devoid of any signs of life. "Let us explore the island and seek an exit," Naruto suggested. As they traversed the isle, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin, its walls adorned with strange symbols and patterns. These markings seemed to conceal a secret, Xiaoming observed intently. At that moment, a group of guardian spirits emerged from the ruins. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon this sacred ground?" the guardians demanded in unison. Naruto quickly explained, "We did not intend to trespass. We are merely seeking a way to leave." The guardians, however, remained unconvinced and launched an assault against them. Naruto and his companions were compelled to rise against their foes. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the guardian spirit. Just as they exhaled in relief, a low, menacing roar echoed from the depths of the ruins. "What could that be?" Sakura inquired nervously. From the shadows emerged a colossal beast, its formidable presence palpable. Once again, Naruto and his friends readied themselves for combat. The creature's assault was ferocious, forcing them to evade and counterattack repeatedly. Amidst the chaos, Naruto discerned the beast's vulnerability lay upon its back. "Sakura, Xiaoming, divert its attention while I strike at its weakness," Naruto shouted. Sakura and Xiaoming unleashed their magic, drawing the beast's focus. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto maneuvered behind the creature and launched a decisive blow. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. Continuing their exploration of the ruins, they eventually unearthed an ancient scroll. This scroll contained the means to escape the island. According to its instructions, they were to stand at a specific location and perform a particular spell at a designated time. Anticipation and tension swelled within them as they awaited that moment. Finally, the time arrived. They positioned themselves as instructed and cast their magic. A brilliant flash enveloped them, and they vanished from the island. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in a mysterious valley shrouded in dense fog, obscuring the path ahead. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Naruto warned. They advanced carefully through the valley. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious beasts surged from the mist, claws bared and fangs glistening as they lunged at the group. Reacting swiftly, Naruto and his friends conjured their magic and engaged in a fierce struggle against the wild creatures. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the beasts. "This place is far too perilous. We must find an exit swiftly," Xiaoming urged. They persevered through the valley, and at last, a glimmer of light appeared, indicating the exit. They raced towards the illumination, escaping the valley's confines. Emerging from the valley, they arrived in a bustling town alive with activity and throngs of people. "At long last, we have reached a populated area," Sakura remarked. They inquired about the surroundings and learned of a mysterious tower nearby, rumored to harbor immense magical power. United in purpose, Naruto and his friends resolved to explore the tower. Upon their arrival, they discovered the area surrounding the tower was rife with magical traps. "Everyone, exercise caution. Do not trigger these traps," Naruto advised. They navigated carefully, avoiding the dangers, and entered the tower. Inside, they were met with an array of puzzles and challenges, requiring both their intellect and magic to progress. Ascending floor by floor, they encountered increasingly formidable foes and intricate conundrums. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another as they advanced together. At long last, they reached the pinnacle of the tower. There, they encountered a mysterious magical array. "This array appears quite extraordinary," Xiaoming commented. As they delved into the study of the magical array, a mysterious voice resonated, proclaiming, You have trespassed into the forbidden realm and must face the consequences. Subsequently, a formidable force surged forth from the array, assailing them. Naruto and his companions exerted every ounce of strength to resist this overwhelming power. At a pivotal moment, Naruto discerned a flaw within the magical array. "Concentrate your energies and strike at that point," he exclaimed. They united their magical powers, launching an assault on the vulnerability of the array. With a thunderous roar, the array shattered, and the potent force dissipated. In the heart of the array, a gem radiating brilliance emerged. Could this be the fabled mystical gem? Sakura pondered. They grasped the gem, feeling the immense magical energy it harbored. Just as they contemplated its purpose, a tumult arose outside the tower. Exiting the tower, they discovered the town besieged by a band of dark forces. "It seems we are destined to fight once more," Naruto remarked. Without hesitation, they plunged into battle, engaging fiercely with the malevolent entities. Armed with the gem's power and their indomitable spirit, they ultimately triumphed over the dark forces, liberating the town. The townsfolk erupted in jubilant cheers, expressing their gratitude. Naruto and his friends continued their adventurous journey, their saga far from over. Chapter 35. The Lost Kingdom. Having bid farewell to the bustling town, Naruto and his companions pressed onward. Along the way, they encountered a mysterious elder. Though clad in tattered garments, his eyes shimmered with profound wisdom. "Children, the path ahead is fraught with peril," the elder spoke slowly. Curiosity piqued, Naruto inquired, "Elder, why do you say so?" The elder gestured towards the distant mountains, where lay a hidden kingdom, said to be cursed. None who ventured there ever returned. Sakura furrowed her brow, asking, "How do you know of this?" The elder sighed. "I was once an adventurer myself. I narrowly escaped, but my companions remain there eternally." With shared glances, a spark of adventurous spirit ignited within Naruto and his friends. "We have resolved to explore," Naruto declared resolutely. The elder shook his head. "Then I wish you good fortune." They journeyed toward the mountains, feeling an enigmatic force drawing them closer. Upon entering the mountains, the surroundings morphed into a foreboding landscape. Ancient trees twisted grotesquely, as if recounting tales of anguish. "This place is truly unsettling," remarked Xiaoming. Suddenly, a mist enveloped them. "Be cautious, do not stray apart," Naruto shouted. Holding hands, they navigated through the fog. After an indeterminate passage of time, the mist began to dissipate, revealing an ancient castle before them. The castle's grand door stood resolutely shut, adorned with peculiar runes. Naruto endeavored to decipher these symbols, suspecting they might hold the key to entering the castle. After considerable effort, they finally unlocked the door. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed, with only the echoes of their footsteps resonating. "It appears there is no one here," Sakura observed. At that moment, a spectral figure materialized before them. "Intruders, your souls shall be eternally imprisoned," the apparition declared. Naruto and his companions invoked their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the ghost. The specter's attacks were elusive, rendering them difficult to grasp. "We must uncover its corporeal form," Naruto asserted. After a period of keen observation, they discerned that the ghost revealed its substance under the moonlight. They ingeniously utilized the castle's windows to direct the moon's glow onto the specter, successfully striking it. Once the ghost vanished, they resumed their exploration of the castle. In one chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient diary, chronicling the history of this forsaken kingdom. It was revealed that the king, in pursuit of forbidden magic, had cursed the entire realm, plunging it into perpetual darkness. "We must discover a means to lift the curse," Xiaoming proposed. Following the clues within the diary, they ventured to the castle's basement. An ominous aura pervaded the subterranean chamber, where a colossal magic circle pulsated at its center. "This must be the source of the curse," Naruto declared. Just as they prepared to dismantle the magic circle, a battalion of dark sentinels emerged. Clad in ebony armor and wielding sharp weaponry, they blocked the intruder's path. "Prevent them," commanded the leader of the dark sentinels. A fierce confrontation ensued between Naruto's group and the formidable guardians. The strength of the sentinels proved daunting, and Naruto's team gradually found themselves in peril. "We cannot afford to surrender," Sakura cried out. In a pivotal moment, Naruto discerned the sentinels' vulnerability lay at the joints of their armor. They concentrated their attacks on this weakness, ultimately vanquishing the sentinels. However, the power of the magic circle continued to intensify. "There is no time to lose. Let us combine our magic," Naruto urged. They pooled their magical energies and directed them into the magic circle. A blinding radiance emanated from the circle before it erupted spectacularly. As the magic circle was obliterated, the dark aura enveloping the castle gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to stream back in. "We have succeeded," Xiaoming exclaimed with exhilaration. Upon exiting the castle, they beheld a transformed landscape, now resplendent and serene. The lost kingdom had regained its vitality, and people emerged from their hiding places, expressing their gratitude. Naruto and his companions pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious forest. A thick, enigmatic mist shrouded the woods, obscuring their path. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Naruto warned. They treaded carefully, only to be suddenly entranced by a haunting melody. The song, imbued with sorrow, seemed to narrate a melancholic tale. "From whence does this melody emanate?" Sakura inquired. Following the sound, they discovered a beautiful woman seated by the lake, her eyes brimming with sadness. "Who are you? What brings you here?" she asked. Naruto explained their purpose. The woman sighed. "I am the guardian of this forest, ensnared here by a malevolent sorcerer's enchantment." Determined to assist her, Naruto and his companions resolved to break the spell. The woman informed them that to break the enchantment, they must locate an herb known as the Flower of Life, which flourishes deep within the forest. They traversed the woods in search of this elusive bloom, encountering a myriad of peculiar creatures and perilous traps along the way. At times, they encountered talking trees that attempted to hinder their progress by striking them with their branches. There were also invisible sprites that stealthily pilfered their belongings. The ground of the forest was far from tranquil, concealing deep swamps that could ensnare the unwary. After much effort, they finally discovered the Flower of Life. Upon consuming the flower, the woman's enchantment was lifted. In gratitude, she bestowed upon them a mysterious crystal orb, revealing that it could guide them to their next destination. Following the orb's guidance, they arrived at an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance was sealed, surrounded by a formidable magical barrier. "What shall we do now?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto surveyed their surroundings and discerned several hidden runes. "These runes may be the key to dispelling the barrier," Naruto asserted. Together, they studied the runes and ultimately uncovered the method to break the enchantment. Upon entering the temple, they beheld a colossal statue. In the statue's grasp lay a mysterious key. "This may be what we need," Sakura remarked. Just as they were about to seize the key, the statue suddenly animated and launched an assault against them. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. The statue swung its massive arms, each strike imbued with immense force. The trio nimbly evaded the statue's attacks while searching for its weakness. After a fierce battle, they discerned that the eyes of the statue were its vulnerable points. Sakura concentrated her magical energy and unleashed a powerful spell that struck the statue's eyes. The statue ceased its assault, allowing Naruto to seize the key. Once they obtained the key, a portal appeared within the temple. They stepped through the portal and found themselves in a world blanketed by snow and ice. The frigid air was biting, with howling winds swirling around them. "It's so cold," Xiaoming shivered. They trudged through the snow, only to be confronted by a massive snow monster, towering several meters high. Its body was cloaked in long white fur, exhaling thick clouds of vapor with each breath. The snow monster lunged at them, prompting them to cast spells in defense. Its immense strength caused the ground to tremble with each attack. In the icy environment, their magic waned, leaving them in a precarious predicament. During the skirmish, they discovered the monster's weakness lay within its heart. Sakura concentrated her magical energy and unleashed a powerful spell that struck the beast's heart. The snow monster collapsed to the ground, transforming into a mound of ice and snow. Continuing their journey, they stumbled upon a castle encased in ice. The grand doors were tightly shut, adorned with an array of gemstones. Naruto used the key to unlock the entrance. Inside, the castle was as warm as spring, a stark contrast to the chill outside. They explored the castle and uncovered a tome of magic. The grimoire chronicled a formidable spell capable of harnessing the power of ice and snow, which would prove immensely beneficial to them, Naruto proclaimed. They diligently learned this magic and pressed onward. Upon exiting the castle, they encountered a sorcerer ensnared within a block of ice. His body was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, leaving only his eyes capable of movement. The sorcerer implored for their assistance. Utilizing the newly acquired magic, Naruto and his companions thawed the sorcerer. In gratitude, he bestowed upon them a map, detailing the location of a mysterious treasure. Following the map's guidance, They arrived at a cave concealed within a valley. The cave was fraught with various traps and mechanisms, sudden spikes, falling boulders, and hidden venomous spouts lurking in the shadows. They navigated the perils with utmost caution and ultimately uncovered the treasure. "We are rich," exclaimed Xiaoming, brimming with excitement. Just as they prepared to exit the cave, a band of robbers burst in. The robbers, menacing with their weapons drawn, demanded, "Surrender the treasure." A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his friends and the robbers. The robbers coordinated their attacks with precision, yet Naruto and his companions remained undaunted, unleashing their powerful magic. Through their formidable spells and unwavering courage, they vanquished the robbers. With the treasure in hand, they resumed their adventurous journey. Soon, they arrived at a grand magical academy, its towering architecture steeped in enchantment. The academy's headmaster invited them to participate in a magical competition. "This is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate our prowess," Naruto remarked. They entered the contest and encountered formidable opponents from far and wide. Some could manipulate flames, while others possessed the ability to teleport or summon powerful magical creatures. After a series of intense battles, they ultimately triumphed in the competition. The headmaster awarded them a prize, an ancient tome of magic. They spent a period studying at the academy, enhancing their magical abilities. Upon departing, they ventured into a village shrouded in dark forces. The houses were dilapidated, and despair was etched upon the faces of the villagers. "We must help them break free from the grip of darkness," Sakura stated resolutely. They commenced an investigation into the source of the dark power and discovered it was the work of a malevolent sorcerer. This dark sorcerer resided in a castle nearby, relentlessly unleashing dark magic. Stealthily, they infiltrated the castle, which was riddled with various traps and monstrous creatures of the dark arts. Deep within the castle, they finally confronted the dark sorcerer, cloaked in black robes and surrounded by an aura of malevolence. "You foolish mortals dare to seek me out," the dark sorcerer sneered. "We shall defeat you and save this village," Naruto shouted defiantly. The dark sorcerer unleashed a formidable spell of shadow, enveloping the entire castle in an ominous veil. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions united in their efforts, wielding their respective magics with unwavering resolve. Sakura channeled her healing arts, restoring vitality and magical energy to her comrades. Meanwhile, Xiaoming employed his defensive spells, successfully repelling wave after wave of the sorcerer's dark onslaught. Focused intently, Naruto sought out the sorcerer's vulnerabilities amidst the chaos of battle. After an intense struggle, he finally discerned the sorcerer's critical weakness. "Now," Naruto exclaimed. They converged their magical energies, launching a final assault on the sorcerer's exposed flaw. Overwhelmed by their combined might, the dark sorcerer collapsed. With his defeat, the shadows receded, and tranquility returned to the village. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, organized a grand celebration in their honor. "Thank you. You are our heroes," they exclaimed. Naruto and his friends smiled, filled with immense pride and fulfillment. Yet, their adventure was far from over. After departing from the village, they journeyed onward, arriving at a mysterious desert. The harsh sun blazed overhead, and the scorching sand made movement arduous. "This environment is truly unforgiving," Xiaoming complained. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, swirling up clouds of sand and forming a colossal sandstorm. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. They were swept into the tempest, losing their sense of direction. When the storm finally subsided, they found themselves in an unfamiliar land, surrounded by towering dunes with no visible escape. "What should we do?" Sakura asked anxiously. Naruto maintained his composure, observing their surroundings. "Don't panic, we will find a way out." At that moment, a deep growl echoed around them. From behind a dune emerged a gigantic sand beast, its form composed entirely of sand, capable of shifting shapes at will. The beast lunged at them, prompting Naruto and his friends to swiftly cast spells in defense. The creature's attacks were ferocious, unleashing powerful torrents of sand that made approach nearly impossible. "We must identify its weakness," Naruto declared. After careful observation, they discovered that the beast's core was located in its head. Only by targeting that could they hope to defeat it. Sakura conjured an illusion, momentarily bewildering the sand beast. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged toward the creature's head, unleashing his most potent magical assault. The beast let out a pained roar before disintegrating into a pile of sand. "At last, it is vanquished," Naruto sighed in relief. They continued their search for an escape route through the desert, eventually uncovering an ancient map that marked a hidden oasis deep within the sands. Perhaps that is our way out, Xiaoming suggested. Following the map's guidance, they traversed the arduous landscape until they finally arrived at the oasis. Amidst verdant trees and crystal-clear waters, it was a breathtaking sight. How beautiful this place is, Sakura marveled. However, before they had the chance to rest, they uncovered a monumental secret concealed within the oasis. At the heart of the oasis stood an ancient temple, seemingly safeguarded by formidable magical powers. Naruto and his companions resolved to venture into the temple to uncover its mysteries. The grand entrance was firmly sealed, adorned with intricate magical runes. Naruto meticulously examined the runes, endeavoring to discover a method to unlock the door. After considerable effort, the entrance creaked open. A mysterious radiance enveloped the temple, imparting an aura of solemnity and reverence. Deep within the temple, they stumbled upon a colossal magical crystal, pulsating with immense energy. This must be something of great significance, Naruto remarked. Just as they approached the crystal, a group of guardians suddenly appeared. Do not approach the crystal, the guardians commanded. Naruto and his friends hastily clarified their intentions, stating, "We mean no harm. We are merely seeking a way out." The guardians remained skeptical and launched an assault against them. Naruto and his companions were compelled to engage in battle. The guardians exhibited formidable strength, their magical attacks thrusting Naruto and his friends into a precarious predicament. "We cannot confront them head-on. We must devise a solution," Sakura advised. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto conceived an idea. "We can communicate with them through magic, allowing them to understand our true intentions," he suggested. They conjured a special spell to convey their thoughts to the guardians. Sensing their sincerity, the guardians ultimately ceased their assault. "Ah, so you are brave adventurers. However, this crystal harbors immense power, which, if misused, could spell disaster," the leader of the guardians declared. Naruto assured them that they would not misuse the crystal's power, but only wished to harness it to find a way out of the desert. After some deliberation, the guardian leader acquiesced to their request. With the crystal's assistance, Naruto and his companions successfully departed from the desert. They continued their journey and arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in thick mist that obscured the path ahead. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be unknown dangers lurking here," Naruto warned. As they cautiously entered the valley, they were suddenly met with an eerie laughter. "Who goes there?" Xiaoming inquired warily. The laughter echoed throughout the valley, yet no figure was visible. Just as tension mounted, a host of phantoms emerged from the fog. "Intruders, you shall become our prey," the phantoms declared. Naruto and his companions immediately unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the specters. The phantoms could penetrate their magical shields, directly assaulting their very souls. "Focus your minds and resist with our will," Naruto urged. Through their tenacious resistance, the phantoms were gradually repelled. They continued their exploration of the valley and discovered an ancient ruin, replete with mysterious runes and magical circles, seemingly concealing a potent force. "What is this place?" Sakura inquired, perplexed. Naruto meticulously observed every detail within the ruins, sensing that significant secrets awaited discovery. Just as they were engrossed in their studies, a formidable defense mechanism suddenly activated within the structure. Countless magical arrows erupted from the walls, hurtling toward them. Naruto and his companions swiftly evaded the onslaught, while simultaneously seeking a means to deactivate the defense system. After considerable effort, they ultimately located the control mechanism and successfully disabled the defenses. Deep within the ruins, they uncovered an ancient tome of magic, inscribed with a powerful forbidden technique said to have the potential to alter the fate of the world. "This forbidden technique is perilous. We must not experiment with it lightly," Sakura cautioned. Naruto nodded in agreement. "We shall merely familiarize ourselves with it and refrain from its indiscriminate use." With the tome in hand, they departed the ruins. Continuing their adventurous journey, they traversed numerous landscapes, confronting a myriad of challenges and obstacles, yet they persevered with unwavering courage. Eventually, they arrived at a mysterious sea, where turbulent waves crashed violently, as though eager to engulf everything in their path. "This sea appears formidable," Xiaoming expressed his concerns. Yet, Naruto brimmed with determination. "The more daunting it seems, the more it implies there are treasures waiting to be discovered." They navigated their small boat through the tumultuous waters, battling against the relentless waves. Suddenly, a colossal sea monster emerged from the depths, its gaping maw poised to attack. The creature's immense form nearly obscured the sky above. Sakura quickly conjured a protective shield around their vessel, while Naruto concentrated his magical energy, preparing to confront the beast. The monster relentlessly battered against the protective barrier, producing thunderous sounds. "We must identify its weakness," Naruto shouted. Observing the creature's movements closely, they discerned that its eyes were its vulnerable point. Xiaoming unleashed a powerful magical beam, striking directly at the monster's eye. The beast roared in agony, momentarily retreating. However, it soon launched an even fiercer assault. United in their efforts, Naruto and his friends persistently targeted the creature's weakness. After a heart-pounding battle, they finally vanquished the beast, watching it sink beneath the waves. Continuing their voyage, they eventually arrived at an enigmatic island, shrouded in mystery, adorned with peculiar flora and unknown fauna. "This place is rife with the unknown. We must tread carefully," Naruto advised. As they explored the island, they stumbled upon a hidden laboratory concealed within a cave, filled with an array of bizarre instruments and experimental specimens. "What is this place?" Sakura inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just then, a massive machine in the laboratory sprang to life, releasing a surge of potent energy. "This could be dangerous," Naruto exclaimed. They endeavored to shut down the machine, but could not find a way. The energy fluctuations intensified, causing the entire island to tremble. "We must swiftly devise a method to control this power," Xiaoming urged anxiously. They scoured the laboratory for clues, nervously rifling through various documents and records, hoping to uncover a means to manage the machine. "Look, here is an operation manual," Sakura exclaimed with excitement. They hurriedly gathered around, attentively perusing the contents of the manual. "So that's it. We need to adjust these knobs and buttons in a specific sequence," Naruto stated. They quickly divided their tasks. Naruto was in charge of the knobs, Xiaoming managed the buttons, while Sakura observed the machine's reactions. Under their focused efforts, the machine's energy fluctuations gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing its operation. "Phew, we finally have it under control," Xiaoming sighed in relief. However, before they could relax, a deep growl emanated from the depths of the laboratory. "What is that?" Sakura's expression turned grave. Cautiously, they approached the source of the sound, discovering a massive cage containing a bizarre creature. This creature possessed sharp claws and pointed teeth, exuding an aura of danger. "It seems this machine was conducting some sort of experiment on it," Naruto remarked. Just then, the creature suddenly broke free from its cage and lunged towards them. Naruto and the others quickly cast spells in a bid to defend themselves. After a fierce struggle, they finally subdued the creature. "We cannot leave it here. Perhaps we can take it outside and find a suitable place to release it," Sakura suggested. Naruto and the others agreed to Sakura's proposal and left the laboratory with the creature. They continued their exploration of the island, discovering an ancient map room. The walls of the map room were adorned with various mysterious maps, some indicating unknown treasures, while others pointed to legendary places shrouded in mystery. "These maps could provide new direction for our adventure," Xiaoming noted. Just as they were studying the maps, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Upon investigating, they saw a group of strangely dressed individuals approaching them. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the leader inquired. Naruto quickly explained their intentions. After hearing him, the expressions of the group softened slightly. "This island is filled with dangers and secrets that you cannot explore at will," the leader cautioned. Naruto assured them that they were merely seeking adventure and wishing to help others. Gradually, the group's demeanor changed, and they began to engage in conversation. It turned out that these individuals were the guardians of the island, dedicated to protecting its secrets and treasures from being exploited by malevolent forces. "Perhaps your arrival is fated. We have a dilemma that requires resolution," the guardian stated. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions expressed their willingness to assist. The guardian informed them of a cursed area on the island, where strange phenomena and powerful monsters frequently emerged, threatening the safety of the entire island. Determined, Naruto and his friends decided to venture into this cursed place to uncover the truth. Upon their arrival, they found themselves enveloped in a chilling darkness that sent shivers down their spines. "Everyone, be cautious and ready to face any danger," Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a horde of shadowy monsters surged forth from the darkness. Naruto and his companions unleashed formidable magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the monsters. During the confrontation, they discerned that these creatures appeared to be under the influence of a powerful force. "We must uncover the source of their control," Sakura declared. As they fought, they searched for clues, Eventually, they stumbled upon a dark magic circle, which was indeed the source of the monster's manipulation. Concentrating their strength, Naruto and his team endeavored to dismantle the magic circle. The circle resisted vigorously, exerting a formidable force against their efforts. However, through their relentless determination, they ultimately shattered the circle. With its destruction, the monsters vanished, and the cursed land was restored to tranquility. The Guardians expressed their admiration and gratitude for Naruto's bravery and wisdom. As a token of our appreciation, we shall bestow upon you a precious gift, one Guardian proclaimed. They received a mysterious artifact, reputed to possess immense power. With the artifact in hand, Naruto and his companions continued their adventurous journey. They arrived at an enigmatic village where the inhabitants exhibited peculiar behavior. This place feels rather strange, Xiaoming remarked. Inquiring about the locals, they discovered that a mysterious ritual was being conducted. This ritual seems to harbor some unspeakable secrets, Naruto observed. They resolved to investigate the ceremony discreetly. During their inquiry, they uncovered that the ritual was a sinister plot orchestrated by an evil organization seeking to harness formidable dark powers. Determined to thwart the organization's scheme, Naruto and his companions set out to disrupt the ritual. On the night of the ceremony, they stealthily infiltrated the site. Now's the time, attack! Naruto shouted. They suddenly emerged, disrupting the proceedings of the ritual. The members of the evil organization angrily retaliated. A fierce battle erupted once more. With their courage and strength, Naruto and his team successfully dismantled the ritual and defeated the nefarious organization. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Bidding farewell to the village, Naruto and his companions pressed onward, ready to confront new challenges and adventures. Their tale continued, with more unknowns awaiting their exploration. Chapter 36. Crisis in the Storm. After departing from the village, Naruto and his companions embarked on an unknown journey. They entered a vast forest, where towering trees loomed overhead, their leaves filtering sunlight into dappled patches on the ground. While the setting appeared tranquil, it perhaps concealed unseen dangers. We must remain vigilant, Naruto cautioned. Treading carefully through the woods, they were suddenly met with a deep, ominous buzzing sound. What is that noise? Sakura furrowed her brow. As the sound grew nearer, they beheld a massive swarm of venomous bees darkening the sky. Oh no, it's a swarm of venomous bees, Xiaoming exclaimed. The swarm descended upon them like a dark cloud, prompting Naruto and his companions to quickly cast a magical shield for protection. The bees relentlessly battered against the shield, creating a cacophony of thuds. This won't work. We need to find a way to drive them away, Naruto shouted. Sakura pondered for a moment and remarked, I can conjure a tempest. Perhaps it will disperse them. With that, she concentrated her magical energy and unleashed her wind magic. A fierce gust swept through, scattering the swarm of venomous bees. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly traversed the forest and arrived at the bank of a wide river. The water surged violently, waves crashing against the shore. How are we to cross this swift river? Xiaoming lamented, gazing at the torrent. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and noticed several fallen trees nearby. We can fashion a raft from these trees and drift downstream, he suggested. United in purpose, they dragged the timber to the riverbank and constructed a makeshift raft. Naruto and his companions boarded the raft, allowing it to drift along the current. As they floated, the river's velocity increased, causing the raft to bob precariously amidst the waves. Hold on tight, Naruto shouted. Suddenly, a waterfall loomed ahead. Ah! Sakura screamed. In that critical moment, Naruto wielded his magic, causing the raft to hover momentarily in the air. Evading the waterfall's plunge, they pressed onward and eventually reached a calmer stretch of the river. Upon disembarking, they found themselves in an unfamiliar valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. Be cautious, something feels amiss here, Naruto warned. They cautiously navigated through the valley when, unexpectedly, the sound of footsteps echoed around them. The footsteps grew louder, and a mysterious figure emerged from the fog. Who are you to trespass here? The figure demanded. Naruto quickly clarified, we are mere adventurers passing through. With no intention to offend, the enigmatic figure scrutinized them before declaring, this is no place for you. Leave at once. Undeterred, Naruto and his friends implored the figure to allow them passage. The figure sneered, since you are so insistent, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, the figure unleashed formidable magic, launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions valiantly resisted, engaging in a fierce magical duel. During the fray, Naruto discerned that the figure's magic appeared to be hindered by some constraint. There are flaws in their magic, Naruto exclaimed, seizing the moment. They focused their efforts on exploiting the figure's vulnerabilities. Gradually, the figure faltered and ultimately ceased their assault. You have proven yourselves formidable. This valley conceals immense peril. Tread carefully. The figure warned before vanishing into the mist. Continuing their journey, Naruto and his friends stumbled upon an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood ominously closed, surrounded by an unsettling aura. This castle exudes an air of mystery. Should we venture inside? Xiaoming inquired. Having arrived here, retreat is illogical, Naruto replied. They pushed open the heavy doors, which creaked ominously, releasing a wave of decay. The castle's hall was desolate, adorned only with a few tattered portraits hanging on the walls. These portraits seemed to tell a story, Sakura remarked. Just as they were examining the images closely, the ground began to tremble beneath them. Be careful, Naruto shouted. Emerging from the depths of the earth, several colossal beasts lunged with ferocity towards Naruto and his companions. Swiftly, they conjured powerful spells, engaging in a desperate struggle against the monstrous entities. The creatures displayed formidable strength, causing Naruto and his allies to gradually feel overwhelmed. We cannot confront them head-on. We must devise a strategy to uncover their vulnerabilities, Naruto declared. After a meticulous observation, they discerned that the monster's eyes were their Achilles heel. Sakura concentrated her magical energy, casting a brilliant light spell that temporarily blinded the beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched an attack, striking one of the monsters directly in its eye. The creatures howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Continuing their exploration within the castle, they arrived at a grand library, overflowing with ancient tomes and scrolls. Perhaps we can unearth useful clues here, Xiaoming suggested. As they rummaged through the shelves, they stumbled upon a book detailing the castle's history. The text revealed that this fortress had once been the dwelling of a malevolent sorcerer who conducted forbidden magical experiments, resulting in the castle's curse. It appears we must discover a means to lift the curse to escape this place, Naruto remarked. Following the hints within the book, they ventured to the castle's basement. There, they encountered a massive magical circle, pulsating with an eerie luminescence. This must be the source of the curse, Sakura observed. Just as they were poised to dismantle the magical circle, a gigantic apparition materialized before them. You shall not destroy my curse. The phantom bellowed. It was, indeed, the specter of the wicked sorcerer. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged in a climactic battle against the sorcerer's apparition. The specter unleashed a barrage of formidable spells. Yet Naruto and his allies coordinated their efforts, resolutely resisting the onslaught. After a breathtaking confrontation, they ultimately vanquished the sorcerer's phantom, successfully shattering the magical circle. With its destruction, the castle's curse was lifted. As they exited the castle, they pressed onward, soon arriving at a bustling marketplace. The square was teeming with people, and an array of goods was on display. This place seems quite lively, Xiaoming remarked. While wandering through the market, they suddenly witnessed a thief snatching an elderly man's wallet. Without hesitation, Naruto dashed forward and apprehended the miscreant. Thank you, young man, the elder expressed gratefully. The old man informed them that theft had become rampant in the marketplace, resulting in a decline in public safety. Determined to restore order, Naruto and his friends patrolled the area, capturing numerous thieves and troublemakers. The marketplace's patrons praised their efforts. In a corner of the marketplace, they discovered a mysterious stall adorned with peculiar items. The proprietor, a one-eyed elder, gazed at Naruto and his companions, revealing a cryptic smile. Children, I possess what you seek, the vendor stated. Curious, Naruto inquired, what do you have? The stallkeeper produced a crystal ball, declaring, this crystal ball can guide you to your next destination. Skeptical yet intrigued, Naruto and his companions purchased the crystal ball. The crystal ball indeed radiated a luminous glow, illuminating their path. Guided by its brilliance, they ventured into a foreboding forest shrouded in darkness. An ominous aura enveloped the woods, punctuated by chilling cries that echoed through the trees. Be cautious, this place feels perilous, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a horde of shadowy creatures surged forth from every direction. These beings manifested in various forms, some resembling bats, while others appeared as werewolves. Naruto and his companions unleashed formidable magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark entities. Amidst the fray, Naruto discerned that these creatures seemed to be under the thrall of a malevolent force. There must be a puppeteer orchestrating this chaos, he surmised. While battling, they simultaneously sought clues. At last, they uncovered a concealed cave nestled within the woods. Inside, a dark sorcerer was casting spells to command the shadowy creatures. So it was you behind this mischief, Naruto exclaimed. The dark sorcerer scoffed. You overestimate your abilities to challenge me. A life-and-death struggle ensued between Naruto's group and the sorcerer. The sorcerer wielded formidable magic, plunging Naruto and his friends into dire straits. Yet, bolstered by unwavering conviction and indomitable will, they gradually turned the tide. Ultimately, they vanquished the dark sorcerer, breaking the creatures free from his control. The forest returned to tranquility as they pressed onward. Their journey led them to the foot of a towering snow-capped mountain. Scaling this peak will not be an easy feat, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto encouraged everyone. As long as we unite in purpose, we shall prevail. They commenced their ascent, facing the perils of blizzards and avalanches along the way. However, they remained steadfast, supporting one another as they climbed higher. At long last, they reached the summit, where an ancient temple awaited them, seemingly concealing profound secrets. Upon entering, they discovered an ancient tome. The manuscript contained the incantation for a powerful magic, yet it required specific conditions for its execution. Perhaps this magic can aid us in confronting future challenges, Sakura suggested. They took a moment to rest within the temple before descending the mountain. The path down was fraught with dangers, but drawing from their prior experiences, they successfully navigated back to the base. At that point, they found themselves in a border town. The townsfolk appeared anxious, as if burdened by an unseen threat. After inquiring, Naruto learned that a band of robbers had been frequently raiding the town, plundering its valuables. We cannot allow these brigands to wreak havoc, Naruto declared. They resolved to aid the town in fending off the impending assaults, setting traps and fortifications around the settlement. They awaited the robbers' arrival. Soon enough, the bandits appeared. Naruto and his allies engaged in a fierce confrontation with the robbers. The brigands were taken aback by the town's defenses, plunging them into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto's group launched their counterattack, driving the robbers into a hasty retreat. The townsfolk erupted in joyous celebration, expressing their profound gratitude to Naruto and his companions. After a brief respite in the quaint town, Naruto and his companions resumed their adventurous journey. They ventured into an expansive desert, where the relentless sun beat down mercilessly upon the earth, and the sand was so scalding it felt as though it could sear the soles of their feet. The heat of the desert was truly unbearable. Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his brow. Everyone, stay hydrated and avoid heat stroke, Sakura cautioned. They trudged laboriously through the desert when suddenly, a fierce wind swept up a cloud of yellow sand, forming a colossal sandstorm. Be careful, Naruto shouted. The storm surged toward them, threatening to engulf them. Naruto conjured a powerful spell, creating a protective barrier around them to momentarily ward off the storm's assault. However, the storm's ferocity intensified, and cracks began to appear in the barrier. This won't suffice. We need to find shelter, Sakura said anxiously. They scanned their surroundings and spotted a massive rock formation not far away. They dashed toward it, taking refuge behind the stone. The sandstorm raged for an extensive period before gradually subsiding. That was close, Xiaoming gasped. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a swarm of desert scorpions emerged from the sand, launching an attack. These scorpions were enormous, their venomous tails glinting ominously. Once again, Naruto and his friends unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle with the scorpions. After an arduous struggle, they finally vanquished all the creatures. Let us press on. Our water supply is nearly depleted. If we do not locate a source soon, we will be in dire straits, Naruto remarked. Just as despair began to creep in, Xiaoming spotted a distant shadow of an oasis. Look, there appears to be an oasis over there, they exclaimed excitedly as they raced toward it. Upon reaching the oasis, they discovered a crystal-clear lake and eagerly quenched their thirst. After resting for a while, as they prepared to depart, they found themselves encircled by a band of desert bandits. Surrender your valuables, the bandit leader bellowed. Naturally, Naruto and his friends would not yield easily, and a new battle commenced. Naruto unleashed a surge of formidable magic, conjuring a whirlwind that charged at the bandits. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, the bandits quickly regained their composure and drew their weapons to retaliate. Sakura cast healing spells to continuously restore Naruto and his companion's strength and magic. Xiaoming utilized his magic to create illusions, obscuring the bandits' vision. The conflict was intensely fierce, as the bandits proved to be formidable opponents, and their assaults caused considerable trouble for Naruto and his friends. Everyone, stay strong. We cannot let them succeed, Naruto shouted. Through their tenacious resistance, the bandits began to falter. Ultimately, the bandit leader, sensing the tide turning against them, fled with the remaining members in haste. We finally drove them away, Xiaoming sighed in relief. But we must not let our guard down. They may return, Sakura warned. They swiftly left the oasis and continued their journey. Not long after, they arrived at an ancient ruin. Its entrance adorned with enigmatic runes that instilled a sense of awe and trepidation. The place appeared enigmatic, shrouded in mystery, and its secrets lay hidden within. Regardless, let us venture inside, declared Naruto. They cautiously entered the ruins, where an ancient atmosphere enveloped them. The torches affixed to the walls ignited spontaneously, illuminating the path ahead. This is rather eerie, remarked Sakura. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and colossal stone statues slowly emerged from the depths below. The eyes of the statues glimmered with a crimson glow, launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions swiftly dodged and retaliated with magic. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished the statues. As they continued deeper into the ruins, they stumbled upon a grand treasure chamber, overflowing with gold, silver, jewels, and various precious magical artifacts. Such an abundance of treasures, exclaimed Xiaoming, brimming with excitement. Just as they prepared to claim the bounty, a massive magical trap was triggered. Countless magical arrows rained down from all directions. Beware, Naruto shouted. They desperately evaded the onslaught of arrows. We must locate the mechanism to deactivate the trap, Sakura urged. They scoured the treasure chamber and finally discovered the mechanism concealed in a corner. Naruto dashed over and swiftly deactivated it. That was close, Xiaoming remarked. However, at that moment, a deep growl reverberated through the ruins. What could that be? Sakura asked, her voice laced with anxiety. A colossal beast emerged from the shadows, exuding an overwhelming magical presence that instilled fear. Undeterred, Naruto and his friends readied themselves for battle once more. The beast opened its formidable jaws and unleashed a torrent of flames. Naruto and his companions quickly cast defensive spells to shield themselves from the fiery assault. We must identify its weakness, Naruto declared. As they engaged in combat with the beast, they meticulously observed its movements. Eventually, they discerned that its abdomen was its vulnerable point. Sakura concentrated her magical energy and unleashed a powerful beam of magic directed at the beast's midsection. The creature howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. We have triumphed, Xiaoming exclaimed with glee. They departed the ruins, carrying a portion of the treasures with them. On their subsequent journey, they encountered a mysterious elder clad in tattered robes, whose eyes radiated profound wisdom. Children, your adventure is fraught with peril, yet it is also imbued with hope, the elder intoned. Naruto, intrigued, asked, Who are you? Why do you say this? The elder smiled gently. I am a witness, having beheld the tales of countless adventurers. Your unwavering faith and courage shall aid you in overcoming the trials that lie ahead. With that, the elder vanished without a trace. Continuing on their path, they arrived at a mysterious valley enveloped in thick fog, obscuring their route. Be cautious. Unknown dangers may lurk here, Naruto warned. They treaded carefully into the valley, only to suddenly hear a chilling laughter echoing through the mist. Who is it? Xiaoming inquired warily. The laughter reverberated throughout the valley, yet no figures were visible. Just as their tension escalated, a host of phantoms materialized from the swirling fog. Intruders, you shall become our prey, the phantoms proclaimed. Naruto and his companions immediately unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the specters. The phantoms could penetrate their magical shields, launching direct assaults on their very souls. Concentrate your minds and resist with our will, Naruto shouted. Under their tenacious defense, the phantoms were gradually repelled. They continued their exploration in the valley and stumbled upon an ancient cave. The cave shimmered with an otherworldly glow, seemingly concealing a profound secret. As they entered, they discovered a mysterious tome of magic. This book contained accounts of a powerful forbidden technique, rumored to wield control over time and space. This technique is far too perilous. We must not attempt it lightly, Sakura remarked. Naruto nodded. But we can study it. Perhaps we can glean some useful insights. As they delved into the tome, the cave suddenly trembled violently. This is bad. It's going to collapse, Xiaoming cried. They hurriedly dashed towards the exit, encountering various obstacles and dangers along the way. Ultimately, they managed to escape the cave just in time. With nightfall upon them, they sought refuge and found an abandoned cabin nearby to rest. That night, as they recuperated within the cabin, they were roused by a peculiar sound from outside. "What is that noise?" Sakura questioned, awakening from her slumber. Naruto opened the door to peer outside, but discerned nothing amiss. Suddenly, a colossal beast materialized before them, lunging with its gaping maw. Reacting swiftly, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the creature. After an intense confrontation, they finally vanquished the beast. The following day, they pressed onward and arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake. The water was crystal clear, yet it emanated an enigmatic aura. "This lake appears quite unusual," Xiaoming remarked. At that moment, a massive whirlpool emerged in the lake, and a mysterious figure gradually rose from its depths. "You have finally arrived," the figure declared. Naruto and his friends eyed the apparition warily. "There is no need for fear. I am the guardian of this lake," the figure assured them. The guardian informed them that deep within the lake lay a powerful artifact, imbued with immense strength yet fraught with peril. Resolute, Naruto and his companions decided to plunge into the depths in search of the artifact. They submerged in the water, swimming towards the lake bed. There, they uncovered a grand palace, filled with a myriad of mechanisms and traps. Cautiously, they navigated around the hazards and ultimately discovered the artifact. However, the moment they grasped it, a formidable force enveloped them. "What is happening?" Sakura inquired. "It seems we have triggered some kind of seal," Naruto responded. They struggled against the overwhelming power, finding it increasingly difficult to endure. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Naruto suddenly recalled a spell he had learned previously. He unleashed his magic, ultimately defusing the crisis. They emerged from the depths with the artifact in hand. At that moment, they noticed a transformation in their surroundings. The once serene lake had turned tumultuous, and ominous clouds loomed in the sky. Could this change be the result of the artifact's power? Xiaoming pondered. "Regardless, we must leave this place," Naruto asserted. They swiftly departed from the lake, continuing their adventurous journey. In the days to come, Naruto and his companions pressed on with their quest. Armed with the artifact they had retrieved from the lake, they embarked on a new voyage. They traversed a desolate desert and navigated through dense jungles, enduring hardships along the way, yet never faltering in their resolve. One day, they arrived at a tranquil village. The villagers lived simple, joyful lives, and upon seeing Naruto and his companions with the artifact, their eyes were filled with curiosity and reverence. "This artifact must possess extraordinary power. It may bring us trouble," Sakura expressed her concerns. "Yet it may also hold the key to our salvation," Naruto replied with unwavering determination. However, their arrival attracted the attention of nefarious individuals. One night, a band of robbers stealthily infiltrated the village, intent on seizing the artifact. Sensing danger, Naruto and his companions immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the thieves. The artifact's power inadvertently surged forth during the confrontation, and a brilliant light repelled the assailants in an instant. Yet this surge of power also summoned greater peril. A dark organization, having heard of the artifact's legend, dispatched formidable sorcerers to claim it. Faced with such formidable foes, Naruto and his friends found themselves in a grueling struggle. However, through their mutual trust and synergy, they repeatedly turned the tide in their favor. "We cannot allow the artifact to fall into the hands of villains," Xiaoming shouted. Amidst the fierce combat, Naruto suddenly grasped some secrets of the artifact. Harnessing its power, he cast a powerful spell that decisively defeated the dark sorcerers. After the battle, the villagers held a grand celebration in their honor. Yet Naruto and his companions understood that their mission was far from over. They departed the village and pressed onward. Along the way, they encountered a mysterious witch. Gazing at the artifact they held, she warned, "This is a treasure of immense energy, but it may also bring calamity. You must find a way to control it, or the consequences will be dire." Humbly accepting the witch's counsel, they began their quest to master the artifact. They traversed towering mountains and waded through marshy wetlands, enduring countless trials until they finally discovered a clue within an ancient castle. Hidden within the castle was an archaic tome of magic, containing the secrets to controlling the artifact. Diligently, they studied the text and eventually mastered the techniques required. However, a more powerful dark force was awakening, threatening the entire world. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions set forth toward the source of this darkness. bracing themselves for an unprecedented challenge. Their adventure continues, with the future shrouded in uncertainty and challenges. Yet, they firmly believe that as long as they stand united, they can overcome any obstacle. They arrived at the heart of the dark forces, a place permeated with an oppressive and fearsome aura. Be cautious, this power is exceedingly formidable, Naruto warned. In the shadows, a colossal figure gradually emerged, the master of the dark forces, an evil sorcerer. You audacious fools dare to challenge my authority, the sorcerer bellowed. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the sorcerer. The artifacts in their possession unleashed tremendous power, countering the sorcerer's dark magic. As the battle intensified, Naruto and his allies began to gain the upper hand. Observing this, the sorcerer unleashed his ultimate attack. A wave of dark energy surged towards them. Concentrate your strength, Naruto shouted. They maximized the power of the artifacts, forming a formidable shield to withstand the sorcerer's onslaught. Seizing the moment as the sorcerer grew weary, Naruto and his companions launched a final charge, vanquishing the sorcerer in one decisive blow. With the sorcerer's defeat, the dark forces gradually dissipated, restoring peace and tranquility to the world. Naruto and his friends emerged as the heroes of the people, their adventurous tale echoing through the ages. Yet, they did not rest on their laurels. Instead, they embarked on a new journey to explore more uncharted realms and assist those in need. Chapter 37. The mysterious Crystal Island. Having triumphed over the sorcerer and saved the world, Naruto and his companions gained widespread renown. However, they remained unsatisfied, fueled by an insatiable thirst for the unknown as they set forth on their quest. One day, they sailed across a vast expanse of ocean. The sunlight shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a dazzling spectacle, yet beneath the serene waves lurked unseen dangers. I wonder what new wonders we will encounter this time, Xiaoming said, brimming with anticipation. Sakura responded with a smile, no matter what it is, I believe we can handle it. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed overhead, and a fierce wind arose, transforming the previously calm sea into a tumultuous storm. Everyone, be careful. This storm has struck us unexpectedly, Naruto shouted. They struggled to maintain control of their vessel amidst the raging winds and towering waves. Just then, a colossal wave surged towards them. Hold on tight. Before Naruto could finish, the wave lifted the ship high and then violently crashed it down. The vessel began to disintegrate under the force, and Naruto and his companions were thrown into the water. Don't panic, stay afloat, Naruto yelled as they fought to keep their heads above water. In the midst of their struggle, a mysterious force began to pull them in a particular direction. After what felt like an eternity, they found themselves washed ashore on an unfamiliar island. Where are we? Xiaoming asked, gazing at the island in bewilderment. Naruto rose to his feet and surveyed their surroundings. Never mind that for now, let us explore the shore. The island appeared both enchanting and enigmatic, adorned with vibrant flora and an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. They proceeded along a narrow path when suddenly they were greeted by a melodious chorus of birdsong. Looking up, they beheld a flock of vividly colored birds flitting through the branches. How beautiful these birds are, Sakura exclaimed, as they ventured deeper into the island. They stumbled upon a vast cave, its entrance shimmering with an enigmatic glow. This cave appears quite unusual. Perhaps it houses something of great significance, Naruto remarked. Cautiously, they stepped into the cavern, where the walls were adorned with countless glimmering crystals. These crystals must be exceedingly precious, Xiaoming mused, unable to resist the urge to touch them. Just as his hand was about to make contact with a crystal, Naruto halted him. Be careful, there may be danger. No sooner had he spoken than a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the cave. A colossal crystal beast emerged from the depths, its body composed entirely of crystal, exuding a formidable aura. What manner of monster is this? Sakura gasped. Naruto swiftly conjured magic, bracing for the beast's assault. The crystal monster lashed out with its massive claws. Lunging towards them, they deftly evaded its attacks while seeking out its vulnerability. After an intense struggle, they discerned that the creature's heart was a distinct crystal, a potential weak point. Sakura concentrated her magical energy and unleashed a powerful beam directly at the monster's heart. The creature let out a pained roar, collapsing into a pile of crystal shards. At last, we have vanquished it, Xiaoming sighed in relief. Continuing their exploration of the cave, they discovered a tome enveloped in crystal. Could this be an important tome of knowledge? Naruto pondered as he carefully shattered the crystal to retrieve the book. However, upon opening it, they found the text completely unfamiliar. What shall we do now? Sakura furrowed her brow. Just as they were engulfed in frustration, the book emitted a radiant glow, revealing the figure of an elderly man. Children, this is an ancient tome of magic, comprehensible only to those with pure hearts, the elder proclaimed. Naruto and his companions exchanged glances, uncertain if they met the criteria. The elder smiled gently. Your bravery and unity in the face of danger attest to the purity of your spirits. Now, concentrate and feel the essence of the book. Following the elder's guidance, they closed their eyes and attuned their senses. Gradually, the text began to clarify. It turned out that this magical manuscript contained a powerful spell capable of controlling the forces of nature. If we master this spell, our future adventures will be far more prosperous, Xiaoming said, brimming with excitement. They dedicated themselves to practicing this magic within the cave. After several days of diligent effort, they finally grasped the fundamentals of the spell. Exiting the cave, they noticed a peculiar atmosphere enveloping the island. The once cheerful birds ceased their singing, and the vibrant flora began to wither. What is happening? Sakura felt a sense of unease. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto speculated. It is possible that our actions within the cave have disturbed some form of balance. They resolved to uncover the cause and save the enchanting island. Deep within its heart, they stumbled upon a dark magical circle, incessantly draining the island's vitality. It must be this magical circle that is responsible, exclaimed Xiaoming. They employed the natural magic they had recently mastered, attempting to dismantle the circle. However, its formidable power rendered their efforts largely ineffective. We cannot give up. Let us unite and amplify our magical output, Naruto declared. Through their collective endeavor, a faint crack finally appeared in the magical circle. At that moment, a surge of dark energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive shadow. You ignorant fools, how dare you disrupt my plans? The shadow bellowed. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions retorted. Whoever you are, we shall not allow you to ruin this island. The shadow responded with a chilling laugh. Then let us see what you are capable of. It unleashed a torrent of powerful dark magic upon them. Working in tight coordination, Naruto and his friends resisted with their natural magic. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides exerting their utmost efforts. In a pivotal moment, Naruto suddenly grasped a deeper essence of natural magic. He infused this newfound power into his attack, striking the shadow's core with a decisive blow. With anguished cries, the shadow gradually dissipated, leading to the collapse of the magical circle. As the circle crumbled, the island regained its former vitality. Birds resumed their cheerful songs, and plants blossomed anew. We have succeeded, Sakura cheered. The group lingered on the island a while longer, aiding its inhabitants in rebuilding their homes. Once tranquility returned, they embarked once more on their journey of adventure. They arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in thick mist and enveloped in profound silence. This place feels enigmatic. Everyone, tread carefully, Naruto cautioned. As they cautiously entered the valley, they were suddenly greeted by the sound of a melodious flute. The notes resonated like a lament, seemingly narrating an ancient tale. Where is that flute music coming from? Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. Following the sound, they discovered a solitary elder seated upon a large stone, playing the flute. Upon noticing them, the elder ceased his playing. What brings you to this place? He inquired. Naruto recounted their adventurous journey and intentions. The elder smiled gently. Ah, brave adventurers, this valley conceals a great secret. Intrigued, they asked what secret? The elder gestured toward the depths of the valley. There lies an ancient castle, within which resides a treasure capable of altering the world. However, to obtain it, one must endure numerous trials. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions resolved to venture to the castle. Along the way, they encountered an array of peculiar traps and magical barriers. At times, they faced suddenly protruding spikes. At others, they were ensnared by disorienting mists. Yet, armed with wisdom and courage, they overcame each challenge. Finally, the castle loomed before them, its grand entrance firmly shut, adorned with intricate runes. Naruto meticulously examined the runes, endeavoring to discover a means to unlock the grand door. After a thorough investigation, he discerned that by touching the runes in a specific sequence, the door would yield. As it creaked open, a waft of ancient air enveloped them. The castle lay desolate, with only a colossal treasure chest occupying the center of the hall. Could this be the coveted artifact? Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, dashed towards it. Just as he was about to unseal the chest, a host of guardians materialized around them. Halt! You cannot touch that chest. The guardians commanded. Naruto hurriedly explained, we merely wish to glimpse its contents. The guardians, with grave expressions, replied, the treasures within that chest are not to be taken lightly. You must pass our trials. Resolutely, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. The trials encompassed magical duels, intellectual puzzles, and tests of courage. During the magical duel, Sakura exhibited her formidable prowess, vanquishing her adversary. In the intellectual puzzle segment, Naruto, with his cunning intellect, adeptly solved the conundrum. In the final test of courage, Xiaoming overcame his inner fears and accomplished the task. The guardians, thoroughly impressed by their performance, granted them permission to unlock the chest. As they did, a radiant glow emanated from within, revealing a mysterious crystal orb that seemed to harbor boundless power. At the moment they grasped the orb, the castle began to tremble violently. We must flee. There may be peril, Naruto exclaimed. They hastily exited the castle, only to witness the entire valley undergoing a transformation. It became evident that this crystal orb was the key to maintaining the valley's equilibrium, and their extraction had disrupted it. We must return the orb to its rightful place, Sakura insisted. Braving the dangers once more, they re-entered the castle and restored the crystal orb to the chest. At last, tranquility returned to the valley. Continuing their journey, they arrived at an enigmatic village. The inhabitants possessed extraordinary abilities. Some could manipulate flames, while others could teleport instantaneously. This place is truly wondrous, Xiaoming marveled. However, they soon discovered that the villagers had succumbed to panic. Upon inquiry, they learned of an evil sorcerer who had threatened to annihilate the village unless a mysterious artifact was surrendered. Determined to assist the village in combating this malevolent sorcerer, Naruto and his friends scoured the area for his whereabouts, ultimately uncovering his lair on the outskirts of the village. Upon spotting them, the sorcerer sneered. You think you can thwart me? Unfazed, Naruto declared, we will defeat you and safeguard the village. An intense battle ensued. The sorcerer unleashed a barrage of potent dark magic. Yet Naruto and his companions, bolstered by unwavering conviction and their harmonious teamwork, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the sorcerer, rescuing the village. The villagers, brimming with gratitude, bestowed upon them numerous precious gifts. Nevertheless, Naruto and his friends did not linger. They embarked on a new adventure. They ventured into a mystical forest, where towering ancient trees intertwined their branches, forming a natural green canopy. The forest appeared enigmatic, shrouded in mystery, concealing untold secrets within its depths, Sakura remarked. They proceeded with utmost caution when, suddenly, a deep, rumbling growl echoed through the air. Be wary. There may be formidable creatures lurking nearby, Naruto cautioned, his senses heightened. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal unicorn burst forth from the thicket. The creature's horn shimmered with an ethereal glow, its eyes brimming with vigilance. Do not be afraid. We mean no harm. Naruto attempted to communicate with the unicorn. However, the unicorn seemed unconvinced, emitting another roar as it charged towards them. The group swiftly scattered to avoid its advance. We must devise a way to soothe it, Xiaoming suggested. Sakura recalled a herb she carried in her backpack, reputed to calm animals. She promptly retrieved the herb and cautiously approached the unicorn. Initially resistant, the unicorn gradually quieted as it caught the scent of the herb. It appears to be working, Sakura sighed in relief. Once the unicorn settled, they noticed it bore several wounds, likely inflicted by other creatures, Naruto observed. Resolving to aid the unicorn, they set about treating its injuries. After much effort, the unicorn's wounds finally healed. Gratefully, it gazed at them before turning and galloping deeper into the forest. It seems to wish to lead us somewhere, Xiaoming remarked. Following the unicorn, they arrived at a concealed cave within the woods. The cave radiated a mysterious light, hinting at hidden secrets. Upon entering, they discovered an ancient magical scroll. This must be a priceless artifact, Naruto declared. Just as they prepared to depart, a host of dark creatures emerged, intent on seizing the scroll. Not on our watch, they exclaimed, unleashing their magic to engage in a fierce battle with the dark beings. Though outnumbered, Naruto and his companions stood resolute. After a grueling struggle, they triumphed over the dark creatures, safeguarding the magical scroll. Upon exiting the forest, they found themselves in a coastal fishing village. The villagers informed them of a colossal sea monster that had recently emerged, frequently attacking fishing boats and preventing the fishermen from venturing out to sea. Determined to assist, Naruto and his friends resolved to vanquish the monster. They set sail aboard a fishing boat, seeking the creature's whereabouts. At last, they encountered the beast in a vast expanse of water. The sea monster was immense, with razor-sharp teeth and a formidable shell. This will not be an easy foe, Xiaoming cautioned. Observing the creature's movements, Naruto discerned its eyes to be its weakness. They devised a plan. Sakura and Xiaoming would divert the monster's attention while Naruto seized the opportunity to strike its eyes. The plan unfolded seamlessly, and Naruto successfully struck the creature's eye. The monster writhed in agony before finally sinking to the ocean floor. The fishermen, overwhelmed with gratitude, bestowed upon them a bounty of fresh seafood. Continuing their journey, they arrived at an ancient temple, housing a mysterious statue said to possess extraordinary powers. Within the temple, they encountered a venerable monk. The venerable monk imparted to them that to harness the power of the divine statue, one must undergo a trial of the spirit. Naruto and his companions accepted this challenge, confronting their innermost fears and desires throughout the ordeal. Ultimately, they triumphed, acquiring the statue's formidable strength. Empowered anew, they embarked on their adventurous journey once more, arriving at a kingdom shrouded in snow and ice. The inhabitants endured a life of frigid despair and hunger, for an evil sorceress had seized control of the climate, ensnaring them in an eternal winter. Resolute in their determination, Naruto and his companions pledged to aid the kingdom's people in their struggle against the witch. They sought out the sorceress's fortress and engaged her in a climactic battle. The witch unleashed her potent ice and snow magic, striving to thwart their advance. Yet, bolstered by their courage and newfound abilities, Naruto and his allies ultimately vanquished the sorceress, restoring spring's warmth to the kingdom. The citizens erupted in joyous celebration, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards Naruto and his friends. Amidst the accolades, they set forth once again on an uncharted path. Traversing a desolate desert, the relentless sun scorched the earth, each step feeling as if they were sinking into a searing sea of sand. The oppressive heat was nearly unbearable. Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his brow. We must persevere. Perhaps at the desert's end lies a new discovery, Naruto encouraged. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up a storm of golden sands, swirling ominously towards them. Everyone, be cautious, Sakura shouted. Quickly, Naruto conjured a protective barrier around them, shielding them from the tempest's wrath. The storm raged for what felt like an eternity before gradually subsiding. However, upon exiting their sanctuary, they found themselves disoriented and lost. What do we do now? Which way should we go? Xiaoming asked anxiously. Observing the terrain, Naruto spotted a towering sand dune in the distance. Let us ascend that dune. We may gain a clearer view of our path, he suggested. Struggling against the shifting sands, they climbed the dune and, upon reaching the summit, glimpsed what appeared to be an oasis on the horizon. That may be our beacon of hope, Sakura remarked. They set their sights on the oasis, overcoming numerous obstacles along the way. Upon finally arriving, they discovered an ancient ruin concealed within the lush greenery. The entrance was barred by a colossal stone door, intricately engraved with enigmatic symbols. There must be a way to unlock this door, Naruto mused, studying the inscriptions closely. After considerable effort, they unveiled the mechanism to open the stone portal. It creaked open, releasing a musty breath of antiquity. Inside, the ruins were a labyrinth of intricate passageways and chambers, which they navigated with utmost caution. In one chamber, they stumbled upon a grand mirror, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. This mirror seems remarkably unusual, Xiaoming observed. As they drew nearer, a mysterious figure materialized within the glass. At last, you have arrived, the apparition intoned. Naruto and his companions regarded the figure in wary anticipation. Do not be afraid, for I am the guardian of this ancient relic, and I have waited here for a long time to reveal its secrets to you, the figure spoke. It turns out that within this relic lies a formidable magical power, one that is coveted by malevolent forces. We cannot allow such power to fall into evil hands, declared Naruto. The guardian informed them that to obtain this power, they must undergo a series of arduous trials. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. Throughout the trials, they encountered various powerful magical traps and assaults from monstrous creatures, yet they never wavered. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trials and acquired the immense power contained within the relic. Armed with this newfound strength, they ventured forth, ready to embrace further challenges and adventures. They arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in dense fog that obscured the path ahead. "Everyone be cautious. There may be unknown dangers lurking here," Naruto warned. As they tread carefully, they suddenly heard a chilling laughter echoing around them. "Who is it?" Sakura inquired anxiously. The laughter reverberated through the valley, yet no figure was in sight. Just as they remained vigilant, a horde of phantoms materialized from the mist. "Intruders! You shall become our prey," the phantoms proclaimed. Naruto and his friends swiftly cast their spells, engaging in a fierce battle with the phantoms. The phantoms' ethereal attacks made them elusive and difficult to grasp. "We must discover their weakness," Naruto urged. After a period of observation, they realized that the phantoms became corporeal under the light of the moon. Sakura summoned a radiant moon, illuminating the valley. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his companions launched their counterattack, successfully repelling the phantoms. They continued their exploration in the valley and stumbled upon a concealed cave. The cave emanated a mysterious glow that beckoned them inside. Within the cave, they beheld a colossal crystal, seemingly brimming with potent energy. "This may be a priceless treasure," remarked Xiaoming. Just as they prepared to approach the crystal, a massive python slithered forth from behind it. The serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged at them. Naruto and his companions quickly evaded, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the serpent. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the python and secured the crystal. However, the cave began to tremble violently, as though it were on the brink of collapse. "We must leave at once," Naruto shouted. They sprinted desperately towards the cave's entrance, narrowly escaping just before it caved in completely. They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious town. The architectural style of this town was peculiar, infused with exotic charm. "This place feels remarkably different," Sakura noted. Inquiring within the town, they learned of an impending magical competition, where the victor would receive a mysterious prize. Naruto and his companions resolved to participate in the contest. During the competition, they faced formidable opponents from various regions, with events ranging from magical duels to solving enchanting puzzles. With their remarkable prowess and seamless teamwork, Naruto and his companions valiantly navigated through numerous challenges, ultimately securing a place in the finals. Their adversaries in the decisive match were a pair of seasoned magical siblings, renowned for their exceptional magical skills and formidable power. As the competition commenced, both sides unleashed their most potent spells, illuminating the battlefield with dazzling light as the forces of magic collided. Naruto adeptly harnessed natural magic, manipulating the surrounding elements to create protective barriers. Meanwhile, Sakura concentrated intently, preparing to unleash a formidable offensive spell. Xiaoming observed the opponents carefully, offering strategic advice to his teammates. The magical siblings were undeterred, launching a combined magical assault that placed Naruto and his team in a precarious situation. "Everyone, stay strong. We cannot give up," Naruto exclaimed. Inspired by his words, Sakura released a powerful beam of magic that surged toward their foes. The siblings skillfully evaded the attack, seizing the opportunity to counterstrike. Amidst the fierce clash, Xiaoming identified a slight flaw in the siblings' magic and immediately alerted Naruto. Seizing the moment, Naruto executed a powerful spell he had never before revealed, swiftly turning the tide of battle. In the end, they triumphed over the magical siblings, claiming victory in the competition. As they received their mysterious prize, they discovered it to be an ancient tome of magic. "This tome will undoubtedly assist us in enhancing our abilities," Naruto declared with excitement. However, before they could delve into its secrets, they received a cryptic letter. The correspondence spoke of a mysterious magical gem located in a distant valley, possessing incredible power, yet guarded by formidable magical forces. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions resolved to embark on a quest to find it. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at the enigmatic valley, which was thick with an oppressive magical aura. "Be cautious, the magical energy here is exceedingly potent," Sakura warned. As they proceeded with care, a deep growl resonated through the air. A colossal magical beast emerged from the shadows, radiating powerful waves of magic. Swiftly, Naruto and his companions prepared for battle. The beast launched a ferocious assault, its magical flames incinerating everything in their vicinity. Working in close coordination, they evaded and retaliated against the creature. After a grueling struggle, They finally discovered the beast's weakness and managed to defeat it. Continuing deeper into the valley, they eventually located the legendary magical gem. However, just as they were about to seize it, a dark sorcerer appeared, exclaiming, "That gem belongs to me." A fierce magical duel ensued once more. The dark sorcerer's magic was malevolent and powerful, yet Naruto and his companions, driven by unwavering belief and courage, did not falter. At a critical moment, the magic of the three coalesced into a formidable force, successfully vanquishing the dark sorcerer. With the magical gem in their possession, they left the valley, continuing on their adventurous journey. In the years to come, they shall encounter numerous formidable challenges and rare opportunities, yet they remain steadfast in their belief that united, there is no chasm insurmountable. Chapter 38. The Lost Magical City. Naruto and his companions, bearing the magical gemstones, ventured forth into the uncharted realms. Before long, they arrived at an enigmatic land, rumored to conceal a long-lost magical city. It is said that this city once thrived in unparalleled prosperity, only to vanish due to a catastrophic disaster. Sakura remarked, "Let us explore, we may uncover something of value." Filled with anticipation, Naruto replied. They advanced in the direction indicated by the ancient map, traversing dense jungles and perilous mountains along the way. At last, amidst a shroud of mist, the silhouette of a grand yet dilapidated city emerged before them. "This must be the fabled city," Xiaoming declared. As they entered the city, the buildings lining the streets, though ravaged by time, still bore the vestiges of their former splendor. The walls were etched with mysterious magical runes, evoking awe at the formidable magical prowess this city once possessed. "Be cautious. Unknown dangers may still lurk here," Naruto cautioned. They tread carefully along the streets when suddenly, a low, menacing roar echoed through the air. The sound emanated from a colossal palace. Exchanging glances, Naruto and his companions resolved to enter the palace to investigate. The grand door stood firmly shut, yet Naruto, wielding magic, effortlessly pushed it open. Inside lay a realm of darkness, with only faint beams of light filtering through shattered windows. "This place feels eerie," Sakura murmured, apprehension creeping into her voice. At that moment, a horde of shadowy creatures surged from the shadows, launching an attack upon them. Swiftly, Naruto and his companions retaliated with their own magic. The dark entities moved with agility and possessed formidable strength. "We must not let them encircle us," Xiaoming shouted. After an intense battle, they finally vanquished the dark creatures. "Why are there so many of these dark beings?" Sakura gasped, breathless. Naruto pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps something within this palace is drawing them here." They pressed deeper into the palace and, within a grand hall, discovered a massive magical array pulsating with an eerie luminescence. Surrounded by a sinister aura, this magical array appears perilous, Xiaoming noted. As they scrutinized the array, a mysterious figure materialized behind them. "You should not be here," the figure intoned. Naruto turned, eyeing the apparition warily. "Who are you?" "I am the guardian of this city. This magical array seals a potent malevolent force. Should it be unleashed, the consequences would be dire," the guardian explained. Naruto and his friends expressed their willingness to assist the guardian in safeguarding the magical array. The guardian informed them that to reinforce the array's seal, they must locate 4 magical gemstones, each situated in the 4 corners of the city. Without delay, Naruto and his companions set forth to seek the magical gemstones. In the eastern part of the city, they encountered a vast labyrinth. The labyrinth was fraught with various mechanisms and traps, posing imminent danger at the slightest misstep. "Everyone, tread carefully and follow my lead," Naruto instructed, guiding them through the treacherous path. After considerable effort, they finally discovered the first magic gem. To the west of the city-state lay a mysterious garden, teeming with exotic plants, which, exhibiting aggressive tendencies, sought to thwart their progress. Sakura, employing her knowledge of magic, identified a safe passage, enabling them to successfully acquire the second magic gem. To the south stood an ancient library, housing tomes imbued with potent magical energy, yet fiercely guarded by magical sentinels. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions against the magical guardians, culminating in their triumph and the acquisition of the third magic gem. The north led to a dark cavern, shrouded in toxic gas, with treacherous paths to navigate. Xiaoming conjured a protective shield through magic, safeguarding them from the poisonous fumes. Deep within the cave, they uncovered the final magic gem. Returning to the palace with all 4 gems, the guardian embedded them into a magical array, which flared with brilliant light as the malevolent aura gradually dissipated. "Thank you, children," the guardian expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Just as they prepared to depart the palace, Naruto stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic. The book contained knowledge of a formidable magical skill, yet it required specific conditions for mastery. They resolved to remain and study the tome. After several days of diligent effort, Naruto finally grasped the advanced magical skill. However, at that moment, a mysterious group of sorcerers emerged within the city-state, proclaiming their intent to seize the power of the magical array and dominate the world. "We shall not allow you to succeed," Naruto declared defiantly. An intense magical battle erupted, with the enigmatic sorcerers unleashing powerful spells as Naruto and his companions valiantly resisted. In the midst of the fray, Sakura was unfortunately injured. "Sakura!" Naruto exclaimed in alarm. Xiaoming swiftly administered healing magic, restoring some of her strength. Utilizing his newly acquired magical skill, Naruto launched a counterattack against the mysterious sorcerers. Gradually, the sorcerers found themselves outmatched and began to retreat. "We cannot let them escape," Xiaoming urged. Relentlessly, Naruto and his companions pursued them, ultimately defeating the sorcerers at the edge of the city-state. With the threat of the mysterious sorcerers quelled, Naruto and his friends continued to explore the city-state. They stumbled upon a concealed underground chamber, brimming with an array of precious magical artifacts and ancient manuscripts. "Surely, there are many valuable items here," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Deep within the chamber, they discovered a fragment of a mysterious crystal, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, seemingly harboring immense power. "What is this?" Sakura inquired with curiosity. Just as they began to examine the crystal fragment, it suddenly unleashed a surge of potent energy, engulfing them in a realm of enigma. The space was saturated with chaotic magical energy, inducing a sense of vertigo. "Everyone, be cautious," Naruto shouted, as they struggled to maintain their balance while seeking an exit. In this enigmatic realm, they encountered a soul long ensnared within its confines. The spirit revealed to them that only by locating the magical core that governed this space could they hope to escape. Thus, Naruto and his companions commenced their quest to find the elusive core. After arduous exploration, they finally unearthed the magical core. With his innate magical prowess, Naruto successfully harnessed the core's power, leading them out of the mysterious dimension. Upon returning to the basement, they discovered that the crystal fragments had vanished. Perhaps this was a test, Xiaoming mused. Armed with the magical artifacts and texts they had found in the basement, they departed from the city-state. In the course of their journey, they stumbled upon a village afflicted by a magical curse. The villagers had been petrified, rendered immobile as mere statues. "We must assist them in breaking this curse," Sakura insisted. They began to delve into the texts obtained from the city-state, hoping to uncover a means to lift the enchantment. After several days of diligent research, they finally uncovered a clue. To dispel the curse, they needed to find a miraculous liquid known as the Water of Life. Determined, Naruto and his friends inquired about the whereabouts of this fabled substance. At last, they learned from an ancient legend that the Water of Life resided atop a distant peak. Towering into the clouds with treacherous paths, the mountain posed a formidable challenge, yet they did not falter. Along their journey, they faced harsh weather and ferocious beasts. Yet with unwavering resolve and magical strength, they overcame each obstacle. Ultimately, they reached the summit and discovered the Water of Life. Returning to the village with the precious liquid, they successfully lifted the curse, restoring the villagers to their former selves. The grateful villagers showered them with food and precious gifts. Continuing their odyssey, they arrived at a mysterious island inhabited by wondrous talking creatures. These beings informed them of a mystical tower at the island's center, concealing a monumental secret. Intrigued, Naruto and his companions ventured towards the tower. Surrounded by magical traps, they navigated cautiously, entering the tower's interior. A mysterious glow enveloped the space, with ancient inscriptions adorning the walls. "These markings must conceal significant information," Xiaoming observed. After extensive study, they deciphered the secrets of the inscriptions, unveiling a powerful magical ritual. This ritual promised to enhance their magical abilities, albeit accompanied by great peril. "Should we attempt it?" Sakura inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, "For the sake of greater power, it is worth a try." They began to prepare for the ritual. At the crucial moment, a surge of dark energy erupted, seeking to sabotage their efforts. United, Naruto and his companions valiantly resisted the onslaught of the dark force. Following an exhilarating battle, they successfully completed the magical ritual, acquiring formidable power. However, this triumph drew the attention of malevolent entities. A cadre of wicked sorcerers pursued them, intent on seizing their newfound strength. Naruto and his companions found themselves compelled once more to engage in battle, defending their newfound powers. The skirmish was exceedingly intense, as the malevolent sorcerers unleashed a myriad of wicked spells. Utilizing their newfound magic and prior combat experience, Naruto and his allies fought valiantly against their foes. Amidst the chaos, Naruto discerned a weakness in the enemy's defenses. "Focus your attacks on their magical focal point," he shouted. United in purpose, they launched a fierce offensive, successfully shattering the enemy's magical core. The sorcerer's magical might waned instantaneously, allowing Naruto and his companions to seize the moment and mount a final charge, vanquishing their adversaries completely. "At last, we are victorious," exclaimed Xiaoming with exuberance. Yet, they understood that this was merely a fleeting episode in their extensive odyssey. With countless challenges yet to unfold before them, they pressed onward, arriving at a forsaken kingdom, once thriving, now beset by disease and destitution. Determined to restore the realm to its former glory, Naruto and his friends first employed their magical prowess to heal the afflicted, rejuvenating the populace. Subsequently, they assisted the farmers in reclaiming arable land and cultivating crops, alleviating the dire food shortages. Within the kingdom's library, they unearthed an ancient tome of magic, detailing a spell capable of generating wealth. Diligently, they studied this incantation and successfully wielded it to amass considerable riches for the kingdom. The citizens expressed profound gratitude and reverence towards them. However, just as they prepared to depart, a clandestine organization emerged, intent on thwarting their exit. "You cannot leave so easily. You must relinquish the spellbook," the leader of the organization bellowed. Naruto and his companions, resolute in their stance, refused to yield. "This spellbook belongs to all. We shall not surrender it to you nefarious beings," he declared. A fierce confrontation ensued. The members of the enigmatic organization, each possessing formidable skills, posed significant challenges for Naruto and his friends. Yet, fortified by unwavering conviction and formidable strength, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the mysterious organization and continued their journey with the spellbook in tow. During their travels, they encountered an injured elf who revealed that her homeland had been invaded by a horde of dark creatures and implored their assistance. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions agreed to help. Following the elf to her homeland, they were met with a scene of devastation, the area swarming with dark entities. "These fiends are insufferably arrogant," Xiaoming fumed. Without delay, Naruto and his allies plunged into battle, engaging in a fierce melee with the dark creatures. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately eradicated all the malevolent beings, rescuing the elf's home. In gratitude, the elves bestowed upon them a mysterious gift, a magical sword, said to possess boundless power. Armed with the enchanted sword, Naruto and his companions continued their adventures, ready to confront the myriad unknown challenges that lay ahead. They ventured into a mysterious swamp, enveloped in an eerie mist that obscured their path ahead. "Be cautious, various dangers may lurk here," Naruto warned. They treaded carefully when suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and enormous swamp creatures emerged from the mire. Covered in muck and exuding a foul stench, the monsters lunged at them with claws bared. Naruto and his companions swiftly cast spells in defense, yet the sheer number and strength of the creatures posed a formidable challenge. "This won't do. We must discover their weakness," Sakura exclaimed. Observing the monsters' movements, Xiaoming noted that their eyes appeared particularly vulnerable beneath the veil of fog. "Aim for their eyes," Xiaoming shouted, focusing their efforts. Naruto and the others unleashed their attacks upon the creature's eyes. Indeed, the monsters slowed in their movements after being struck. After an intense battle, they finally triumphed over the swamp monsters. Continuing on, they arrived at an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with mysterious runes. Naruto attempted to push the door open, only to find it sealed by a powerful magical force. "It seems we must find a way to break the seal," he remarked. They scoured the vicinity for clues and eventually discovered hints inscribed on a stone tablet. According to the clues, they needed to locate 3 magical gems within the temple to lift the seal. They embarked on a search within the temple, encountering various magical traps and riddles. Through perseverance, they successfully retrieved the 3 magical gems and dispelled the door's seal. Upon entering the temple, they beheld a mysterious statue radiating immense magical energy, instilling a sense of reverence within them. As they studied the statue, it suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. Brave adventurers, you have passed the trial. Yet, greater challenges await you ahead. Resolutely, Naruto and his companions replied, whatever the task may be, we shall not falter. After departing from the temple, they encountered a wandering sorcerer. The sorcerer informed them of a cursed castle in a distant land, within which lay a relic capable of saving the world. Determined, Naruto and his friends resolved to seek the relic in the castle. On their journey, they faced numerous magical storms and monster attacks, yet they never wavered. At last, the castle loomed before them, its ominous exterior cloaked in a shroud of darkness. They entered the castle, where bizarre sounds and shadows abounded. Caution, danger lurks everywhere, Naruto cautioned. Deep within the castle, they discovered a colossal magical circle, with the relic positioned at its center. However, to claim the relic, they needed to solve the riddle of the magical circle. They began to unravel its mysteries, and after considerable effort, they cracked the riddle and obtained the relic. Yet, just as they prepared to leave the castle, its master, a formidable dark sorcerer, materialized before them. Leave the artifact, or you shall not leave alive, the dark sorcerer bellowed. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions engaged in a climactic battle against the dark sorcerer. The conflict was intensely fierce, with both sides unleashing their most formidable spells. In a pivotal moment, Naruto and his friends harnessed the power of the artifact, ultimately triumphing over the dark sorcerer. With the artifact in their possession, they embarked on a new adventure. They arrived at a mysterious desert, where the sands appeared to possess a life of their own, continuously shifting and forming bizarre shapes. This place is exceedingly strange. We must remain vigilant, Sakura cautioned. Suddenly, a swarm of sandworms erupted from the dunes, lunging at them with gaping mouths. Naruto and his friends swiftly cast spells in defense. The sandworms' exoskeletons were incredibly tough, rendering ordinary magical assaults nearly ineffective. We must devise a strategy to discover their weakness, Xiaoming exclaimed. After careful observation, they discerned that the underbellies of the sandworms were relatively soft. Consequently, they concentrated their efforts on targeting the vulnerable areas, ultimately vanquishing the entire swarm. As they continued their journey through the desert, they encountered a lost caravan. The caravan members were utterly exhausted, suffering from a lack of water and sustenance. Determined to assist, Naruto and his friends guided the caravan to safety, where they eventually located a water source and a way out. The grateful caravan members presented them with precious items as tokens of their appreciation. Upon leaving the desert, they arrived at a tranquil valley enveloped in a delicate mist, exuding an aura of serenity and mystery. This place appears peaceful, yet we must not let our guard down, Naruto remarked. As they meandered along the valley's narrow path, they were suddenly captivated by the sound of a melodious song. The voice, filled with sorrow, seemed to tell a poignant tale. Following the sound, they discovered a beautiful woman seated by a stream, singing. Upon noticing them, she ceased her song, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Who are you? What brings you here? She inquired. Naruto and his companions explained their purpose. The woman revealed that she was the guardian of the valley, which concealed an ancient secret. Intrigued by the mystery, they resolved to stay and uncover its truths. Under her guidance, they stumbled upon a treasure hidden within a cavern, filled with various precious magical artifacts and enigmatic tomes. However, as they prepared to take the treasure, a group of guardian spirits emerged. Perceiving them as greedy thieves and launching an attack, Naruto and his friends hurriedly clarified their intentions, expressing their willingness to share the knowledge of the treasure. After a series of communications, the spirits were finally convinced. They departed the valley with both knowledge and treasures in hand. In their ensuing travels, they encountered a mysterious lake, its waters shimmering with extraordinary hues, surrounded by ancient trees. This lake feels unusual, Sakura remarked. As they approached the lake, a myriad of aquatic elemental beings suddenly emerged from the water. These creatures exhibited diverse forms, some resembling mermaids, while others took on the appearance of serpentine water creatures. Do not act recklessly, Naruto cautioned. The elemental beings conveyed a message to them, revealing that deep within the lake lay a lost artifact. which could only be obtained through their trials. Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. The trial entailed unraveling a series of intricate magical puzzles within a stipulated time frame. They collaborated, leveraging their respective strengths, and ultimately succeeded in solving all the puzzles at the very last moment. The elemental beings honored their promise and presented them with the artifact, a staff radiating immense magical power. However, the artifact's allure attracted a band of malevolent thieves who sought to seize it. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and the rogues. In the fray, Xiaoming unfortunately sustained injuries. "Xiaoming, hold on," Naruto shouted. Sakura exerted her utmost efforts to heal Xiaoming. Ultimately, they managed to repel the thieves. Subsequently, they ventured into a mysterious forest, thick with an aura of potent magic that exuded both intrigue and peril. "Be cautious. There may be formidable magical traps here," Naruto warned. Suddenly, they heard a cry for help. Following the sound, they discovered a young girl trapped in a magical cage. "Please, save me," the girl pleaded. Naruto and his companions attempted to shatter the cage, but its magical defenses proved formidable. After considerable effort, they identified the cage's weakness and successfully liberated the girl. She informed them of a cursed castle deep within the forest, inhabited by a wicked witch. "We must defeat the witch and lift the curse," Naruto declared. They proceeded towards the castle, encountering various magical obstacles along the way. At last, they arrived at the castle's entrance, where the imposing doors stood shut. Surrounded by a palpable darkness, Naruto summoned his powerful magic to open the doors. Inside the castle, the witch awaited them, and an intense magical duel commenced. The witch unleashed a barrage of dark spells in an attempt to vanquish Naruto and his friends. They coordinated their efforts, casting formidable spells in defense. Sakura continuously enhanced her teammates with empowering magic, bolstering their strength and defenses, while Xiaoming focused intently on identifying the witch's vulnerabilities. Naruto unleashed a torrent of attacks, his magic illuminating the entire castle hall. The witch gradually began to falter, her magical onslaught diminishing in potency. "Now is our chance." Naruto seized the moment. Casting a radiant spell he had recently mastered, a blinding light surged toward the witch. She was unable to evade in time and was struck by the brilliance, letting out a piercing scream as she fell to the ground, her dark magic dissipating. "We did it," Xiaoming exclaimed with exhilaration. They meticulously searched the castle and discovered a tome sealed by the witch, containing a mysterious magic capable of purifying evil forces. "This may greatly assist us in our future endeavors," Sakura remarked. They departed from the castle with the ancient texts in hand. As they pressed on, they arrived at a mysterious village. The inhabitants of this village lived in constant dread, for every night, enigmatic shadows emerged, abducting some of the residents. Naruto and his companions resolved to unravel the mystery plaguing the village. After days of observation and inquiry, they discovered that these shadows were ensnared by a malevolent magic. "We must locate the source of this magic to fully resolve the issue," Naruto declared. Within the confines of an abandoned fortress in the village, they uncovered the magical array controlling the shadows. "This appears to be the crux of the matter," Xiaoming noted. However, as they approached the magical array, countless shadows lunged toward them. Undeterred, Naruto and his allies engaged in a fierce battle with the shadows. During the fray, they realized that by destroying the core of the magical array, they could liberate the shadows from their control. Sakura concentrated her magical energy, unleashing a powerful beam that struck the core of the magical array. In an instant, the shadows dissipated, and tranquility returned to the village. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, bestowed upon them numerous precious gifts and food. After departing from the village, Naruto and his companions ventured into an enigmatic forest. This forest was teeming with peculiar creatures and mysterious flora. "Everything here is so wondrous," Sakura marveled. Suddenly, a gigantic bird soared overhead, clutching a glimmering gem in its beak. "That must be a treasure," Xiaoming exclaimed. Determined, Naruto and his friends decided to follow the bird to see where it would lead them. The bird finally alighted atop a mountain peak. Upon ascending the peak, they discovered an ancient ruin. The ruins emanated a powerful magical aura. "Be cautious. There may be danger here," Naruto warned. As they entered the ruins, they found the gem resting upon a stone pedestal. Just as they prepared to seize the gem, a guardian spirit emerged from within the ruins. The guardian spirit demanded that they pass a trial to obtain the gem. The trial involved deciphering a series of intricate magical mechanisms and riddles. After considerable effort, they successfully completed the trial and claimed the gem. The gem contained immense power, yet they were uncertain how to wield it. While they pondered the gem's mysteries, an evil sorcerer appeared, intent on seizing the gem for himself. "This gem is the fruit of our hard labor. You shall not take it," Naruto shouted. A fierce battle erupted once more. The sorcerer unleashed a myriad of dark spells, trapping Naruto and his friends in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, they did not relent. They coordinated their efforts, seeking the sorcerer's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, Naruto discerned the sorcerer's magical weakness and vanquished him in a decisive blow. With the gem in hand, they continued their adventurous journey, ready to confront further unknown challenges and marvels. Chapter 39. The Secrets of Phantom Valley. After leaving the mysterious forest, Naruto and his companions pressed on into the unknown. On this day, they arrived at a place known as Phantom Valley. As they stepped into the valley, a chilling aura enveloped them. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind, as if it were confiding secrets unknown to humankind. This place felt peculiar. Everyone, tread carefully, urged Naruto with vigilance. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement, closely trailing behind him. They traversed a winding path, flanked by trees that twisted grotesquely, as if warped by some malevolent force. Suddenly, a mass of white mist emerged ahead, rapidly expanding to envelop them. "This mist is strange," Xiaoming exclaimed. Naruto conjured magic in an attempt to disperse the fog, but it thickened instead. At that moment, they heard a chilling laughter echoing through the mist. "Who goes there? Show yourself," Naruto shouted. The laughter did not cease. Rather, it grew clearer, resonating in their ears. Although trepidation gripped Sakura's heart, she summoned her courage and declared, "Stop this tomfoolery. If you have the guts, face us directly." As the laughter faded, several figures slowly emerged from the mist. Specters, their forms indistinct and exuding an icy aura. "Intruders, you should not be here," one of the phantoms intoned. "We are merely passing through, with no intent to offend," Naruto replied. The apparitions, however, were unconvinced. They brandished their ethereal arms and launched an assault on Naruto and his companions. The ghosts' attacks were intangible and colorless, making them elusive to grasp. Naruto and his friends relied on their keen instincts and swift reflexes to evade the onslaught. "This is not a sustainable strategy. We must discern the ghost's weakness," Sakura suggested. Observing the phantom's movements, Xiaoming suddenly remarked, "It seems they are afraid of bright light." Upon hearing this, Naruto promptly cast a spell of illumination, flooding the area with blinding radiance. The spirits shrieked in anguish, retreating from the brilliance. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto and his companions dashed forward, striving to escape the phantom's clutches. Yet, the specters remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing them. During their flight, they stumbled upon an abandoned cabin. "Let us take refuge inside," Naruto proposed. They rushed into the shelter and barred the door behind them. The ghosts lingered outside, repeatedly battering the door and windows. "How long can this house withstand their onslaught?" Xiaoming asked anxiously. As Naruto scanned the room, he discovered an ancient tome nestled in a corner. He opened its pages to unveil secrets about the ghostly valley. It revealed that these phantoms were cursed by a wicked sorcerer trapped in this realm. To break the curse, one must locate and destroy the sorcerer's staff. "It appears we must find that staff to resolve our ghostly predicament," Naruto declared. They peered through the window to observe the phantom's movements, biding their time for the opportune moment to seek the staff. At last, the ghost's assault momentarily abated, allowing Naruto and his friends to stealthily exit the cabin and resume their quest for clues about the staff within the valley. Along their journey, they encountered various bizarre phenomena and treacherous traps, sudden sinkholes, and descending boulders. "Be cautious. Danger lurks everywhere," Naruto warned his companions. Just as they felt utterly exhausted, Sakura stumbled upon a stone inscribed with peculiar symbols. "This may be a clue," she remarked. Following the markings on the stone, they ventured down a secluded path. At the end of the path lay a cave, its entrance shrouded in an ominous darkness. Naruto inhaled deeply and declared the staff might be inside. They cautiously entered the cave, where a foul stench permeated the air. The cave walls flickered with eerie luminescence, as if warning them to keep their distance. Deep within the cavern, they finally uncovered the sinister staff, radiating a formidable dark power, guarded by a host of phantoms. "Prepare for battle," Naruto exclaimed. They charged toward the staff, engaging in a fierce struggle with the spirits. Sakura conjured a magical shield, protecting everyone from the specter's assaults, while Xiaoming targeted the phantom's vulnerabilities with his magic. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto lunged for the staff, attempting to shatter it. However, the moment he made contact, a tremendous force repelled him. The power of this staff is overwhelming, Naruto exclaimed. They resolved to try again, channeling all their magical energy to strike the staff simultaneously. At last, through their concerted efforts, the staff emitted a shattering sound and fragmented into pieces. With the staff's destruction, the curse binding the spirits was lifted, transforming them into beams of light that vanished into the ether. The Phantom Valley was restored to tranquility as Naruto and his companions pressed onward. Upon exiting the valley, they arrived at a bustling town, where a grand magical competition was underway, attracting sorcerers from far and wide. "Let us participate. Perhaps we shall learn new spells," suggested Xiaoming. They registered for the contest, encountering a myriad of formidable opponents, some wielding fire, others summoning storms. Through rounds of competition, Naruto and his friends gradually distinguished themselves with their seamless teamwork and exceptional magical prowess. However, in the semifinals, they faced a particularly powerful adversary, whose magic was overwhelmingly strong from the outset. "We cannot concede defeat so easily. We must find his weakness," Naruto asserted. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded, meticulously observing the opponent's magical attacks, searching for an opportunity to counter. At last, Sakura discerned a slight flaw in the opponent's magic. "Now's our chance," she cried. Channeling their strength, Naruto and his friends launched a powerful assault, successfully vanquishing their foe and advancing to the finals. The final opponent was a mysterious sorcerer, concealing his true power. As the match commenced, an intense magical duel ensued, illuminating the arena with radiant energy as their spells clashed. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions unleashed their most formidable magic. The enigmatic sorcerer countered with a dazzling array of spells, rendering him a challenging adversary. In a pivotal moment, Naruto suddenly grasped a new magical technique, merging it with Sakura's and Xiaoming's spells to forge a tremendous force. Ultimately, they harnessed this newfound strength to triumph over the enigmatic sorcerer, securing the championship title. The townsfolk erupted in cheers, and they were rewarded with a precious tome of magical secrets. Upon departing from the town, they ventured into a mysterious forest, shrouded in mist that made navigation perilous. "Hold hands, let us not stray apart," Naruto urged. They treaded cautiously through the woods when suddenly a deep, menacing roar echoed through the air. "What could that be?" Xiaoming inquired anxiously. Naruto scanned the surroundings with vigilance and beheld a colossal beast emerging from the fog, its body adorned with sharp spines and its gaze filled with hostility. Without hesitation, they unleashed their magic, bracing for the creature's onslaught. The beast opened its gaping maw and exhaled a torrent of flames. Sakura swiftly conjured water magic, extinguishing the fiery breath. Seizing the moment, Naruto launched an attack, striking the beast's leg. Enraged, the creature lashed out with its claws, charging towards them. Xiaoming deftly evaded while relentlessly assaulting the beast's eyes with magic. After an intense battle, the beast finally fell to the ground. They pressed onward, emerging from the forest into an ancient village. The houses were dilapidated, and the villagers wore expressions of profound sorrow. "What has transpired here?" Naruto inquired. An elder recounted how a terrifying monster had recently plagued the village, raiding at night to steal food and valuables from the inhabitants. Determined to aid the villagers, Naruto and his companions resolved to vanquish the creature. That night, they lay in ambush, awaiting the monster's arrival. As the moon ascended, the beast appeared, towering and armed with razor-sharp teeth and claws. Without hesitation, they charged forth, engaging in a fierce struggle for survival. After a grueling battle, they ultimately vanquished the monster, liberating the village. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bestowing upon them an abundance of food and gifts. After bidding farewell, Naruto and his companions continued on their adventurous journey. They arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, where a mysterious temple awaited atop. It was rumored that a powerful artifact lay hidden within. Resolute, they decided to scale the mountain in search of the treasure. The path was treacherous and fraught with danger, yet they persevered through numerous challenges until they finally reached the temple. An air of mystery enveloped the sanctuary as they cautiously explored its depths. Within the heart of the temple, they discovered the artifact, a radiant, glowing orb. However, as they grasped the orb, the temple began to tremble violently, and a cadre of malevolent monks materialized. "Release the orb, or you shall not leave this place alive," the evil monks bellowed. Undeterred, Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce confrontation with the sinister monks. During the skirmish, they discovered that the orb's power could amplify their magic. Harnessing the orb's energy, they ultimately triumphed over the malevolent monks. With the orb in their possession, they exited the temple and pressed onward. They arrived at a prestigious magical academy, where the headmaster invited them to partake in a magical trial. During their trials, they were required to confront a myriad of magical challenges and conundrums. Naruto and his companions, through their intellect and bravery, successfully navigated these trials. The headmaster of the academy expressed his profound admiration and bestowed upon them an ancient tome of magic. After a period of study at the Magic Academy, they embarked on their adventurous journey once more. They arrived at a mysterious desert, concealing an ancient, lost civilization. In their quest to uncover this vanished society, they encountered perils such as sandstorms and quicksand. Yet, they persevered unwaveringly, ultimately discovering the remnants of a lost civilization. Within the ruins lay numerous enigmatic magical devices and precious artifacts. As they delved into their exploration, a band of robbers emerged, intent on seizing their discoveries. Naruto and his friends engaged in a fierce battle with the brigands, successfully safeguarding both the ruins and their findings. Upon departing the desert, they found themselves in a snow-covered mountain range, home to a rare breed of snow elves. The snow elves revealed to them that deep within the mountains resided a sealed malevolent force, the release of which would spell disaster. Naruto and his companions resolved to assist the snow elves in protecting the seal. Venturing deeper into the mountains, they encountered a dark sorcerer intent on shattering the seal. An intense magical duel ensued, culminating in the defeat of the dark wizard, thus preserving the seal. They pressed onward, arriving at a labyrinth fraught with magical traps. The maze was laden with perilous mechanisms and misleading pathways. Through mutual trust and collaboration, they gradually discerned the correct route to freedom. Upon exiting the labyrinth, they stumbled into a breathtaking garden, teeming with wondrous flora and delightful creatures. However, they soon discovered that this garden was cursed by a fiercely envious witch. The plants began to wither, and the animals appeared listless. Determined to lift the curse and restore vitality to the garden, Naruto and his companions exerted considerable effort, ultimately locating the source of the curse and successfully dispelling it. The garden blossomed anew, vibrant and alive, while the small creatures frolicked joyfully. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake, its waters shimmering with peculiar hues, encircled by towering trees. The lake seemed extraordinary, prompting Naruto to caution his companions to proceed with care. Just as they approached the water's edge, enormous waves surged forth, and a colossal water beast emerged from the depths. The creature opened its gaping maw, unleashing a powerful torrent aimed at Naruto and his friends. Swiftly, they conjured a protective shield to withstand the onslaught of water. "We must identify the beast's weakness to defeat it," Sakura exclaimed. Observing the creature's movements intently, they discerned that its eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Xiaoming concentrated his magical energy, unleashing a formidable beam of magic that struck the beast's eyes directly. The water monster roared in agony, its assault momentarily diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto surged forward, launching a relentless barrage of magical attacks. Through their close cooperation, the water monster was ultimately vanquished and sank into the depths of the lake. Continuing their journey, they ventured into a shadowy forest, shrouded in thick mist that obscured the path ahead. "Stay close to me. Do not wander off," Naruto instructed as he led the way. Suddenly, a swarm of black bats surged forth from the underbrush, launching an attack. Sakura conjured a whirlwind of magic, dispersing the bats. Yet, further dangers swiftly followed. Enormous vines erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare their feet. With a fiery incantation, Naruto incinerated the vines. After a strenuous struggle, they finally emerged from the dark forest. Next, they arrived at the gates of an ancient castle, which stood ominously closed, surrounded by an eerie atmosphere. With a determined shove, Naruto pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a profound silence within. Cautiously, they stepped inside, only to be startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. "Who goes there?" Xiaoming inquired anxiously. A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing the castle's guardian. The guardian warned them of the immense dangers concealed within the castle and urged them to leave at once. Unfazed, Naruto and his companions resolutely declared their intention to explore the castle. Reluctantly, the guardian engaged them in battle. After an intense confrontation, they triumphed over the guardian and continued their exploration of the castle. Within the castle lay numerous mysterious rooms and corridors, where they diligently sought useful clues and treasures. In one chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic, inscribed with the secrets of a formidable spell. Eager to master this powerful enchantment, they delved into the study of the book, yet the path to learning this new magic was fraught with obstacles and challenges. Nevertheless, they persevered, and through relentless effort and experimentation, they finally succeeded in mastering the spell. Armed with their newfound magic, they departed the castle, resuming their adventurous journey. Soon, they arrived at a mystical valley, enveloped in a purplish haze that evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression. The atmosphere here is quite eerie, Sakura remarked, furrowing her brow. Regardless, we shall proceed with caution, Naruto replied. As they entered the valley, they discovered strange statues scattered throughout, some resembling monstrous beings while others took on human forms. When they approached one particular statue, it suddenly sprang to life, launching an assault upon them. Watch out, Xiaoming shouted. Naruto swiftly unleashed his magic. Engaging in combat with the statue, these figures proved remarkably resilient, rendering typical magical attacks nearly ineffective. Search for their weaknesses, Sakura urged. After careful observation, they discerned that the joints of the statues were their vulnerable points. They concentrated their efforts on attacking the joints, ultimately defeating the statue. However, more statues were awakened, continuously emerging to confront them. This cannot go on. We must find a way to prevent them all from awakening, Naruto declared. They scoured their surroundings for clues and, at last, discovered a magical circle deep within the valley. This magical array is likely the key to controlling the statues, Xiaoming remarked. They commenced their study of the array, striving to unravel its mysteries. Just as they were engrossed in deciphering the enchantment, a colossal flying beast descended from the heavens, launching an assault upon them. The beast flapped its immense wings, stirring up a tempest that threatened their balance. Sakura conjured a magical shield to fend off the onslaught of wind, while Naruto seized the opportunity to counterattack the creature. After a fierce battle, they ultimately succeeded in dismantling the magical array, halting the movements of all the statues and repelling the beast. Phew, that's finally resolved, Naruto gasped. They pressed onward, arriving at the entrance of a vast cavern. An eerie luminescence shimmered within, hinting at concealed secrets. Cautiously, they ventured inside, where a pungent odor permeated the air. Watch your step, Xiaoming cautioned. The ground was riddled with various traps. Any misstep could lead to peril. They deftly navigated the hazards, delving deeper into the cave. In the depths, they uncovered a magnificent crystal orb, seemingly harboring immense power. Could this be what we've been searching for? Sakura pondered. Just as they prepared to approach the orb, a cadre of dark sorcerers materialized to obstruct their path. This is our possession, you shall not take it, the sorcerers bellowed. A fierce magical duel erupted once more. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions unleashed their formidable spells, while the dark sorcerers retaliated with a deluge of sinister enchantments. As the battle raged, the cave's environment grew increasingly unstable, rocks tumbled, and the ground quaked violently. We must end this swiftly, Naruto shouted. Sakura focused her energy, casting a powerful healing spell to restore her comrades' vigor and magic. Xiaoming, utilizing his magical insight, sought out the vulnerabilities within the sorcerer's array. At last, he discerned the critical point. Attack the core of their magical array, he exclaimed. Naruto immediately concentrated his energy and unleashed a radiant beam directed at the array's heart. With a resounding crash, the dark sorcerer's enchantment shattered, significantly diminishing their power. Seizing the moment, Naruto and his allies launched a final assault, vanquishing the dark sorcerers one by one. Wonderful, we have triumphed, Sakura exclaimed with elation. They approached the crystal orb, feeling its potent energy pulsating. Just as they were about to examine the orb, it suddenly released a surge of power, engulfing them in an unknown realm. In this space, everything became distorted and surreal. What is happening? Xiaoming questioned, alarmed. Naruto strove to maintain his composure, saying, "Everyone, remain calm. We will surely find a way out." They began to explore this enigmatic domain. discovering an array of bizarre phenomena and mysterious symbols. These symbols may hold the key to unraveling the enigma, Sakura suggested. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the meanings of several symbols and discovered clues to escape this realm. Naruto wielded potent magic to shatter the confines of space, leading everyone back to reality. However, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location, surrounded by a desolate expanse of desert. It seems we have yet another challenge ahead, Naruto remarked. Braving the scorching sun, they trudged through the desert. Before long, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin, which appeared to conceal some form of mysterious power. Upon entering the ruins, a formidable force separated them. Naruto, Sakura, Xiaoming, they called out to one another, their voices echoing in the vast emptiness of the ruins. Naruto ventured alone within the ruins, encountering various perilous traps and enigmatic creatures. Sakura found herself ensnared in a chamber filled with magical puzzles, striving to find an escape. Meanwhile, Xiaoming faced a powerful magical guardian in another area, engaging in a thrilling battle. After arduous efforts, they each overcame their respective challenges and reunited in the core of the ruins. In the heart of the ruins, they discovered an ancient tome of magic, inscribed with a powerful spell capable of saving the world. This may very well be the ultimate goal of our adventure, Naruto declared. However, mastering this spell would not be a simple endeavor. They needed to endure a series of formidable trials. During the trials, they confronted not only powerful adversaries, but also intricate magical enigmas. Yet, bolstered by their unwavering belief, seamless cooperation, and the wealth of experience they had accumulated, they persevered through each challenge. In one trial, they found themselves in a realm of illusions, with ever-shifting scenery designed to disrupt their minds. Naruto closed his eyes, relying on his inner intuition to discern the right direction, while Sakura calmly analyzed the patterns of the illusions, and Xiaoming employed his magic to sense vulnerabilities. Ultimately, they successfully broke free from the illusion-esque grasp. On another occasion, they faced a colossal magical beast, boasting impenetrable defenses and ferocious attacks. Naruto bravely charged forward to draw the beast's attention, while Sakura seized the opportunity to seek out its weaknesses, and Xiaoming prepared a potent spell. At a critical moment, Sakura identified the beast's Achilles heel, and Xiaoming's magic struck true, causing the beast to crash to the ground. After countless arduous trials, they finally mastered the powerful spell capable of saving the world. However, just as they prepared to leave the ruins, a dark force silently approached. Is this the final obstacle? Naruto gritted his teeth. The dark energy coalesced into a massive shadow, emanating a chilling laughter. Did you think you could so easily depart with the magic? Undeterred, Naruto and his companions swiftly formed a battle formation. They fused their newly acquired magic with their inherent powers and launched a joint assault on the dark shadow. The battle raged fiercely, with the shadow unleashing dark magic in an attempt to engulf them. Yet, the brilliance of their magic stood resolute, gradually overpowering the dark force. Now is the moment. Let's vanquish it once and for all, Naruto shouted. They concentrated all their magical energy, emitting a dazzling radiance that completely dispelled the shadows of darkness. The ruins glimmered with the light of victory as Naruto and his companions emerged, imbued with hope and strength. Next, we shall wield this power to protect the world, Sakura declared resolutely. They continued their journey, ready to confront further unknown challenges, striving for peace and tranquility in the world. Along the way, they aided numerous places plagued by dark forces, leaving behind seeds of hope and courage wherever they ventured. However, their actions had drawn the attention of sinister forces, and a more formidable conspiracy was brewing. No matter what awaits us, we shall not falter, Xiaoming proclaimed, his eyes brimming with determination. Unbeknownst to them, the path ahead would prove even more arduous, yet their adventurous quest would never cease. Chapter 40. The Call of the Abyss. After departing from the ruins, Naruto and his companions pressed on through the vast expanse of the world. One day, they arrived at a place known as the Dark Abyss. The sky here was shrouded in thick clouds, surrounded by steep cliffs and bottomless ravines, with a palpable aura of darkness permeating the air. This place appears perilous. We must tread carefully, Naruto warned with vigilance. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement, closely following Naruto. As they cautiously traversed the edge of the ravine, a low, rumbling roar echoed from the abyss below. What is that sound? Sakura inquired nervously. I don't know, but it certainly bodes ill, Naruto replied, furrowing his brow. Just as they prepared to quicken their pace to escape, a powerful force of suction emanated from the abyss, attempting to pull them down. Naruto swiftly cast a protective barrier, momentarily resisting the force. We must find a way to break free from this power, Xiaoming shouted. They searched for something to anchor themselves, but the surrounding rocks were precariously unstable. At that moment, a massive black claw emerged from the depths of the abyss, reaching towards them. Naruto and his companions hurriedly dodged, the claw slicing through the air and stirring a fierce wind. What manner of beast is this? Sakura exclaimed in terror. While maintaining the protective barrier, Naruto observed the creature's movements. Gradually, the monster revealed its form, a colossal body covered in black scales, with eyes glowing a menacing red. It seems we are in for a fierce battle, Naruto exclaimed. They began casting magical attacks against the creature, but its scales were impervious, rendering their magic nearly ineffective. The monster relentlessly struck at them with its claws and tail, forcing Naruto and his companions to evade continuously. This cannot go on. We must discover its weakness, Xiaoming urged. They scrutinized the creature's actions and noticed a lighter-colored patch on its abdomen. Perhaps that is its vulnerable spot, Sakura suggested. Naruto concentrated his magical energy and unleashed a powerful orb of magic aimed at the creature's abdomen. Sensing the impending danger, the monster attempted to evade. Yet the magical orb struck true, hitting it squarely in the belly. It let out a painful roar, its attacking power temporarily diminished. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a more ferocious assault, ultimately driving the monster back. However, before they could catch their breath, more roars echoed from the abyss. Not good. It seems there are more monsters, Xiaoming exclaimed. Indeed, similar creatures crawled out from the depths, surrounding them completely. Naruto and his companions stood back to back, preparing for a more intense battle. During the skirmish, they discovered that although these monsters were numerous, their coordination was lacking. Let's exploit their weaknesses and take them down one by one, Naruto shouted. They began to nimbly weave through the horde of monsters, executing sudden strikes. Sakura conjured an illusion with her magic, bewildering a portion of the creatures. Xiaoming seized the moment to unleash his formidable magical prowess, toppling them. Naruto showcased his exceptional melee combat skills, engaging the monsters in close quarters. After a grueling battle, they managed to vanquish the majority of the creatures. Yet their magical energy was significantly depleted. We need to find a place to recuperate our magic, Sakura suggested. They pressed onward, searching for a safe haven in the dark abyss. Soon, they stumbled upon a cave permeated with a mysterious aura. This cave appears rather peculiar. But we have no other choice, Naruto remarked. They ventured inside, where the walls shimmered with an unusual light. These lights seemed to harbor some sort of power, Xiaoming observed. Just as they were about to investigate the luminescence, footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. Who goes there? Naruto inquired, his voice laced with caution. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was a mysterious sorcerer. The sorcerer gazed at them, his eyes glinting with an eerie light. You should not have come here, he warned. We are merely seeking a way out, Naruto replied. The sorcerer scoffed. There is no way out, only death. With that, he unleashed a powerful dark magic attack upon them. Naruto and his friends hurriedly defended themselves, but their waning magical energy soon placed them at a disadvantage. We cannot be defeated like this, Sakura cried. They ignited their inner resolve, summoning every ounce of strength to confront the sorcerer. In a pivotal moment, Naruto discerned a flaw in the sorcerer's magic. Now's our chance, he shouted. They concentrated their power, launching a desperate counterattack, finally shattering the sorcerer's spell. The sorcerer, caught in the backlash, collapsed to the ground. They continued their exploration of the cave and discovered an ancient tome of magic. The book contains secrets about the dark abyss and a means of escape. It appears we need to locate a mysterious gemstone within the abyss to leave, Xiaoming noted. Following the tome's guidance, they delved deeper into the dark chasm. The abyss was fraught with perilous traps and formidable magical restraints. Everyone, be cautious. Do not trigger these restraints, Naruto warned. They meticulously avoided traps and prohibitions, tirelessly searching for the elusive gemstone. In the course of their quest, they encountered a colossal spider, whose venom was exceedingly corrosive. Sakura swiftly cast a healing spell to antidote Naruto, who had been splashed by the venom. Meanwhile, Xiaoming employed magic to restrain the spider's movements, buying Naruto precious time. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched an attack and vanquished the spider. After a grueling search, they finally discovered the mysterious gemstone at the abyss's depths. The gem radiated a formidable brilliance, surrounded by an immense protective force. It seemed that obtaining the gemstone would not be an easy feat, Naruto remarked. Together, they conjured their magic, striving to penetrate the protective barrier. The force retaliated relentlessly, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, the barrier was shattered, and they successfully acquired the gemstone. The gem's power ushered them out of the dark abyss, bringing them to an unfamiliar realm. It was an expansive prairie, shrouded in an eerie mist. Where are we now? Sakura inquired. Naruto shook his head. I don't know, but we must tread carefully. As they traversed the prairie, they suddenly heard a melodious flute playing. The music seemed to possess a magical allure, compelling them to move forward. As they ventured deeper, the mist thickened, obscuring their vision. Everyone be cautious, do not stray apart, Naruto cautioned. However, the siren call of the flute gradually led them to disperse. Alone in the mist, Naruto groped about, only to be confronted by a group of enigmatic figures. Their faces were obscured, yet they emanated a palpable aura of danger. Naruto watched them warily, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the figures lunged at him. Naruto unleashed his magic, engaging them in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself in distress. Having wandered into a labyrinth cloaked in thick fog, unable to find her way out. Unsettling sounds echoed within the maze, sending shivers down her spine. Sakura endeavored to remain calm, seeking the labyrinth's exit. Xiaoming, on the other hand, stumbled upon a swamp teeming with perilous creatures. He cautiously navigated around them, searching for his companions. As Naruto fought against the mysterious figures, he gradually gained the upper hand, discovering that they feared bright light. He cast a luminant spell, dispelling the shadowy figures. Then, he resumed his quest for Sakura and Xiaoming. Sakura, at last, discerned a pattern within the maze and successfully located the exit. Xiaoming also extricated himself from the swamp. They reunited and pressed onward. Soon, they arrived before an ancient castle. The grand entrance loomed shut, enveloped in a foreboding atmosphere. This castle appears enigmatic. Perhaps it conceals something within, Naruto mused. They pushed open the castle doors, revealing an abyss of darkness. As they stepped into the castle's hall, torches ignited around them, illuminating a vast magical circle beneath their feet. This is bad. It's a trap, Xiaoming exclaimed. The magical array unleashed a formidable power, ensnaring them within its confines. We must devise a method to shatter this enchantment, Naruto declared. They commenced an examination of the array's structure, endeavoring to uncover a means of breaking its hold. After considerable effort, they discerned that the core of the magical array was a black crystal. If we can destroy that crystal, we can dismantle the array, Sakura asserted. Naruto concentrated his magical energy and launched an assault on the crystal. Under his attack, the crystal developed fissures, yet it swiftly restored itself to its former state. It seems our power is insufficient, Naruto lamented. Let us unite our efforts, Sasuke proposed. The three of them pooled their magical energies and once more directed their assault at the crystal. This time, the crystal finally shattered, and the magical array dissipated as well. However, before they could catch their breath, a deep, ominous laughter echoed from the depths of the castle. Who goes there? Naruto inquired. A dark sorcerer emerged from the shadows. You have trespassed upon my domain. Prepare to face your punishment, the sorcerer proclaimed. Undeterred, Naruto and his companions engaged the dark sorcerer in a fierce magical duel. The sorcerer unleashed a variety of dark spells, attempting to overpower them. Naruto and his allies collaborated closely, casting powerful spells in defense. The battle escalated to a fevered intensity, with both sides exerting their utmost. Just as Naruto and the others began to feel overwhelmed, he suddenly perceived a flaw in the sorcerer's magic. Now is our chance, Naruto shouted. They concentrated their power and launched a decisive strike at the vulnerability. The dark sorcerer collapsed under their assault, dissolving into a cloud of smoke. They continued their exploration of the castle and discovered a concealed chamber. Within it lay an ancient magical scroll, inscribed with a powerful forbidden technique. This forbidden art may pose dangers, yet it could also aid us in facing future challenges, Sasuke remarked. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, let us take it with us and deliberate its use at a later time. They departed the castle and pressed onward. In the course of their journey, they encountered a turbulent river. The waters concealed various whirlpools and undercurrents, making passage across the river a daunting task. We must find a way to cross, Naruto stated. They followed the river's course and stumbled upon a broken bridge. Perhaps we can repair this bridge, Sakura suggested. Utilizing their magic, they gathered nearby timber and stones, commencing the restoration of the bridge. Amidst their efforts, a sudden downpour ensued, causing the river's water level to surge dramatically. Hurry, or we shall not make it in time, Sasuke exclaimed. They toiled fervently in the torrential rain, successfully repairing the bridge just before the waters engulfed it. They crossed the river and continued their journey. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in dense fog, obscuring the path ahead. Everyone be cautious. There may be unknown dangers lurking here, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a flock of enormous birds surged from the fog, launching an attack against them. Naruto and his companions swiftly cast their spells in retaliation. The assault of the birds was exceedingly fierce, plunging them into a harrowing battle. During the fray, Sakura unfortunately sustained injuries. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed anxiously. Xiaoming hastily administered treatment to stabilize her condition momentarily. Fueled by rage, Naruto intensified his magical onslaught, ultimately driving the birds away. They carried the injured Sakura, searching the valley for a safe haven to rest. After considerable searching, they discovered a cave. Though dark and damp, the cave offered temporary refuge from the external peril. Inside, they stumbled upon some peculiar herbs. These herbs may aid in Sakura's recovery, Xiaoming remarked. They gathered the herbs and treated Sakura. After a period of rest and care, her condition gradually improved. Resuming their journey, they emerged from the valley to find an abandoned town. An eerie silence enveloped the area, with dilapidated houses standing as remnants of a past life. What transpired here? Sakura inquired. Naruto scanned the surroundings, uncovering signs of battle. It appears a fierce conflict once took place here, he stated. Just as they prepared to leave the town, a horde of specters emerged from the ruins. The ghosts lunged at them, compelling Naruto and his companions to engage in combat once more. The specters' attack patterns were bizarre, rendering them hard to defend against. Yet, through their unwavering spirit and exceptional magic, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeeded in dispelling the ghosts and continued on their adventurous path. They arrived at a mysterious forest, where towering trees intertwined their branches, allowing scarcely any sunlight to penetrate. The atmosphere here is rather oppressive, Xiaoming observed. Exercise caution. Danger may lurk, Naruto advised. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and enormous roots erupted from the earth, launching an assault against them. They swiftly leaped to evade while countering with their magic. The roots' attacks grew increasingly violent, and they found themselves in dire straits. We must locate the source of the roots to resolve this issue completely, Sakura declared. They navigated through the forest in pursuit of the root's origin. After considerable effort, they finally discovered a colossal ancient tree from which the roots extended. This tree may be under the control of malevolent forces, Naruto remarked. They resolved to collectively unleash powerful magic to purify the ancient tree. A radiant spell enveloped the tree, causing the roots to gradually cease their assault. The tree regained its tranquility, and the atmosphere of the forest became refreshing once more. They pressed onward, arriving at the base of a towering peak. The mountain was steep and treacherous, shrouded in mist. Ascending this peak will not be an easy feat, Xiaoming noted. Yet we must ascend. Perhaps the summit holds what we seek, Naruto asserted. They commenced their climb, contending with fierce winds and blizzards along the way. Supporting one another, they ascended step by step. During their ascent, they discovered several hidden caves nestled within the mountain's walls. These caverns might conceal dangers, yet they could also harbor treasures and clues. They resolved to venture into the cave. The cavern was shrouded in darkness and dampness, permeated by an unpleasant odor. Be cautious, there may be monsters lurking here, Naruto remarked. Suddenly, a colossal scorpion surged forth from the shadows, launching an assault upon them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and his companions against the scorpion. After a grueling struggle, they finally triumphed over the creature and continued their exploration of the cave. Deep within the cavern, they stumbled upon a mysterious stone tablet, inscribed with peculiar symbols and patterns. This might be the key to unraveling a certain mystery, Sakura suggested. They meticulously examined the tablet, endeavoring to decipher its secrets. After considerable effort, they unearthed some vital clues. Armed with this newfound knowledge, they departed the cave and ascended further towards the mountain's peak. At last, they reached the summit. There stood an ancient temple, emanating an enigmatic glow. This place must conceal significant secrets, Naruto proclaimed. They entered the temple, which was filled with various arcane mechanisms and magical traps. Navigating cautiously, they delved deeper into the temple's interior. In the core of the temple, they discovered a vast magical array. The array shimmered with strange luminescence, seemingly awaiting their arrival. What kind of magical array is this? Xiaoming inquired. Just as they pondered, the magical array abruptly activated, enveloping them in a powerful force. They struggled against the array's might, as if being pulled by countless invisible hands. "Hold on, everyone," Naruto shouted, exerting all his magical prowess in an attempt to resist the overwhelming force. Sakura and Xiaoming also channeled their energies, their magical auras intertwining to form brilliant beams of light. However, the power of the magical array was too formidable, rendering their resistance somewhat futile. "This cannot continue. We must identify the array's weakness," Sakura declared emphatically. The trio began to scrutinize the array's operational patterns, seeking any vulnerabilities. After a tense observation, Xiaoming finally detected a subtle fluctuation within the magical array. "Right there," he exclaimed, pointing to a specific point on the array. Without hesitation, Naruto concentrated all of his magical energy into a singular point and launched a final, decisive strike at the weakness. With a resounding crash, the array's brilliance dimmed instantaneously, and the overwhelming force dissipated. "We did it," Naruto gasped, catching his breath. Before they could rest, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the temple. "What now?" Xiaoming asked anxiously. A massive figure emerged slowly from the darkness, its form towering like a small mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. "It is the guardian beast of the temple," Sakura cried out. The beast lifted its enormous foot, preparing to stomp down upon them. Naruto and his companions swiftly dodged to the sides, evading the creature's attack. "We must devise a strategy to defeat it," Naruto urged. They began to encircle the beast, launching their attacks in search of its vulnerabilities. The colossal beast, with its rugged hide and thick flesh, rendered their magical assaults nearly ineffectual. "This won't do. We must unite and conjure a formidable spell," Sakura proposed. Naruto nodded in agreement, and the three formed a line, clasping hands as they pooled their magical energies together. A massive orb of magic gradually materialized before them, radiating a brilliant light. "Go," they chorused, propelling the magical sphere towards the beast. The orb struck the creature's abdomen, eliciting a painful roar as it collapsed onto the ground. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the beast struggled to rise once more, its eyes ablaze with fury. "This is bad. It hasn't been defeated yet," Xiaoming exclaimed. The beast charged at them again, faster than before. A thrilling chase ensued within the temple as Naruto and his friends evaded the creature's attacks. During the fray, Naruto noticed a colossal stone pillar within the temple, adorned with enigmatic runes. "Perhaps this pillar can aid us," he declared. They hurried to the pillar, discovering the runes appeared to be linked to the beast. Sakura meticulously examined the runes and suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. These runes are the key to controlling the beast." Following the instructions of the runes, they cast their magic, and indeed, the beast's movements began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his companions launched another assault, ultimately vanquishing the beast. "Phew, it's finally over," Xiaoming sighed, collapsing onto the ground, breathless from exertion. Continuing their exploration of the temple, they stumbled upon a concealed chamber. Inside lay an ancient tome of magic, inscribed with accounts of a mysterious power. "This might be the potent force we have been seeking," Naruto mused. However, as they reached for the book, a formidable magical barrier suddenly enveloped them. "It seems we must pass a trial to obtain this tome," Sakura remarked. The trial manifested as a complex magical riddle, demanding their learned knowledge and wisdom to unravel. Naruto and his friends racked their brains, experimenting with various solutions. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the riddle, causing the magical barrier to dissipate. They grasped the tome, feeling the immense power it contained. "With this book, our strength will be greatly amplified," Xiaoming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Armed with the tome, they departed from the temple, embarking on the next leg of their adventure. Yet, they understood that more challenges and unknowns awaited them ahead. Not long after, they entered a mysterious swamp, permeated by a foul stench, with murky waters bubbling ominously, concealing countless unseen dangers. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not fall into the mire," Naruto warned. No sooner had he spoken than Sakura felt her footing give way, her body beginning to sink. "Help!" she cried in panic. Quick as lightning, Naruto tossed a magical rope, pulling Sakura back to safety. That was close, Xiaoming exclaimed. Still shaken, they cautiously navigated through the swamp when they suddenly heard a peculiar hissing sound. This is bad. Something might be emerging, Naruto remarked, his vigilance heightened. Before long, a horde of gigantic venomous pythons slithered out of the mire, lunging at them with their gaping maws. Without hesitation, Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic in defense. But the pythons adeptly wove through the swamp, making it difficult for them to aim. This won't do. We need to devise a way to lure them to drier ground, Xiaoming exclaimed. In a flash of inspiration, Naruto conjured a brilliant light, enticing the pythons towards the edge of the swamp. Upon reaching the parched terrain, the pythons' movements became sluggish, granting Naruto and his allies the opportunity to launch a fierce offensive, ultimately vanquishing the serpents one by one. At last, it's resolved. Naruto sighed as he wiped the sweat from his brow. They pressed on, and upon exiting the swamp, found themselves in a mysterious town. The streets were desolate, the houses in ruins, and an eerie stillness pervaded the air. This town feels quite sinister, Sakura commented. Just then, a shadow darted past them from behind. Who goes there? Naruto spun around, but saw nothing. As they continued to explore the town, they were suddenly met with a chilling laughter. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. The voice echoed through the empty streets, sending shivers down their spines. What is happening? Xiaoming asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. They quickened their pace, eager to flee this peculiar town, only to realize they seemed to be going in circles. It seems we are ensnared in some sort of magical array, Naruto deduced. They began to search for a way to break the enchantment and stumbled upon an ancient tome in an abandoned house. The notes detailed the method to dismantle the array, but it required locating its focal point and infusing it with potent magical energy. They scoured their surroundings and eventually discovered a stone emanating an eerie glow at the town's central square. This must be the focal point, Naruto declared. Together, they channeled their magic into the stone, causing the array to tremble as its radiance gradually faded. At last, they emerged from the town. Yet the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Soon, they arrived at an ancient library, its grand doors sealed tight, adorned with enigmatic runes. Naruto gently pushed the door open, and a musty air greeted them. There may be clues we need within, Sakura suggested. As they entered, the library's shelves overflowed with a myriad of books. In the midst of their search, Xiaoming inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing a shelf to shift and reveal a hidden chamber. Inside lay a spellbook radiating immense magical power, yet it was encased within a formidable magical shield. This must be a rare tome, but how do we breach this shield? Naruto pondered. They began to analyze the shield's magical structure, experimenting with various spells to dismantle it. After numerous attempts, Sakura discerned the shield's vulnerability. They focused their magical energy, and at last, they shattered the shield, securing the coveted spellbook. However, at that moment, the library began to tremble violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Run! Naruto exclaimed. Clutching the magical tome, they fled desperately from the library. Upon their escape, they found themselves in a mysterious garden. The flowers within the garden emanated an unusual glow and possessed an enchanting power that could ensnare the mind. Everyone, be cautious not to be beguiled by these blossoms, warned Naruto. Yet, Sakura inadvertently succumbed to the fragrance of one flower, slipping into a vivid illusion. It took considerable effort for Naruto and the others to rouse her from the dreamlike state. That was terrifying. I witnessed a multitude of dreadful visions, Sakura said, still shaken. They cautiously traversed the garden, pressing onward. Soon, they encountered a broad river, devoid of bridges, with turbulent waters rushing below. How are we to cross this? Xiaoming pondered, gazing at the river with concern. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and spotted several enormous trees. We can transform these trees into a raft with magic, then paddle across, he proposed. They cast their spells, converting the timber into a raft, and carefully navigated towards the opposite shore. In the river, they faced whirlpools and towering waves. Nevertheless, with unwavering determination and skillful magic, they ultimately reached the far bank. There stood a mysterious castle, its grand entrance firmly shut, surrounded by a formidable magical barrier. It seems that entering this castle will not be an easy feat, Naruto remarked. They began to analyze the vulnerabilities of the magical barrier, and after considerable effort, they discovered a means of breaching it. Once inside the castle, they encountered a myriad of traps and mechanisms, guarded by powerful magical creatures. They proceeded with utmost caution, engaging in fierce battles against various perils. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an enormous crystal orb, which appeared to conceal secrets about this world. Just as they prepared to approach the orb, a formidable sorcerer materialized, blocking their path. "This belongs to me. You shall not take it," the sorcerer declared. A fierce clash of magic erupted once more. Chapter 41. The mysterious crystal orb. Naruto and the sorcerer engaged in a fierce duel of magical prowess. The sorcerer unleashed a myriad of powerful and bizarre spells, illuminating the castle with a dazzling array of lights and overflowing magical energy. Naruto and his companions dared not relent. Sakura focused her efforts on casting protective spells for her allies, while Xiaoming searched for weaknesses in the sorcerer's magic. Meanwhile, Naruto confronted the sorcerer head-on with his formidable offensive spells. "You insolent fools shall not leave here with anything," the sorcerer bellowed, his wand sweeping through the air, creating radiant bursts of light. Clenching his teeth, Naruto retorted, "The secrets hidden within that crystal orb may be the key to saving countless lives. We will not falter." The sorcerer scoffed coldly. "You truly believe that? It is nothing but a delusion." The battle intensified, and cracks began to appear in the walls and floor of the castle from the force of their magical confrontation. Naruto and his friends gradually sensed their limitations, yet the conviction in their hearts urged them to persevere. At that moment, Xiaoming suddenly exclaimed, "I've discovered that his magic exhibits a brief surge of power after each formidable attack." Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes glimmered with determination. "Very well, let us seize this opportunity." They exchanged a knowing glance, fully comprehending each other. As the sorcerer unleashed another powerful spell, Sakura and Xiaoming fortified their defenses, buying Naruto precious time. In the instant of the sorcerer's magical fluctuation, Naruto concentrated all his energy and delivered a decisive strike. Caught off guard, the sorcerer was overwhelmed by Naruto's formidable magic and collapsed to the ground. They had finally succeeded. Sakura exhaled a sigh of relief. They hurried towards the crystal ball. But just as they approached, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a powerful force, repelling them. "What is happening?" Xiaoming inquired, astonished. Naruto furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the crystal ball. "It seems that this crystal ball possesses a self-defense mechanism." They attempted to approach the crystal ball once more, but were thwarted each time by that formidable force. "This won't do. We must devise another strategy," Sakura remarked. After pondering for a moment, Naruto suggested, "Perhaps we should search the castle for clues regarding how to control the crystal ball." Thus, they commenced their search throughout the castle. The castle teemed with mysterious rooms and corridors, which they explored with caution. In a chamber overflowing with ancient tomes, Xiaoming stumbled upon a weathered book, seemingly containing information related to the crystal ball. "Come and see this," Xiaoming called out excitedly. They gathered around, meticulously studying the book's contents. "It states that to control the crystal ball, one requires specific incantations and a connection of the heart," Sakura explained. Naruto contemplated for a moment, then declared, "Let us try to follow the instructions provided." They began reciting the magical incantations as outlined in the book, striving to attune their hearts to the crystal ball. Initially, the crystal ball remained unresponsive, yet they persevered, their focus unwavering as they continued to chant the spell. At last, the radiance of the crystal ball softened, and the repelling force gradually diminished. "It's working," Naruto exclaimed with delight. They cautiously approached the crystal ball and finally made contact. The moment their hands touched the crystal ball, a torrent of powerful information surged into their minds. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself against the onslaught of knowledge. Once the flow of information ceased, they realized that the crystal ball concealed a prophecy regarding the resurgence of an ancient malevolent force. If this prophecy were to come to fruition, the world would plunge into catastrophic turmoil. "We must prevent this from happening," Sakura said, her brow furrowed with concern. "We must stop it at all costs," Naruto asserted resolutely. They departed the castle, bearing the crystal ball, and continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered an array of inclement weather and treacherous terrains. At times they faced torrential storms, at others, steep mountains and bottomless gorges. Yet, through unwavering will and mutual trust, they surmounted each challenge that arose. One day, they arrived at a bustling town. The inhabitants of the town appeared anxious and troubled. Naruto, curious, approached a passerby and inquired, "What has transpired here?" The passerby sighed. "Recently, a band of enigmatic thieves has emerged nearby, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. Determined to assist the townsfolk, Naruto and his companions set out to investigate the whereabouts of the thieves. After a thorough inquiry, they finally uncovered the thieves' hideout. "Prepare yourselves. We shall deliver a stern lesson to these rogues," Naruto declared. Stealthily, they approached the thieves' lair and launched a surprise attack while the thieves were caught off guard. The thieves, initially taken aback, soon rallied and engaged in a fierce battle with Naruto and his companions. Although the thieves were formidable, they gradually succumbed to the overwhelming magic wielded by Naruto and his allies. Ultimately, they triumphed over all the thieves, restoring peace to the town. The townspeople, overwhelmed with gratitude, showered them with food and gifts. However, Naruto and his companions graciously declined the offerings and continued on their journey. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious forest, shrouded in thick mist that obscured their path. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk in these shadows," Naruto cautioned. As they tread carefully through the woods, a deep, resonant growl echoed around them. "What was that sound?" Xiaoming asked, anxiety evident in his voice. Naruto, vigilant, scanned their surroundings. "I do not know, but we must be prepared for battle." As the growl grew nearer, a colossal beast burst forth from the fog, claws bared and fangs glistening. Naruto and his companions swiftly cast their spells, engaging in a fierce struggle against the creature. The beast's might was formidable, and they found themselves in a dire predicament. However, at a crucial moment, Naruto discerned the creature's vulnerability. "Aim for its eyes," he shouted. They concentrated their efforts on attacking the beast's eyes. With a pained roar, the creature collapsed to the ground. Continuing their journey through the forest, they encountered a mysterious elder. Upon seeing the crystal ball in their possession, the elder's eyes widened with astonishment. "You have acquired this crystal ball. It seems the wheel of fate has begun to turn," he remarked. Naruto, perplexed, asked, "Do you know the secret of this crystal ball?" The elder nodded slightly. "The malevolent forces foretold by this crystal ball are linked to an ancient ruin deep within this forest." Determined to uncover the truth, Naruto and his companions resolved to follow the elder to the ruin. Within the ruins, they faced various mechanisms and traps. "Watch your heads," Sakura warned. As a barrage of arrows rained down from the ceiling, Naruto quickly conjured a shield to deflect the arrows. They pressed deeper into the ruins, encountering a massive, sealed door. "How do we open this door?" Xiaoming inquired. The elder approached, exploring the door until he discovered a hidden mechanism. The door creaked open, revealing an aura of malevolence within. "Be wary," the elder advised. As they entered the chamber, they beheld a gigantic magical array. "This is the crux of the revival of malevolent forces," the elder remarked. At that moment, the magical array suddenly activated, unleashing a powerful surge of dark energy. "This is dire. We must thwart it," Naruto exclaimed. They began to cast spells in an attempt to dismantle the magical array. The dark force persistently resisted, and they felt immense pressure. Yet, they did not yield, pouring all their strength into their efforts. After a strenuous struggle, they ultimately succeeded in shattering the magical array, halting the resurgence of the evil forces. "At last, we have triumphed," Sakura said wearily. However, their mission was far from over. Upon leaving the ruins, they learned of unusual magical fluctuations arising elsewhere. "This may be another clue related to the malevolent forces," Naruto suggested. They hastened to the location. It was a forsaken village, eerily silent and devoid of inhabitants. "This place feels ominous," Xiaoming remarked. Cautiously, Naruto entered the village, suddenly hearing the sound of crying. "Who is weeping?" Naruto inquired. Following the sound, they discovered a little girl cowering in a corner. Upon seeing them, the girl exclaimed in terror, "Monsters! There are monsters!" Naruto reassured her, "Do not fear. We shall protect you." The girl revealed that a horde of monsters had invaded the village and captured everyone. Resolute, Naruto and his companions decided to search for the abducted villagers and eliminate the monsters. They scoured the village for clues and stumbled upon a passage leading underground. "Perhaps the villagers are imprisoned below," Sakura suggested. Descending the passage, they indeed heard the villagers' cries for help. "Over there," Xiaoming pointed ahead. They beheld a group of monsters guarding the imprisoned villagers. Without hesitation, Naruto and his friends charged forth, engaging the monsters in battle. The creatures were ferocious. Yet through their exceptional magical prowess and seamless teamwork, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, They successfully rescued the villagers and vanquished all the monsters. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude, and Naruto and his companions rested for a night in the village before continuing their adventurous journey. Next, they arrived at a mysterious island, teeming with peculiar flora and enigmatic creatures. This place exudes an aura of mystery, Naruto remarked. As they explored the island, they discovered a concealed cave. The cave glimmered with strange luminescence, suggesting the presence of something significant. Entering the cave, they uncovered an ancient tome of magic. The book contained records of a powerful spell, though it required specific conditions to be cast. This could very well be our formidable weapon against the malevolent forces, Sakura proclaimed. They began to prepare to cast the spell according to the book's instructions. However, during their preparations, they encountered various obstacles and challenges. What shall we do? Xiaoming expressed his anxiety. Naruto calmly replied, "Do not panic. We will undoubtedly find a solution." After much effort, they finally overcame all obstacles and successfully unleashed formidable magic. Empowered by their newfound strength, they pressed onward. Before long, they encountered a formidable foe, one possessing unparalleled magical prowess that plunged Naruto and his companions into despair. "Are we destined to fail?" Xiaoming uttered in desperation. "No, we shall never surrender," Naruto declared resolutely. In that critical moment, he recalled the magic he had previously learned and the battles he had endured, suddenly grasping a novel approach to combat. "Everyone, follow my lead," Naruto shouted. They reorganized their attacks under his guidance. A miracle unfolded as they gradually turned the tide of battle, ultimately vanquishing the mighty adversary. This confrontation further enhanced their abilities. However, ahead lay a more enigmatic and perilous realm, the Dark Marsh. The morass was shrouded in black mist, exuding a putrid stench. "Be cautious, the atmosphere here is unsettling," Naruto warned with vigilance. They cautiously stepped into the marsh, the muck beneath their feet proving treacherous. Suddenly, countless black tendrils emerged from the mire, launching an assault upon them. They swiftly cast spells to fend off the onslaught, yet the number of tendrils only multiplied, overwhelming them. "This cannot continue. We must locate the source of the tendrils," Sakura exclaimed. They defended against the tendrils while surveying the marsh for clues. At last, Naruto spotted a massive black object writhing in the depths of the swamp. "That must be the origin of the tendrils," he proclaimed. As they approached the dark entity, they realized the surrounding marsh began to exert a powerful suction, attempting to drag them into its depths. "Hold on to one another," Xiaoming shouted. Hand in hand, they struggled toward the black object. As they drew near, they discovered it to be a colossal dark creature. The beast opened its gaping maw, releasing a cloud of black smoke. "Be careful. That smoke is toxic," Sakura warned. Naruto conjured a purification spell to disperse the noxious fumes. Then, they launched a concerted assault of powerful spells, targeting the creature's vulnerabilities. The monster writhed in agony beneath their relentless onslaught. After an intense struggle, the creature finally collapsed into the marsh, and the tendrils ceased their attack. "It's finally over," Naruto gasped. They continued onward, emerging from the dark marsh into a mysterious valley. In the valley stood an ancient castle, its walls etched with enigmatic runes. "This castle appears to be extraordinary," Xiaoming remarked. They entered the castle, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Suddenly, a swarm of magical puppets emerged from the shadows, launching an assault upon them. Naruto and his companions immediately retaliated, engaging in a fierce battle with the enchanted marionettes. These magical constructs were formidable and possessed self-repairing capabilities. "We must locate the core that controls them," Naruto urged. They observed keenly during the battle and finally discovered a magic circle concealed deep within the castle. "There it is," Sakura exclaimed. They dashed towards the magic circle, striving to dismantle it. However, as they approached, they encountered numerous obstacles. Magical barriers obstructed their path. "Let us concentrate our strength to break through these barriers," Naruto urged. They pooled their magical energies together and, at long last, shattered the barriers, successfully destroying the magic circle. The enchanted puppets ceased their movements, and tranquility returned to the castle. Continuing their exploration, they stumbled upon a tome regarding dark magic. "This book may aid us in understanding the sinister forces at play," Xiaoming remarked. Just as they prepared to exit the castle, it suddenly began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. "Run!" Naruto shouted. They fled desperately from the castle, a thunderous roar echoing behind them. Upon escaping, they encountered a turbulent river, its waters raging and concealing various perilous creatures. How shall we cross? Sakura inquired. Naruto surveyed the surroundings and spotted a fallen tree. We can use this tree as a bridge to cross the river, he suggested. They worked together to maneuver the tree into the water, crossing cautiously. Midway, they were confronted by a colossal water creature. The beast surged waves, attempting to drag them beneath the surface. Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the water monster. Ultimately, they triumphed, reaching the opposite shore unscathed. There, they found themselves in a dense forest, enveloped in thick mist that obscured their sense of direction. Everyone, be cautious and do not stray apart, Naruto advised. As they navigated through the forest, they suddenly heard a chilling laugh. Who is it? Xiaoming asked nervously. A shadow darted past them. After it, Naruto commanded. They pursued the shadow through the trees, arriving at the entrance of a mysterious cave, its interior glowing with an eerie luminescence. Something must be hidden within this cave, Sakura mused. Venturing inside, they were met with a pungent odor and walls teeming with strange creatures. Beware of those beings, Naruto cautioned. They cautiously evaded the creatures while delving deeper into the cave. In the depths, they discovered a grand crystal coffin, within which lay a mysterious figure. Who is this? Xiaoming inquired. As they approached the coffin, it suddenly emitted a blinding light, enveloping them. They found themselves in a mystical realm. Within this space, bizarre visions unfolded before them, seemingly prophecies of the future. What is happening? Sakura pondered. Naruto reflected. Perhaps this is connected to our mission. When the radiance dissipated, they returned to the cave, only to find it beginning to collapse. Run! Naruto shouted once more. They fled with all their might, continuing their adventurous journey. However, more challenges and unknowns awaited them on the horizon. They journeyed tirelessly until they arrived at an ancient town. This town appeared serene, yet Naruto and his companions sensed an unusual aura. Everyone be cautious, though it seems tranquil. It may conceal hidden mysteries, Naruto cautioned. They tread carefully through the town, when suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. Following the sound, they found themselves before an abandoned house. The voice seems to emanate from here, Xiaoming remarked. They pushed the door open to discover an elderly man bound to a pillar. Help me, the old man implored. Swiftly, Naruto and his friends untied the elderly gentleman. Gratefully, he uttered, "Thank you. This town is under the control of a malevolent sorcerer who has abducted many." Naruto furrowed his brow. "We shall assist you in vanquishing that sorcerer." They commenced their search for the sorcerer's whereabouts within the town. In a shadowy corner, they stumbled upon a magical array. "This may be the sorcerer's trap," Sakura suggested. Yet, undeterred, Naruto declared, "Even if it is a trap, we must venture forth." They stepped into the magical array and were instantaneously transported to a realm of darkness. "Where are we?" Xiaoming queried, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Do not fear. We will surely find an escape," Naruto reassured him. Within the dark expanse, they encountered various magical assaults. However, through their indomitable spirit and exceptional magical prowess, they gradually discerned a pattern. Ultimately, they broke free from the dark realm and returned to the town. At that moment, the sorcerer appeared. "You managed to escape my magic?" He sneered. "Your wicked deeds end here," Naruto shouted. An intense magical duel ensued. The sorcerer unleashed a myriad of powerful dark spells, while Naruto and his allies worked in unison to counter each attack. In a critical moment, Naruto identified a flaw in the sorcerer's magic. "Now's our chance," he exclaimed. They pooled their strength for a final assault. Under the weight of their attack, the sorcerer finally fell. The town returned to its former tranquility. Naruto and his companions pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious mountain range. Thick mist enveloped the mountains, and the path was treacherous. "Everyone be careful. There may be numerous dangers ahead," Naruto warned. They trudged laboriously through the mountains when suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed. A colossal beast surged forth from the mist. Its body loomed like a mountain, shaking the ground with each step. "What are we to do?" Sakura voiced her fear. "Do not be afraid. We shall devise a plan together," Naruto responded. They began to observe the beast's movements, searching for its weakness. After careful scrutiny, Xiaoming discerned that the beast's eyes were its vulnerable point. "Let us concentrate our attacks on its eyes," he shouted. They unleashed their formidable magic, targeting the creature's eyes. The beast roared in agony, lashing out wildly in retaliation. Yet, they stood resolute, continuing their onslaught. At long last, the beast collapsed to the ground. They pressed onward, delving deep into the mountains, where they stumbled upon a mysterious cave. Within its confines, an ethereal glow flickered, seemingly concealing some significant secret. As they entered the cave, they were met with a labyrinth of intricate passages, each leading into the unknown abyss. "Watch your step. Avoid those strange runes," Naruto cautioned. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement, trailing closely behind him. Suddenly, a low, ominous hum resonated through the cave, akin to the workings of a colossal machine. "What is that sound?" Xiaoming asked, his gaze darting anxiously about. Before they could discern the source, a swarm of bat-like dark creatures swooped down from above, launching an assault upon them. Naruto swiftly conjured a magical shield, fending off the dark creature's onslaught. "Hurry, we cannot linger here," he shouted. They dashed down a passage, the shadowy beings hot on their heels. In the midst of their frantic flight, Sakura stumbled and fell. "Sakura!" Naruto turned back, helping her to her feet. Just then, Xiaoming spotted a narrow opening nearby, a potential refuge from the relentless pursuit. "This way, quickly," he urged. They squeezed through the opening, and the dark creatures circled around for a moment before departing. "Phew, we are safe for the time being," Naruto exhaled in relief. Continuing their exploration within the cave, they discovered ancient patterns and inscriptions etched into the walls, resembling some arcane incantations. "These appear to be mysterious magical spells," Sakura observed. Naruto scrutinized the designs and text, endeavoring to decipher their meanings. At that moment, a violent tremor reverberated from the depths of the cave. "Not good. Something else is approaching," Xiaoming warned. They quickened their pace, advancing deeper into the cavern. Before them lay a colossal magical circle shimmering on the ground. At its center, a gemstone radiating immense magical energy. "Could this be what we seek?" Naruto pondered. However, as they approached the magical circle, a formidable force repelled them. "It seems it will not be so easily obtained," Sakura frowned. They commenced studying how to unravel the enigma of the magical circle. After considerable effort, Naruto discerned a pattern within the circle. "If we traverse these runes in a specific sequence, we might be able to break the spell," he declared, proceeding cautiously as per Naruto's guidance. They ultimately deciphered the magical circle and claimed the gemstone. Yet, at that very instant, the cave began to collapse. "Run!" Naruto shouted. They raced toward the exit, clutching the gemstone tightly, managing to escape just before the cave completely crumbled. However, their celebration was short-lived, for they soon found themselves encircled by a group of enigmatic figures clad in black. "Hand over the gemstone," the leader commanded. Naruto and his companions gripped the gemstone resolutely, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Chapter 42. The Secret of the Mysterious Gemstone. As Naruto and his friends faced the encirclement of the mysterious black-clad figures, the atmosphere grew tense. "You shall not take the gemstone from us." Naruto glared fiercely at the leader of the cloaked figures, his grip tightening around the gemstone. Bracing himself for battle, the leader sneered coldly, "Then do not blame us for being impolite." With that, the cloaked figures unleashed a barrage of diverse spells towards Naruto and his companions. Swiftly, they reacted, casting defensive magic to thwart the onslaught. In an instant, the air was filled with dazzling sparks as magic illuminated the surroundings. "Everyone, be cautious," Sakura shouted, utilizing his agility and formidable offensive spells. Naruto was the first to charge at the cloaked figures, engaging them in close combat. Meanwhile, Xiaoming remained at the rear, continuously casting powerful spells to support Naruto. Sakura focused intently on observing the patterns of the enemy's magic, searching for any weaknesses. Amid the fierce confrontation, Naruto discerned that the leader wielded the most potent magic, employing cunning and unpredictable attacks. "I'll hold the leader back. You two take the opportunity to deal with the others," Naruto proclaimed. Sakura and Xiaoming nodded in agreement, redirecting their efforts to attack the remaining cloaked figures. Naruto unleashed his full power, entering a breathtaking duel of magic with the leader. The leader's spells rained down like a tempest, but Naruto, fueled by unwavering determination and exceptional combat skills, gradually gained the upper hand. Just as he was on the verge of defeating the leader, the latter suddenly unleashed a treacherous spell, attempting to ambush Naruto. "Naruto, watch out!" Sakura swiftly detected the leader's intent and cast a protective spell, intercepting the lethal blow. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched a counterattack, ultimately vanquishing the leader. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, The remaining cloaked figures lost their resolve and scattered in disarray. At last, we have driven them away, Xiaoming sighed in relief. Naruto gazed at the gemstone in his hand and remarked, "This gemstone must conceal a great secret to have attracted so many adversaries." Sakura nodded in agreement. "We need to unravel its mystery swiftly." They continued their journey, arriving at a tranquil little town. In the town, they resolved to find a place to rest while investigating the secrets of the gemstone. They checked into an inn, and in their room, Naruto cautiously took out the gemstone, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, the gemstone emitted a peculiar glow, and within the light, vague images seemed to materialize. "What is this?" Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. They strained to discern the contents of the images, but the light quickly faded away. "Perhaps this gemstone requires specific conditions to reveal its secrets," Sakura pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the inn. Curious, Naruto and his companions stepped out to investigate, discovering a crowd gathered around an elderly man engaged in a heated argument. "Old man, we don't believe in the treasure you speak of," one individual declared. The elder insisted urgently, "What I've said is true. It lies within that mysterious forest." Naruto approached, inquiring about the situation. Upon noticing the gemstone in Naruto's hand, the elder's eyes lit up. "This gemstone is connected to the treasure I mentioned." With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, Naruto and his companions followed the elder to the entrance of a mysterious forest. "It is said that within this forest lies a magnificent treasure. Yet it is fraught with peril and traps," the elder remarked. Naruto and his companions resolved to venture into the woods to uncover the truth. A thick mist enveloped the forest, with towering, dense trees obscuring the sunlight. "Be cautious, there may be mechanisms at play here," Naruto cautioned. They advanced with utmost care, when suddenly, spikes emerged from the ground as traps. Naruto, quick to notice, led everyone to evade the danger. Subsequently, they encountered magical plants that attacked. "Behold!" exclaimed Xiaoming, casting a spell to subdue the aggressive flora. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The grand entrance was firmly shut, adorned with peculiar symbols. Sakura meticulously studied these engravings, exclaiming, "I feel as though I have encountered these symbols before." After some contemplation, she finally recalled their significance and discovered the means to unlock the entrance. The doors creaked open, releasing an aura of mystery. Upon entering the temple, they beheld a colossal magical array. "Is this array related to the gem?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto placed the gem upon the array, and in an instant, it sprang to life, radiating brilliance. Within the luminescence, they glimpsed a fragment of ancient memory. It revealed that the gem served as the key to a mysterious relic, one that harbored the power to save the world. "We must seek out this relic," Naruto declared. Leaving the temple, they continued their quest for clues within the forest. Their journey led them to a vast labyrinth, its walls shifting incessantly, rendering direction nearly impossible. "Do not panic. Let us devise a plan together," Naruto suggested. They began marking their path in the maze, striving to locate an exit. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the labyrinth. However, they were met with a raging river. "The current is far too swift. How shall we cross?" Sakura voiced her concern. Observing their surroundings, Naruto spotted several trees. "We can construct a rudimentary raft from the timber," he proposed. Together, they worked diligently to assemble a raft, successfully navigating the waters. Upon crossing the river, they at last discovered the entrance to the relic. A formidable magical barrier stood guard. Once more, Naruto placed the gem against the barrier, which gradually dissipated. They stepped into the relic, where an array of enigmatic magical devices and precious treasures awaited. "Exercise caution and refrain from disturbing anything here," Naruto advised. Just then, a colossal guardian emerged within the relic, launching an assault upon them. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto's group and the guardian, whose strength was formidable, and they found themselves in dire straits. Yet, at a crucial moment, Naruto perceived the guardian's vulnerability. "Strike its back," he shouted. They concentrated their efforts, attacking the guardian's rear. Under their relentless assault, the guardian finally succumbed. Deep within the relic, they uncovered the treasure that concealed immense power. "This is it," Naruto exclaimed with exhilaration. However, just as they prepared to take the treasure, the ruins began to collapse. "Run!" Naruto shouted. They fled desperately with the treasure in hand. During their escape from the ruins, they encountered various perils, tumbling boulders, searing flames, and crumbling walls. Yet, they never wavered, supporting one another, and ultimately managed to escape the ruins. However, their troubles were far from over. A group of enigmatic organization members appeared before them, intent on seizing the treasure they possessed. "You shall not succeed," Naruto bellowed. A new battle was about to commence. Each member of the organization exhibited formidable prowess, casting an array of peculiar spells that left Naruto and his companions reeling. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let their magic strike you," Sakura cautioned. Naruto surged to the forefront, unleashing a powerful offensive spell in an attempt to disrupt the enemy's formation. Xiaoming, positioned at the rear, sought weaknesses in the adversary's magic to provide support for Naruto. Meanwhile, Sakura utilized her healing magic to restore the stamina of her injured comrades. The clash was intensely fierce, with neither side yielding. Just as Naruto and his companions began to gain the upper hand, the enemy suddenly unleashed a forbidden spell. A wave of dark energy enveloped the battlefield, suffocating all in its presence. "This magic is too potent," Xiaoming exclaimed in alarm. Gritting his teeth, Naruto declared, "We cannot retreat." They concentrated all their strength, striving to resist the encroaching darkness. In a pivotal moment, the power within Naruto erupted, a brilliant light piercing through the shroud of darkness. The enemy, taken aback by this overwhelming force, began to falter. "Now's our chance, let us flee," Naruto urged. They hastily departed the battlefield with the treasure in tow. After a frantic journey, they arrived at a secluded village. "Let us rest here for a moment and contemplate our next course of action," Sakura suggested. They found an abandoned house in the village and temporarily settled in. Naruto meticulously examined the treasure, attempting to unveil its secrets. "This treasure seems to harbor a formidable energy, yet we remain uncertain of how to harness it," Naruto mused. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the village. They stepped out to investigate, only to discover a horde of monsters attacking the village. "We cannot stand idly by," Naruto exclaimed. They immediately plunged into battle, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beasts. The monsters were ferocious, yet Naruto and his companions, bolstered by their indomitable will and exceptional combat skills, gradually repelled the creatures. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude. "Thank you. Without you, our village would have perished," the village chief said. Naruto and his friends smiled and replied, "It is our duty." After resting for several days in the village, they resumed their journey. They traversed a desolate desert and scaled treacherous mountains, ultimately arriving at a mysterious small town. The town appeared tranquil, yet Naruto sensed an underlying tension. "Everyone, be vigilant. Danger may lurk here," Naruto warned. They were strolling through the town when they were suddenly encircled by a throng of individuals. "Surrender the treasure," one of them declared. It was then that Naruto and his companions realized these people had come for the treasure. "Not a chance," Naruto retorted. A fierce battle erupted once more, as they engaged in an intense magical confrontation, with brilliance illuminating the scene and arcane energy surging. Naruto unleashed a formidable wind spell, sending their adversaries tumbling. Sakura employed healing magic to ensure her teammates remained in peak condition, while Xiaoming wielded fire magic, inflicting substantial damage on their foes. However, the sheer number of enemies and their formidable magical prowess began to overwhelm them, leaving them in a precarious situation. "This won't do. We must find a breakthrough," Naruto exclaimed. Just then, he spotted the enemy leader, who stood at a distance, orchestrating the conflict. "Sakura, Xiaoming, cover me," Naruto called, charging toward the leader. Sakura and Xiaoming devoted their efforts to create an opportunity for Naruto. He successfully approached the leader, engaging him in a one-on-one duel. After a fierce struggle, Naruto ultimately triumphed over the leader. Witnessing their leader's fall, the remaining foes lost their resolve and began to scatter in retreat. "We've finally dealt with them," Naruto sighed with relief. They resumed their exploration of the town, hoping to uncover further clues regarding the treasure. In a corner of the town, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The book contained legends and instructions about the treasure. It turns out this treasure requires specific incantations and magical energy to unleash its true power, Sakura remarked. Following the tome's guidance, they endeavored to activate the treasure. Through their efforts, the treasure radiated a powerful glow, an immense energy surging forth. "This power is astonishing," Xiaoming exclaimed. However, this surge attracted magical disturbances, luring more enemies to their location. "We must leave at once," Naruto urged. They hastily departed the town with the treasure, continuing their adventurous journey. Along the way, They encountered various magical traps and inclement weather. Yet, armed with the treasure's strength and their mutual trust, they consistently navigated through perilous situations. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a mysterious castle. The grand doors were firmly shut, enveloped by an overwhelming magical aura. "This castle seems extraordinary," Naruto observed, cautiously approaching. The doors slowly creaked open, revealing a mysterious figure before them. "You have finally arrived," the enigmatic figure stated. Naruto eyed the stranger warily. "Who are you?" The mysterious figure smiled. "I am the guardian of this castle, and I have awaited your arrival." With skepticism, Naruto and his companions followed the mysterious figure into the castle. Inside, they were surrounded by an array of mystical magical devices and invaluable manuscripts. The guardian unveiled the true purpose of the treasure and a staggering secret. "This world is on the brink of a colossal catastrophe, and only the treasure in your possession can save it," the guardian proclaimed. Naruto and his companions felt the weight of responsibility upon their shoulders, yet they resolutely decided to embrace this mission. They commenced preparations to harness the power of the artifact in accordance with the enigmatic instructions provided to them, aiming to avert impending disaster. However, during their preparations, they encountered numerous obstacles and challenges. Malevolent forces sought to thwart their efforts, launching relentless attacks and wreaking havoc. While fending off the enemy's assaults, Naruto and his allies diligently endeavored to complete their preparations. Throughout this arduous process, their camaraderie and unity intensified, and their magical prowess saw considerable enhancement. At long last, the pivotal moment arrived. Standing atop the castle, Naruto and his comrades united their magical abilities, channeling the artifact's power into a colossal magical array. The array radiated a dazzling brilliance, enveloping the entire world. As the luminosity began to fade, the catastrophe was successfully averted, and tranquility and peace were restored to the realm. Naruto and his companions emerged as heroes in the eyes of the populace. Yet, they were acutely aware that their adventures were far from over. New challenges loomed on the horizon. Upon departing the castle, they found themselves in an unfamiliar land, where the sights before them left them utterly astonished. Once thriving cities lay in ruins, the air thick with a putrid stench, and desolation was evident in the crumbling edifices and the weeping denizens. "What has transpired here?" Sakura inquired. Naruto furrowed his brow, observing, "It appears this place has just endured a horrific disaster." They resolved to aid the local inhabitants in reconstructing their homes. Utilizing their magic, they mended houses and healed the injured residents. During this endeavor, they encountered a girl named Lucy. She informed them that the calamity had been unleashed by a nefarious sorcerer who sought dominion over the world. "We cannot allow him to succeed," Naruto declared. Following the clues provided by Lucy, they embarked on a quest to trace the wicked sorcerer's whereabouts. They traversed a dark forest and crossed turbulent rivers, ultimately discovering the sorcerer's hideout. The sorcerer's castle was shielded by a formidable magical barrier. "How shall we breach this shield?" Xiaoming questioned. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto suggested, "We might wield the power of the artifact to our advantage." They infused the artifact's energy into their magic, successfully dismantling the barrier. The sorcerer, sensing their approach, dispatched a legion of enchanted puppets to launch an assault. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto's group and the magical puppets. After a grueling struggle, they vanquished all the enchanted adversaries and gained entry into the castle's interior. Inside the castle, they were confronted with a myriad of traps and mechanisms. "Be cautious," Naruto warned. They meticulously navigated the treacherous obstacles, inching closer to the sorcerer. Finally, they confronted the sorcerer at the pinnacle of the castle. Upon seeing them, the sorcerer revealed a malevolent grin, exclaiming, "Did you truly believe you could defeat me?" An ultimate confrontation began. The sorcerer unleashed potent dark magic, while Naruto and his allies summoned their full strength to resist. The battle was fiercely intense, with the castle trembling under the force of their magical clash. At a pivotal moment, Naruto and his companions exhibited an extraordinary synergy and strength. Ultimately, they triumphed over the sorcerer, saving their world. Nonetheless, their adventure was far from over. They soon arrived at a mysterious island, enshrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist that obscured its true nature. The island exuded an aura of intrigue, leaving them to ponder what secrets lay hidden within. "We must explore it, regardless," declared Naruto. Cautiously, they set foot on the island, and upon landing, were immediately met with a formidable surge of magical pressure. Be cautious. The magical energy here is quite unusual, warned Xiaoming. As they ventured further, they encountered bizarre flora and fauna, some of which attacked them unexpectedly, while others possessed remarkable abilities. This is truly a realm of magic, marveled Naruto. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The grand entrance was sealed tight, adorned with mysterious runes. Naruto attempted to push the door open, but it remained immovable. There must be a mechanism, Sakura observed intently, scrutinizing the surrounding ruins. After thorough examination, Sakura discovered the means to unlock the door. As it creaked open, a powerful aura of magic surged forth to greet them. Entering the temple, they were met with an array of arcane artifacts and statues, each exuding an air of antiquity and significance, as Xiaoming noted. Suddenly, amidst their exploration, a deep, menacing roar echoed through the chamber. What was that? Naruto asked, his gaze darting around warily. From the shadows emerged a colossal magical beast, radiating an aura of terror. Instantly, they readied themselves for battle. The beast lunged at them, prompting them to unleash a flurry of spells in defense. The clash was fierce, with the creature's attacks being both powerful and ferocious. Yet Naruto and his allies did not falter. Instead, they coordinated their efforts, seeking the beast's vulnerabilities. After an arduous struggle, they ultimately identified and exploited its weakness, vanquishing the formidable foe. Phew, we finally defeated it, Naruto gasped, catching his breath. Continuing their exploration within the temple, they discovered an ancient tome of magic. The book contained the secrets of a potent spell, though it required specific conditions for its casting. Perhaps this magic could aid us in facing future challenges, suggested Sakura. They then commenced preparations to invoke the spell as per the tome's instructions. Throughout this process, they faced numerous obstacles and setbacks, yet they remained resolute. At long last, they successfully conjured the powerful spell. Suddenly, the temple began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. We must leave at once, exclaimed Naruto. With their newfound magical knowledge in hand, they exited the temple. Once off the island, they embarked on a new journey. In the midst of a vast grassland, they encountered a nomadic tribe. The people were warm and welcoming, inviting them to partake in a lively bonfire celebration. At the soiree, Naruto and his companions learned of peculiar occurrences in the grasslands, where numerous animals had become agitated. Perhaps some arcane force lurked behind these disturbances, Naruto mused. They resolved to assist the nomadic tribes in uncovering the cause. Following a thorough investigation, they discovered that an evil sorcerer was the source of the trouble. It was he who was orchestrating this chaos, Xiaoming remarked. The group located the sorcerer's hideout and engaged him in a fierce battle. The sorcerer unleashed an array of bizarre spells in an attempt to thwart them. However, fueled by their formidable strength and unwavering conviction, Naruto and his friends ultimately triumphed over the sorcerer, restoring tranquility to the grasslands. The nomadic tribes expressed their profound gratitude, bestowing upon them numerous precious gifts. Continuing their journey, they arrived at an ancient kingdom afflicted by a dreadful plague, where the populace endured immense suffering. We must find a way to assist them, Sakura declared. They commenced their search for a remedy for the pestilence. During their exploration, they stumbled upon a concealed underground laboratory filled with an assortment of strange apparatuses and potions. Perhaps we can discover clues to cure the plague here, Naruto suggested. After meticulous study, they finally uncovered a potion formula capable of treating the disease. They began to produce the potion in large quantities, distributing it to the afflicted. Through their diligent efforts, the plague was finally brought under control, and the kingdom regained its vitality. Bidding farewell to this ancient realm, Naruto and his companions set forth on an uncharted journey. As they traveled, they traversed dense jungles and scaled treacherous mountains, eventually arriving at a serene seaside village. Nestled beside the ocean, the village basked in the gentle sea breeze, which carried a briny scent. However, they soon discovered that the fishermen wore expressions of sorrow. Recently, strange whirlpools and colossal waves have emerged in the sea, and our fishing boats dare not venture out, an elderly fisherman lamented. Determined to assist the fishermen, they approached the shoreline to observe the situation closely. Look, there are unusual water currents. Xiaoming pointed towards the distance. As they drew closer to the area, they sensed a mysterious force stirring beneath the waves. Perhaps some potent magic is at play, Sakura speculated. They resolved to dive into the depths to investigate further. Underwater, they beheld a vast magical array, pulsating with eerie luminescence. This must be the source of the ocean's anomalies, Naruto asserted. Just as they prepared to dismantle the magical array, a horde of sea demons emerged, lunging at them with menacing ferocity. Naruto and his companions unleashed their own magic, engaging the sea demons in an intense confrontation. The demons employed unique attack methods, manipulating the water to form sharp water spears. Everyone, be cautious, Naruto warned. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the sea demons. Now, let us swiftly destroy the magical array, Naruto shouted. Channeling their collective strength, they cast powerful spells, successfully obliterating the array. The sea has regained its tranquility, and the fishermen are filled with gratitude. After departing from the coastal town, they ventured into a mysterious canyon, shrouded in thick fog that exuded an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. This place feels sinister. We must tread carefully, Sakura cautioned. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the mist. Who is it? Xiaoming asked anxiously. A shadow darted past them, bringing with it a frigid breeze. Let us pursue it, Naruto exclaimed. They followed the shadow through the canyon, only to find themselves ensnared in a labyrinthine trap. This is a trap, Sakura declared. At that moment, numerous ghostly figures emerged around them, launching an attack. Naruto and his companions fought valiantly while searching for an escape. During the skirmish, Naruto noticed that the apparitions seemed to be under some form of control. We must find the source of their control, Naruto asserted. After a thorough search, they discovered a magical stone concealed behind a stone wall. This is what controls the ghosts, Xiaoming exclaimed. Together, they shattered the magical stone, causing the specters to vanish instantly, revealing a path out of the canyon. As they pressed onward, they arrived at a forgotten ancient city, filled with dilapidated structures and desolate streets. This place must have once thrived, Naruto remarked. Delving deeper into the ancient city, they stumbled upon a mysterious basement filled with various archaic magical artifacts. These items appear perilous, Sakura noted. Just then, the basement door slammed shut, and flames erupted around them. Oh no, we are trapped, Xiaoming cried. Naruto calmly surveyed the surroundings and discovered a mechanism to extinguish the flames. They successfully quelled the fire and exited the basement. However, the ancient city still concealed numerous unknown dangers and secrets awaiting their exploration. Chapter 43. The Mystery of the Lost Ancient City. Upon emerging from the basement, Naruto and his friends sensed an increasingly eerie atmosphere enveloping the ancient city. The once silent streets echoed only with their footsteps, as if the entire city lay in slumber, harboring unspeakable secrets. Be cautious. I feel countless eyes watching us from the shadows, Naruto warned. Sakura and Xiaoming closely followed him, their magical lights flickering softly, ready to confront any imminent threat. They traversed the ancient streets, surrounded by buildings that exuded an aura of age-old mystery. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, stirring up dust and obscuring their vision. This wind is peculiar, Xiaoming frowned. Once the wind subsided, they found themselves in a vast square, dominated by a towering statue at its center, its features eroded by time and nearly unrecognizable. Naruto approached the statue for a closer inspection. At that moment, the ground around the statue cracked open, and several massive vines surged forth from the earth, lunging towards them. Watch out, Sakura shouted. Naruto quickly retreated, conjuring fire magic in an attempt to sever the vines. Yet, these tendrils seemed to possess an extraordinary vitality, rendering the flames nearly ineffective against them. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiaoming unleashed his frost magic, temporarily freezing the creeping vines. Now's our chance. Let us hasten our departure, Sakura urged. They dashed towards the exit of the plaza. Yet more vines surged towards them from all directions, obstructing their path. It seems we cannot escape without thoroughly vanquishing these vines, Naruto remarked. The three of them stood back to back, concentrating their magical energy to collectively cast a powerful magic circle. Bathed in the radiance of the circle, the vines began to wither gradually. After an intense battle, the vines were finally eradicated. They were left breathless, yet dared not show any sign of complacency as they continued their exploration of the ancient city. Passing through the plaza, they arrived before an ancient palace. The grand doors were tightly shut, etched with mysterious runes. These runes may hold the key to opening the door, Sakura observed meticulously. Naruto attempted to sense the runes with his magic, and suddenly, the doors creaked open, a powerful suction drawing them inside. Upon entering the palace, they discovered it was filled with various precious treasures, yet an ominous aura pervaded the air. Do not touch anything recklessly. There could be traps, Naruto cautioned. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and countless arrow slits appeared on the surrounding walls, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon them. They swiftly evaded, conjuring magical shields before them. This won't do. We must locate the control mechanism, Xiaoming declared. They scoured the palace until they finally uncovered a concealed chamber in a corner. Inside lay a massive crystal ball, shimmering with light, seemingly controlling the palace's mechanisms. Naruto cautiously approached the crystal ball, attempting to shatter it with his magic. However, upon contact, a surge of powerful electricity coursed through his body. Naruto, Sakura, and Xiaoming gasped. Gritting his teeth, Naruto persevered, channeling his magic into the crystal ball. With his efforts, the ball shattered, and the palace's mechanisms ceased their assault. They exhaled in relief and began to inspect the treasures within the palace. Amongst the bounty, Naruto discovered an ancient scroll. This may hold the secrets of the ancient city, he stated. They unfurled the scroll, its text archaic and obscure, but with her vast knowledge. Sakura gradually deciphered its contents. It revealed that this ancient city was once the capital of a powerful magical kingdom, which fell to ruin due to a catastrophic magical disaster, leaving the city cursed. The key to lifting the curse lay deep beneath the city. It seems we must delve underground, Xiaoming concluded. They exited the palace in search of an entrance to the depths below. In a corner of the city, they stumbled upon a hidden passageway. The tunnel was dark and damp, suffused with a putrid odor. Cautiously, they proceeded through the passage, when suddenly, a deep, rumbling growl echoed. What could that be? Sakura asked anxiously. Naruto ignited a flame, illuminating the path ahead, revealing a colossal beast advancing towards them. The colossal creature was adorned with sharp, menacing spikes, its eyes glinting with a malevolent light. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions unleashed a myriad of spells in a relentless assault against the beast. The creature retaliated fiercely, swinging its massive claws in defense. The battle raged intensely, and Naruto's group began to feel the strain of exhaustion. Just then, Naruto discerned the creature's vulnerability, its abdomen. Focus your attacks on its belly, he commanded. They pooled their magical energies together, casting a formidable beam of magic that struck the creature's midsection. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. Pressing onward, they finally arrived at a vast cavern deep underground, illuminated by an ethereal glow. At its center lay a colossal magical array. This must be the magic circle to lift the curse, Naruto remarked. They approached the array and, following the instructions inscribed on the scroll, began the incantation to dispel the curse. As their magic infused the array, it blazed with light, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Did we succeed? Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the magical array. Did you think it would be so easy to lift the curse? The shadowy figure scoffed. Who are you? Naruto demanded. I am the guardian of this curse, and you shall not destroy it, the figure declared. A new battle commenced as the dark figure unleashed powerful dark magic upon Naruto and his friends. They fought valiantly, the brilliance of their spells intermingling in the cavern. This foe is formidable. We must find its weakness, Sakura exclaimed. Observing the dark figure's movements, Naruto noticed that it paused briefly after casting its powerful spells. Now, Naruto shouted. Seizing the moment of the figure's hesitation, they concentrated their strength and launched an assault. The dark figure staggered under their combined attack. Keep attacking, Naruto urged. They continued their onslaught, and gradually, the dark figure began to falter. Ultimately, through their united efforts, they defeated the shadowy entity, which dissipated into the air. The magic array's glow stabilized, and the curse began to lift. The dark aura that had enveloped the ancient city slowly faded, restoring vitality to its structures. We did it, Xiaoming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, before they could revel in their victory, they felt a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from afar. What is that? Sakura questioned. Naruto furrowed his brow. I don't know, but we must investigate. They followed the source of the magical disturbance, arriving at the entrance of an ancient tower. The tower's doors were firmly shut, encircled by a formidable magical barrier. This barrier is difficult to breach, Xiaoming stated. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto proposed. Let us concentrate our magic together and see if we can break through. They gathered their magical energies and unleashed a powerful beam towards the barrier. The barrier rippled under their assault, but remained unbroken. No, this force is insufficient, Naruto said, just as they were at a loss. Naruto suddenly recalled the scroll he had obtained in the palace. Perhaps the scroll contains methods to breach the barrier, Naruto remarked. They unrolled the scroll, meticulously searching for relevant records. At last, Sakura discovered a passage in a corner. It stated that to transcend this barrier, one must locate its focal point and employ specific magical runes to unravel it, she explained. They commenced their search for the focal point around the barrier. And after considerable effort, Xiaoming spotted a faint glimmer on the side of the tower. That must be the focal point, Xiaoming declared. Following the scroll's instructions, Naruto inscribed the magical runes and cast them toward the focal point. The moment the runes made contact, a brilliant light erupted and the barrier shattered. They pushed open the grand door of the tower, which was suffused with an ancient aura. Upon reaching the top floor, they encountered a mysterious chest. What could be contained within this chest? Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. Naruto cautiously opened the chest, revealing a dazzling radiance. Once the light faded, they beheld an ancient tome of magic nestled within. Could this be a powerful grimoire? Sakura pondered. Naruto lifted the tome, flipping through its pages to discover it detailed a long-lost and formidable spell. If we master this magic, our future adventures will be much more assured, Naruto asserted. They resolved to remain in the tower temporarily to study the tome. However, during their studies, they encountered numerous challenges. The text was obscure, and the methods of casting the spells were exceedingly intricate. What shall we do? Xiaoming exclaimed anxiously. Naruto encouraged him, saying, Do not despair, let us study together, and we shall surely learn. After several days of diligent effort, they finally grasped the fundamentals of the spell. Just as they prepared to depart the tower, a cacophony erupted outside. Let us investigate, Naruto suggested. They stepped out and discovered a group of enigmatic figures approaching them. Who are you? Naruto inquired. The leader replied. We have come in search of that tome. Hand it over. Naturally, Naruto and his companions refused, leading to an immediate standoff. A fierce battle was about to ensue. They braced themselves, while the adversaries unleashed various magical assaults without hesitation. Utilizing their newly acquired spell, Naruto and his friends barely withstood the initial wave of attacks. We cannot remain passive. We must strike back, Naruto shouted. Seizing the moment, they launched their counteroffensive. Sakura's healing magic kept them in prime condition during the skirmish, while Xiaoming's control spells created openings for Naruto's assaults. Yet, the opponent's strength was formidable, and the conflict reached a stalemate. At that moment, Naruto spotted a flaw in the leader's defense. Sakura, Xiaoming, cover me, Naruto commanded. Seizing the opportunity, he charged at the leader, delivering a powerful blow. Taken by surprise, the leader fell to the ground. Upon witnessing their leader's downfall, the others faltered. Now is our chance. Defeat them, Naruto urged. With unwavering determination, they vanquished their adversaries entirely. At last, it was over. Xiaoming sighed in relief. They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious valley. A thick mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the path ahead. Be cautious. There may be dangers lurking here, Naruto warned. They cautiously ventured into the valley, when suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. What is that sound? Sakura inquired anxiously. A flock of gigantic birds burst forth from the mist, launching an attack upon them. Naruto and his companions swiftly employed magic for defense and counterattack. The birds, possessing remarkable speed and ferocity, posed a formidable threat. We must devise a way to disperse them, Xiaoming exclaimed. An idea struck Naruto, who cast a wide-reaching illusion spell. Under the spell's influence, the birds became disoriented and scattered in confusion. Continuing their journey through the valley, they encountered a raging river, devoid of a bridge, save for a few precarious stones. How shall we cross? Sakura asked. Naruto assessed the situation. We can utilize these stones to leap across swiftly. They carefully stepped onto the stones, advancing one cautious step at a time toward the opposite bank. Just as they were nearing the shore, the stone beneath Naruto shifted unexpectedly, sending him tumbling into the river. Naruto! Both Sakura and Xiaoming cried out. Xiaoming quickly cast a spell, rescuing Naruto from the water's grasp. That was close, Naruto exclaimed. After a series of trials, they finally emerged from the valley. Ahead lay a dense forest, teeming with unknown dangers and challenges. Regardless, we must bravely press on, Naruto declared. Entering the forest, they found the trees towering and intertwined, creating a natural labyrinth. How do we find our way out? Xiaoming pondered, somewhat lost. Sakura suggested, we can mark the trees as we go, to avoid losing our way. Following Sakura's advice, they advanced while leaving markers along their path. Within the forest, they encountered plants that emitted toxic fumes and fierce beasts lurking in the shadows. "Beware of the toxic mist," Naruto shouted. They utilized magic to dispel the noxious vapors and engaged in combat with the beasts. After arduous efforts, they finally emerged from the forest. Before them stood an ancient ruin, its entrance sealed tight, adorned with enigmatic carvings. "This presents yet another challenge," Naruto remarked. They began to examine the carvings, searching for a means to unlock the door. After meticulous observation, Sakura discerned a pattern within the designs. "I believe I understand. We must touch these symbols in a specific sequence," she proposed. Following Sakura's guidance, Naruto touched the symbols in order. The door creaked open, releasing a musty air. They stepped into the ruin, where a mysterious glow enveloped the interior. "Something significant must be concealed within," Xiaoming mused. They proceeded with caution, when suddenly, a low chant echoed through the air. "This is not good. Danger approaches," Naruto warned. A group of dark sorcerers emerged from the shadows, uttering incantations as they unleashed formidable dark magic. Naruto and his companions reacted immediately, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark sorcerers. The sorcery was exceedingly treacherous, rendering defense nearly impossible. Yet, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and seamless collaboration, Naruto and his team gradually gained the upper hand. Just as victory seemed within reach, a tremendous roar resonated from the depths of the ruins. "What is that sound?" Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the depths of the ruins, revealing itself to be a guardian beast. The creature was immense, possessing great strength and a formidable height. "This is troublesome," Xiaoming remarked. Naruto inhaled deeply, declaring, "No matter what, we must not falter." They unleashed their most potent spells, engaging in a desperate struggle against the beast. The creature's attacks were fierce and crushing, repeatedly pushing Naruto's group back, yet they rose time and again to fight on. During the battle, Naruto discerned that the creature's eyes were its weak point. "Concentrate your attacks on its eyes," he shouted. They combined their magical energies for a final assault on the beast's eyes. With a pained roar, the creature collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. "At last, we have triumphed," Naruto said wearily. They continued to explore the ruins, uncovering a mysterious treasure chest adorned with various gemstones that emanated an enigmatic glow. "This chest must contain something of great significance," Xiaoming noted. With utmost caution, Naruto opened the chest, revealing a mysterious key within. "This key is bound to unlock even more secrets," Sakura remarked. They departed the ruins with the key in hand, embarking on the next leg of their adventurous journey. Unbeknownst to them, this key would lead them into even more perilous realms. Upon arriving at the entrance of a mysterious cave, they were met with eerie sounds emanating from within. "What is this place?" Sakura inquired. Naruto gazed at the key in his hand. "Perhaps this key is the key to opening this cave." As they ventured into the cave, they found it dark and damp, filled with a pungent odor. Suddenly, a swarm of gigantic spiders descended from the cave's ceiling, launching an attack. Naruto and his companions swiftly cast spells, engaging in battle with the spiders. The venom of the arachnids splattered everywhere, making evasion difficult. Nevertheless, they remained undaunted, and after a fierce struggle, they vanquished all the spiders. Delving deeper into the cave, they discovered a massive stone door. "This must be the place that the key unlocks," Naruto stated. He inserted the key into the lock, and the stone door creaked open, revealing a vast laboratory filled with strange instruments and experimental specimens. "What is this place?" Xiaoming gasped in astonishment. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed through the laboratory. "Welcome to my laboratory. You shall become my subjects." Naruto and his companions searched for the source of the voice, yet it eluded them. Suddenly, the instruments in the laboratory sprang to life, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. "This is bad. We must leave this place at once," Naruto exclaimed. They dashed toward the exit, only to find it obstructed by a powerful magical barrier. "What should we do?" Sakura inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, "Let us concentrate our magical energy together to shatter this barrier." They pooled their powers, casting a mighty spell that ultimately broke the magical impediment. As they escaped the laboratory, they discovered themselves before a vast and intricate labyrinth. "This maze appears exceptionally complex," Xiaoming remarked. "We will undoubtedly find a way out," Naruto asserted. They tirelessly navigated the labyrinth, encountering various traps and obstacles. Yet, they never wavered, and through their wisdom and courage, they finally emerged from the maze. At that moment, they found themselves before a mysterious castle. The castle's grand entrance stood resolutely shut, enveloped in an aura of potent magic. This presents yet another challenge, Naruto observed. Approaching the castle door, he attempted to push it open, but found it immovable. It seems this door cannot be opened by sheer force, Sakura noted. Xiaoming circled the door, contemplating. Perhaps there is a hidden mechanism. They began to meticulously search for clues around the door. At that instant, Naruto noticed a loose stone beside the door. Gently pressing it, a deep rumble resonated, and the door slowly creaked ajar. Wonderful, there is hope, Xiaoming exclaimed. They pushed the door open with all their might and entered the castle. Inside, the atmosphere was eerie and thick with fog. Be cautious. We do not know what lurks within, Naruto warned. Advancing carefully, they were suddenly startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. Who is it? Sakura asked nervously. The footsteps grew louder, and a figure emerged from the mist. It's a ghost, Xiaoming cried out. The specter lunged at them, and they swiftly cast their magic in defense. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the ghost. Surely, this castle is not filled with such entities, Sakura expressed her concern. They pressed onward, arriving at a grand hall. The walls were adorned with peculiar portraits, each pair of eyes seemingly fixated on them. These portraits feel unsettling, Naruto remarked. Just then, the figures within the paintings sprang to life, leaping out of their frames. What is happening? Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. A new battle commenced as Naruto and his friends clashed with the creatures that had emerged from the artwork. The monsters varied in form. Some possessed immense strength, while others exhibited incredible speed. However, through their indomitable will and exceptional magical prowess, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they defeated all the monsters. I am utterly exhausted, Sakura panted. Yet we cannot rest. We must continue onward, Naruto declared. They traversed through the hall and arrived at a staircase that spiraled upward, seemingly without end. Unbeknownst to them what lay ahead, they ascended the staircase with heavy steps, each footfall accompanied by a faint creak that resonated in the stillness of the castle. Naruto led the way, the magical light in his hand illuminating the path before them. As they climbed higher, the surrounding mist thickened, seemingly intent on engulfing them. Be cautious. This fog may harbor strange things, Naruto warned. Suddenly, a sharp howling echoed through the mist, and several shadowy figures swept past them. What was that? Xiaoming exclaimed. Sakura swiftly cast a light spell, revealing bat-like creatures swirling in the air, their sharp fangs bared. So it is these fiends, Naruto declared fearlessly, raising his hand to unleash a fire spell directed at the bat monsters. The creatures deftly evaded the attack while launching their own counteroffensive. As their wings flapped, a chilling wind swept through the air. Working in unison, Naruto and his companions coordinated their efforts. Sakura fortified them with protective magic while Xiaoming seized the opportunity to cast an ice spell, restraining the monsters' movements. After an intense battle, the bat creatures were finally repelled. They continued their ascent and eventually reached the top of the staircase, where a long corridor stretched before them, flanked by tightly shut doors. Who knows what secrets lie within those rooms? Xiaoming pondered. Cautiously, Naruto pushed open the first door, and a musty aroma wafted out. The room contained various ancient books and artifacts, yet it seemed devoid of danger. They proceeded to explore the other chambers. Some were adorned with peculiar magical arrays, while others housed enigmatic statues. Upon opening the final door, a surge of potent magical energy erupted forth. Be careful, Naruto shouted. In the center of the room floated a crystal ball radiating immense magical power, encircled by intricate magical runes. This must be of great significance, Sakura remarked. Just as they endeavored to approach the crystal ball, magical barriers suddenly rose from the floor, separating them. It seems it's not so easily obtained, Naruto frowned. They began to devise a strategy to breach the magical barriers, experimenting with various spells and techniques. After considerable effort, Xiaoming discovered a flaw in the barrier. I found it. Everyone, focus your magical energy on this point. Through their collective determination, the magical barrier was finally shattered. As Naruto reached for the crystal ball, a blinding light erupted upon contact, enveloping them. When the brilliance faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by endless darkness. Where are we? Sakura asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Naruto calmly surveyed their surroundings. I don't know, but we must find a way out. Suddenly, countless eyes emerged from the darkness, and a horde of grotesquely twisted creatures lunged at them. Once again, Naruto and his friends were plunged into a fierce battle. Chapter 44. Crisis in the Darkness. In this mysterious dark space, Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce struggle against the contorted monsters. The monsters emitted spine-chilling roars, relentlessly charging towards them. Naruto unleashed a formidable fire spell, the flames roaring in the darkness, illuminating the surrounding space while temporarily halting the monster's advance. Sakura, Xiaoming. We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. We must devise a way to find an exit, Naruto exclaimed, as Sakura cast healing magic to restore their strength. She carefully observed the environment. There seemed to be a peculiar magical fluctuation around them, possibly related to the exit. Xiaoming concentrated his efforts, unleashing a powerful lightning spell that repelled the approaching monsters. Regardless, we must first deal with these creatures. The trio coordinated seamlessly, the brilliance of their magic flickering in the shadows. Yet, the number of monsters appeared endless, surging in wave after wave. This cannot continue. We must conserve our magical energy, Naruto declared. Just as they began to feel overwhelmed, Naruto suddenly discerned a pattern in the monsters' movements. Look, they pause briefly after each attack. We can exploit this moment to break through. Seizing the opportunity during the monsters' assault, they concentrated their strength for a charge. Under the force of their powerful magical assault, a breach finally appeared in the monsters' defenses. Hurry, Naruto shouted. They dashed through the gap and continued to navigate through the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived before a vast cavern. Dense fog enveloped the cave, obscuring their view within. Be cautious. This place may be even more perilous, Sakura warned. Naruto took a deep breath. Regardless, we must venture inside. They cautiously entered the cave, the ground beneath them damp, with a pungent odor pervading the air. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the depths of the cavern. This is not good. There's a massive creature, Xiaoming exclaimed. As the roaring grew louder, a colossal beast emerged before them. Towering like a mountain, its body was adorned with sharp-boned spikes, and its blood-red eyes radiated malice. Undeterred, Naruto and his friends immediately unleashed their most powerful spells against the beast. The creature effortlessly deflected their attacks with its massive claws. This creature is too powerful. We must identify its weakness, Naruto shouted. In their skirmish with the beast, they noticed a lighter-colored patch on its abdomen. Perhaps that is its vulnerability, Sakura suggested. Seizing the moment, Naruto lunged toward the beast's abdomen, while Xiaoming and Sakura distracted its attention. Naruto successfully closed the distance and delivered a powerful strike. The beast howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Finally, it's done. Naruto exhaled in relief. They pressed deeper into the cavern, discovering an underground river. The water rushed violently, emanating a mysterious glow. This river appears unusual, Xiaoming remarked. Naruto decided to explore along the riverbank, hoping to uncover a way out. Along the bank, they discovered strange symbols etched into the stone walls. These symbols might hold some clues, Sakura observed intently. At that moment, a host of water monsters suddenly surged forth from the subterranean river, launching an assault against them. Naruto and his companions swiftly engaged in battle, confronting the menacing creatures in a fierce struggle. The water monsters, with their agile movements in the depths, posed considerable challenges. Nevertheless, after a grueling fight, they ultimately triumphed over the beasts. These monsters are truly a headache, Xiaoming lamented. Continuing along the riverbank, they eventually stumbled upon a concealed cave. Within the cavern flickered a faint light, suggesting a passage to another realm. As they ventured inside, an enigmatic energy enveloped them. Be cautious. This energy may harbor dangers, Naruto cautioned. Delving deeper into the cave, they discovered a colossal magic circle. The runes inscribed upon it pulsed with an otherworldly glow, inducing a sense of vertigo. What manner of magic circle is this? Sakura inquired, perplexed. As Naruto attempted to approach the circle, a formidable force repelled him. It appears we cannot draw near so easily, Xiaoming remarked. Just as they pondered how to decipher the magic circle, a chilling laughter echoed through the cave. Haha, you intruders shall not escape here alive. A mysterious figure emerged before them. Who are you? Naruto demanded. I am the guardian of this realm. You have triggered the forbidden magic circle, and there is only one path ahead, death, the enigmatic figure proclaimed. A new battle loomed on the horizon. Naruto and his friends braced themselves, ready to confront the guardian's onslaught. The guardian unleashed potent dark magic, shrouding the entire cave in shadows. In the depths of darkness, they fought valiantly, relying on their camaraderie and indomitable spirit to regain their footing. Everyone, stay strong. We will surely vanquish him, Naruto shouted. Sakura continuously cast healing spells, sustaining their battle prowess, while Xiaoming manipulated the surrounding environment with his magic, creating opportunities for Naruto to strike. Amidst the fierce combat, Naruto discerned a flaw in the Guardian's magic. Now's our chance, he exclaimed. They concentrated their might, delivering a decisive blow to the Guardian's vulnerability. The Guardian staggered under their assault, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could you defeat me?" As the Guardian fell, the dark magic gradually dissipated. They successfully unraveled the magic circle and pressed onward. Emerging from the cave, they found themselves in a mysterious garden. The garden was adorned with an array of peculiar flowers, both beautiful and perilous. These flowers appear enchanting, yet they may be toxic, Sakura cautioned. Navigating cautiously through the garden, they were suddenly engulfed by a cloud of toxic pollen released by the blossoms. Quick, use a magical shield to protect yourselves, Naruto commanded. They conjured magical shields to fend off the onslaught of pollen. Amidst the haze, flower spirits materialized. The flower spirits, graceful in form, wielded their magic with ruthless precision. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the flower spirits, grappling not only with the toxic pollen but also with the relentless attacks of their floral adversaries. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the flower spirit and exited the garden. Before them loomed a towering peak, shrouded in swirling mists, obscuring the view of its summit. "Shall we ascend this mountain?" Xiaoming inquired. Naruto resolutely replied, "No matter how arduous the journey, we must endeavor to try." They commenced their ascent. The path rugged and treacherous, with loose stones cascading down intermittently. During their climb, they encountered a ferocious eagle beast, which circled above, relentlessly attacking them. Utilizing the terrain of the mountain to evade the creature's strikes, they sought opportunities to counterattack. After an exhilarating battle, they succeeded in driving away the eagle beast and continued their trek toward the peak. At last, they reached the summit, where an ancient temple stood, its grand entrance firmly shut. This temple appears enigmatic. Perhaps it harbors the clues we need to escape this place, Naruto remarked. They pushed open the temple doors, and a mystical aura enveloped them inside. Within the temple stood a colossal statue, its eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light. "It seems to be watching us," Sakura observed. Suddenly, the statue sprang to life, launching an assault against them. Engaging in a fierce confrontation, they faced the statue's formidable might, each blow imbued with immense power. They dodged its attacks, searching for its vulnerabilities. "I've discovered it. The joints are its weak points," Xiaoming exclaimed. They concentrated their efforts on the statue's joints, causing its movements to gradually slow. Ultimately, through their collective perseverance, they toppled the statue. A deep, resonant rumble echoed from the temple's depths as a mysterious door slowly creaked open. "This may be the exit we seek," Naruto declared. They stepped through the door, revealing a radiant passage beyond. As they traversed the corridor, uncertainty loomed about what awaited them ahead. The passage culminated in a vast plaza, dominated by 4 monumental statues, each representing one of the elemental forces: wind, fire, water, and earth. "What does this signify?" Sakura pondered aloud. Suddenly, the statue's eyes blazed with light, unleashing the elemental powers upon them. Naruto and his companions hastily conjured spells in defense. The elemental onslaught bore down upon them with tremendous pressure. "We must discover a way to control these elemental forces," Naruto shouted. They scoured the plaza for clues and ultimately unearthed a series of runes etched into the ground. "These runes may hold the key," Xiaoming proclaimed. They began deciphering the runes' meanings, striving to harness the elemental powers. After considerable effort, they succeeded in mastering these forces, restoring tranquility to the statues. A door appeared on the opposite side of the plaza, and they entered. Inside lay a vast library, lined with shelves brimming with ancient tomes. "This may contain the knowledge we require," Sakura suggested. As they delved into the library in search of valuable information, a book suddenly soared into the air, its pages flipping open. The book reveals a passage. "Only through the trials of the spirit can one discover the true path." "Trials of the spirit? What does that mean?" Xiaoming inquired. At that moment, their surroundings began to shift, and they became ensnared in their own illusions. Naruto found himself transported back to his childhood. ostracized and ridiculed by the villagers. This is my past, but I shall no longer be bound by it, Naruto declared resolutely, striving to break free from the shackles of the illusion. Sakura, on the other hand, was confronted with her deepest fears as countless monsters lunged towards her. I cannot succumb to fear. I must face it bravely. Sakura overcame her terror and liberated herself from the illusion. Xiaoming fell into a world brimming with temptation, where riches and power lay before him. These are not what I truly desire. Xiaoming resisted the allure and returned to reality. They successfully navigated the trials of the spirit, and a portal appeared in the depths of the library. This must be the exit we seek, Naruto said. They stepped through the portal, and a flash of light enveloped them, transporting them to an unfamiliar realm. They found themselves in a desolate desert, under a scorching sun, devoid of life. How do we end up here? Xiaoming wondered. Naruto gazed into the distance. Regardless, we must press on, for I believe we shall find a way out. They trudged through the desert, tormented by thirst and fatigue. Suddenly, a sandstorm swept toward them. Be careful, Naruto shouted. They were engulfed by the storm, losing their sense of direction. When the tempest subsided, they discovered a mysterious oasis. Within the oasis lay a crystal-clear lake, surrounded by peculiar plants. It is beautiful here, but I wonder if there is danger, Sakura remarked. Just as they hesitated to approach the oasis, a group of enigmatic beings emerged from the foliage. These creatures resembled humans, yet their bodies were covered in scales, and their eyes glimmered with a green luminescence. Who are you? Why have you come here? One of the beings inquired. Naruto explained, We are lost adventurers, with no intention of causing harm. The beings conferred among themselves before stating, We can assist you, but you must pass our trial. What trial? Xiaoming asked. The beings offered no reply, but led them to the entrance of a colossal labyrinth. If you can find the exit within this maze, we shall grant you our aid. With no alternatives left, Naruto and his companions entered the maze. The labyrinth was fraught with traps and mechanisms, and they proceeded with utmost caution. Deep within the maze, they encountered a formidable riddle. What shall we do? Sakura exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. After pondering for a moment, Naruto suddenly had an epiphany. I have the answer. They successfully unraveled the riddle and discovered the maze's exit. The beings honored their promise, providing them with sustenance and directing them toward the way out of the desert. They continued onward, ultimately escaping the arid wasteland. However, their adventure was far from over. Ahead lay a dense forest, shrouded in thick mist that obscured the path. Be cautious. Various dangers may lurk here, Naruto warned. As they ventured into the woods, a melodious sound of a flute suddenly wafted through the air. What is that sound? Xiaoming inquired. With the enchanting melody, figures began to emerge from the fog. This is not good. It could be an enemy, Naruto exclaimed. They readied themselves for battle, awaiting the approach of the shadowy forms. As the figures drew closer, they discovered a group of fairies. Why have you trespassed into our domain? The fairies asked. Naruto explained their intentions, to which the fairies replied, To pass through here, you must assist us in solving a conundrum. What sort of conundrum? Sakura inquired. The fairies led them to a colossal ancient tree, its branches laden with peculiar fruits. These fruits were tainted by a dark force, and if not eradicated, the ancient tree would perish. Naruto and his companions resolved to aid the fairies and began to devise a method to dispel the dark influence. After considerable effort, they discovered the solution and successfully eliminated the malevolent force. The fairies expressed their gratitude and permitted them to traverse the forest. Upon emerging, they found themselves in an ancient town, replete with bizarre architecture and enigmatic figures. This place feels remarkably different, Xiaoming remarked. As they explored the town, they stumbled upon a concealed basement. Inside lay a collection of mysterious artifacts and documents. These items may prove beneficial, Sakura suggested. While they were examining the artifacts, an alarm suddenly blared from outside. What has transpired? Naruto inquired. Exiting the basement, they found the town surrounded by a band of robbers. We must assist the townsfolk, Naruto declared. They engaged in a fierce battle with the robbers, ultimately driving them away. The townspeople expressed their gratitude and shared a legend of a treasure. It was said that a powerful relic lay hidden in a nearby mountain, guarded by numerous perils. Naruto and his companions decided to seek out this treasure, believing it could aid them in facing future challenges. They embarked on their quest, confronting various hardships along the way. The mountain path was treacherous, and the steep slopes made progress arduous. Be careful not to fall, Naruto cautioned. Suddenly, a pack of wild wolves leapt from the adjacent thicket, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Prepare for battle," Xiaoming shouted. They unleashed their magic and engaged in a desperate struggle against the wolves. Despite the ferocity of the wolves' attacks, Naruto and his friends, fueled by unwavering determination and exceptional magical prowess, gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce confrontation, the wolves were finally repelled. They continued onward until they reached the edge of a precipice. "How do we cross this?" Sakura gazed apprehensively into the unfathomable abyss. Naruto surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "We can use the vines to climb across." They discovered some robust vines, cautiously clinging to them as they moved towards the opposite side. Just as they were about to reach the shore, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing them to teeter precariously. "Hold on," Naruto shouted. At last, they successfully traversed the cliff. As twilight descended, Xiaoming remarked, "We must find a place to spend the night." Nearby, they stumbled upon a cave and decided to rest within its confines. However, it seemed that danger lurked in the shadows of the cave. In the dead of night, an eerie sound echoed from the depths of the cavern. "What is that?" Sakura gasped, startled. With a torch in hand, Naruto cautiously approached the source of the noise, only to be confronted by a colossal spider that emerged before them. The spider opened its gaping maw and lunged at them. A fierce battle ensued. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the spider. The following day, they resumed their journey towards the treasure. Eventually, they beheld an ancient castle, rumored to house the coveted treasure within. The castle gates were firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. "Is this the place where the treasure lies?" Xiaoming inquired. Taking a deep breath, Naruto replied, "Regardless, we must venture inside." They pushed open the grand doors and entered the castle. Inside, the atmosphere was foreboding, with dilapidated furniture and cobwebs scattered throughout. Suddenly, a horde of ghosts drifted forth from the shadows. "These specters are formidable," remarked Sakura. Naruto and the others unleashed powerful magic, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the phantoms. The ghosts emitted wailing cries, attempting to disorient them. Yet, Naruto and his companions remained resolute, undeterred by the cacophony. During the skirmish, Naruto discerned the phantom's vulnerability to light. "Let us concentrate our magic and create a brilliant radiance," he exclaimed. Together, they conjured a potent spell of illumination, causing the ghosts to dissipate under its brilliance. Continuing their exploration of the castle, they ultimately discovered the location of the treasure. However, a formidable magical seal surrounded it. "This seal is difficult to unravel." Xiaoming furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, "Let us examine the structure of the seal together and seek any flaws." After considerable effort, they finally identified the weakness in the seal and successfully dismantled it. Just as they were about to claim the treasure, a mysterious voice echoed throughout the castle. "Do you think you can seize the treasure so easily?" A dark sorcerer materialized before them. "This treasure is mine, and you shall not take it," the dark sorcerer declared. An epic final battle was imminent. Undaunted, Naruto and his companions engaged in a heart-stopping clash for their lives against the dark sorcerer. The sorcerer unleashed a barrage of powerful and malevolent spells, attempting to thwart their advance. United in purpose, Naruto and his friends fully harnessed their magical abilities, waging a desperate struggle against the dark sorcerer. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with magical lights flashing throughout the castle and thunderous roars reverberating. "Now's our chance." Naruto seized the moment, casting the formidable new spell they had recently mastered. A formidable force struck the dark sorcerer, inflicting severe damage upon him. Reluctantly, the dark sorcerer collapsed to the ground, transforming into a wisp of smoke. "We have succeeded," Xiaoming exclaimed with exhilaration. They seized the treasure, feeling the immense power it contained. Yet, they understood that this was merely a small victory in their adventure, with greater challenges awaiting them in the future. They departed the castle, embarking on an unknown journey of adventure. Not long into their travels, they arrived at a mysterious village. The village appeared tranquil, yet it exuded an eerie atmosphere. "Everyone be cautious. This place feels off," Naruto warned, his vigilance palpable. The streets lay desolate, devoid of any presence. The doors and windows of the houses on either side were tightly shut, as if concealing some dark secret. They treaded carefully when suddenly, a deep bell tolled in the distance. "Where is that bell coming from?" Sakura wondered, perplexed. As the chime resonated, the surrounding ambience grew increasingly sinister. They followed the sound of the bell, arriving at the entrance of an ancient church. The grand door stood firmly closed, yet the tolling echoed from within. Naruto pushed against the door, which creaked open slowly. A musty, decayed scent wafted out, and the dim light made it hard to discern the full extent of the interior. As they cautiously entered the church, the wooden floorboards groaned underfoot, creating an unsettling noise in the silence. It feels ominous here. Could there be danger? Xiaoming's voice trembled slightly. Fear not. We shall proceed with caution, Sakura reassured him. Advancing further, they beheld a colossal cross at the center of the church, draped in cobwebs. Suddenly, candles atop the cross flared to life, illuminating the surrounding area. To their astonishment, they discovered numerous coffins arranged around the church. These coffins? Naruto furrowed his brow. At that moment, the lids of the coffins began to shift, and pale hands emerged from within. Oh no, zombies! Sakura cried out in alarm. The zombies clawed their way out of the coffins, lunging toward them. Naruto and his companions immediately cast spells in defense. Despite the zombies' sluggish movements, their sheer numbers began to overwhelm them. This one do. We must locate the source controlling the zombies, Naruto shouted. While battling the undead, they keenly observed their surroundings. At last, Naruto spotted a magical tome emanating a dark glow on the pulpit. That book might be the key. Xiaoming and Sakura provided cover for Naruto as he dashed toward the pulpit. As he neared the tome, an immense force repelled him. No matter. I will give it my all. Naruto charged once more, summoning all his strength to grasp the magical book. Instantly, the tome's power dissipated, and the zombies collapsed. Finally, it is resolved, Naruto sighed in relief. They continued to explore the church and soon discovered an entrance to a basement. Shall we descend? Xiaoming inquired. Since we are here, we must uncover the truth, Naruto affirmed. They descended the staircase into the basement, where a pungent odor of chemicals pervaded the air. The walls were adorned with peculiar experimental apparatuses and specimens. What manner of place is this? Sakura felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Suddenly, a colossal monstrosity lunged forth from the shadows, its body festooned with festering sores, exuding a foul stench. Naruto and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the creature, its assaults extraordinarily ferocious as they evaded its strikes. During the fray, Naruto discerned a vulnerability on the monster's back. I will divert its attention. You seize the opportunity to strike its rear, he commanded. Following the plan, Sakura and Xiaoming successfully targeted the creature's weak spot. The monster collapsed, dissolving into a pool of blood. In a corner of the basement, they unearthed a diary revealing the town's secrets. It revealed that this place had once served as a laboratory for a malevolent sorcerer who endeavored to create formidable beasts to dominate the world. This is horrifying. We must flee at once, Xiaoming urged. As they exited the church, they noticed an even more sinister atmosphere enveloping the town. A thick black fog hung in the air, rendering breathing difficult. What is happening? Sakura inquired. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, carrying with it a multitude of specters. It is an assault by the spirits, Naruto shouted. They once again wielded their magic, battling the phantoms. After a grueling struggle, they finally dispelled the ghosts and the ominous mist. The town returned to a semblance of tranquility, yet they were acutely aware that further perils awaited them. They pressed onward, arriving at an abandoned factory. The machines roared with activity, yet no workers were in sight. It seems something is still operational here, Xiaoming remarked. Upon entering the factory, they discovered a massive magical circle in operation. This must be the cause of the town's anomalies, Naruto declared. They attempted to dismantle the magical circle, but a formidable barrier shielded it. We need to find a way to breach this barrier, Sakura suggested. They began searching for a weakness, eventually uncovering a damaged section at the base of the magical circle. Naruto concentrated his magical energy and struck the vulnerable point. A fissure appeared in the barrier, and Xiaoming and Sakura seized the moment to intensify their assault. The barrier finally shattered, and the magical circle ceased its operations. Just as they believed the ordeal had concluded, a deep, rumbling roar emanated from the depths of the factory. A gigantic mechanical beast materialized before them, its body forged from steel, eyes aglow with a crimson light. What on earth is that? Xiaoming gasped in astonishment. Undeterred, Naruto and his friends plunged back into battle. The mechanical beast's power was formidable, and they were repeatedly driven back. Yet, they persevered, rising time and again to continue their onslaught. In the heat of battle, Naruto identified the creature's energy core. Strike at its energy core, he shouted. They concentrated their forces for a final strike against the core. With a thunderous crash, the mechanical beast fell, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. At last, it is over, Naruto breathed wearily. As they emerged from the factory, they beheld the sky above the town transforming into a clear azure. We have successfully saved this town, exclaimed Sakura with joy. However, their adventure was far from over, as countless unknown challenges awaited them ahead. Chapter 45. The Call of the Mysterious Ruins. After departing from the perilous town, Naruto and his companions pressed onward along an uncharted path. Soon, they arrived at the edge of an expansive desert. The vastness of the sands stretched endlessly before them. Do we truly have to traverse this desolate expanse? Xiaoming queried, gazing hesitantly at the endless yellow dunes. There is no alternative. Perhaps crossing this desert will lead us to new clues, Naruto resolutely declared. They ventured into the desert, where the scorching sun mercilessly scorched the earth, and the searing sands threatened to scald their feet. Each step felt like a grueling tug-of-war against nature itself. Yet, bolstered by their indomitable will and mutual support, they encouraged one another to persevere. After days of trudging through the arid wasteland, their water and provisions were nearly depleted. The once full water pouches had collapsed like the parched bark of a dead tree, and their food supplies were utterly exhausted. Just as despair began to envelop them, Naruto suddenly caught sight of an ancient ruin shimmering in the distance. Look, there seems to be a structure over there, he pointed out, his voice raspy from dehydration. They trudged toward the ruins like weary travelers who had glimpsed the dawn after a long night. As they approached, the air around the ruins resonated with an aura of mystery. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, yet the surrounding walls were adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly narrating tales of yore. These symbols must hold some significance, Sakura observed intently, her brow furrowed as she endeavored to decipher their secrets. Naruto attempted to sense the door with his magical energy, and suddenly, it began to creak open, drawing them into a formidable force. Upon entering the ruins, they found themselves in an immense labyrinth, its convoluted passages disorienting them. The walls of the maze emitted a faint glow, as if guiding them, yet also teasing them with uncertainty. Everyone, be cautious not to lose your way, Naruto cautioned, his voice echoing through the maze. They explored the labyrinth with utmost care, occasionally encountering various traps and mechanisms. Some sections of the floor would abruptly give way, while others unleashed a storm of sharp arrows from the walls. This place is exceedingly perilous, Xiaoming remarked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Suddenly, from a shadowy corner, a horde of gigantic scorpions sprang forth, launching an assault. These formidable creatures, with their glistening stingers, posed a grave threat. Naruto and his companions unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce battle against the scorpions. Flames erupted from Naruto's hands, illuminating the dark recesses. Sakura's healing spells flowed like a warm spring breeze, restoring her allies' vitality, and Xiaoming's lightning magic crackled through the air, striking the scorpions' armored exoskeletons. After a strenuous struggle, they successfully repelled the scorpions. Continuing their journey, they finally arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the grand hall stood a colossal crystal orb, emanating an enigmatic glow. Within the orb, swirling nebulae seemed to beckon exploration of their hidden mysteries. This crystal orb may hold the key, Naruto remarked, his gaze fixated upon it. As they approached, images began to materialize within the orb, seemingly revealing something profound. The visions depicted an ancient magical ritual, with mysterious light weaving intricate patterns. Sakura gazed in astonishment, utterly captivated by the spectacle before her. At that moment, spectral figures emerged from the shadows surrounding the hall, rushing towards them with haunting wails that sent shivers down their spines. Naruto and his companions were once again thrust into battle, discovering that the phantoms were vulnerable to light. Everyone, concentrate your magic to create a brilliant light, Naruto commanded. They pooled their energies, culminating in a radiant beam that caused the spirits to dissipate into the ether. The crystal orb then transformed, revealing a doorway before them. They stepped through the threshold to find themselves in a vast library, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. The pages of the books had yellowed with age, and the script on the scrolls was arcane and difficult to decipher. There may be secrets about the ruins hidden here, Sakura mused, beginning to peruse the invaluable texts. As they delved into the books and scrolls, they gradually uncovered that the ruins were once the laboratory of an ancient sorcerer, concealing immense magical power. However, to harness this power, they would need to undergo a series of trials. These challenges would not only test their magical prowess, but also their inner resolve. No matter how many trials we face, we must attempt them, Naruto declared, his eyes shimmering with determination. They ventured deeper into the ruins, encountering various magical creatures and puzzles. In one chamber, they were required to decipher a complex magical lock to proceed. The runes on the lock flickered with an eerie light, dazzling their senses. Let's brainstorm a solution, Xiaoming suggested, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After considerable effort, they successfully unlocked the enchantment. The door creaked open, releasing a musty breeze. Next, they entered a chamber engulfed in flames, which erupted violently and obstructed their path. The scorching heat rendered their cheeks flushed and made breathing laborious. We must find a way to control the flames, Naruto stated, scanning the room for clues. They scoured the area and eventually discovered a magical circle capable of taming the fire. The intricate and mysterious design required precise adjustments of the runes to subdue the flames. By carefully manipulating the symbols, they extinguished the fire, allowing the temperature in the chamber to gradually decrease, bringing them a sense of relief. In the depths of the ruins, they stumbled upon a magnificent treasure chamber, overflowing with an array of precious magical artifacts. There were gems that sparkled with brilliance, staffs adorned with enigmatic runes, and scrolls pulsating with formidable magical energy. So many treasures, Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly, his eyes glinting with avarice. However, Naruto cautioned, do not be deceived by the wealth before us. Our objective is to uncover the core secrets of the ruins. At that moment, the ground of the treasure chamber suddenly began to sink, and they fell into a dark abyss. A foul stench permeated the cave, while eerie lights flickered on the walls. Drops of water occasionally fell from above, producing a crisp sound. Be cautious. There may be greater dangers lurking here, Naruto warned, as the magical glow in his hand illuminated the path ahead. Suddenly, a colossal python sprang from the shadows, launching an attack. Its body was as thick as a tree trunk, and its scales shimmered with a chilling luminescence. A fierce battle ensued between Naruto and the serpent, during which Sakura discerned the creature's vulnerability lay in its eyes. Strike at its eyes, Sakura shouted, her voice echoing through the cavern. They focused their strength and successfully struck the python's eyes, causing it to writhe in agony before collapsing to the ground. Continuing their exploration within the cave, they discovered a passage leading to an upper level. The passage was narrow and steep, necessitating careful climbing. Upon ascending, they arrived in a mysterious garden, teeming with bizarre flora, some of which actively attacked them. Certain plants bore sharp thorns, while others spewed toxic sap. Beware of these plants, Naruto advised, deftly evading their assaults. They navigated the garden with caution and ultimately found the exit. The exit led to a vast plaza, adorned with towering statues that appeared remarkably lifelike, as if they might spring to life at any moment. These statues seem ancient, Xiaoming remarked, curiously examining their intricate details. As they approached the statues, they suddenly sprang to life, launching an assault. The statues' fists descended like boulders, accompanied by a rush of wind. A fierce battle ensued, and after a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the statues. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the ruins. You have passed most of the trials, but the final test is yet to come. They anxiously awaited the ultimate challenge. Suddenly, the surrounding environment shifted, plunging them into an illusory realm. In this space, they were compelled to confront their innermost fears and desires. Naruto beheld the comrades he had once lost. Familiar faces materialized before him, causing his heart to ache. Sakura witnessed her helplessness as she saw her loved ones, tormented and pleading for her aid, yet she felt powerless to assist them. Xiaoming confronted his overwhelming thirst for power, which manifested as a vast black hole, threatening to engulf him. This is an illusion. We must not be deceived, Naruto shouted, striving to maintain his clarity. They struggled to overcome their internal fears and desires, ultimately shattering the illusory space. Upon returning to reality, they discovered a mysterious treasure chest before them, adorned with various gemstones that radiated a captivating brilliance. Is this the treasure we have been seeking all along? Xiaoming inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Naruto cautiously opened the treasure chest, which emanated a formidable magical aura. Just as they prepared to seize the treasure, a shadowy figure emerged before them. That treasure belongs to me, the dark figure proclaimed, its voice brimming with greed and malevolence. An ultimate battle was about to unfold. The dark figure unleashed potent dark magic, enveloping the entire space in an impenetrable gloom. The darkness was thick as ink, obscuring their view of the surroundings. Reacting instantly, Naruto formed hand seals and chanted incantations, casting a fire spell in an attempt to illuminate the area and strike at the shadowy figure. The flames flickered in the darkness, yet it seemed as though they were devoured by the shadows, failing to inflict any significant harm. Sakura, focusing intently, conjured healing magic to restore their depleted stamina and magical energy from the earlier trials. Simultaneously, she cast a defensive spell, creating a protective barrier around them to shield against the dark figure's onslaught. The barrier shimmered with a soft glow but trembled precariously under the assault of the dark magic. Xiaoming employed his control magic, striving to restrict the movements of the shadowy figure. He manipulated the elements around him, forming chains in an effort to bind the dark entity. However, the figure's strength was overwhelming, effortlessly breaking free from Xiaoming's grasp. "This guy is too powerful. We must find his weakness," Naruto exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. As they evaded the figure's attacks amidst the darkness, they meticulously observed its patterns. After careful scrutiny, they discerned that the shadowy figure paused momentarily after casting powerful spells. "Now's our chance," Naruto declared, seizing the opportunity as he lunged toward the dark figure, the flames in his hands coalescing into a sharp blade aimed at its chest. The dark figure sidestepped, countering with a sweeping motion that unleashed a surge of dark energy, sending Naruto flying. "Naruto!" Sakura cried out, her healing magic intensifying. Xiaoming seized the moment to cast control magic once more, channeling all of his energy to momentarily impede the dark figure's movements. Sakura immediately tended to Naruto, who rose again, determination blazing in his eyes. "Let us go all out," Naruto shouted, his voice resonating throughout the space. The three of them joined forces once more, casting their most powerful spells. Flames, light, and elemental forces intertwined, forming a mighty wave of energy that surged toward the shadowy figure. Sensing the overwhelming force, the dark figure clasped its hands together, summoning a dark shield to withstand the impending assault. The energy wave collided with the shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The entire space quaked, the sheer force causing Naruto and his companions to stagger backward. After a moment of stalemate, cracks began to appear in the dark shield, allowing the energy wave to breach through and strike the shadowy figure. It let out a wretched cry as its form began to waver. "Now, let us obliterate him," Naruto shouted, intensifying his magical output. Once more, they unleashed their magic, granting no respite to the shadowy figure. At last, the dark silhouette dissipated entirely under their onslaught, and the shadowy realm gradually returned to normalcy. "We have succeeded," Xiaoming exclaimed, his voice brimming with both elation and exhaustion. However, before they could revel in their triumph, the treasure chest suddenly radiated a blinding light, enveloping them completely. When the brilliance faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location, a vast valley encircled by towering mountains. Shrouded in dense mist, the fog was so thick that it obscured the path ahead, leaving only the gentle sound of flowing water and the occasional chirp of birds. "Where are we now?" Xiaoming inquired, her voice tinged with unease. Naruto vigilantly scanned their surroundings. "I don't know, but we must proceed with caution." As they ventured deeper into the valley, a deep, rumbling roar echoed around them, reminiscent of an ancient beast, imbued with authority and wrath. "This is bad. Something is approaching," Xiaoming uttered, trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, a colossal creature burst forth from the mist, its massive form adorned with sharp spikes, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Each spike resembled a razor-sharp sword, instilling fear in their hearts. Naruto and his companions swiftly prepared for battle, engaging the beast in a fierce confrontation. The creature's attacks were formidable, each strike infused with immense power. Its tail swept across, conjuring a violent gale. Its claws descended with such force that it seemed capable of rending the earth itself. They deftly evaded the creature's assaults, searching for its vulnerability. After a strenuous struggle, they finally discerned a weak spot upon its back, an area devoid of spikes. Its defense was notably feeble there. Naruto invoked a teleportation spell, appearing atop the beast's back, and unleashed a powerful strike. The magical energy in his hand transformed into a blade, aimed directly at the creature's weakness. The beast let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground, its body convulsing a few times before falling still. continuing their journey. They encountered an ancient castle nestled within the valley. The castle's grand entrance stood firmly shut, surrounded by an aura of mystery. Vines crept up its walls, suggesting that this fortress had slumbered for centuries. "This castle seems extraordinary," Xiaoming remarked, her gaze fixed on the imposing door. Naruto approached and forcefully pushed it open. Within lay a spacious hall, its walls adorned with enigmatic portraits. The figures depicted wore a variety of expressions, some smiling, others enraged, and a few steeped in sorrow. As they stepped into the hall, the figures in the portraits suddenly sprang to life, leaping from their frames to launch an assault, armed with swords and wielding staffs. These entities attacked with diverse methods. Naruto and his companions countered with their own magic, engaging in a fierce struggle against these animated portraits. Throughout the battle, they discovered that the figures possessed an array of peculiar abilities, presenting them with considerable challenges. Certain characters possessed the ability to become invisible, suddenly appearing behind them to launch an attack. Others can unleash formidable shields to ward off their magic. However, through unwavering determination and harmonious collaboration, Naruto and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they vanquished all the figures from the painting. The characters returned to the canvas, restoring tranquility to the scene. A melodious tune echoed from deep within the hall, and they followed the sound to discover a room. Inside, an ancient piano stood, the source of the enchanting music. "What is this?" Xiaoming inquired curiously, stepping forward to examine the piano. Naruto approached, noticing a sheet of music resting atop it. The paper was yellowed with age, yet the notes remained distinctly visible. "Perhaps this is the key to unraveling the mystery here," Sakura remarked, her gaze fixed intently on the sheet. Naruto picked it up, studying it with great care. Just then, the door to the room suddenly slammed shut, and the walls began to close in on them. The walls moved with increasing speed, threatening to crush them. "This is bad. We must find a way out quickly," Xiaoming shouted, his voice laced with fear. Naruto, while examining the sheet, contemplated their strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He seated himself at the piano and began to play according to the notes. Beautiful melodies flowed from his fingertips, filling the entire room. As the music resonated, the walls halted their advance, and the doors slowly creaked open. They exited the room, continuing their exploration of the castle. The castle was rife with various mechanisms and traps, and they navigated cautiously to avoid them. Some floors unexpectedly erupted with spikes, while massive stones would plummet from the ceiling. In one chamber, they discovered an ancient diary that chronicled the castle's history and secrets. It revealed that this castle once belonged to a powerful sorcerer who conducted a forbidden experiment here, resulting in a curse upon the structure. To lift the curse, "We must locate the core of the magic circle," Naruto declared, his eyes fixed on the diary's text. Following the clues within, they embarked on a quest to find the core. It lay hidden deep within the castle's basement, a place shrouded in darkness and fraught with peril. After much effort, they finally uncovered the core of the magic circle. It emanated a potent surge of magical energy, surrounded by intricate runes. These runes flickered with an eerie luminescence, inducing a sense of vertigo. "How do we decipher this magic circle?" Xiaoming asked, gazing at the complex runes, feeling utterly at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, "We need to channel our magical energy into these runes, altering their arrangement." They began their attempts to crack the magic circle, but encountered formidable resistance as they sought to infuse their magic. An invisible force seemed to hinder their efforts, preventing the energy from flowing smoothly into the runes. Despite this, they persevered, continuously adjusting the output of their magical energy. At last, the runes began to shift, the magical fluctuations gradually diminishing, and the curse was lifted. The castle gradually returned to normalcy, the once dark corners now illuminated by light, while the ivy on the walls began to wither. As they exited the castle, they resumed their adventurous journey. However, unbeknownst to them, a mysterious forest awaited ahead. This forest was shrouded in an eerie mist, with towering, twisted trees that seemed to conceal countless secrets and dangers. "Be cautious. This forest feels unsettling," Naruto warned, the magic in his hand illuminating the path ahead. They stepped cautiously into the forest, the ground beneath them carpeted with thick fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. With each step, they sensed a mysterious force swirling around them. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the trees, causing branches to sway and leaves to scatter. Within the gusts, a strange, chilling sound seemed to mingle, sending shivers down their spines. "This wind is peculiar," Sakura remarked, her staff glowing with a faint light as she scanned their surroundings. At that moment, a group of bizarre creatures emerged from the thicket. They were diminutive with rough skin and glimmering green eyes. These beings emitted low growls as they lunged toward Naruto and his companions. "What are those things?" Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly casting lightning magic to repel the approaching creatures. Without hesitation, Naruto unleashed a fire spell, conjuring a wall of flames to block the creature's advance. However, the beings were agile and deftly evaded the attack. They began to hurl sharp branches at Naruto and his friends, seemingly employing this as a means of assault. While dodging their attacks, they searched for the creature's weaknesses. After some observation, Sakura discovered that the beings were afraid of bright light. "Let us concentrate our magic and produce a brilliant radiance," she declared, her light magic intensifying. Together, they unleashed their light magic, instantly illuminating the entire forest. The intense glow caused the creatures to shield their eyes and flee in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his companions pressed onward, yet the mist in the forest thickened, severely limiting their visibility. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to disperse the mist," Naruto stated. Xiaoming pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we could use wind magic to blow the mist away." Consequently, Xiaoming summoned a powerful wind spell, which swept through the forest and temporarily cleared some of the mist. However, it quickly regrouped. "This mist seems strange. It will not disperse easily," Sakura frowned. Just as they were becoming frustrated, a colossal bird burst forth from the mist, launching an attack on them. With its broad, powerful wings, it created strong gusts as it flapped. Naruto and his friends swiftly responded, engaging in a fierce battle with the bird. After a grueling struggle, they finally managed to drive it away. However, they soon realized they had lost their sense of direction in the forest. "What do we do now? I can't tell east from west," Xiaoming fretted. "Stay calm. If we observe our surroundings carefully, we will surely find a clue," Naruto reassured his companions. They began to pay attention to the surrounding trees and vegetation, noticing that some trees bore unique patterns on their bark. Could these patterns be some sort of guidance? Sakura speculated. They followed the trees with distinctive markings and gradually exited the heart of the dense fog. Ahead, a clear stream appeared, its waters gently flowing. "Perhaps we can find a way out by following the stream," Naruto suggested. They proceeded along the stream, the scenery picturesque, yet they dared not let their guard down. Suddenly, strange whirlpools emerged in the water. Something seemed to be stirring within them. "Be careful," Naruto shouted. Water elemental creatures surfaced from the whirlpools, their forms translucent, wielding weapons fashioned from water. Once again, Naruto and his companions plunged into battle, the brilliance of magic illuminating the stream's edge. After a fierce struggle, they triumphed over the water elementals. Continuing onward, the forest gradually thinned, and they finally emerged from the mysterious woods. Before them lay an expansive grassland, where herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. "We've finally made it," Xiaoming sighed in relief, stretching lazily. However, they had barely begun to enjoy the tranquility when they felt a subtle tremor beneath their feet. "Not good, something's amiss," Naruto warned, gazing warily into the distance. A group of knights on gallant steeds charged toward them, clad in armor and brandishing long spears, their demeanor formidable. "Who are you to dare trespass in this land?" the leading knight bellowed. Naruto hurriedly explained, "We are merely passing adventurers. We mean no offense." Yet, the knights remained unconvinced, encircling them. A new crisis loomed before Naruto and his companions. Chapter 46. The dispute on the grassland surrounded by the knights. The atmosphere grew tense. "No matter how you explain, we cannot simply let you go." The chief knight's expression was stern, the gleam of his spear reflecting a chilling light. His gaze was filled with suspicion, as if perceiving Naruto and his companions as a grave threat. Naruto attempted once more to clarify, "We are truly just passing through on our adventure, harboring no ill intent." His voice was earnest and urgent, hoping for understanding. Just as the standoff persisted, an elder knight stepped forward, scrutinizing Naruto and his companions intently. His penetrating gaze seemed capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. His white beard billowed in the wind, adding an air of authority. "Take them back first, and await the Lord's judgment," the elder knight commanded. His voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. Left with no choice, Naruto and his companions followed the knights toward the Lord's encampment. Inside the camp, Tents of varying sizes were arranged with precision, and wisps of smoke spiraled into the air. The sounds of neighing horses and lively conversations filled the atmosphere, creating a bustling scene. The Lord sat within his tent, exuding an air of solemnity. His features were chiseled like stone, and his gaze conveyed an unmistakable authority. The weapons by his side glimmered ominously, signifying his power and status. "What purpose do you, strangers, have in trespassing upon our territory?" the Lord inquired, his voice deep and resonant. His gaze was fixed intently upon Naruto and his companions, seeking answers within their expressions. Naruto recounted their adventures in detail, asserting that they had merely stumbled into this situation. His words were heartfelt, and his eyes brimmed with sincerity. He illustrated the arduous challenges they faced along the way and their fervent desire for exploration into the unknown. After a moment of contemplation, the Lord replied, "For now, I shall trust you, but during this time, you must undertake certain tasks to prove your sincerity." Though his tone remained grave, it had softened slightly. It turned out that this grassy expanse had recently been plagued by a band of marauders who pillaged and wreaked havoc, bringing tremendous suffering to the pastoral folk. The Lord hoped that Naruto and his companions could assist in repelling the brigands. Without hesitation, they agreed. To better prepare for the impending battle, they commenced rigorous training alongside the knights. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the plains, they diligently began their exercises. Naruto displayed formidable magical prowess, his flames illuminating the entire training ground, leaving the knights in awe. He tirelessly honed his magical control, striving for precise strikes against adversaries in combat. Xiaoming's strategic acumen also impressed the knights. He consistently formulated effective tactics during simulated battles. He analyzed various combat scenarios, offering unique insights to his comrades. Sakura's healing magic provided a steadfast assurance for everyone, as her spells swiftly restored the strength of injured knights. She diligently studied more efficient healing methods to address potential severe injuries. At last, the alarming news of the marauders' approach arrived. The alarm resounded across the plains, prompting the knights and Naruto's group to assemble swiftly, readying themselves for battle. The faces of the warriors were etched with tension and resolve, knowing they were about to engage in a fierce confrontation. On the battlefield, a brutal clash ensued. The marauders, fierce and savage, rode on warhorses, brandishing curved blades while shouting wild battle cries. The cacophony of hoofbeats, shouts, and the clash of weapons intertwined, creating a chaotic theater of war. Yet, through their exceptional combat skills and seamless coordination, Naruto and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Naruto unleashed powerful fire magic, disrupting the marauders' formations. The blazing flames engulfed the enemy ranks, plunging the brigands into disarray. The fire illuminated his resolute visage, his eyes radiating determination. Xiaoming commanded the knights in organized attacks and defenses, his voice resonating across the battlefield, instilling confidence and courage in them. He adeptly adjusted tactics to counter the marauders' various assaults. Meanwhile, Sakura tirelessly healed the wounded knights, her magic shining like a warm spring breeze, swiftly restoring their combat readiness. She navigated the battlefield with unwavering focus, undeterred by personal danger, dedicated to aiding every injured warrior. After an intense battle, they successfully repelled the marauders. The battlefield lay strewn with countless corpses and shattered weapons. The air thick with smoke, blood stained the grasslands, and the elation of victory spread among the warriors. The Lord expressed great satisfaction with their performance and decided to allow them to continue their journey. On the day of departure, the people of the grasslands held a grand farewell ceremony in their honor. They sang and danced, showering them with blessings and gifts. However, just as they were about to leave, they discovered a strange ailment had befallen the grasslands, causing many cattle and sheep to fall ill. Once robust and thriving, the animals now appeared gaunt and weak, enveloping the prairie in an atmosphere of sorrow. The laughter of children, once filled with joy as they frolicked with the livestock, was now replaced by silence, and the faces of the herdsmen were etched with worry. "We cannot simply depart. We must assist them in resolving this issue," Naruto declared, his eyes brimming with determination. He felt a surge of compassion for the ailing animals. They commenced an investigation into the origin of the disease. After considerable effort, they uncovered that a nearby river had been contaminated. The water had turned murky and emitted a noxious odor. The flora along the riverbank had withered, stripped of vitality. "Something must have tainted the river," Xiaoming remarked, his brow furrowed as he pondered the potential causes. He meticulously observed the riverbank, searching for any suspicious signs. Following the upstream course of the river, they stumbled upon an abandoned factory. Its chimney belched black smoke while the machinery roared ominously. The factory's dilapidated exterior was overrun with moss and rust. It appeared that some perilous experiments were underway within, as strange liquids oozed from the pipes, flowing into the river. Various peculiar instruments and containers, exuding acrid chemical odors, cluttered the laboratory. "We must shut down this factory to resolve the river's pollution," Naruto asserted, his fists clenched in resolve. His gaze was unwavering, prepared to confront the impending challenge. They stealthily infiltrated the factory, but encountered guards within. The guards, tall and well-equipped, bore vigilant expressions. They swiftly launched an assault against Naruto and his companions. A fierce battle ensued. Naruto unleashed powerful magic, weaving flames and lightning throughout the factory. The flames singed the enemy's garments, while lightning struck their weapons, plunging the guards into chaos. Xiaoming employed agile maneuvers and clever tactics to outmaneuver the guards, weaving through them in search of vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Sakura provided support and healing from the rear, her restorative magic allowing Naruto and the others to continue fighting unabated by their injuries. After a grueling struggle, they vanquished the guards and successfully shut down the source of pollution. The river gradually regained its clarity, and the affliction plaguing the grasslands was brought under control. The aquatic vegetation flourished once more, and the cattle and sheep began to regain their health. Just as they prepared to embark on their journey again, Naruto received a mysterious letter. The paper was yellowed with age, the handwriting scrawled yet resonant with an enigmatic aura. The seal on the letter was indistinct, as if it had endured the passage of time. The letter spoke of a secret regarding ruins, claiming that in a distant land lay a hidden relic, concealing boundless treasures and formidable magic. Yet, it also brimmed with peril and the unknown. The enticing descriptions within the letter stirred a sense of adventure within Naruto and his companions. "This may indeed be our new quest," Naruto spoke, his eyes shimmering with excitement. His heart brimmed with curiosity and longing for the unknown. Following the clues in the letter, they set off, encountering various hardships along the way. The inclement weather made their journey arduous, with relentless storms battering them. Rain soaked their garments, and fierce winds threatened to topple them. The treacherous mountain paths required their utmost caution, where a mere misstep could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss. The rugged terrain was strewn with stones and thorns. Additionally, ferocious beasts loomed as constant threats to their lives. The creatures bared their sharp fangs, launching attacks against them. Yet, they did not waver. Advancing step by step towards their goal, they traversed dense forests and scaled towering peaks, ultimately arriving at the fabled site of the ruins. Ancient ruins and enigmatic barriers enveloped the remnants. A formidable magical shield shrouded the ruins, pulsating with strange luminescence that deterred intruders. The light flickered unpredictably, as if warning outsiders. "To shatter this barrier, we will likely need to combine our magical powers," Sakura remarked, her expression grave and focused. She began to concentrate, preparing to cast a powerful spell. They pooled their energies, unleashing formidable magic. The flames in Naruto's hands blazed with greater intensity, while dazzling lightning crackled around Xiaoming. Sakura's healing magic transformed into potent energy. Their combined magical prowess coalesced into a formidable force. Under their efforts, the magical barrier gradually developed fissures that widened. Light streamed through the cracks, illuminating their expectant faces. Just as the barrier was on the verge of breaking, a group of mysterious figures emerged. Clad in black robes and donning masks, their faces remained obscured. They emanated a palpable aura of magical energy. "This ruin belongs to us. You shall not enter," the enigmatic figures declared, their voices cold and merciless. Swiftly, they cast spells, launching an assault against Naruto and his companions. A fierce magical duel ensued, with the adversaries wielding potent and sinister magic, ensnaring Naruto and his friends in dire straits. The mysterious figures' spells resembled a dark vortex, attempting to engulf their magical essence. Nevertheless, Naruto and his friends did not surrender. They supported one another, collaborating as they sought to exploit the mysterious figures' vulnerabilities. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Naruto discerned a weakness in the adversary's defenses. He quickly signaled to Xiaoming and Sakura, and together they concentrated their powers for a final assault on the exposed flaw. Their magical energy converged into a brilliant beam, hurtling towards the mysterious figures. With a resounding explosion, the spell of the enigmatic figures was thwarted, and they collapsed to the ground. As the radiance faded, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Naruto and his companions successfully bypassed the hindrance posed by the mysterious figures, stepping into the ruins. An ancient aura permeated the site, with walls adorned with cryptic runes and patterns. Towering statues loomed in the main hall, seemingly recounting tales of yore. They cautiously explored the ruins, unaware of what awaited them ahead. Progressing through the dimly lit passage, the stones beneath their feet emitted faint creaks, as if narrating the weight of time. The oil lamp on the wall flickered erratically, casting shadows that danced unpredictably in the corners. "Everyone, be cautious. The atmosphere here is rather eerie," Xiaoming murmured, lowering his voice. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept in from the depths, carrying with it a putrid scent. "This wind feels ominous," Sakura remarked, furrowing her brow as the magic in her hand began to glow faintly. In that moment, the ground ahead unexpectedly collapsed, revealing a bottomless pit. Naruto quickly conjured a floating platform, preventing them from falling into the abyss. "This ruin is fraught with traps. We must tread carefully," Naruto stated. They crossed the chasm and pressed onward. Before long, they arrived at a vast chamber, its walls adorned with an array of peculiar statues, whose eyes appeared to follow their every move. "I have a sense that these statues are not benevolent," Xiaoming observed warily. No sooner had he spoken than the statues sprang into action, launching an assault on them. Naruto and the others responded swiftly, the glow of their magic illuminating the room. After an intense battle, they finally vanquished the statues. However, before they could catch their breath, the walls of the chamber began to shift slowly, closing in on them. "Oh no, another trap!" Sakura exclaimed in alarm. Desperately searching for an exit, they discovered a concealed door just as the walls were about to converge. They dashed through it. Beyond the door lay a lengthy corridor, at the end of which stood a tightly sealed door. As they approached, the door creaked open automatically, revealing a vast treasure trove within. "So many treasures!" Xiaoming gasped in awe. Yet Naruto sensed something amiss. "Be careful, this may well be another trap." At that moment, a deep growl echoed from the treasure chamber. A colossal beast emerged from the shadows, its immense form radiating an aura of terror. Once again, Naruto and his companions found themselves thrust into battle. The creature swung its gigantic claws at them. Naruto deftly dodged, simultaneously unleashing fire magic in an attempt to strike at the monster's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Xiaoming observed the creature's movements, searching for exploitable weaknesses. Sakura continuously cast healing spells, ensuring that they remained in prime condition during the fray. As the monster's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, Naruto and his team began to feel the strain. "We cannot afford to be on the defensive forever. We must discover its Achilles heel," Naruto shouted. Suddenly, Xiaoming noticed a patch of lighter scales on the monster's abdomen, indicating a potential weak point in its defenses. "Attack its belly," Xiaoming called out. Hearing this, Naruto concentrated his power and launched a formidable strike at the creature's underbelly. Flames struck true, causing the beast to roar in agony, its movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura cast a powerful healing spell, replenishing Naruto's energy. With renewed vigor, Naruto launched another assault, and this time, the monster finally collapsed to the ground. They exhaled in relief and began to examine the treasures within the vault. At that moment, the ground of the treasure vault began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared in the surrounding walls. "This is bad. It's going to collapse," Sakura exclaimed. They hurriedly dashed towards the exit. Behind them, the entire treasure vault started to cave in, with massive stones plummeting down. They ran desperately and finally escaped just before the ruins completely crumbled. "What a thrilling escape," Xiaoming panted. "But we cannot afford to relax. We do not know what challenges lie ahead," Naruto remarked, his gaze fixed resolutely on the unknown path before them. Continuing onward, they soon arrived at a mysterious valley. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the road ahead. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be hidden dangers lurking here," Naruto warned. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed from within the fog. "Who is there?" Xiaoming asked, his voice laced with apprehension. "Welcome to the Valley of Death. You shall remain here forever." A sinister voice reverberated through the valley. Naruto and his companions gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the impending challenge. From the mist, blurred figures gradually emerged. twisting and contorting, exuding an aura of malevolence. What are those creatures? Sakura asked, feeling a surge of anxiety. Naruto conjured a flame spell, attempting to illuminate the spectral forms. But the flickering light barely penetrated the dense fog. Suddenly, those figures launched an attack, sending waves of dark energy hurtling towards them. Naruto and his friends swiftly dodged, retaliating with their own magic. Amid the fierce battle, Naruto noticed that these apparitions seemed to recoil from the light magic. Sakura, focus your energy and cast the light magic. Naruto shouted. Nodding determinedly, Sakura unleashed her light magic with all her might. The brilliance instantly illuminated the entire valley, causing the shadowy figures to emit anguished wails. As the radiance continued to shine, the figures gradually dissipated. However, before they could catch their breath, a deep growl resonated through the valley. A colossal two-headed beast emerged from the depths of the mist, each head belching flames and frost, instilling terror in their hearts. Naruto and his friends found themselves in dire straits once more. The creature's attacks were devastating, with fire and ice intertwining, making evasion nearly impossible. Xiaoming attempted to use control magic to restrain the beast, but its strength proved overwhelming, easily breaking free from the bindings. This cannot continue. We must find its weakness, Naruto declared. They evaded the beast's strikes while meticulously observing its form. Finally, Sakura identified a vulnerability located on its abdomen. Naruto, aim for its belly, she shouted. Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward, invoking his most potent fire magic to concentrate his assault on the creature's abdomen. The beast howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the creature, but they were utterly exhausted. We need to find a place to rest and recuperate our strength and magic, Xiaoming suggested. They searched within the valley for a safe haven and eventually discovered a cave. Upon entering the cavern, they discovered an extraordinary realm within. The walls shimmered with an enigmatic luminescence, seemingly concealing a profound power. This cave is no ordinary place, Naruto remarked. At that moment, the glow on the walls intensified, enveloping them in its brilliance. When the radiance faded, they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. It was an immense library, filled with ancient tomes lining the shelves. Where are we? Sakura inquired. Naruto surveyed their surroundings and replied, perhaps we can uncover clues for our escape here. They began to peruse the books, hoping to find valuable information. In one volume, they stumbled upon a secret regarding this space. It turned out to be a sealed magical realm, from which they could only depart by solving specific riddles. It seems we face yet another challenge, Xiaoming stated. They diligently endeavored to unravel the puzzles, encountering various magical traps and illusions along the way. Nevertheless, they persevered, drawing upon their wisdom and courage, gradually approaching the solution. After a prolonged effort, they finally deciphered the riddle. The space distorted, and they were transported back to the valley. We finally escaped. Sakura exhaled in relief. Yet, they were aware that their adventures were far from over. Exiting the valley, they arrived at a desolate desert. The sun blazed overhead, and the sand scorched beneath their feet, making each step arduous. This desert appears endless. How shall we cross it? Xiaoming pondered, concern etched on his face. Naruto gritted his teeth, declaring, regardless, we must attempt it. They trudged through the desert, their supplies of water and food dwindling. Just as despair began to take hold, Naruto spotted an ancient castle in the distance. There may be what we need, he said. However, as they approached the castle, they found the massive door firmly shut, an eerie aura surrounding it. Something feels off about this castle, Sakura noted. Naruto pushed against the door with all his might, but it did not budge. At that moment, strange symbols emerged on the castle walls, glowing faintly. What do these mean? Xiaoming inquired. Naruto scrutinized the symbols, and suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. He touched the symbols in a specific sequence, and the door creaked open. A musty air rushed forth, revealing darkness within. Cautiously, they stepped inside, and suddenly torches ignited around them. Welcome to the Castle of Death, a chilling voice echoed. A formidable shadow loomed before them. Who are you? Naruto demanded. I am the guardian of this place. Since you have entered, do not expect to leave alive, the shadow replied. A fierce battle ensued once more. Chapter 47. The Path of Return. Naruto and his companions engaged in a heart-pounding struggle against the guardian of the castle. The guardian was colossal, possessing immense strength, each strike imbued with a powerful force. His mountainous form was shrouded in darkness, and his eyes glinted with a sinister light, instilling a sense of dread. His robust arms swung with such ferocity that it seemed they could rend the very air asunder, the weighty thuds of his footsteps sending tremors throughout the castle. Naruto unleashed the full extent of his power, conjuring flames that surged like a tumultuous tide towards the guardian. The fierce flames consumed the air, as if intent on devouring all in their path. His gaze was resolute, incantations flowing from his lips, as magical energy surged from within him, coalescing into a formidable force of attack. The flames danced as if alive, roaring with Naruto's indomitable spirit and boundless fury. Xiaoming employed agile tactics, keenly searching for the guardian's vulnerabilities, delivering decisive strikes at opportune moments. His movements were swift, akin to a phantom weaving through the battlefield, his weapon glinting ominously. Each strike was impeccably timed, compelling the guardian to divert its attention. Xiaoming's eyes remained fixed on the guardian's every motion, his mind racing, calculating each potential angle and moment for attack. Meanwhile, Sakura exerted her utmost to cast healing spells from the rear, ensuring her comrades could continue the fight. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, yet the radiance of her magic never waned. The warm, restorative energy enveloped them like a gentle spring breeze, swiftly mending their wounds. Sakura's eyes were filled with concern and focus, driven by a singular thought: to sustain her allies in peak condition to face this arduous battle. The Guardian's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, its massive fists stirring violent gusts of wind. The ground trembled beneath its feet, threatening to collapse entirely. Its roars echoed throughout the castle, reminiscent of a roar from the depths of hell. Naruto and his companions gritted their teeth, resolutely resisting. Sweat soaked their garments, fatigue assailed their bodies. Yet their eyes bore no trace of retreat or fear. After a grueling battle, they finally discerned the Guardian's fatal weakness. In the brief pause following one of its powerful strikes, Xiaoming astutely identified a flaw in its defenses and shouted to Naruto, "Now Naruto." His voice rang clear amidst the cacophony of the battlefield. Without hesitation, Naruto concentrated all his magical energy, launching a searing arrow of flame directly at the exposed weakness. His face was etched with determination. In that moment, all hope rested upon this singular strike. The Guardian attempted to block the incoming attack, but it was too late. The flaming arrow struck true, eliciting a pained roar as its body began to falter. Rage and defiance permeated its cries, yet they could not alter the impending fate of its downfall. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoming and Sakura unleashed their most potent magical attacks, their light intertwining like a dazzling display of fireworks. Xiaoming's ice magic morphed into sharp icicles aimed at the Guardian, while Sakura's healing magic transformed into a powerful beam of light that illuminated the entire battlefield. Ultimately, the Guardian collapsed with a resounding crash, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Yet, the victory brought no respite, for the castle remained perilous, triggering a series of mechanisms and traps. Sharp arrows shot forth from the walls, raining down like a torrential downpour, while flames erupted from the ground, forming towering columns of fire. Massive stones plummeted from the ceiling. Emitting a dull thud, they struggled to evade and confront various dangers within the castle. Naruto deftly dodged the arrows, though his clothing was still torn in several places. The arrows whizzed past, creating a wind that kept his nerves taut. Xiaoming wielded his magic to control the direction of the falling stones, preventing them from striking him. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the depletion of his magical energy left him fatigued, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Sakura remained ever vigilant, tending to her teammates' scrapes and burns with her healing abilities. Her magic flowed like a gentle stream, continuously nourishing the injured bodies of Naruto and the others. In a mysterious chamber, they stumbled upon an ancient spellbook containing the inscription of a powerful magic circle capable of traversing time and space. The pages of the tome had yellowed with age, adorned with archaic and enigmatic text that radiated a faint magical aura. The magic seemed to whisper tales of yore and secrets yet unknown. Resolute in their decision to take the risk, they began to arrange the magic circle according to the book's guidance. They meticulously inscribed intricate runes and patterns upon the floor, each stroke requiring precision. A misstep could render the circle ineffective or even provoke dire consequences. During their preparations, they encountered various magical interferences and obstacles. Dark magic sought to erode their will, plunging them into chaos and fear. Eerie sounds echoed throughout the room, as if countless vengeful spirits lamented and cursed. These whispers lingered in their ears, attempting to shake their resolve. Yet, bolstered by unwavering faith and mutual trust, they refused to relent. Naruto constantly reminded himself of his determination to return home and conclude this protracted adventure. Xiaoming and Sakura encouraged one another, their eyes brimming with determination. At last, the magic circle activated successfully. A brilliant light enveloped them, and they were swept into the vortex of time and space. Within the tunnel of time, they were subjected to wondrous sights and arduous trials. The power of time surged like a relentless tide, battering their bodies and minds. They glimpsed fragments of the past and future, dreamlike and surreal. At times, they found themselves amidst a stunning starry sky, surrounded by brilliant stars and vibrant nebulae. The vast ocean of stars evoked a sense of their own insignificance against the grandeur of the universe. At other moments, they seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness, shrouded in cold and solitude. In the blackness, countless eyes appeared to watch them, instilling a sense of dread. They needed to maintain a clear mind, shielding their bodies with magic. Otherwise, they would be torn apart by the forces of time. Each jolt inflicted immense pain, yet they clung to one another, resolutely resisting this unknown power. Finally, the light faded, and they found themselves back in their familiar era. Naruto beheld the familiar village and its people, his heart swelling with joy and nostalgia. Wisps of smoke curled from chimneys, and the sounds of laughter filled the air. Everything felt so warm and welcoming. The familiar sight brought tears to his eyes, filling him with longing and affection for his homeland. Their return ignited a tremendous commotion, drawing curious onlookers eager to inquire about their adventurous exploits. The children, eyes wide with wonder, listened intently as they recounted thrilling tales, their expressions brimming with admiration and yearning. Naruto and his companions narrated their encounters and challenges along the way, emerging as heroes in the hearts of the people. They spoke of fierce battles against brigands on the plains, magical duels with enigmatic figures in ancient ruins, and arduous treks across the desert. Each story quickened the hearts of the listeners, as if they were experiencing the adventures firsthand. Their voices resonated with passion and nostalgia, transporting them back to those arduous moments. Yet, Naruto understood that this adventure would forever be etched in his heart, serving as an unwavering source of motivation. He grasped the essence of courage, wisdom, and unity, while cherishing the peace and tranquility of his homeland even more. This journey fostered significant growth within him, illuminating the true meaning of responsibility and duty. In the days that followed, Naruto and his companions continued to protect the village with their newfound strength. They imparted their knowledge of magic and combat skills to the younger generation, hoping to inspire them to face future challenges with bravery. Naruto gradually readjusted to a tranquil life. Each morning, he would greet the rising sun with his training, feeling the flow of magical energy within him as he relentlessly honed his abilities. He often reminisced about the life and death moments of their adventures, the formidable foes they faced, and the difficult choices they made, which deepened his understanding of the significance of strength and instilled a rigorous discipline in his training. His silhouette appeared resolute and unwavering in the dawn light, each breath harmonizing with the essence of nature. Meanwhile, Xiaoming utilized his intellect to assist the villagers in overcoming various challenges and to plan the village's development. He designed a new irrigation system that enhanced the watering of farmland, leading to bountiful harvests. He also organized trade activities, gradually fostering the economic prosperity of the village. Xiaoming's wisdom and leadership were widely acknowledged, establishing him as a pivotal force in the village's advancement. Under his planning, the village roads became more spacious and smooth, and the houses appeared more orderly and aesthetically pleasing. Sakura, on the other hand, devoted herself to the study of healing magic, treating ailments and ensuring the villagers' health. She initiated medical courses, nurturing a group of young healing mages, which significantly elevated the village's healthcare standards. Her gentleness and kindness earned her the villagers' admiration, and they affectionately referred to her as their guardian angel. Under her guidance, the young healing mages flourished, contributing to the health initiatives of the village. One day, the village held a grand celebration. The people sang and danced in gratitude for Naruto and his companions' contributions. The bonfire illuminated the night sky, and the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Surrounded by villagers, Naruto, Xiaoming, and Sakura radiated joy with smiles that reflected their happiness. Children frolicked around the bonfire, while adults raised their glasses in celebration, enveloping the village in an atmosphere of joy and harmony. As the days passed, the village thrived increasingly. New homes sprouted, the roads widened, and children grew amidst laughter. The names of Naruto and his companions became legendary, inspiring generations of young people to come. In the village, the fields of wheat swayed like rolling waves, and the orchards were laden with fruit, presenting a vibrant scene of life. One day, a mysterious traveler arrived at the village. Having heard of Naruto and his companions' heroic deeds, he brought with him an important message. In a distant land, there lay a cursed town in dire need of brave souls to lift the curse and save its inhabitants. The traveler's gaze brimmed with anticipation and a plea for help, reigniting the sense of mission within Naruto and his friends. Without hesitation, they resolved to embark on a new journey. With the villagers' blessings and hopes, they set forth. The villagers gathered to bid them farewell, their eyes filled with reluctance and well wishes. This time, their adventure promised even greater challenges. The curse's power was formidable and sinister, and a shroud of darkness enveloped the town, instilling a sense of oppression and fear. Yet, armed with past experiences and unwavering faith, Naruto and his companions gradually unraveled the mystery and confronted the curse's might. Their eyes reflected no hint of retreat, only resolute determination and courage. They discovered that the source of the curse was a dark sorcerer's magical array. To dismantle this array, they needed to find 4 mystical gemstones, each located at the corners of the town. Each gemstone was fiercely guarded by potent magic, making their acquisition no simple task. Naruto and his friends split up, encountering various magical traps and attacks from malevolent creatures. During his quest for the gemstones, Naruto faced a colossal magical spider. The spider's venom was highly corrosive, but Naruto deftly wielded fire magic to evaporate the venom, ultimately defeating the spider and claiming the gemstone. The spider's fangs were razor-sharp, and its venom splattered through the air. Yet Naruto, with his agile prowess and formidable magic, repeatedly turned peril into safety. Xiaoming encountered a group of puppet warriors under magical control. Utilizing his intellect, he located the magical core that governed the puppets and successfully neutralized the threat, securing the gemstone. The puppet warriors moved in perfect unison, launching fierce attacks. But Xiaoming remained calm and found the means to counteract them. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself in an ancient library, facing a magical book that attacked intruders. She soothed the book's anger with gentle healing magic, uncovering the gemstone hidden within its pages. As the book's pages fluttered, releasing immense magical power, Sakura, through her kindness and patience, quelled the book's hostility. Upon gathering all 4 gemstones, they returned to the site of the magical array. At a critical moment, Naruto and his companions placed the gemstones into their designated positions within the array, successfully dismantling it and lifting the town's curse. As the array shattered, the dark aura gradually dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the town. The townsfolk erupted in joyous cheers, their hearts overflowing with gratitude for Naruto and his friends. Their eyes sparkled with joy and hope, filled with dreams of a brighter future. Smiling, Naruto and his companions continued on their journey, knowing that adventures are never truly over. Wherever there is a need for help, they shall rise to the occasion. Their silhouettes faded into the twilight, leaving behind a tapestry of legendary tales. Their tales spread across the entire continent, becoming a legend whispered among the people, whether in bustling cities or remote villages. The accounts of their valiant deeds were recounted with reverence. Years later, Naruto and his companions returned to the village, which had transformed into a thriving little town. The streets were lined with shops, and the lives of the inhabitants were marked by prosperity and joy. As they beheld the familiar sights, their hearts swelled with satisfaction and pride. Their past sacrifices and efforts had borne fruit, leading to the flourishing and advancement of the village. They led a tranquil and blissful life in the town, while their adventurous saga became an everlasting classic, inspiring everyone to forge ahead and pursue their dreams. Each night, as darkness fell, children would gather around the campfire, listening intently to the elders recount the adventures of Naruto and his friends, their hearts brimming with hope and courage for the future.